In the dark cosmic orbit, a huge battleship apocalypse is quietly suspended like a sleeping monster. Suddenly, dozens of enemy warships surrounded the apocalypse from all directions, firing their guns. Missiles, lasers, and energy beams rained down on the apocalypse. The entire star field was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. They're coming. The man standing in the center of the bridge of the apocalypse had cold eyes and a sneer on his lips. He waved his hand suddenly and ordered, "Start the war." The apocalypse immediately woke up. Countless hidden weapon bays popped out. The huge cannons began to rotate. The light beams were like roaring beasts, and a series of devastating attacks quickly counterattacked. Bang! 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 One after another, the enemy ships exploded in the sea of fire, as if they were made of paper, and there was no way to resist. Inside the apocalypse, the soldiers operated frantically, and various combat modules were activated one after another. The entire battleship instantly turned into a roaring steel dragon. "Left wing, go around." The man ordered again. Two assault boats flew out from the belly of the warship and rushed directly into the core of the enemy formation, detonating its main control system. In less than 30 seconds, dozens of enemy ships were completely destroyed. The last enemy command ship was blown to pieces by the main gun of the apocalypse before it could escape. The universe returned to calm, and debris and flames slowly floated in the sea of stars. The man retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "A bunch of trash dare to surround me?" This person, named Lee Jean, used to be an ordinary office worker on Blue Planet. Every day, he either clocked in at the company or spent his time on the sofa watching TikTok. However, one time on his way to work during a rainstorm, he accidentally stepped into a suspended sewer and unexpectedly traveled to another world, the Kyushu Empire, where he became the heir to a marquis. Unfortunately, he was kicked out of the house by his father right after crossing over and became the lord of an archipelago. He had no parents to love him and no one to rely on. As he was about to starve to death, Lee Jean awakened the battleship system. This system can not only summon and exchange various powerful battleships, but also has storage space to store any amount of looted materials. There is also a powerful treasure shop where gold bars can be used to purchase weapons and military supplies. Ding, would you like to start the lottery program? Lee Jean could not wait to respond. Start. Ding, the summoning program is starting. Congratulations on having used a summoning opportunity, and the summoning reward has now been stored in the system warehouse. As soon as the system voice fell, a light curtain appeared in front of Lee Jean. Reward for summoning, Kirov-class nuclear-powered missile cruiser, customized version. Bonus, a small naval base, upgradable. Weapons, Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missiles, evolved version. Times 40, speed Mach 9, range 1,000 kilometers. Cached in close-in defense system times 3. Panzer M close-in defense system times 3. SV-22 Osprey anti-submarine helicopter times 1. Lee Jean looked at the content on the screen and smiled. But he soon thought of something, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. He asked hurriedly, "System, does this warship have combat personnel?" Ding, please rest assured, the Peter the Great is equipped with a full staff combat and command personnel. Hearing the reply, Lee Jean finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pondered for a moment, then said, "System, open the store." Ding, the treasure store is open. With the system prompt, the light screen in front of him instantly switched to a shopping page similar to Taobao. Lee Jean looked closely and was almost dazzled. The page is full of dazzling items. Zuunv aerospace fighter, Luanio large aerospace strategic platform, Chungying tactical unmanned armor, FAXX electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, etc. There is nothing you can't buy. Lee Jean was so excited that he somehow clicked on the details page of the Zuunv space fighter. But when the price popped up, he was almost petrified on the spot. There were 4 zeros, and the price was 880,000 gold bars. System, how can I exchange this gold bar? Lee Jean couldn't help but ask. Ding, the host can use gold or other precious metals to exchange for gold bars. The exchange rate is 1 gold bar equals 20 grams of gold. Other precious items will be priced after evaluation by the system. Lee Jean was secretly shocked. An aerospace fighter plane actually required 10 to 20 tons of gold, which was simply unaffordable. He smiled bitterly. Not to mention the fighter plane, he could hardly even eat. But soon, he cheered up again. After all, he was now a man who owned a warship. How could he worry about food? So he ordered again. System, I want to use the summoning opportunity again. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, the summoning reward has been stored in the system warehouse. Please check it yourself. Li Jin hurriedly looked at the light curtain. Summoning reward. Mechanized Infantry Assault Brigade. System version. Bonus. Assault Brigade Camp. 150 base ammunition. Organization. 1st Armor Battalion. 42 Leopard 2 A7 main battle tanks. 2nd Mechanized Infantry Battalion. 42 Puma tracked infantry fighting vehicles. 3rd Mechanized Infantry Battalion. 42 boxer-wheeled armored vehicles. 4th Fire Support Battalion. 18 PZH 2,155mm self-propelled howitzers. 6 PHL. 3 long-range rocket launchers. 5th Air Defense Battalion. 6 Panzer S-1 air defense systems. 12 Cheetah self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Army Aviation Attack Group. 8 AH-64D armed helicopters. Army Aviation Assault Group. 4 UH-60 helicopters. 2 V-22 Osprey helicopters. 3 CH-53K heavy helicopters. Looking at this long list, Li Jin almost laughed out loud. Damn it, the system's gonna let me reach the sky in one step. Just as he was immersed in joy, his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket, pulling him back to reality. Li Jin took out his phone and saw the words Yin Xiaoning on the screen. This name was exactly the girlfriend of the original owner of this body. Their relationship was naturally close. However, at this time, Li Jin simply hung up the phone. His mind was too confused, and he was in no mood to coax a woman. The phone vibrated again, and Li Jin simply turned it off and threw it aside. Then he opened the suitcase. Disappointingly, there were only a few sets of military uniforms, a certificate, and a letter of appointment in the suitcase. He unfolded the letter of appointment and saw that, as the system showed, he had been appointed by the Emperor of Kyushu Empire as governor of Laidarong and a series of other positions. He was in charge of all affairs of Laidarong Islands and was nominally a vassal of the empire, directly under the emperor's orders. In other words, from today on, this archipelago is Li Jin's territory. No one can control him. Of course, no one will help him. Li Jin frowned slightly, his thoughts surging. Although the Laidarong Islands belong to the Kyushu Empire, they are not its inherent territory. It was a piece of important land specially allocated to the empire by the World Alliance after the World War to compensate for the losses and contributions of the Kyushu Empire. Unfortunately, due to its important geographical location and the strategic position of the sea and air in the Western Pacific Ocean, many countries were eyeing it covetously. The Melika Empire in particular reacted most violently. In addition, the Kyushu Empire was in a state of disrepair at the time, so it had to temporarily put the island affairs on hold. This was put aside for decades. Now, they suddenly gave this archipelago to Li Jin for free. Was it to claim sovereignty or to use him as a test subject? How could such a huge pie fall on him so easily? The more Li Jin thought about it, the more headache he had. Finally, he simply put aside all distractions. Since he was here, he should make the best of it. From now on, this archipelago would be his world. Li Jin comforted himself in his heart, but he still couldn't be happy. Although he was now the legitimate owner of the island, he couldn't even figure out where he was at the moment, as if he was trapped in a fog. Suddenly, Li Jin slapped his head and cursed himself for being a fool. He did not travel to ancient times, but to a place that was not much different from the modern world. In this case, if he wanted to know something, couldn't he just search online? Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone, but as soon as he opened it, a series of messages popped up. He frowned slightly, but still clicked on Feishuan. Surprisingly, Yin Xiaoning actually sent him hundreds of messages. He clicked on one of the messages at random and immediately heard an angry voice from the phone. Li Jin, you liar, big liar. Didn't you say you were the son of the Marquis of Zhenhai? I went to the Marquis's mansion to look for you, but they said there was no such person as you. Big liar. I was so blind that I let you play for a year in vain. You thought you would be fine if you didn't say anything, right? Li Jin, I'm going to kill you. Li Jin frowned when he heard this, and suddenly felt impatient. Was this woman sick? He was too lazy to explain, and casually replied, Li Jin is dead. Then he decisively blocked and deleted Yin Xiaoning. I am sick. He muttered softly, then lowered his head and opened the map application on his phone. The map immediately showed his location, the northernmost tip of Laidarong Island. From a map, this area is all mountain forests. The nearest settlement is a place called Bougainvillea City, but it is still dozens of kilometers away. Fortunately, there is a cement road leading to Bougainvillea City not far ahead of him. It was probably the dock access road, but it had fallen into disrepair and was overgrown with weeds. Then, Li Jin searched for relevant information on Chindu Encyclopedia. Soon, a string of gossip about the Lai Durong Islands came into view. According to the encyclopedia, the Ryder Islands consist of more than a dozen volcanic islands and several coral reefs, winding for hundreds of kilometers in the Pacific Ocean. Among them, only the largest island, Ryderong Island, is inhabited by humans. It covers an area of about 500 square kilometers and has a population of 160,000, most of whom are concentrated in Bougainvillea City. The rest of the place is almost uninhabited. After all, this is not a good place. The encyclopedia clearly states, since there is no government jurisdiction, the poor public security is beyond description. Li Jin fell into deep thought. He had just checked online, but there was no trace of him being appointed as the Lord of Lai Durong Islands. You know, even though Lai Durong is just an inconspicuous little archipelago, its geographical location is quite important. It shouldn't be so quiet to confer such a key place. Could it be that he was just a pathfinder and no one really valued his existence? However, Li Jin was not a person who liked to be serious. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply put it aside. He had more important things to do. System, can I place the naval base here? Ding, the host can decide for himself. Li Jin hesitated for a moment, then gave the order decisively. System, deploy the base. Ding, host, please wait. Li Jin felt his eyes blurred, and when he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had changed dramatically. The original dilapidated dock had disappeared, replaced by a brand new modern dock. Not far in front of him, there were buildings standing tall. A huge warship was quietly moored at the dock. It was the Kirov-class cruiser he had drawn, now named Kyushu. Li Jin was stunned. This was all too amazing. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, please be informed that the naval base includes a military dock, a hangar, a maintenance dock, and several supporting buildings, and a complete base staff. Seeing this, Li Jin simply took all his strength and issued another order. System, I want to extract the assault brigade. Ding, host, please wait. The system is extracting. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed again, and the large forest in front of him disappeared in an instant, replaced by a continuous military building complex, even including an airport. Li Jin was in a daze when the system prompt rang in his mind again. Ding, please be informed. Because the host is in the novice stage, in order to ensure absolute safety, the system has activated the all-round stealth mode. Before the host has complete control of the Lai Durong Islands, all radars and satellites will not be able to detect the existence of Lai Durong main island. The 20-kilometer sea area around the island will continue to be interfered with. Only the signals of the Kyushu Empire's affiliated communication companies can be accessed. The host can change or block them at any time. Signals from other countries will be blocked, except for those produced by the system. Li Jin was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of surprise. The system really took everything into consideration. Now is the information age, and any disturbance cannot escape the eyes of satellites. If the system had not intervened, the sudden appearance of a military base on Lai Durong Island would probably cause an uproar internationally. Just as his thoughts were racing, two loud and firm voices suddenly sounded behind him. Report to the commander. Captain Liu of the Juzhou reports to you. Report to the commander. Commando Brigade Commander Songhai reports to you. Li Jin turned around quickly and saw two heroic officers in imperial uniforms, saluting him solemnly. Li Jin was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. How could he have experienced such a famous scene in his previous life? But he quickly calmed down and raised his hand to return the greeting. Just as he was thinking hard about his opening remarks, the captain of the Kyushu spoke first. Sir, all the officers and soldiers of the Kyushu are in place. Please review them. Li Jin looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the side of the warship was already full of officers and soldiers, all of them holding their heads high and looking solemn. Salute. With a loud command, all the soldiers on the warship looked at Li Jin, raised their hands, and saluted in unison. This scene made Li Jin's heart very excited. He never dreamed that he would have such an exciting scene one day. Trample, trample, trample. Suddenly, there was a uniform sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around suddenly and saw a square formation of fully armed infantry running quickly from the assault brigade camp. The orderly and powerful footsteps seemed to beat against his heart, as if it was a reenactment of a military parade in his previous life, which shocked him immensely. The square formation stopped steadily a dozen steps away from him, and every soldier had a resolute expression, looking at Li Jin with ardent eyes. Song Hai stepped forward, put his legs together, and saluted. "Report to the commander. The 1st Assault Brigade has been assembled. Please review it." Li Jin was in a state of excitement and personally reviewed all his troops. Only then did he seem to wake up from a fierce dream and walked into an office with Song Hai. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and explained the current situation in detail to Song Hai and Liu. After that, he took out his mobile phone and helped them understand the current situation of the world. After doing all this, he spread his hands and said, "This is the situation. What do you think we should do now?" Song Hai hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, "Sir, what I mean is that we should not reveal our identities for the time being." Li Jin's expression changed, and he asked, "Song Hai, tell me, why can't we reveal our identities?" Song Hai explained, "Sir, you also know the importance of the Lai Darong Islands. If we disclose our identity, I am afraid it will cause strong backlash from some countries, and we will be in a very passive position at that time. My suggestion is that we can control the Lai Darong Islands in other identities." Li Jin could not help but frown. He knew very well that with the intelligence capabilities of some countries, once he took control of the Lai Darong Islands, it would not take long for his information to be placed on the desks of the top leaders of major countries. In this case, what difference would it make whether his identity was exposed or not? He asked in confusion, "What's the difference?" Seeing Li Jin's puzzled face, Song Hai quickly explained, "Sir, there's a huge difference between what is said and done in secret. Although Lai Darong belongs to us in name, the Jojo Empire has never officially declared its sovereignty over this place. So far, this place is still a no-man's land tacitly accepted by all countries, and it is a special buffer zone. If we intervene in the name of the Kyushu Empire, it would be equivalent to breaking this balance, and other countries would have an excuse to take tough measures. If we act in other identities, although everyone knows it, there is no obvious evidence, and the Empire can stay out of it. As long as the Empire does not openly cross the line, other countries will not be able to take direct action and can only think of ways in secret. In this way, our situation will be much better." Li Ji nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Liu also took over and said Song Hai is right. As long as we don't disclose our identities, we represent individuals and have nothing to do with the Empire. Today's Empire is no longer the country that allows others to bully us. Even if other countries want to use tricks, they have to consider the attitude of the Empire. I'm afraid that the Empire didn't disclose your identity because of this consideration." Li Jin suddenly realized why Jojo had not announced his true identity. The Lai Darong Islands are located in a strategic location. Although they are legally endorsed by the Alliance, some countries do not care about these procedures at all. Perhaps, if handled improperly, this archipelago could really trigger a world war. In order to avoid provoking those greedy and shameless countries, the Empire chose to gradually control Lai Darong in secret, which was also a smart strategy. In this way, the Empire secretly benefits, and other countries can save face and naturally will not take radical actions. However, Li Jin still has a question in his mind. Why him? Is he really the guiding stone? He was lost in thought for a moment and felt a slight headache. But soon, he put these distracting thoughts behind him. That was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was to get what belonged to him and quickly enhance his own strength. As long as he was strong enough, all problems would be solved. "What should we do now?" he asked. Song Hai and Liu looked at each other and answered in unison, "Sir, all the people of the Lai Darong Islands are concentrated in Bougainvillea City. As long as we quickly control there, it means we control the entire Lai Darong Islands." The two continued. "At that time, we only need to cut off the communication facilities, and with the protection of the invisible light curtain, the outside world will not be able to detect Lai Darong's accident in a short period of time. Even if they find out afterwards, they will not be able to detect it through satellites and can only send people to investigate in person." Li Jin naturally understood this truth, but he was still a little hesitant. If he rashly occupied Bougainvillea City, how would the outside world react? Especially the overbearing Manga Empire. Would it take immediate action? Just as he was hesitating, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the system task has been released. Please check it. Then, a light curtain appeared in his right eye. Task. Control the Laterong Islands. Reward. 2 summoning opportunities plus 10,000 gold bars. The concise and clear task and generous reward made Li Jin, who was originally hesitant, immediately make up his mind. What are you two going to do? As soon as the voice fell, a loud report suddenly came from outside the door. Report. Li Jin responded casually. Come in. A moment later, a captain pushed the door open, saluted him, and put the documents in his hand on the table. Report to the commander. This is the intelligence that the reconnaissance battalion just sent back. Li Jin was stunned, and Songhai immediately explained. Sir, our commando brigade has a tradition that we must gather intelligence as soon as possible after arriving at an unfamiliar place. This should be the situation of Liderong Island, collected by the reconnaissance battalion. After hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but look at Songhai with admiration. They were indeed elite troops, and they acted in a thorough and measured manner. He pointed to the documents on the table and said to the two of them, take a good look at them and then decide what to do. He had a very clear understanding of himself. He knew nothing about military affairs and politics and was a complete novice. Such military and national affairs should be left to professionals, and he only needed to do the final review. Half an hour later, Songhai and Liu put down the documents in their hands. As the big brother of the army, Songhai spoke first. Sir, according to the intelligence we have, Bougainvillea City is currently controlled by 3 forces: merchants, the mafia, and the security bureau. The merchants are descendants of the Ini people and can also be considered Kyushu people. They control all legitimate industries in the city, including import and export trade, energy, and hospitals. The Black Society is a gang with a background in the kingdom of the Liang and controls underground industries such as casinos and brothels. As for the Security Bureau, it was originally an armed force supported by merchants to fight against the mafia. Later, due to its expansion, it gradually grew stronger and is now one of the 3 major forces. The Security Bureau has the strongest armed force, with more than 1,000 patrol officers under its jurisdiction. Its equipment includes a large number of M16 rifles, M2 heavy machine guns, and dozens of M113 armor personnel carriers. There are also 2 helicopters in the air, but there is no naval force yet. Li Jin nodded slightly. He didn't care about these equipments, but he had another question in his mind. Why doesn't Lai Zhurong have a government? Songhai shook his head and replied, Sir, this situation is actually maintained intentionally by certain forces. In the past few decades, some people have tried to establish a regime, but without exception, they all failed. Li Jin stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then asked, What is their reputation? Songhai replied coldly, They're all evil guys. Oh, really? Li Jin seemed to be thinking about something, and then he gave the final order. Then let's go to Bougainvillea City. I want to see what kind of monsters these people are. Send out all the assault brigade, except for the necessary personnel. Bougainvillea City is about 40 kilometers away from Li Jin's base, so it is impossible to get there on foot. On that day, as soon as Li Jin and Songhai walked out of the door, a rugged and powerful AMPV armored off-road vehicle was parked at the bottom of the steps waiting for them. Such a domineering armored vehicle immediately made Li Jin's eyes light up. In his previous life, his favorite was off-road vehicles. But unfortunately, he was short of money and couldn't even afford a tire. He could only rely on watching videos online to quench his thirst. Unexpectedly, in this life, he would completely turn things around and even have this kind of powerful equipment that can be called a big treasure at his fingertips. Songhai took the lead and stepped forward to open the car door. Li Jin then came to his senses and turned to Liu and said, Liu, the base is now in your hands. Liu immediately stood up and saluted, saying firmly, Don't worry, sir. Li Jin nodded and got in the car. Songhai, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, turned around and asked, Sir, shall we set off? Li Jin nodded slightly and said, Let's go. An hour later, Li Jin and his group arrived at the outskirts of Bougainvillea City. As expected, as the Baidu said, the Liderong Islands are vast and sparsely populated. There was not a single person in sight along the way. There were towering ancient trees and majestic mountains along the way. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would have thought you had accidentally entered a deserted island. Sir, we're here. Songhai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. Stop the car. Li Jin gave the order, then opened the car door and got out. Not far away, tall buildings stood in a forest, like a steel jungle, full of the atmosphere of a modern city. It was deserted one moment, and the next second it was bustling with traffic. This huge contrast made Li Jin a little dazed. "Songhai, stop the car here, we'll walk over," he whispered and took the lead to walk towards the city. More than 10 minutes later, Li Jin and others finally stepped into the city and suddenly heard the bustling voices of people. The noisy and lively atmosphere was just like the city where he worked in his previous life. The same modern architectural style, the same bustling crowd. Songhai said as he walked, "Sir, the Liderong Islands are no man's land, with no taxes and no government constraints. In order to make money, the three major forces maintain good public security in Bougainvillea City and are very attentive to urban construction. Therefore, this place attracts a large number of tourists and businessmen to do business here." Doing business? Li Jin couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. He remembered that the black and white business in Bougainvillea City had long been divided up by merchants and gangs. So how could it be possible for others to get involved? Seeing Li Jin's confusion, Songhai quickly explained, "Sir, because there is no official interference here, it has become one of the world's largest black markets for decades. Human beings, drugs, and other types of transactions are prevalent here." These words made Li Jin look gloomy, and he walked into the depths of the city without saying a word. Soon, they came to a wide street, where there were crowds of people and the street was extremely prosperous. However, the next scene made Li Jin's heart tighten. The shops on both sides of the street were actually single rooms separated by transparent glass. Inside were not goods, but women in revealing clothes and heavy makeup. This is clearly a red light district, open in broad daylight. Tourists walked around and pointed and commented, just like they were shopping, which made Li Jin feel uncomfortable. He quickly left the place and turned to another street. This street was relatively normal, with all kinds of brand name and luxury goods stores on both sides of the street, and the crowds were mostly men, women, old and young. However, just as Li Jin took a few steps, a black shadow suddenly fell from the air and landed heavily on the street. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street. Li Jin looked closely and saw a woman who was half naked, with crisscrossing scars all over her body. Before he could react, 4 or 5 burly black men rushed over, quickly stuffed the woman into a sack and dragged her away, leaving only a glaring bloodstain on the ground. Then, a street sweeper drove over quickly, and within a few minutes, the street was clean again, as if nothing had happened. Pedestrians continued to shop and chat, without any surprise or regret, as if they had long been accustomed to it. This scene made Li Jin's heart go cold. This bright and beautiful city in front of him was hiding so much dirt and darkness. He continued to walk forward, and after a few steps, he saw a Chinese restaurant. "Let's go in and sit down," he said casually. Songhai hurriedly stepped forward and opened the door. As soon as he entered, a wave of noisy heat rushed over him, causing Li Jin's head to sway slightly. He sat down in an empty seat in a trance. "What do you want to eat?" A gentle voice came into his ears. Li Jin looked up and saw a pretty girl standing beside him holding a menu. But the girl looked annoyed. She patted her head and asked, "What do you want?" Li Jin couldn't help but laugh. "What delicious food do you have here? To serve a few of your signature dishes." The girl was surprised when she heard this. "Can you understand me? Are you from the mainland too?" Li Jin nodded and smiled. "Yes, I just came here today." The girl's expression suddenly became excited. Just as she was about to speak, a fat woman standing in front of the counter suddenly spoke a lot of English. Li Jin had never been interested in English, and his highest score in school was only 60 points, but he was already very excited at that time. The girl turned pale and began to tremble slightly. Just when Li Jin was puzzled, Songhai, who was sitting next to him, whispered to him, "The boss wants this girl to go upstairs and serve wine to the guests." Li Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Would serving wine make the girl so frightened? But thinking about the nature of this place, he immediately had an 80% guess in his mind. He said calmly, "Wait a minute, let me order first." Then he opened the menu slowly. A glimmer of hope flashed across the girl's face, and she quickly said something to the fat woman. But the fat woman started yelling again. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold. Although he didn't understand what she was saying, it was definitely not a good thing. The girl's face was already pale, and finally she lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate and prepared to leave. Li Jin saw this and grabbed her hand. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, especially with outsiders. But how could he just stand by and watch when it was his compatriot? Just stay here. I want to see who dares to take you away. In the past, he would never dare to step out, and at most he would curse in his heart. But now he has power and spearmen by his side, so he is naturally more confident, and his temper has become much tougher. What he didn't dare to do before, now he will do it immediately as long as he wants, without even hesitation. The fat woman saw that Song Hai and the others were all big and strong, so she naturally didn't dare to act rashly. She muttered something and turned away. The girl looked at Li Jin with gratitude, but then her expression changed, and she said anxiously, "Hurry up and leave. The upstairs is the territory of the mafia and the merchants. If they come down, you won't be able to leave." Before she finished her words, the sound of tap-tap came from the direction of the stairs. Several dwarf men in woven clothes walked down, followed by several men in suits and leather shoes. "Fuck!" The leader of the Liang people yelled angrily and raised his hand to slap Li Jin. But as soon as he raised his hand, his expression suddenly changed because a pistol was pointed at him. The curses stopped abruptly, and then a sudden bang of a gunshot was heard in the restaurant, and the whole space fell silent in an instant. Bang! The Liang man fell heavily to the ground, and until his death he did not understand why Li Jin dared to actually shoot. The people who were with him also stood there in a daze for a moment. Then their faces suddenly changed, and their hands subconsciously reached for their waists. Bang, bang. But Song Hai's actions were faster. He pulled out his pistol almost before the other party could react and decisively pulled the trigger at them. After several consecutive gunshots, those people all fell in a pool of blood. There was a cry of surprise in the restaurant. The diners who were watching turned pale with fear when they saw Song Hai actually shot and killed someone. They all stood up and ran out of the door. At this time, Li Jin looked at the bodies lying on the ground without any fear on his face, but a hint of excitement emerged. "Sir, it's time for us to leave," Song Hai whispered in Li Jin's ear. Li Jin nodded. He knew very well that this was a busy area, and once the gunshots were heard, it would probably alert the gang members. He did not hesitate any longer, and directly pulled up the girl beside him and quickly retreated to the door. As expected, as soon as Li Jin and his group left, more than 10 J cars came roaring and surrounded the entire small restaurant. At this time, Li Jin and his group had already circled to another street and stopped beside a small garden. Li Jin turned his head to look at the girl who was still excited and was surprised. If she were an ordinary girl, she would have screamed after seeing such a bloody scene. But this girl was not afraid at all, but seemed very excited. That's right, excited. Li Jin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What's your name? How old are you? Why are you here?" The girl didn't seem to be restrained at all. "My name is Tang Xen. I'm 18 years old. I came here to participate in the talent show." "A talent show?" Li Jin was slightly stunned and confused for a moment. Seeing his puzzled look, Tang Xen did not hide anything and simply said bluntly, "In fact, it is some wealthy men who like to hunt for novelties to select women. As long as you are selected, you can make $1.5 million overnight. I came here for this. As long as you pay for one night, you can get a lifetime of food and clothing." Li Jin looked at Tang Xen, who looked calm, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but ask, "You are so young. Where did you learn this? Don't you feel ashamed?" Tang Xen didn't take it seriously. She blinked and asked back, "Brother, this is not ancient times. What's so shameful about this? We just get what we need. My mother always said people laugh at poverty, but not at prostitutes. Nowadays, money is the bottom line. Who cares about your past? Since you're going to lose everything, why don't you get some money back?" The girl's fallacies and heresies made Li Jin furious. He was not angry at Tang Xen, but he felt ashamed of the thoughts in his mind. For a moment, he actually felt that what she said seemed to be right. Li Jin shook his head violently to drive away those ridiculous thoughts and said angrily, "You can take care of yourself." After that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving Tang Xen standing there alone. "Boss, don't be angry. Who can come to a place like this with a clear mind?" Song Hai quickly followed and whispered to comfort him. Li Jin was still angry. "She and I have nothing to do with each other. Why should I be so angry? I am angry at myself." Then, he seemed to remember something and turned around to ask, "What's the matter with the talent show?" Song Hai immediately replied, "We did receive relevant information before, saying that there's an event called Flower Viewing Conference, which is based on the model of selecting the most beautiful woman in ancient brothels. All the participating women have to do is stand on the stage, and the wealthy businessmen below the stage will bid for them, and the highest bidder will win. The money obtained will be divided 50-50 between the organizer and the woman. If she is selected as the most beautiful woman, she will receive an additional reward of 1.5 million US dollars. Li Jin frowned. Are these women here voluntarily? But when he thought of Tang Xion's attitude, he couldn't help but rub his brows. Money can really bewitch the mind. Song Hai shook his head and said, Boss, they may have come here voluntarily, but whether they can leave or not is hard to say. Li Jin nodded in agreement. With the style of those major forces, they would never do a business at a loss. He immediately ordered, Notify our people to enter the city immediately. I don't want to wait any longer. Song Hai was overjoyed when he heard this. He had never approved of Li Jin taking risks himself. In his opinion, since he had overwhelming strength, he should just attack directly. Sir, I'll pass the order now. At the same time, in the heart of Bougainvillea City, in a huge manor, a secret conversation was quietly taking place. This manor was the residence of the merchant, the largest force in the Liderong Islands. In the pavilion in the back garden, 3 people sat around a round table. There was a white-haired but vigorous man in his 70s, a burly man in his 40s, and a middle-aged man as short as a dwarf. The white-haired old man said solemnly, President Qingtan, Director Long, I asked you to come here today because I have something important to discuss with you. The dwarf man was obviously dissatisfied and complained. Can't you just call and tell me? Why do you have to make me come all this way? The old man looked at the burly man who remained silent and said in a serious tone, This matter is different. If we don't handle it well, we will all be finished. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two looked at each other. Then, the white-haired old man stopped beating around the bush and said directly, The Jiuzhou Empire sent a lord to our Liderong. What? The dwarf and the burly man stood up at the same time in shock. The burly man blurted out, How is this possible? Are they trying to break the balance? The white-haired old man said calmly, The situation is unclear. The intelligence just sent by the Manga Empire only knows that the other party is the son of a marquis, and nothing else is known. The dwarf man's expression changed when he heard this, and then he calmed down. Mr. Shang, according to what you said, the Lord is just a pathfinder. What is there to be afraid of? I don't believe that the people of Jiuzhou dare to send troops here blatantly. He is just a young boy. By then, he made a beheading gesture. As it was a matter of power, the burly man immediately echoed, President Qingtian is right. Liderong is ours. Whoever dares to snatch him will die. He then asked doubtfully, But Mr. Shang, since the Melika people knew about the actions of the Jiuzhou people, why didn't they stop it? The old man's face darkened. According to the information I received, Jiuzhou and Melika seemed to have reached some kind of agreement and tacitly agreed to this garrison. The dwarf man immediately exclaimed, How was it possible? The Melika people actually gave up such an important territory? The white-haired old man explained, That's why it's called Lord, not official. This place may become an autonomous territory in the future, which may be the reason why Meliga acquiesced. But since all this is done in secret, it means it cannot be seen in the light. President Qingtian is right. The son of the Marquis is a pathfinder. In that case, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with coldness. Then we will entertain this lord well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But just as he finished speaking, the roar of helicopter propellers suddenly came from above his head. Then, a strong light shone down from the sky, and the 3 of them closed their eyes involuntarily. Then fierce gunshots and explosions rang out one after another. The 3 white-haired old men were stunned by the sudden scene before them. Just when they were a loss, a fully armed troop quickly rushed up. Kevlar helmets, digital camouflage combat uniforms, and a full set of individual combat system equipment. Although the faces of these soldiers could not be seen, the murderous aura emanating from them made the 3 old men shudder. This is an army, a real army. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the 3 were in shock, a burst of brisk footsteps sounded. Then, a man who looked too young strode over, surrounded by several officers. The young man's appearance could only be described as delicate, but there was a chilling air between his eyebrows. His eyes were like an eagle, his demeanor was like a tiger, and his bearing was extraordinary. What was even more eye-catching was the golden star on his epaulets, which shone so brightly that people could not take their eyes away. One of the white-haired old men suddenly showed a look of shock on his face, because he saw clearly that the young man was wearing the standard military uniform of the Kyushu Empire. Could it be that, Lord? He was horrified, recalling that the other party had claimed to be alone. So what was the matter with this sudden army? Li Jin certainly didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. He just looked at the three extremely nervous old men in front of him with interest, with a faint smile on his lips. He originally thought that it would take some effort, but he didn't expect that these people, known as the three major forces of Liderong, were so intimidating in name, but they were vulnerable in a fight. In front of the assault brigade soldiers, they were not even as good as chickens and dogs. At this time, one of the white-haired old men finally reacted first and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "I am Shang Minghai, the chairman of the Shang Group. May I know your name, General?" When Li Jin heard that the old man was Shang Minghai, he immediately looked him up and down until Shang Minghai felt uncomfortable. Then he said calmly, "You three are the so-called three major forces of Liderong?" Shang Minghai quickly apologized with a smile. "General, you are joking. That is just a random name made up by outsiders." Then he pointed to a burly man behind him. "This is the director of Liderong Security Department, Long Shengwu." Then he pointed to another short man and said, "This is Mr. Qin Tianying, the younger brother of Qin Tianshi, the leader of the Black Society, the largest gang in Liang Kingdom. This is Lai Derong, the leader of the Black Society." Li Jin looked at the short boy whom Shang Minghai had introduced with emphasis on his tone. After hearing the introduction, the other party seemed to be encouraged. His originally timid body suddenly straightened up, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. Li Jin smiled coldly. He never tolerated such people. He pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed it at Qin Tianying's chest, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, Qin Tianying was beaten to a bloody mess and fell heavily to the ground, dying with his eyes open. He never understood why this strange man suddenly wanted to kill him. Shang Minghai and Long Shengwu were shocked when they saw Li Jin shooting without warning. Shang Minghai's face turned pale, and he stuttered, "General, what are you doing?" Li Jin casually threw the pistol to Songhai behind him and replied calmly, "Nothing. I just felt bad all of a sudden and wanted to kill someone." His tone was cold and emotionless. Shang Minghai's legs softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. "Okay, I don't have time to reminisce with you," Li Jin said coldly, waved his hand, looked at Shang Minghai coldly, and said, "You only have one way now, hand over all the money. Otherwise, I will skin you alive." He stared at Shang Minghai, who was almost fainting, and continued, "Of course, I, Li Jin, am not an unreasonable person. Your Shang family has been entrenched in Liderong for decades, so you must have at least 180 billion in assets, right? I'm not greedy, I only want 100 billion. Hand over 100 billion, and I won't make things difficult for you. I'll just let you go back." 100 billion? Shang Minghai was stunned for a moment, then asked carefully, "Are you talking about Inident?" Li Jin was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. "I need done." Songhai, who was standing nearby, quickly came closer to explain, "Sir, this merchant is a wealthy family in the Ini Kingdom, and he's talking about the currency of the Ini Kingdom. According to our investigation, one Jojo coin can be exchanged for more than 2,000 Ini shields." Li Jin was so angry that he laughed. He took an 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle from a soldier next to him, pulled the bolt, and shot Shang Minghai's leg without hesitation. Bang! Surprisingly, the bullet missed at such a close distance, glancing at Shang Minghai's leg and flying past. Li Jin coughed lightly and was about to say something, but he saw Shang Minghai's horrified eyes and Songhai and others' calm expressions obviously. They thought Li Jin was just scaring people. If it were someone else, they would have backed off by now. But who was Li Jin? He did the opposite and pulled the trigger again without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets shot out, directly hitting Shang Minghai's calf into a bloody mess. He then stopped shooting and looked coldly at Shang Minghai, who was wailing in pain on the ground. "I forgot to tell you, I have never touched a gun before, and today is the first time I fired it." He played with the rifle in his hand and said casually, "You are lucky this time. If I fired again next time, I might blow your head off." Li Jin's words made Shang Minghai completely collapse. He cursed him in his heart as a madman, but he kept saying, "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Li Jin then smiled and said, "That's right." He then ordered, "Songhai, take our merchant to transfer the money." Shang Minghai quickly added, "General, we in the Shang family can't come up with 100 billion Meijin. I can only come up with 1 billion now, and my manor has a lot of collections in real estate, with a total value of 1.2 billion to 1.3 billion. I am willing to hand it all over. Li Jin's face suddenly darkened. Shang Minghai's heart tightened when he saw this, and he hurriedly explained, General, we Shangjia are just working under orders. Most of the money we earned over the years has been handed over. We really can't give out that much. Li Jin's heart moved, and he immediately became suspicious. Could it be that this merchant was just an eye planted by someone in Lai Dirong's army? Who is it? He asked coldly. Shang Minghai dared not hide it at this time, and quickly replied, It's the Megan family, one of the top 10 families in the Manga Empire. 60% of the shares in the industries controlled by our Shang family belong to them. Megan family? Li Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly searched his memory, but found no information about this family. After thinking about it, he was relieved. Li Jin was just an ordinary citizen before. How could he know about these big forces? He simply stopped investigating. Songhai, take him to get the money. Oh, and treat his wounds while you're at it. Don't let him die on the way. As Shang Minghai thanked him repeatedly, he was taken away by Songhai. At this time, Li Jin finally turned his attention to Long Shengwu, who was standing beside him. He looked him up and down, but did not speak. Instead, he took an automatic rifle from another soldier. Kacha, the sound of the bullet being loaded was particularly harsh in the air. When Long Shengwu heard it, his legs couldn't help but start to tremble. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But at this moment, he seemed to be mute all of a sudden, unable to utter a single word. Then, a foul smell quickly spread throughout the pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out one after another, and Long Shengwu's chest was immediately stained with blood. His body trembled, and then he fell to the ground. Li Jin threw the gun in his hand to the soldier and glanced at Long Shengwu, who was lying on the ground with his eyes full of disgust, and coldly spat out a word. Waste. After saying that, he turned and left the pavilion, just in time to run into Songhai, who was walking towards him. Sir, Shang Minghai has transferred 2.6 billion Meijin to several unnamed accounts at Ruishi Bank. As long as we have the password, we can directly withdraw it. Songhai reported. Li Jin was stunned and asked in surprise. What did you say? 2.6 billion. Songhai quickly explained. Shang Minghai is indeed an old fox. He hired more than a dozen lawyers and accountants in the manor. These people know Shang Minghai's assets very well. The method of transferring funds was the idea of these accountants. As for other assets, such as real estate and stocks, they have also been notarized by lawyers. According to these people, the stocks and real estate under Shang Minghai's name are worth at least 16 or 17 billion. Hearing this, Li Jin's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that Shang Minghai, this old man, would dare to deceive him. Go, Li Jin said coldly. Except for these lawyers and accountants, I don't want to see anyone else in the manor. Li Jin was not a bloodthirsty person, but he was now in enemy territory, isolated and helpless, and any negligence could lead to his downfall. If he lost his life because of a little mercy, it would be unjust. Songhai nodded, then whispered a few words to a lieutenant colonel next to him before returning to Li Jin. Li Jin then asked, How many banks are there on Liderong Island? Have you checked it out? Songhai pondered for a moment and replied, Sir, there is only one bank in the entire Liderong called Megan Bank. Megan Bank, Li Jin muttered in a low voice, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay. The reason why he executed Qing Tian Ying and Long Shengwu so swiftly was, on the one hand, because these two people did not have much wealth, unlike merchants with businesses all over the country. Qing Tianying and Long Shengwu were just local bosses, and most of their assets were concentrated in Liderong, or at most in bank accounts. On the other hand, he had already thought of how to raise funds. He expected that there would not be too many banks on an island like Liderong, so he planned to have someone rob the bank directly and then pretend to be a righteous man to maintain stability. Unexpectedly, there was only one bank on the island. What made him even more satisfied was that this bank was controlled by the Megan family. Things became even more interesting. Songhai passed the order to block the entire Bougainvillea city. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Businessmen, gangs, and people from a security bureau, all arrested. The entire Bougainvillea city must be thoroughly combed for me. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. For a city like Bougainvillea that has long been corrupted, only a heavy blow can bring it back to life, Otherwise, it will only sink forever. He didn't bother to care about it before, but now this place is Li Jin's territory, so he naturally has to clean it up. Upon hearing the order, Songhai immediately raised his hand and saluted. Yes, sir. As Li Jin's order was issued, Bougainvillea City was destined to usher in a bloody night. Around 10 o'clock that evening, on the busiest street in Bougainvillea City, a white man wearing a white hat walked quickly with a panicked look on his face. The occasional fierce gunshots on the street made him speed up his pace. He soon stopped in front of a convenience store and knocked hard on the sliding door 6 times. After the door was opened, he immediately went in. There were 7 or 8 white men holding M16s in the house, standing by the windows and door with nervous expressions. At this time, a burly man came out of the inner room and asked in a deep voice, "Born, what happened?" The man in the hat had a gloomy expression on his face. It's a group of armed forces that occupied Bougainvillea City. Judging from their appearance, they look like people from Kyushu. The burly man frowned. People from Kyushu? Do they want to disrupt the balance here? Bourne shook his head. They are not using standard weapons, and there are no identification. Even if they are from Kyushu, they cannot confirm that they are from the Kyushu military. Buzz, the roar of a helicopter suddenly came from outside the house. The burly man walked quickly to the window, pushed aside the blinds, and looked out. His eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "It's an Apache." Bourne was shocked when he heard this and hurried to the window. He saw an armed helicopter whizzing past, and his face turned livid. This was their most important weapon. How could it have fallen into the hands of those people? And they didn't even receive any intelligence? Could it be that those people were not from a camp they were familiar with? Quick, report everything here to the headquarters. The burly man finally came to his senses and shouted. A dwarf man came out from the inner room. "Mr. Willie, our communication system is seriously interfered with, and we can't send any information to the outside world." Willie's face changed, and he took out his cell phone to check, but there was no signal at all. He looked up at everyone and said, "Use the satellite phone. We must send the message." The dwarf spread his hands, looking helpless. "Sir, there's no signal on the satellite phone. I even tried the radio, but I still can't send the message." Willie's face changed completely. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "Fuck! Who did it?" Bourne seemed much calmer. "Willie, calm down. Since they didn't take the initiative to attack us, it means they don't know our identity yet. You can see that they have Apache attack helicopters. We're no match for them." Willie obviously disagreed with Bourne's judgment. He snorted coldly and said with disdain, "Isn't it just a helicopter? I have a few stingers here. We can deal with it in minutes." Bourne could not help but frown. He knew too well that as an undercover agent, the most taboo thing was arrogance and recklessness, which would only lead to his own death. Just as he was about to give more advice, there was a squeaking sound of tracks rubbing against the ground outside the house. Bourne's face suddenly changed. As an intelligence officer, he was very familiar with this kind of sound. He carefully opened the blinds and peeked out, with a look of horror on his face. Seeing this, Willie hurried over and looked out the window. His eyes widened instantly. "Oh shit, it's Leopard 2. "No," the man in the hat said solemnly. "It's A7. "What?" The burly man was stunned for a moment and blurted out in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could such an advanced tank appear on a small island, especially in the hands of Kyushu people? It is simply unbelievable. Look for yourself." The man in the hat did not argue, but stepped aside. The burly man hurried forward and saw more than a dozen tanks slowly passing through the street, surrounded by a large number of fully armed soldiers. At this moment, a soldier who was moving with the tank suddenly looked in the direction of the burly man, and his eyes met his. The look was emotionless, but made the burly man's heart shrink suddenly, and he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the soldier did not take any further action, just exchanged glances and continued to move forward. It was not until this moment that the burly man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would all have died here. These soldiers have actually killed people. At this time, the low voice of the man in the hat came from the side. In their marching formation, it is obvious that they have been strictly trained. It is 100% certain that they are a well-trained army. The burly man no longer had his previous arrogance and responded with a serious face. "Which force are they from?" The two of them immediately ruled out Jiuzhou. After all, with Jiuzhou's current strength, it was impossible for it to possess such advanced weapons and equipment, and it would even be impossible to find a way to buy them. The man in the hat shook his head. The most important thing for us now is to pass on the information. I believe the headquarters will make a judgment. Hearing this, the burly man spread his hands and said helplessly, "But we can't send the news out now." The man in the hat said calmly, "Since the communication has been disrupted, let's send someone to tell them the news. No matter how powerful these guys are, they can only disrupt one island at most. I don't believe they can disrupt the entire sea area." Manga Empire, Walton City. In a distinctive building, a charming woman in a work skirt and high heels came to the door in office, knocked twice, and then walked in. There was an old man with white hair and a dignified look sitting behind a desk. The woman walked up to him, put a document in front of him, and said, "This is the intelligence just sent by the Satellite Monitoring Bureau." During their routine reconnaissance of the Lai Durong Islands, they suddenly discovered that Lai Durong had disappeared. The white-haired old man frowned, picked up his glasses from the side, put them on, and began to carefully read the documents. The woman continued to report. The Monitoring Bureau initially thought it was a satellite failure and called in several other satellites for observation, but the result was still blank. They even mobilized the star refining system for observation, but the result still the same. The white-haired old man asked in a deep voice, "What do our intelligence personnel in the Lai Durong Islands say?" The woman replied, "Communications from Lai Durong have been completely cut off. We can't contact anyone at all." At this moment, the white-haired old man realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stood up and ordered, "Notify the Strategic Command immediately and ask them to send out a reconnaissance plane. Conduct on-site investigation." The woman nodded in response, turned around, and twisted her waist to leave the office. Zhuzhou Empire, Shanghai City. In a two-story villa in the back garden of the garrison, Li Shicheng was sitting in the study on the second floor reviewing official documents. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the stairs, and then a white-haired old man walked in. "Master, Chen Taian is back." "Yes." Li Shicheng didn't even raise his head and just responded lightly. The old man hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Master, Lai Durong is outside the law after all. Should we send a few people to protect the young master?" Li Shicheng paused with the pen in his hand and slowly raised his head. "Uncle Fu, are you teaching me how to do things?" Uncle Fu trembled and immediately bent down. "I dare not. I'm just worried that the young master is going on this long journey to serve the Li family. If something unexpected happens..." "Enough." Li Shicheng interrupted him coldly and snorted impatiently. "He is just a bastard. Since he has been admitted into the Li clan, he must be prepared to shed blood and sacrifice for the clan. Moreover, I have arranged a good job for him. Major General of the Empire, Lord of the vassal state. What honor. What else is he not satisfied with? I don't know him anything." The impatience in Li Shicheng's tone made Fu Bo realize that it was useless for him to say more. He could only bow his head and respond respectfully, "Master, you are right. I am the old servant who has overstepped my authority." Li Shicheng saw that Uncle Fu admitted his mistake, and his expression softened a little. It was obvious that Uncle Fu still had a certain position in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this matter again. You can leave." Uncle Fu bowed again and quietly left the study. When he walked downstairs and arrived at the door of the villa, he sighed, "Ah, the master has really changed." Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "People always change." Uncle Fu was startled and turned around to see a lieutenant colonel in military uniform striding out of the house. He said gloomily, "For the sake of one son, he forced another son into a desperate situation. Our Marquis is no longer the Marquis he used to be." Uncle Fu sighed. "It's too late to say anything now. I just hope that the eldest young master will be lucky and survive. Unfortunately, the master no longer trusts us two old guys. Otherwise, we can still do our part, at least to repay the lady for her kindness back then." Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel's face turned pale, but he soon lowered his head like a deflated ball, his back hunched, and said bitterly, "We are just two servants. How can we be qualified to help? Now we can only pray that the young master is safe." Alas, poor child. The two fell silent, each immersed in their own thoughts. Lai Durong Islands. Li Jin naturally didn't know that many people in the distance were worried about him. He was playing with a gold brick weighing 1 kilogram with joy. "This thing is really heavy." He muttered softly, "How much is it?" Songhai immediately replied, "In Long Xingwu's house, a total of 72 gold bricks were found, in addition to 12 golden winter melons weighing 10 kilograms, and 58.73 million Meijin in cash. Li Jin was surprised when he heard this. Is there something wrong with Long Shangwu? How could he keep so much cash at home? Song Hai explained, Sir, I've already asked. This Long Shangwu has a habit of counting money. He can't fall asleep without counting it before going to bed every day. He even built a safe in his bedroom. All this money was found from there. Li Jin laughed loudly upon hearing this. This is a good habit. I like it. What about Qing Tianing? Did you find anything? Song Hai shook his head and said, No, we only found a few 100,000 plum gold in his home. Li Jin nodded. This was normal. Only someone with a mental disorder like Long Shangwu would pile up all his belongings at home. However, according to Li Jin's judgment, Qing Tianing probably couldn't save much money, at most about the same as Long Shangwu. He was just a branch leader, and the big money must have been taken away by the higher-ups. At this time, Song Hai continued to report, Sir, my assault brigade has followed your order and thoroughly cleared the entire Bougainvillea city. We are currently sorting out the detailed data, and I believe it will be sorted out and reported soon. Li Jin nodded with satisfaction, but the next second, his expression suddenly froze. He suddenly thought of a fatal question. System, what if the weapons and equipment you gave me are discovered by others? Will it cause trouble? Ding, please rest assured, host. All weapons and equipment that have appeared in this world have formal military sales contracts and are fully documented. If necessary, the host can extract them from the system space by himself. When Li Jin heard the system say that the weapons he had drawn all had formal military sales contracts, he felt relieved and secretly admired the system for its thorough consideration. As for how the system did this, Li Jin didn't care. After all, if even the system already had it, what was this? As soon as he let go of the thought, Li Jin suddenly felt refreshed and energetic. At this moment, Song Hai hurried in. Sir, Liu called and said that a reconnaissance plane suddenly appeared over Liderong Island and was flying around the island. Li Jin's expression suddenly tensed up. What was supposed to come finally came, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly that he didn't even have time to prepare himself mentally. Just as his mind was in a mess, a familiar voice sounded again. Ding, please be informed, the system task has been released. Then, a line of clear fonts appeared in his mind. System mission. Resolve the crisis. Detailed explanation. An RC-135V strategic reconnaissance aircraft of the Malaysia Empire appeared in the host's airspace for unknown reasons and is conducting all-round reconnaissance. Please handle it properly. The system will give different rewards based on the host's performance. A reconnaissance plane from the Malaysia Empire. Li Jin's heart was shocked. That was the world's #1 superpower, known as the world's police. How should he respond? At this moment, Li Jin repeatedly asked himself in his heart, since Meliga's reconnaissance plane has appeared here, it means that the other party has probably noticed something unusual. Otherwise, how could they come so quickly? So, has it been exposed? Li Jin's eyes turned cold. He raised his head suddenly and ordered Song Hai. Telegram Liu, shoot it down. Song Hai's expression became serious, and he saluted immediately. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, on the bridge of the Kyushu, Liu received Li Jin's order. He immediately picked up the communicator and said in a deep voice, Combat alert. The alarm sounded throughout the cruiser in an instant, and the officers and soldiers who had been on standby immediately became tense. In the combat command room, a hurried report came from the radar position. Captain, an enemy plane was spotted in the southeast direction. Distance, 23. Altitude, 8,000. Liu immediately ordered. I order the air defense system to destroy the enemy plane. As his order was delivered, the bridge suddenly became busy. The fire control radar on the top quickly rotated and locked onto the southeast direction. Then, another report came from the fire control position. Target found. Target locked. Liu gave the order firmly. Fire the missile. Fire. As he gave the order, the officers and soldiers at the launch position immediately pressed the red button. The vertical launch silo at the bow of the ship opened. A missile was ejected, and then thick white smoke spurted out from the tail, and it rushed into the sky in an instant. At the same time, 22 kilometers away from the island, a large reconnaissance plane was flying over the sea. Inside the cabin, various display instruments were densely packed, and dozens of male and female operators were working intensively. At this time, a female officer walked quickly to a tall colonel and said in a solemn voice, Colonel Linus, We have detected that as long as there is an electronic signal within a 22-kilometer radius of Liderong Island, it will disappear instantly and become completely blank. The entire Liderong is like invisible out of thin air, and there is no response from satellite and radar scans. She then showed a worried look. This situation is too strange and extremely dangerous for us. We should evacuate immediately. Otherwise, if the island really launches missiles, we won't even be able to warn them. However, Colonel Linus showed a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he didn't care about the female officer's worries. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who dared to open fire on them, unless they were crazy. But before he could speak, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the cabin. Before he could react, a missile had penetrated the fuselage and exploded violently. The roar instantly swept the entire cabin, and the huge shock wave and flames tore the entire reconnaissance plane apart, turning it into countless fragments and falling into the sea. In the warship's command room, the soldier at the radar position immediately reported loudly, "Captain, the target has been destroyed." Liu heard the report and smiled. Sent a message to the commander immediately. In the Shang family manor in Bougainvillea City, Li Jin sat in the lobby of the villa, looking somewhat gloomy. It was no longer important whether Liu succeeded or not. The key point was that they had completely attracted the attention of the Manga Empire. He originally wanted to stay hidden for a while, but plans didn't work out. But on second thought, it wasn't hard to understand why this place attracted so much attention. The place he was in now was probably already being watched by countless satellites. Although the system has blocked the entire area, this may instead increase suspicion. How could a perfectly good archipelago suddenly disappear, not attract attention? Despite this, Li Jin did not blame the system. On the contrary, he was grateful for this barrier. It was like putting on a layer of invisible armor, making it impossible for outsiders to figure out his details and dare not act rashly. The sound of hurried footsteps woke him up from his thoughts. Songhai walked quickly into the hall and saluted Li Jin. "Report to the commander. Captain Liu has successfully shot down the reconnaissance plane." Li Jin nodded slightly. After thinking about it just now, he calmed down a lot. He looked at Songhai seriously and asked, "Has the whole Bougainvillea city been controlled?" Songhai immediately straightened his back and said, "Report to the commander. The whole Bougainvillea city is completely under our control." Li Jin nodded. "Well, you immediately send someone to issue a notice saying that the Liderong Islands will be closed for 3 months, and no one is allowed to enter or leave during this period. Within 3 days, residents on the island can leave freely. After 3 days, the island will be officially closed." After hearing this, Songhai looked worried. "Sir, will this expose us?" Li Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. "If they don't leave, won't they be exposed? Just like today's reconnaissance plane incident, some countries may have discovered the anomaly. In this case, it is better to take the initiative. It will also prevent them from taking more radical actions." He finally sighed. What is coming will eventually come. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Li Jin's mind again. "Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Crisis. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it yourself." As soon as Li Jin heard the prompt that the task was completed, he immediately silently activated the system space. He saw a golden card floating in the space. Then, the relevant parameters of this card automatically appeared in his mind. Mission reward: Kirov-class cruiser supporting facilities. Tactical nuclear graphics card launcher. The detailed parameters of the launcher are as follows. Equipped with 3 GTX 690 tactical nuclear graphics cards. Adopts the point and hit autonomous guidance method. The maximum range can reach 5,000 kilometers. The maximum flight speed reaches Mach 30.8. The maximum power is only 1 tactical nuclear graphics card is enough to instantly destroy a standard aircraft carrier formation of the Malaysia Empire, including underwater weapons. Li Jin stared at the reward parameters. His heart was filled with excitement. This was the foundation for him to gain a foothold in this strange world. With these 3 trump cards, a sneer appeared on his lips. If the Melek dared to come and provoke him, he would not mind sending one as a greeting gift. "Sir, you don't have to worry too much." At this time, Songhai saw Li Jin sitting on the sofa in deep thought. He thought he was worried about the future, so he couldn't help but comfort him. "We have shielding light curtain protection, which is equivalent to blinding the enemy's eyes. Unless they directly send planes to bomb or use naval guns to attack, other guided weapons will be useless to us." Li Jin came back to his senses, looking at Song Hai's worried expression. He couldn't help but stand up, patted his shoulder, and said, "I'm not worried about this. I'm happy. From today on, we finally have some power to protect ourselves." Song Hai looked at Li Jin's sudden high morale and was surprised. He had always thought that they had the ability to protect themselves from the beginning. Report. At this moment, a soldier suddenly appeared at the door of the living room and reported loudly, "Sir, there's a man outside who claims to be the general manager of Megan Bank and wants to see you." Li Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. The Megan family's actions were indeed fast enough, and the news spread so quickly. "Let him in," he said. More than 10 minutes later, the soldier walked into the living room with an old white man in a well-dressed suit. As soon as the old white man entered the room, he saw Li Jin sitting firmly on the sofa, with no intention of getting up to greet him. However, the old man did not show any displeasure. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Mungto, general manager of the Liderong branch of Megan Bank, meeting Mr. Li." Li Jin looked at the polite, white old man in front of him, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Mungto, do you know me?" Unexpectedly, Mungto was very frank and answered seriously, "Of course I know him. I heard some time ago that the Jojo Empire would send people to Liderong to explore the way, so we naturally have to conduct some investigation." Li Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. The word exploring sounded particularly harsh in his ears. "Mr. Mungto, I wonder what your Megan family has found out?" he asked calmly. A smile appeared on Mungto's lips, and he slowly replied, "Li Jin is the son of Li Shicheng, Marquis of Jinghai in the Jojo Empire. His mother Meng Qi is from Taoqing Prefecture in Hebei Province. As for why you appear here..." He suddenly stopped halfway through his words and did not continue. Li Jin frowned. He didn't expect these white people to play hard to get, but a smile quietly rose at the corner of his mouth. Mungto had miscalculated. Li Jin was not a person who would rush to learn. For some things, it is not as satisfying to listen to others' words as to investigate them yourself. Mungto looked at Li Jin, who was sitting like a rock, and was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this young Oriental youth could be so calm and forbearing. "Okay, Mr. Mungto," Li Jin suddenly said, decisively changing the subject. "Tell me why you're here." This sudden change of subject startled Mungto again. He wanted to try a few more times, but he didn't expect the other party to not respond at all. The situation was clear, and Mungto had no more cards to play, so he had to tell the truth. "Mr. Li, I came here for only one thing. I hope you can continue to cooperate with us like the three major forces did before." Li Jin smiled slightly and said calmly, "Of course we can cooperate, but what can I get?" Hearing this, Mungto raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Li, perhaps you don't understand the strength of our Megan family. We dash. No need to say more." Li Jin interrupted him impatiently. "I don't have time to listen to your family's glorious history. I have the final say here. You just need to tell me what I can get." Mungto looked at the Oriental young man in front of him who didn't bite at all and was suddenly speechless. Doesn't this guy know the weight of the Megan family? If he can get their support, Li Jin will enjoy unimaginable conveniences that is something that many people dream of but can't ask for. However, the man in front of him had a calm and composed attitude, which made him extremely annoyed. Unfortunately, considering the special mission assigned by the family, he could not turn his face and leave. Mungto suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, if you are willing to cooperate with us, the Megan family is willing to give you a Global Centurion Black Gold card and a Megan Palladium card. We will transfer 100 million Megan Gold to this Palladium card every year. And, within our capabilities, we will do our best to assist you. An annual income of 100 million Megan Gold, plus the protection of the Megan family, is undoubtedly a heavy temptation." But what Mungto did not expect was that Li Jin still looked indifferent and only said, "Not enough." Mungto was so angry that he almost burst out. Did this guy treat him as a fool? But when he thought of the Patriarch's order, he could only suppress his anger and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Li, what do you want?" Li Jin smiled and said in a leisurely tone, "My request is very simple, 10 billion US dollars worth of gold." This sentence directly shocked Mungto. Gold worth 10 billion US dollars? Is this guy crazy? Or does he really think he can get such a high price? Before he could come to his senses, a soldier came to the door and reported, "Sir, a man who claims to be Mr. Mungto's subordinate wants to meet." Li Jin said calmly, "Let him in." After a while, A middle-aged white man hurried into the room and whispered something in Mungto's ear. Mungto immediately showed an unbelievable look after hearing it, and couldn't help but look at Li Jin again. The middle-aged man left after he finished speaking, while Mungto stared at Li Jin quietly, his eyes slightly complicated and even showed some admiration. After a moment, he slowly said, "Mr. Li, we are not unable to agree to your request." But Mungto suddenly changed the subject, looked at Li Jin sharply, and said, "If you want to get this 10 billion Meijin gold, Mr. Li, you still need to show your ability to prove that you are qualified to get this money. After all, our Megan family never does business at a loss." Li Jin was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered the appearance of the middle-aged man not long ago and immediately understood the whole story. In all likelihood, Mungto already knew that he had shot down the Manga reconnaissance plane. As for how the other party knew it, Li Jin had never underestimated the intelligence capabilities of these wealthy families. He even thought with some malice that perhaps the rulers of the Manga Empire had not received any news yet, but these big families had already known it. Li Jin immediately stood up and chuckled. "Then let's wait and see." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Send the guests out." At noon on March 26th, in the residence of the supreme leader of the Black Palace in Litton City, Josel, the ruler of the Manga Empire, was sitting in his office, staring intently at the screen of his mobile phone. If you look closer, you'll find that the screen shows a group of beautiful women in hot clothes singing and dancing. Suddenly, the sound of high heels came from far away, and then the office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged, beautiful woman in a black uniform walked in quickly. Joseph's expression remained unchanged, and he quickly turned his phone upside down on the desk and asked calmly, "Ms. Lena, what's the matter?" The middle-aged, beautiful woman looked serious and placed a document on the table in front of him. "Mr. President, this is a report just sent by the headquarters in the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun. One of their strategic reconnaissance aircraft was destroyed by a missile near the Lai Durong Islands." Josel's face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. "What did you say? Someone dared to attack our reconnaissance plane?" "You heard it right," Lena said in a deep voice. The reconnaissance plane was indeed destroyed. The investigation results showed that it was done by unknown armed forces on Lai Durong Island. Bang! Josel slammed the table and roared. What unknown forces? This was clearly done by the people of Kyushu. What on earth do they want to do? Do they want to start a third war? In his opinion, this was a naked provocation, which he absolutely could not tolerate. "Where's our nearest aircraft carrier strike group?" he asked sharply. Seeing that he was about to send out an aircraft carrier, Lena hurriedly advised, "Mr. General T, should we communicate with the parliament first?" Josel's face was gloomy, and he responded in a cold voice. "They shot down our reconnaissance plane, which is a declaration of war. In this emergency situation, I have the right to make any decision." After that, he looked at Lena's worried expression and chuckled. "Ms. Lena, please rest assured that I have no intention of declaring war on the Jojo Empire. This time, our target is only Lai Durong. They must pay the price for this." A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Perhaps we can take this opportunity to completely control Lai Durong." As for the reaction of the Jojo Empire, Josel did not take it to heart. He waved his hand. "Okay, Ms. Lena, as my security consultant, you only need to complete your job." Lena noticed that he was getting impatient and immediately added, "The closest to the Lai Durong Islands is the Meetsi battle group near the Kingdom of Sulu. They're carrying out a mission in that area." Hearing this, Josel turned around and picked up the microphone. "Chief of Staff Willis." Soon, the call was connected. He said, "General Willis, I understand the situation. Isn't our USS Mize nearby? Send them out to deal with this matter. I now grant you full authority to completely eliminate the terrorists on Ritteron Island." Lai Durong Island, Bougainvillea City, Lai Durong Lord's Mansion, the former merchant manor, now taken over by Li Jin. At this time, in the largest villa in the Lord's Mansion, more than a dozen men and women in suits stood nervously in the hall. One of the middle-aged men in his 30s carefully handed a document to Li Jin, who was sitting on the sofa. "Mr. Li, this is the detailed list of all the assets in Shang Minghai's hands. In addition, I have opened an account for you at Ruishi Bank and transferred all 2.6 billion Meijin into it." Li Jin nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "Tell me, how much assets does Shang Minghai have?" As soon as he finished speaking, an intellectual middle-aged woman came forward. "Mr. Li, I am Su Liar, the financial advisor of Shangminghai. The most valuable asset of Shangminghai is 10% of the shares of Freeport Mining Group, with a market value of 10.8 billion Meiji. Li Jin was shocked. 800 million, what kind of company is this? How could it be so valuable? Seeing his confusion, Solaire quickly added, Freeport Mining Group is one of the world's largest producers of thermal coal, aluminum, and copper, with a total market value of over 100 billion. Li Jin nodded thoughtfully. Solaire continued to introduce. There is also the Capella International Hotel Group. Merchants hold 90% of the shares, with a market value of about 16 billion Meiji. She elaborated. The group is centered on creating world-class luxury hotels and resorts. It is one of the world's leading high-end hotel brands and currently has 37 hotels around the world. In addition, there is Lai Durong Company, which is involved in almost every field in Lai Durong Islands, including water, electricity, life services, etc. It can even be said that the real estate in the entire Bougainvillea city is controlled by this company. This is one of the most profitable businesses for merchants, with annual revenue of billions of megacoins. The billions of income made Li Jin's heart move, but he soon frowned. He knew very well that behind these fortunes there might be blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, controlling Lai Durong. Reward system summoning opportunities. 2. Reward system gold bars. 10,000. Ding! The reward has been sent to the system page. Please check it yourself. Li Jin's eyes suddenly flashed. It seemed that Songhai had completed the mission. At this time, Sulaire said again, in addition to these shares, the merchant also has 24 properties and a 20,000-acre Meliga manor. Li Jin was secretly shocked. How much money did this merchant make with Lai Durong support? No wonder the Megan family attaches so much importance to this place. Mr. Li, we have completed the preliminary procedures for these assets. The remaining part will take at least half a month to complete. Li Jin nodded and said, You have done a good job. I'm very satisfied. He looked up at Solaire and the others who were relieved to receive the affirmation and said with a smile, Are you willing to stay and continue to work for me? I can increase your original salary by 20%. Li Jin naturally understood the principle of 1,000 gold coins to buy a horse's bones. At this time, he was in need of people, so he naturally did not hesitate to spend money. When Su Liar and others heard that they could get a 20% salary increase, they were immediately moved. They were not like the Orientals who valued the grace of being recognized and appreciated. They only followed one principle. Whoever feeds you is your mother. Li Jin was willing to continue using these people because Songhai had warned him that special industries have special rules, and unless they face life threats, the boss's death, or huge temptations, these people generally will not betray their original employers. Once they betray, their careers will be ruined, and they may even have a stain that can never be washed away. In Li Jin's opinion, it wouldn't make much difference to replace new people. It would be better to use those who are familiar with the operation of the industry to avoid many detours. Clarence, the chief legal counsel of the merchant, was the first to express his excitement. Mr. Li, I am willing to work for you. I'm willing to work for you, Mr. Li, followed closely by Su Liar. The others also echoed. Li Jin immediately smiled and ordered the guards to take them away and settle them down. Not long after these people left, Songhai rushed in, stood at attention and saluted, and then reported, Sir, the entire city of Bougainvillea has been checked. Chapter 13. Treat people differently based on their situation. Has the data for Bougainvillea City come out? Li Jin suddenly became excited. If he wanted to plan for the future, he naturally had to know what he had so that he could prescribe the right medicine. Pity. There is no government in the Lai Durong Islands, and people like Shangminghai are only concerned with making money, so they only have a general idea of the situation in Lai Durong. As for what is said on the internet, it is even more unreliable. They're all old data from decades ago and have no value at all. Li Jin couldn't wait to say, Tell me now. Songhai directly opened the folder in his hand and said, Sir, according to our statistics, there are a total of 288,000 people on the entire Lai Durong Island. Among them, there are 108,000 permanent residents. The other 180,000 people are tourists. There are 96,000 permanent residents living in Bougainvillea City, mostly working in the service industry in downtown shops. Other residents live scattered in the northeastern plains, mainly growing fruits and fishing. In addition, Lai Durong Island also has an airport that can take off and land large aircraft, and a large port that can dock 10,000-ton ships. But these two places were built by the Megan family, and the control is in their hands. Li Jin frowned slightly, but said nothing. He raised his head and motioned for Song Hai to continue. Sir, there's another problem. The Liderong Islands produce almost no food. Almost 99% of the food needs to be purchased from overseas. According to our statistics, Liderong only has enough food to last for 15 days. The import of this grain is also handled by the transport fleet in the Megan family port. But this transport fleet left the port last night, and its whereabouts are unknown. Li Jin couldn't help rubbing his brows. Although Liderong couldn't see the Megan family, they were everywhere. Liderong is an island. As long as the transportation and food are controlled, no matter who comes, I am afraid that no one will be able to cause any big waves. After all, with the capabilities of the Megan family, there are probably very few people in this world who dare to offend them. But Li Jin immediately sneered. Others are afraid of the Megan family. He is not afraid. He already had nothing to lose. A bachelor, the worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. What's more, he has the system, so other people's difficulties are just a piece of cake in his eyes. Only Li Jin's eyes flickered, and suddenly he slammed the table and stood up and said, Song Hai, pass the order down and have our army take over the airport, port, and bank immediately. He has thought it through. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. The more afraid you are, the more aggressive the enemy will become. Just like what a great man in his previous life said, one punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Now he had no choice but to take the initiative and fight to win. Strengthen your own strength, defeat the enemy, and gain the upper hand. Only by scaring the enemy and making them want to fight but dare not do so can we gain the initiative. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking for a small ant like him to shake a towering tree. Song Hai was also confused by Li Jin's order for a moment and couldn't help asking, Sir, you are not with that Mungto. Li Jin smiled slightly. You have to understand that a deposit is required for a deal. Otherwise, who knows if they will go back on their word. I think Mr. Mongto has forgotten that it is very rude to bother others for such a small matter. Let's just take it ourselves and save ourselves the trouble. I'm sure Mr. Mongto will understand. Song Hai agreed with what Li Jin said and said, Sir, you are right. This is your territory. How dare they build a port and airport on your territory without your permission? I really don't take you seriously. Not only will we confiscate it, we will also demand payment for the land lease fees over the past few decades. Don't let them get away with it. Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but take a closer look at Song Hai, then smiled and stood up, patted Song Hai on the shoulder, and said, You are worthy of being my Li Jin's soldier. Song Hai was suddenly flattered by Li Jin's praise and saluted. Sir, I'll send people to take over the port and the bank right now. No need to be so anxious. Li Jin waved his hand and asked, Have those tourists been arranged to leave? Song Hai said solemnly, Sir, although the barrier protects our safety, it also blocks all electronic signals, and there is no Kyushu communication company here. Only a few tablets in the store have Kyushu cards inserted, so they can be used. Due to signal restrictions, all communication and navigation facilities at the airport have lost their function and the plane cannot take off at all. However, airplanes cannot be used, but cruise ships can. Although these cruise ships are also affected, they can still sail without signals. If these people want to leave, they can only take a ship. But there are only 10 ocean liners in the entire Liderong, which can only transport 50,000 to 60,000 tourists. Li Jin didn't expect it to be so troublesome. He couldn't help but frown and said, Besides these cruise ships, are there any other ocean-going ships? Yes, Song Hai said hurriedly. The merchant has two 10,000-ton RORO ships at the port, which are specially used to transport vehicles. It can transport at least tens of thousands of people. Li Jin hesitated for a moment after hearing this and said, Then pack up these two RORO ships and transport away all those who don't want to stay here. Remember, ordinary tourists don't need any money. But one thing is that you must leave all the precious metals such as gold and silver to me. We can buy it at the highest price. Although Li Jin wanted to make money, he understood one thing very well, that is, popularity. Only with popularity can there be development. If his reputation is ruined, I don't know how long it will take to rebuild it. So, some money is not earned. Anyway, he doesn't care about the little money these people have, and he has already thought of other ways to make money. Songhai, apart from these ordinary tourists, what about those underground forces? When Songhai heard Li Jin asking about those extremely heinous things, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Sir, only some of the small minions are willing to buy their lives with money, but those powerful ones are very stubborn and don't respond to our requests at all. It seems that they have calculated that we will not kill them. In my opinion, these people should just be shot." Upon hearing this, Li Jin rolled his eyes at Songhai and said, "Shit, if you kill them all, who will I get the money from? Do you know that they are our god of wealth now? Besides, the forces behind these people are complicated and intertwined. They might be some big forces or relatives of someone. If we kill them all, we will become the target of public criticism. The road ahead will be narrow." Although emotionally Li Jin wanted to kill them all, rationally speaking, this was an extraordinary period and the fewer enemies, the better. Songhai said helplessly, "Sir, what should we do now?" Li Jin sneered, "Don't worry, I will let them pay the money." Li Jin took a deep breath and said, "Songhai, pass the order down. From today on, the Liderong Autonomous Region will be established. Use the radio to spread the word immediately. From today on, we will use the name of the Dominion when dealing with foreign affairs." Songhai's expression suddenly became serious. "Yes, sir." Just when Songhai was about to leave, Li Jin stopped him and said, "When you broadcast, add one more sentence to say that because of the establishment of the autonomous region, the Melaga people have sent out a fleet. By then, these people will leave on their own without you having to persuade them. Maybe we can even make a fortune. And let all those stubborn people go. Aren't they amazing? Everywhere is blocked now. If they want to leave, they can only buy tickets from us. Tell the ticket seller that if these people want to board the ship, the ticket will be 1 million per ticket, with a minimum of 10 tickets. If you can't even come up with this little money, you're probably not a big force. Just give it to me. There's just one thing. You guys just act according to your circumstances and treat people as you please." As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Furious." Chapter 14. Reactions from various countries. Hidden mission? Furious? Li Jin was stunned for a moment by the system's prompt sound. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, please be informed. This mission is a hidden mission. The system reward is one of 4 choices." As soon as the system's voice fell, a light screen appeared in front of Li Jin's eyes. Reward 1. The area of Liderong Island has doubled. Reward 2. Reward gold bar, 200,000. Reward 3. Global Positioning Navigation System, Clairvoyance. Reward 4. Personal Intermediate Firearms Proficiency. Li Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the reward given by the system. Triple the size of the island. Personal Firearms Mastery. What a cool operation this was. Li Jin couldn't help but wonder if he was playing a game. He did not choose a reward immediately, but asked, "System, what does this hidden mission mean?" "Bing, that's what it means. When the host does something or says something, there is a certain chance that a hidden task will be triggered and a generous reward will be obtained. Ding, hidden tasks are uncertain and accidental. The host needs to explore on his own. The system cannot provide any help." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze to the screen. Which one should he choose? Kyushu Empire, Imperial Capital, the Republic Hall of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Emperor Li Yi was standing in front of the Imperial desk, writing with his brush. At this time, an attendant walked quickly to the Imperial desk and said, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and Marshal Lin are outside the palace, asking for an audience." Li Yi was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he regained his composure and said, "Please let them in." After a while, a white-haired old man with brisk steps walked in with a burly old man in military uniform. The white-haired old man in the lead leaned forward slightly. "His Majesty." The burly old man also raised his hand and saluted. Li Yi smiled and walked around the imperial desk with the two of them to a reception room next to it. After the guests and hosts were seated, Li Yizai asked, "What is the matter with the Prime Minister coming to see me?" The white-haired old man, Song Lian, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, turned his gaze to the old man in military uniform. The old man in military uniform was none other than Marshal Yun Shao, the first Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Supreme Command. Yun Shao immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, the military has just received news that the Meet-Sea aircraft carrier battle group deployed by the Manga Empire near the Sulu Kingdom suddenly left. After asking, Li Yi couldn't help but smile and said, "Isn't this a good thing?" Yun Zhao's expression slightly condensed, and he said, "The place they are going is the direction of the Lai Durong Islands." The smile on Li Yi's face froze, and then his brows frowned. "What's the news from Lai Durong?" Yun Zhao paused and said, "Lai Durong disappeared." "Disappeared?" Li Yi was shocked. Yun Zhao nodded and said, "To be precise, it disappeared from the radar and satellite." Li Yi raised his eyebrows. "What's going on?" Yun Zhao said, "After the abnormality appeared, we immediately contacted our intelligence personnel on Lai Durong Island. According to their investigation, all communications on Lai Durong Island have been blocked since yesterday. Only our national communication system can be used." "This is interesting." Li Yi smiled and said, "My marshal, you have found out the reason." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Song Lian. "Prime Minister, I remember you sent a lord to Lai Durong." Song Lian slowly stood up and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. Without your seal, our cabinet has no power to appoint lords." Li looked at Song Lian with a serious face and couldn't help but smile. "Prime Minister, what you did is not fair. You let a little guy wade into such deep waters and don't even give him any benefits." Song Lian bowed slightly. "Your Majesty is wrong. I did not do anything. They recommended themselves, and I just went along with it." Li Yi seemed to have no intention of arguing, and immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, Prime Minister." Then he turned his head and looked at Yun Zhao and said, "Marshal Yun, if you have any other findings, please tell us." Yun Zhao said seriously, "Your Majesty, our intelligence personnel have discovered that an armed force has suddenly appeared on Lai Durong Island and has taken control of the island. According to our intelligence personnel, this armed force is controlled by Li Jin, and it's equipped with a large number of advanced weapons. There are Leopard A7 and Longbow Apache. Just now, Li Jin has announced the establishment of Lai Durong Autonomous Territory, with him as the Lord." Li's expression suddenly became serious. At this time, Song Lian said solemnly, "Marshal Yun is checked. Shanghai's troops have not been mobilized. Li Jing doesn't have the courage to do that. We don't even have the ability to make so many advanced weapons." Li frowned and asked, "Where did this army come from? Mercenary? Or a security company?" Yun Zhao shook his head and said, "There are only a few people who can be equipped with such top-notch weapons. They have never sent anyone to me. In addition, we have also investigated this Li Jin. He grew up in China, and there is nothing special about him." After Li asked, he couldn't help but look at Song Lian. Song Lian didn't show any emotion and said calmly, "Your Majesty, all we can do now is wait and see what happens." Li Yi frowned immediately, obviously unwilling to accept Song Lian's answer. "General Yun, didn't you just say that communications with the Lai Durong Islands have been cut off? Shouldn't Melika find out the situation first? Why are they in such a hurry?" Yun Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Li Jin shot down Melika's reconnaissance plane with a missile." Li Yi was stunned and looked at Song Lian. Song Lian was also stunned at this time. "You said this little guy fought with Melika?" Yun Zhao nodded affirmatively. "It has been confirmed." Li Yi and Song Lian's expressions suddenly became solemn. This is no longer an ordinary provocation. To put it more seriously, it is an act of war. No wonder Melika directly dispatched a battle group over there. "Marshal Yun, what do you think?" Li Yi asked in a deep voice. Yun Zhao straightened up reflexively and said loudly, "I have only one opinion. We must not let the Melika people succeed." Li Yi cast his gaze towards Song Lian, who shook his head and said, "I don't recommend a conflict with them. We are not ready yet. Once something happens, our decades of hard work could be ruined in an instant. The overall situation is important." After hearing what Song Lian said, Yun Zhao wanted to refute, but the last 4 words made him silent. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. At this time, Li Yi suddenly laughed, stood up, and said, "But you make the atmosphere so solemn. How can a war be so easy to start? We care about them, so don't they care about us? Although Lai Durong is not our inherent territory, it is also our vassal. How can we remain indifferent? My opinion is to use movement to break. We can just send a fleet nearby to stage a show." Yun Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, "I agree." Li Yi and Yin Xiao couldn't help but look at Song Lian. Song Lian pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. I agree. Yin Xiao seemed to be afraid that the two would go back on their word, so he immediately said, No delay. Prime Minister, please give me a warrant. I will do it immediately after your majesty seals it. As for what would happen if Manga used force again after the fleet was sent out, the three of them tacitly said nothing. After Song Lian wrote the order and Li Yi stamped it, Yin Xiao left excitedly with the order. Just when Song Lian was about to say goodbye, Li Yi suddenly said, Prime Minister, please send someone to bring Li Jin's imperial edict over here later. After I use the seal, please send it to the personnel office for filing. Song Lian was stunned for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, he saluted and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 15 Scorpion Special Forces. Liderong Island, Bougainvillea City, Megan Harbor. Li Jin looked at the endless stream of people boarding the ship at the port, turned his head, and asked Song Hai, who was standing behind him, What happened to those people who were planning to fight us to the death? When Song Hai heard Li Jin's question, he hurried forward and said, Sir, as soon as I spread the news that we were going to set up a lord government, these people panicked. Without saying a word, each of them paid 5 million for the boat ticket. 5 million? Li Jin couldn't help but ask in surprise. Didn't I say 1 million per ticket? Song Hai touched his head a little embarrassedly. I just thought that it was a one-time deal, so I didn't care how much he wanted, so I just increased the price 5-fold. Li Jin slapped his forehead speechlessly. They gave it to me so easily. Song Hai hurriedly said, Yes, sir. They didn't say anything. When they heard they could leave, they transferred the money without saying anything. They looked very happy. Li Jin was stunned. Could it be that there was less? Then he understood the reason. These people probably knew the importance of Liderong. If Li Jin suddenly wanted to establish an autonomous region here, those countries that were eyeing him would probably be the first to disagree. If a real fight breaks out, they will be in great danger if they stay here. Now that Li Jin asks them to leave, they're more than happy to do so. This was actually a plan of Li Jin. The only thing he calculated wrong. These guys are really rich. Li Jin couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Looking at the fleet that had already sailed away, he wished he could have the Kyushu stop them and extort some more money from them. But his heart calmed down immediately. With the system in place, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. How many people are still on the island? Song Hai said, There are less than 60,000 people. Li Jin nodded and looked at the vast sea. Everything will be fine in the future. After saying that, he took a deep breath and said, How was the military port I asked you to find going? Upon hearing this, Song Hai immediately took out a map and said, Sir, look here. This is Lai Dirong's largest natural harbor. The entire harbor is surrounded by a peninsula and has only one outlet to the sea, just like an inner lake. Song Hai pointed to the sea between two long stretches of land a few kilometers away and said, Sir, that's the only entrance to the natural harbor. It's a good natural harbor. Once it's built well, it can berth more than a dozen warships. And this is just the inner harbor. And the outer harbor, which is where we are now. Song Hai pointed to the sea in front of him and said, This is the seaport built by the Megan family. Then he pointed to a breakwater stretching westwards for an unknown distance. This breakwater is 5 kilometers long and 50 meters wide at its narrowest point. It was built by the Megan family using a dozen coral reef islands. It just covers the sea area of almost 20 square kilometers, forming an outer harbor. Li Jin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This Megan family has done a great thing for us. Then he asked in his mind, System, can I move the base? Ding. Please be informed that fixed items only have 2 opportunities to adjust and select. The host has used it once, and there is only 1 migration opportunity left. Does the host use it? Li Jin said without hesitation. Use. As soon as he finished speaking, a map of Liderong Island appeared in front of him. Li Jin saw the egg-shaped inland sea surrounded by land and peninsula. Move the general port and infantry brigade camp here for me. As soon as Li Jin's idea came out, a yellow spot on the light curtain instantly flew from the south of the island to a coast of the egg-shaped inland sea. Ding! The migration has been completed. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. The naval port was too easy to be discovered in the open sea. Now that it had been moved to this secret place in the inland sea, its safety would be greatly increased. Let's go back to the base. 10 minutes later, Li Jin and his party finally returned to the Commando Brigade headquarters building. Li Jin sat down on the sofa, looking at the calm sea outside the window. 1,000 meters beyond the sea was a protruding peninsula. There were no mountains or hills, just a wasteland and dense forest. He could even reach the endless sea behind the peninsula. Magnificent. It's refreshing. System, do I have 2 more chances to summon? Ding. Does the host want to use a summoning opportunity? Use. Ding. Please wait for a moment. The system is calling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Scorpion Special Operations Squadron. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Reward Call of Duty, Scorpion Squadron, from World of Call of Duty. Squadron Leader, Zemo. Members, 36 Special Forces members, 72 Reserve Special Forces members, and a number of logistics personnel. Equipment, a special squadron camp. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. The Special Forces were exactly the sharp weapon he needed now. System, I want to continue summoning. Host, please wait a moment. The system is calling. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a Virginia-class nuclear attack submarine. Then the light curtain unfolded again. Reward summon, Virginia-class nuclear submarine, USS Thor, from World of Warships. Equipment, the latest submarine-launched X-51 hypersonic cruise missile, flying speed Mach 7. In addition, a small submarine base was given to all crew members. Li Jin couldn't help showing a look of surprise, but then he showed regret. Although this thing is a nuclear submarine, but it is not on the same level as strategic nuclear submarines and is not equipped with nuclear warheads. But it's better than nothing. In fact, Li Jin had looked around in the store from the beginning. Although the store had everything and the weapons were as vast as the ocean, some things were incredibly expensive. Just like the Zuin fighter, one costs 880,000 gold bars, and weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear warheads are even more expensive. I don't know how the rules of the Treasury store are formulated. Any nuclear warhead with the smallest yield will cost millions of gold bars. How can he afford it? Even if you can afford it, it is too expensive and has a low cost-effectiveness, which is far less cost-effective than completing tasks. Thinking of this, Li Jin suddenly remembered something. He immediately opened the treasure house door in his mind and wrote the word food in the search box. But to his disappointment, a blank page was displayed. He couldn't help but frown. He thought he could find a way to solve Lai Durong's food shortage from the system so that he would not be controlled by others in the future. But he was obviously overthinking it, just when Li Jin was about to think of other ways. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly typed the word military rations into the search box. The scene suddenly changed, and a wide variety of products appeared on the page. Flour, rice, bread, meat, eggs, etc. are all available. There are even wheat and corn kernels. Li Jin clicked on the wheat icon, and a purchase page popped up immediately, which clearly showed high-quality wheat, 1 gold bar / 40 tons. Chapter 16, Heaven and Earth Collapse. Li Jin's eyes widened immediately. 1 gold bar can buy 40 tons of high-quality wheat? He couldn't help but wipe his eyes and look again. Then he became excited. 1 gold bar in the system is equivalent to 20 grams of gold, which is about 9,000 yuan. By this calculation, 1 kilogram of grain costs just over 0.2 yuan, which is almost 10 times lower than a market price. He quickly looked at the meat. Premium beef, 2.5 tons / gold bar. Premium pork, 10 tons / gold bar. Premium mutton, 3.0 tons / gold bar. Li Jin was so happy that he didn't know what to say. With these cheap systems to supply food, even if Lai Durong does not produce food, no one could strangle him. It really fits the old saying, as long as you have food at home, you won't be worried. Li Jin's last bit of worry was gone. Now, as long as he could get through the current troubles, he could focus on developing his territory. Ding! Host, please pay attention. The 5th system task has been released. Host, please check it as soon as possible. Li Jin was stunned. The mission came so soon? His expression immediately turned serious, because every time the system issued a task, there was danger. At this time, a light screen appeared in front of Li Jin. Mission: a hostile country is eyeing your territory and has taken action. Please take immediate action to prevent the tragedy from happening. Rewards: the system will give rewards based on the host's response measures and results. Looking at the words on the screen, Li Jin's expression suddenly became solemn. It doesn't take much to guess who wants to cause trouble for him the most at this time. How will Manga deal with him? It's nothing more than sea or air. As for the threat from the air, he was not worried because of the Kyushu cruiser. As for the threats from the sea, Manga won't send an aircraft carrier fleet over, right? Li Jin's heart skipped a beat. Although he had a weapon to destroy an aircraft carrier, there was a prerequisite. He had to be able to find the location of the aircraft carrier. But the ocean is so vast and boundless. How can it be so easy to discover? If it could be discovered easily, wouldn't it become a sitting duck? Who would want to build it again? Li Jin was a military fan in his previous life, and he also read relevant information. The only way to detect an aircraft carrier fleet is to dispatch reconnaissance aircraft and early warning aircraft. But the reconnaissance range of early warning aircraft is limited. Especially since the aircraft carrier fleet also has early warning aircraft, the enemy may have already discovered you before you find the enemy. Of course, the most important thing is, although the treasury shop sells these things, the shop only sells weapons, and there is no one, so he won't be able to find someone to operate these weapons in a short time. In addition to these two types, it is the ground wave over-the-horizon radar equipped on the Kyushu. But due to the altitude limitation, the search distance for the sea surface is only 200 to 300 kilometers. As for the attack submarine he had just summoned, the Greedy Wolf, its sonar range was only about 100 kilometers. Asking them to search for an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, he was also reluctant to send Jojo and Tanling out. The other thing is satellite. Radar imaging satellites and ocean surveillance satellites can accurately locate aircraft carriers, but to conduct all-weather monitoring of the world's oceans, at least thousands of satellites must be deployed. This is also the reason why so many people paid so much attention to Starlink in the past. This is also unrealistic for Li Jin. So, Li Jin's eyes suddenly wavered, and he said, Skywave radar. Although Skywave radar has various shortcomings, it can detect targets within 1,000 to 4,000 kilometers. It is also cheap and easy to operate, and you can just transfer people from the assault brigade. For Li Jin, it is a perfect combination of good quality and low price. Do what you say. Li Jin quickly found a Skywave radar in the treasure shop. Wind God, I Skywave over the horizon radar. The main radar component is 1,200 meters long and 30 meters high. The effective detection range is 4,000 kilometers, and it can conduct all-weather detection of stealth aircraft, surface ships, submarines, etc. Note, this radar can only detect targets within 300 to 4,000 kilometers. Targets within 300 kilometers need to be monitored in conjunction with ground wave radar and early warning aircraft. Price, 50,000 gold bars. 50,000 gold bars. Li Jin felt a little painful for a moment. He completed so many tasks and only earned 110,000 gold bars, and half of it was gone in an instant. But Li Jin was just feeling the pain, and he still knew what was important and what was not. I immediately clicked to buy and then selected a location to place it. As for whether it would be discovered, Li Jin planned to deploy it in the south, which was separated from the north by mountains, and Bougainvillea City could not be seen at all. As long as some time has passed, it doesn't matter if people find out about it again. You can then say that you built it yourself. Thinking of this, Li Jin slapped his head. It seemed that he still had a reward of 4 choices that he hadn't touched. In fact, Li Jin has already thought about what he wants. What is the most expensive thing these days? Land is the most expensive, but he still has some doubts, although Lai Zhurong Island is now covered by invisible mode. What can I do next? What would he say when his stealth mode wore off and the Lai Zhurong Islands suddenly doubled in size? System, the island has suddenly doubled in size. Will it attract other people's attention? Li Jin couldn't help but ask in his mind. Ding, please be informed, host, when the island expands, there will be violent crustal movement in the surrounding seas, so that the expansion of the island has a scientific basis. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Ding, please inform the host that the increased territory of Lai Zhurong Island will rise from the eastern and western seas. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately said, I choose the first reward. Ding, rewards are being distributed. As soon as the system's voice sounded in his mind, Li Jin felt the ground shaking violently, and Li Jin was so scared that he quickly grabbed the windowsill. The calm sea outside the window was now also filled with huge waves. The huge waves seemed to be hundreds of meters high, and Li Jin's legs couldn't help but tremble. System, what's going on? Ding, please be informed, host. All this is caused by the movement of the Earth's crust. Please rest assured, the things and creatures summoned and rewarded by the system will not be affected. The host does not need to worry. Li Jin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then he became nervous. What about Bougainvillea City? Ding, Bougainvillea City will suffer some damage because it is not within the protection range of the system. Li Jin couldn't help but fall silent when he heard this. With such violent crustal movement, it would be unreasonable if there was nothing unusual in Bougainvillea City. For the sake of the future, we can only let them suffer. Even Li Jin had an idea in his mind. This is not a bad thing. After the disaster, he appeared in Bougainvillea City as a savior and was able to win the hearts of a large number of people. I don't know how much time has passed. The earth finally stopped shaking, and a voice appeared in Li Jin's mind. Ding, please be informed, host, today is the Double 12 Promotion Carnival in the system world. Double the reward. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. New Lida, Rhone Island. The total area is 3,680 square kilometers. It is 128 kilometers long from north to south and 38 kilometers wide from east to west. Except for the northern and western parts, the terrain remains unchanged. The eastern and southern coasts are all steep cliffs, and the sea surface is also covered with reefs, forming a natural defense zone. At this time, the system's voice sounded again in my mind. Due to the big promotion, the system is giving away a kind of mineral resource. Please participate in the roulette lottery. As soon as the system finished speaking, a large gray disc appeared in front of Li Jin. Chapter 17, the world's largest oil field. Give away minerals? Li Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. There was such a good thing. This promotion carnival of the system is much more substantial than the shopping festivals in his previous life. It really is something. But after seeing the roulette wheel, his brows furrowed. You said that the thing in front of you is a roulette wheel. It is indeed round, but it was all gray, like a ball of chaos spinning nonstop. All I could see in the fog was the general shape of a roulette wheel, nothing else. Just when Li Jin was extremely confused, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding, would the host like to spin the wheel? Li Jin couldn't figure out what was in front of him for a moment, so he simply nodded and said, Change. What Li Jin didn't expect was that before he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the offshore oil field of the Ryder Islands. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Ryder Islands offshore oil fields. Located on Simon Island, the second largest island in Ryde territory, within 10 kilometers of the sea east of the island. The oil field is of tapi crude quality, with total reserves of 92 billion barrels, recoverable reserves of 72 billion barrels, and total recoverable reserves of natural gas of 36 trillion cubic meters. Li Jin stared blankly at the explanation on the screen, completely stunned. If he remembered correctly, the total reserves of the world's largest oil field are only 70 billion barrels, right? Any roulette draw. The system gave him a world-class oil field. Li Jin couldn't help but cover his chest. The surprise was so big that it made him feel like breathing was a little difficult. Until a long time passed, Li Jin's emotions finally stabilized. The system had given him so many things in the past few days. So many that Li Jin couldn't help but imagine. Who am I? Could he be God's biological son? Well, but then a strange idea suddenly popped into his head. How did God give birth to him? Li Dubi was immediately amused by himself. But then he suddenly remembered something and asked in his mind. System, didn't you just say roulette draw? I didn't see the roulette wheel spinning either. Why did the reward come out? Did you transfer it for me? Li Jin asked several questions in a row, and then the system's voice sounded in his mind. Please be advised, host, that the system community is carrying out an appearance rating promotion activity. The system has optimized the system interface in response to the call, but it has no practical significance. Please do not pay attention to it. Well, Li Jin was stunned for a moment. He thought the system was a dead object. I didn't expect that this was also an image project. Sir, our Skywave radar base station has been built. Songhai walked in and reported to Li Jin. When Li Jin heard that the Skywave radar was built, he didn't care about the joke on the system and walked out directly. Let's go and take a look. Upon hearing this, Songhai quickly stepped forward and led Li Jin toward the building at the base. Soon they came to a large room filled with various displays. Especially the big screen in the middle is almost as good as those in movie theaters. At this time, the radar search interface was displayed on the screen. Songhai stood in front of Li Jin and explained, "Sir, from the information we obtained on the internet, the Melaga people have military bases in the 4 directions of us, but the closest distance is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. Also, I don't think the Melaga people will go to war with us right from the start. They should be trying to intimidate us first, to scare us and make us surrender. If that doesn't work, they will probably take action. If they want to deter us, it's obviously not enough to just send a few bombers. They can only send an aircraft carrier strike group to deter us." Song Haigang said this. The display screen began to flash red, and just when Li Jin was confused, an officer stood up and reported loudly. "Report to the commander, southwest direction, 900 kilometers away. A large fleet has been discovered." Li Jin's expression suddenly froze, and the big screen began to zoom in quickly, revealing 7 or 8 red dots scattered over the sea surface for hundreds of miles. The largest red spot in the middle. It should be the USS Mize. However, Li Jin was stunned immediately, because 4 or 5 red light spots appeared in the northwest direction of the big screen to form a battle formation, and there was also a huge light spot. What were those light spots? Li Jin raised his hand and pointed at the light spots in the northwest direction and asked. The officer sitting at the console quickly stood up and said, "Report to the commander." After comparing their shapes, it is an aircraft carrier formation. Li Jin's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. The Melika people thought too highly of him. They actually sent 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. Is this a deterrent? Or do you think he didn't die fast enough? "Sir, maybe it's not the Melika fleet." Liwa Sudan Li Spuka. Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't he from Melika? Whose is that? Li saw Li Jin's puzzled look and pointed at the display screen and said, "Sir, look, there's no Melika naval base in this area, and I haven't heard of them deploying aircraft carriers in this area." After hearing Li Yu's explanation, Li Jin took a closer look at the location of the fleet. His mind suddenly moved, and he blurted out, "Is it the fleet of the Kyushu Empire?" Li nodded and said seriously, "It should be the Beiyang fleet. They have an aircraft carrier fleet." Li Jin hesitated for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Here to support us. No matter what, Li Jin, accept this favor." Then his expression turned serious. "Keep a close eye on the Melaga people. Pass the order down. Level 1 combat readiness." Snort. Li Jin snorted coldly. "Since they dare to come, I will make sure they never return." At the same time, 450 kilometers away in the Pacific Ocean, a huge battle group consisting of 7 surface warships was struggling forward in the stormy waves. The rolling waves made the huge Mize drift like a small boat. Inside the bridge, Fleet Commander Tony held the handle tightly with both hands, looking at the huge waves ahead with a pale face. An aircraft carrier is a huge thing in the eyes of humans, but in a storm like this, it is just like a rotten egg dropped into a dung heap. It could be torn to pieces at any time. Fuck. Tony couldn't help cursing and kept asking the mothers of those meteorologists in his heart. Fortunately, the huge waves finally subsided after an hour, and Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Then Tony's roar resounded throughout the bridge. "Call the weather department right away. What on earth is going on? Are you playing with our lives?" An officer stood up and said, "General, the base has sent an emergency notice from the meteorological department. It is said that there is a violent crustal movement near the Ladron Islands, causing an undersea earthquake and triggering a tsunami. We are just the aftermath here." Upon hearing this, Tony asked hurriedly, "Why? Could it be that the base won't let us return?" The officer hurriedly said, "In order to ensure the safety of the fleet, the mission is temporarily canceled. Let's wait and see." When Tony heard that the operation was to be canceled, his face suddenly darkened. He has waited so long for an opportunity to show his talents. How could he be willing to let it go so easily? Tony hesitated for a moment. Then his expression became firm. "The fleet keeps moving forward." The officer who had just conveyed the order to Tony was shocked and said, "General, but the base." "Okay." Tony interrupted the officer and looked outside the bridge impatiently. "Didn't the base tell us to wait for an opportunity to act? We are now waiting for an opportunity to act." Chapter 18, Confrontation. The next day at noon, Li Jin, who had not slept all night, was sitting at the desk in the command center, staring at the red dots on the big screen. "Report. The enemy strike group is 150 nautical miles away." Li Jin asked coldly. Liu, how many kilometers is our territorial waters? Liu hurriedly stood up and replied. Report to the commander. According to the Alliance Maritime Convention, the sea area extending 12 nautical miles to the sea surface, that is, 22 kilometers, with the farthest coastline at low tide as the baseline, is our territorial waters. In addition, the convention also divides exclusive economic zones. The area within 200 nautical miles of Liderong is our exclusive economic zone. Li Jin's expression became increasingly cold. So, the Melika people are within 150 nautical miles of U.S., which is considered an invasion. Liu shook his head and said, Sir, that depends on how you put it. According to the Convention on the Law of the Sea, this cannot be considered an invasion. After defining the territorial waters of various countries, the Convention also gives countries the right to freely navigate in any non-territorial waters. Li Jin was stunned. Is there such a clause in the Convention on the Law of the Sea? In his opinion, the territorial waters should be at least 100 to 200 nautical miles. Liu's words made Li Jin a little confused for a moment. Should we go to war now? Report to the commander. The enemy fleet has fighter planes taking off. Just when Li Jin was struggling, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately brought Li Jin's thoughts back to reality. For a time, the entire command center became quiet, and everyone stared at the big screen. I saw a small red dot approaching Liderong Island rapidly. When it reached the airspace 30 kilometers away from Liderong Island, it suddenly turned and flew around the island. Just when Li Jin didn't understand what the Melika people were going to do, the red dot suddenly moved very fast and entered within 22 kilometers of Liderong Island, but then quickly broke away. Oh shit, this is a blatant invasion. Li Jin's expression suddenly darkened. He raised his finger and pointed at the extremely arrogant red dot and said, Knock it down for me. The 5th Air Defense Battalion of the Commando Brigade, an HQ-17 anti-aircraft missile vehicle that Li Jin had just exchanged from the treasure house store. I saw the folded search radar on the missile launcher quickly raised up and began to rotate. Open the manhole cover. Turn on the search radar. Target found. Direction 181, distance. 2 missiles. Emission. As a series of sounds rang out, the vertical manhole cover on the missile launcher immediately opened to both sides, and then a missile was ejected into the air. The moment the missile was launched into the air, it immediately ignited and flew towards the target, and soon after, the second missile was ejected. At this time, on the MF-35 fighter plane hovering over Liderong Island, the pilot was reporting to the fleet, Mothership, this is the Gray Eagle. When I was 22 kilometers from the main island of Liderong, all the electronic equipment on board failed. Repeat that. All onboard electronic equipment has failed. Request further instructions. The pilot had just passed the message when a buzzing alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. Oh no, I'm locked. The pilot's face suddenly changed, but it was too late. When the aircraft started to warn, the missile was already very close, and the pilot could only watch helplessly as a missile approached in an instant. Boom! Suddenly a ball of sparks exploded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the second missile flew over, and the fighter plane was instantly blown into pieces flying all over the sky. Aboard the USS Mise, Tony looked at the fighter signal that suddenly disappeared from the radar. His face immediately darkened, and he turned around and slammed the table. Fuck, this was a situation that Tony had never expected. This time, they actually let others take the initiative. Tony felt as if someone slapped him on the face more than 10 times in a row. It was burning with pain. Order the 1st Fighter Falcon Squadron to take off immediately. I will raise the entire Liderong to the ground. Tony ordered coldly. Sir, an officer standing next to Tony said, there is serious electronic interference near Liderong Island. Our missiles may fall into the sea before they even get close to Liderong Islands. Tony said coldly, then use ordinary bombs. He didn't believe it. The mighty Manga Empire couldn't even take care of Small Island. What happens if there is no electronic signal? It's just a tiny place. You can fly over it by speeding up. To be on the safe side, Tony directly ordered. Past the order, the fleet continues to move forward. As soon as Tony's order was issued, one of them stood up and said, Report. An unknown fleet has been spotted in the northwest, 150 nautical miles away. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then an officer stood up and said, Sir, satellite monitoring report. It's an aircraft carrier formation of the Bayong fleet, and the target course is exactly where we are. Tony's brows furrowed immediately, but then he sneered. Don't worry about them. Order the first squadron to reload ammunition immediately. Tell them that the terrorists on Lai Durong Island may be equipped with short-range air defense weapons. Tell them to be careful. Lai Durong Island. Li Jin looked at the small red light dot disappearing on the monitor and then looked at the location of the Manga fleet. To be honest, Li Jin was a little hesitant and even started to worry about gains and losses. He was just an ordinary citizen before and had never seen such a grand scene, let alone commanded. After much hard work, I finally got a job as an island owner. If he were to return to the time before liberation, he definitely doesn't want to, so he had to consider a practical issue. If an entire Melaga strike group were wiped out, what would the Melaga do? With his small arms and legs now. That is, if the Melaga people put half of their energy on him. That's enough for him to bear. Songhai, what do you think we should do now? Li Jin suddenly asked. Songhai's expression immediately became serious, and he looked at Li Jin and said word by word. Sir, we have no choice. Li Jin was stunned. Only then did he realize that from the moment he chose to settle here in the beginning, he had no choice. Yeah, we have no choice. Li Jin muttered, and then he became ruthless. Damn it, even a rabbit bites when it is angry. Damn, the Melaga people. Do you really think he is a clay Buddha? Damn it. Li Jin cursed and looked at Li Yu and said, Li Yu. Li Yu immediately straightened his chest. Arrive. Li Jin pointed at the red dots on the screen and said, Get rid of all these bastards. Yes, sir. Chapter 19, Eye-Popping. In the operations room of the Kyushu cruiser, the deputy captain stood in front of the command desk, issuing orders one after another. Turn on the search and guidance radar. Launch Module 0. A white rectangular iron box on the top deck of the bridge slowly opened. A cylindrical machine with a rectangular slot in the middle rose from a box. Then, as the search radar rotates, start to rotate synchronously. Target locked. The main control system is ready. Graphics card one shot. Emission. As soon as the command to launch was given, the cylindrical launcher mount suddenly lit up with a yellow light, and then a graphics card-like object shot out from the mount. At the moment the graphics card is ejected, the graphics card paused in midair. Then it disappeared, leaving only a flash of black light in the sky. At the tactical nuclear graphics card speed of Mach 30, it only takes 27 seconds to travel 150 nautical miles. While the fighters on the USS Mize were busy replacing ammunition, a black graphics card has appeared above it. The graphics card exploded violently as it appeared, and then an invisible light wave instantly radiated in all directions, directly covering an area of 150 nautical miles. Then a shocking scene appeared. The MIT's mothership exploded suddenly and turned into a huge fireball in an instant. The other warships in the strike group, and even the submarines under the ocean exploded at the same time, instantly turning into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, 170 nautical miles away from the USS Mize, an aircraft carrier formation was following closely behind a cruiser that was responsible for the rear guard of the USS Mize's strike group. On the bridge of the mothership, the chief of staff of the Bayong fleet, Long Wu, was standing in front of the observation window, lost in thought. At this time, the commander of the aircraft carrier formation, Chening, walked up to Long Wu and said, Chief of Staff, satellites show that the Mize fleet is rapidly approaching the main island of Riderong. Long Wu's expression immediately became serious. It seems that their arrival. This did not make the arrogant Melaga people restrain themselves. When Long Wu looked gloomy and uncertain, Chening hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Chief of Staff, what should we do if Toniel really attacks later on? Long Wu was stunned for a moment. Just when he didn't know what to say, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Look! Long Wu quickly turned around and asked, What's going on? An officer who was observing the sea area ahead said hurriedly, Chief of Staff, the Melaga warship suddenly exploded. What? Long Wu was suddenly shocked and quickly picked up the telescope to look forward. Sure enough, he saw a warship vaguely visible in front of him emitting thick smoke, and then a huge ball of flame appeared in his telescope. What's going on? Long Wu was completely confused. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Chening asked hurriedly. He had never encountered such an urgent matter in his military career. Long Wu quickly came back to his senses and after a brief pause, he ordered, "Let's go see what happened." When Shining heard that Long Wu actually wanted to send the fleet over, he hesitated for a moment. "Chief of Staff, let's go over there. What if the Melika people blame us for this?" Long Wu frowned and said, "If we don't go over, won't they blame us?" After saying this, he said with some regret, "As a soldier, how can you be so timid in doing things? The current Jojo is no longer the Jojo of the past. Are we still afraid of them?" Long Wu showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "No matter how brave the Melika people are, they can only engage in verbal battles and make side attacks. They dare not start a war with us. They understand the principle of losing 8,000 of their own strength better than us. A real war is not that easy to start. Follow the order." While Long Wu and the others were talking, Hawaii Islands, Tanshan City, Melika Empire Pacific Fleet Headquarters, Operations Center. At this moment, the entire combat center was eerily silent, and everyone was staring blankly at the display screen in front of them. Until a long time passed, Fleet Commander Sparrow came back to his senses, and his face immediately became extremely gloomy. "Report to headquarters immediately. Where is the closest warship to the Mai's strike group? Let them rush over immediately. Activate Level 1 combat readiness. Give me Chief of Staff Willis. I want to talk to him." Melika Empire, Layton City. "What are you talking about? How is this possible? Are you sure? Come over here right now." Joseph said with an unpleasant expression, put down the phone, looked at the white woman standing in front of the table, and said, "Ms. Lena, I need to call a security meeting." Immediately, the white woman nodded, then turned around and quickly left the office, shaking her hips. 10 minutes later, in the Black Palace's conference room, Yozel looked at the somewhat restless Chief of Staff Willis and said, "Could you please report the specific situation?" Willis's expression was extremely solemn at this time. After Joseph spoke, he immediately said, "The situation is like this. Our satellite monitoring department has discovered General Toniel led the Mai strike group to the Ritteron Islands and was attacked by unknown weapons 150 nautical miles away from Ritteron. All ships in the entire fleet lost contact." Willis's introduction caused an uproar among the officials present. A slightly fat, middle-aged man frowned and said, "Has our submarine lost contact as well?" Willis nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Tlinken. All our warships have lost contact. We used satellite reconnaissance and found that all our surface warships exploded and sank. In addition, we have discovered an aircraft carrier fleet of the Kyushu Empire nearby." Fat man, "Do you suspect it was done by people from Kyushu?" Willis shook his head and said with certainty, "The Kyushu fleet has been under our surveillance, and they haven't made any moves." At this time, Willis dared not to frame the people of Jojo casually, because this matter was too big. If it was really done by people from Kyushu, this will be a big trouble. What should I do then? Are we really going to go to war with the people of Kyushu? The Kyushu Empire is not a third-rate small country, but a first-class, world-class power. A single hair can affect the entire body. You can't just talk about it and take action. Then Joseph spoke. "It couldn't have been done by the Kyushu Empire. They are not strong enough to destroy our fleet in such a short time without being discovered by me. It was Lai Durong and his gang who did it." Joseph said firmly, "Don't forget Lai Durong's abnormal behavior during this period. Although the Jojo Empire was a thorn in the side of Yozel and his men, Yozel still backed off when the time came. He didn't want to go to war with the people of Kyushu. A little fight is fine. A real fight would not be in their interest at all. They just wanted to get more food on the table into their arms and never thought of overturning the table. So, no matter whether it was Lai Durong who did it or not, we must insist that it was him who did it. Who made you easy to bully? If I don't hit you, who should I hit?" Chapter 20 Vicious. Josel's words silenced all the officials present in Melika, because none of them believed that a small island like Lai Durong could destroy their fleet. Maybe the White Bear Federation and Kyushu Empire have this ability. But if we want to blame this incident on the Kyushu Empire, things are getting serious. So they understood what Joseph meant. But if this matter is pinned on Lai Durong, a middle-aged man in a neat suit sitting next to Yozel said, "Mr. T, our entire fleet was destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be convincing to attribute it to a small island. People in Congress probably won't believe it." Joseph's expression had completely calmed down at this time. "I don't feel unhappy when I hear objections." Instead, he explained, "Ms. Howell, since it has already happened. What we need to do now is to reduce the losses and strive for benefits. Now is the best time for us to take over the Lai Durong Islands. Our fleet was suddenly destroyed. The Kyushu Empire must be very nervous now. We are targeting Lai Durong at this time, not them. Do you think they'll come and provoke us again? Joseph was very calm at this time and continued to speak calmly. We are now a powder keg that is about to explode. I believe that no country is willing to stand up and bear our anger at this time. Joseph has this confidence because he has the most powerful country in the world under his feet. As long as we can take over the Lai Durong Islands, we will gain far more than we lose. I believe this is something the MPs would be very happy to see. Joseph's explanation completely convinced the officials present, and some of them even had an idea in their minds. Could it be that the destruction of the Ms. Strike Group was planned by Yozel in order to take control of the Ritteron Islands? Snap! Yozel suddenly clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and then continued. What we need to do now is how to control the Lai Durong Islands. Send troops directly? Or another way? As soon as Yozel finished speaking, a yellow-skinned woman suddenly spoke. I think what we should do now is to cut off Lai Durong's retreat. Lai Durong Islands lacks agricultural resources and has no ability to produce food on a large scale. As long as we cut off Lai Durong's food supply, they won't be able to hold out for long even if we don't send troops. Joseph nodded. Ms. Yu, please continue. After we issue sanctions, the only one who dares to continue to provide food to Lai Durong will probably be the Kyushu Empire. If we want to make the Kyushu Empire afraid to act rashly, it's actually very simple. We could directly talk to the Kyushu Empire cabinet and ask them why the Kyushu fleet appeared in the Lai Durong Sea. You must be firm and make them explain. Even the surrounding bases can be moved. I believe that not only us, but also the Kyushu Empire does not want to start a war. But they don't know, and they have no assurance that we will fight or not. Just for this reason alone, they dare not act rashly, lest they provoke our nerves. Snap, snap, snap. Yozel couldn't help but applaud when he heard this. Very good, Ms. Yu said it very well. Joseph glanced around at everyone present and said, I agree with Ms. Yu. What about you? Since Joseph agreed, naturally the others had no objections and nodded in agreement. The woman surnamed Yu was immediately filled with blood in her head after being affirmed by Joseph, and she was extremely excited. He hurriedly continued, even if we won't put our hands on it, we don't have to do it ourselves. We can definitely persuade countries like Liang, Sulu, and Ini to fight on the front line, and then sit back and reap the benefits. With our support, I believe these countries will be more proactive than us. Regarding the active suggestions of the woman surnamed Yu, Joseph naturally would not be stingy with his admiring gaze. After affirming the woman, he said seriously, Let's do it. General Willis, you are in charge of the Kyushu Empire. Ms. Hallel, you are responsible for contacting these countries. Ms. Lena, Lai Durong Island. Li Jin looked at the red dots that suddenly disappeared on the screen. It seemed like a lifetime ago. An aircraft carrier fleet of the Manga Empire was destroyed by him, just like that. Then Li Jin cheered up. He still has a lot of things to do now. The Melika people will definitely look for a scapegoat after suffering such a huge loss. Although, he was quite sure that the Melika people would never think that he was the one who destroyed their fleet. But these damn Melika people would never mind taking advantage of this opportunity to control Lai Durong. Just think about what the Melika people will do. It's nothing more than sanctions and sticks. If it were someone else, he might really be killed by the Melika people, but is he, Li Jin, an ordinary person? As long as he is given some time, it's hard to say who will win. Sir, the Kyushu Empire's fleet has also retreated. Song Hai suddenly spoke at this time. Li Jin looked up at the red dots gradually moving away in the northwest direction and couldn't help but smile. We are in a hot potato right now. Just as Li Jin was feeling deeply moved, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 5th system mission. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it as soon as possible. Li Jin's face immediately showed joy, and he quickly opened the system space and found that there were 3 more things in it. First thing, RS-28 Ballistic Missile Silo X4. Each launch silo is equipped with a Sarmat ballistic missile with a range of 18,000 kilometers, a maximum flight speed of 20.8 Mach, and a nuclear equivalent of 10 million tons. equipped with all personnel and equipment. The second thing, 2 leader-class destroyers, modified version of World of Warships. The ship is 163 meters long, has a draft of 4.8 meters, a full load displacement of 17,500 tons, and a speed of 36 knots. Equipped with 64 DF-17 hypersonic cruise/anti-ship missiles. System upgraded version, with a range of 500 kilometers and a probability deviation of the strike circle of less than 1 meter. The S-500 air defense missile system. It is also equipped with Monarch 155mm naval guns and UGSD physicist torpedoes. Man all ships. The third thing, fighter formation, 7 Dragon fighters. Note, a large military airport is provided, including all ground personnel, such as logistics and command. Li Jin looked at what the system gave him, and for a moment he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. With these things, he could finally have a place in this world. Chapter 21 Rescue. Li Jin was very happy, and the stone in his heart fell. In his opinion, the Melika people just lost an aircraft carrier fleet, so they shouldn't cause him any trouble for a while. He took this opportunity to review the entire Lai Darong Islands. The first thing to solve is the communication problem. Songhai heard Li Jin's call and walked over quickly. Sir. Li Jin frowned slightly when he heard Songhai calling him chief. He felt that it was a bit unpleasant. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't call me sir anymore, call me chief." Sounds kind. Songhai stood at attention and said, "Yes, chief." Li Jin nodded with a smile, his heart feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be called the chief. After a while of self-indulgence, Li Jin finally remembered the purpose of looking for Songhai. Songhai, send someone to contact the locals and ask them to build a communication base station for us. Communication issues are urgent now. Li Jin has no intention of turning off the invisible screen yet. Before he becomes fully powerful, this is the biggest guarantee for Lai Darong Island. Commander, I'll send someone right away. After Songhai left, Li Jin called Liu and said, "Let's go to Bougainvillea City and take a look." In the past 2 days, Li Jin was so overwhelmed by the huge rock of Myligia that he didn't care about the disaster in Bougainvillea City at all. Now it was finally solved. Of course, he had to go over and take a look. 10 minutes later, Li Jin stared blankly at the Bougainvillea City in front of him. Is this still the once prosperous Bougainvillea City? The city area that was once full of tall buildings has completely turned into a ruin, like a huge garbage dump with rubbish everywhere. Is this the little loss the system talks about? Reporting to the commander, Xiao Zhan, the commander of the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Battalion, reports to you. A tired voice sounded. Li Jin came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Zhan, who saluted him. He immediately saluted back. How's the situation in Bougainvillea City? Xiao Zhan hurriedly reported. Commander, the situation is not optimistic. Almost 2/3 of Bougainvillea City has been severely damaged, and tens of thousands of people have been affected. We have too few people to rescue them all. Also, there are too many wounded. The hospital in Bougainvillea City was severely damaged by the earthquake, and the medical staff suffered heavy losses. We are now extremely short of medicines, medical staff, rescue workers, water, tents. Xiao Zhan said a lot, which made Li Jin frown more and more. As for medicines and supplies, he could just buy them directly from the store. Rescue workers, medical staff. Li Jin's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Liu, take over the Kyushu Empire Cabinet for me in my name. Imperial Capital, Humble Administrator's Pavilion. The cabinet chief Song Lian was lying on his desk handling official business. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a staff member hurriedly walked to Song Lian's desk. Chief, Lord Lai Darong Li Jin wants to speak to you. Song Lian paused with surprise in his eyes. Li Jin is no longer a young boy. When he took control of the Lai Darong Islands and dared to confront Mei Li Jia and won, his status has been infinitely elevated. Most importantly, Song Lian had received news that the Melika aircraft carrier fleet had been destroyed, and he was certain that all this was related to Li Jin. The Melika fleet couldn't have blown itself up. What a coincidence. Pick up the phone right now. Song Lian gave an order and picked up the red phone on the table. With a whoosh sound, a clear voice came from the phone. Hello, Chief. Song Lian suddenly smiled. How come you have time to call an old man like me? Li Jin's somewhat embarrassed voice came over the phone. Commander, I am here for no reason. I need the help of my country now. Li Jin's tone became extremely serious at the end, especially when he emphasized the word motherland. Song Lian asked, his expression suddenly becoming serious. What happened? Li Jin smiled bitterly and said, Commander, I believe you have received the news. There's a violent crustal movement in the Pacific Ocean, and our Liderong is the first to bear the brunt. The cities on the island have almost all turned into ruins, and now we are in urgent need of rescue and medical personnel. Song Lian immediately understood what Li Jin meant and said without any hesitation. I will coordinate with the relevant departments to support Liderong as quickly as possible. Don't worry, the motherland will never abandon any of our compatriots. Song Lian's sonorous and powerful voice moved Li Jin so much that he finally said, Thank you, Chief. Thousands of words are expressed in silence. Liderong Island. Li Jin put down the phone in his hand, and his face regained its calm. Now Li Yu was a little worried and said, Commander, they are coming. Li Jin raised his hand to stop Li Yu, turned his head and looked at him and said, I know what you mean. Although Liderong is our territory, don't forget who I am. I have the blood of Yin Huang in my body, and my roots are in Yin Huang. As long as I, Li Jin, am here, this place will be the second home for the people of Jiuzhou. Besides, aren't we also a vassal of the Kyushu Empire in name? Just having complete autonomy. As for your worry, Li Jin turned his eyes to Bougainvillea City and said word by word, No one can take my things away. Chapter 22, Winning People's Hearts. All right. Li Jin suddenly looked serious and said, Let's go and take a look. When they walked towards the city first, Li Yu's face suddenly showed a nervous look when he heard this, and he hurriedly walked up to stop Li Jin. Sir, it's too dangerous in the city. What if there are aftershocks? The consequences are disastrous. Li Jin waved his hands. Didn't he know whether there would be aftershocks? All right, go and pass on my order immediately. Except for the necessary personnel, disperse all our people. Save as many as you can. Then he turned and walked towards the city. Li Yu naturally did not dare to disobey Li Jin's order. He quickly said a few words to a soldier and rushed towards Li Jin with his guards. Li Jin has already entered the urban area at this time. Looking at the streets in front of me, which were buried by broken concrete blocks and collapsed buildings, his eyes were full of shock. He had only seen such disasters on TV before, so he didn't feel much. But when he saw this doomsday scene, the shock in his heart was beyond words. It felt like there was a huge rock pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Big brother, save me. Save me. A child's voice, so faint that it was almost inaudible, reached Li Jin's ears. Li Jin suddenly turned his head to look in the direction where the sound came from. It was a car that was deformed by concrete stones. He walked over quickly. As I was lying on the ground and looking through the gap, I met a pair of big eyes. It was a little boy stuck in the car. The little boy was immediately surprised when he saw Li Jin. Big brother, save me. The familiar language made Li Jin's heart tremble, and he said loudly, Don't move, brother is here to save you. After saying that, he turned around and shouted at Li Yu and others who were following closely, Come and save them quickly. Then he lowered his head and threw the stone that was pressing on the car to the side. Li Yu and others also ran up to help. The crushed car was dug out in a short while. But what made Li Jin frown was that the car body had been severely deformed and the door could not be opened at all. Commander, our people are coming. Li Yu's surprised voice suddenly sounded, which instantly lifted Li Jin's spirits. I looked up quickly. A team of soldiers holding electric saws, engineering shovels, and other rescue tools came into his sight. These soldiers walked with difficulty in the ruins. It took them more than 10 minutes to reach Li Jin, a distance of only 100 meters. With tools, everything is easy. A woman and the child were quickly rescued. Commander, the woman is not in danger of death, but she has multiple comminuted fractures on her left side. She must seek emergency medical attention. The child's right leg was only broken. It's not serious. Li Jin nodded and said solemnly, Go and pass on my order immediately. Gather all the doctors and nurses on the island together to build a temporary hospital. What equipment and medicines are missing? Let them make a list, and I'll get it done. Li Yu raised his hand and saluted. Yes, Chief. Thank you, Lord Brother. When I grow up, I want to be a good lord like you. This is what the pale-faced boy suddenly said. The innocent words made Li Jin stunned for a moment, and then he squatted down and said, Do you know me? The boy pointed behind Li Jin and said, "Where's the Lord brother?" Li Jin couldn't help but turn around and look. It was a building that had collapsed more than half. There was a huge electronic screen hanging on it, although it was half broken. But you can still see a handsome young man in military uniform on the screen. Who else could it be but Li Jin? Li Jin stared at the screen blankly. His mind was agitated for a moment. In fact, Li Jin had always treated this world as a game. I didn't put any emotions into it. But this earthquake and the boy's cry of "Lord brother" made Li Jin suddenly realize that this was not a game, but a real world with flesh and blood. And buried beneath this ruin are his people. Li Jin's mind seemed to be cleansed, and his soul finally integrated into this world completely. He leaned over and touched the little boy's head. "Little brother, follow your mother and wait for treatment here. There are more people over there waiting for my brother to rescue." After Li Jin finished speaking, he walked directly into the depths of the ruins. At this time, the ruins were full of soldiers rescuing the victims. Li Jin's arrival boosted the morale of everyone present. Seeing their lord personally coming to rescue the victims, the panic-stricken people immediately found their backbone and joined in the rescue. Li Jin's actions were also implicitly recognized by the local people of Liderong, who really regarded him as a lord. After working in the ruins for most of the day, Li Jin dragged his tired body to the temporary camp. Although tired, but Li Jin was very excited to be recognized by Liderong's locals. Li Jin is like a child who is praised by his parents and is very motivated. As soon as he arrived at the camp, Li Jin said to Song Hai, who came to greet him, "How's it going? Did you eat enough?" Song Hai said sternly, "Commander, most of our food has been buried under the ruins. We only have enough food for one day." Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately said, "Send someone to build a temporary warehouse immediately. It must be big enough. I need it urgently." "Chief, I'll send someone to set it up right away." Song Hai naturally knew what was of primary importance. He saluted and turned away without any delay. Li Jin then walked into the camp. The crude camp only had some simple shacks built of wood, which were filled with people with numb expressions. They were dirty all over and just sat there listlessly. As soon as they saw Li Jin appear, the crowd immediately became agitated. Many of them were rescued by Li Jin and his men, and many followed Li Jin to rescue people. So when they saw Li Jin coming in, they all stood up. Given Li Jin's status, people were a little restrained for a moment. However, Li Jin was very familiar with the place and waved his hand enthusiastically. "You all sit down and have a good rest. I just came to see you guys. See if you have any difficulties. The Lord's mansion will definitely help you solve them." Looking at the people who were still looking depressed, Li Jin understood what they were worried about, and his expression immediately became serious. "Citizens, rest assured, as the Lord of Liderong, I will not let you live on the streets without help. I assure you here that the Lord's mansion will provide you with housing for free." Li Jin looked at the citizens who became excited by his promise and said loudly, "Not only is housing free, from today on, all residents of Liderong will enjoy free education and free medical care. Even for those who have outstanding academic performance, the Lord's Mansion will fund them to study in Jiuzhou. In addition, the Lord's Mansion will continue to improve the welfare security system, so that the elderly in the entire Liderong territory will have a place to live, the strong will have a place to work, the young will have a place to grow, and the widowed, lonely, disabled, and sick will all be taken care of." Li Jin's voice echoed throughout the temporary shelter, and for a moment the entire shelter fell silent. For a long time, earth-shaking cheers suddenly broke out. Li Jin couldn't help but smile as he watched the citizens singing, dancing, and hugging each other excitedly. With the system store, all that he promised can be achieved, and it is even very easy. "Commander, the Kyushu volunteer team has reached the airspace 800 kilometers away." At this time, Song Hai walked over quickly and said. Li Jin thought for a moment and said, "Let the Weilong squadron go out and greet them on my behalf." "Yes, Chief." Chapter 23, Cabbage Price. After Li Jin calmed down the citizens, he came to the warehouse that Song Hai and his team had urgently built. He waved his hand to let Song Hai and the others guard outside, then opened the treasure shop page and browsed. "Well, this premium Wagyu beef is pretty good. Let's have 10 tons first. 200 tons of rice. As for the eggs, 5,000 boxes should be enough. Canned fruit, what kind of canned fruit do you want? 1,000 boxes of yellow peaches, 1,000 boxes of coconut flakes assorted." Li Jin bought a lot of daily necessities with great interest. In a short while, the warehouse was filled up. Li Jin spent less than 500 gold bars to settle all these things. For Li Jin, who has a huge sum of 110,000 yuan, it's all drizzle. Oh, that's right. Li Jin suddenly slapped his head. He actually forgot about the medical equipment. He quickly opened the store and searched for military medical equipment. Soon, a dense array of various instruments appeared on the page, which dazzled Li Jin. At this time, Li Jin just remembered that he didn't understand these things at all. Forget it. Never mind. Just buy it first. Li Jin took a look and his eyes stopped on a complete set of equipment called the 5th generation Da Vinci surgical robot, which was actually worth 50 gold bars. Well, surgery should be helpful. Li Jin touched his chin. 100 sets first. After buying it, I looked at other things. Extracorporeal heart-lung machine. It should be useful. 10 gold bars for one. Let's get 100 first. IA beepy. Say, what the hell are these? Forget it. Let's get 100 of them. Oh yes, samurai. Li Jin finally saw something he recognized. He searched around and set his sights on an icon. Siemens 3.0T MRI, 40 gold bars. It's not expensive, just buy 100 first. Saves people from queuing. Li Jin could see that except for weapons, everything else in the system store was cheap. Of course, there are expensive ones too. Li Jin saw one. Universal Medical Machine. Elysium Edition, 1 million gold bars / unit. Obviously, only things that exist in reality are cheap. After Li Jin had chopped through tens of thousands of gold bars, he finally stopped, feeling unsatisfied. It seems that shopping addiction is not only found in women, but also in men. The premise is that you have money. At the same time, over the sea hundreds of kilometers away from Liderong Island, 2 Kunping transport planes were flying rapidly towards Liderong. In a transport plane, a group of young girls in military uniforms were sitting together, looking at the rough sea below the plane excitedly and chattering nonstop. Where do you think we're going now? Are we going to foreign countries for rescue? Why didn't you give us a mission briefing? A plump girl, sitting on a simple steel-frame chair, couldn't help but ask curiously. The other girls also looked at each other in bewilderment. The transport plane was filled with doctors and nurses from the major military hospitals in the imperial capital. I got on the plane in a daze, not knowing where I was going. We're going to Liderong. At this time, an old man in military uniform, sitting opposite, said with a smile. Liderong, where is that? The plump girl was stunned for a moment. She had never heard of it. The old man showed a complicated expression. After a while, he said, It's a place that haunts our dreams. What a pity. The old man sighed and said nothing more, but this instead aroused the interest of the people around him. Mr. Zhang, can you tell us about it? Yes, Mr. Zhang, just tell me. Just then, suddenly, a beeping alarm sounded in the cockpit, and then a voice came from the captain's helmet. Emergency report. An unknown group of fighter planes appeared in the airspace 11,234 ahead. Here we go. Here we go. Be alert. The captain's expression suddenly tightened, and he said loudly. Kuan-Pung received it. After replying to the message, he quickly looked at the radar and saw several spots of light appearing right in front of them. The captain turned around and said, An unidentified fighter plane has been spotted ahead. Prepare for battle. The captain's words immediately made the other 4 people in the cockpit nervous. Just as the tense atmosphere in the cabin was spreading, a hearty voice suddenly sounded from the cockpit communicator. Weilong calls Kuan-Pung. Weilong calls Kuan-Pung. We are the 1st Fighter Squadron of Liderong, and we have been ordered to escort you. I've been ordered to escort you. The captain, who was originally a little solemn, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Kuan-Pung received it. Thank you for your escort. In the cabin, a girl was looking out the window when suddenly a huge black shadow rushed past from a distance at high speed, blowing up the clouds and causing the girl to exclaim in surprise. What is that? The girl's exclamation made everyone around look out the window. Then I saw a very sci-fi fighter plane appearing not far behind. It's Weilong. It's our dragon. An excited voice suddenly rang out from the cabin, causing it to become agitated. Very dragon? Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. The Weilong fighter is the most powerful fighter in Kyushu. It has always been very mysterious and is a legendary existence in the army, not to mention those who stay in a hospital every day. At this time, a voice came from the cabin radio. Attention, attention, the 1st Fighter Squadron of Liderong is escorting us. Everyone return to your seats immediately. Although the doctors and nurses in the cabin were not pure soldiers, they naturally did not dare to disobey orders as long as they were in military uniforms and returned to their seats in disappointment. Suddenly, the surprised voice sounded again. Look, there are some here, and there are some here. Still two. The old man in military uniform quickly looked out the window and saw two Dragon fighter jets following the transport plane one after the other. Looking at the vast Pacific Ocean below the plane, I couldn't help but sigh. Our country has really become strong. Li Jin had already arrived at Liderong Airport. Fortunately, only the coast of the island was seriously affected, and the inland area was not greatly affected. Liderong Airport can still handle aircraft takeoff and landing normally. Li Jin was staring at the rising mountains in the east of Liderong at this moment. He turned his head and said to Song Hai, "Have you sent anyone to check in the east?" Song Hai hurriedly said, "Commander, we have already sent a helicopter to check. The newly emerged land is full of marine vegetation. Fish and seafood are everywhere, and the ground is muddy. Vehicles and people can't pass at all. Chief, what I am worried about now is that if the plants and fish in the sea are not cleaned up, they may pollute the entire Liderong over time." Li Jin's face became solemn when he heard this. He had actually forgotten this point. These lands were raised from the sea, so they would naturally bring up everything from the sea. The land of more than 3,000 square kilometers is almost half of the Magic City. If people are asked to clean it up, I don't know how long it will take. There is simply no time. Li Jin had no choice but to ask the system for help. System, do you have any solution? Chapter 24 God Mode. Ding. Does the host want to use the full set of assistant services? Support services? Li Jin was stunned. Does the system have such a service? I couldn't help but ask, what is this? Ding. The assistant service is a humanized and customized service launched by the system to build a first-class system service provider in the system industry. Oh, Li Jin said, open it. Ding. To start the assistant service, you need to pay an activation fee of 10,000 gold bars. Oh shit. Li Jin couldn't help but swear. Could this system have a dark heart? How is this any different than charging a corkage fee for a bottle of beer? But thinking about the 3,000 square kilometers of land under his feet, Li Jin gritted his teeth and said, open. Ding. The opening fee of 10,000 gold bars has been deducted. Assistant services are being initiated. But the next sentence from the system almost made Li Jin, who was already in pain, faint from anger. Then the system said, the support system has been activated. Please be informed that the support service adopts a membership system. A one-time membership requires a payment of 5,000 gold bars. Fuck you. Li Jin almost burst out with swear words, but thinking that swearing was not good, he had to hold it in. Isn't the system playing tricks on him? But thinking about the 10,000 gold bars in front of him, Li Jin resisted the urge to curse. I'll go. Ding. The membership fee has been deducted. Host, please explain in detail what kind of help you need. Seeing that the system no longer asked for money, Li Jin felt relieved and said quickly, I need the system to turn all of Liderong's extra land into a paradise. Ding. The host's difficulties have been collected. Please select the transformation mode. Several icons immediately appeared in front of Li Jin's eyes. God's perspective mode, you decide. Random transformation mode, listen to God. Smart customization mode, I decide. Li Jin looked at the model given by the system, especially the explanation given afterwards, and was suddenly speechless. Is this still a high-end system? I choose the God's perspective. Ding. The host pays the custom service fee, 55,000 gold bars. When Li Jin heard that he was asked for money again, he immediately became angry. System, you are stealing money. Ding. Host, please do not question the credibility of the system. This is a clearly marked price. Is it robbing? You say you have a system. Why do you need so much money? After all, I am your host, right? Can't you make an exception and give me one for free? If you can give me another 8,000 yuan as a reward, that would be even better. I can then find you a wife next year. Isn't that right? Li Jin tried to persuade earnestly, hoping to see if he could fool the system, but he was completely defeated by the next sentence of the system. Then he heard the system say in his mind, Ding. In response to the call for resource recycling in the system world, the gold bars obtained will be rewarded to the host in the form of tasks. The mechanical voice, without any emotion, almost made Li Jin's lungs explode. So the system takes his money and gives him rewards? Even the most evil bosses are not as evil as this damn system. Li Jin looked at his gold bar balance. 81230. The system took away 70,000 gold bars at once. Although it was worth the money, his heart still ached. System, how much does the intelligent customization mode cost? Ding, the smart customization mode requires 54,999 gold bars. What about random mode? 54,998 gold bars are needed. Have to. He finally understood what Monopoly was. The price is so damn arbitrary. Isn't it obvious that it's forcing him to choose God mode? Damn it. Money is shit. You can't bring it with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die. The worst that can happen is that you can just earn it again. Li Jin kept brainwashing himself in his mind. A bite of teeth. I choose God mode. Ding. The mode has been selected. Please pay attention, host. In order to ensure a smooth transition and not attract too much attention, the system will complete the transformation of the newly added land within a month. Host, please select the terrain. After the selection, the construction team will immediately enter the site. Li Jin didn't pay any attention to what the system said next, but instead focused all his attention on the light screen in front of him. What was displayed above was the newly added land on Liderong Island. Li Jin clicked on the coast, and dozens of options immediately appeared, including height, slope, forest, grassland. Li Jin thought about it. Directly select a range of 2 kilometers inward from the eastern coast, raise the sea level to 810 meters, and the slope is 90 degrees. A 2-kilometer-wide cliff immediately appears on the map. The side facing the sea is 1,000 feet high, while the inner side is hilly. In the middle section of the cliff wall, Li Jin directly lifted up a peak of more than 5,000 meters and several secondary peaks of more than 3,000 meters. These peaks alone occupied nearly 700 square kilometers of Liderong Island. Then he waved his hand again and created a large glacier on the top of the mountain and formed a river at the foot of the mountain. Then, an irregular lake of more than 1 or 200 square kilometers was drawn at the foot of the mountain, with glacial water flowing into the lake. As for the other newly added areas, Li Jin directly turned them into plains, which are about 1,700 to 1,800 square kilometers and about 30 to 40 meters above sea level. Then, relying on the small lake, several rivers were drawn on the plain to flow into the sea, and then forests, grasslands, and other lakes were planned. Anyway, no matter how fantastic and beautiful it is, Li Jinhua finally finished the work after spending a lot of effort. He admired his own painting and couldn't help but reveal a smug look on his face. Commander, Kyushu's transport plane has arrived. At this time, Songhai said softly. Upon hearing this, Li Jin quickly told the system in his mind to do as he was told, and then he looked up at the sky. 2 huge transport planes were clearly visible, and soon they rushed down to the runway and stopped steadily on the runway. Li Jin suddenly smiled. Let's go. At the airport, as Kuenpung's rear door slowly opened, the girls, who had been on the plane for 7 or 8 hours, couldn't wait to get off the plane. The young girls walking in front suddenly stopped before they even got off the plane. The girls behind were caught off guard and almost bumped into the girls in front. The girls behind raised their heads and wanted to complain, but after looking ahead, their eyes immediately became dull. Then, as if they had discovered a new world, they began to chatter quietly. Oh look, it's the Major General. He's so young. It looks like it's about the same size as us. So handsome. One of the girls even looked infatuated. What are you all doing? Hurry up and line up. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind the girls, but there was a hint of majesty in the voice. When the noisy girls heard the noise behind them, they scattered like birds and beasts as if they had heard something terrifying, and soon they formed 4 columns. A figure standing behind also appeared. She is a very beautiful female officer. Exquisite facial features, pure and elegant. A flawless face full of collagen, long eyelashes and autumn water eyes, looking around as if they can speak. Coupled with the neat major's uniform, he looks even more heroic. However, at this time, the female officer's eyes were full of astonishment, as if she had seen something incredible. It turned out that Li Jin had changed into a military uniform in order to welcome the rescuers. Not to mention that once he put on the military uniform, Li Jin became a different person, full of heroic spirit. Plus the experiences of these days. Being in a high position and holding great power, Li Jin inadvertently has a bit more majesty, and his gaze is fierce and fierce. It's so hard to look directly at. At this moment, a male colonel officer came down with an old man. Turned out to be. Chapter 25, Is This the Rich Man? The male colonel walked straight up to Li Jin and saluted. Reporting to the commander, the Imperial Army Chief of Staff, Zheng Hui, reports to you. Li Jin raised his hand and saluted in return. Zheng Hui then withdrew his finger and pointed at the old man in military uniform beside him and introduced. Commander, this is Professor Su Jishin, Vice President of the Imperial Capital Military General Hospital. Then he pointed at the beautiful Major and said, This is Major Yin Ruai, the Deputy Captain of the rescue team. Li Jin raised his hand with a smile on his face and saluted. The Lidarong Islands welcome you. The old man and the beautiful Major quickly raised their hands to return the salute, but their eyes were still full of surprise. Li Jin's youth was beyond their imagination. A major general in his early 20s. I'm afraid there's no other like it in the whole world. Just when the two were full of surprise, Zheng Hui introduced to Professor Su. This is Lieutenant General Li Jin, the governor of the Lidarong Islands. When Zheng Hui mentioned the word Lieutenant General at the end, he deliberately emphasized his tone, which not only made Professor Su and the others look incredulous, but also made Li Jin completely confused. When did he become a lieutenant general? Zheng Hui quickly handed a document in his hand to Li Jin and said, Commander, this is the document that the Imperial Ministry of the Interior and the Military Personnel Department asked me to bring to you. Li Jin's eyes flickered when he heard that, and he took the document from Zheng Hui's hand. Open it and take a look. There are 4 appointment documents. One was the cabinet's appointment of him as Governor General Lidarong, issued by the Ministry of the Interior. One was a letter from a military department appointing him as Vice Admiral of the Imperial Navy and concurrently Commander-in-Chief of the Lidarong Garrison District, issued by the Personnel Department. The other 2 documents were an order from the Imperial Court appointing him as Chief Justice Lidarong and an order from the Imperial Procuratorate appointing him as Chief Prosecutor Lidarong. These 4 letters of appointment were all signed with the seal of the Emperor of the Empire and were also jointly signed by the heads of the 4 major government offices. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold, because he thought of the letter of appointment he received when he first came to Lidarong. There was no emperor's signature or seal on it, nor was there a joint signature of the 4 main officials. There was only a seal of some unknown origin. That's totally fake. The most ridiculous thing is that 4 independent official positions appeared on the same letter of appointment, and he did not even doubt it. Damn it! Li Jin's hands clenched tightly, and the document was deformed by him, but he immediately regained his composure and a smile appeared on his face again. Snort! Those who dare to plot against him, just wait. He will definitely let them know what Li Jin's iron fist is. All this also made Li Jin realize how important strength is. Li Jin's rapid thoughts only lasted for a split second. Zheng Hui did not notice anything unusual about Li Jin at all. Only Yin Ruoi, who had been staring at Li Jin, had a thoughtful expression in her eyes. Then Zheng Hui said with a smile, Congratulations, Chief. Among the 9 territories of the Empire, only you have been promoted to Lieutenant General of the Empire. The 9 feudal lords. No, it should be said that there are 8 major fiefdoms. His Lidarong Islands can only be regarded as a new upstart. The other 8 major fiefdoms have existed since the founding of the Kyushu Empire. As for who these 8 feudal lords were, Li Jin only remembered 2 or 3 that he was familiar with. He had only seen the others in books and had long forgotten them. The most famous feudal domain is the Kowloon Governor's Office, which is a city famous throughout the world. Li Jin smiled and did not reply but changed the subject. Professor Su, you must be tired from the journey. I have asked someone to prepare some rest for you. No need. Professor Su interrupted Li Jin and said seriously, The disaster is urgent. If we arrive a little earlier, we may be able to save one more life. Chief, please arrange a vehicle for us as soon as possible. Looking at Professor Su, who looked anxious, Li Jin couldn't help but secretly sigh. This is a true good doctor who is dedicated to saving lives and healing the wounded. Without saying anything else, he turned to Song Hai and said, Let the convoy in. Song Hai nodded, pressed the headset, and said. The sound of a powerful engine was heard immediately, and more than 40 Paramount Predator Twos roared over and stopped not far from Li Jin and his group. The fierce appearance like a giant beast immediately caused the girls to exclaim. Wow, it's a marauder. So cool and big. Even Professor Su, Zheng Hui, and Yin Ruoi looked sideways. This seems to be the latest model of Predator, one worth at least 10 million Kyushu coins. Zheng Hui was even more surprised. As a senior military advisor, he had some understanding of Li Jin's situation. The abandoned child of the Li family. The stepping stone for the Imperial hardliners. It sounds good to call a stepping stone, but it is just an insignificant pawn. In fact, it doesn't matter who you send, as long as they have status and background. After all, they need to take a firm attitude to let the outside world see that they are serious. But what no one expected was that this down-and-out Phoenix is not as good as a chicken guy. Unexpectedly, the Great Rock soared with the wind one day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. I don't know what kind of help they got to control the Liderong Islands in such a short time. The Melika people also suffered a loss. Once the power is in hand, it is natural that the tide will rise and the boats will rise. One of the purposes of his visit this time was to investigate the forces behind Li Jin. At this time, Li Jin took 3 people on a Predator. The airport was not far from Bougainvillea City. 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the rescue point. Professor Su was stunned when he got out of the car, his eyes full of disbelief. Oh my God! What he saw was at least dozens of complete sets of MRI equipment placed on the grass without any cover. What is that? Professor Su's eyes widened instantly. Isn't that the latest model of the Da Vinci 5th-generation robot? Their hospital had just introduced one and was caring for it carefully, like a baby. Here it is. It's completely out of place. Professor Su covered his chest as he watched the surgical robot being violently dismantled by the soldiers. He then walked directly to the soldiers who were carrying the boxes and said loudly, "Put it down. Put it down. You'll damage these delicate instruments if you carry them like this." Then he turned around and looked at Li Jin angrily and said, "Captain Li, you're going to place these instruments on this large lawn." Li Jin looked at the angry Professor Su and was confused for a moment. He couldn't help asking, "Where should I put it?" "Professor Su, these things can be used anywhere." Professor Su looked at Li Jin, who had a confused look on his face, and slapped his head speechlessly. Talking about these things with a guy who knows nothing about medicine is like talking to a cow. Zheng Hui, who was standing nearby, looked at the 2 people arguing and asked Yin Ruoi, who was also looking distressed. "Major Yin, why did Professor Su suddenly get angry?" "Have to. Here comes another cow." A helpless look flashed across Yin Ruoi's beautiful face. She raised her jade finger and pointed at a Da Vinci 5 and said, "Did you see that? That's the most advanced surgical robot in the world. One costs 300 to 400 million. Zheng Hui's eyes immediately widened, and he couldn't help but glance around. It seemed that there was more than one of the same machines placed on the grass. From what he saw, there were at least dozens of them. Is this the world of the rich? Chapter 26, The Powerful Enemy, comes again. Li Jin naturally didn't know that Zheng Hui had already regarded him as a wealthy man. Instead, he looked at Professor Su, who was so angry that he was fuming, and touched his head with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "Professor Su, you can see that I'm in a mess. I can barely take care of my own people, so how can I take care of these broken machines?" Professor Su was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the sophisticated medical equipment on the ground with some disbelief and said, "You said these are broken machines? Do you know how valuable these things are? How many lives can they save? You are kidding me about human life." Li Jin looked at Professor Su, who was lecturing him, and his expression looked a little unhappy. But I still resisted the urge to flare up. After all, this old man Su is not doing this for himself. Zheng Hui, who was standing not far away, saw that the atmosphere was becoming awkward, so he quickly walked between the 2 of them and said to Professor Su, who was chattering, "Mr. Su, the commander is a soldier, not a doctor, so he naturally doesn't know how valuable these instruments are. Now that you're here, this will come in handy." When Zheng Hui mentioned the chief, he emphasized his tone deliberately, just to let Professor Su know that the person in front of him was not his student, nor was he from the medical field, but a powerful imperial general. However, Zheng Hui's words were obviously in vain. Professor Su still looked distressed and obviously did not understand the implicit meaning of his words. Li Jin on the side understood clearly that this old man Su was just a pure doctor who didn't understand the ways of the world at all. This made his unhappiness disappear immediately. He said with a smile, "Professor Su is right. This is indeed my fault. I will ask them to correct it right away." Then he turned around and said without hesitation, "Songhai, send someone to build an emergency tent here immediately and put all these things in there. Be very careful, understand?" Songhai naturally did not dare to neglect and saluted immediately. "Yes, sir." Li Jin then looked at Professor Su and said, "Professor Su, I will give these things to you. I grant you full authority. You can command the troops here to use these equipment at any time." Li Jin's humble attitude towards advice made Yen Ruoi, who was standing aside and watching the fun, look at him in a strange light. She was not Professor Su. Although he is a military doctor, he is exposed to a lot of things. Naturally, we know what the Imperial Lieutenant General represents. Even if it is not a real teaching, it's an empty title. It was also a great thing, and the man in front of her was obviously not an empty title, but the real lord of the island. Needless to say, his power was great. Professor Su, after hearing Li Jin's sincere feelings, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and his brain, which was half a block slow to come back to his senses. The person in front of him was not his child or grandchild, but his superior. He waved his hand and said, "Commander, what are you talking about? I was so abrupt." "That's abrupt." Li Jin smiled and said nothing, but expressed his attitude with practical actions. "Songhai, give orders immediately. All soldiers assisting here must obey Professor Su's orders." "Yes, sir." Just as the atmosphere began to become harmonious, Liu hurried over. "Sir, the radar observation station reports that 3 warships of the Liang people and 2 warships of the Feisong people are heading towards our territorial waters. It seems that they're going to cause trouble for us." Li Jin's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. What kind of cats and dogs dared to cause trouble to him now? You really don't know how to live or die. Liu, Aliv, you lead the fleet to teach them a lesson. "Yes, sir." Liu saluted Li Jin with a serious face, then turned around and strode away. Zheng Hui and the other two naturally heard the conversation between Li Jin and the other two, and their expressions immediately became serious. Especially Zheng Hui. Although he knew the importance of Liderong, he did not expect that other countries would send warships so blatantly. I couldn't help but say, "Commander, now is not the time to act on impulse. The Liang Navy is one of the most powerful armies in the world. If we stir up trouble first, it might cause a huge diplomatic storm and put us in a passive position. If you are patient, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a bright future." First. Just when Zheng Hui wanted to say something else, Li Jin suddenly turned around and stared at Zheng Hui with an indifferent expression, which made Zheng Hui shudder suddenly. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything anymore. However, Li Jin immediately turned around, which made Zheng Hui, whose heart was in his throat, breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did he feel that his back was soaked with cold sweat. At this time, Li Jin's faint voice came over. "Do you know, I have always been simple in my approach. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, I will beat him to death with my fists. As for what kind of storm, my favorite saying is, whoever has the bigger fist speaks the truth. If you don't obey, I will beat you until you obey." Chapter 27, Fat? Li Jin turned his head and looked at Professor Su. "Professor Su, I'll leave this to you. I grant you full authority. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me at any time and I will help you solve them." Professor Su naturally knew what was important and urgent, and nodded in agreement, saying solemnly, "Please rest assured, Chief. This is what I, as a doctor, should do." Li Ji nodded. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Yen Ruai opened her mouth to say something when she saw Li Jin leaving, but Zheng Hui pulled her arm. Yen Ruai looked at Zheng Hui in confusion. Zheng Hui said seriously, "Don't get too close to him in the future." Yen Ruai frowned slightly. "Are you warning me?" Zheng Hui saw Yen Ruai suddenly become cold and frosty, so he quickly let go of her arm, smiled awkwardly, and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "I'm just giving advice." "Advice?" Then he looked around and explained in a low voice, "Don't be fooled by his current prestige. Once the crisis here is resolved, who knows how many people will come here to attack. Although Li Shicheng is a general of the empire and seems to be in a high position, he is not a member of the Council of State and is not considered a high-ranking official at all." Zheng Hui pointed to the sky and whispered, "If those people take action, Li Shicheng will not be able to protect him at all. What's more, Li Shicheng just treats this son as an abandoned child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here. Zheng Hui's expression became more serious. I don't know who helped Li Jin to be able to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. It would be fine if General Li was dealt with by the Melika people, but if he really gains a foothold, the nobles above will take action. This is a huge piece of fat meat. Do you think Li Jin can keep it? Yin Ruoyi's beautiful eyes moved, and suddenly she revealed a smile. In an instant, the iceberg melted and the flowers bloomed, making Zheng Hui stare in amazement. Yeah. Staff Officer Zheng, do you think that a person who can remain unmoved under the strong suppression of the Meliga Empire will not be able to withstand the pressure from some young masters and young ladies? Yin Ruoyi looked at the figure that was about to disappear and said in a light tone, You underestimate him. Zheng Hui had come back to his senses at this time. Looking at Yin Ruoyi, who was staring at Li Jin, a trace of jealousy suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said unhappily, Really? Don't forget that everyone has weaknesses. It would have been fine if Zheng Hui hadn't said anything, but Yin Ruoyi's expression immediately turned cold when he said that. Only people like you who have no bottom line would do anything to achieve your goals. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Professor Su. Zheng Hui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What happened to him? Isn't it just a few words from a heart? How could he be thrown into such a low place by that little girl Yin Ruoyi? At the same time, Lai Zhurong Headquarters Operations Command Center. Li Jin stood in front of the command desk with his hands on his hips. The busy officers and soldiers around him kept saying a series of data. War situation report. The enemy has 1 Maya-class destroyer, 2 Ushui-class destroyers, and 2 Resal-class frigates, and they are rapidly approaching our territorial waters. Direction northwest, distance 240 nautical miles. Li Yu, who was standing next to Li Jin, said, Sir, the enemy didn't conduct any electromagnetic control at all, but blatantly told us they were coming. Li Jin bit his lip and asked, How are their performance? Li Yu hurriedly explained. The Resal-class frigate is the newest light frigate to enter service in the Kingdom of Faison. It has a displacement of 2,600 tons and is equipped with a 76mm naval gun, a 30mm machine gun, an anti-submarine torpedo launcher, and 2 twin-mounted Mistral air defense missiles. Li Jin opened his eyes wide in astonishment and said, Are there still new warships without missiles these days? Li nodded and said, The Filipinos thought the missiles were too expensive, so they didn't equip the warships with missiles. They only symbolically installed 4 Mistral air defense missiles. Li Jin nodded, although the missiles seemed inconspicuous. In fact, it is quite valuable. Even if he bought it in the treasure house store, it would cost at least a few gold bars. Then Li Yu continued to introduce. The Moi class is the most advanced 10,000-ton destroyer in the Kingdom of the Liang, equipped with 96 vertical missile launch units. The Xiaohe class destroyer has a displacement of 6,800 tons and is equipped with 32 vertical launch units. Li Jin smiled slightly when he heard Li Yu's introduction. These people think highly of me. Even the treasures hidden in the bottom of the box were taken out. Let's go meet them. Li Jin immediately turned around and walked out of the combat center. Seeing this, Li Yu hurriedly followed him. At this time, there are 3 warships docked in the Lai Zhurong naval port, one of which is Li Jin's old lover, the Kirov-class nuclear-powered cruiser Peter the Great, now called Kyushu. The other 2 are leader-class multi-purpose missile destroyers, named Yaoguang and Tianshu. On the Kyushu ship, Li Jin stood in the operations room of the bridge, looking at the 5 small red dots approaching quickly on the radar, and said in a deep voice, Let's meet them. Li Yu immediately raised his hand and saluted. Yes. Woo, woo. Soon, a shrill whistle sounded. The engine at the battleship's tail wing started to turn rapidly, pushing the huge Kyushu to slowly leave the dock. After passing through the narrow sea channel, it immediately accelerated towards the sea. An hour later, Li Jin led 3 warships to the Pacific Ocean, dozens of nautical miles away from Lai Zhurong. Report, the target is 200 nautical miles away. Li Jin spat out one word, Wait. For a time, the entire bridge became quiet, and everyone held their breath. Only the sound of reports kept ringing. 190 nautical miles away. 180 nautical miles away. Distance, 150 nautical miles away. A lieutenant colonel sitting at the radar station immediately stood up and reported. Report to the commander. The enemy fleet has entered our exclusive economic zone. Li Jin's face was so gloomy that it was a little scary. He had only been in office for a few days, so naturally he couldn't be as steady as an old dog or remain calm when facing a catastrophe. All he knew now was someone was slapping him in the face. "I command." Li Jin suddenly walked to the podium and said loudly, "All personnel, get to combat positions." Upon hearing this, Liu immediately picked up the communicator and said, "All personnel immediately take their positions. First-level combat readiness." Repeat, first-level combat readiness. Then a report came from the communicator. Report, the water diversion department is ready. Report, the gunnery department is ready. Li Jin immediately said, "Turn on the guidance radar." A moment later, a voice rang out in the war room. "Target number 1 has been locked. Target number 2 has been locked." Li Jin's expression suddenly became serious, and he spoke word by word. "Destroy them." As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, the bows of the leader-class destroyers guarding the left and right sides were immediately filled with smoke, and then missiles flew into the air one after another. Chapter 28, Battle in the Blue Sea. "Sir, do we need to warn them?" When a missile was launched, Liu suddenly spoke. Li Jin glanced at Liu and couldn't help laughing. "Ugh." At the same time, 100 nautical miles away from Li Jin and his men, 5 warships were sailing at high speed towards Liderong in an attack formation. The guided missile destroyer Moi. The formation commander and captain of the Moi, Seiichi Yamamoto, stood at the observation window of the bridge and looked at the sea ahead through a telescope. Then he put down the telescope, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip, looking relaxed and contented. If you didn't know him, you would think he was here for tourism. At this time, an officer came over quickly and said, "Captain, Liderong has sent a public radio message, asking us to leave their territorial waters immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Yamamoto, Seiichi, smiled contemptuously. "Don't bother with them. What can they do to us? Could they still launch missiles at us?" Beep beep. Before Yamamoto Seiichi's proud voice fell, a piercing alarm sounded in the operations room. Then a nervous voice sounded. "Report, 5 incoming missiles have been detected. We have calculated their trajectory. Their target is us." Yamamoto Seiichi's face suddenly turned green, and his face was a little swollen from being hit. At this moment, a series of voices rang out in the war room. "Report, the monitoring radar has reached its maximum peak." "Report, the guidance radar has been turned on." "Report, the incoming target has been locked, the combat system has been activated, and the trajectory is being calculated." Yamamoto Chingy didn't care about the embarrassment at this time, and hurriedly moved to the front of the radar, looking at the 5 light spots on the radar, and said loudly, "Destroy them. Quick." Then, sounds came one after another in the operations room. "Combat system ready. 5 missiles. Emission. The mid-range interception system is on standby. Short range." White mist was seen rising from the bow of the Maya, and anti-aircraft missiles were launched into the air in flames. "Shoot towards the direction of the incoming missile." The Sparrow ship-to-air missiles on the 2 Shiohi-class destroyers guarding on both sides were also ready. In a matter of seconds, 5 missiles hit the anti-ship missile that was flying low over the sea, and huge fireballs instantly exploded on the sea surface. However, only 4 missiles were intercepted, and the other one just missed the interceptor missile. At this time, the missile was less than 10 nautical miles away from the Maya. At this moment, several Sparrow missiles took off from Shiohi-class destroyer, drew an arc in the air at a high speed, and crashed straight into the incoming missiles. 10 seconds later, several missiles collided directly with the incoming missiles, causing a huge fireball to explode. Yamamoto Chingy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the light spot suddenly disappear on a radar, and then his expression became stern. "Lock them up for me." At the same time, on the Kyushu cruiser, Li Jin sighed as he watched the missile signal disappear from the radar. It is indeed difficult to destroy a modern warship with a few ordinary missiles. Then he said with a serious look, "Report the distance of the enemy ship." A loud voice immediately rang out in the operations room. "Report, the target is 92 nautical miles away." Li Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "5 Zircon anti-ship missiles, ready. Target 5 enemy ships. Fire 1 first, target the Moi. 20 seconds later, fire 4 more missiles, targeting the other 4 ships." At Li Jin's command, the officers and soldiers in the combat center immediately became busy. The anti-ship vertical launch unit located at the bow of the ship is visible. The launch cover popped open. A thick zircon anti-ship missile was ejected immediately, and a huge amount of flames instantly spurted out from the bottom of the missile, pushing the missile into the sky at a high speed and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. On the missile destroyer Moi, Yamamoto Seiichi had just given the order, and the missile had not yet been launched when the alarm sounded throughout the operations room. They fired another missile. Yamamoto, Aoichi's expression suddenly tensed. Intercept them immediately. But before he could calm down, a panicked voice rang out in the operations room. Not good. Their missiles are too fast, and the interception system cannot lock on. What? Yamamoto Kiyoshi was shocked for a moment and quickly walked to the fire control system. The radar commander said palely, "Its speed is too fast, at least Mach 8 and above, and it's not flying in a straight line. It's doing an S-shaped low-altitude maneuver." Baka. Yamamoto Seiichi cursed with an ugly expression. He knew that now was not the time to panic. He took a deep breath and said, "Distance. 40 nautical miles. Fuck." Yamamoto Kiyoshi was shocked for a moment and shouted without thinking. "Close defense system ready. At the speed of a hypersonic missile. This distance would only take a dozen seconds." Yamamoto Seiichi hurried to the bridge and looked in the direction where the missile was coming from. At this time, a black dot with a white trail could already be seen crossing the sky, approaching the Maya at a high speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The close-in defense gun system on the battleship opened fire instantly, and countless bullets shot out instantly, forming a huge metal bullet net in the direction of the missile. The missile was already approaching in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the warship, and countless bullets hit the missile body directly. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, followed by a shock wave that swept over, shattering the observation window on the bridge in an instant. Kiyoshi Yamamoto squatted under the wheelhouse, feeling the sweeping heat waves and the huge vibrations of the ship, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, as it was obvious that the incoming missiles did not cause much damage to them. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from outside the bridge, causing Yamamoto Aoichi's expression to change again. Yamamoto Aoichi stood up quickly and looked out the side window. I was stunned on the spot. He saw a Shiohi-class destroyer guarding his right wing emitting thick smoke, obviously hit by a missile. Baka! Yamamoto Seiichi's face suddenly turned livid, and then there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and an officer strode up to Yamamoto Seiichi. "Commander, the Shirori was hit by a missile in the middle of the hull. The explosion tore a large area apart, and it is beyond repair. The No Fire was hit by a missile on the rear side of the ship, and the propulsion system was destroyed. The 2 frigates of the Faison Kingdom have been hit and sunk. The right side of our ship has been damaged, and damage control is urgently repairing it." Baka! Yamamoto Seiichi cursed again and shouted angrily. "Damn you, Meligas, we've been tricked." On the Kyushu cruiser, Li Jin stared at the radar. An officer suddenly stood up and said, "Report, all 5 missiles have hit the target. 3 of the targets have been confirmed destroyed, and the damage to the Moi and Fuhua is unknown." Li Jin couldn't help but sneer. Yeah, he wanted to see if the Maya was really as powerful as the legend said. Anyway, he had plenty of missiles. If 1 shot doesn't work, then shoot 2. If 2 shots don't work, then shoot 10. He wants to see how many of these little Japanese devils can stop. I couldn't help but say loudly. Zircon fires second round. Target the Moi. Chapter 29. Security is earned through fighting. On the Moi, there was a trace of despair on Yamamoto Seiichi's face. He thought that this trip was no different from traveling, but he didn't expect to send himself directly to a grave. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but the opposite side was actually equipped with hypersonic missiles, and the existing air defense system of the Maya was no different from that made of paper. They fired 2 more missiles. At this moment, a terrified voice sounded from the operations room. There was a sound of people gasping for air in the war room. Yamamoto Kiyoshi's throat became dry for a while. A distance of 100 nautical miles. The enemy's missiles would hit his warship in less than a minute. He had no chance to dodge at all. In this case, Yamamoto Seiichi suddenly showed a crazy look, turned around and walked to the command desk in the operations room, and said loudly, Lock onto the enemy target immediately and fire all the missiles. Quick! As soon as Yamamoto Kiyoshi gave the order, he seemed to have used up the last bit of his strength and collapsed on the chair. At this time, the two quadruple launch tubes between the smokestacks of the manhwa burst into flames, and 8 missiles were fired one after another. At the moment, the missile flew out of the launch tube. The Zircon anti-ship missiles were arriving in an instant, and the 2 short-range defense systems on the Moi immediately opened fire. The buzzing sound of the motors instantly resounded throughout the world. But this time, they were not so lucky. As soon as the bullets from the close-in defense gun were fired, 2 missiles hit the Moi one after another. The Moi suddenly stopped. 2 huge flames exploded from a warship. The huge impact force plus the power of the missile explosion instantly split the Maya into 2. Kyushu Cruiser. Operations Center. Liu came straight to Li Jin. Sir, sonar report. A strong underwater explosion and a large area of metal sinking have been detected. Moi is finished. Li Jin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Sudden, a loud report came from the operations room. Report, the Maya launched a missile at us. 8 missiles, monitoring trajectory 86, 82, for... Li Jin's face suddenly darkened. Can't these damn things just wait to die? We have to make some noise. It seems so heroic. Who is being moved? Destroy them. Li Jin immediately ordered in a deep voice. The Kyushu under his feet is not an old Kirov-class ship, but a modified and upgraded latest battleship with an extremely powerful combat system and information exchange capabilities. In just a few seconds, a clanging voice rang out from the operations center. Target locked. 5 missiles. Fire. The weapons controller pressed the red button hard, and the air defense vertical launch unit at the front of the bridge. The hatches of the 5 launch tubes were opened at the same time. A ball of flame spurted out from one of the launch tubes, and a Prometheus anti-aircraft missile was instantly unsheathed. The moment the missile was launched into the air, engine ignition, blazing flames gushed out from the bottom of the missile, pushing the missile high into the sky in the blink of an eye and whizzing towards the target. The other 3 missiles also took off one after another at this time. With a missile speed of 3.6 kilometers per second, it was close to the incoming missile in just a few breaths. At the moment of approaching the incoming missile, the missile exploded violently, and countless fragments scattered instantly, covering the 3 incoming missiles. The high-speed flying fragments easily pierced the body of the incoming missile. 3 huge fireballs suddenly exploded in the sky. 3 of the 4 missiles attacking from the right wing were destroyed in an instant. As for the remaining one, just as it flew over the explosion area, it collided with a Prometheus missile that arrived in an instant. Another fireball exploded in the sky. Kyushu Cruiser. Bridge. Report to the commander. All incoming missiles have been destroyed. Li Jin nodded and pointed to a light spot on the radar. What's going on with this warship? Why hasn't it sunk yet? Liu, who was standing behind Li Jin, stepped forward and said, Sir, I have sent out the shipborne helicopter. I believe there will be news soon. As soon as Liu finished speaking, a set of images appeared on the combat screen in front of them. A warship was floating alone on the sea, with thick smoke billowing from the stern. It was obvious that the missile did not cause fatal damage to it. Sir, it seems their propulsion system has been destroyed by us. Should we sink him? Li Jin shook his head and said seriously, How can this be possible? We are good people. How can we do such a despicable thing? The Geneva Convention must be strictly observed. Do you understand? Damn it. The Liang people blatantly sent warships to cause trouble for him. How could he let go so easily? Do you really think he is a clay Buddha? It's a good opportunity to make use of these Liang people. Liu naturally did not dare to question Li Jin's decision and quickly passed the order down. At this time, Li Jin sat down on the chair in front of the command desk, looked up at Liu and Song Hai who were around him and said, Tell me, what will the Manga people do next? Will they stay quiet for a while? Liu and Song Hai looked at each other. Song Hai thought for a moment and said, Sir, I think after this battle, they should behave themselves for a short period of time. At least, they won't make any big moves until they know our true strengths. Li Jin nodded and turned his gaze to Liu. Liu said quickly, Sir, I think what Song Hai said makes sense. The Manga people just lost a battle group, and their little brothers were severely punished by us. The Manga Empire is indeed powerful, but I don't think they will risk losing another battle group, or even several to trouble us. At least not for a while. Li Jin nudatu fully. Why did he insist on confronting the Melika people head-on from the very beginning? Isn't it just to intimidate the Melika people and prevent them from acting rashly? Otherwise, given the troublemaking nature of the Melika people, he would probably have endless troubles in the future. He's just now finding his footing. The reason he was able to fight against the Melika Empire was because he had a few trump cards. Also, the Melika people had no idea of his strength, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of him. But Li Jin knew very well in his heart. How could the Melika Empire be a fool if it could dominate the world for so many years? I'm afraid we'll be able to come up with a solution soon. This period of time should not be too long, and by then there will probably be another series of troubles. It's not that Li Jin underestimates himself. In front of Melika's huge size, he is really just a small ant. So, all that is being done now cannot fully guarantee that he will live a comfortable life for a few days. If you want to live a truly peaceful life, only one more hard blow. Let everyone know that Li Jin is not someone to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Li Jin's eyes gradually became sharp. Chapter 30 adding fuel to the flames. Just when Li Jin was thinking about where to start the trouble, USS Buhua. Captain Tomoikaro stood on the deck of the bridge, his eyes fixed on the Super Stallion helicopter that was circling above his head. Because the helicopter was broadcasting in Liang language. Bah, you rubbish on the ship. Listen to me. I am from Lai Dirong's garrison. You have been surrounded by us. The only way out is to surrender. We will strictly abide by the convention. The radio kept blasting in Tomosadai Kuro's ears, and his face turned pale and blue. As a big board man, he is determined and fearless. So, he immediately said righteously, "For the Empire, go. Hang the white flag I prepared on the mast." An officer standing not far away suddenly looked happy from his originally nervous face. As an elite who also came from Osaka, he naturally raised his hands without hesitation and then bent his feet to agree with Tomosadai Karo's decision. He quickly raised his hand and saluted, saying loudly, "For the Empire." Then he trotted all the way to the bridge. After a while, a huge white flag was flying on the steel mast of the No Fire. "We will strictly abide by the treaty, The white flag flying in the sky caused the sound on the radio to pause. Obviously, the people on the helicopter did not expect the Liang people to be so enthusiastic. "Sir, the No Fire surrenders." Li Jin was stunned for a moment, and looked at Liu, who also had a strange look on his face, in amazement. Surrender? So easily? Are all the Liang people so inward-looking now? But just in case, Li Jin naturally couldn't believe it, and immediately ordered, "Give orders immediately to have all these Liang people jump into the sea, and then blow up and sink the warship." Although it is a pity, but he doesn't have any shipyard under his control, so even if he keeps it, it will be a pile of garbage. It would be better to just blow it up and save trouble. Send a ship to bring them back. "Yes, sir." "Wait." Li Jin stopped Liu, who was about to leave, and said, "Remember, tell the soldiers to treat them well." Li Jin deliberately emphasized the tone when talking about hospitality. Liu immediately understood and nodded. Then he turned and left. Melika Empire built a hat palace. Joseph sat in front of a large screen with an unpleasant look on his face. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. Quite a while, he turned his head with a heavy heart and said to Chief of Staff Willis, who was sitting next to him, "General Willis, you all have seen how difficult this Li Jin is. What should we do now?" Willis looked at his boss with a heavy face and almost rolled his eyes. He didn't think a small island would be a threat to them. In his opinion, as long as Joseph gave the order, what did it matter even if that damn place had signal blocking? But in a small place, it is entirely possible to calculate the direction and then carry out targeted bombing. Although it may consume a little more bombs, it can solve the problem once and for all. Pity. I don't know what kind of dirt is in the head of this big boss of his family. He rejected his proposal. Now that Joseph brought it up again, Willis's eyes lit up. But before he could open his mouth to speak, Joseph's sharp gaze shot over. "General Willis, stop talking about your so-called three-dimensional carpet bombing. Do you know how big a range of tens of kilometers is? The bombs dropped are enough to bankrupt us." Willis was spitted all over by Joseph for a moment, and he didn't even bother to wipe his face, and said quickly, "Mr. T, we can use the old explosives we had in the warehouse." "All right." Unexpectedly, Joseph didn't want to listen to his explanation at all, and directly denied it. "I will not agree to this proposal." After saying this, he stood up and said, "That's all for today. You all go back." Then he left with his bodyguards, leaving Willis standing there in shock. As soon as Yozel returned to the office, Lena, the security consultant who had been following closely behind him without saying anything, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. General T, I think we can consider General Willis's proposal." Yozel frowned immediately. "Ms. Lena, when did you become a soldier? Don't you even use your brain? Don't you know there are tens of thousands of natives on the lie to Rhone Islands? It's not like hundreds of years ago when we can just dispose of these indigenous people at will. If we do this, it will only put us in the spotlight." "Ms. Lena," Yozel pointed at the seat under his buttocks and said in a more serious tone, "I haven't done enough in this position. Do you understand?" Joseph's vicious look frightened Lena so much that her face turned pale, and she quickly bowed and said, "Mr. T, I understand." Joseph then showed a satisfied smile, and then he didn't know what he thought of. His face darkened again, and he said in a cold voice, "And the damn Kyushu Empire. Just now, the Prime Minister of Jojo Empire called me personally to express his concern for Liderong. This is unprecedented, you understand?" Lena's face, which was covered with a thick layer of makeup, wrinkled up as she heard the words. Her entire face immediately looked like it was cracked. "What on earth does the Kyushu Empire want to do?" Yozel shook his head and said, "No matter what they want to do, since they dare to send out a fleet, they have already made their attitude clear. Now is not the time to conflict with them. Therefore, we cannot take any drastic measures, lest we cause a strong backlash from them." Lena nodded to show that she understood, but thinking about the loss of an aircraft carrier battle group, she said unwillingly, "Mr. T, why don't we take some measures?" The corner of Yozel's mouth curled up into a smile, but it was a little cold, making people feel scared. Just listen to him. "Ms. Lena, have you forgotten what Ms. You said? Why should we rush to the front line? The 3 most advanced warships of the Fiery Sun people have just been destroyed. Do you think they will let this go?" When Lena heard Joseph mention you, she showed dissatisfaction on her face. "Mr. T," Joseph waved his hand to signal Lena not to say anything more, then knocked on the table and said, "Don't you think it's interesting to watch them kill each other?" Lena immediately showed a look of realization. Joseph touched his chin and thought for a while. "Maybe we should add more fuel to the fire. Ms. Lena, I think you should go to Liang for a visit." Lena immediately understood and nodded. Chapter 31. Went out and fried some fish. When Li Jin led the warships back to the port, dusk had quietly fallen, the earth gradually became dark, and only a ray of afterglow remained in the west. Li Jin had just walked into his office and hadn't sat down to rest for a while when a ding sound rang in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system task. The reward has been issued. Please check it yourself." Li Jin was stunned for a moment before he remembered that when the Liang warship appeared, the system had issued a mission, but the situation was urgent at the time, and he did not have time to take a closer look. The thought of having something to take, the originally tired spirit suddenly became full of energy. I said excitedly in my mind, "Open the system warehouse." Instantly a light screen appeared in front of Li Jin. 1. Mission Reward, Imperial Bomber Squadron. Contains 32-160ZJ White Swan Strategic Bombers. World of Warships Improved Version. Bomber Performance. The maximum level flight speed is 4.02 Mach, equipped with the most advanced turbofan engine, and the use of the most advanced airframe materials allows it to be as flexible and maneuverable as a fighter jet. The maximum range is 28,000 kilometers. The maximum ammunition load in the built-in ammunition bay is 48 tons, and it is equipped with Dagger hypersonic missiles. In addition, the bomber is also equipped with advanced fighter equipment such as the American and /ASQ 239 electronic warfare /countermeasure system, joint helmet display system, active phased array radar, optoelectronic distributed aperture system, etc. Li Jin looked at the introduction on the screen. I couldn't help secretly smacking my lips. These 3 white swans are already brand new. Apart from the appearance that looks 70% similar, the interior has been almost completely replaced. Then he smiled. He now had all the skills of land, sea, and air force. Although he was short, he was very strong. Except for a few military powers, he is not afraid of them with his current military strength. Li Jin continued to look down. 2. Mythical Aviation Engine Manufacturing Plant. Migration to an Unknown World. Introduction. This is an intelligent, fully automated factory covering an area of 4,086 acres, with a planned area of 972 acres and 39,823 employees, including scientific research and technical personnel. Capacity can produce all models of engines from General Electric, Rolls-Royce, and Pratt & Whitney. We can independently produce all precision components. Li Jin was stunned. Was the system forcing people into his position? There are nearly 40,000 people working in one factory, which is almost more than the entire population of Lideron. Immediately, they became excited because this was a good product from an engine manufacturer, and there was no doubt that it would sell well. Ding! Just as Li Jin was imagining a bright future, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Jin frowned immediately, thinking it was his predecessor's girlfriend, Yin Xioning again. He took the phone and opened it. He was stunned. It was a red envelope. He clicked on it uncontrollably. Ding! 1,000 yuan has been deposited. The crisp voice brought Li Jin back to his senses immediately. It was sent to him by his cousin Bai Ning. Ding! A voice message popped up in Feishuan. Li Jin clicked it and heard Bai Ning's cheerful voice. Little brother, this is your living expenses for this month. If it's not enough, I'll transfer it to you. I have good news for you. My sister has found a job now and can earn more than 3,000 yuan a month. From now on, your living expenses and tuition fees will be covered by your sister. Ding! Also, you're not allowed to go out and work secretly in the future, understand? You're the only college student in our family. You must study hard and live a decent life for that damn bastard to see. Ding! By the way, it's been almost a month. Why didn't you call home? Grandpa and Grandma are almost dying of anxiety. Li Jin was confused for a moment, and the memories of this life kept flooding into his mind. When he was 9 years old, his mother died suddenly of illness. Less than a year later, his father, the Marquis, married again. Li Jin, who was only 10 years old, was ruthlessly kicked out of the house. Fortunately, his mother was very popular in the mansion, and several guards in the mansion secretly sent him back to his mother's hometown Taozhou. My mother's family was just an ordinary family in Taozhou. My grandfather, Mr. Lung, was a teacher at a high school in a county town in Taozhou. My grandmother was a teacher at a primary school in the countryside. They had one son and 2 daughters. As for why his mother was able to rise to prominence, it was actually related to his uncle. His uncle was the bodyguard of Li Shiqing's father, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan was the chief of staff of the Nanyang fleet, he was assassinated during an inspection. Fortunately, Li Jin's uncle risked his life to save him, but Li Jin's uncle sacrificed his own life for it. Li Yuan was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. Not only did he personally send Li Jin's uncle back to his hometown, he also forced Li Jin's grandfather to become his sworn brother. It was at this time that Li Jin's mother, Lung Yueying, entered Li Yuan's sight. She is well-educated, diligent, and well-behaved, and she is also dignified and beautiful. Li Yuan was attracted to her at first sight and insisted on arranging a marriage for his son, Li Shiqing. Mr. Lung disagreed at first. The family backgrounds of the two families were very different, and he was afraid that his daughter would be wronged. Unexpectedly, the old man of the Li family was also stubborn. He fell in love with Li Jin's mother and ran to the Lung family whenever he had nothing to do. Even Li Shiqing was brought here. Li Shiqing was a playboy back then. When he saw Lung Yueying, he was immediately struck by her beauty. After all, the people around him were either young ladies from wealthy families or prostitutes, all of them dressed up gorgeously. When had he ever seen a beautiful girl like Lung Yueying? A frantic pursuit immediately began. Li Shiqing was a handsome and elegant young man in his time, and most women could not resist him. Lung Yueying was naturally no exception. The two got married quickly and were very happy at the beginning. But the good times didn't last long. Within a few years, Li Shiqing returned to his old ways. What a man! It's human nature to get bored with the old and love the new. After all, no matter how good something is, it will become boring if you use it every day. Fortunately, Li Yuan, the father-in-law, really likes Lung Yueying. With him protecting her, Lung Yueying feels comfortable and happy. But within a few years, Li Yuan fell ill due to a relapse of his old illness. Without anyone to suppress him, Li Shiqing naturally became bolder and even openly brought his favorite woman home. How could Lung Yueying bear this? He soon became seriously ill due to his depression and passed away not long after. Li Jin was left alone. Fortunately, Li Jin's grandparents treated him very well, and his cousin Bai Ning treated him like a real brother. His original body also worked very hard and was admitted to Jinling University. But there is a bad problem: too much vanity. He told everyone that he was Li Shiqing's son and was looking forward to the day when he would fly to the tree and become a phoenix. Otherwise, nothing would be happening now. Li Jin took a deep breath. The original body took leave and secretly ran to Shanghai to recognize his relatives, but did not dare to tell Grandpa Lung and the others. They all thought that Li Jin was studying in Jinling. Otherwise, I will be so angry that I will die. I exchanged a few words with Bai Ning on Feishuan to get by, but the memory he just recalled made Li Jin feel a little annoyed. I just stood up and tried to walk out of the building. Once out of the building, he happened to run into Yin Ruoi and Zheng Hui, who were looking for him. When Yin Ruoi saw Li Jin, she immediately waved and shouted, "Chief!" A smile suddenly appeared on Li Jin's face. With a wave of the hand, the guard at the door let the two people in. Yin Ruoi walked quickly to Li Jin, her bright face full of smiles, and saluted Li Jin with a standard military salute. "Hello, Chief." Li Jin raised his hand and saluted in return. "Why are you two here?" Yin Ruoi said quickly. "Commander, we want to report something to you. But you weren't here just now." Li Jin smiled slightly and said, "I just felt a little depressed, so I went out to fry some fish for fun." Yin Ruoi couldn't help but be stunned. This method of relaxing the mood was really unique. "Sir, all the captured Fiery Sun people have been brought here." At this time, Li Yu walked over quickly and said. Yin Ruoi and Zheng Hui were stunned for a moment. Could this be the fish that Li Jin was talking about? Chapter 32 Shocking. "Bring them here," Li Jin ordered casually. Yin Ruoi, who was standing next to him, looked at the calm Li Jin and couldn't help but said, "Commander, is this the fish you were talking about?" Li Jin showed a smile. "Yes. Just caught from the sea, so fresh." While the two were talking, Li Yu quickly walked over and saluted. "Sir, all 59 prisoners on the No Fire have been taken to the dock." Not a popular number? Captive? Zheng Hui, who was already somewhat confused, was suddenly shocked. Isn't the Buhua the latest missile destroyer added to the fleet of the Liang Kingdom? How could his crew be captured? Could it be that? Thinking of the previous conversation between Li Jin and Zheng Hui, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Just then, Li Jin suddenly raised his leg and walked towards the port. Seeing this, Yin Ruoi hurriedly followed him. After walking a few steps, she saw Zheng Hui still standing there blankly. She frowned and said, "Zheng Hui, what are you doing?" Zheng Hui then woke up from his dream and hurriedly followed. Li Jin led the two of them around a building, through a dense forest, and finally saw the sea. Yin Ruoi and the other person's expressions froze for a moment, because they saw 3 huge ships anchored in the calm harbor. It's a real behemoth. When Zheng Hui saw the warship in the middle, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Great Emperor? How is this possible? How could the White Bear people's warships appear here? Could it be that there's a White Bear man behind Li Jin?" Zheng Hui's heart was in turmoil, especially when he saw the other 2 warships, which were not much smaller than the Great Emperor in the middle. He became more and more confused. As a senior combat staff officer, I can't say I'm familiar with all the main battleships in service in various countries, but I know them pretty well. But the appearance of these 2 warships, he had never seen it. At first glance, it feels very sci-fi. If you look more closely, the 2 warships seem to have a hint of the Great Emperor, as if they were from the same school, and both have a wildness. Could it be that these 2 giant ships were also built by the White Bear people? An idea immediately popped into Zheng Hui's mind. Certainly, these are not big problems. What shocked him most was how these 3 warships came. This is not a small fishing boat, but any modern warship of 10,000 tons or above would cost at least 30 to 40 billion Jiuzhou yuan. Not to mention, even if you have the money to buy such a national weapon, there may not be anyone who can sell it to you. Why would Li Jin have it? This is the most incredible thing. For a time, Li Jin became more and more unfathomable in Zheng Hui's eyes, and Yin Ruoi was naturally not much better. Even more shocked, why did he dare to confront Zheng Hui, the senior advisor? It's because she is the eldest daughter of Yin Tianshun, the current commander of the Imperial Navy and a true official lady. Of course, he is not afraid of small colonel. But it was because I've been in contact with the Navy since I was a child that I realized how terrifying the 3 warships in front of me were. The Imperial Navy's largest first-class destroyer is just a little brother in front of these 3 warships. Yin Ruoi quietly looked at the 3 warships: X-band radar, S-band radar, meter-wave radar antenna, short-range defense system, naval guns. Just looking at these devices, it can be seen that these 3 warships are not what they seem, but it is a real modern battleship. The expression in Yin Ruoi's eyes changed drastically. They really needed to reevaluate Li Jin's strength. Just like Zheng Hui, Miss Yin Ruoi came here not for nothing, but for other purposes. Chapter 33, Ultimatum 2. One of the purposes, it is to investigate Li Jin's military strength and the reasons for the sinking of the MIT's battle group to determine whether it is related to Li Jin. After all, a powerful aircraft carrier strike group was destroyed so easily without any sign beforehand. What on earth could have caused this? But it interests a lot of people. But no one thought that all this was caused by Li Jin. In the eyes of some bigwigs, it was just a coincidence, or there was some connection. After all, everything about Lai Durong was under their control, and Li Jin's entire family was also thoroughly investigated. No one would believe that Li Jin could create such a powerful force out of thin air in just a few days. They just thought that there was some force behind Li Jin. But now, Yin Ruoi suddenly felt that Li Jin might really be hiding some unknown secrets. For a time, this made her curious about Li Jin. If she could really find some surprise from him, maybe it could help her father. Li Jin naturally didn't know that the 2 people behind him had already started to think about it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Why did he dare to bring them here? Because he holds the gun in his hand. This is a very strong stance. In his opinion, good things should be shown to others. Let people know you have. Only then can people be afraid of you. I dare not cause you any trouble. Li Jin now has typical Mei-style thinking. He was just a small ant. If he kept hiding, he would only wait to be stepped on to death. At this time, at the dock not far from Kyushu, 50 or so short guys in white uniforms were kneeling obediently on the ground. Li Jin walked straight to the little short boy kneeling in the front. Liu hurriedly said, "Sir, this man is Captain Tomosakuro of the Fua." Li Jin nodded, without showing off, and directly instructed a guard next to him. "Go, find some cameramen. I want to take some pictures." Then he looked at Liu and said, "Send someone to inform the Liang government right away and tell them that I helped them blow up the warships that invaded their territorial waters. Shouldn't they give me some benefits? And these bastards, I can't help them for nothing. Shouldn't they give me some money for sending troops, ammunition, and food? Oh, that's right. We'll find a place to lock these people up, give them a phone, and let them have a good chat with their families. Do you understand?" Liu immediately understood what he meant, raised his hand, and saluted. "Yes, sir." After hearing Li Jin's instructions, he felt relieved. Damn it. Melaga was indeed unable to defeat them for the time being, but the 2 floating dirt stones in the water dared to trouble him without knowing their own limitations. If he doesn't show his power, there's no telling what these bastards will do. Yin Ruoi looked at the majestic Li Jin with a look of surprise. Doesn't this generally have a brain? Not to mention the Faison Kingdom. The 3 warships in front of us can crush them. But what about the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun? One of the world's most powerful military powers. Li Jin actually dared to issue an ultimatum to the Liang Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? These jackals are worried about not having any opportunities. Isn't Li Jin rushing to give them the opportunity? By then, even Jiuzhou is in a passive position. Chapter 34, Uninvited Mission. General, Yin Ruoi couldn't help but said, "The Kingdom of Liang is one of the top 10 most powerful countries in the world. Its strength is far beyond that of a small country like Faison. Once the war begins, even the Empire will go all out. If you want to fight against the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun with just Lai Durong, I'm afraid." "General," before Yin Ruoi finished speaking, Zheng Hui suddenly interrupted and called out "General," then said in a serious tone, "Please understand that the Empire is now in a stage of recuperation. It is impossible for us to destroy the hard-earned balance because of some extra little things." Li Jin couldn't help but frown and showed an unhappy look in his eyes. He naturally understood the implicit meaning of Zheng Hui's words. Wasn't it that his Lai Durong was dispensable and not worth the Empire's efforts at all? Of course, he didn't expect it. What made him most unhappy was that these 2 people actually mistook him for Yelong. Is this looking down on him? Or do you still look down on him? Li Jin is only in his 20s. It's the most passionate time. Born as an ordinary person, he also does not have so many scheming and little thoughts. He only understood one thing. As long as his fist was hard and big enough, any crappy conspiracy or trick would be nothing but a piece of toilet paper in front of him. He snorted coldly. Snort. Do I, Li Jin, need help with anything? These bastards have come to my door, and they still want me to be a coward. Dream on, Li Jin. Li Jin suddenly shouted. Immediately issue a statement to the Liang Kingdom in my name. Tell them to explain within 24 hours why they sent warships into Lai Durong's territorial waters without reason. Otherwise, we will retaliate, and they will bear all the consequences. And that damn Faisong Kingdom, who the hell does it think it is? How dare it send warships to cause trouble for me? Immediately give them an ultimatum and tell them that when their warships sink, they will destroy the flowers and plants I planted in the sea. They have 20 billion Jojo coins to give me within 24 hours. If they are 1 cent short, I won't be able to kill them. Li Jin made this decision not because he was impulsive, but to show his attitude to Zheng Hui and others. It is Li Jin who has the final say over Lai Durong, and only he has the final say. No one can interfere. But Yen Ruoyi and Zheng Hui did not understand Li Jin's intention, because Li Jin's declaration had already intimidated them. My mind is full of Li Jin is crazy. He actually wants to compare the iron between an egg and a stone. Do you really think you can conquer the world with just a few fighter jets and warships? Li Jin suddenly remembered the system's voice. Ding, because the host is filled with a strong desire for revenge, the system's 7th mission is being generated. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. System task number 7. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a warrior's revenge is bloody. As a new era host, it should be a pleasure to repay and avenge. Since someone's fist has already hit him, shouldn't the host swing the hammer and hit back? Basic rewards. 1. A semiconductor equipment and precision instrument manufacturing base. This base has a full set of production technology and equipment from ASML and Zyvex Labs. Remark. This base was forcibly relocated by the system from some place in a certain world. Please observe 3 seconds of silence for it. Please do not laugh out loud during the silence. The system will give it to employees and technical RD personnel for free. Upgrade rewards. 2. 50,000 system gold bars. Remark. The number of gold bars will greatly increase or decrease the degree of revenge of the host. The specific number will be based on the reward after the task is completed. Li Jin looked at the rewards given by the system. I was a little stunned for a moment. What do semiconductor companies do? Are you a radio maker? Li Jin is really not very clear about this aspect. But I think what the system gives is definitely not ordinary things. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Li Jin's mind. A moment of silence begins. Li Jin quickly closed his mouth when he heard this, and silently said in his heart, Don't laugh, don't laugh. Ding, congratulations to the host. Because of the host's sincere attitude, the employees and section staff have already been issued. Please check in time. Li Jin's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that getting a reward would be so easy. Sir, the photographer is here. Upon hearing this, Li Jin said, Let him come over. By the way, let those Liang people kneel down. Then he turned to Yen Ruoyi and suggested, Would you two like to take a photo together? Yen Ruoyi and the other person immediately jumped to the side like frightened rabbits and waved their hands repeatedly, saying, No need, no need. Li Jin couldn't help but shook his head with regret, glanced at the Liang people kneeling at his feet, and said to Yen Ruoyi with great interest, What do you think of me carrying a big sword? Yen Ruoyi and the others were already afraid of Li Jin's thoughts. How could they dare to get involved in such a thing? If things went wrong, they would lose themselves and even their families. Seeing Yen Ruoyi and the other person looking frightened, Li Jin suddenly lost interest. Looking at the frightened Liang soldiers under his feet, he could not help but say angrily, I came all the way here to rescue you. Don't you have the slightest bit of gratitude? Who are you showing this horrible face to? Is this how you treat your benefactor? After saying that, he raised his head and said to Li Yu, Translate for them, and make them all look grateful to me. Otherwise, just shoot. Li Jin pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Bang! The crisp sound of the gunfire not only frightened the Liang people kneeling on the ground into silence. Even Yen Ruoyi and the others shuddered. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Wouldn't this General Li really dare to shoot? Bang! Just as the thought flashed through the two people's minds, Li Jin had already pointed the gun at a Liang man with an angry look on his face, and then pulled the trigger. The spurting blood made Yin Ruoi scream. Yin Ruoi immediately came back to her senses and looked at Zheng Hui's astonished eyes beside her. Two red clouds instantly appeared on her face. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands. But what relieved her was that Li Jin didn't even look at them, but stared at the Liang people kneeling on the ground. At this time, Liu had already translated Li Jin's words into Liang language. With Li Jin's previous shot, these Liang people showed smiles that were uglier than crying. Li Jin laughed immediately upon seeing this. Just wave your hand. Immediately, a soldier came over with a camera. Kingdom of the Blazing Sun. Yangjing. When Liang Tianwang looked at the statement handed over by the kingdom's foreign minister, especially the photo on it, his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip from his eyes. Chapter 35, Incredible. Emperor Zhaocheng of the Fiery Sun looked at the prime minister of the kingdom, Zhongde Zhuzenlang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs with a cold face, and asked unhappily, "Prime Minister, when did our warships reach Liderong? Why shouldn't I know?" Zhongchu Shizenlang bowed deeply and explained, "Your Majesty, you forgot that we once signed a contract with the Manga Empire. In an emergency, we can mobilize the kingdom's army and fight with them without your consent, Your Majesty." It was the Far East Command of the Manga Empire that submitted an order for coordinated operations to the General Staff. Your Majesty was on vacation in the West at the time, and I happened to be abroad. Bang! Zhao Cheng's anger suddenly rose up, and he slammed the table hard. These idiots, won't they refuse? Are they the kingdom's army or the Melaga people's army? Zhao Cheng's sudden roar startled several officials in the hall. Zhongde Zhuzenlang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I secretly groaned in my heart. Although the king of the Liang kingdom has withdrawn from the center of power, but he just retreated behind the scenes, and the power of the kingdom has always been in the hands of the king and has never been transferred. The prime minister of the kingdom looks very glorious. In fact, he is just an insignificant puppet and cannot make decisions on any major matters. Of course, there are also those who want to turn the tables and take charge. Now the grass on their graves is growing very tall. Zhongchu Zhuzenlang bowed quickly and said, "Your Majesty, I will send someone to convey your order immediately. From now on, all orders from the Melaga people will be put on hold and await your order." Zhongchu Shizenlang's words shocked Zhao Cheng. He was just talking and had no intention of offending the Melaga people. For a time, he no longer cared about the king's dignity and said quickly, "The Melaga Empire is our most important ally. It is only right that our army assist them. Don't make a fuss about it. Let's leave it at that." Then he changed the subject. "How are the warships we sent out?" Zhao Cheng held up a photo in his hand and asked, "Also, what's going on? Why are our soldiers here in Liderong and kneeling at the feet of this damn guy?" Zhongchu Shizenlang's face immediately became heavy, which made Zhao Cheng's heart skip a beat, and he had a bad feeling. "Your Majesty, all 3 warships we sent out were sunk." Zhao Cheng's body shook violently, and he felt dizzy and stars appeared in his eyes. 3 warships. Among them is the latest Moi-class ZSD missile destroyer. There are only 8 such warships in the entire Liang kingdom. The other 2 are also new anti-submarine warships that have just been put into service. Just like that. It's totally cutting his flesh. Zhao Cheng closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated heart. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Notify everyone immediately and block the news." If people knew about this big thing, there would be an uproar. Zhongchu Shizenlang's old face immediately drooped, and he said something that almost caused Zhao Cheng to have a cerebral hemorrhage. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter has almost spread throughout the country." "What did you say?" Zhao Cheng stood up suddenly, feeling dizzy and resting his hands on the table. "What's going on?" Zhongchu Shizenlang quickly explained. "Your Majesty, Lai Durong sent this statement directly to Douyin." Zhao Cheng's face turned pale. Douyin is the world's largest video entertainment website, with billions of users. All of a sudden, not only the people of Liang know about it, I'm afraid the whole world knows about it. "Really?" Then I heard Zhongchu Shizenlang say. Your Majesty, the relatives of the captured soldiers have gone to the Navy office to protest. We are required to find a way to rescue these soldiers immediately. Zhao Cheng was stunned. How could it be so fast? Zhongchu Shizenlang smiled bitterly and said, "Those damn Lai Durong people actually let the captured soldiers call their families. By the time we reacted, it was too late." Zhao Cheng felt a headache when he heard this, and couldn't help but said angrily, "Why don't these people just die? Don't today's soldiers even have the most basic spirit of Bushido?" Zhongchu Zhuzenlang quickly explained, "Your Majesty, they are big bored people." Zhao Cheng was stunned, and the anger in his heart immediately disappeared. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. If this was the case, he would not be surprised at what these people did. After a while, Zhao Chengkai regained his spirit and said, "Okay, let's not talk about these issues now. Can you all tell me what we should do now?" Zhao Cheng threw the document in his hand heavily on the table and said coldly, "A small place in a corner can actually destroy our 3 warships. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" As for the ultimatum issued by Li Jin, Zhao Cheng was not even interested in reading it. After all, would a jackal care what a little ant says? If it weren't for the dozens of prisoners, I'm afraid this statement would have been thrown into the trash. Even when 3 warships sank, Zhao Cheng did not think about Lai Durong, but instead speculated whether the Kyushu Empire was hiding behind the scenes to cause trouble for them. When Zhongda Zhizenlang heard Zhao Cheng's question, he quickly took out a satellite photo and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Zhao Cheng and said, "Your Majesty, our satellite reconnaissance shows that 3 warships have indeed appeared near Lai Durong. This is the analysis report from the intelligence department." Zhao Cheng picked it up and flipped through it, his brows immediately knitted together. "Is it the White Bear's warship?" Zhongchu Shizenlang said solemnly. "The warship in the middle is the same type of ship as the White Bear's great missile cruiser. The other 2 warships should be the White Bear's leader-class cruisers." "Leader level?" Zhao Cheng frowned immediately, and Zhongchu Shizenlang quickly explained. "It is a large warship designed by the White Bears, but as far as we know, the shipbuilding plan has been stopped due to funding reasons. The military has discovered through the Manga satellite reconnaissance network that the White Bear's warships have not been moved recently and are all staying in the military port. There is no sign of mobilization of the Kyushu Empire's navy." Zhao Cheng looked at Zhongda Zhuzenlang in disbelief after hearing this. There is no unusual movement in the White Bear Empire and the Kyushu Empire. So where did these 3 warships come from? You're not going to tell me that it's Lai Durong and the others, are you? Will they open? Zhongchu Shizenlang naturally knew that Zhao Cheng didn't believe it. He also found it incredible because these 3 warships really seemed to appear out of thin air. You know, the sea area near Lai Durong is a key monitoring area of the Manga satellite, but they have checked the satellite images for several months and found no warships operating nearby. The electronic interference in the Lai Durong Islands has only been going on for a few days. Lai Durong used to have no secrets in front of them. That is to say, these 3 warships only appeared after unknown electronic interference occurred. Chapter 36, White Swan. However, Shursen Lang would never tell Zhao Cheng about these things, because he would only be scolded in return. He bowed quickly and said, "Your Majesty, the Manga people are very interested in this matter and are currently investigating it. I think there will be results soon." Although Zhao Cheng was very dissatisfied with Nikkei Zhuzenlang's answer. But since the Manga people couldn't find out, his first reaction was that his own country couldn't find out either. He stopped asking and just waved his hand and said, "All right." Zhongchu Shizenlang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhao Cheng had no intention of asking any more questions, and he quickly said, "Your Majesty, what about the soldiers who are still in Lai Durong?" Zhao Cheng's expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Zhongchu Shizenlang sternly and said word by word, "Is there something you need me to teach you? The sun doesn't need cowards. It needs warriors who will sacrifice their lives for their country." Zhao Cheng's cold eyes made Zhongchu Shizenlang secretly groan. It's easier said than done, but it can be done. They can't find any trace of Lai Durong now, nor can they locate him. They can't just throw missiles into the sea, right? Zhongchu Shizenlang has a lot of pain in his heart, but can't express it. Quickly change the subject. "Your Majesty, the special envoy of the Manga Empire, Consultant Lena, has arrived in Yongjing." Zhao Cheng frowned slightly. These damn Manga people must be up to no good when they come. but his face didn't show it. After all, the Manga Empire is the godfather of their Liang kingdom, closer to them than their biological father. He didn't dare to say anything to refuse, not to mention the cold look. I asked hurriedly, "Counselor Lina, is there anything we can help you with?" Zhongchu Shizenlang looked at Zhao Cheng, who was like a dog, and couldn't help curling his lips. He quickly replied, "Your Majesty, Lady Lina asked us to help them blockade the waters around Lai Durong and not allow any ships to enter or leave, and send the Air Force to assist them in air control." The Manga Empire's high-profile move aroused Zhao Cheng's curiosity, and he asked in surprise, "What's wrong with the Manga people? Why would they start a war over such a tiny country?" Zhongda Zhuzenlang also had a puzzled look on his face. "Your Majesty, we didn't find any useful information. After all, although an aircraft carrier strike group is large, but it seemed insignificant in the sea. The tactical nuclear graphics card launched by Li Jin not only blew up all the warships, but also destroyed the communication facilities on the warships in an instant. So, no one except the Manga people and the Kyushu Empire knew what happened. Of course, such a big thing can't be kept secret for long. Anyone who is interested will find clues after a little investigation." Although Zhao Cheng was puzzled, he still opened his mouth and ordered, "Just do as Consultant Lina says." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhongchu Shizenlang bowed and agreed quickly, then raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, Advisor Lina said that their Pacific Fleet is carrying out an emergency mission and cannot send warships for the time being. She hopes that we will first send the fleet and fighter planes to carry out the blockade mission." Lai Durong Island. After taking the photos, Li Jin asked Liu to post them online, and then he took in Roy and the other person back to his office. The guests and hosts took their seats. Li Jin got straight to the point and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? Is there any trouble with Professor Su?" Zheng Hui stood up immediately after hearing Li Jin's question. He was a little afraid of Li Jin now, because this man did not play by the rules at all. He heard him say, "General, we are here on behalf of the Imperial Cabinet to invite you to the Imperial Capital on August 15th to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival held by the Cabinet. Attend the Imperial Senate meeting at the same time." Zheng Hui had a look of envy in his eyes when he finished speaking. This is the ceiling of the Kyushu Empire. The fact that Li Jin was qualified to participate showed that he had become one of the small group of people at the top of the entire empire. Li Jin also showed a look of astonishment on his face. Of course, he knew what the Council of State was. It could be said to be the core place of the Kyushu Empire. Every order of the empire came from here. As far as he knows, the entire Senate, apart from the Emperor, the Prime Minister, and the President of the Imperial Parliament. There are also 24 seats for members of the Parliament, such as several ministers in charge of the Cabinet, several deputy commanders of the Army headquarters, and the heads of the core departments of the Empire. There is also a special seat, which is the governors of the 8 territories. It seems that they take turns to attend the Council of State meetings. Really? Then Zheng Hui explained, "General, the position of territory counselor has always been rotated among the 8 territories, and this year the 8 territories have already rotated. And Lai Durong has just become the 9th lord of the empire, and the Senate has just passed a resolution to appoint you as this term's territorial counselor." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully. Was this a benefit to him? But what made Li Jin very curious was that he had caused such a big stir here. Didn't the upper echelons of the empire hear about it? He was actually invited to attend. Just when Li Jin was hesitating, Liu hurried into Li Jin's office and said, "Sir, the Manga Empire has just issued a statement announcing sanctions against us and an embargo. In addition, they also announced the establishment of a no-fly zone and a no-sail zone within a 500 nautical mile radius of Lai Durong. No one is allowed to come near here. And the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun." Soon after the Manga people issued their statement, they came out to express their support for the Manga people's decision and announced that they would send 2 escort groups to the waters near us. "Sir, the Liang people just posted an announcement on their Douyin account. They will hold a troop dispatch ceremony at Yokogawa Naval Base at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. What does it mean when you feel sleepy? Someone will bring you a pillow." Li Jin's eyes flickered coldly, and a smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. If you want to play, he doesn't mind having some fun with them. Li Jin looked at his watch, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Liu immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Sir," Li Jin ordered in a deep voice. "Order the bomber unit to take off immediately target Yakuza naval base. Since it's already thundering, we should at least get some rain, right? Li Jin naturally knew how powerful the Liang Kingdom was, but who could blame him for having a trump card? Besides, he is just a bachelor, and King Liang has a great country and a great cause. It is not so easy to fight for his life. When Liu heard Li Jin's order, he immediately raised his hand and saluted. Yes, sir, then turned and left. Yen Ruoyi, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned by Li Jin's order. They couldn't believe that Li Jin actually wanted to attack Liang's homeland. This is no longer a provocation. It's a total act of war. It is even possible to drag the entire Kyushu Empire into the quagmire. Zheng Hui could no longer sit still and stood up to speak, but Li Jin turned around and walked out of the office, saying, Okay, let's stop here for today. You guys go back first. Zheng Hui's raised hand suddenly froze in midair, and his face turned blue and white. Yen Ruoyi was staring at Li Jin's receding back. Her eyes were full of brilliance and even a hint of admiration. A domineering man, especially one who holds a high position, holds great power and is so young. It's really attractive, especially to women. Woo! The two men walked out of the building with their own thoughts. It was already late at night, but the searchlights on the building made the entire base as bright as day. At this moment, a huge roar was heard in the sky. The two of them couldn't help but look up. They saw three huge figures whizzing past their heads, and a faint hint of white could be seen. Yen Ruoyi's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Is it a white swan? Zheng Hui was also stunned and blurted out. What the hell? This is really weird. The next day, around 4 in the morning, over a sea area more than 100 kilometers away from Liderong, 3 white swans flew low over the sea. Not far ahead of them was an island. When 3 bombers were approaching the island, suddenly they all raised their noses to the sky, and at the moment they reached the sky, the air defense radar on the island ahead suddenly sounded a loud warning, instantly throwing the radar station into chaos. The white swan, which had already entered supersonic flight, disappeared over the island in the blink of an eye. Yakuza Naval Port. The Chief of Staff of the Fiery Sun Kingdom Navy, Sakai Koichi, looked at the kingdom's warships docked at the dock and couldn't help but reveal a smug look on his face. He turned his head and glanced at the naval commanders around him and said loudly, This Liderong operation is a great opportunity for us. We must seize it. Let the whole world see how powerful our Liang is. Tap, tap, tap. An officer rushed to Sakai Koichi and saluted. General, the Air Defense Headquarters just called, and 3 white swans suddenly appeared near the Takahara Islands. Rapidly approaching Yongjing Bay, the Air Force has sent a squadron of M-35 fighter jets to drive them away. Sakai Koichi's face suddenly darkened. These damn white bear people actually made things difficult for him on his happy day. They were such good-for-nothings. But he didn't care too much. After all, this was not the first time that the white bear's plane had been hovering nearby, and he immediately said, The ceremony will proceed as usual. The officers around him bowed and said, Hey, at the supersonic cruise speed of the new White Swan bomber. Not long after, the 3-plane formation was already approaching within 300 kilometers of Liang's mainland. For a time, air raid sirens blared across the entire east coast of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun. At this time, just opposite the 3 White Swan bombers, 6 M-35A fighter jets were already roaring in. On one of the M-35 fighters, Zhao Weifu, the commander of the 306th Squadron of the Liang Kingdom Air Force, repeated the order loudly countless times in the squadron channel as usual. Attention! Attention! Our mission is to drive them away. Don't do anything radical. Just follow the instructions. Notice, beep beep hum hum hum. The warning system in the fighter plane suddenly beeped, and the red light shocked Zhao Yifu's heart. He was locked up, being locked by a bomber's radar. This was beyond his comprehension. Damn it! When did the White Bear's bomber become so powerful? Just when Zhao Yifu was getting nervous, a series of extremely nervous voices suddenly came from the communicator. Sir, I'm locked in. Sir, I've been targeted too. Zhao Yifu felt his scalp tingling. Did these damn White Bear people really want to play this? Take a deep breath. Zhao Yifu resisted the urge to press the eject button and shouted in the channel. Baka, they are bombers, not fighters. You damn guys are your heads full of shit. Us. Before Zhao Yifu could finish his words, his mouth suddenly opened wide, because 3 white-painted bombers had arrived in an instant and appeared in his sight. Baka! Zhao Yifu cursed inwardly. At this time, the fire control system of the fighter plane under his seat has begun to automatically lock onto the roaring white swan. What shocked Zhao Yifu was that the bomber in front seemed not to notice that it was being locked on and continued to roar towards them. Zhao Yifu was so scared that he quickly reached for the joystick to avoid it. Just as his hand touched the joystick, the white swan in front of him suddenly accelerated and rushed to Zhao Yifu in a blink of an eye. As Zhao Yifu was stunned, the arrow whizzed past his head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For a moment, Zhao Yifu's face turned green. He had heard it before. The white swan of the white bear man flies faster than a fighter jet. I didn't expect it to be true. But what made him furious was that these damn white bear people actually insulted him. He flew a bomber right over his head in such a swagger. Did he really think his missiles were just decorations? Although he was indeed panicked just now. At this time, a voice sounded in the fighter channel. "Sir, what do we do now?" Zhao Yifu finally came to his senses and looked at the light spot on the radar that was moving rapidly towards Liang's homeland. His face suddenly changed, and he said hurriedly, "Quick, stop them." After saying that, he pushed the throttle lever hard, and the fighter plane under him suddenly accelerated and chased in the direction of the bomber. But what made Zhao Yifu despair was that he had already driven the engine to the maximum. But the distance between him and the bomber in front of him did not decrease, but instead increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Baka! The angry Zhao Yifu punched the onboard display, turned on the upper channel, and shouted, "Yiksha calling the ghost nest. The enemy bombers were too fast for our planes to intercept. Request to fire, request to fire. Ghost nest received. The request to open fire has been reported to the staff department. Please wait for orders. Please wait for orders." Zhao Yifu looked at the light spot on the radar that was getting farther and farther away. I couldn't help but secretly curse him as a bastard. The enemy planes were almost reaching their homeland. I still have to wait. At this time, the general staff of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun was also in a mess, although they had confronted the White Bears countless times before. But like this time, sending bombers directly to their homeland. But is something unprecedented. Chief of Staff Aoyama stood in the combat command room with a stern look on his face, looking at the 3 spots of light on the radar that were about to enter their airspace. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. Just then, a general hurriedly walked up to Qing Shan and said, "General, the Foreign Affairs Department has spoken to the White Bears, and they said these 3 fighter planes are not theirs." Qing Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he gave the order in a deep voice. "Knock them down for me." Chapter 37 Fighter planes fly across the sky. At the same time, in a new White Swan strategic bomber that was rapidly approaching the 12 nautical mile territorial waters of the Kingdom of the Sun, Yang Guanjing, the captain of the 102nd Bomber Squadron of the Liderong Air Force, was concentrating on flying the bomber. Zheng Quan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, suddenly said, "Captain, weren't you scared just now?" Yang Guan looked forward and said slowly, "They don't dare. The White Bear Empire is not a place where you just sit there and do nothing. If the Fiery Suns dare to attack their bombers, missiles will have already been dropped on their heads by now." Zheng Quan was stunned for a moment, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Yang Guan turned his head and looked at Zheng Quan with a smile and said, "However, they should have reacted by now. We made such a big noise. The Fiery Sun people should have already informed the White Bear people." "Really?" Before Yang Guan's voice fell, the alarm in the cabin began to flash rapidly. The dazzling red light made everyone in the bomber become serious. "Report, 3 missiles are flying towards us, direction 120, 132, 45 kilometers away. According to the trajectory, it should be AG's E3 with a speed of Mach 5. Yang Guan's expression remained unchanged as he stared closely at the 3 light spots on the radar. When the light spots reached a certain position, Yang Guan quickly operated in the cockpit. Dozens of jamming bombs were thrown out from the wings of the bomber one after another, and blazing flames immediately drew dozens of white traces in the air. Next, dozens of cylinder-like objects were thrown out by the bomber. Then it exploded. In an instant, countless foil strips spread across the sky like flowers scattered by fairies. At this time, a missile had already whizzed in, and the flames and foil in the sky made it lose its target immediately, and it flew in another direction like a headless fly. In the blink of an eye, another missile whizzed in, and like the previous missile, it lost its direction among the countless foil strips. But when the third missile came, the jammers and chaff in the air had almost dissipated. The missile instantly passed through the interference area and whizzed straight towards the white swan in front. Yangguan and the bomber did not panic at all when he saw this. He pushed the throttle lever hard. The tail of the bomber was suddenly filled with white mist, as if it was wearing a skirt. It instantly accelerated and disappeared from a spot. The missiles behind followed. However, at this time, after the initial acceleration, the missile's fuel has been used up and it has entered the inertial flight stage, with its speed getting slower and slower. It simply couldn't catch up with the white swan in front of it, which was flying at maximum speed. In a short while, the missile was thrown away and not even its shadow could be seen. After all, one can only fly at supersonic speed for 10 seconds, while the other can fly at supersonic speed for dozens of minutes. There is no comparison at all, unless the white swan is within the initial range of the air defense missile. With the flying speed of Mach 5 of the AGZ-3 air defense missile, the white swan will have no chance of escape. Unfortunately, there is no if. At this time, the white swan has crossed the Sanbu Peninsula of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun and arrived above Hengi. Report, we have arrived at the designated target location. Yangguan's expression suddenly became solemn when he heard this. He pushed the joystick directly, and the bomber immediately dived to the ground. It is worthy of being a system product. The white swan, equipped with an unknown engine, is no less maneuverable than a fighter jet. At the same time, Yakizura Naval Port, Sakaigawa Kazumasa stood on the podium with an excited expression and said something to the neatly lined up Liang Navy soldiers below the stage with saliva flying. Woo! The sudden loud roar from the sky made Sakai Koichi pause and look up at the sky with a gloomy face. Then his mouth opened involuntarily. They saw a huge white-painted plane flying towards them at a low altitude. As it flew over their heads, countless papers were thrown down from the sky. Like rain, one by one, the bills fell on Sakai Koichi. He caught one at random. Looking down, his face instantly turned red, and he cursed. Baka, because there's a big hand drawn on it with its thumbs down, isn't this a blatant mockery of them? After Yangguan and others in the sky scattered all the leaflets, they soared into the sky because there were already dozens of fighter jets surrounding them. Right in front of the new white swan, an M-35 fighter jet was already roaring over, and the two sides were less than 10 kilometers apart. Yangguan remained calm in the face of danger, even with a slight smile on his face. He simply pressed the accelerator lever to the bottom. The bomber instantly accelerated and crashed into the fighter plane in front, a distance of more than 10 kilometers. With the white swan's speed exceeding several Machs, it would only take a few seconds for the two sides to collide. The M-35 fighter jet, which was about to launch a missile to intercept, saw the huge monster suddenly accelerating and crashing into it. He was immediately frightened and had no time to launch a missile. He quickly operated the joystick to dodge. At this time, the two planes were so close that they were about to collide. Yangguan quickly turned the joystick, and the huge white swan's right wing immediately rose up and actually did a side roll in the air. The raised wings of the white swan happened to pass over the left wing of the M-35, which was dodging quickly. The white swan's huge wing was like a knife, instantly smashing the left wing of the M-35 into pieces. The M-35 plunged headfirst into the sea due to weightlessness, while the white swan rolled gracefully in the air and then disappeared. This scene happened to be captured by reporters attending the ceremony in the naval port. In just over 10 minutes, these photos appeared on major websites and Shinwen. For a time, the whole world was shocked. In particular, a photographer accidentally captured the white tiger emblem on the fuselage of the white swan. Below the white tiger howling to the sky were 5 Kyushu characters. It was exactly Lai Dirong's Air Force. The 5 bright words immediately caused an uproar. The name Lai Dirong also entered the world's vision for the first time. No one could have imagined that a place that had never been heard of would cause the powerful Melika Empire to spare no effort to launch sanctions. The most amazing thing is, they actually dared to send bombers to the mainland of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun to drop leaflets, and they even shot down an M-35 fighter jet cleanly. It's magical no matter how you look at it. What is even more curious is, When did the white swan become so common? They can be found in every small place. Are the white bear people so hungry that they will eat anything they want? But this also makes people who like to hunt for novelty more interested. For a time, the whole world opened their eyes wide, and they all wanted to see what measures the Manga Empire and the Lion Kingdom would take. Chapter 38: The Sword is Unsheathed. White Bear Empire. Motu City. The supreme leader of the White Bear, Emperor Ai, looked at the information on the desk with a frown on his face. He raised his head and looked around at the imperial officials standing around him. Pointing at the document, he said, "Can anyone tell me why our bombers appeared in Liderong? There are actually 3 more. You have to know that the White Bear Empire only has 18 such heavy bombers, and there are 3 of them in such a tiny place. You can imagine how the Emperor feels." An official in charge of intelligence work said quickly, "Emperor, we have already investigated. 33 years ago, the Imperial Aviation Group secretly organized a group of people to produce White Swan bombers. The exact number and performance of the bombers are unknown. I only know that it was equipped with the latest aircraft engine developed at that time. Because this matter was top secret at the time, after the aircraft was manufactured, not only did all the production personnel disappear, but even the data was ordered to be burned by the leader at the time. This includes information on engines and some new equipment. As for who it was sold to, we can't find out now." The Emperor's brow furrowed even deeper. Such a national treasure. It was always top secret at all times, so why was it sold at that time? The Emperor rubbed his brows irritably, and then focused his attention on other reports. He casually took out a picture of a white swan and a fighter jet in direct confrontation and said, "Can our bombers do the same?" White Bear Air Force Commander Movich shook his head and said, "Emperor, the weight of the heavy bomber is about 200 to 300 tons. With such a heavy aircraft and its huge size, it is impossible to make any drastic moves. Once the overload is too great, the aircraft will be destroyed and the people on board will die." When Movich said this, a puzzled look appeared on his face. But from a video, Liderong's White Swan bomber is as agile as a fighter jet. Although it may be related to the pilot, it is enough to show its excellent maneuverability. Not only that, but also his flying speed. An old man standing next to Movich suddenly spoke excitedly. "Their speed is at least Mach 4. I am absolutely sure that Liderong's White Swan bomber is a brand new model, equipped with a more powerful engine. It's a pity that such technology was burned. If we can master this technology, we will no longer be afraid of anything." The old man's words made the Emperor's eyes sparkle, and then his expression became solemn. Liderong has made such a big splash. Naturally, the White Bear Empire investigated Liderong thoroughly. This is exactly what gives the Emperor a headache. This guy Li Jin seems to be a little mentally ill. He dares to go against the Manga Empire and dares to confront Liang head-on. Even a certain colonel in his prime didn't dare to do this. And this one, a newborn calf, is not afraid of a tiger. Not only did they crash into the fighter jets of the Liang Kingdom, they even dared to drop leaflets in the Liang naval port. The slap on the face didn't just make a slapping sound, but the head was directly blown away. The Emperor pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "What's going on in the Jeojo Empire?" The Imperial General El Davico hurriedly said, "Emperor, everything in the Kyushu Empire is very calm. There is no movement, just like an outsider." The Emperor couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "I'm afraid the high-ranking officials of the Jeojo Empire are also having a headache at this time, right? What a treat to meet such a troublesome guy." The Emperor had already made a decision in his mind. Let's wait and see what happens. According to the people of Kyushu, let's see how this monkey king who caused havoc in the sky can escape from the clutches of the Tathagata Buddha, Malija. Let's wait and see. Just like what the White Bear Empire said, the top leaders of the Kyushu Empire were indeed a bit overwhelmed because there were too many questions echoing in their minds. Imperial Palace. Emperor Li Yi, Prime Minister Song Lian, and Imperial Marshal Yun Shao were sitting in a pavilion in the Imperial Garden. Song Lian placed the top-secret document in his hand on the stone table and said with a smile, "Marshal Yun, according to this document, our Governor Li has many secrets." Yun Shao nodded. "Yes, it is indeed confusing. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about this White Swan and the 3 warships. Where did all this come from? Our intelligence department couldn't find any useful information at all." Song Lian frowned immediately. Aren't these provided to him by the White Bear people? These weapons are all very White Bear style. Yun Shao shook his head and said, although these weapons have some traces of the White Bear man, they are completely different. You have also seen the report. Both the warships and bombers are completely superior to the weapons of the White Bears. All I can say is that they are wearing a White Bear skin. Song Lian nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Li Yi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. We have plenty of time to investigate these matters. The most important thing for us now is to think about how to deal with future situations. Li Yi's words made Song Lian and Yun Shao frown. Yun Shao said solemnly, we just received news that the 2 helicopter carrier battle groups of the Liang people have left Yongjing Bay. In addition, we have also received news that the Manga people have secretly provided the Liang people with 20 M35 vertical takeoff and landing fighters, which are deployed on 2 helicopter carriers. Snort. Song Lian snorted coldly. These Liang people are becoming more and more brazen. After thinking about it, he looked up at Li Yi and said, Your Majesty, although I have never met Li Jin, I don't think he is a reckless man. Maybe he has a plan for everything he does now. My opinion is that we should wait and see what happens. As soon as Song Lian's opinion came out, the air in the pavilion suddenly stagnated. Li Yi frowned slightly and did not answer immediately, but cast his eyes on Yin Shao. Yin Shuai, what do you think? Yin Shao glanced at the extremely serious Song Lian, then looked at Li Yi, who was staring at him awkwardly. Suddenly, I felt dry mouth and opened my mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Quite a while. Yin Shao finally made up his mind and said, Your Majesty, Prime Minister, this is our best chance to control Liderong. If Li Jin is really destroyed by the Manga people, I'm afraid we will never stand a chance again. Yin Zhao's unexpected words made Song Lian's face change immediately. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, he said directly, Your Majesty, if we can't decide, I think we should ask the Grand Chancellor to come over to discuss it and then make a decision. Li Yi's originally smiling face suddenly froze. Liderong Island. Operations Center. Li Yu pointed to the huge electronic map on the table and said, Sir, the 2 helicopter carrier battle groups of the Fiery Sun people are approaching us quickly. It's less than 500 nautical miles from our territorial waters. Li Jin looked at the series of light spots on the map and laughed coldly. Order. Strategic Strike Force. 1 Sarmat. Target. Enemy Fleet. Chapter 39, The Mushroom Cloud Rising into the Sky. Liderong Island is located in a very open area in the northeast of the island. There are more than a dozen cone-shaped iron towers that are more than 10 meters high. There are 4 huge square manhole covers on the ground around the iron towers. These are the 4 Sarmat missile silos that Li Jin had drawn. Drop, drop. At this moment, a beeping sound suddenly sounded above the launch base. Then a square manhole cover opened. In a few breaths, a huge missile was ejected from the launch silo. The Sarmat Super Heavy missile uses cold launch technology, relying on compressed air sprayed from the bottom cover of the missile to eject the entire missile out of the launch silo. At this time, the missile had been launched into the air, and the protective cover at the bottom of the missile immediately detached, ignited sideways, and flew out. The rocket engine at the bottom of the missile immediately spewed out blazing flames. Pushed the missile into the air at high speed. The blazing flames sprayed onto the ground, and immediately billowing white smoke spread rapidly in all directions. Under the thrust of the powerful rocket engine, the missile flew faster and faster, and in an instant it turned into a black dot. In this scene, this happened to be seen by Professor Su and his team who were doing disaster relief in Bougainvillea City. Professor Su and the doctors just took a look and didn't react. Only Zheng Hui and Yin Ruoyi were shocked. They looked at each other and said in unison, Ballistique missile. Zheng Hui's mind was completely confused at this time. What if Li Jin had a treasure pot? How come there are so many good things? After a while, Zheng Hui came back to his senses and said quickly, No, I have to report the news to the country immediately. Yin Ruoyi looked at the direction where the missile disappeared with a complicated expression and said, It's too late. Everything that should be discovered has been discovered by now. Just as Yin Ruoyi said, as soon as the intercontinental missile entered the atmosphere, it was detected by the missile defense systems of major powers. For a time, The nerves of the major powers were instantly tense. Melika Empire. 5-star building. Willis stood in the headquarters combat command room, looking at the huge red light spot on the radar display. His eyes were full of fear. He never imagined that such a remote place like Lai Durong actually had such a powerful weapon as intercontinental missiles. In just 10 seconds, the missile has already broken through the atmosphere and entered subspace. At this time, a voice sounded in the war room. Report, the missile has entered suborbital, heading northwest. Then a cry of surprise rang out. According to the trajectory, its target is the kingdom of the fiery sun. Willis's heart was suddenly shocked, and he said quickly, "Quick, start the interception program. Notify Liang immediately." The entire operations room was busy for a while. The missile interception systems deployed by the Manga Empire in the Far East also entered a state of combat readiness. At the same time, the second-stage rocket engine of the SRMT missile that rushed into the suborbital orbit had already spewed out flames, and the missile disappeared instantly. With a speed of 20 to 30 Mach, it flew over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. 20 seconds later, the missile's second-stage rocket thruster suddenly detached, and then the third-stage rocket spewed out flames. Under the adjustment of the small thruster at the bottom of the rocket, the missile suddenly turned around and roared towards the atmosphere below. For a time, the Melika team that was preparing to intercept in the middle was dumbfounded. Isn't this missile aimed at the kingdom of the fiery sun? Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice sounded from the war room. Oh no, its target is the fleet of the Liang nation. Everyone finally reacted, but it was too late. The chance of interception of an intercontinental missile that has entered terminal guidance is extremely slim, and the countdown has already begun the moment it rushes down. At this time, after the missile passed through the atmosphere, the front warhead protection cover of the missile, which only had the third-stage booster left, immediately detached, revealing the 3 warheads and dozens of smaller decoy bombs inside. Li Jin didn't want to make too much noise, so he only brought 3 warheads with a yield of 750,000 kilotons. After the warheads were detached from the protective shield, they were immediately ejected and spun and dived towards the sea where the Liang fleet was. At this time, the fleet on the sea had also received the news, but seeing the dense warheads on the radar, everyone was in despair. Even though they knew that most of the warheads were fake, as long as one was real, they would be finished. On a helicopter carrier, the fleet commander shouted in despair, "Quick, launch all the missiles and stop them. Stop them." For a time, countless missiles took off from the warships, but the warheads that had already entered terminal guidance fell into the sea the moment the missiles rose. Then, huge waves thousands of meters high slowly rose from the sea and surged in all directions. The helicopter carrier at the center of the explosion was instantly overturned by the raging waves and plunged into the sea. But in a flash, the huge fiery sun fleet was destroyed in the raging waves. For a time, everyone standing in front of the screen seemed to have become dumb, and all of them lost their voices. They stared at the raging waves on the screen in amazement. 80 years have passed. The nuclear bomb has finally once again demonstrated its unparalleled destructive power to the world. Melika Empire. Willis looked at the images from the satellite, couldn't help swallowing, and said in a hoarse voice, "Maybe we should change our strategy. As the saying goes, the soft is afraid of the hard. The hard is afraid of the horizontal. The arrogant ones are afraid of death. And Li Jin is the one who doesn't care about his life. No, he's a madman, a complete madman. No one knows how many nuclear bombs this damn guy has. Well, I think about going to bed later." A nuclear bomb would be dropped, and Willis shuddered. He quickly said, "Immediately suspend all actions against Lai Durong. I'm going to meet Mr. T. White Bear Empire." The Emperor was also sitting in a small conference room at this time, looking at the images sent by the satellite. The overwhelming waves in the picture filled the Emperor's eyes with a complicated look, and he finally said, "He's a ruthless person. I'm not as good as him." Then he stood up and looked at the officials behind him, who also had horrified expressions on their faces, and said, "This matter has come to an end. Daviko, send someone to contact Lai Durong immediately and tell him that our White Bear Empire is willing to establish diplomatic relations with them. We need such an ally." At this time, the Emperor looked relaxed. God knows how much pressure he has been under during this period of time. Now, there's a guy to help him share the burden. He is so happy. Kyushu Empire. Also in a small conference room, Li Yi, Song Lian, and the Speaker of the Imperial Parliament, Zhong Lifeng, sat in front of the screen. Song Lian, who was sitting on Li Yi's left, looked gloomy and uncertain. Sighed softly. We really underestimated him. Chapter 40. A system that takes kickbacks. The huge waves in the Pacific Ocean. It is not only the three major powers that have noticed this. Many countries in the second tier also have early warning and interception capabilities, so they naturally noticed it. Even some countries' TV channels have broadcast the footage as soon as possible. After all, in an information age, there are no distance restrictions, and the transmission of information is just a matter of a split second. For a time, the fear of nuclear war suddenly surged into my heart. The whole world was speechless, and even many countries were trembling in fear. Madman. Absolutely madman. This is the only thought in everyone's mind. To everyone's surprise, they spent the night trembling with fear, but nothing happened. Be it the Liang Kingdom, which suffered heavy losses, or Liang's godfather, the Manga Empire, they all seemed to be dead, without any movement at all. Just when people were confused, some people understood. The Manga people are scared. Really, the Manga people are indeed scared. Although he was extremely angry, he found that he had no way to deal with Li Jin, because they don't know Li Jin's trump card. A place they can't explore, plus a crazy guy. Deterrence is no longer as simple as 1 + 1. For example, you ask a super rich man who eats and drinks lavishly every day to fight with a beggar who has nothing. Do you think it's possible? A large family business becomes a hindrance, and standing at the pinnacle of the world, they no longer have the ambition to fight for it. At least before finding out Li Jin's background. No one would be stupid enough to provoke a madman. Riderong Islands. Operations Center. Although Lai Durong did not have satellites, he had plenty of radars, so he naturally knew what kind of results he had achieved. A whole day and night of waiting. Looking at the radar that showed no movement, Li Jin finally put his heart at ease. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He could finally sleep peacefully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing mission number 7. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Li Jin's squinting spirit suddenly trembled, and he quickly summoned the system light screen. A light curtain instantly appeared in front of Li Jin. Listing on it were the rewards for this mission. Mission 7 rewards. 1. Semiconductor equipment and precision instrument manufacturing base. This base has a full set of production technology, personnel, and equipment from ASML and Zyvex Labs. 2. 66,666 gold bars. Li Jin looked at the series of 6 words at the bottom and couldn't help but grinning with joy. His highlight moment, as the rich man, Li was back again. I walked back to my office refreshed. However, he did not go to rest, but went straight to Lai Durong's map in front of his desk. Since he had drawn so many good things, he naturally had to use them quickly. Sudden, Li Jin raised his hand and patted his forehead. He seemed to have forgotten something. These days, he was only thinking about how to fight the war, and he forgot about asking the system to help him clean up the island. System, has the construction team you mentioned arrived? Ding, please inform the host that the construction team arrived at Lai Durong 2 days ago and is in the process of construction. Li Jin's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't expect the system to actually get him a construction team. My curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of monster the system had brought to him, which could clear thousands of square kilometers in just 1 month. Thinking of this, Li Jin could no longer sit still and turned around and walked directly out the door. 10 minutes later, Li Jin brought Songhai to the eastern part of Lai Durong bordering the new land. As soon as he got out of the car, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The muddy land that was originally covered with corals and marine residues was now densely packed with various construction equipment, and groups of people wearing blue safety helmets were busy at work. Looking around, everywhere was a scene of raging fire. Just when Li Jin was stunned, a bloated middle-aged man walked over quickly, nodded, and said with a smile, "Hello, General. My surname is Wu. My given name is Zirin, and I am the General Manager of the 1-1-1-1-0-0-7-5-8-8-8-9-1-1 construction team of the Legend Group." Li Jin was confused by the series of numbers Wu Zirin said, but he didn't care. He asked curiously, "Where are you from?" Wu Zirin said in surprise, "General, what are you talking about? Aren't we your people?" Li Jin was stunned for a moment, looking at Wu Zirin with a smile on his face, and there was only one thought in his mind. This guy is definitely not a robot. Then he sighed. Looking at Wu Ziren's expression, it was obvious that he would not say anything. Li Jin found himself in a boring situation and lost interest for a while. Wu Ziren came up to Li Jin and said with a smile, "General, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. As long as it is about agriculture, forestry, water conservancy, and engineering, we can provide you with the most thoughtful service." Li Jin glanced at Wu Ziren, who looked like a lackey, and said casually, "Then build me the best beach in the world." Wu Ziren immediately showed a big smile on his face. "General, this is an extra project, and you will need to pay a small reward." Li Jin looked at Wu Ziren, whose eyes were almost narrowed with laughter, and was speechless. This profiteer, didn't we agree that he could make any request he wanted? How much do you want? Wu Ziren said quickly. Not much, just 10 gold bars. Li Jin's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but pick his ears and asked again, "How much did you say you wanted?" Wu Ziren was shocked by Li Jin's reaction and waved his hands quickly. "General, if you think it's expensive, 8 gold bars will do." Then he patted his chest and promised solemnly, "General, our Legend Group is the largest engineering contractor in the system world. The projects we have completed enjoy a high reputation in the heavens and myriad worlds. It is absolutely worth the money." Li Jin stared at Wu Ziren and said with gritted teeth, "How much did you charge for this project?" Wu Ziren looked at Li Jin with some surprise and said honestly, 5,500 gold bars. Li Jin's face suddenly turned dark, and he was about to explode with anger. 5,005 gold bars. Oh shit, the damn system, this profiteer, actually asked him for 55,000 gold bars. A full 10 times price difference. This heart is as black as the bottom of the pot. Chapter 41, I Want a City. The more Li Jin thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but curse in his mind. System, you son of a bitch, you actually covet my money. I'm so lucky to trust you, but has your conscience been eaten by a dog? As soon as Li Jin cursed, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host, please be careful with your words. Dogs can't give birth to systems. Ding. The host has reported a problem. The system has received it. Host, please be informed that according to Article 24 of the newly promulgated labor protection law of the system community, when the system provides services beyond the original services to the host, it has the right to charge a certain amount of compensation to promote the host's self-reliance. Well, Li Jin couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why was his system different from others? There is actually some kind of legal protection. Of course, Li Jin was just complaining. The system was still very helpful to him and had just rewarded him with a large sum of money. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep, and at worst you can earn it back later. Li Jin kept giving himself some inspirational quotes, which made him feel better. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Wu Ziren and said, "How much does it cost to build a governor's mansion?" Wu Ziren quickly said, "A gold bar." Li Jin was stunned. It seemed that the gold bars given to him by the system were much more valuable than he had imagined. Li Jin's heart suddenly moved. Suddenly he asked, "What if we build a city? How much does it cost?" When Wu Ziren heard that a big business had come, he was immediately delighted and said quickly, "General, that depends on how big you want it. We always make it to order." Li Jin paused for a moment and said, "How much does it cost to build a city that can accommodate 5 million people?" He is now scared of the system taking kickbacks, so he might as well build everything he wants at once. Wu Ziren asked, "General, what era do you want? Modern style or ancient style? Do we need all the city's supporting facilities? Or just high-rise buildings?" Li Jin said without thinking, "Modern style. Just build it according to the most prosperous place in Shanghai City. I want a complete city that can be lived in directly, not just a bunch of buildings." Wu Ziren did not answer immediately after hearing this, but turned around and called out to the back. Immediately, several burly men came over. After they chatted for more than 10 minutes, Wu Ziren walked up to Li Jin and said, "General, now that you have arranged the uses of the newly added territories, our suggestion is to rebuild a new city in the northern plains of the original island, covering an area of about 230 square kilometers, which can fully accommodate a population of 1 million to live comfortably. As for the impact of typhoons and marine climate, we can build a sturdy wind and wave-proof embankment for you along the northern coast." Li Jin nodded when he heard Wu Ziren's suggestion. He had taken it for granted just now. If he really wanted to build a place that could accommodate 5 million people, where could he find so many people? He nodded immediately and said, "Okay, let's do as you wish. How much does it cost?" Wu Ziren said quickly, "General, it's not much. With all the city facilities, it only takes 4,400 gold bars." Li Jin's eyes suddenly widened. A city that could accommodate 1 million people only needed more than 4,000 gold bars. Isn't it too cheap? Seeing that Li Jin remained silent, Wu Ziren couldn't help showing an anxious look on his face and quickly said, "General, we're doing business first, so I will make the decision to give you the difference. You only need to spend 4,000 gold bars to own a modern and pleasant city that can accommodate 1 million people." Li Jin couldn't help but smile. "How long will it take?" "We need 3 months. Wu Ziren explained. "General, this is already the fastest time. If it were any faster, it would probably cause you a lot of trouble." Li Jin nodded. The sudden appearance of Lai Durong in a city would indeed attract the attention of some people. These things, what excuse can you make if it doesn't look like a weapon? He nodded immediately and said, "Okay, let's do it. By the way, you are building a governor's mansion for me. I want it to be a combination of Chinese and Western styles. You decide. As for the land," Li Jin thought for a moment and said, 1 or 200 acres will be enough." Li Jin thought for a moment and said again, "Build me a Universal Studios, a Fanawild, a Disney, and a large zoo and botanical garden. By the way, build me 2 more universities. You could decide the style. As long as they are big and beautiful enough, it will be fine. It won't cost much anyway, so just do it in one go." Wu Ziren said, "General, would you like us to help you get the right to use these 3 amusement parks? It only costs 1 gold bar for each of them. That way, you won't have to worry too much, right?" "Okay, let's do as you say." Li Jin immediately waved his hand generously and asked, "How much does it cost in total?" Wu Ziren said, "General, a total of 4,400 gold bars are needed." Li Jin immediately smiled with satisfaction. It seems that he still made money. Li Jin gave Wu Ziren a few more instructions, then turned around and got into the car. Let Songhai drive the car to an open area that had just been cleared, and then say to the system in his mind, "System, extract the engine factory for me." As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, a white mist suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the open space ahead, and then disappeared. All that was left was a huge factory stretching to the horizon. After all, it covers an area of more than 4,000 acres. This is a very amazing concept. It is called a factory, but in fact it is an engine production base composed of dozens of supporting factories. System, please extract the semiconductor production base for me as well. Li Jin instructed again in his mind. The same white fog covered the opposite side of the engine factory, and then a huge complex of factory buildings appeared in front of Li Jin. Squeak. At this time, a car engine sounded, and a long line of 22 model Range Rovers drove out from the engine base and stopped not far from Li Jin. Then a large group of people got off the car, led by a white middle-aged man in his 40s. He trotted up to Li Jin, bowed, and said, "Sir, my name is ILT, and I'm the person in charge of the power base." Then he introduced the people behind him to Li Jin one by one. They were all senior executives and scientists from the power base. At this time, a large group of people also came out from the semiconductor base, led by a middle-aged man with yellow skin. "Sir, my name is Helian Chung, and I'm the person in charge of the semiconductor base." Chapter 42. Let me recruit a female assistant? Li Jin nodded and looked at the 2 groups of people and said, "The power base is renamed Jiuzhou Power Group. Yilt, you are the CEO. The semiconductor base is renamed Jiuzhou Seiko Group. Helian Chung, you will be the CEO." Yilt and the other man immediately showed excitement on their faces and hurriedly thanked Li Jin. "Do you have any problems to solve now?" Li Jin asked again. "I will solve them for you now," ILT said hurriedly. "Sir, the main problem is electricity. Without electricity, our factory cannot operate at all. And then there's the issue of eating. If we want to start work, we still lack raw materials. With our current raw material reserves, we can only produce 500 F-135/F-119 engines." Li Jin couldn't help but slap his forehead. How could he forget such an important question? Water and electricity are a big problem. At this time, Helian Chung said, "Sir, besides the same problem as Mr. ILT, We also need to recruit workers. Most of the people in the factory now are technicians, and there's a shortage of nearly 70% of ordinary workers. Li Jin frowned slightly. How many people do you need? Helian Chung said quickly. Our factory is a full industrial chain, and we need a lot of people, about 15,000 people. Li Jin nodded and said, You guys should get familiar with the environment first. I will solve these problems as soon as possible. After Li Jin sent the two gangs away, he turned to Songhai, who was following behind him, and said, Songhai, go find Wu Ziren and ask him to build a road for me here, and we'll pay for it together. Songhai raised his hand, saluted, and turned to leave. Li Jin then called out the treasure house store and typed military power generation equipment into the search box. Immediately, a large number of devices appeared on the page. Li Jin wants to build a city that can accommodate 1 million people. Adding industrial electricity consumption, it will require at least tens of billions of kilowatt hours a year. Don't even think about thermal power plants and water conservancy hubs. Liderong does not have such conditions. As for those advanced energy sources and some strange energy sources, Li Jin just glanced over them. It's too expensive. Gold bars cost millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is not something that even the rich can afford. Li Jin couldn't help but stop his gaze on nuclear power generation, and soon found what he wanted. Number 1 Integrated Nuclear Power Plant, codenamed Jinwu. Introduction. This is a controlled nuclear fusion device in the wandering Earth world. It was originally used to drive planetary engines. It has an annual minimum power generation capacity of 102 billion kilowatt hours and can be placed as a whole on the seabed. Price, 72,000 gold bars. Li Jin looked at the introduction on the page and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. The power generation of 102 billion watt-hours is more than the electricity generated by the Yangtze River Dam. But the price is impressive enough. It just happened to be stuck in his mind, and he couldn't accept it or not. Li Jin lowered his head and browsed again. Although there were many good things, 99% of them were beyond his reach. The rest are not too small, inconvenient, or unsuitable. Or it's just too weird. Don't let the failure to generate electricity lead to an alien invasion or something like that. That would be a joke. Li Jin had a headache for a while. The entire operation of Liderong is maintained by his gold bars. If he uses them all here, he is afraid that he will not even be able to support himself. Ding, please be informed. The host, the 8th task is being generated. At this moment, the system that he had just scolded suddenly appeared. Li Jin was stunned for a moment. This system delivers benefits too quickly. He couldn't help but look at the light screen that appeared in front of him. Mission number 8, Red Sleeves and Fragrance. As a ruler who dominates a region, host, don't you feel a little lonely at night? Do you toss and turn? Do you have sleepless nights? Good. Host, you lack love. Please follow your heart and go to the local area to recruit 1 assistant each for administration, life, confidentiality, writing, and communication. The only requirement of the system is that the person has regular facial features, a pleasant figure, or is handsome and elegant. Award. 1. Jinwu Number 1 Integrated Nuclear Power Plant. Remark. Equipped with all staff. 2. A large-scale seawater desalination plant. Annual desalination capacity of 72 million tons of seawater. Remark. A sewage treatment plant is provided for free, which can treat 80 million tons of sewage annually. Both plants are equipped with management and technical personnel, and ordinary employees need to be recruited by the host itself. 3. 1 VC-25B aircraft. Remark. Equipped with full-time drivers. The drivers can be retrieved and used after the host accepts the mission. Li Jin looked at the task given by the system, and his face immediately darkened. Is this damn system looking down on him? He is the dignified Governor Lai Durong and Lieutenant General of the Empire. Just by waving his hand, there is no telling how many women will rush towards him. Also, look at the requirements of the system. So literary. Isn't it just fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs? As for the requirements at the end of the system, Li Jin simply ignored them. He is a famous man. Li Jin despised the system, but when he looked at the rewards given by the system, he had only one thought in his mind. It smells so damn good. Where should I recruit? Li Jin thought with his chin in his hand. Well, maybe I should go visit his alma mater. Another thing is to bring my grandparents over. They have worked hard all their lives, and it's time for them to think about retiring. When I think of my grandparents, Li Jin's heart suddenly became anxious. In fact, he really envied Li Jin in this world. There were so many people who loved and cared for him. Although Li Jin had parents in his previous life, their relationship was very bad. He was sent to live with his grandmother in his hometown in the countryside when he was young, while they moved to the city with their younger brothers and sisters. This has been more than 10 years. As soon as Li Jin thought of his previous life, his mood immediately became depressed. He simply stopped thinking about it, and instead cheered himself up to think about what else he had missed. With the treasure shop, he has everything he needs. We are just short of people. Another one is the issue of self-reliance. Although the treasure house store has everything, it still has to be bought with money, right? We can see from Wu Ziren and others that system gold bars are very valuable. It seems cheap to use them to buy food and drinks, but according to the price Wu Ziren gave him just now, it is ridiculously expensive. He used precious gold bars to buy these ordinary things, although he felt it was worth it. But you have to understand that Li Jin is no longer a person, but a man who owns more than 5,000 square kilometers of land. If he uses the system for everything, how can he maintain Lai Durong's economic system? Isn't it just about making money? In his opinion, the greatest sorrow is not being able to spend the money you earn. Only money that is in circulation is money. Otherwise, it is just a pile of waste paper. Looks like it's time to make a big move. Chapter 43, The Megan Family is Here. System, do you have any administrative staff there? Li Jin suddenly asked in his mind, because he suddenly thought of a problem. If he expanded the business to such a large scale but had no available administrative staff, wouldn't he be left at a loss when the time came? Ding, please be informed. This system is a military system and does not have the function of summoning administrative personnel. Please handle it yourself. Li Jin couldn't help showing a disappointed look when he heard this. It seemed that there was no hope of taking shortcuts. But then he cheered up. There are no administrative staff, but there are plenty of soldiers. Besides, who is born to be an official? Isn't it all acquired through training? And Li Jin also figured it out. As long as the gun is in his own hands, what does it matter if Lai Durong's territory is handed over to others to govern? Anyone who dares to play tricks will be destroyed immediately. Unconsciously. More than 20 days passed in a flash. The whole world was at peace. The loud noise in the Pacific Ocean, which was once a big deal, has now begun to fade away. Someone once said, fish have a memory of 7 seconds, and the internet has a memory of 7 days. Once the hype is over, people will go back to doing what they want to do. It's as if nothing happened. Li Jin finally understood it now. Lai Tak Wing Airport. After more than 20 days of rescue work, the disaster in Bougainvillea City was almost over. Professor Su and his team naturally had no reason to stay here any longer. In order to send off Professor Su and his team, Li Jin even held a grand farewell ceremony. Professor Su and his team were very happy. Yen Ruoi and Zheng Hui looked gloomy, because they have been here for so many days and have not obtained any useful intelligence. Although they seem free. In fact, you can only move around the area around Bougainvillea City. If you want to go somewhere else, you will be stopped. Even the drone they brought with them was shot down by a sniper as soon as it took off secretly, which made them frightened for a long time. As for Li Jin, after seeing them 20 days ago, it was as if they had disappeared from the world. They only showed up today when they were leaving. Moreover, they just stood on the stage from a distance to see them off, without giving them any chance to meet each other, making it impossible for them to find a reason to stay. I could only be sent on the plane with a gloomy face. On the podium under the airport terminal building, Li Jin looked at the huge transport plane gradually disappearing into the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. Song Hai quickly walked out of the terminal and came to Li Jin and said, General, Mungto of the Megan family is here. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Jin's face became even more intense. The god of wealth is here. Please ask him to come over. Soon, Song Hai came over with 2 people, led by a young white man in his early 20s. He looks like a second-generation person, with a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes. And Mungto followed obediently behind him. Hello, General. As soon as Mungto saw Li Jin, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He stretched out his hands from a distance and walked towards him quickly. Li Jin raised his hand and shook hands with Mungto. Without waiting for Mungto to speak, he got straight to the point. Mr. Mongtot, where's my gold? Mungto was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a big shot like Li Jin who asked for money directly. You heard it right. Li Jin is now also a well-known figure. There are only a few people in the world who can fight the Manga Empire and still be alive. Li Jin is definitely one of them. Mungto was stunned for a moment before he reacted and immediately smiled. Please rest assured, General. We have prepared gold worth 10 billion US dollars. Really? If you're ready, send it to me. Mungto looked at Li Jin, who looked as if it was a matter of course, and didn't know what to say for a moment. A cold snort with contempt suddenly sounded. Li Jin's face immediately darkened, and he turned to look at the young man brought by Mungto. There was a trace of disdain on the man's face. Even when Li Jin looked at him with a gloomy gaze, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked at Li Jin unscrupulously. It's like a buyer looking at the goods. When Mungto heard the cold snort, he knew something was wrong. When he saw Li Jin's face darken, he quickly said, General, let me introduce you to Mr. Victor, the 12th heir of the Rothschild family. Li Jin's eyes suddenly condensed. He had certainly heard of the Rothschild family, a legendary family whose assets alone were said to be worth 500 to 600 trillion US dollars. Known as the world's first family. When Victor saw Li Jin's expression change, he immediately raised his head high, as if to show how noble he was. This made Li Jin extremely unhappy. Mr. Victor, do you know what we at Liderong don't allow to exist? Li Jin suddenly said. Victor was stunned. Before he could react, then I saw Li Jin raise his leg and kicked over. Caught off guard, Li Jin kicked her right between her legs. Oh! In an instant, a miserable howl suddenly rang out. Li Jin looked at Victor, who was curled up in pain on the ground, and said calmly, We, Liderong, are not allowed to act arrogantly. Li Jin's kick frightened Mungto, who was standing next to him. He quickly stepped forward to block Li Jin and said, General, he's still a child. Please, for God's sake, forgive him. Li Jin smiled coldly. Mr. Mungto, God can't save him. He will only send him to hell. Mungto was immediately frightened by Li Jin's cold voice and said quickly, General, what do you need? Li Jin then showed a smile on his face and said slowly, You have to pay more. Without thinking twice, Mungto agreed. No problem. Okay, that's refreshing. Li Jin immediately praised him. Li Jin, am not a stingy person. I'll give you one price. 100 million Meijin. Mungto's expression suddenly changed. $100 million. This is an astronomical figure for him. For a moment, Mungto hesitated. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw this. Without further ado, he took out the pistol from his waist. Snap! The crisp sound of bullets being loaded made Victor, who was lying on the ground wailing, suddenly stiffen. He quickly raised his head and said, I have it, and I'm willing to take it. I'm willing to take it. Snort. Li Jin snorted heavily. 100 million Meijin is the friendship prize for Mr. Mungto. Do you deserve it? You can take it if you want. 1 billion Meijin. At this point, Li Jin pointed his gun directly at Victor. Otherwise, you will die. Victor was immediately frightened and nodded repeatedly and said loudly, I have it. I have money. Li Jin was immediately shocked. The Ross family was really rich. Anyone from the family could come up with 10 billion gold coins. Maybe when you have time, you can go visit. An idea suddenly popped up in Li Jin's mind. Songhai, take him to transfer the money. After a while, Songhai brought Victor back. General, the money has been transferred. Li Jin smiled immediately upon hearing this, and then did something that shocked everyone present. He raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Victor. Bang! Chapter 44, Cruel Li Jin. There was a bloody hole on Victor's brow. He fell straight back. Mungto looked at Victor lying in a pool of blood. His mind stopped for a moment, and his mind was full of only one thought. Li Jin was crazy. He actually dared to kill people from the Ross family. You actually killed him. He is one of the heirs of the Ross family. The Ross family will never let this go. Li Jin slowly put the gun back into the holster and said calmly, If I don't kill him, they won't bother me? Mungto was speechless. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Where's the gold? Li Jin suddenly changed the subject and looked at Mungto with a smile. Although Li Jin looked warm, Mungto felt cold all over. He now regretted coming here. Li Jin was too moody. If you're not careful, you might get yourself involved. What made Mungto even more nervous was that he didn't have any gold worth 10 billion megadollars. The Megan family is not fools. As one of the largest families in the Manga Empire, how could they possibly cooperate with Melaga's enemies? In fact, Every action they take has a purpose and carries a hint of the country. It turns out that the person who secretly controlled Liderong was... Now, of course, but today they met someone who didn't play by the rules, and things went wrong. Mungto looked at Li Jin's smiling face. My brain suddenly seemed to be frozen, and I didn't know how to make an excuse for a moment. When I saw Li Jin's expression gradually becoming impatient, Mungto could only bite the bullet and say, General, the gold has been deposited in the bank of the Ruishi Kingdom. As long as we reach a cooperation, we could transfer it to you at any time. Li Jin is certainly not a fool. Just by looking at Mungto's expression, he knows that these guys want to get something for nothing again. He is not Shang Minghai, that stupid guy. However, he did not show his anxiety, but asked with a smile, How do you want to cooperate? Then he pointed at Victor lying on the ground and said, Also, what is this guy doing here? Seeing Li Jin smile again, Mungto breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had gotten away with it, and quickly said, General, didn't we agree on this at the beginning? We provide you with financial assistance, but you also know that Liderong is just a small place with only tens of thousands of people. It can't support a bank at all. So, we have a small request, which is to hope that the general will allow us to send an assessment team to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the Liderong Islands. As if afraid that Li Jin might have some misunderstanding, he quickly emphasized again, General, please don't misunderstand me. This is just a normal assessment. It will not only promote our cooperation, but also provide data support for your future development. Li Jin looked at Mungto, who was confident and seemed to be thinking about him, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. This Mungto probably doesn't know that there's an old saying in Kyushu. Explanation is cover up. Do you really think he is stupid and cute? How dare you fool him with such a clumsy lie? Certainly, the West does not have the thousands of years of cultural accumulation of Kyushu, and does not know what profoundness means. Perhaps in their eyes, this is already an extremely brilliant strategy. After all, they have used this strategy to bring down countless countries. But he is not someone who wants to be beaten. The smile on Li Jin's mouth grew wider, and a look of gratitude appeared on his face. He grasped Mungto's hand. Mr. Mungto, your proposal is of great help to us Liderong. I am here to thank you for your generosity on behalf of tens of thousands of Liderong's people. Mungto's originally somewhat uneasy heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that these people from Kyushu were not as smart as others said. It's different from being fooled by him. By the way, Mr. Mongtot, you haven't told me what this Victor is here for? Li Jin asked with a puzzled look on his face. Although Mungto had not completely let down his guard at this time, Li Jin's sincere appearance was indeed somewhat confusing, and this matter was not a secret, so he immediately said, General, you don't know that the Ross family is selecting an heir, and Victor is one of the many competitors. Perhaps it is the strength you have shown that has attracted him, General. Mr. Victor wants to recruit you to serve under him and gain leverage for him. Mungto spread his hands helplessly when he got to this point. General, you should have heard of the legend of the Ross family. I'm just a small bank general manager. I can't resist at all. Mungto had a look of helplessness on his face, but he was gloating in his heart. This damn Li Jin should just wait for the revenge of the Ross family. As long as he completed his mission, he didn't care whether the damn guy Li Jin was dead or alive. When Li Jin heard what he wanted, he immediately waved his hand and said, Mr. Mungto, let's settle it. I have something else to do. Please go ahead. Mungto said quickly, Generally, I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Li Jin again, Mungto turned around and walked directly towards the terminal. Just as Mungto turned around, Li Jin's eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and waved to a boxer infantry fighting vehicle parked nearby, then pointed at Mungto, who was walking away. The turret on the infantry fighting vehicle immediately rotated. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun on the turret was slowly lowered and aimed at Mungto, who had walked more than 10 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. A series of metal bullets whizzed out and hit Mungto in an instant. Instantly blood splattered. Mungto was beaten into a pile of rotten meat. Li Jin looked at Mungto's miserable appearance and could not help but snort coldly. You offended him, and yet you want to get away with it. Do you really think he is a vegetarian? Shanghai. Songhai quickly walked up to Li Jin. General, you must immediately pass down the order to confiscate all of the Megan family's property in Liderong. Yes, General. Wait a minute. Li Jin stopped Songhai from leaving and said, Immediately send troops to gather all the remaining citizens of Bougainvillea City and tell them that for their safety, I will send them all to Sapon Island and tell them that the Liderong government has already rebuilt their homes there. Let them not worry about their future lives. Also, go find Wu Ziran right now and tell him that I'll give him 1 day to build a town on Sapon Island that can accommodate 30,000 to 40,000 people. Money is not a problem. Since the whole table has been overturned, I might as well break it down and rebuild it. Moving all these citizens to other islands would be a good opportunity for him to show his talents and create a brand new Liderong according to his own ideas. Leon, go and inform the Kyushu Empire Cabinet that I will be returning to my homeland in the next 2 days to take care of some matters. Chapter 45, The Show. April 10th, Liderong Airport. Although it is April, the Liderong Islands have an oceanic climate, and the temperature remains at 20 to 30 degrees all year round. But it didn't make people feel hot, but rather comfortable and pleasant. At this time, Li Jin was walking in the airport terminal wearing a dark gray polo shirt. These clothes were brought to Li Jin by Zheng Hui when he came over, including executive jackets, military uniforms, windbreakers, etc., totaling several large boxes. Don't tell me. I don't know what material this shirt is made of, but it is very comfortable to wear and makes people feel very confident, as if they have the whole world under their feet. Behind Li Jin, there were more than 30 tough men wearing tactical shirts and tactical pants. Although these tactical clothes look no different from ordinary clothes, their stern appearance and the gleam in their eyes from time to time make it clear that they are not ordinary people. There is no way around it. They are special forces members, not dedicated security personnel. At this time, a tall and handsome young man walked up to Li Jin and saluted. "General, we are ready. We can set off." Li Jin nodded and walked towards the airport runway. At this time, there were already 2 large planes parked at the airport. One is Li Jin's private plane VC-25B. One is a C-5 Galaxy transport plane, which is specially used to transport vehicles. As a person in power in a territory, you still have to be dignified. To this end, Li Jin bought 2 bulletproof versions of the Caddy DTS and 5 bulletproof versions of the Escalade SUV at the Treasure House store. He is now a thorn in the eyes of the Melaga people and the Liang people. They may be waiting for him somewhere, so he cannot be careless about his safety. Zemo followed Li Jin and said, "General, we have already communicated with the Imperial Cabinet. All 36 members of the Scorpion Special Operations Squadron can enter the country and bring all their weapons. In addition, to ensure your safety, the local police department and garrison will be ready." Li Jin nodded. As Jojo Empire was the safest country in the world, he was not afraid of any accidents. He just had to be careful on the way there. While the 2 of them were talking, Li Jin has come to the escalator of the special plane. Only when he got to the bottom of the plane did he realize how huge this special plane is. It is on the same level as the 747, but with a different name. Just think about how big it is. As soon as he entered the cabin, even though Li Jin had already imagined how luxurious it was inside, it still exceeded his imagination. It was indeed known as a mobile palace. What made Li Jin regretful was that the huge cabin was completely empty except for him, and there was no one else in sight. As for Zemo and the others, they all ran to the transport plane. Li Jin Dao could also understand it. Just like when he was in school, the teacher sat next to him. That kind of awkward feeling was beyond words. I couldn't help but secretly blame the system in my heart. You only assign pilots, but can't you also assign a few flight attendants? You are so incompetent. "General, can we take off now?" As soon as Li Jin sat down, a very steady voice came from the monitor in front of the seat. Li Jin fell back and immediately fell into the soft embrace. He almost cried out in comfort. "Let's go." Li Jin resisted the urge to sleep and gave the order. After a while, with a push back, the plane rushed into the sky. Li Jin turned his head and looked out the porthole. A Dragon fighter jet was flying at a constant speed not far from the special plane. For this trip, Li Jin mobilized a total of 5 fighter jets for escort, and his display was even more impressive than that of the head of a country. "General, the Jiangzhou office just called, and the governor of Jiangzhou wants to meet with you." Just when Li Jin was dozing off, the voice from the communicator sounded again. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. The governor was a high-ranking official. Here we have to talk about the system of the Kyushu Empire. The top level is naturally the core of the empire, including the emperor, the imperial cabinet, the Imperial Parliament, the Imperial Military Command, and the Imperial Censorate. At the local level, there are states, prefectures, counties, and counties. The Kyushu Empire has a total of 32 states and 9 territories, so one can imagine the power of the head of this state. He is much more powerful than the governor, who only manages a few thousand square kilometers of land. Why did the last frontier official want to see him so eagerly? Li Jin thought for a moment and understood what this guy wanted to do. Naturally, he was attracted by his title of member of the Council of State. With this title, one has the right to participate in the affairs of the empire. But this title was just a coincidence, and Li Jin had no intention of doing anything with it, although he had begun to enjoy the convenience brought by this title. Thinking of this, Li Jin directly refused. Tell him that I came to Jinling for a private matter. There's no need to meet him. After saying that, he closed his eyes and planned to have a good sleep. General, we're here. Li Jin was in a daze when he suddenly felt someone calling him. I opened my eyes. It was a middle-aged man in a flight suit, none other than Zhang Cheng, the captain of Li Jin's private plane, the White Tiger. Arrive. Zhang Cheng nodded quickly. Yes, General. We have arrived at the Suanio base in Jinling City. Li Jin nodded, stretched, then stood up and walked out of the cabin. Once out of the hatch, I saw several soldiers standing at the bottom of the escalator. As Li Jin stepped off the escalator, a middle-aged man with a star on his shoulder walked up quickly and raised his hand to give Li Jin a standard salute. Dong Qi, the commander of Suanio base. Meet the commander. Li Jin looked at Dong Qi, who had a serious face, and raised his hand to salute him. After the two of them finished their ceremony, Dong Qi smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "The leader's reputation is well known to me, Dong Qi." Dong Qi's eyes were full of admiration when he finished speaking. Although the man in front of him was only in his early 20s and had already reached the rank of Lieutenant General of the Empire, he had earned the title through real hard work. Dong Qi was completely convinced of him. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Dong Qi was so enthusiastic, Li Jin naturally would not be ungrateful and put on airs. He immediately reached out and shook Dong Qi's hand and said modestly, "General Dong, I was also born into this world by chance. If you were in my position, you would also be able to make a great career." Li Jin's humility made Dong Qi's smile even more intense. Both of them were interested in making friends, and soon they became close friends, as if they were brothers who had not seen each other for many years. The two talked for a long time before Dong Qi said, "Chief, Governor Jiangzhou is waiting for you outside the base." After saying this, he looked around and came to Li Jin and said, "Commander, it's best not to meet him if you can." Li Jin couldn't help but frown. He couldn't figure out what Dong Qi meant for a moment, but Dong Qi obviously didn't want to continue. He raised his hand and said, "Commander, please." Chapter 46, Turbulence. Li Jin took a deep look at Dong Qi, who seemed to be nonchalant. Although he had been in Jinling University for almost 2 years, he had never paid attention to matters in this regard. Now I think about it, and I don't even know the name of Jiangzhou's governor, not to mention other things. He was now completely in the dark and in a passive position, which made him realize the importance of intelligence. It seemed necessary to put the matter of the intelligence network on the agenda. Then I thought about it. As long as he took his grandfather and the others to right or wrong, what else would he be afraid of? He could just confront anyone who didn't like him. Li Jin made a decision in his mind, and a look of relief immediately appeared on his face. Dong Qi, who was following beside him, was also secretly observing Li Jin. When he saw Li Jin's frown turn into a relaxed look, he thought Li Jin had understood what he meant, and a smile appeared on his face. He never expected that Li Jin's ideas were completely different from his. At the same time, the Galaxy transport plane and 5 Dragon fighter jets in the sky also swooped down from the sky one after another and landed steadily at the airport. Dong Qi and other officers at the base were stunned for a moment. It was the first time they had seen such a grand ceremony, especially the Galaxy transport plane that slowly slid towards the apron, which made Dong Qi's eyes widen. Is this the Manga Empire's Galaxy transporter? How can they look so similar? They look like they were printed from the same mold. Dong Qi thought he had seen it wrong, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking again. Yes, it's true. Commander, this. Dong Qi pointed at Inha and stuttered. Li Jin smiled and patted Dong Qi on the shoulder and said, "What's so strange about it? It's just a transport plane. We will have it in the future." Dongqi had no other thoughts in his mind at this time. His only thought was to report it quickly, as such an opportunity was really rare. Li Jin looked at Dongqi, who looked absent-minded. He naturally knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said nothing more. At this time, Zimo and his friends had already driven down the car. Li Jin didn't stay any longer. He just said hello to Dongqi and got in the car. A group of 7 vehicles drove straight out of the base. That momentum, it's so cool. When passing by the gate of the base, Li Jin glanced out the window. There were indeed a few black cars parked nearby, but there was no one in sight. It was obvious that everyone was sitting in the cars. Li Jin couldn't help but sneer and said nothing. The convoy just passed by. At the same time, in a black car on the side of the road, a young man who looked to be in his early 30s was sitting in the back car. When he saw that Li Jin's motorcade did not even stop, his face suddenly darkened. A young man sitting in the passenger seat immediately became unwilling. "Governor, this Li Jin is too arrogant. You came here in person, and he didn't even stop his car." The young man sitting in the back seat said with an extremely gloomy expression. Although Li Jin is Li Shiqing's son, he was kicked out of the house by Li Shiqing when he was young. He has been an ordinary person for more than 10 years. He was lucky enough to rise to the top. In the end, he is still a nobody. "I came here in person. There's no way he wouldn't give me face." The young man couldn't help but snorted when he said this. Snort. It should be that old fellow Dongqi who is causing trouble. Damn him. Since he can't be used by us, let him guard the island. The young man turned his head and said, "Where is Li Jin?" The young man said coldly, "His vote is very important to me. Since he doesn't care about us, we can only visit him 3 times. As for this account, after the dust settles, there will be plenty of time to settle with him. Let's go." Jiangzhou, Jinling City. Li Jin's motorcade drove along the street, attracting a lot of attention along the way. If there was only one car, naturally no one would pay attention to it. But when 7 of them appeared at once, with the imperial flag flying, it immediately became a different story. The pedestrians and vehicles on the street looked at each other sideways. Even the police officers on the road couldn't help but become serious. Anyone could see that there must be a big shot in this convoy. Fuck, 5 Escalades and 2 DTS. Is the head of the Manga Empire here? Have you lost your eyes? Can't you see that the flag on the car is ours? Look at the flag on the opposite side. Which country's flag is that? It looks like a white tiger with wings. Is there such a country? Li Jin was sitting in the car and naturally didn't know about this. At this moment, he was sorting out the memories in his mind. To be honest, looking at the memories before he woke up, Li Jin wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. The main reason is that the original Li Jin was too weird. While he hated Li Shiqing to death in his heart, he was also fantasizing that one day Li Shiqing would suddenly appear and take him back to enjoy wealth and glory. In order to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention at school, Li Jin often mentioned that he was the heir to the title of Marquis. You know, it costs money to show off. No one will pay attention to you if you just talk about it. To this end, Li Jin is either treating people to meals or giving away gifts, or on the way to treating people to meals or giving away gifts, and he spent a lot of money. But there's one thing. Li Jin actually looked up to the original body. Although he spent money lavishly, he had never asked his family for an extra penny. All of it was earned by working secretly. In fact, the original person knew very well in his heart that those who were on good terms with him did not believe that he was the heir to the Marquis. They just wanted to get some benefits from him. Even behind his back, they looked down on him and regarded him as a joke. But there's no way. Li Jin just enjoys the feeling of being valued and being the center of attention. As for those who slander him behind his back, since they are not said to his face, just pretend you didn't hear it. With Li Jin's ostrich mentality, one can imagine what kind of reputation he has in college. Anyway, Li Jin now wants Zimo to turn around immediately and leave this damn place. But think about the task the system gave him. It's hard to find people who meet the system's requirements in the job market these days. The only possibility is in universities. Besides, Li Jin was not looking for a vase. What he wanted was a multifunctional vase that could be used to arrange flowers and raise fish. Li Jin was thinking about something when he suddenly felt his stomach growling. He looked at the time and realized it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Jin looked around and found that he was not far from the campus where he went to school. If he remembered correctly, he also had a hotel nearby, so it was a good opportunity to go and take a look. He immediately said, Zimo, let's find a place to stop. Let's find a place to eat. Zimo nodded and stopped at an open place. The Special Forces members sitting in the Escalade immediately jumped out of the car and began to be alert. Li Jin saw such a big scene and said quickly, Zimo, give the order and have everyone wait on the spot. Just follow me. This is not a foreign country. There are not so many dangers here. Zimo immediately said, Yes, General. Li Jin and Zimo were walking in a small alley, turning into another small alley from time to time. In order to maintain his reputation, Li Jin used to take side roads when working for fear of running into his classmates, so he was very familiar with this area. Just as Li Jin and Zimo walked to the outside of a high-end hotel, an excited voice suddenly came from behind. Master Jin, Chapter 47, The Wine Bottle is Broken. Li Jin couldn't help but pause, because the voice calling him was too familiar. He turned around quickly. He saw a white-haired old man on the street to the right of the hotel looking at him with surprise. Uncle Ifu. Li Jin also showed a look of surprise on his face and hurried over to hug the old man tightly. Uncle Fu, why did you come to Jinling? This old man was none other than Uncle Fu, the butler of Li Jin's adopted father, Marquis Li Shurching's mansion. He had taken good care of Li Jin over the years and had secretly found opportunities to visit him every year. At this time, the old man's eyes also turned red, and he patted Li Jin's shoulder vigorously and said, Master, I have heard about your affairs with Liderong. If Madame knew about this, she would be so happy. As soon as the old man mentioned his mother, Li Jin's heart suddenly became heavy, and he couldn't help but think of the happy times in his childhood. Because of this, Li Jin became increasingly disgusted with his biological father, Li Shurching. He took a deep breath. Uncle Fu, I have finished everything here. It's Shun Hai's turn to commemorate his mother. The old man nodded with satisfaction and said, Master, I came to Jinling this time to attend a banquet on behalf of the old Marquis mansion. I just happened to come and see you. I didn't expect that you would come back. Li Jin did not ask about the banquet, but directly pulled the old man into the hotel, found a place to sit down, and planned to eat and chat. He also happened to have something to ask Uncle Fu. After the two sat down, Li Jin told him about what happened at the airport. Uncle Fu's face immediately became serious, and he said solemnly, Master, it seems that Dong Qi really wants to make friends with you. He actually dares to tell you this. Now, it was Li Jin's turn to be curious. What do you mean? Uncle Fu said seriously, Master, you have never been exposed to this aspect before, so it is normal that you don't know. This Jiangzhou Governor Li Jun is the fourth son of the current emperor. Li Jin's eyes widened immediately, with a look of astonishment. Then I heard Uncle Fu continue. His Majesty is already over 60 years old, and he just announced to the world a while ago that he intends to select the crown prince of the empire. Master, you are now a member of the Council of State, and you hold a crucial vote. Li Jin suddenly realiza. He still knows about this. The internet is so developed nowadays that it has everything. He wants her to host popularize this knowledge. The heir to the empire, the crown prince. But it is not the emperor's arbitrary decision, but must be approved by the majority of members of the Senate. Master, the current emperor has a total of 14 princes and 4 princesses, all of whom have the right of inheritance. And this fourth prince, Li Jun, was born to your Majesty's second queen. He is considered outstanding among the many princes. Li Jin nudda fully. He used to like reading gossip news and knew that the current Emperor Li Yi had a total of 5 queens. Today's queen, it was conferred upon the emperor a few years ago after he divorced his former 4th empress. Since he already knew the whole story, Li Jin naturally had no interest in getting involved. The old man looked at Li Jin's lack of interest and couldn't help but sigh. If you don't cause trouble, it will come to you. Master, you are in this position and you can no longer avoid it if you want to. I came here this time to attend a banquet hosted by Li Jun. The Marquis didn't want to get involved, so he sent this old man to deal with it. Li Jin couldn't help but fall silent. He naturally understood what Uncle Fu meant. But Li Jin immediately cheered up. He was different from others. He is a man with a system. He is the only one who can cause trouble to others, but others have no chance of causing trouble to him. Uncle Fu, why don't you come with me to Liderong? Li Jin suddenly spoke. The old man was stunned for a moment, with a look of obvious intention in his eyes, but then he disappeared and shook his head. Master, why do you need me? This simple sentence made Li Jin feel deeply moved. He did not mean to be angry with Uncle Fu, but was just impressed by his loyalty. I stopped forcing it immediately. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Uncle Fu, we finally meet, so let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something fun." However, Li Jin didn't know that he had already fallen into a turbulent situation as soon as he got off the plane. It was not so easy to think too much. This is not. He hasn't started eating yet. A young man in his early 20s suddenly sat down opposite Li Jin and Uncle Fu. Li Jin frowned suddenly. The young man opposite him didn't seem to notice Li Jin's discontented expression at all and said to himself, "General Li, my boss wants to invite you over for a chat. Come with me." Li Jin was completely confused. Where did this bastard come from? How could he be so shameless? However, he did not get angry immediately, but said calmly, "I can't help it. I just like staying here." The young man seemed to have known that Li Jin would reject him. There was no strange expression on his face. Instead, he said with a smile, "General Li, please don't misunderstand me. My boss just wants to get to know General Li. He has no other intentions. As for here," the young man looked around the hall. "If the general likes it, this place will be yours from now on." Li Jin was stunned for a moment. His mind was a little confused. Isn't this place originally his? But he quickly realized what the man meant, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "This belongs to your boss." The young man smiled. "What difference does it make? As long as the general likes it, it's yours." Hee. Li Jin was so angry that he laughed. Is this person an idiot? He didn't even check before sending something? What the hell are you? Are you qualified to send me something? The young man was stunned. He seemed to have not expected that Li Jin would actually curse. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He said word by word, "General Li, you can ask the old man next to you who I am. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a governor. This world is big. There are some people you can't afford to mess with." The young man's lecturing manner made Li Jin furious. He was just having a meal. Why are there people who are so blind to come here? Unhappy, Li Jin stood up, picked up the wine bottle on the table, and smashed it on the young man's head. Bang! A shrill scream immediately rang out from the hotel lobby, scaring the people dining in the lobby. Li Jin looked at the young man, lying on the ground with a bloody head after being beaten by him, and couldn't help clapping his hands. "Uncle Fu, let's continue eating." Uncle Fu was frightened at this time, and quickly stood up and said, "Master, he is Li Jun's assistant. Let's leave here quickly." As soon as Uncle Fu finished speaking, a faint voice sounded from behind Li Jin. "General Li, what did my assistant do wrong to make you so angry?" Chapter 48 is so awesome. The real boss is here. Li Jin couldn't help but smile, but then his face darkened and he looked at the person behind him coldly. He's a young man in a suit and leather shoes. He looks to be in his early 30s. He has a handsome face, an upright figure, and a noble air in his every move. It's just that those eyes were a bit disgusting, with a sinister look that made people feel very uncomfortable. "Master, he is Li Jun." Uncle Fu quickly came up to Li Jin and whispered. Li Jin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes still fixed on Li Jun, who was looking at him. It was as if countless lightning flashed between the two of them, and an unknown atmosphere instantly spread, causing the crowd watching the excitement to shudder and retreat. The coward even ran away. Of course, they were more curious, because they didn't understand why this young man would call such a young man a general. Was there such a young general in the empire? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Li Jun's face. No matter what, since he has offended the general, he deserves some punishment. Li Jin said coldly. "He wants to give his hotel to me." Li Jun was obviously stunned, not quite understanding what Li Jin wanted to express. But he said reflexively, "If General Li likes it, I can give it to the general. He will be yours from now on." Have to. It is true that birds of feather flock together, and all snakes and rats in the same nest are of the same character. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned fierce, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Li Jun in the face. This time, Li Jin used all his strength, and Li Jun's face was immediately deformed. For a moment, blood and teeth flew. Li Jin's muba stunad Li Zhen. The two men in black following Li Jun had never expected that Li Jin would take action. I was stunned on the spot, and it took me a while to come back to my senses. Just as they reached their hands into their clothes, Zemo rushed up to them and chopped their necks with his hands very neatly. The two of them instantly collapsed to the ground. Li Jin was naturally not idle either. He kicked Li Jun, who was covering his face in a daze, and knocked him to the ground, shouting angrily, "Who do you think you are? Even the emperor knows that private property is inviolable. How dare you steal my things? You are so shameless as to give my things to me again. Do you have any shame? Boy, you may be very unhappy today. I'm telling you, even if you're the emperor's son, I'm going to teach you a lesson." After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked over. For a time, the whole hall was filled with Li Jun's wailing. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Jin didn't stop until he was tired. Li Jun, who was curled up on the ground with his hands on his head, finally had a chance to take a breath. He quickly turned his head with great effort and looked pitifully at Uncle Fu, who was at a loss not far away. "Bateler Fu, save me." Uncle Fu was confused at this time, and only came to his senses when he heard Li Jun calling him. At this time, he had no choice but to show up, so he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Li Jin and said, "Master, he's the fourth prince I told you about." Li Jin immediately showed a confused look on his face and glanced at Li Jun on the ground in disbelief. "You said this robber is the fourth son of the emperor? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible." Li Jin shook his head in disbelief. How could the emperor give birth to such a thing? If it were me, I would have strangled him to death to save him from embarrassment. Li Jin's sarcastic remarks made Li Jun, who was curled up on the ground, blush as if he was cooked. He was just about to dig a hole with his hands and bury his head in it. Seeing that Li Jin was still acting vigorously, Uncle Fu couldn't help but smile bitterly and try to persuade him. "Young master, you have been away from home for a long time and have not seen the fourth prince. It is normal that you don't know him, but this old man has seen him. Don't you still believe this old man?" Fu Bo begged again, and Li Jin reluctantly moved his foot away from Li Jun's face. Li Jun immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Li Jin, who was eyeing him covetously, and he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. At this time, Li Jin rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, Li Jin, am just a rough man. I don't know your identity. I don't think you would mind, right? We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought, right? I'm in a hurry too. You said this hotel is obviously mine, and suddenly someone came out and said they wanted to give it to me. Isn't this a liar? You don't know our Lai Dirong's habits. Anyone who is a liar will be punished by everyone. No one will ask questions, even if you beat him to death." And here, we can see that Li Jun is indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Li Jun rubbed his swollen face and forced a smile. "Generally, it's understandable that you don't know my identity. Just like you said, we can say that we don't know each other until we fight. Tomorrow, I will hold a banquet at the Jiangzhou office. If General Li can come, Li Jun will be honored." Li Jun is really good at taking advantage of opportunities. As the saying goes, you should not hit someone who smiles at you. Li Jin hit the guy's face until it was swollen, but the guy still smiled at you. It would be inappropriate for Li Jin to refuse again. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and said, "Li is sorry to bother you." Li Jun smiled immediately, not caring about the pain in his body for a moment, and said quickly, "Okay, it's settled. General Li, I'll take my leave now." Li Jun was afraid that Li Jin would go back on his word, so he hurriedly left with his men. "Master, it is unwise to offend the fourth master." Uncle Fu, who was standing behind Li Ji, said worriedly. He understood very well the power of these princes. Although Li Jin had some strength, Lai Dirong was only a small place. In Uncle Fu's eyes, the only reason Li Jin could compete with the Manga people was because of the existence of the Jojo Empire. Li Jin smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, he doesn't dare." At this moment, a somewhat bloated white man ran over and bowed deeply to Li Jin. "General, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could come pick you up?" At the same time, Li Jun led the three staggering people out of the hotel. The young man following behind him looked at his hands covered in blood and said angrily, "Boss, we're just going to let him go." Li Jun glanced at the young man and asked, "Why? Do you still want to kill him? Do you know why he is so unscrupulous?" Li Jun looked at the young man's curious eyes and said coldly, "Because he holds in his hand something that scares everyone. The most important thing is that he dares to use it." Chapter 49, I Am a Rich Man. Jinling City. Capellelis International Hotel. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Li Jin took a tour around the office with great interest. There were lounges, exercise rooms, entertainment rooms, meeting rooms, etc., which occupied an entire floor. Vic, is this building all ours? Li Jin walked around the office and then sat down on a chair and asked. Vic, the fat white man. In fact, he was one of the professional managers recruited by Lai Durong and was sent by Li Jin to the local area to take over the business of the merchant. In order to allow these people to work with peace of mind, Li Jin also took great pains to bring their relatives and family members to Lai Durong so that they could reunite with their families. These people were naturally grateful to Li Jin. Vic bowed quickly and said, General, not only this building, but also the building next to it and the annex are your property. Our hotel is the best hotel in the entire Jinling city, and the shopping mall below is also your property. It is also the best and most upscale shopping mall in Jinling. In the whole of Jiuzhou, we have a total of 4 hotels and a shopping mall, all of which are the best in the country. Vic introduced them to Li Jin in detail. Li Jin nodded with satisfaction. In Li Jin's opinion, these assets alone were worth 20 to 30 billion Jiuzhou coins. He thought for a moment and said, Immediately send someone to hang the emblem of the Lai Durong autonomous territory in the most conspicuous place in the hotel. This is also a precautionary measure. He wants to see who dares to touch his things after hanging the badge. If he lets these bastards get out of here safely, he'll have the same surname as the emperor. After finishing all these trivial matters, Li Jin said seriously, Notify Jinling University and tell them that our Jiuzhou International Group is going to hold a job fair at their school. When Vic heard Li Jin's order, he quickly said, General, Jinling University is holding a spring job fair these days, and the school has invited our group to participate. Just when I feel sleepy, someone send me a pillow. Li Jin couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, Let's go to Jinling University now. At the same time, in a military training ground deep in the mountains outside the imperial capital, the sounds of neat slogans, running, and water splashing were endless, and the air was filled with the smell of iron and sweat. At this time, on a steep cliff, a figure was moving like a monkey, climbing down from a cliff hundreds of meters high in just a few dozen seconds. As soon as the figure jumped to the ground, an officer hurried over and handed a bottle of water to the man. Your Highness 13, your strength has increased again. The man turned around. He showed a cold and heroic face, took the water and took a big sip, then said with some lack of interest, No fun, no fun. Old Chun, you should revise these projects. How can you train a good soldier with just these 3 tricks every day? The officer couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Your Highness, this is not something we can decide. The Defense Agency has repeatedly ordered that the rights of the soldiers must be guaranteed. The child soldiers nowadays are not like us when we were soldiers. We were spoiled and pampered. When we were trained hard, they complained bitterly. Some even went to the Defense Agency to sue us for abusing soldiers. I can't help it, right? When the heroic man heard the officer talking about the Defense Agency, he immediately lost his temper and quickly changed the subject. You are a chief of staff. Why do you come to me for no reason? The officer looked around quickly after hearing this. Then he whispered, The 4th master called and asked you to go to Taozhou. He found you a job there. The heroic man frowned and said, Taozhou, what kind of place is this? Where and what does 4th brother want me to go and do? The officer scratched his head and said, The 4th master didn't say anything else, except that there's a great opportunity for you over there. You'll know when you go there. The heroic man wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. 4th brother is really something. He likes to play tricks on people no matter what he does. If there's anything, why not just tell me directly? Okay, tell 4th brother. I'll rush to Taozhou right away. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Jinling University. As one of the few key universities in the Kyushu Empire, it is naturally extraordinary. Just looking at the magnificent buildings and beautiful scenery is worth the trip. Li Jin was already walking on the university campus. He had spent half his life in a muddle and only managed to get into a junior college. In the end, he wasted his time in a small factory. But it is far less exciting than this life. Looking at the beautiful figures coming and going on the road and the youthful and lively atmosphere, Li Jin's eyes were temporarily unable to take in enough space. Li Jin. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded from in front of him. Li Jin, who was looking around, looked in the direction of the voice, and a beautiful figure immediately came into his sight. Exquisite facial features, big eyes, a sweet smile, and a pink dress make her look extremely pure and lovely. While Li Jin was stunned, the girl had already walked up to him quickly. Li Jin, is it really you? When did you come back? What have you been doing? Why did you take a month off? Li Jin looked at the sweet face, so close to him. It was full of collagen and made him want to take a bite. Then he came to his senses and realized that the girl was none other than his squad leader, Lin Keqing. It's just something going on at home. Li Jin laughed and perfunctorily said something. Lin Keqing, who was full of gossip, immediately pursed her lips in disappointment. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly said, "By the way, some time ago, Yin Xiaoning went to your class every day to look for you. I heard that he even ran to your dormitory and left. Did something happen? What's going on? Tell me quickly." Li Jin was speechless when he saw Lin Keqing, who was full of interest and gossiping. This beautiful Lady Lin was actually his fellow villager. We were classmates in junior high school and high school. I didn't expect that we would still be eating from the same pot in college. It made Li Jin feel guilty even when he tried to eat it. Lin Keqing, can you please stop being so gossipy? Do you know how it feels to rub salt into someone's mouth? Seeing Li Jin start to walk away, Lin Keqing became anxious and quickly ran up to him, hugged Li Jin's arm and shook him, saying, "Li Jin, tell me, don't you know that salt heals quickly?" Feeling the softness and tenderness on his arm, Li Jin suddenly felt a little hot all over and wanted to pull his hand back, but Lin Keqing held him too tightly. This movement made Li Jin feel even more awkward. Lin Keqing felt something strange in front of her and then reacted. She quickly let go of Li Jin's arm as if she had received an electric shock. Her face immediately turned red, like a ripe cherry. Chapter 50, a job fair that attracts attention. Come on, I'll treat you to eggs today. It's a shame for your face to be left unused. Li Jin suddenly smiled and said. Lin Keqing, who was a little at a loss, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. Sizzling hot. Only then did I realize what Li Jin meant. Dumb Li Jin. How dare he laugh at her? Lin Keqing was so angry that she clenched her fist and punched Li Jin, saying coquettishly, "Damn Li Jin, you're so annoying." What Li Jin and Lin Keqing thought was a normal action gave the onlookers on the street enough dog food. In the eyes of others, the two of them were just flirting, especially a pure and lovely school beauty like Lin Keqing. I don't know how many single dogs passing by wanted to strangle Li Jin to death and take his place. The two talked for a few more words, and Li Jin was about to leave. Before I could open my mouth, Lin Keqing lowered her head and took out a stack of bright red banknotes from the pink mini bag hanging on her shoulder and proudly waved it in front of Li Jin. "This is the scholarship I just received. It's worth 5,000 yuan. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast." Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing with a bright smile on her face and couldn't help but think of the time in school. Lin Keqing was the only one who knew that Li Jin was secretly working to maintain his appearance. They had quarreled countless times over this, and every time, Lin Keqing left in a huff. But he always appeared at the right time when Li Jin was in the most difficult time. This prevented Li Jin, who spent all his money trying to show off, from starving to death. It was also because of this that Li Jin would avoid Lin Keqing whenever he saw her, always feeling inferior to her. So, Li Jin couldn't figure out the relationship between him and Lin Keqing anymore. Buddy? Male bestie? Couple? Hello. Li Jin, what's wrong with you? Li Jin suddenly came back to his senses when he heard Lin Keqing's call. Looking at Lin Keqing, who looked puzzled, he couldn't help laughing and said, "It's okay, I'm just planning to drop out of school. I was wondering how to tell the teacher." This time it was Lin Keqing's turn to be stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and his voice suddenly raised. "Li Jin, do you want to take a leave of absence from school?" Li Jin nodded, then raised his hand to check the time and said, "I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first." After saying this, he turned around and left quickly without waiting for Lin Keqing to react. Lin Keqing was stunned by Li Jin's action for a moment, and only reacted after Li Jin walked away. She stomped her feet in anger. "Dumb Li Jin. I'm a tiger. You hide from me every day." Half an hour later, Li Jin came to the playground of Jinling University alone. As for Zimo and the others, Li Jingxian and the others were too conspicuous. Let them follow around, otherwise no one dares to come up. How do you let him act cool? How do you let him get slapped in the face? How did you get rid of your anger in the past? This is not. As soon as Li Jin appeared on the playground, a fat girl with a bloated figure, pigtails, and glasses came over. "Young Mark Healy, where have you been? I haven't seen you for almost a month." "That's right. There's a new Western restaurant opening on our campus these days. When you go take the girls in our dormitory to have a look?" Li Jin had no intention of paying any attention to the fat girl. He just ignored her and walked straight past her. The fat girl was stunned. Is this still the Li Jin she knows? In the past, if she called him Young Marquis, Li Jin, the sucker, would agree. Did I recognize the wrong person? The fat girl couldn't help scratching her hair and walked away with a puzzled look on her face. Li Jin hadn't even taken 2 steps yet. A burly young man in a basketball jersey put his arm around Li Jin's shoulders and said with a grin, "Young Marquis, you've been having so much fun over there lately. You made us miss you so much. Would you like to go out and relax with us? I heard that some pretty girls came to Honglang." Li Jin looked at the hand on his shoulder, frowned, and said coldly, "Open." The cold tone frightened the young man so much that he put his hand down involuntarily. Looking at Li Jin, who was leaving, he couldn't help but hug his arms and turned his head and said, "Brothers, why is the weather getting cold?" Then he asked with a puzzled look, "Why is Li Jin different today? Has he become smarter?" Snort. "What do you mean by getting smart? It's probably because he has no money. He's just a poor boy, but he still pretends to be so smart every day." "Bah, that's right, a lowly bastard who actually dared to offend our brother Nyo. Next time we see him, we'll give him a good stretch." At this time, Li Jin had already arrived at the job fair venue, and a noisy and lively atmosphere immediately hit him. As one of the most important universities in the empire, Jinling University's recruitment was naturally very lively, and all the applicants were from large companies. Small companies didn't dare to show up at all. Certainly, even if you come, no one will be interested. Li Jin walked through the surging crowd and soon arrived at the recruitment booth of Jojo Group. As one of the world's most famous hotel brands, there were naturally many job seekers in front of the recruitment booth. Vic, who was sitting in the back and looking around, stood up and greeted Li Jin when he saw him coming. When he walked to Li Jin, he deliberately said loudly, "Chairman, you are here." Vic's words immediately attracted the attention of the job seekers present. Li Jin was still wearing the same polo shirt as before. Although he walked leisurely, he had an aura of majesty without even getting angry, which made people feel a little afraid and made people give way. He walked straight to the recruitment booth and said, "Is the sign ready?" Vic quickly said, "Chairman, we are ready." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured behind him. Immediately, 2 young men brought out a sign, and everyone gathered around when they saw it. "Recruiting assistant to the chairman." Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, but it was written on it. Recruiting several assistants to the chairman. Requirement 1, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Requirement 2, excellent temperament. Requirement 3, adapt to overseas business trips of uncertain duration. Salary, annual salary 888,888 yuan. Benefits, single room in a luxurious collective villa, 8-hour work system, 3 free meals, a car, and full reimbursement of gas and phone bills. The extremely generous conditions caused an uproar among the job seekers present, but the dazzling conditions made people look even more sideways. This is a very direct way of writing. Are they recruiting an assistant, a secretary, or both? Just when everyone was imagining things, some male compatriots were unwilling to do so. How could they be willing to be excluded from such an attractive salary? A young man with glasses immediately said angrily, "This is not fair. This is blatant sexism. Why do you only recruit women and not men? This is illegal, don't you know? That is. The voice of the man with eyes immediately resonated with people, and many people expressed their support. The voices were so loud that those who didn't know would have thought that these people wanted to fight. For a time, even Vic couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Li Jin quickly. Li Jin was quite calm. He leisurely crossed his legs and said calmly, "Ido." Chapter 51, Jealousy. As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, the entire recruitment center fell silent, and several people who were originally talking happily were immediately choked. The main reason was that they had only seen Li Jin's tough approach in short videos on TV before, and no one expected to meet a real person. "Aren't you afraid that we will sue you?" The man with glasses who started the trouble was suddenly furious. Li Jin suddenly stood up, and his huge aura instantly spread out, causing everyone present to stop their heartbeats and take a step back. You, what do you want to do?" The man with glasses was frightened by Li Jin's aura and stammered, Li Jin uttered a word coldly. Roll. The man with glasses immediately ran away in a hurry, as if he had been pardoned. Looking at his embarrassed appearance, Li Jin couldn't help but snorted coldly. If he wasn't afraid that he was too fierce and wouldn't be able to recruit anyone, he wouldn't mind letting this kid see why the flowers are so red. Li Jin glanced coldly at the students around him, and some of the students who had something to hide immediately ran away in shame. However, Li Jin's domineering attitude also made many girls' hearts flutter, and some girls even had stars in their eyes. In just 10 minutes, the news that Li Jin was hiring a female assistant for a large sum of money spread across the campus like a gust of wind. An annual salary of $880,000 is already a lot for a college student who has not yet stepped out of campus. Especially when they heard that the boss who was looking for an assistant was a handsome young man in his early 20s, many people couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. Are you looking for the boss lady? For a time? I don't know how many people who want to curry favor with the rich and powerful are ready to make a move. Such opportunities don't come along all the time. This is not. In just a short while, Li Jin's recruitment position was surrounded by people from all directions. Although there are many people, but no one dared to step forward. Li Jin's conditions were already there. It would be too embarrassing if they ran forward and were not selected. When the situation reached a stalemate, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, and the gossiping onlookers cast their eyes over. Then there was a pause. It turned out to be a girl in pajamas. I don't know if she just woke up, but her hair was messy and covered most of her face. Are you recruiting assistants? A pleasant voice like wind chimes sounded. Li Jin couldn't help but look up, and when he saw the girl in pajamas who looked like a crazy woman, I was also startled. Then he came back to his senses. Although he couldn't see the girl's full appearance because of her hair, but the girl's skin was so white that it could be broken with a flick of the finger, and she had a pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and you could tell that their appearance was definitely not the same. She was wearing loose pajamas. You can vaguely see the undulating curves, which is enough to show how good the girl's figure is. Li Jin really believed in his own eyes. He immediately said, "You are accepted." The girl who was hesitating about how to start the conversation was stunned. She was accepted already? Li Jin didn't wait for her to speak and said again, "If it's convenient for you, go change your clothes and come back." The girl still looked dazed at this moment. She nodded as if by reflex, then walked away stupidly as if she was sleepwalking. Li Jin's mysterious move stunned everyone in the audience. However, this also gave confidence to those girls who thought they were pretty but were afraid to stand out. This is not. Immediately, a beautiful lady wearing suspender shorts came over. She had a delicate, oval face. Li Jin lost interest after just one look. He doesn't like artificial beauties. Li Jin didn't say anything. Vic, who was standing behind him, immediately said with an apologetic look on his face, "Miss, I'm very sorry. You don't meet our requirements." The confident young lady was stunned for a moment. She looked at Vic, who was serious, and then at Li Jin, who was playing with his phone. Her face turned red instantly, and she looked at Vic hatefully in shame and anger, then walked away quickly in her high heels with her head down. Then a dozen very beautiful girls came out, but Li Jin still had no intention of speaking and was directly sent away by Vic. In this way, the people watching the excitement around were a little confused. I say, this chairman is not mentally ill. You don't want so many pretty girls, but you want a sloppy one. Is there something wrong with you? Yes, this tastes really weird. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. She is a beauty, a top-notch beauty. Wow, it's Xiao Luoyin. Why is she here? Oh my god, is our goddess going to fall? The girl was wearing sky blue casual jeans and a plain white embroidered shirt. She looked very capable and had a great figure. As for the face, there is no need to say. No worse than Lin Keqing. It's just that the two people are completely different types. Lin Keqing is pure and beautiful, while the girl in front of him is charming and attractive, very much like a certain love in his previous life, but with a more domineering figure. As for Xiao Luoyin, who was called by the onlookers, Li Jin also remembered that this person was very famous in school. She is known as the most beautiful schoolgirl since the founding of Jinling University, although it is only spread by word of mouth among some wolves in the school. Li Jin had only heard of him, but had never met him. All I know is that she comes from an ordinary family, is very self-disciplined, and has never had any scandals with any boys or brothers. Just when Li Jin was stunned, the girl had already walked up to Li Jin and bowed slightly and said, I've changed my clothes. Li Jin was stunned and looked shocked. Is she the sloppy girl from before? No wonder. Li Jin suddenly understood why the girl dressed like this. After all, beauty is a disaster, and that's no joke. The crowd was also in an uproar at this time, looking at Xiao Luoyin in disbelief. Then all kinds of gossip started coming out, saying that it was all the same stuff, buying meat, and so on. Anyway, I just can't stand others being better than me. Xiao Luoyin's face turned red, and she lowered her head tightly, not daring to raise it. Li Jin's eyes flashed with coldness when he saw this scene, but he said nothing, just nodded with a smile. Stand back here for a while. Xiao Luoyin immediately felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly walked behind Li Jin. Li Jin raised his hand to check the time. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that there aren't that many people in the university that he likes. Just when Li Jin was about to stop there, a figure suddenly walked out, staring at Li Jin with eyes wide open. Li Jin was also stunned when he saw the person coming. It turned out to be Lin Keqing. Tapte 52 asesinating Li Jin. Lin Keqing you. Li Jin couldn't help but stand up. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as if he had done something bad and was discovered. Lin Keqing said angrily with a stern face. I'm applying for an assistant position. Lin. Before Li Jin could speak, Lin Keqing repeated seriously. Why? Could it be that my appearance is not pleasing to Chairman Li? Lin Keqing was almost furious at this time. After Li Jin left, Lin Keqing, who was upset, ran over with a few roommates to watch the fun. But she didn't expect to see Li Jin showing off his power here. What made her even more incredible was that Li Jin actually became the chairman of a large group, and he is still looking for a female assistant here. I don't know why. After seeing the recruitment requirements written by Li Jin, Lin Keqing was furious. It's like something you love so much has been taken away by someone else. Li Jin surrendered immediately after seeing Lin Keqing's stubborn look and said repeatedly, Okay, you're accepted. Seeing that Li Jin looked helpless, Lin Keqing suddenly smiled broadly. What she wants is actually very simple, just Li Jin's attention. After Lin Keqing was pulled to the back, many more people came to apply for the job. But they were all eliminated by Li Jin. Although there are quite a few very pretty applicants, they're all either dressed up or wearing heavy makeup. The current Li Jin is not the Li Jin of the past. Once he has power, he naturally looks down on these artificial beauties. If you want to see this, there are a lot of them on Douyin. They are far inferior to natural beauties like Lin Keqing and Xiao Luoyin. After waiting for more than half an hour, Li Jin became impatient and waved his hand. Let's retreat. It would have been better if Li Jin didn't say anything, but once he said that, some people were unwilling to leave. Especially those who were sour grapes. When they saw that Li Jin was going to take the two beauties from their school, they immediately refused to do it. I say, this guy's not a liar, right? Is there such a young chairman of a large company? Hey, I remember now. Isn't he from our school? His name is Li Jin, and he calls himself the Little Marquis every day. Oh, now I remember. Isn't he the scumbag who cheated on the campus beauty Yin? Didn't school beauty Yin come here? He's a fake. He uses the title of nobility to deceive people every day. Don't believe him. When someone said this, the girls who were resentful for not being selected immediately showed a look of enlightenment. I told you, I'm so pretty, but they didn't choose me. It turns out it was a lie. Scumbag, come on, there's a big liar here. Someone call the security office and catch this liar. When the crowd was excited, Didi, a car horn suddenly sounded from behind the crowd, and everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a Ferrari parked on the road next to me, and then a man and a woman got out of the car. At this time, roar of engines sounded again, and more than a dozen luxury cars drove over. A group of men and women came down from above. Each of them looked rich or noble. The two people in the lead, the man was tall and handsome, wearing a dark blue casual suit with his hands in his pockets, looking very casual. The girl next to her was wearing a short suspender skirt, and her long white legs were almost nakedly displayed in front of everyone, giving the onlookers a feast for the eyes. At this time, the woman was hugging the man's arm like a little bird, but her eyes were fixed on Li Jin. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he looked at Li Jin deeply and lowered his head. Good. The girl was Li Jin's original girlfriend, Yin Xiaoning. The man seemed to enjoy the girl's cuddly figure very much, but when he saw the girl staring at Li Jin, a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face. He walked up to Li Jin and looked him up and down, frowning and saying, "Are you Li Jin?" Especially when he saw Lin Kuching and Qiu Luoyin behind Li Jin, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious that he did not expect that there was a girl in the world more beautiful than Yin Xiaoning. Li Jin looked at the man's pig-like face and couldn't help but frown. "What do you want to do?" Seeing that Li Jin dared to question him, the man raised his hand and wanted to pat Li Jin's face. But the moment the man raised his hand, Zimo suddenly appeared behind Li Jin. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, he quickly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the man. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire instantly resounded throughout the recruitment field. The man felt a sharp pain in his head. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I knew nothing. Killing people. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned, and then people screamed in fear. As for the second generation who came with the man, they were immediately frightened and ran away in a hurry. Li Jin frowned as he looked at the chaotic recruitment scene and turned around unhappily and said, "You guy, can't you find a place where there is no one before shooting?" And at this moment, a large group of people in suits and leather shoes hurriedly came towards Li Jin. The leading man, a big-bellied man in a suit, was stunned when he saw the man lying in a pool of blood. When seeing Li Jin with a stern face, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "General, are you okay?" Zimo, who was standing behind Li Jin, said coldly, "The man under your feet tried to attack the general, but I shot him dead on the spot." The people who were watching the excitement were already stunned. General? This Li Jin, who was called a laughingstock, was actually a general. Did they hear it right? The man in the suit suddenly realized. At this moment, a piercing J whistle sounded. Then I saw a number of cars speeding towards me. They were people from the Jinling City Security Bureau. The crowd of onlookers immediately became energetic, but the result was bound to disappoint them. Zimo walked towards the police who had already gotten off the car without saying a word. He didn't know what they saw, but these aggressive policemen immediately turned into little white rabbits. Then, the onlookers saw this scene. The people from the Public Security Bureau bowed and nodded to Li Jin, then hurriedly dragged the man's body away. If it weren't for the glaring bloodstain on the ground, it would seem as if nothing had happened here. Li Jin was too lazy to say anything to the man in the suit. He just said hello and left with everyone. As for Yin Xiaoning, who was standing there in shock, no one cares at all. At the university gate, Li Jin looked at Lin Kuching and the other girl who were still in a daze and said, "I know you have a lot of questions. Zimo, tell them." Zimo immediately stepped forward and introduced, "This is the governor of Lai Durong Islands, Lieutenant General Li Jin of the Empire." Zimo's words made Lin Kuching and the other girl, who were already a little dumbfounded, open their eyes again. Li Jin didn't waste any words and said directly, "You've seen what's on the job posting, but I'm not looking for an assistant to the chairman. I'm looking for an assistant to the governor. Since you are all mine, let's not waste any more time. I'll give you 1 day to pack your things. Come meet me at the Capella Hotel tomorrow morning." Li Jin walked towards the car after he finished speaking. Chapter 52, Misunderstanding. Li Jin heaved a sigh of relief after getting in the car. Lin Kuching's resentful look made him feel guilty. He is not his predecessor. A rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Lin Kuching's jade rabbit was so tempting that he was really afraid that he couldn't control himself. "General, this is the information you asked me to look up." At this time, Vic, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and handed a piece of information to Li Jindao. Li Jin's expression suddenly straightened up, and he took the information from Vic. This time he came to the mainland, in addition to completing the mission and taking his relatives away. Another thing is to sell Lai Durong's products. He has thought it through clearly. If Lai Durong wants to develop sustainably, he must have his own economy. It is unrealistic to rely solely on the system. Want a prosperous Lai Durong. With a few gold bars in his hand, tens of thousands of people could be supported. But if there were millions of people, the amount of materials consumed would be an astronomical figure, and it would be impossible to rely on the system. The best way is to be self-sufficient. Lai Durong just happens to have his own flagship products. Jiuzhou Power can produce the world's most advanced engines, and Jiuzhou Precision can produce the world's best lithography machines. This was also discovered by Li Jin during his inspection. The semiconductor base can actually produce lithography machines, and they are top-level lithography machines like EUV. Wouldn't it be a waste to keep such good things in hand? It would be a good idea to sell them all and earn a lot of wealth for Lai Durong. The information he asked Vic to collect was to see where there were exhibitions where they could show their talents. Then Vic said, "General, the Hanover Industrial Fair is the largest industrial exhibition in the world. If we can make a name for ourselves here, the whole world will know our name in less than a day. When the time comes, we won't have to go out and sell it. People will come to us on their own." Li Jin thought about it after hearing this, and immediately made the final decision. "Okay, let's participate in this exhibition." When Vic saw that Li Jin accepted his advice, he immediately showed an excited look on his face and said quickly, "General, this exhibition starts on June 1st, and we don't have much time. We should start preparing now." Li Jin thought for a moment and said, "You will be fully responsible for this matter. I'll send someone to assist you." When Vic heard that Li Jin had entrusted him with such an important task, he immediately became excited and expressed his loyalty. "General, please rest assured that Vic will never let you down." Li Jin smiled slightly. "I still trust you very much." While talking, Li Jin took out a bottle of white wine from the wine cabinet nearby and poured 2 glasses, then handed one to Vic. "Come, have a drink, and I'll do it for you. I wish us a successful start." Seeing that Li Jin actually poured wine for him personally, Vic was flattered and quickly took it with both hands. Li Jin raised his glass. "Come on, let's drink." Vic is from Melika and is not used to drinking white wine, but his boss gave him face, so he naturally couldn't refuse it. He could only bite the bullet and raise his hand to pour the wine into his mouth. Cough, cough. The spicy liquor felt like fire as soon as it entered Vic's throat, and he almost vomited it out. However, he didn't dare to do so in front of Li Jin, so he had to swallow it down. Li Jin looked at Vic, who felt a little dizzy after drinking 1 glass of wine, and put the glass on the wine cabinet with a smile. Vic looked at Li Jin's still full glass of white wine and was stunned. He muttered to himself, "Don't people in JoJo drink together after they finish their drink?" Did he understand it wrongly? At this moment, Vic felt dizzy and there seemed to be something extra in his head. Li Jin leaned back on the back seat and suddenly said, "Vic, don't you think it's too boring for us to sit here? How about you slap me in the face a few times to liven things up?" Snap! Vic, who was sitting in the passenger seat, didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face, and then he was about to attack left and right. Seeing this, Li Jin quickly said, "Forget it." Vic, who was about to slap himself in the face, quickly put down his hand and said, "Yes, General." Li Jin smiled immediately when he saw Vic, who looked like he had no unnatural expression. The Nano Central Nervous System controller he bought from the Treasure House store was really good, although Li Jin has made comprehensive preparations. But deep down in his heart, he still has a lot of distrust towards the people in this world, and he needs some people to run around for him. To this end, Li Jin searched in the treasure shop and finally found something that could make people loyal. Unfortunately, it is a bit expensive, 2,500 gold bars per piece. Minimum order quantity, for pills. And the effect is limited. 1 pill can only last for 2 months. At the same time, Qiu Luoyin returned to her dormitory in a daze. She still couldn't believe it was true. A girl from an ordinary family actually became an assistant to the governor. As for the Liderong Islands that Li Jin mentioned, Qiu Luoyin racked her brains but couldn't remember where it was. Apart from sounding somewhat familiar, she really had no impression of it. Although what Li Jin did caused a lot of controversy in the world, there was no ripple at all in the JoJo Empire. Ordinary people had no idea that there was such a daring guy like Li Jin in the world. At this time, several of Qiu Luoyin's roommates also gathered around, and a sweet-looking girl asked with a worried look on her face, "Luoyin, do you really want to be that Li Jin's assistant? What if it's a scam?" The incident of Zimo shooting at the recruitment site had been suppressed by the school, so Qiu Luoyin's roommate naturally didn't know about it. All we know is that Qiu Luoyin applied for the assistant position and was selected, and now the news has spread throughout the school. Look at what they say online. Our Luoyin is a model of a good wife and mother in school. How could she be vain? That's right. With our Luoyin's looks, if she wants to find a rich husband, she only needs to dress up a little, and her suitors will line up from the mouth of the river to its source. Qiu Luoyin frowned slightly. Generally, Mr. Li is not that kind of person. Don't believe what you read on the internet. Seeing is believing. One of the round-faced beauties looked at Qiu Luoyin's determined expression and couldn't help but touch Lin Luoyin's forehead. "Luoyin, didn't that damn guy give you some kind of love potion?" Qiu Luoyin slapped the round-faced beauty's hand away with amusement. "What are you talking about?" However, Qiu Luoyin did not explain anything. As a child from an ordinary family, she was so beautiful. Not only did she not have any scandals in school, but she also had such a good relationship with her roommates. The ability is definitely good. Of course, he was very good at reading people's expressions. It was obvious that the university and Li Jin didn't want to cause any trouble today. Qiu Luoyin is such a smart girl. She would definitely not make herself bored. Ding! Just then, Lin Luoyin's phone rang. It was Fei Xuan's voice. Qiu Luoyin opened it as usual, and Li Jin's voice was heard immediately. Come over in a moment. I have something to ask you. Ding! At this time, the phone vibrated again. Looking at the message sent by Li Jin, Qiu Luoyin was stunned for a moment. Chapter 53, Uninvited Guests. I prepared a set of clothes for you and sent someone to deliver it to you. The sound from the phone made the dormitory quiet immediately, and the round-faced little beauty screamed immediately. It's such an obvious hint, and you still say he's not a liar? Damn it, he actually wanted cupping our Luoyin. Dream! Qiu Luoyin also reacted at this time. Her pretty face was flushed, and her heart was beating wildly. Could it be that Li Jin really has feelings for her? For a time, the scene at the recruitment site involuntarily emerged in my mind. Li Jin's domineering and superior attitude really attracted women's attention. Qiu Luoyin was no exception, because her mind was now filled with hesitation rather than resistance, and even a little bit of feeling that made her feel overwhelmed. Don't talk about trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. If given the opportunity, who wouldn't want to live a better and more comfortable life? Everyone has vanity. At most, the things they pursue are different. Certainly, it may also be that the chips you gave are not enough. Bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door so late at night? Can't I sleep? The round-faced beauty yelled in dissatisfaction, and just as she was about to turn around to open the door, unexpectedly, Qiu Luoyin stood up first. I'll go, because Qiu Luoyin had already thought of it. Maybe Li Jin sent someone to deliver something. Qiu Luoyin stood in front of the door and couldn't help but put her hands together, praying in her heart that Li Jin would not give her anything too weird. Or, she really wanted to dig a hole in the floor and stick her head in it. Squeak! Qiu Luoyin opened the door nervously. I was stunned. I saw a heroic female officer standing outside the door. You are. When the female officer saw Qiu Luoyin coming out, she directly handed a suitcase to Qiu Luoyin. Qiu Luoyin took the suitcase in a daze. The female officer looked at Qiu Luoyin deeply and said, "This is what the commander asked me to give to you. I hope you can live up to this dress." After saying that, he turned around and left. Qiu Luoyin was stunned. What did the female officer mean? Isn't it just a piece of clothing? At this time, the three girls who were peeking in the dormitory rushed over. One of them snatched the box from Qiu Luoyin's hand. Luoyin, check what's inside. Not only the three girls, but Qiu Luoyin was also very curious. Li Jin actually asked the soldier to deliver something. Obviously, the things in the box were not simple. Wow. The girl couldn't wait to open the box. Her eyes widened instantly, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Qiu Luoyin hurried over when she heard the exclamation and was stunned when she saw the things inside. There was actually a military uniform inside. What is this? The round-faced girl curiously took out a delicate little notebook from a box. Wow. Luoyin, look, it's yours. Qiu Luoyin quickly took it over. It's an officer's ID card. Qiu Luoyin, captain of the Imperial Army. Lai Durong is the acting administrative assistant of the Governor General's office and an investigator of the Hanavari military investigation team of the Kyushu Empire. Qiu Luoyin was confused. She didn't do anything here. Just join the army? And she became an officer. Is she dreaming? This can't be fake. The round-faced girl couldn't help but murmur, but Qiu Luoyin closed the box and picked it up and said, "Okay, go to bed quickly. You still have classes tomorrow." "I'm going to work." After saying that, he left in a hurry without giving the three girls a chance to speak, leaving the three girls staring at each other in bewilderment. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky when Li Jin came out of the guest room, with Qiu Luoyin following closely behind. Li Jin said as he walked, "You and Vic must study hard when you go to Hanover this time. I am eager to recruit talents here. As long as you have the ability, you can stand on your own here. We will be our own people from now on." Qiu Luoyin nodded vigorously to show that she understood. "Okay, let's go." Li Jin smiled and waved. Since we said we don't want a vase, we naturally have to test Lin Luoyin's abilities, if her abilities are really outstanding. He didn't mind making her truly one of his own. After watching Vic and the other man leave, Li Jin turned around and glanced at Lin Keqing, who was following behind him in a depressed mood. Helplessly said, "Let's go, my little ancestor." Lin Keqing followed behind Li Jin, muttering in dissatisfaction. "Li Jin, do you think I'm not pretty enough? Or do you think I'm incapable? Why did you let her go on such an important matter instead of me?" Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing, who was determined not to give up until he explained clearly, and said, "You only see the importance of this matter, but don't you see the danger involved? To tell you the truth, I, Li Jin, am a thug in the eyes of Westerners. I'm a thorn in their side. Who knows how much danger they will face this time? Do you think I'll let you go? If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to Uncle Lin and the others?" This is actually the reason why Li Jin did not go there in person. He knows the nature of the Melika people very well. If he goes, these bastards really dare to detain him or even feed him a bullet. As for Qiuoyin's safety, Li Jin naturally thought about it. Otherwise, he would not have given her a military uniform. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He believes Qiuoyin must understand this truth. Li Jin's sudden stern tone frightened the indignant Lin Keqing, who lowered her head and dared not speak at all. Looking at the submissive Lin Keqing, Li Jin couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If Lin Keqing really insisted on persisting, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After all, people are different, and Lin Keqing is one of them. Li Jin raised his hand to check the time and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to go to the banquet." He was really looking forward to it. What kind of excitement will this banquet bring to him? Jiangzhou Provincial Office. "What did you say? Li Rong is here." Li Jun, who had been somewhat relaxed, suddenly stood up from the sofa. His expression changed rapidly and soon became as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. A young man in his 20s or 30s standing next to Li Jun couldn't help but wonder. "Fourth brother, isn't this guy inspecting defense in the Northwest? Why did you suddenly come to Jinling?" Li Jun said with a gloomy face. "I must have received the news that Li Jin is coming to attend the banquet I'm hosting. Li Jin's vote is very important to both me and him." The young man's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. "Is this guy here to cause trouble for us?" Li Zensnara. "Make trouble? It's not that easy. As long as Li Jin comes, we've already won." At this point, Li Jun looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Our second brother is very arrogant, and that damn guy Li Jin is not much better. If these two guys meet, we'll be in for a treat." Li Jin beat him up in public, and he still feels resentful about it. If Li Jin wasn't really strong enough, he wouldn't be able to do it in a short time. And he also needs Li Jin to pave the way for him. He now wishes he could strangle Li Jin to death to avenge himself. Now, my cheap second brother suddenly came to kill me, and then they could just fight each other. Maybe this is the case. So he pushed Li Jin to his side. Just as Li Jun was flying into the sky, an old man hurried in. "Fourth master, Li Jin's car will be here soon." Li Jun's expression suddenly brightened up, and he couldn't help showing joy on his face. He was a little worried that Li Jin would stand him up, but he didn't expect that he would come so soon. "Li T, let's go and welcome General Li." Chapter 54 Crazy. In front of the office gate, Li Jun and Li T walked quickly to the door. "Fourth brother, he is just a governor. We could just greet him at the door. Why did you come to the main gate? This is too embarrassing." Li Jun couldn't help but shake his head. His brother was already over 30 years old, but his brain hadn't grown up yet. He couldn't help but scold him. "What do you know? If you want to take something, you must first give it. If you want to put on a show, you have to do it in full. Otherwise, I'll have received this beating in vain." Li Jun couldn't help but touch his face when he said this, as if Li Jin's foot was still on it, and his eyes gradually became cold and stern. But then he suddenly became clear-headed and his complexion returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Boom! A roar of engines sounded from the street, and soon a line of 3 cars drove over. "Fourth master, it's Li Jin's convoy." The old man, standing far away, walked quickly up to Li Jun and whispered. Li Jun nodded, and when the car was about to stop at the door, he strode forward. "General Li, your presence here brings honor to my office." As soon as Li Jin got out of the car, he saw Li Jun extending his hand with great enthusiasm, looking extremely enthusiastic. However, this enthusiasm did not make him feel comfortable, but rather uncomfortable. Does this Li Jun have a hobby of being beaten? or else he has other intentions. However, since they were treating him politely, Li Jin could not greet them with an unfriendly face. He immediately extended his hand and said politely, "Your Highness, you are too polite." Li Jun then waved to the back and called Li Ti over to introduce her. "General, this is my 14th brother, Li Ti, the current commander of the Shanghai garrison. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for him." Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but take a look at Li Ti. He had a strong build and a square face and looked like a typical soldier. I couldn't help but nodded as a greeting. Li Ti raised her hand and saluted. "General Li, you are a lieutenant general, and I am a major general. Logically, I should call you chief." Li Jin smiled and waved his hand. "This isn't a public place, so why are there so many false formalities? If I really want to salute, I should salute you, the prince who is one level higher than me." When the two of them were giving way to each other, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind Li Jin, followed by a loud voice. "Old Four, you're hosting a dinner with great fanfare. Why don't you invite me, your brother?" Li Jin couldn't help but turn around and saw a middle-aged man in a grass-green short-sleeved shirt striding towards him. Although he was not a big man, he was very sturdy. On the dark face, a pair of tiger eyes sparkled. You could tell at first glance that he is not a difficult person to get along with. Li Jin's eyes gleamed, and he had no intention of paying attention to the visitor. Instead, he turned to Li Jun and said, "Fourth Prince, should we go in?" Li Jun immediately smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "General, please." Then he turned to the visitor and said, "Second brother, I will send General Li in first, and then I will receive you properly later." Before Li Jin and his companions even reached the front door, a chilling voice sounded from behind them. "Did I ask you to come?" Li Jin paused and turned around abruptly, without noticing the excited look in Li Jun's eyes beside him. "You talking to me?" Li Rong strode a few steps away from Li Jin and said sternly, "Li Jin, is this your attitude when you meet Shangguan?" Li Jin smiled immediately. "I know you." Li Rong's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, "Deputy Chief of Staff of the Military Command, General of the Empire, Li Rong. It's time to get to know each other now." "Hee. Li Jin Loga. You want to find something?" The extremely direct words made Li Rong's eyes narrowed immediately. Looking at Li Jin, who was confronting him, a trace of hostility suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said word by word, "So what if I'm looking for trouble?" Li Rong suddenly raised his hand, and the sound of leather shoes stepping on the asphalt road was heard immediately. Then, more than a dozen fully armed soldiers rushed out from the corner of the office and came behind Li Rong. Li Jin couldn't help but clench his hands into fists, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Lin Keqing, who had been following behind him without saying anything, hid behind Li Jin involuntarily and said anxiously, "Li Jin, we..." Li Jin didn't look back, but just patted Lin Keqing's hand gently. However, Lin Keqing's actions made Li Rong's eyes light up. He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful girl by Li Jin's side. Li Rong's unscrupulous look instantly made Li Jin's face darken. He raised his foot and slowly walked towards Li Rong. "Why? Do you still want to arrest me? Or just shoot me?" Li Rong was frightened by Li Jin's pressing and could not help but take a step back. Li Jin's sudden action made the soldiers following Li Rong immediately agitated, and they wanted to raise their guns to point at Li Jin. But before they could make a move, whoosh whoosh, steel crossbow arrows suddenly shot out from the surrounding buildings without any breath, instantly piercing through the unprepared soldiers. But in the blink of an eye, all the soldiers fell in a pool of blood. The sudden attack startled Li Rong and Li Jun and others who were watching nearby. You, what do you want to do?" Li Rong looked at the soldier on the ground with his body pierced by arrows and panicked. He looked around cautiously. "Li Jin, don't mess around. I was just trying to scare you. I am the Emperor's son. You won't be able to get away with it if you kill me." Li Jin looked at Li Rong indifferently. "Don't worry, I don't mean to kill you, but..." Bang! The crisp and loud, ear-scratching sound instantly resounded throughout the street. Li Rong was caught off guard and staggered, almost falling to the ground. I felt a burning pain on my face. Li Rong was stunned. How dare someone hit him? How dare someone hit him? "Li Jin, how dare you hit me? You're crazy. Are you crazy?" Li Jin laughed immediately and raised his leg to hit Li Rong again. However, Li Rong had already reacted by this time. Seeing that Li Jin actually wanted to kick him, his mind was suddenly filled with anger. You know, Li Jin was an ordinary man in both his lives, while Li Rong was a soldier. If they really fought, how could Li Jin be his opponent? Li Rong just dodged slightly, and Li Jin's kick missed. Li Rong couldn't help showing contempt in his eyes, but then he paused and showed a look of fear, because a pistol was pointed at him. Soon, he came back to his senses and said mockingly, "Do you dare to shoot?" Bang! Chapter 55, Li Shiqing's plan. Li Rong couldn't help but howl miserably, but he didn't feel any pain for a long time. He quickly lowered his head to look at his body. He heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was Li Jin who was scaring him. General, don't be impulsive." Li Jun, who was standing nearby and watching the excitement, also reacted at this time and rushed over to persuade them. Although he wished that Li Rong would die immediately, he couldn't let him die here, otherwise he would not only gain nothing but also get into trouble. Snort. Li Rong reacted at this time, thinking about his own shame just now, and became angry. "Li Jin, who are you trying to scare with that broken gun? Shoot if you can. I'm telling you, this is my Li family's place. It's not your turn to act wild here." When Li Rong said this, he looked at Lin Keqing timidly. "Did you know? I've never failed to get what I set my eyes on." Bang! Gunshots rang out again on the quiet street. Li Rong felt a sharp pain in his right leg and couldn't help but open his mouth and howl. All of a sudden, the people present all became dazed. Li Jun's face turned even paler. He didn't expect Li Jin to actually dare to shoot. He couldn't help but touch his neck and shuddered instantly. This Li Jin is really a lunatic. Li Jin slowly put down the gun in his hand. "You're right. I can't kill you, but I can cripple you. Do you think our emperor would conflict with me just for a son?" Li Rong looked at his bloody right leg. His eyes turned red for a moment, and he screamed loudly. "You will regret it. You will definitely regret it." Li Jin ignored him and turned to leave. Li Jun, who was standing aside and trying to call an ambulance, saw Li Jin leaving without even saying hello. "Hurry up and come over. General, why don't you go in and sit for a while? My second brother has had some problems with his brain these days. Please don't mind it." Li Rong, who was being carried on a stretcher, was so angry when he heard that his brother had framed him that he started to curse. "Plum, woo." Li Ti covered Li Rong's mouth and said with concern, "Brother, what do you want to say?" "Oh, don't worry. My brother will never watch you become disabled. Let's go to the best hospital in Shanghai right away. Someone, get a car ready, the fastest one." Woo. Li Rong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why the hell? Get someone to stop the bleeding for me. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of Li Ti's hand. He just heard Li Ti talking to herself. "Second brother, you don't need to thank me. This is what we brothers should do. It's too polite to say it out loud." When Li Jin heard Li Jun's request to stay, he suddenly stopped, turned around, stared at Li Jun, and said, "Are you happy now?" Li Jun was taken aback by the question, but then he reacted and said with a smile, "General, what are you talking about?" Li Jin smiled calmly. "Do you know what I hate the most?" Without waiting for Li Jun's reply, he continued, "You are such a sinister and cunning person. Do you think that you can benefit from the quarrel between me and Li Rong? Does that mean I have to stand on your side? Why does your second brother appear here? Don't you have any idea? Do you know, in my eyes, people like you are more hateful than Li Jun." After saying that, he turned around and left, looking like he didn't want to pay any attention to Li Jun at all. After a while, Li Jun, who was a little confused, came to his senses and was shaking with anger. On Li Jin's side, after returning to the car, Li Jin's expression immediately became gloomy, and he ordered Zimo in a cold voice, "Go in person and kill that Li Ren for me. Remember, use the weapons we have in service." Those who dare to threaten him, Li Jin, still want to live in this time, really think that he, Li Yanwang, is a clay sculpture. "Li Jin, isn't that Li Rong a prince? You killed him." Lin Keqing, who was sitting next to Li Jin, said anxiously. "Oh." Li Jin sneered. "What do you mean I killed him? It was Li Jun who killed him. Don't worry. Li Rong is dead, and Li Jun is more suspicious than me." Now everyone knows that Li Jin is a lunatic. He never considers the consequences of anything he does and always confronts others head-on. If Li Rong died suddenly, he would indeed be a suspect, but the biggest suspect would definitely be Li Jun. Since they were competitors, it was reasonable to kill Li Rong at this opportunity. After all, people all have a common problem. They like to speculate on everything, and the speculations vary greatly. The more suspicion points to Li Jin, the less they believe him. There is another reason. At that time, Li Jin wanted to shoot Li Rong, but he was no longer alone and could not do whatever he wanted. If Li Jin killed Li Rong in broad daylight, he would be directly at odds with the Empire, which would not benefit him at all. But if Li Rong died inexplicably, even though I knew that it was Li Jin who killed him, so what? His value is much higher than that of a prince. Why? Li Jin couldn't help but sigh heavily. He used to be such an upright person. I've actually been tricked by this devilish world, and have become so scheming and scheming. Let's go to Shanghai. At the same time, in the Shanghai garrison, in Li Shiqing's study villa, Master, you're looking for me? Uncle Fu said respectfully at his desk. Li Shiqing, who was working on official documents, put down his pen and looked up with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. This made Fu Bo feel uncomfortable. What rebellious son have you ever seen in Jinling? Li Shiqing suddenly spoke, causing Uncle Fu to stiffen and bow quickly. Yes, sir. When I went to the Jiangzhou office, I happened to meet the young Marquis. When Li Shiqing heard Uncle Fu calling Li Jin Little Marquis, his brows furrowed and a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Instead, he asked slowly, I heard that the fourth master also invited Li Jin. Uncle Fu bowed and said, Old slave, I heard about it, but it seems something happened, and the young Marquis did not attend the banquet. Li Shiqing frowned immediately. What happened? I just heard that the second prince suddenly came to Jiangzhou and was injured. The fourth prince was not in the mood to hold the banquet, and canceled it directly. Li Shiqing showed a look of astonishment in his eyes. You said Li Rong was injured? Uncle Fu said seriously. Yes, sir. I have secretly inquired about how he was injured, but I have not heard any useful information. I only heard that more than a dozen royal guards died. Li Shiqing nodded and said, Uncle Fu, I asked you to come here today because I want to discuss something with you. What do you think of letting Beloved be the Lord of Liderong? Chapter 56 Hypocrite. A sentence suddenly popped out of Li Shiqing's mouth. This made Fu Bo suddenly lose his composure. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he saw Li Shiqing's expression suddenly darken, and he said slowly, I know that in your hearts, I am actually a heartless man, and you think that Li Jin's mother's death was caused by me. Fu Bo's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his head in panic. I dare not. Li Shiqing sighed and said, Uncle Fu, you are also an old man in the mansion. You know what the situation in our mansion has been like since my father had a stroke. If I hadn't done that, our big ship would have been destroyed, and everyone on board would have died in no time. After all, love and affection are not something you can eat. In order for our mansion to be passed down from generation to generation, there are some things I have to do. Li Shiqing raised his head and closed his eyes when he said this, as if he was thinking of something sad. Uncle Fu saw that Li Shiqing looked depressed. I was a little confused for a moment. Didn't he know who this Marquis was? Unkind and ungrateful. No matter what we do, interests always come first. However, since Li Shiqing had already shown his ability, Uncle Fu, as a servant, naturally had to praise him and bowed quickly, saying, Of course I know the difficulties that the Marquis is in. Our mansion is so prosperous today, thanks to the hard work of the Marquis over the years. Li Shiqing was praised by Uncle Fu, and then he lowered his head and looked at Uncle Fu and said, Why? Although our mansion is now thriving and prosperous, you also know what kind of character the pet is. He does not work and is idle all day long. Do you think I can safely hand over the Marquis mansion to him? Li Shiqing became serious when he said this. So, I plan to let Li Jin come back and inherit the title of Marquis of Jinghai 100 years after me. As for Liderong, it's just a desolate and remote place. What's so good about it? It's better to let my beloved one experience it. Will you be able to help Li Jin in the future? Uncle Fu, I know that Li Jin has a good relationship with you, so I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you will do it beautifully. Finally, Li Shiqing said in an unquestionable voice. At this time, although Uncle Fu's face was calm, his hands were shaking. He was certainly not happy. But I was angry. He was just feeling strange as to why his lord looked so sad. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. What a great idea. In the past, Liderong was naturally a dangerous place that people would shudder at the mention of. But now, after Li Jin's commotion, the people of Melika have tacitly accepted Liderong's affiliation. At this time, Liderong had become a popular figure. Otherwise, why would the Empire give the young Marquis a seat as a member of Parliament? Doesn't this just show the importance of Liderong? This marquis really has a good plan. What made Fu Bo even more heartbroken was that Li Shicheng kept mentioning Li Jin on his left and right, clearly treating Li Jin as an outsider. And he wanted him to use family affection to deceive the young marquis. What Li Shicheng said sounded nice. He would let Li Jin inherit the title of marquis 100 years later. Isn't this just empty talk? If Li Jin really handed over Liderong, wouldn't he become a fish on Li Shicheng's chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by him? Li Shicheng saw that Uncle Fu did not answer for a long time, and his face immediately darkened. Why, you don't want to? Uncle Fu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with silence. Master, I can't do it. Bang! Li Shicheng punched the desk, and everything on the desk jumped up, which showed how angry this marquis was. Fukan, you little dog slave. Have you forgotten how good the Marquis Mansion has been to you over the past few decades? If it weren't for the Marquis Mansion, you would be digging for food in the fields like your fellow soldiers. And your son, your daughter-in-law, your daughter, and your grandchildren, why are they all doing so well? Which one of them didn't benefit from the Marquis Mansion? Now you've learned to pretend to be a good person. Do you think you deserve it? Li Shicheng's vicious voice was like a knife, stabbing Uncle Fu repeatedly. For a time, Uncle Fu's originally ruddy face suddenly aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. One can imagine his inner torment. Sudden, Uncle Fu bowed deeply. Master, as the chief steward of the Marquis Mansion, I am disloyal if I cannot complete the task you have assigned me. It would be unjust if I were to let my late wife down because of this matter. I really don't know how to choose. I am willing to resign. Before Uncle Fu could finish his words, a loud shout suddenly rang out. That's enough. Get out of here. Uncle Fu suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed again and then staggered away. Not long after Uncle Fu left, a female voice suddenly sounded from behind Li Shicheng. Master, this old man doesn't even listen to you now. Why do you still keep him? If he wants to leave, just let him go. Li Shicheng frowned for a moment, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his eyes, but soon he relaxed. What do you know? Uncle Fu has been in the Marquis Mansion for nearly 50 years. He has taken care of all the affairs of our mansion, big and small. If he leaves, who will take care of all this? At this time, the woman had already walked to the side of Li Shicheng. She was a mature woman with a charming figure and a beautiful appearance. Her every frown and movement was full of coquettishness. It is Li Shicheng's current wife, Zhao Yui. Zhao Yui walked up to Li Shicheng and put her hands on his shoulders and kneaded them. Master, our beloved is 19 now. It's time for him to have a career. I don't care. These Liderong Islands must belong to our beloved one. My father said that as long as our beloved can become the lord of the Liderong Islands, the position of the commander of the Imperial Navy will be yours in the future. Maybe you can go one step further and enter the command center and take over my father's job. Li Shicheng was suddenly moved. He immediately stood up and said, Don't worry about it now. I will find a way. Although this rebellious son is a bit of a bastard, I don't think he would dare to disobey me as his father. As a descendant of the Li family, who cares about who is the lord? Besides, Pet is his brother after all. For the great cause of our Li family, what is this little sacrifice? At worst, I can just compensate him later. You don't want to pass the title of Marquis to him, do you? Zhao Yui asked with a suspicious look on her face. Li Shicheng waved his hand and said, I'm just talking. Madam, think about it. If you don't give Li Jin a little sweetness, do you think he will give in? As long as we can get the position of Lord. It's not up to me to decide who gets the title. Chapter 57 Fury. The next morning, after Li Jin's convoy got off the Xinjiang Expressway, it did not enter the city, but drove directly to the outskirts of the city and soon arrived at a verdant mountain forest. This is where the Li clan's cemetery is located. Jinghao Mansion is the only founding noble in Shanghai, so the cemetery is naturally extraordinary. The green mountains are stacked with verdant green, and the clear water is misty. Especially now, Li Shicheng, Marquis of Jinghai, is not only the commander of the Nanyang fleet, but also the garrison commander of Shanghai. He is very powerful. Only, the current Shanghai garrison has become an honorary position and has lost its previous real power. The troops of Shanghai Prefecture are all under the command of the Shanghai Garrison Commander-in-Chief. The only benefit, it means that the Jinghai Marquis Mansion has a company level guard, which is almost a reinforced platoon of soldiers. Li Jin stood at the gate of the cemetery, looking at the lonely and solemn garden in front of him, his eyes full of complex emotions. He couldn't help but recall his mother in this life, who was always so dignified and graceful and never fought with the world. The tenderness and love he showed me was something I had never felt in my previous life. Only when you lose something, you know what is most precious. He now hates God. If the memories of his previous life could have been revived earlier, his mother in this life might not have died. Li Jin took a deep breath and was about to enter the cemetery when a burly man rushed out and stopped him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you know where this place is? You dare to barge in? Go, get out of here. Li Jin frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but he didn't get angry. This person was also doing his job conscientiously, so he said calmly, I'm here to pay tribute to Madame Lung Yueying. The sturdy man was startled, touched his head, and looked at another middle-aged man who was rushing over from behind. Is there a lady named Lung in the cemetery? The middle-aged man was also stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flickered. You are talking about the Marquis's concubine, Aunt Lung. Concubine? Her mother actually became a concubine? Li Jin's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. For a time, it was a scorching summer day, but suddenly a cold wind blew, causing the two middle-aged men to shiver and hug their arms. Li Jin started walking towards the cemetery, but the middle-aged man stopped him and said, Hey, if you want to find Aunt Lung's tomb, go to the cemetery in the west. Concubines are not qualified to be buried in the Li family's ancestral tomb. Li Jin suddenly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man and immediately frightened the middle-aged man so much that he took several steps back. Because Li Jin's eyes suddenly turned blood red at this moment, like a bloodthirsty beast. After scaring the man away, Li Jin did not vent his anger on them, but walked quickly into the cemetery. After turning several corners, he soon arrived at a grave. However, the tomb had already turned into a pile of rubble, and the marble tombstone had been smashed into pieces. Li Jin couldn't help but clench his fists. Veins popped on his forehead, and a surge of rage instantly rushed straight to his head. But Li Jin did not curse or say anything else. Instead, he turned and walked out of the cemetery, got in the car. He did not order Zemo to drive to the cemetery, but said, Go to the garrison headquarters. Li Jin closed his eyes after he finished speaking, but his clenched fist showed that he was not at peace at all. It's more than just unrest. Li Jin felt a raging fire burning in his heart, burning his internal organs. Li Shicheng completely angered him this time. Before, although Li Jin hated Li Shicheng, he was his biological father after all, so he did not want to do anything to him. At most, he would never have any contact with him. But Li Jin never thought that a man could be so vicious. Not only did he turn his first wife into a concubine, he even demolished his mother's tomb. Such a beastly thing. You don't deserve to live in this world. I don't know how much time has passed. General, we're here. Zemo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up, which brought Li Jin back to his senses from his anger. Go, call Li T and tell him I want to see him. Yes, General. Zemo quickly agreed and got out of the car and left. After a while, Li Jin saw Li T coming out of the gate and immediately rolled down the window and said, Commander Li, I have an urgent matter that I need your help with. Please get in the car and let's talk. Li T got into the car with a cold face. If his fourth brother hadn't insisted that he not offend Li Jin, he wouldn't even want to meet this guy. Tell me, what's the matter? Li Jin smiled slightly and glanced at Zemo, who was sitting opposite him. Zemo immediately pounced towards Li T like a cheetah. Li Ti's face changed instantly. Just as she was about to resist, Zemo grabbed her neck and pressed her down on the seat. Li Jin was not idle either. He opened a freezer in the car and took out a silver-white syringe. This thing is the loyalty guarantor that Li Jin bought, a mini controller. After giving one to Vic, there are 3 left. Li T looked at the large syringe in Li Jin's hand and immediately showed a look of fear in her eyes. She struggled hard. Li Jin, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. I'm telling you, this is the headquarters. There are cameras everywhere. If anything happens to me, you can't escape. Li Jin was not moved at all and directly pulled Li Ti's arm over. This action immediately frightened Li T, and she quickly begged for mercy. Brother Li, Grandpa Li, Li T have never had any grudges against you. Why are you trying to harm me? If you have any grudges or complaints, can you go find my fourth brother? This had hurt so much. Li Jin directly stabbed Li Ti's arm with a needle, causing Li Ti to groan in pain. She felt a torrent of pain rushing from her arm to her brain in an instant. Li Ti had only one thought at this time. He is really finished this time. But when Zemo let go of him, Li Ti didn't feel anything unusual. I couldn't help but look at Li Jin. But the anger just now was gone, and instead a feeling of respect and love rose in my heart. It was as if Li Jin in front of them were their biological parents. It's everything to him. Even if Li Jin asked him to die now, he would not hesitate. Li Jin looked at Li Ti, who suddenly became respectful, and his face became serious. Go and gather a battalion of troops for me right now. Bring the interference squadron with you. Li Ti said without hesitation. I'll go right away. The Marquis of Jinghai Mansion was built by imperial decree. As a founding father of the Kyushu Empire, they have stood on the banks of the Suzhou River in Shanghai City for nearly 100 years. It covers an area of about 60 to 70 acres. You have to know that this is Shanghai City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The value of this piece of land alone is an astronomical figure. As usual, several servants of the Marquis Mansion were diligently wiping the European-style door made entirely of marble. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of dense engine sounds sounded. Chapter 58, Revenge. The people who were busy at the gate of the Marquis Mansion couldn't help but stop their work and look up with curiosity. I saw military vehicles roaring in and stopping directly in front of the gate of the mansion, and then soldiers jumped out of the vehicles one by one. Quick! Quick! Surround Marquis Jinghai for me. Sniper, get in position. Machine gunner, alert. Buzz buzz. The large-caliber machine gun, mounted on the off-road vehicle, spun rapidly, aiming the muzzle at the Jinghai Marquis Mansion. A sudden scene, not to mention the servants who were working, even the guard standing guard at the door, looked confused. While everyone in the Marquis Mansion was stunned, the soldiers who rushed up had already surrounded them. Brothers, we are all family. The guard of the Marquis Mansion looked at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him and raised his hands helplessly. The leading sergeant stepped forward and took the guard's gun away, raised his chin, and said, all of them. At this time, a Cadillac Escalade SUV slowly drove up on the street. Li Jin was lying on the back seat with his eyes closed, looking like he was asleep. General, Marquis Jinghai has been surrounded by us, and all the guards have surrendered their weapons. Li Jin suddenly opened his eyes. Did Taozhou send anyone over? Zemo said quickly. Please rest assured, General, I have sent 2 special operations teams to Taozhou. Tell them that before I arrive, if anyone dares to do anything bad to my relatives, I authorize them to shoot. Don't worry about life or death. No way. Li Jin had to be cautious now, because he was not only facing Li Shicheng this time, but also the complicated forces behind him. Back then, Li Shicheng tried to curry favor with the rich and powerful, which led to his mother's death from depression. This phoenix is the current Marquis's wife, Zhao Yui. This woman is not simple. My grandfather is one of the 9 pillars of the empire, the imperial marshal and duke of the state, Zhao Dongshan. His father, Zhao Gang, was a general of the empire and one of the 3 deputy commanders of the military command. My brother is just like Li Jin. He is also a member of the Council of State, and his job is director of the National Defense Department of the Imperial Cabinet. The only difference is, as long as he holds the position of director, he will always be a counselor, but Li Jin is a counselor who is rotated among 9 territories and can only serve for 2 years at a time. Such a powerful family. Li Jin naturally had to prepare for a rainy day, because what he was about to do might drive this family crazy. As for why he didn't just take his grandparents away, in addition to the large number of Lung family members. Besides, it is impossible to take them all away in a short time. The main reason is that there are many people in the Lung family who don't like him. If we only take Mr. Lung and his wife away, Mr. Lung would definitely not agree. He is a person who attaches great importance to family affection. Even if he revealed his identity as the island owner, his relatives might not believe him. He had already inquired about it when he first arrived in the country. There is no local coverage of what happened during this period, and ordinary people had no idea what was happening. Many people don't even know the place called Liderong. There is even less information about Liderong on the internet. If no one hadn't specifically looked it up, I'm afraid no one would have thought that the Empire had such an overseas enclave. Another point is, Li Jin is such a special person. How could his family and relatives not receive special care from the Empire? I'm afraid Taozhou is now full of spies. If there is a double dealer among them, it might be even more dangerous if he takes his relatives away at this time. Besides, weaknesses are not something that will disappear just because your most important person is taken away. You have to understand, the people you care about actually have people who care about them, and those who are cared about also have people who care about them. It can be said that the relationship is complicated. If they want to deal with you, they have plenty of ways to do so. So, Li Jin realized the truth. If he wants to live well, he must have a strong fist, so strong that no one dares to target him. He took a deep breath and suppressed all the irritability in his heart. Li Jin then got out of the car. At this time, Li Ti had been waiting in front of the car. When she saw Li Jin coming down, she immediately raised her hand and saluted. General, Li Jin looked at the extremely respectful Li Ti. In fact, he had a crazy idea at the beginning, whether he could use a nano-controller to control this Shiji. Unfortunately, ideals are so perfect, but reality is so cruel. First of all, this thing is too expensive and the effect is limited. Secondly, nobles and politicians are not so easy to approach, and their security is much tighter than one might imagine. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die in the world every day. Li Jin raised his hand and pressed it down, indicating that Li Ti was not being polite, and then walked into the mansion. Seeing this, Li Ti quickly followed with a group of soldiers. 10 minutes later, Li Jin came to a 4-story villa. This is the banquet hall of the Li Mansion, which is also the largest and most magnificent building in the entire mansion. Once you enter the door, I saw Li Shicheng, Zhao Yui, and several stewards of the Marquis Mansion were surrounded by a group of soldiers in the living room. Uncle Fu was among them. Li Jin then set his sights on a tall, middle-aged man who was none other than Li Jin's biological father in this life, Li Shicheng. This Li Shicheng is indeed a man who could be a general of the empire. Even in this environment, he still looks calm and composed, sitting there with his horse and sword in hand. Only, when he saw Li Jin coming in, he instantly lost his composure, his face darkened, and he stood up suddenly. "Is it you, the rebellious son? You are so brave to do such a rebellious thing. Get down on your knees." Li Jin looked at Li Shicheng, who was still bossing around, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You wouldn't think that he is still the same Li Jin who was always fooled around by others. Although I am angry, but Li Jin did not act immediately. The reason why Li Shicheng has come this far is that he is outstanding in both willpower and scheming. It's not so easy to defeat him completely. What's more, if you want to destroy a person, killing him is too easy. The most painful thing is to destroy the things he cares about most and make him live a life worse than death. Li Jin sneered and ignored Li Shicheng. Instead, he cast his eyes on a burly middle-aged man next to Li Shicheng, who was Chun Taihan, the man who had sent him to the Lai Durong Islands. "Do you still remember me? You were so arrogant back then." Snort. Unexpectedly, Chun Taihan was not afraid of death. He snorted coldly and turned his head away, looking like he didn't want to bother with him. Li Jin was not angry. Instead, he looked around and walked straight to a decoration and pulled down a baseball bat. He swung in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Chun Taihan saw Li Jin coming over with a baseball bat. His face suddenly changed. At this moment, Zimo and a soldier stepped forward and held Chun Taihan's hands. "What do you want to do?" Chun Taihan was completely panicked and quickly asked Li Shicheng for help. "My lord." Li Shicheng's face was almost as black as the bottom of an iron pot at this time, and he directly cast his eyes to Li Ti, who was standing aside and watching the fun. 14th Prince, what do you mean by this? Don't you know the consequences of mobilizing troops without authorization? Don't think that just because you are a prince, you can do whatever you want. This isn't ancient times. Li Shicheng said a lot in one breath, but what surprised him was that Li Ti didn't even look at him and simply ignored him. Li Shicheng was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled. As for Li Jin looked at Chun Taihan, who was struggling violently to break free, and a smile appeared on his face. "Chun Taihan, don't you like to look down on others? I will grant you your wish today." Li Jin swung the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it directly at Chun Taihan's kneecap. Snap! Chapter 60, Cruel. The sound of Chun Taihan's bones breaking was clearly heard by everyone in the hall, causing the servants in the Marquis Mansion to tremble with fear and become silent. "Ah! My legs! My legs!" Li Jin looked at Chun Taihan, whose face was distorted with pain, without any mercy, and raised the baseball bat in his hand and swung it down again. Snap! The sound of bones breaking came again. This time, Chun Taihan couldn't stand anymore. He collapsed to the ground, holding his legs and wailing. Chun Taihan looked extremely miserable. Not only did the servants get scared, but the Marquis's wife Zhao Yui was also frightened to the point of losing her color and hiding behind Li Shicheng, trembling in fear. Even Li Shicheng's pupils shrank, looking at Li Jin with surprise. When did his son become so cruel? He is completely different from before. At this time, Li Jin also happened to look at Li Shicheng. For a moment, their eyes met. Li Jin's indifferent look made Li Shicheng feel nervous. A terrible thought suddenly popped into my mind. This kid might really kill him. Thinking of this, Li Shicheng couldn't help but tremble. Li Jin, who was staring at Li Shicheng, immediately smiled. It seems that this Imperial Admiral is not as fearless as he appears to be. Just when Li Jin opened his mouth to speak, Li Shicheng spoke first. Li Shicheng said with a look of self-blame, Li Jin, it was indeed Ben's fault as a father. I shouldn't have kicked you out of the house. But you have to understand one thing. If God gives a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer and work hard before he can achieve great things. Why don't I like you? Why did I kick you out of the house? It's just to train you. You have to understand your father's painstaking efforts. Li Shicheng seemed to have become a kind father at this time, and said to Li Jin earnestly, Don't you think about it? If I hadn't kicked you out, would you have achieved what you have now? Did you know? Father has always wanted to pass this marquis to you, but was afraid that you wouldn't be able to keep it. So I trained you since you were young. Now, you have finally grown up. I can safely hand over the marquis mansion to you in the future. Liderong is just a poor and chaotic place. What's good about it? It's better to let your brother take care of it. Just stay by my side and let me make up for what I owe you over the years. Li Shicheng's sincere voice continued to echo in the living room. Li Jin was stunned by what he heard. He couldn't believe that there were such shameless people in this world. They were clearly robbing people, but they pretended that it was a gift. As for the exercise that Li Shicheng mentioned earlier, someone who had not been beaten by society might have really believed it. But all Li Jin heard was indifference and alienation. Do you really think he is a fool? Li Jin doesn't have time to play games of loving father and filial son with Li Shicheng. He now feels sick staying in this mansion. He asked directly, Who destroyed my mother's tomb? The hall was suddenly quiet. Li Jin glanced at the people standing in the hall, and finally stopped his gaze on Zhao Yui. There was a murderous aura in Li Jin's eyes that seemed tangible, which frightened Zhao Yui so much that she screamed and lowered her head to burrow into Li Shicheng's arms. Li Shicheng quickly pulled Zhao Yui behind him and looked at Li Jin angrily. What do you want to do? Yui is your stepmother after all. Do you still want to disobey her? Li Jin looked at Li Shicheng grimly. I'm asking you, who destroyed my mother's tomb? Li Shicheng's face instantly turned red, and he was obviously extremely angry. He stared at Li Jin hatefully and said, Li Jin, have you had enough of this? To tell you the truth, Lung Yueying's tomb was moved by me. How could a concubine occupy my Li family's ancestral tomb? How ridiculous! This is a complete break between the two. Li Jin looked at Li Shicheng with disdain, and a surge of anger instantly rushed to his head. Without thinking, he pulled out a pistol from his waist. Snap! As soon as he pulled the bolt, he pointed the gun at Li Shicheng. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Li Shicheng. Who else could it be but Uncle Fu? Li Jin fronat suddenly. Uncle Fu, get out of the way. Uncle Fu shook his head and said pleadingly, Young Marquis, if you want to kill, then kill this old slave. Master, you must not kill me. This is patricide. If this gets known to the outside world, how will you cope with the future, young Marquis? Upon hearing this, Li Jin's eyes, which were originally filled with anger, immediately became clear. Then he pointed the gun at several managers of the Marquis mansion. Bang bang. Several managers fell directly into a pool of blood. Li Jin is not a fool. When he came, he had already found out everything clearly. It was all Zhao Yui and these managers who were causing trouble. As for Li Shicheng, although he did not participate in it, his cold-eyed attitude made Li Jin even more angry. Li Jin looked at Zhao Yui, who was frightened behind Li Shicheng, and said coldly, Zhao Yui, don't you like my mother's feng shui treasure land very much? I will grant you your wish today. Someone, catch this bitch and bury her in that cemetery. Li Jin's cold command immediately frightened Zhao Yui to death. She grabbed Li Shiqing's sleeve tightly and begged, "Master, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Li Shiqing was also panicked at this time. He was not worried about Zhao Yui's life or death, but about his own career. If Zhao Yui really died in front of him, how could the Zhao family let it go? Then the family business that he had worked so hard to build would be gone. This is more painful than killing him. He quickly said, "Li Jin, what do you want to do? As long as you don't kill Yui, I can agree to anything you want." Li Jin laughed immediately and actually put away his gun, saying coldly, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Someone, bring me a whip." After a while, Zimo came over with a long steel whip. Li Jin took it and threw it directly in front of Li Shiqing. "Come on, give this bitch 20 lashes first, and make sure they penetrate deep into her flesh. If it's lighter, you'll just have to dig in the dirt." Li Jin's extremely indifferent tone made Li Shiqing and Zhao Yui shudder. Li Shiqing gritted his teeth, bent down, picked up the whip on the ground, raised his hand and swung it, hitting Zhao Yui hard. Bang! The steel whip instantly left a bright red blood mark on Zhao Yui's body, and then a shrill scream rang out. Chapter 61 Fire. Li Shiqing whipped Zhao Yui with a whip again and again, leaving her skin and flesh torn. The terrifying howling sound echoed throughout the hall from time to time. 10 lashes in a row. Zhao Yui fainted from the pain. Li Shiqing had a blank expression on his face. He mechanically raised the whip in his hand and was about to whip her again. "I didn't want to be held up by Uncle Fu. My lord, stop hitting me. If you do, my lady will die." Then he turned around and looked at Li Jin and begged, "Young Marquis, can you spare my wife's life for the sake of this old servant?" Li Jin looked at Zhao Yui lying on the ground, dying, and said without comment, "Since Uncle Fu has said so, then we won't fight." But Li Jin suddenly changed the subject. "Uncle Fu, you must come with me." Uncle Fu was startled and couldn't help turning his head to look at Li Shiqing. However, to his disappointment, Li Shiqing didn't even look at him. "Why?" Uncle Fu couldn't help but sighed. Then he cheered up and said, "Young Marquis, you can let me follow you, but I hope you can also bring instructor Lin Jinlin with you." Li Jin said without thinking, "Can." Lin Jin naturally knew that the people had been very good to him in the past, and that they were very capable. He was in need of people now, so the more talents the better. "Zimo, go help Uncle Fu and the others pack their things, and then send them to the airport immediately." "Yes, General." After Zimo took Uncle Fu away, Li Jin looked at Li Shiqing coldly and left without saying a word. No one noticed the chill in Li Jin's eyes the moment he turned around. It was obvious that he had no intention of giving up. Li Shiqing looked at Li Jin, who disappeared. A look of having survived a disaster appeared on his face, and his legs went limp and he sat down on the floor. Then his eyes turned cold. He was so embarrassed today. You can imagine how resentful he was. Not only did he hate Li Jin to death, even Li Ti and other people from the Shanghai garrison were hated by him. "You all just wait," Li Shiqing murmured with a sinister look. Outside the gate of Jinghai Marquis Mansion, Li Jin took another look at the rich and magnificent mansion complex and said to himself, "What a pity. Before I knew it, it was already night." In a villa in the backyard of the Marquis' mansion, Zhao Yui lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. "Yui, it's time to change the medicine." At this moment, an extremely gentle voice was heard, causing Zhao Yui to tremble immediately and curl up into a ball. Li Shiqing sat beside the bed and looked at the wounded Zhao Yui with a look of pity. "Yui, don't blame me. I was trying to save you. You saw that Li Jin is a lunatic. If I hadn't done this, he would have really dared to bury you alive." When Zhao Yui heard Li Shiqing's explanation, she raised her head abruptly and said with gritted teeth, "I want him dead." Li Shiqing said quickly, "Yui, don't worry. I will arrange for someone tomorrow, and none of them will be able to escape." Zhao Yui couldn't help but raise her head when she heard this, and looked at Li Shiqing with suspicion. "Are you sure? He is your son." Li Shiqing's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he said slowly, "I was able to kill his mother back then, so I can certainly kill him now. Stay here." Li Shiqing looked at Zhao Yui tenderly and said, "Yui, I only have one son, Chonger. Except for our family of 3, the rest are outsiders. If they die, they die." Zhao Yui's face looked a little better after hearing Li Shiqing's sweet words. But when she thought of the humiliation she had just suffered and the pain in her back, she was immediately filled with anger. As the only daughter of the Zhao family, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. She had everything she wanted, and no matter what she did, there was always someone to clean up her mess. She had never been punished. I was bullied by a young boy today. Woo. Just when Zhao Yi was about to have her brain burned by anger, an extremely shrill whistle suddenly came from outside the window, and the Shicheng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly looked gloomy. Just about to get up, the house suddenly shook violently. Before I could react, a huge black shadow fell from the ceiling, followed by a loud bang. The entire villa was blown to pieces in an instant. The huge shock wave swept across the surroundings in an instant. The surrounding houses were immediately razed to the ground like tofu dregs. Then two huge mushroom clouds were seen rising into the sky, and raging flames instantly engulfed the entire mansion. At the same time, in a building 3,000 meters away from the Marquis's mansion, Li Jin was standing in the office on the top floor. Looking through the telescope at the Jinghai Marquis mansion enveloped in flames, he couldn't help but sigh again. What a pity. After all, he also has some very fond memories there. Zimo, who is on this plane? Li Jin suddenly asked. Zimo said quickly, Please rest assured, General. This guy's a close confidant of Li Ti. He relied on his status as Li Ti's man to commit crimes in Jinling City. He deserves death, but he is very loyal to Li Ti. We didn't even use the controller, but he patted his chest and agreed to it. When Li Jin heard that he had saved a controller, he immediately smiled, then asked with a puzzled look, What kind of plane is this? How could it be so powerful? General, it's a bomber, and it carried 20 tons of fuel-air explosive bombs when it took off. Li Jin suddenly realized, no wonder it was so powerful. General, why didn't we take action directly when we were in the Marquis mansion? Zimo suddenly asked. Li Jin didn't look back and just said calmly, You don't understand. Killing people openly and killing people secretly are two completely different things. If we openly take action in the Marquis mansion, how do you think the Empire will react? Can they tolerate us being so reckless? Some people will attack us even if they don't want to, but they will do so under pressure. Then we'll be in danger. Li Jin knew very well that Lai Durong wanted to develop quickly. The Empire is indispensable. If he offends everyone in the Empire, who will he sell his things to? Where should we migrate the population to fill Lai Durong's position? Just like what a celebrity once said, the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. This is also the reason why Li Jin did not take direct action, but instead used secret means. If you just do it for fun, you will act recklessly. Even if there really are a few big Ivans, how long can they last when they're deserted by their friends and relatives? Li Jin is very sober. He is still a tiny guy, not a giant. Zimo nodded thoughtfully. General, I understand. Li Jin showed a smile. Well, what does this have to do with us? It's just a plane crash that happened to land in the Marquis mansion. Who can we blame for our bad luck? Let Li Ti and the others fight each other. By the way, have you dealt with that bastardly Rome? Li Jin turned his head and asked. Not yet. Zimo shook his head and said, After Li Rong was beaten, he returned to the imperial capital. We didn't have the chance to attack him at all. Li Jin's eyes suddenly fluctuated when he heard this, and then he said, Let's get our people back. Let Li Ti handle this matter, otherwise it would be a waste. I believe he will give us a different surprise. Notify everyone to go to the cemetery immediately. After we remove the coffin, we will leave Shanghai and go to Taozhou. Once we're done, we'll go back to Lai Durong. After all, this is not my territory, and I always feel a little uneasy. After all, Li Jin himself felt that he was a little too arrogant. If he got struck by lightning, it would be embarrassing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Superior Consciousness. The reward has been stored in the system warehouse. Chapter 62, Another Trump Card. Li Jin, who was about to leave the room, paused, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Is there any reward for him doing his own thing? System, call out the warehouse. Li Jin said impatiently. Before Li Jin finished speaking, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Hidden mission, the consciousness of the superior. Mission rewards. 1. One attack aircraft squadron. Equipped with 12J-25 Ghostbird stealth fighter/attack aircraft. Modern World of Warships Fantasy Edition. Performance. The fighter uses the most advanced variable cycle aviation engine, can sustain 2.25 times supersonic cruise during flight, and is equipped with Eagle hypersonic anti-ship missiles and Zircon hypersonic cruise missiles. The combat range is 8,100 kilometers, and it can take off and land vertically. 2. One Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. Li Jin looked at the reward given by the system, and a big smile suddenly appeared on his face. This Ghostbird fighter is pretty good. It can actually perform supersonic cruise, and at a speed of over Mach 2, which is absolutely second to none in the fighter aircraft world. In fact, the definition of supersonic cruise is very simple. That is, without turning on the afterburner, the speed can reach over Mach 1.5 and can be maintained for more than 30 minutes. Not to mention the Ohio class, which is an absolute national weapon. This time, he has more cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, how should I put it? Guns make cowards brave, but with a nuclear weapon in hand, what is there to fear? Just confront it head-on. Anyway, he is determined to go all out, and I wonder if other forces have the courage to do so. Just as Li Jin was rushing to Taozhou, a loud noise from Shanghai City was immediately heard in the imperial capital, Palace of Universal Government. Li sat in his seat with sleepy eyes, looking at Yin Xiao, who called him out of bed, and said unhappily, "Yin Shui, can't you tell me what's going on tomorrow? My old bones can't stand your torture." Yin Xiao quickly stood up and saluted, then said seriously, "Your Majesty, something happened to Shanghai. A bomber from Phoenix Base suddenly malfunctioned while performing a mission and fell into Shanghai City." "What did you say?" Li's eyes widened instantly, and his sleepiness disappeared immediately. He asked quickly, "Are there any casualties?" Yin Xiao said with a heavy expression, "The plane did not fall in a residential area, but happened to fall in the Jinghai Marquis mansion. I just got the news that this bomber was carrying 2 heavy fuel-air explosive bombs. It caused a huge explosion after it crashed, directly raising most of the Marquis mansion to the ground. Marquis Jinghai and his wife died on the spot." For a time, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became strange, and Li Yi frowned even more. He knew exactly what happened in Jinghai Marquis mansion yesterday. After all, Li Jin's identity is special. The Empire cannot help but send people to keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened today. It was impossible for Li Yi not to have a lot of thoughts. Who was flying the plane? Yin Xiao paused for a moment before speaking. "It's Wang Chao, the acting commander of the Phoenix base." Li Yi's expression suddenly changed, and his brows knitted tightly together for a moment. "Is it Li Ti's people?" Yin Xiao lowered his head and said nothing. Li Yi's eyes flickered, and he was obviously extremely uneasy. He is not a fool. How could I not see the strangeness inside? A bomber went out on a mission and just by chance crashed into the Marquis mansion. There is no concept of the probability of such a thing happening, let alone its possibility. Anyone can see that there's a problem. What Li Yi couldn't figure out was whether Li Jin was using a knife to kill someone else, or whether his group of sons were up to something again. "General Yin, what do you think?" Li Yi suddenly turned his head and looked at Yin Xiao and asked in frustration. Yin Xiao was stunned and said, "This." Just when Yin Xiao didn't know what to say, 2 figures suddenly rushed in from outside the hall, one after the other. After seeing who was coming, Li Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The people who came were Zhao Yui's father Zhao Gang and brother. Zhao Gang, who was at the forefront, did something that no one in the hall could have imagined. Zhao Gang suddenly fell to his knees with a plop and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please make the decision for this old minister." Zhao Gang's first move was a powerful one, which made Emperor Li Yi unable to resist. You have to know that this is not ancient times anymore. The kneeling ceremony has been abolished for who knows how many years. Now Zhao Gang's sudden move immediately blocked Li Yi's prepared remarks. He quickly walked down the stairs, helped Zhao Gang up, and comforted him. "General Zhao, you're trying to defeat my army, so just tell me what you want to say." Zhao Gang was helped up by Li Yi and stood up, a look of grief on his face. "Your Majesty, my daughter and son-in-law cannot die in such an unclear way. No matter what you do, you must give them justice." Zhao Gang's grief was not just pretense. Zhao Yui was his only daughter, and Li Shicheng was the successor he had trained. Now that all of that was gone, the fact that he didn't faint right away was an amazing sign of his willpower. Li Yi looked at Zhao Gang, who was looking to call for punishment. There was a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Although he was not as powerful as the previous emperors, he was still one of the top emperors in the empire. Isn't it true that Zhao Gang's blatant attempt to force the emperor to abdicate is too disrespectful of him? Although Li Yi was very unhappy, he could do nothing but said angrily, "Someone, go get Li Ti back for me." Yun Shao, who was standing nearby, immediately said, "Your Majesty, Li Ti is outside the palace." Li Yi was stunned. When did his son become so well-behaved? Without thinking too much, he said directly, "Let him in." A moment later, Li Ti, dressed in a neat military uniform, strode in. "Then stand at attention and raise your hand to salute." "Father." Li Yi looked at his sons at the bottom of the stairs with sharp eyes. Although he knew that his sons were all very troublesome, he was happy to watch from the sidelines so that he could choose a suitable heir. "I just didn't expect that it would cause him such a big trouble." "Speak." Li Yi's eyes darkened and he asked coldly, "What's going on with Wang Chao? What is he, a major general of the empire, doing out at night? Don't try to fool me with the idea of carrying out a mission. I'm not stupider than you. If you explain everything clearly, maybe I can ask General Zhao to give you a lighter sentence." When Li Yi said this, his eyes suddenly became colder. "If you tell even a single lie, even if you are my son, I will punish you severely." Li Ti was frightened by her father's cold tone and shuddered immediately. She lowered her head and dared not look at Li Yi. "Explain," Li Yi suddenly shouted, and Li Ti shuddered immediately, blurting out, "It's Li Rong. Father, Li Rong told me to do this." Li Yi was stunned for a moment. His expression changed drastically, and it took him a long time to calm down. He gave a cold order. "Someone, go and find Li Rong for me." Chapter 63, Unexpected. The hall was completely silent, and time passed by minute. Everyone stood in the hall, staring at each other. At this time, not only Emperor Li Yi could not accept it, but Yun Shao and the other two present also showed disbelief. Isn't this 14th Prince Li Ti the right-hand man of the 4th Prince Li Zhen? How did she get involved with the 2nd Prince Li Rong again? "Kneel down," Li Yi suddenly shouted coldly, and Li Ti couldn't help but tremble. She bent her legs and knelt on the ground obediently. "Tell me, what's going on?" Li Ti lowered her head in fear. "Father, it was my 2nd brother who suddenly found my 4th brother and said that if we can help him get revenge, he will withdraw from the election for the crown prince." Li Yi's face immediately fell. His sons were so bold that they even dared to use the position of crown prince as a bargaining chip. "Father, you know that my son and Li Rong have always been at odds. If it weren't for my 4th brother's repeated threats, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." "Snort." Li Yi snorted heavily and said angrily, "You rebellious son. Marquis Jinghai has always performed his duties conscientiously and never participated in your dirty deeds. How did he offend you to cause such a disaster? Did a dog eat your heart?" Li Ti quickly raised her hand and explained, "Father, the person Li Rong wants to kill is not Marquis Jinghai, but Li Jin. Li Rong received news in advance that Li Jin was going to Jinghai Marquis, so I planned this action. But I didn't expect Li Jin to not stay in the mansion. By the time we found out and called a halt, it was already too late." Li looked at Li Ti's confident look and immediately became furious. Especially since Yun Shao and the other two were present, he felt even more embarrassed. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside the hall, and then Li Rong, dressed in military uniform, walked in quickly. "Father, you're looking for me?" Li looked at Li Rong expressionlessly, then turned his gaze to Li Ti, who was kneeling on the ground. "Repeat what you just said to your 2nd brother." Li Ti immediately repeated what she had said before. Li Rong was stunned for a moment, and then he became anxious. "Li Ti, stop spitting blood at me here. When did we ask you to kill Li Jinlai?" Then he looked at Li Yi and complained, "Father, he is slandering me. It is blatant slander. I have never asked him to kill Li Jin, not to mention Marquis Jinghai." Li Ti, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately refused to do it when she heard this. She got up from the ground and looked at Li Rong angrily and said, "Li Rong, do you still want to get rid of me? If it weren't for you, why would we go and provoke Li Jin? Why are you pretending to be a good person here? I'll beat you to death." Li Ti became more and more excited as she spoke, and then she punched Li Rong in the face. Li Rong was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. His mouth was deformed by Li Ti's blow. You could even see a few small white things flying out of Li Rong's mouth. "Pah!" Li Rong spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looked at Li Ti angrily, and said, "Li Ti, ore crazy." "Haha, you said I'm crazy? Li Ti suddenly laughed out loud, with a hint of madness in her eyes. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he pulled out a short blade from his waist and stabbed Li Ring directly in the chest. Then the second knife, the third knife. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Li Rong looked at Li Ti in disbelief, then leaned back heavily and fell to the ground. A sudden scene. Li Yi and others present were stunned. After a while, Li Yi came back to his senses and looked at Li Rong lying in a pool of blood. He was at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, Yin Xiao also reacted at this time and quickly said loudly, "Quick, get the doctor here." But everyone understood that Li Rong had been stabbed more than a dozen times in the chest, and even if God came, he couldn't be saved. Rebelle you son. Rebelle you son. Li Yi looked at Li Ti, who was still holding the knife, his lips trembling with anger. "Someone capture this rebellious son for me." When Li Ti heard that the old emperor wanted to lock him up, he immediately refused to do it, waving the bloody knife in his hand and shouting, "Why, father? He was the one who slandered his son first. Why do you lock me up?" Li Yi felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Immediately, more than a dozen soldiers rushed in from outside the hall and dragged Li Ti out by force. Li Yi took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Gang, who was looking down and not knowing what he was doing. "Zhao Shuai, are you satisfied with these? If there's nothing else, just leave." Zhao Gang didn't dare to say anything at this time, and quickly raised his hand to salute. "I'll take my leave." Then he pulled his son and quickly retreated. Li Yi then turned his gaze to Yin Xiao. "Yin Shuai, you should get busy too." Yin Xiao raised his hand and saluted, then turned and left without saying a word. And all people walked there. Li Yi's originally calm expression immediately collapsed, and even looked a little older, and he sat down on the steps. At the same time, Li Jin's private plane has arrived at the Imperial Air Force Base closest to Taozhou. After exiting the cabin, Li Jin looked around and saw a small airport with only one runway. Li Jin raised his hand to check the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. He immediately exchanged a few pleasantries with several officers at the airport, then got in the car and headed straight for the county town. "Zimo, go get everyone from the Taochang division and tell them I want to visit their military facilities." "Yes, General." Li Jin was not idle and wanted to go for a walk, but he was too lazy to explain his current identity. Even if you say 1,000 or 10,000 words, people may not believe you. But if you bring these officials with you, no need to explain anything. The only purpose of his visit this time was to persuade Old Man Lung and Bai Ning to go with him. He didn't care at all if other relatives disliked him. Thinking of this, Li Jin could not help but shake his head helplessly. If it weren't for Mr. Lung's stubborn character and his refusal to explain the whole thing to him, there was no way he would have taken him away. It was hard to explain over the phone, so he had to go there in person. "Let's go to the county first." Li Jin got in the car and said that his cousin Bai Ning was working in the county town, so he could take her with him. At the same time, in a fast food restaurant chain in the county town. This is the busiest time, with a constant stream of people coming in and out of the store. In front of the cashier, a very pretty woman was busy collecting money and issuing tickets. "Give me 10 steamed buns and a bowl of tofu pudding." At this time, a clear male voice sounded from the cashier counter, causing the woman to frown. "Why you again?" Chapter 64, Flirting with Cousin. Standing in front of the cashier counter was a young man in his 30s, tall and handsome, but with a nonchalant look on his face. Leaning on the counter, he said with a smile, "Isn't this a place to eat? I can come whenever I want. Do you want to chase me away? Little beauty, do you want me to take you out for a ride?" "As long as you are willing." The man slapped a silver box on the table and opened it with both hands. "These are all yours." The woman glanced at the banknotes in the box. There were at least millions of banknotes in the stacks. However, she did not seem to be interested at all. Instead, she frowned. "I don't need it, go away." At this moment, a young man who couldn't stand it suddenly came over and said dissatisfiedly, "Uncle, if you have nothing to do, go to the park and walk your bird around to stretch your muscles. There are too many old ladies there. With your looks, you're guaranteed to be popular. What kind of ability is it to embarrass a little girl here?" Puff. The woman standing at the counter couldn't help laughing. When the young man heard someone dare to mock him, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the young man who had just spoken. It's just such an action. The young man was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He took a step back and looked at the man in horror. You, what do you want to do? If you cause trouble here again, I'll report you." The young man couldn't help but sneer and uttered a word. Roll. The young man was speechless after hearing this and immediately ran away in shame. The young man then turned his gaze back to the woman and said to himself, Bai Ning, you may not know my identity yet. To be honest, I was just playing around at the beginning, but after getting to know you over the past few days, I've actually fallen in love with you. Maybe we can really be together. Look, I've even picked out the names for our future son and daughter. That's right. This young man is Li Xiang, the 13th son of the current emperor. Some time ago, Li Jin sent him to Tao Zhou as the division chief of staff, in order to get him close to Li Jin's cousin Bai Ning. When they become relatives, aren't all the problems solved now? Although Li Xiang is already in his 30s, he has developed a bohemian character since childhood, and seems to be willing to walk through a sea of flowers without getting hurt. At the beginning, Li Xiang was very resistant when he heard the task Li Jin gave him, but he was surprised when he saw Li Jin's cousin. No one expected that Li Jin's cousin was not only beautiful, but also had an incredible figure. And he is well-educated, polite, hardworking. She was completely different from the young ladies he had met before. Naturally, Li Xiang was attracted to her, and it seemed like he fell in love at first sight. Then he kept pestering her every day. Think about what new ideas these rich young men can come up with. Nothing more than throwing money and things at others. This is not. When Bai Ning heard Li Xiang say such explicit words, he immediately became anxious and raised his hand angrily. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Li Xiang's face darkened. He was the 13th prince, and even the prime minister of the cabinet spoke to him politely. He didn't expect that in such a small place, 10 people would dare to yell at him. But this time he didn't say anything, because the person who was speaking was his future woman. Just that a sentence. I'll come again tomorrow. But just turned around. A figure blocked his way. Li Xiang, who was already in a bad mood, suddenly became furious. But when he saw the person's face clearly, he was immediately shocked. It was Li Jin. This was awkward. Just when Li Xiang didn't know what to say. Li Jin's face was so cold that it could freeze someone to death. Before Li Xiang could react, Li Jin raised his leg and kicked him. Li Xiang lost his balance and took several steps backwards before he managed to steady himself. He quickly stood up and said, General Li, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Li Jin didn't care to know why he knew his good name and directly ordered, beat him to death. Upon hearing this, Zimo immediately rushed forward with a few guards. Although Li Xiang was a soldier, he was a complete green hand in front of Zimo. Just as he was about to resist, Zimo kicked him to the ground, and then punches and kicks rained down on him. At this time, Bai Ning also reacted and looked at Li Jin with surprise, then ran out and hugged Li Jin. Xiao Jin, you're back. Li Jin immediately smiled, hugged Bai Ning tightly, and said, Sister, let's go home. Don't work here anymore. I found a new job for you. After saying that, he pulled Bai Ning and was about to leave. Bai Ning turned his head and glanced at Li Xiang, who had been beaten to a pulp by Zimo, and said hesitantly, Xiao Jin, tell them to stop fighting. He just talked nonsense, but he didn't really do anything to me. Li Jin naturally had no objection to what he said, and immediately said, Okay, stop fighting, let's go. After saying that, he took Bai Ning away. Zimo and others quickly followed, leaving Li Xiang lying on the ground with a bruised face and a sad face. When Li Jin and Bai Ning arrived at their hometown, 7 or 8 officers from the division were already standing at the entrance of the village. Such a big scene immediately attracted many villagers who liked to watch the fun. After a while, a convoy was seen approaching, and the officers standing at the entrance of the village immediately lined up. Squeak! An Escalade stopped directly in front of the officers. Li Jin opened the door and walked down. At this time, Li Jin was also in military uniform, and the 2 sparkling stars on his epaulets almost blinded everyone present. Hello, General. The officers present immediately raised their hands and saluted. Li Jin smiled and raised his hand to return the salute, then walked towards the village with several officers. Did I see it right? Wasn't that the eldest grandson of the Lung family? How old are you? You're already a general? An old lady, standing in the crowd, said with a look of disbelief. Grandma Wang, how is it possible? How old is the Lung family kid? Even if he advances 1 grade a year, he can't jump that fast. Look, they went to the Lung family. At this moment, a sentence suddenly came out from the crowd, and the villagers were stunned. At this time, in the courtyard of the Lung family, Old Man Lung couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked at Li Jin again, then looked at the officers behind Li Jin. Only then did he believe that his grandson had really become successful. Seeing that Mr. Lung believed it, Li Jin turned around and said to the officers in the division, "You all should go back. There is nothing for you to do here." The officers were all stunned. Is that it? However, they did not dare to ask and quickly raised their hands to salute, then turned around and left obediently. Just when Li Jin was about to help the stunned old man back to the house, Zemo hurried in and said with a gloomy face, "General, Vic and the others are in trouble." Chapter 65 Detention. Something happened to Vic and the others? Li Jin paused for a moment and glanced at Old Man Lung. Mr. Lung was a reasonable man. Although he was a little reluctant to see his precious grandson, he patted Li Jin's hand and said, "Xiao Jin, if you have something to deal with, go and deal with it first. We have plenty of time." Li Jin nodded vigorously, then turned and walked out of the door. "What's going on?" Li Jin couldn't wait to ask as soon as he left the house. "General, it's the Pru Empire. They have detained our team attending the Industrial Expo. They said we stole secrets, they're going to investigate, and they're going to restrict Vic and his men from leaving the country. Even the things we brought to the exhibition were confiscated. Is Prussia having a brain cramp? How dare they seize his things? Could it be that the Melagas were causing trouble again?" Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold. "Oh shit, do you really think that Li Jin is a cabbage that can be broken whenever you want? Where's the Tanlang?" Li Jin suddenly asked. Zemo said quickly, "General, after you gave the order, the greedy wolf set sail and has now entered the Atlantic Ocean. The Tanlang that Li Jin mentioned is actually the Virginia-class attack nuclear submarine Thor that was rewarded to him by the system. The Ohio-class ship he just drew was named Pajun by him. Have you brought the special forces?" "Please rest assured, General. They brought 2 special operations teams with them when they set out." Li Jin nodded when he heard this, and then his eyes turned cold. "Immediately sent a call to the Pru Empire with my order and asked them to release our personnel immediately and unconditionally. I only give them 24 hours. "Yes, General." Zemo raised his hand and saluted, then turned around and left in a hurry. Li Jin took a deep breath and then walked into the yard. In a short time that Li Jin was out, the yard was already crowded with people, all of whom were Lung's relatives from the local area. Nothing is fast in the village. It was this kind of gossip that spread the fastest. By this time, the news that the eldest nephew of the Lung family had returned home in glory had spread throughout the entire village. "Oh, Xiao Jin, you're back. Grandpa missed you so much." "That's right. The old man at home misses you every day, but don't worry, we're taking good care of him. He is in good health and enjoys everything he eats. Oh my God, our little Jin is indeed a rare talent. He has become rich so quickly." "That's right. Look at our Xiao Jin. He looks so energetic in his military uniform. I knew Xiao Jin had a promising future. I was right, didn't I?" As soon as the relatives of the Lung family saw Li Jin coming in, they immediately surrounded him enthusiastically, talking nonstop, and some relatives even said impatiently, "Xiao Jin, now that you've become rich, don't forget about us. My second son just graduated from college. You could take him away. I don't want him to be rich, just a high-ranking official. Hey, get out of the way, Xiao Jin, my daughter." Li Jin looked at the relatives who came up to him and made demands, and walked into the house without saying a word. These Lung family relatives used to call him a little bastard and a money loser. They wanted Li Jin to help them, but he wasn't that generous. If you want a bullshit happy ending, it's better to watch a TV series. When the relatives of the Lung family saw Li Jin walking into the house without saying anything, they hurriedly followed him, but were stopped by 2 guards, seeing the pistols deliberately exposed on the guards' waists. These relatives of the Lung family, who were originally somewhat indignant, were so frightened that they shrank back and dared not even say anything unpleasant. As soon as Li Jin entered the room, he saw Mr. Lung and his wife sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He hurried over and, after a round of intimate greetings between relatives, he recounted his experiences during this period. Then he got straight to the point. "Grandpa, Grandma, I want you to come with me to Liderong right away." Old Master Lung's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He looked at Li Jin steadily and said, "Are you afraid someone will take us hostage?" Li Jin nodded, and Mr. Lung immediately smiled and said, "Jiner, I think you are confused because you are in a difficult situation. In my opinion, as long as you are with Liderong, no one will touch us." Li Jin naturally understood this truth. No one would provoke a madman for no reason. But what if? He doesn't want to regret this for the rest of his life. He immediately said, Grandpa, Grandma, only when you are by my side can I let go and do my work. Seeing Li Jin's insistence, Mr. Lung fell silent. It's hard to leave your hometown. This is especially true for people like Mr. Lung who are already living out their retirement. There was a long silence. Mr. Lung suddenly said, We'll go with you. Li Jin smiled immediately and stood up and said, Grandpa, I'll arrange it right away. When Mr. Lung saw Li Jin like this, he quickly said, Why are you so anxious? Ningning's parents haven't come back yet. Li Jin smiled immediately. Grandpa, didn't you just say that as long as I'm in Lai Durong, no one will dare to touch them? They also have their own jobs and lives, and they might not want to go to Lai Durong's godforsaken place. What if they blame you then? Mr. Lung thought about it and realized that Li Jin had something urgent to do, so he stopped hesitating and stood up and said, Old lady, you and Ningning go pack your things. We're leaving right away. The Lung family has always been headed by Old Man Lung, so naturally, other people have no say. After packing up briefly, he followed Li Jin out of the yard. The Lung family relatives who were gathered outside the yard and refused to leave wanted to surround him when they saw that Old Man Lung was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he was blocked outside by the people brought by Li Jin. Seeing this, Mr. Lung couldn't help but say, Jiner, what are you doing? Li Jin saw that Mr. Lung seemed angry, so he quickly said, Grandpa, you know why they are here. I have something urgent to do and can't take care of them for a while. Let's come back and talk about it later when we have time, okay? Seeing that Li Jin had come to this point, Mr. Lung naturally had nothing to say. He nodded helplessly and said, Alas, these people, it is easy to share wealth, but difficult to share adversity. Let's go. Just after Li Jin and his convoy had been driving for about 10 minutes, a car stopped in front of the Lung family's yard, and a man and a woman got out of the car. I was just stunned to see the gate of the yard was locked. Then a villager passing by saw the two of them and said, You don't have to watch anymore. Mr. Lung has been taken away by his nephew to enjoy a good life. What? Already gone? The two were stunned. These two people were none other than Bai Ning's parents, Mr. Lung's daughter and son-in-law. The woman with a mercenary face suddenly became angry. Li Jin, this little bastard, doesn't even consider us as his family. Didn't I just make him do more work, starve him for a few meals, and scold him a few times? Well, now that you're rich, you're remembering your grudge. This little bastard. Just as the woman was cursing, an off-road vehicle drove over and stopped next to Bai Ning's parents. Then a man got out. Who else could it be but Li Xiang? Li Xiang was also stunned when he got off the car. However, when he knew that the man and woman in front of him were Bai Ning's parents, he immediately became enthusiastic. Chapter 66 Confrontation. Time has unknowingly come tonight. Li Jin sat on the private plane, looking at the sea, which was still dark under the moonlight, with a look of concentration on his face. Of course, he was not here to enjoy the view and the moon, but was thinking about how to teach the Prussian Empire a lesson. This country had an extremely glorious history in the past, and it is not much different now. Any weapon produced can rank among the best in the world, or even be the best. Military strength should not be underestimated. Although he holds a nuclear stick in his hand, daring to throw it and where to throw it are two completely different concepts. He has no intention of opening Pandora's box now. But it's okay to use it as a deterrent, but these people don't know whether he will launch a nuclear weapon. Of course, if they really dare to gamble, Li Jin doesn't mind accompanying them. In short, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. After all, for the sake of world harmony, he was able to resist launching Big Ivan immediately. He admired himself very much. In his opinion, awarding him a peace prize is more than enough. Li Jin indulged himself for a while, then straightened his expression and said solemnly, Zimo, remember this. Order the Broken Army to rush to the Atlantic Ocean immediately. Order the White Swan Squadron to load up their weapons and take off immediately, heading for the Prussian Empire and conduct a strategic cruise. Tell them that I authorize them to open fire directly without asking for permission when any force makes hostile moves. Zimo lowered his head and wrote down Li Jin's orders one by one. Then he handed it to Li Jin, who signed his name with a wave of his hand. Remember, don't use the encrypted channel. Use the public channel. Zimo was stunned. General, will this expose the location of Tan Lang and his men? Li Jin sneered. What I want us to be exposed. He wanted to see how these bastards would react. Do you dare to confront him head-on? Li Jin's order was quickly sent to each combat unit via wireless signals. At the same time, Manga Empire, 5-star building. A beautiful woman in a standard short skirt and a small suit came into the office of Chief of Staff Willis and put a document in front of Willis. General Willis, this is a piece of intelligence that the Intelligence Department just intercepted. It's about Liderong. Willis, who was smoking and handling official business, opened the file immediately after hearing this, and his expression immediately darkened. He stood up suddenly and asked, "What does this lunatic want to do? They actually dispatched strategic bombers?" The woman said quickly, "General Willis, we just received news that the Intelligence Department has detained some of Liderong's exhibitors in Hanover." Bang! Willis was immediately furious and slammed the table hard, cursing. "Fuck! Can't these guys who only know how to show off their power just shut up for a while? Why would you mess with this lunatic?" Willis had fought with Li Jin several times before, and he knew this madman too well. He never used his brain before doing anything. The nuclear stick can be thrown at will. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a crazy guy? What made Willis most angry was that even if he wanted to provoke this madman, he shouldn't show up in person. So many of our brothers are waiting in line to help the Manga Empire. Why not just let them take the risk? Why do you have to involve yourself? Now he feels a headache whenever he faces this madman Li Jin. Although Willis was very dissatisfied with the actions of the Intelligence Department, he still had to cover his mouth and wipe it with paper when it was time to clean his mess. Immediately passed down the order to closely monitor the movements of Liderong's military. Send a message to the Western Command and the Prussian Empire. I'm going to see Mr. T right now. After Willis gave the order, he hurriedly put on his hat and left the office. As for the local, Emperor Li Yi, whose beloved son had just died, had no time to care about these things. The turmoil caused by this was enough to keep him busy for a long time. The Prussian Empire. Naturally, they got the news from the Melika people immediately. St. Bullen's City. Presidential Palace. Führer Bilbo looked at the information in his hand, his brows almost twisted into a knot. What do the Melika people say? Also, it only says that Li Jin sent troops to the west, but why doesn't it mention what they sent? The officer standing beside the table quickly explained, according to the news from the Manga Empire, it should be a submarine. They haven't received any news yet on what kind of submarine it is. Bilbo's heart sank. Could it be a nuclear submarine? After all, Li Jin had a nuclear stick in his hand, but he quickly abandoned this idea. It was easy to have a nuclear stick, but owning a nuclear submarine was not something that ordinary forces could do. Liderong is just a tiny island country that can't be smaller. He didn't believe there was such a powerful weapon to protect the country. Even if there's a cheat, it can't be so big. Thinking of this, Bilbo's heart finally relaxed a little. After all, anyone would be nervous if they offended a madman like Li Jin. He was a little lucky at the beginning, but he didn't expect that as soon as something happened, Li Jin's counterattack came immediately. General Monk, notify the Navy immediately to prepare for anti-submarine warfare. The officer standing in front of the desk saluted quickly. Yes, Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, what should we do about the protest letter sent by Liderong? Bilbo frowned again and cursed the Meliga people in his heart. I have caused him so much trouble. But as the head of the country, it is absolutely impossible to make him surrender. So he immediately said, don't bother with them. Just find some diplomatic words to deal with it. Before Bilbo finished speaking, an officer came in hurriedly. Master Yuan, the Melika people just sent another message. Liderong's 3 white swans are approaching the west. It seems that their target is us. Bilbo's face suddenly darkened. This Li Jin was really getting excited. Did he really think that he didn't dare to take action? But then Bilbo lost heart. Don't tell me. He really doesn't dare. Liderong was far away in the Pacific Ocean. He had no intercontinental missiles or strategic bombers. This put him in a dilemma. Li Jin could cause trouble for him, but he had no ability to cause trouble for Li Jin. At most, they could shoot down Li Jin's bomber, but they had already received complete information about the performance of Liderong's bomber in the Kingdom of the Sun. Even the M-35 fighter jets are no match for them, let alone the TF fighter jets they are equipped with. For a time, Bilbo actually felt a little depressed. Has the world's leading military power fallen to the point where it can be bullied by any country? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Bilbo's mind, and then his eyes lit up. Perhaps this crisis is an opportunity for the Prussian Empire. If it fails, it can take this opportunity to vigorously develop its military. By then, other countries will have nothing to say. Thinking of this, Bilbo suddenly became excited and gave a direct order. General Monk, get the Air Force and Air Defense Forces ready. Also, call the Manga people and ask them to provide support. At the same time, over the Mediterranean Sea, 3 graceful white swans are flying across the sea at high speed. Chapter 67, Battle Between Air and Ground. On the White Swan bomber that was at the front, Squadron Leader Zhang Kai was concentrating on flying the plane. Captain, are we just going to fly over there in such a grand manner? Pilot Murray, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at the land getting closer and closer on the navigation cloud map and couldn't help but speak. Zhang Kai turned his head and glanced at Murray. Didn't we just come through another country? But the kingdom of Ithaca is ahead. Zhang Kai asked curiously, is there any difference? As he was speaking, Zhang Kai pushed the joystick, and the nose of the white swan immediately dropped, whistling towards the ground at a 90-degree angle. In just a few seconds, the nose of the plane was only a few hundred meters above the ground. You have to know that this is a strategic bomber, fully loaded with ammunition. At such a small angle and distance, if it stalls, the plane will be destroyed and people on board will die. But Zhang Kai didn't seem nervous at all. When it reached 100 meters, he suddenly pulled the joystick hard, and the huge white swan immediately lifted its nose and flew out with a whoosh like a light bird. Under Zhang Kai's operation, the aircraft even made a 360 degrees ultra-low altitude circle around the other 2 bombers. Murray, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but tense up and his face turned slightly pale. It's so enjoyable. Zhang Kai skoted and sitedli. Although the ability to turn a bomber into a fighter was due to the superior performance of the new White Swan, Zhang Kai's skilled flying ability was also indispensable. Didi. At this moment, the warning system on the bomber suddenly sounded. Captain, an air defense radar has spotted us. Zhang Kai said calmly without changing his expression. In front of us is Milan City, which is the largest city in this country. Its air defense capability is naturally excellent, so it's no surprise that it can find us. Then he continued, don't forget that ultra-low altitude penetration is not omnipotent. It's just that we can't be detected at the maximum radar distance. We have now entered their radar terminal warning zone. If they still can't detect us, they are too incompetent. While Zhang Kai was talking, the capital of the Kingdom of Ithaca was in chaos. Military headquarters. Chief of Defense Staff Orf stood in front of the radar and looked at the 3 small dots of light that were rapidly approaching the blue city. His face was almost gloomy. Damn it, where did these 3 planes come from, and why did we only discover them now? Chief of Staff Orf, the Melaga people just sent us intelligence that they haven't found any trace of these 3 planes. But they gave us a piece of intelligence that Lyderong's 3 White Swan bombers are heading west. The 3 planes we found might be them. Orf was stunned for a moment, and then an angry look appeared on his face. Damn it, do they think our sky is a public toilet? They can come whenever they want. Order the Milan Air Defense Forces to shoot them down immediately. At Orf's command, the operations center immediately became busy. Report, the enemy plane is flying too fast, and the fire control radar cannot lock on. Then send fighter planes, Orf said with a gloomy face. Report to the commander. The enemy plane is flying at supersonic speed and is expected to leave our territory in 60 seconds, and it will take at least 10 minutes for our plane to take off. Damn it, Orf couldn't help but wave his fist and curse in frustration. He could only watch Zhang Kai and his men rush away, and he was completely powerless to do anything. Orf thought about it and still felt unwilling, so he immediately said, pass the information to the Pru Empire immediately. I'll go to see His Majesty the King right now. We can't let this go this time. At this time, Zhang Kai and his team have crossed the border of the Kingdom of Itza and entered the Bice Mountains of the Kingdom of Habsburg. Looking at the white snow on the ground, Zhang Kai pushed the throttle lever, and the fighter plane accelerated again. A huge sonic boom cloud appeared on the tail wing. The bomber disappeared in an instant. 2 minutes later, the bombers had already reached the border of the Prussian Empire. As soon as they approached the border, the alarm system started to sound frantically. It's an air defense radar, Murray said grimly. Zhang Kai smiled slightly, and the bomber under him accelerated again and flew directly across the border. The 2 bombers behind followed closely behind, flying at speeds exceeding Mach 3. The Prussian Empire's anti-aircraft missiles were rendered useless. At this speed, after the missiles were launched, Zhang Kai had already flown out of their range. But, obviously, the Prussian Empire was not stupid either. Not only did it deploy a large number of air defense forces on the border, a second line of defense was deployed at the rear. Just as Zhang Kai and his team had just left the border security zone, the alarm system sounded again. It's an infrared missile. Zhang Kai's expression immediately became serious, but he did not speed up and disengage directly. Instead, he quickly dialed a few buttons on the console. Dozens of infrared jamming bombs were immediately thrown out from both sides of the bomber's belly. Then, several anti-aircraft missiles were seen whizzing in and colliding with the infrared jamming bombs, and several balls of fire immediately exploded in the air. After dealing with the tracking missiles, Zhang Kai did not leave, but asked, "Has the target been locked?" Murray quickly replied, "Target locked. Destroy them." As soon as Zhang Kai gave the order, Murray immediately pressed a button, and the belly hatch slowly opened. Then a Zircon missile fell from the cabin. At the moment of falling out of the hatch, a huge burst of flames suddenly spurted out from the tail, and the missile disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. At the same time, just 100 kilometers west of the White Swan, 5 mobile missile vehicles and some auxiliary vehicles were hiding in a forest. In the command vehicle, a colonel looked at the bomber whose radar was intact. His face turned livid, and he gave an order fiercely. "Lock on the target." Didi. Before the colonel finished speaking, the alarm in the command vehicle sounded, and then a cry of surprise was heard. "They fired a missile at us." "Quick, intercept," the officer immediately ordered. The soldier sitting in front of the fire control system said palely, "Sir, their missiles are too fast, and the fire control radar can't lock on." At this moment, a missile had already come from the sky in an instant, with a terminal speed exceeding Mach 9. The Prussian radar had no time to react. "The missile has already hit us." Boom! A huge flame exploded directly on the ground, and the vehicle in the center was instantly torn to pieces, and the launch vehicle deployed next to it also exploded. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and countless flames rose into the sky from the battlefield. After seeing the missile hit the target, Zhang Kai and his men did not stop, but continued to roar towards the heart of the Prussian Empire. Chapter 68 Showdown. St. Bullen's City. Bilbo, the head of state, did not stay in his own palace to work, but went directly to the headquarters operations center. Not just this one. Les, the commander of the Western operations of the Manga Empire, and Monk, the director of defense of the Pru Empire, stood on Bilbo's left and right. With their speed, they could have accelerated and disengaged when the missile was launched. Why did they have to wait until the missile arrived before leaving? Monk looked at the 4 anti-aircraft missiles that missed the target, and his face immediately turned ugly, but he still couldn't help but ask in confusion. Les, who was standing aside, said solemnly, "Because they know that even if we launch missiles, we can't threaten them." Bilbo's face suddenly turned dark. Was this a naked humiliation to him? At this moment, an officer sitting in front of the command desk suddenly stood up and said with a heavy face, "Report, one of our air defense positions deployed on the eastern border was attacked by missiles and has now lost contact." Bilbo's face was originally gloomy, but he could no longer hold it together. He turned around and asked Monk, "How can we take them down?" Monk said quickly, "It's actually very easy to intercept them. As long as we can calculate their flight direction, we can send fighter jets to intercept them in the air, or set up a preset anti-aircraft missile position." What Monk said sounded very simple, but there was a prerequisite. You had to know where Zhang Kai and the others were flying. Can we calculate their direction? Obviously, Bilbo was not a military novice, and his words went straight to the heart of the matter. Monk immediately looked at an officer next to him. "Can it be calculated?" The officer quickly stood up and said, "Report to the commander. The enemy bomber is flying at a very low altitude again, and we can't capture the target. We can only make predictions when they show up again." Monk was immediately embarrassed. He had just said it with full confidence, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. He couldn't help but roared. "Waste! That's enough," Bilbo said dissatisfiedly, looking at Monk coldly. "I don't think you are any better than him. The enemy has come to our heads to show off their might, and you can't even see their shadow. What are you still doing standing here in this military uniform, acting like a clown?" Bilbo's anger grew louder and louder as he spoke. Enemy planes were raging over his country, and he was helpless. This is such an embarrassment. If this were reported, he, the head of state, would probably be beaten to death with eggs by angry people. Although he wanted to use this opportunity to portray himself as the weaker party, and then win the sympathy of other countries and take the opportunity to develop military equipment. But I don't want to be beaten to a pulp. This is no longer a weakness, okay? It's complete garbage. It's so embarrassing. Master Yuan, I think their target is St. Bolan City. At this time, Les, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Bilbo was stunned by Les's words. As the capital of the Prue Empire, the air defense capability of St. Bolan City is definitely the strongest in the entire country. Do these 3 bombers dare to go over? Aren't you afraid of falling into the wolf's mouth? Rice patiently explained. Mr. Yuan, I have specially studied the person in power of Lai Durong, and others say he is a madman, a complete lunatic. But I don't think so. He is just using an extreme method to maximize his benefits. This is because he knows that no country dares to bet with him on how many nuclear weapons he has. Don't you dare to throw it. In this regard, he has already won at the starting line and has all the initiative in his hands. So, this Li Jin is not a madman, but an extremely smart person. Just by looking at the nuclear stick he threw earlier, we can tell that they didn't throw it on the fiery Sun People's homeland, but only on the sea. That's enough to explain the problem. Rice paused for a moment, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Do you think Li Jin, this tiger, has a group of rats under his command? He is a powerful person who likes to show off his power, and I'm afraid these people below him are not much different, especially with a weapon like the White Swan. Rice's expression suddenly became profound. We can be completely sure that Lai Durong's White Swan is no longer the White Bear Man's White Swan, but a brand new bomber. If we have a chance to shoot one down, it will definitely be of great help to us. Can you imagine this? Such a huge strategic bomber can actually cruise at a speed of more than twice the speed of sound, and can be as flexible and versatile as a fighter jet. I can't believe how good their engines are. Rice said at the end with a look of amazement on his face. He could not imagine how a small Lai Durong could have such an excellent bomber. Bilbo looked at the amazed Les, and a trace of gloom flashed across his eyes. It was these damn guys who took a fancy to the engine that Lai Durong brought to the exhibition and forced them to take action. Otherwise, how could we end up in such a dilemma? Although Bilbo wanted to curse, he had to hold it back. It was because they were now dependent on others and had long lost the glory of their ancestors. So, as soon as Les said this, Bilbo immediately gave him the most sincere praise. General Rice's words make perfect sense. General Monk, why are you still standing there? Go and carry out General Rice's orders. Monk quickly raised his hand, saluted, and left in a hurry. Bilbo looked at Monk's hurried back and said with some concern, Hope they can stop these damn bombers. Seeing Bilbo's lack of confidence, Les spoke confidently. Master Yuan, please rest assured. I have already dispatched an M-35 squadron to support you. They definitely won't be able to escape this time. At the same time, Zhang Kai and his men have already penetrated into the heart of the Prussian Empire at low altitude. After all, it's a tiny place with a maximum east-west depth of only about 600 to 700 kilometers. At the cruising speed of Zhang Kai and his team, they can fly back and forth in more than 20 minutes. Captain, where is our target? St. Bolan. St. Bolan. Murray's voice suddenly rose. Zhang Kai couldn't help but laugh when he saw Murray's astonishment and said to himself, Don't you think it's interesting for us to fly over St. Bolan in a bomber? Drop, drop. Just when Murray was silent, the alarm system suddenly sounded. Chapter 69 crossed the line of fire. Zhang Kai heard the alarm and immediately pressed his helmet. The image on the helmet display suddenly changed, and the control console and bomber in front of him disappeared instantly. It has become a 360 degrees panoramic view of up, down, left, and right. It was as if Zhang Kai was floating in mid-air, overlooking the world. This is the most amazing thing about the helmet display. It's just like playing VR games. In the airspace 52 kilometers ahead of Zhang Kai, 6 spots of light were flashing rapidly. They were 6 TF fighter jets that had obviously just taken off. This place is less than 60 kilometers away from St. Bolan City. Not only the planes ahead, but also St. Bolan's air defense system may have discovered them. Zhang Kai did not hesitate and directly pressed a red button. An air-to-air missile instantly broke away from the wing and shot out. The The White Swan is equipped with only two types of air-to-air missiles. One is the K-7 7-meter air-to-air missile with a range of 190 kilometers, and the other is the R-73Me or HQ-17AE close-range combat missile. The missile Zhang Kai just fired was a K-7 7-meter long-range missile. At the moment when Zhang Kai launched the missile, the fighter planes on the opposite side also took action. 6 fighter planes immediately dispersed and flew in all directions. The missile launched by Zhang Kai directly locked onto one of the fighter planes and chased after it. Seeing this, the locked fighter immediately turned on the afterburner and released a series of jamming bombs. Unfortunately, the K-7 7-meter had a strong anti-interference ability and rushed forward without paying attention to the jamming bombs. At this time, the missile is at its fastest speed, Mach 6 or 7. The fighter plane has no time to make any maneuvers, and even if it does, it cannot dodge. This is the so-called no-escape zone. Especially for new missiles like the K-7 7-meter, the no-escape zone is much larger than that of ordinary missiles, so there is no way to hide from it. I saw the missile hit the fighter plane in an instant. Boom! The entire fighter plane was instantly blown into pieces. However, when Zhang Kai launched the missile, he was also hit by a fighter plane. You should know that the TF fighter is a super fighter that can perform supersonic cruise, and it is only slightly inferior to the M-35. As soon as the fighter locked onto Zhang Kai, it fired 2 missiles without hesitation. Zhang Kai discovered him the moment the radar locked onto him. He immediately accelerated, drew an arc in the air, aimed his wing at the incoming missile, and then accelerated forward. While dodging, he also threw a large amount of foil strips and jamming bombs. Seeing that the target was escaping, the 2 missiles also drew an arc in the air and chased after Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai kept doing the same action in the air. The missile was forced to keep turning and maneuvering, and in just 10 seconds its fuel was exhausted, causing its speed to drop sharply. Not long after, the 2 missiles exploded in the air. What Zhang Kai did was the famous 39 maneuver. Certainly, Zhang Kai was able to dodge the missile because of the long distance and the short range of the missile. It is impolite to come without returning the favor. Since someone gave him such a big gift, Zhang Kai would naturally not be stingy in giving back. I pulled the control stick directly and quickly adjusted the rudder and elevator. I saw the tail of the White Swan under me press down instantly. The nose of the plane rose rapidly, the right wing tilted downward, and it turned quickly in the air. The nose of the plane was aimed at the fighter jet that had just launched the missile, and then a missile was fired. At this time, the pilot of the fighter plane on the opposite side was dumbfounded, because he had never seen such a nimble bomber, which was even more nimble than the fighter plane he was sitting on. In the time it took to be distracted, the missile was already within reach. The pilot heard the alarm and immediately maneuvered the plane to the right, just in time to cross the missile. The pilot breathed a sigh of relief, but then his eyes widened with fear because the second missile was approaching him in an instant. Then the fighter plane was shrouded in flames. Having said so much, in fact, it happened in just a few minutes. Zhang Kai and his team are indeed elite personnel from the system. In addition to Zhang Kai, the other 2 bombers also made contributions, and 6 fighter jets were shot down by 3 bombers. Zhang Kai was full of energy and said loudly in the channel, "Brothers, let's charge over there and show them the might of our Reed Air Force." After that, he turned on the afterburner, and a skirt-shaped white smoke instantly appeared at the tail of the bomber. With a huge thrust, the bomber disappeared from the spot in a flash and dived toward the city of St. Bolin at a speed of Mach 4. In an instant, the air defense sirens in St. Bolin City rang loudly, and all the air defense weapons were immediately mobilized. But what shocked the air defense forces was that all their fire control radars became useless at this moment. They could only watch the bombers roaring past their defense line. Zhang Kai flew the White Swan low over a broad street in St. Bolin. A huge roar. The people on the street covered their ears in pain. The strong airflow caused by the high-speed passage was like a passing hurricane. Wherever it passed, the garbage and dust on the street were all blown into the sky, and the trees were also blown with a rustling sound. Even people were blown so hard that they couldn't stand steadily and fell all over the place. People couldn't help but look up, only to see a huge white shadow passing by. Listening to the piercing sound of air raid sirens throughout the city, there was some confusion for a moment, and then complaints started coming out. At the White Swan's extremely high speed, Zhang Kai and his team passed through the urban area in just 20 seconds. Then it made a 180-degree turn in the air and passed through the city again. The city's CIWS air defense system was activated, and chains of orange-red bullets were fired into the air continuously, crisscrossing the sky, looking very dazzling. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time. This thing can hit subsonic weapons accurately. A bomber like the White Swan, which is already close to hypersonic speed, can only be heard. Headquarters Operations Center. Bilbo stood in front of the screen in a daze, his heart sinking to the bottom. He seemed to have heard the sound of bombers whizzing through the air outside the building. No, it's a mocking voice. Even less, the army general of the Melika Empire had a gloomy face. The Peru Empire was the seat of Melika's Western Command. Heavy troops are gathered. Now, they have 3 bombers flying overhead, which is more than embarrassing. It's a slap in the face. Rice felt a fire boiling in his heart, and he couldn't help but speak out. Sudden, he said to Bilbo with a grim look, "Mr. Yuan Sure, I hope you can hand over all the detained members of the Reed territory to our custody." Bilbo looked at Les, who had a serious face, and hesitated for a moment. Because he has realized a problem, the Reed territory is really not easy to mess with. If he hands these people over, if something happens, there will be no room for maneuver. But seeing Les's unquestionable eyes, Bilbo immediately gave up and said helplessly, "All right, Chapter 70, Coveted Rewards. Time has unknowingly come tonight. Ride Islands, the center of operations." Li Jin looked at the battle report sent by Song Hai, and not only his face, but also his eyes were full of smiles. Now, these bastards know how powerful Li Jin is. How dare they detain his people? If I don't beat them up in the face, I'd be doing myself a disservice. Then his smile suddenly disappeared, and he said in a feigned anger, "Is Zhang Kai's brain cramping? How dare you go to St. Bolin and have fun? Do you know what danger is? Also, what's going on with the Kingdom of Isa? Their protest letter has already reached me. Pass the order immediately. Put him in solitary confinement for a day and let him cleanse his brain. Remember to take a photo and send it to Song Lian so that people won't accuse us of being perfunctory. Well, look around our territory to see if there are any pretty girls. Introduce a wife to Zhang Kai. I think he has too much energy. We need to squeeze some out of him. Oh, by the way, isn't our Air Force still short a supervisor? Appoint Zhang Kai as Chief of Staff of the Air Force Department of the Governor General's office and promote him to the rank of Colonel. Isn't he capable of tossing? Just let him do his best. If you have the guts, let me put him in solitary confinement every day." Song Hai smiled knowingly and raised his hand to salute. "Yes, General. Ding. Host, please pay attention. Mission number 9 has been released." Just when Li Jin was about to continue paying attention to the situation in the Prussian Empire, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Then a light curtain appeared before his eyes. Mission 9, Majesty. As a lord of an empire who has killed many people, you are now being bullied by some shameless countries. Don't you feel angry? Don't you feel something blocking your heart? Or has your sword become soft? Host, please regain your strength and fight in all directions. The system will reward the host according to the severity of the attack. The rewards are as follows. Basic reward, 0 positioning system from the world of Valerian and the city of 1,000 planets. This is a near-orbit satellite positioning system from the city of 1,000 planets. It consists of 3,600 football-sized nano-satellites, which can provide global coverage and millimeter-level positioning. It is powered by a special energy pearl from Pearl Star and has a working life of 500 years. This system can automatically recycle according to instructions. Note, the system comes with a ground control center and all personnel for free. Upgrade rewards. 1. System gold bars 888 to 88,888. 2. 666 elite intelligence personnel. 3. 66 sets of terminal high-altitude area interception systems. Assigné de combat personnel. Shtvati Atie Weiter. Star Wars. 5. Falcon flying vehicle. Marvel World Falcon. Note, the system will give corresponding rewards based on the host performance. Li Jin looked at the rewards the system prepared for him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Needless to say, the positioning system, the things that came after the system were the essence, most of which he couldn't afford. Or maybe it was what he desperately needed. It seems that it is time to let Westerners see how powerful he is. Just when Li Jin was rubbing his hands and eager to try, Song Hai hurried in. General, I just received news that the Prussians have handed over all our people to the Manga people. They are all imprisoned in a military camp of the Manga Empire outside the city of St. Bolin. Li Jin couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. These damn dogs never forgot to provoke his nerves all the time. Do you really think there is no way unless he uses nuclear bombs? Has the Prussian replied? Song Hai hurriedly said. He replied with only one sentence, saying it was a normal investigation and asked us to wait. However, they just sent us a letter of protest, saying that our Air Force invaded their airspace without reason and asked us to give an explanation immediately. Hee. Li Jin was so angry that he laughed. Isn't this double standard? Tell them. Just say, I am willing. Do they care? You're telling Zhang Kai that from today on, the Pru Empire is their flight training ground. Such a useful target. Let them use it frequently. After Li Jin gave the order, he thought for a moment and said, Didn't the greedy wolf bring 2 special operations teams? Let them rescue our people. Then, Li Jin paused for a moment, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and slowly spoke. Raise it to the ground. Send someone to find out who is holding my people hostage. Kill them all one by one. Yes, General. Off the coast of the Prussian Empire. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the coast was as quiet and peaceful as usual. But just beneath the calm sea surface, a huge black shadow was approaching the coast silently like a ghost. This behemoth is none other than the Tanlang nuclear attack submarine under Li Jin's command. Submarine Warfare Center. Captain Chinpai of the Tanlang stood calmly behind the sonar operator. At this time, a sonar operator spoke. Report, we have arrived at the designated location. Chinpai immediately ordered. Notify the special forces. In the spare torpedo room of the Tanlang, 8 special forces soldiers, already dressed and ready to go, were sitting silently in their respective positions. At this time, the Special Operations Commander Lei, who was sitting at the exit, suddenly straightened up and said, Got it. Then he stood up and glanced at the team members in the cabin. Action. After Lei, who finished speaking, he put the respirator into his mouth and walked out of the cabin first. The others also stood up and followed him. The group soon arrived at a narrow cabin. After all the personnel came in, Lei, who closed the cabin door, took a deep breath and said something on the communicator. A red light in the pressure chamber flashed immediately, and then countless seawater rushed in from both sides, filling up the entire sealed chamber in a short while. Seeing that the water was full, Lei, who swam to the top hatch immediately, turned the switch hard, opened the hatch, then waved his hand below, and the Special Forces members immediately swam out of the hatch one by one. After all the team members had gotten out, Lei, who finally got out of the cabin. After closing the hatch, he swam to the side of the submarine and stopped in front of the outer cabin of the submarine. A submarine is a submarine. It is impossible to be as spacious as a ship, so we can only make full use of everything and increase the storage space as much as possible. Although the Special Forces only have a few people, they use a lot of equipment. The storage compartment outside the Virginia-class submarine is specifically used to store these special warfare equipment. Lei opened one of the hatches and took out the boxes one by one. Each Special Forces member received a square box and a long box. Then he swam toward the sea. After swimming to the surface of the sea, Lei quickly took off his diving equipment and opened the square box. Inside was actually a silver-white backpack aircraft, which was a special equipment that Li Jin had specially prepared for them. Mandalorian backpack aircraft. It comes from the Mandalorian world, is worth 2,000 system gold bars, has a maximum load of 480 kilograms, a maximum flight speed of 360 kilometers per hour, and a cruising range of 820 kilometers. Lei put the backpack aircraft on his back and pressed the switch. The aircraft immediately spewed out 2 lines of flames, easily taking him into the sky and flying towards the land. Chapter 71 Rescue. The place where Lei and his men landed was about 320 kilometers away from the city of St. Bolin. Fortunately, the western continent is vast and sparsely populated, and Lei and his companions were traveling in a remote area, so they hardly encountered many people. An hour and a half later, they finally arrived safely near a large lake outside the city of St. Bolin. Not far from them, it was the base of a combat brigade of the Manga Empire, and Xiao Luoyin and his companions were imprisoned inside. After landing, Lehu immediately packed up all his equipment and then made a warning gesture. He opened the rectangular box he brought with him and took out an iron box the size of a ring box. When I opened it, I found 10 mosquitoes the size of rice grains inside, just like the real thing. But if you zoom in, you'll find that they're made of an unknown metal. At this time, Lehu took out a mini folding phone from the box, opened it, and then broke it to the sides, and it immediately turned into a tablet. Lehu operated it for a while, and immediately several mosquitoes flapped their wings and flew out of the box, then flew towards the combat brigade's base. The tablet immediately displays the image that the mosquito sees. Don't underestimate the small size of the mechanical mosquito. It was not slow at all, and it covered the distance of 700 to 800 meters in 20 to 30 seconds. Although it was dark, the image displayed on the tablet was extremely clear. Lehu tapped on the tablet, and the image suddenly changed, turning into something like an infrared scanner. Then dozens of light spots appeared on the screen. It's the camera and alarm hidden in the woods ahead. Come to think of it, how can a military stronghold be completely unguarded? Lehu switched the screen again. At this time, the mechanical fly has already flown into the camp. The cameras and patrolling soldiers everywhere make Lei, whose expression immediately becomes solemn. The Manga people are worthy of their reputation as troublemakers. They are so well defended in a peaceful environment like the Peru Empire. Lehu focused his mind and searched carefully. After more than an hour, he finally found an unusual place. Right at the edge of the training ground in the center of the base, with nothing but a few trees, there were 3 fully armed soldiers standing guard. The more I looked at them, the more suspicious I felt. Lehu immediately controlled the mechanical fly to fly to the ground, and immediately saw a large puddle on the ground with an iron cage in it. Vic and the others were trapped inside, with only their heads sticking out of the water. They were actually locked up in a water dungeon by the Manga people. Although it was almost May, the temperature in the Prussian Empire was only around 10 degrees Celsius at night. One can imagine how it felt to be locked up in water. Lehu's eyes immediately turned red. These damn people actually dare to treat them like this. Soon everything was restored to peace of mind, and now saving people is the most important thing. Lehu waved his hand, and everyone except the guards gathered around immediately. After seeing the images on the tablet, they became indignant. Lehu, what do you want to do? A spirited and capable Special Forces soldier suddenly asked. Thunder God said solemnly, you all saw how tight their defenses are. Even if we sneak in, it will take us quite a while. If we don't rescue them before dawn, our operation will fail. We only have one way to go now. Just a strong attack. Look, Lehu immediately found a stick and started drawing on the ground. Although the Manga people are well prepared, there has been no fighting here for a long time. It is absolutely impossible for these people to react so quickly. As long as we create a big chaos and then use electromagnetic pulse grenades to destroy their electronic equipment, we can at least buy ourselves a dozen minutes. Lehu said confidently, this time is enough for us. The others also nodded in agreement, then stretched out their hands one by one, shook hands, and shouted in unison. Invincible! Lehu took his hand back and took out a HK 416A5 assault rifle from the box. He quickly opened the safety and loaded the bullet. Then he said in a deep voice, Hyena, Jackal, you two are responsible for guarding the equipment. Everyone else follow me. After saying that, he pulled down the panoramic night vision goggles on his head, held the submachine gun, and ran towards the Manga camp. When he was about to reach the grove, Lehu raised his hand and squatted down, and the other Special Forces members quickly followed suit, finding a favorable position and squatting down. Lehu directly took out a long cylindrical object from his backpack, pulled it hard to both sides, revealing something densely packed with scales like things inside. Then I saw these scales vibrating one after another, and then they flew up one by one. They were mechanical bees the size of a fingernail, with yellow light flashing at their tails. This thing is also one of the special equipment that Li Jin bought from the treasure house store, a bee bomb from the Special Forces movie world. As Lehu input the command, hundreds of mechanical bees immediately swarmed towards the military camp. Grenade! Lehu shouted softly, and all the Special Forces members took out a grenade and threw it towards the grove ahead. Bang bang! A slight explosion was heard, and a faint blue light suddenly burst out in the woods. In an instant, all the electronic equipment placed by the Manga people in the grove emitted white smoke. Action! Lehu shouted and rushed over first. At this moment, continuous explosions were heard in the military camp ahead. It was so dense that it was like raindrops. Lehu even heard the wailing of people before they died. At this time, he had already rushed to the wall of the base. The 3 or 4 meter high concrete wall was daunting. But this is not a problem for Lehu and his team. I saw a Special Forces soldier rushing directly to the wall, sticking a disc-shaped bomb on the wall, pressing the middle with his hand, and then quickly hiding himself. Boom! A slight explosion sounded instantly, and a circular gap with a diameter of 1 meter was opened directly on the wall. The sound of explosions like firecrackers came out clearly from the wall. Lehu was the first to rush in. The moment he rushed in, he threw out 2 electromagnetic pulse bombs. Destroy all the surveillance equipment inside the wall. At this time, the military camp was already in a mess. Although the B-bomb was small, its power was definitely not inferior to that of a grenade. It also had a certain level of intelligence and was specifically designed to attack living forces. So, as soon as Lehu entered the military camp, he saw corpses lying on the ground. He was surprised by the power of the B-bomb. Unfortunately, this thing is too expensive, and Li Jin could only afford to buy 1 box, which is only 4 in total. There's no chance of throwing it like a bomb. Chapter 72, Revenge. Lehu led the special forces without stopping, quickly passed through the bombed and devastated station and head straight to the target location. A few minutes later, Lehu arrived at the target location, raised his hand, and fired 3 bursts of shots, knocking down 3 soldiers who were confused by the explosion. Then he rushed forward and rescued the 4 people in the dungeon. Apparently, the Melika people did not expect Li Jin to send someone to rescue the hostages. It was so fast that I didn't even think about setting up a fake target. Vic and his companions had been in the dungeon for quite some time, and their consciousness had become somewhat blurred when they saw the familiar military uniforms in front of them. Vic's face was filled with excitement. He wanted to open his mouth, but his lips were frozen stiff. He just kept shaking and couldn't speak at all. As for Chiu Luoyin, she had fainted at this time. Lehu carried Vic on his back without saying a word, and the others also stepped forward to carry the remaining 3 people on their backs, and quickly returned the same way. At the same time, on the Tanlang submarine hidden under the sea, Operations Center, voices kept ringing in the combat cabin. Report, the target has been locked. Report, launch. Report, the Special Operations Team has begun to evacuate. Chen Pai raised his hand with a serious expression to check the time, paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice, 3 zircons, fire. At Chen Pai's command, a huge circular launch cover in front of the bow of the submarine was immediately lifted up, revealing the 6 Zircon hypersonic cruise missiles inside. A Zircon was ejected from the cabin instantly. It headed towards the sea surface with dense white bubbles. The moment it broke out of the water, the engine ignited immediately, and billowing flames instantly poured onto the sea surface. At the moment the missile ignited, the air defense systems of the Prussian Empire and surrounding countries immediately sounded shrill alarms. The Prussian Empire's coastal defense forces immediately took action, but unfortunately the missiles were traveling at a speed of nearly 3 kilometers per second. Before the fire control radar could start to operate, the Zircon had already whizzed through their defense zone. These Prussians who were determined to fight a good battle were caught by Yam. This was the first time they had seen such a fast missile. Not only the coastal defense forces, but also other Prussian air defense forces took action. But without exception, it didn't work at all. Can't lock missiles. The things in their hands are nothing but a pile of scrap metal. St. Bolan City, the center of operations. Bilbo, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, panicked at this moment. Looking at the 3 missiles coming straight at them, he immediately shouted, "Quick, intercept!" Monk came over in a panic. Mr. Yuan, they launched a hypersonic missile, and our current interception system is completely useless. Bilbo was completely panicked. If the city of St. Bolan was attacked by missiles because of the taking of hostages, he would have to give up his job as the head of state. I couldn't help but look at Les, who was standing beside me. Rice had a calm expression on his face. The incoming missiles were not aimed at his home, so he naturally did not have that many feelings. When he saw Bilbo looking at him, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "Mr. Yuan, you also know that hypersonic missiles are currently unsolvable." Les's indifference finally made Bilbo's anger burst out. But even if he lost his mind, he didn't dare to get angry at Les. Instead, he yelled at Monk. "Why don't you find a solution quickly?" Just then, an officer rushed over. General Rice, Station Number 1, was attacked by a bomb. What? Now it was Rice's turn to panic, and he quickly said, "I want images of Base 1. The screen in the operations center changed instantly and immediately turned into a combat brigade base with thick smoke everywhere. Les looked at the messy camp, and his face suddenly fell. "Connect me to the combat brigade command and ask them what's going on." Immediately, a Melika soldier stood up and said, "Report, the combat brigade called. A special operations team attacked their base." Special operations team? Rice's face turned pale, and the first thing he thought of was the people he had detained. Could it be Lee Jean? He actually has special forces. Just when Rice was unable to figure it out, a horrified voice suddenly sounded. "Report, the trajectory of incoming missiles has changed. They are heading in the direction of the combat brigade." What? Les couldn't help but raise his voice. Bilbo, who had been extremely worried, now calmed down and almost laughed out loud in glee. The scene changes. After Lehu and his men rescued the people, they ran towards the gap. But at this time, the panic in the camp had gradually calmed down, but when they were about to reach the gap, they were still discovered by the Melaga people. Immediately, a large number of Melaga soldiers rushed over. Lehu's expression suddenly became serious, and he called Vic on his back to a special forces member. "Black Panther, you stay with me and cover our retreat. Everyone else retreat." After saying that, he raised his submachine gun and swept it across at the Melaga soldiers who were rushing towards him. The dense barrage of bullets caused the soldiers who were chasing them to stop chasing and hide. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of propellers suddenly came from the sky. It was the helicopter of the Melaga people. Seeing two armed helicopters flying towards them at high speed, Lehu's face suddenly turned pale. Not knowing what news he had received, Lehu smiled and said loudly, "Let's retreat." When the armed helicopter in the air saw Lehu and his companions running away, it immediately aimed the machine gun under the nose of the helicopter in their direction. Just before the helicopter opened fire, a huge black shadow came in an instant and smashed down heavily. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the armed helicopter flying at low altitude was blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion the moment the explosion sounded. It crashed directly into a nearby building and turned into a fireball. The shock wave from the Zircon missile explosion also arrived instantly, flattening the area within a radius of hundreds of meters. At this time, the second and third missiles also swooped down from the sky, and one of them directly hit the station building. Boom! The entire building was instantly filled with raging flames, billowing smoke, and flying rocks, and it became a ruin in the blink of an eye. The third one landed on another building that looked like a factory. Boom! The entire building was torn into pieces by the explosion, and then dense explosions sounded like a string of firecrackers, continuously ringing out in the raging flames. Then a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ground began to shake violently. It was obvious that the missile had hit either an ammunition depot or a fuel depot. St. Bolan City, the combat center. Rice looked at the combat brigade base shrouded in fire and smoke and sat down on a chair. "General, we found the submarine." At this time, an officer walked over quickly and reported. Les, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, stood up immediately after hearing the report. If he could destroy the submarine, perhaps he could make up for his mistake. But the officer's next words made him stunned. He heard the officer say in an incredible tone, "General, it looks like our Foya-class submarine." Chapter 73 Doubts. Their submarines? Les' eyes widened immediately, and he snatched the document from the officer's hand. When he saw the data on it, he was stunned on the spot. At this time, the officer continued, "General Rice, we have compared all the data, and we are absolutely sure that it is the Foya class." The officer's extremely affirmative voice made Rice a little confused for a moment. What is going on? Why would their submarines attack them? This is a joke. Bilbo, the bystander standing next to Les, was also stunned, and then his eyes turned into a puzzled one. Could it be that something went wrong inside the Melaga Empire? Les, with a headache, immediately said, "Send the news back to the country immediately and ask them to reply to us as soon as possible." "Yes, General." At this moment, an officer suddenly stood up and said, "Report, the submarine's position has been calculated." Should we send out anti-submarine forces? Rice said immediately. Order the anti-submarine aircraft to go out immediately and tell them not to attack yet and wait for orders. Yes, the waters of the Prussian Empire. Greedy Wolf. Captain, we have spotted an unidentified aircraft approaching us quickly. A soldier stood up and reported. An officer standing next to Chun Pai couldn't help but show a worried look on his face. Captain, should we dive and take shelter? It should be an anti-submarine aircraft. Chun Pai glanced at the officer and asked, how to avoid it? This is a shallow sea. Anti-submarine aircraft don't deploy sonar buoys. They can see us clearly using only infrared detectors. But Chun Pai then changed the subject and said with a smile, you don't have to worry. The way we are now is actually the safest. Don't forget where our submarine came from. I think the people above us are already dumbfounded. The officer was still a little worried. I just think it's too risky. Chimpy said seriously, there's no way to take risks. We can't just abandon Lei, Hu, and the others, right? Let's launch the missiles. These dogs will be mobilized if they are hit. If we hide, Lei Hu and the others will be in danger. It's better to be here now, when we are in the open with them. No one will act rashly. It won't be easy for them to figure out our identities. It will take at least an hour or two. We are safe at this time. As for when they discover our identities, Chun Pai sneered. Have you forgotten that the broken army is almost here? Just wait and see. When these dogs hit us, they'll want us to leave quickly. Just as Chun Pai said, everyone on the anti-submarine patrol plane, roaring in the sky, stared at the information on the monitor in amazement. Fuck, it's really a Fuya-class submarine. Sir, what should we do now? Do we need to contact them? A burly officer standing in front of the detector heard this and immediately ordered. Ask them their numbers, missions, and command codes immediately. A few minutes later, a black soldier put down the communicator in his hand and said, Sir, they are in communication silence, and there is no way to contact them. The burly officer frowned and immediately turned to a soldier next to him and said, Porter, upload the message to headquarters immediately. Melika Empire. Build a hat palace. Yozel looked at the information Willis handed over with a shocked expression and stood up suddenly. What did you say? One of our submarines destroyed one of our bases with a missile. General Willis, today is not April Fool's Day. Willis said seriously, Sir, this is the fact. Our anti-submarine aircraft has confirmed that it is our Fuya-class submarine. Joseph's expression immediately became serious. The Fuya-class submarine was their most valuable weapon, and it was impossible for them to sell it to others. Who's piloting the submarine? Willis shook his head and said, Mr. T, we have investigated and found that none of the submarines currently in service have gone to the waters near the Pru Empire to carry out missions. Joseph was stunned. Willis's answer confused him for a moment. General Willis, didn't you say that the submarine was ours? Willis nodded seriously and said, Mr. T, there are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that someone is deliberately concealing it, and the other is that there is something wrong with the company that produced it. Joseph immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Whether there is a problem with the army or with TY Company, it would be a devastating blow to the Manga Empire. General Willis, what do you want to do? Willis said hurriedly, Mr. General T, I have sent a specialist from the military to conduct a thorough investigation. The results will be out in an hour at most. But TY Company. Joseph naturally knew what Willis was worried about. The two letters TY represented not only a company, but an extremely large force. Even Mr. T, Joseph, sometimes has to give way to the opponent. Not to mention Willis, the chief of staff. However, this time the incident was too big and had threatened the security of the Manga Empire. Thinking of this, Yozel no longer hesitated. General Willis, I will let the security department cooperate with you. And that submarine, find a way to capture it. With Yozel's order, Willis immediately cheered up and saluted. Yes, along the coast of the Prussian Empire, on the Greedy Wolf. Captain, 3 warships are coming towards us. We only have 20 minutes. Chun Pai stood in front of the combat screen and listened to the report from the officer next to him. His expression couldn't help but become serious. If they were really surrounded by warships, it would not be easy for them to retreat. Sir, Captain Lei and the others are back. Just when Chun Pai was getting a little overwhelmed, a soldier stood up excitedly and said, A look of joy suddenly appeared on Chenpi's face. Outside the submarine, Lei Hu and his men had already landed on the sea. Looking at the plane hovering in the air not far away, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and instructed a special forces member next to him. "Hyena, go get our anti-aircraft missiles." Then he said to the others, "Return to the submarine immediately." After a while, the Hyena swam up carrying a personal air defense system. When the anti-submarine aircraft flew over, they had already spotted Lei Hu and his men, but they could not distinguish between friend and foe, so they did not take action. This just gave Lei Hu an opportunity. Lei Hu took the anti-aircraft missile and aimed it in the direction of the patrol plane, then pulled the trigger. A missile broke out of its shell instantly, but what was strange was that the warhead of this missile was actually 3 javelin-like warheads. I saw the missile soar into the sky in an instant. Chapter 74, Nuclear Test Site. In the blink of an eye, they were already approaching the anti-submarine patrol aircraft that was hovering at low altitude. When it was about to approach the anti-submarine aircraft, the 3 javelin-like submunitions on the missile's head directly separated from the missile body. The anti-submarine patrol aircraft had already discovered the missile when it was launched, but unfortunately the missile was too fast and gave the aircraft no chance to react. One of the submunitions penetrated the wing of the anti-submarine aircraft. Of the other 2, one missed. One of the missiles directly blew off the tail wing of the anti-submarine aircraft. Without the tail fin to balance the fuselage, the anti-submarine aircraft immediately plunged into the sea. Lei Hu suddenly smiled and threw the missile launcher aside. "I didn't expect that the Oxford Guy's Starlight missile is quite useful. Let's go." Inside the Tanlang submarine. When Chenpi heard that Lei Hu and the others had returned to the submarine, the heavy weight on his heart dropped immediately, and he immediately said, "Let's go. Ride Islands." Li Jin has been staying in the combat center since returning to Liderong Island and has not gone out. "Songhai, Li, what do you think about changing our name? This island name just sounds weird to me." Songhai and Li Yu were startled by Li Jin's sudden words, and they immediately came to their senses. Li Yu said, "General, you are right. This foreign name is really ugly." "Yes, General. We should change our name." Songhai also echoed. Li Jin smiled and said, "Okay, after this is over, we will change the name." Then he glanced at all the officers and soldiers in the operations center and said loudly, "You all should think about what name we should change to. There are rewards." For a time, the atmosphere in the entire operations center became lively. At this time, a sergeant stood up and said happily, "Report, the Greedy Wolf has completed its combat mission. Evacuating." Li Jin immediately showed a look of joy on his face and stood up. "Good. Tell Chenpi to go and meet up with Pajun Hao. When they come back, I will personally celebrate their success." After the joy, Li Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. Have the Prussians replied? It's been nearly 24 hours now. The atmosphere in the operations center stagnated instantly, and Songhai quickly stood up and said, "General, there is no news from the Prussians." Li Jin's expression turned cold. He is really a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. "Songhai, Arif, please organize it right away. I'm going to hold a press conference on the video platform." "Yes, General." Songhai raised his hand, saluted, and turned to leave. Li Jin thought for a moment and spoke again. "Li Yu, go call Lin Keqing over." After a while, Li Yu brought Lin Keqing in. It was the first time for Lin Keqing to come to such a serious place. There was a hint of restraint on her face, and she looked like she didn't know where to put her hands. Li Jin didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Keqing, don't you want to help me? I now appoint you as the spokesperson for the Governor General's office. There's an important press conference today. I'll give you the script in a moment. Just read it." I'm a spokesperson." Lin Keqing was so frightened that he stuttered for a moment. He could never have imagined that Li Jin would give him such an important job. "Can I?" Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing, who looked unconfident, and smiled gently. "Why not? You are only responsible for me, not for others. If I say something wrong, it's wrong. Can I still scold you?" Lin Keqing immediately felt relieved. Her pretty face flushed with excitement. She was originally a lively and cheerful person, which was the exact opposite of Li Jin's taciturn personality. He joined the student union right after entering university and gave a freshman speech on behalf of all the freshmen. In Li Jin's opinion, he is a perfect spokesperson. Li Jin couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he had only recruited 2 assistants so far, and there were still 3 left to recruit. Although Li Jin attaches great importance to appearance, he doesn't really want to keep a vase. In line with the principle of better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect, he would rather wait than just find a few people to handle the work. Anyway, he is not in a hurry now. He still has at least 1 or 2 months to find it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Hidden Mission Devil. Hidden Quest, the Birth of the Devil. Mission Brief. Please ask the host to make a shocking statement at the upcoming press conference and complete him. The host will receive the following rewards. Please select one. Hidden Quest Rewards. Infernal World. Hana Xiangyu, Lan Bing, and Yamada Ryoko. Love is all about the world. Liang Yuan, Luo Nian, Liang Tao. The World of Rush. Chen Shooting, Mengyu, Gao Qilon. Li Jin was stunned when he saw the hidden task that popped up for him. Does the system want to equip him with an assistant? But then an idea popped into my mind. What does he want to do? General, all the information about the press conference has been sent out. Song Hai came over and reported. Li Jin came back to his senses and said, "Very good. Let's set the press conference at 7 p.m. It's just the right dish for these Westerners." "Yes, General." St. Bullen's, 7 p.m. Imperial Capital, 2 o'clock in the morning. Liderong Island, press conference site. Although it was called the on-site scene, in fact, we just found a room in the operations center and set up a little. Just put a podium there and it's done. In the huge room, apart from a few soldiers in charge of photography, the only audience member was Li Jin. Li Jin sat in the audience, opened Douyin video on his mobile phone, and entered the official account of the governor's office of the Ride Islands. I have to say that Douyin platform is really amazing and has taken the short video business to the extreme. Otherwise, it would not have become the world's largest entertainment platform. Almost all organizations have registered accounts on the platform, so you can imagine its influence. As soon as Li Jin logged into the account, he checked the number of people. There are less than 300 people. But if you look at who these people are, you'll probably be shocked. Oxford Kingdom News Agency, Melika Empire News Agency, etc. Any one of them is a big name. In the entire live broadcast room, no one spoke in silence. After all, these people did not represent themselves, so they naturally could not laugh, get angry, or curse like ordinary people. A few minutes later, Lin Keqing, dressed in a professional suit, finally came into the room. Li Jin couldn't help but raise his hand to check the time. "I can't help but complain about women's love of beauty. It took me an hour to just dress up." Lin Keqing, who was standing at the door, did not have the leisure time like Li Jin. After arriving at the Rider Islands, she knew what kind of place this was, but because of this, she couldn't help but back off. But when he thought of Chiu Luoyin in the west, he immediately stopped retreating and secretly encouraged himself in his heart. "Lin Keqing, you can do it." She couldn't help but look up at Li Jin, and Li Jin also looked at him. Li Jin's eyes were full of encouragement, and he even made a cheering gesture. Lin Keqing, who was extremely nervous, suddenly felt much more relaxed and gave Li Jin a sweet smile. Then he took a deep breath and walked towards the podium. Li Jin couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Keqing got into the state so quickly. Capable people can always emit a different light no matter where they are. Lin Keqing walked to the podium and opened the speech. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look up at Li Jin. Li Jin smiled slightly and nodded vigorously. Lin Keqing then began to read. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Keqing, spokesperson for the Governor's Office of the Rider Islands. Now, on behalf of the Governor General Li Jin, I am here to issue a notice. Our government has decided to designate the 30 nautical mile sea area at 5 degrees north and 7 degrees east as a nuclear weapons test site, and it has been decided to conduct a nuclear test with a yield of 5 million tons at 6 hours and 30 minutes tomorrow morning. This proves our determination to safeguard world harmony. At that time, all ships in the sea area are requested to leave on their own. Otherwise, they will bear all the consequences themselves, and our government will not be responsible. Everyone, this is the end of the press conference." Lin Keqing said one last sentence, then turned and left, and the live broadcast room immediately turned dark. St. Bullen City, the combat center. Bilbo looked at the dark screen and couldn't help but sneer. Does Li Jin really think that we will compromise if he just drops a bomb somewhere? Monk, who was standing behind Bilbo, couldn't help swallowing and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Yuan, The longitude and latitude they just mentioned are our territorial waters. Chapter 75, Panic. Bilbo felt his head buzzing, and his mind went blank. Only one thought kept echoing in his mind. This madman Lee Jean actually wanted to throw Big Ivan at them? How dare he? How dare he? Yuan. Monk was about to speak, but Bilbo stopped him. Bilbo waved his hand and said, I'm going to the bathroom first. Then he hurried out of the hall. Seeing this, Monk hurriedly followed him and left a sentence. I'll go there too. 10 minutes later, Bilbo came back with a normal look on his face, and Monk soon came over as well. Master Yuan, what should we do next? Bilbo said calmly. Intercept it. Mr. Yuan is right. We can definitely stop it. As soon as Bilbo's voice fell, Les's voice rang out from the hall. Les strode up to Bilbo and said, Our detection system has completely locked onto the Rider Islands. As long as Lee Jean dares to launch, we are confident that we can shoot him down. You don't have to worry. Les's confident words were like a shot of adrenaline, directly boosting the depressed spirits of Bilbo and the others. Bilbo asked hurriedly, General Rice, what should we do now? Les shook his head and said, We don't have to do anything. Everything is ready. Now we just have to see if Lee Jean really dares to launch it. Coleyes and Bilbo obviously underestimated the power of Lee Jin's announcement. Less than 10 minutes after Lin Keqing issued the notice, major foreign official accounts and TV stations all reposted Lee Jin's announcement immediately, especially when they knew the longitude and latitude above. The whole West was instantly in uproar. You know, Lee Jin, this madman, has a criminal record. No one really dares to ignore his words. For a time, the ships in this sea area were fleeing like crazy, wishing their parents would give them a few more legs so they could leave this damn place as soon as possible. As for the coast, it became even more chaotic, with ships swarming out of the harbor, attempting to escape from the Prussian Empire. And the Prussians who live on the coast, whether civilians or rich people, they all fled inland with their families, and the roads were filled with all kinds of vehicles crowded together and honking their horns. There were also civilians carrying large and small bags and bringing their families with them. Everywhere you looked was a doomsday scene of fleeing. So, just when Bilbo was about to take Les, the Emperor, out for a meal, a Prussian government official rushed over and blocked Bilbo's way, saying anxiously, Mr. Prime Minister, there's a big riot on the coast. Bilbo was stunned. What's going on? The official said solemnly, Mr. President, the Rider Islands Declaration has spread throughout the Western world. You also know that Lee Jean has a criminal record. The people living along the coast are afraid of being affected by Big Ivan, so they're moving inland. Now all the ports along the southern coast have been paralyzed. At least 90% of the ships have left our ports and are heading to the open sea. Not only us, but several surrounding countries have also seen riots. Bilbo's expression immediately became serious when he heard this. I felt a little bit at a loss for a moment. Even if he made a televised speech at this time, I'm afraid no one would listen. Big Ivan's deterrent power is far greater than his personal charm. He couldn't help but curse Lee Jean. This madman was really good at arousing people's bad nature. Just by issuing a small notice, he caused the Prussian Empire to suffer such a huge loss. Les, who was standing next to him, did not expect such a situation to happen, and immediately said, Mr. Yuan, I think you should make a speech immediately to appease the civilians along the coast. Bilbo's face turned pale. Les's request made him feel awkward because the incident in St. Bolin City had greatly reduced his prestige in the hearts of the Prussians. At this time, even if he said something, it might not have any effect. Of course, the most important point is, what if Lee Jean really throws Big Ivan? What if the Melika people can't defend themselves? At that time, will these extremely angry citizens tear him to pieces? But he still wants to work for a few more years. It would be better to do nothing now and make amends after everything is settled. Then you might still have a good reputation by then. Thinking of this, Bilbo no longer hesitated. Mr. Rice, the most important thing for us now is to guard against Lee Jean. Everything else is secondary, isn't it? Le Froned slightly. Bilbo, who is usually very obedient, actually rejected his proposal today. Although he was dissatisfied, he could not force Bilbo, so he could only spread his hands helplessly and said, Mr. Yuan, this is your country, so you have the final say. Right Islands. In Lee Jin's office, Lee Jean was lying on a recliner. He shook his head and looked at the book in his hand. Since becoming a lord, Li Jin has felt more and more that he lacks knowledge, so he wants to fill it up. Who would have thought that this one look would make him more and more fascinated, and he found answers to all the seemingly plausible things in his mind in the book, and for a while he even lost interest in looking at his phone. Because the world in books is far more exciting than the world in mobile phones. Sudden, a pair of small hands as soft as jade pressed on Li Jin's shoulders, kneading them gently, and then Lin Kuching's voice reached Li Jin's ears. "General, Li Jin, do you really want to conduct a nuclear test?" The slowly rocking recliner suddenly stopped, then started rocking again. Li Jin didn't look back, still looking at the book in his hand, and said lightly, "Why not?" Lin Kuching paused for a moment and asked, "What about the people along the coast?" Li Jin was not surprised at all why Lin Kuching knew this. This was the Ride Islands, where there were no restrictions. If he wanted to check something, he could just look around and find a lot of information from all over the world. Lin Kuching's speech just now directly shot to the top of the popularity list within an hour. There was no telling how many people were paying attention to it. As long as she went online, she would definitely see it. Li Jin said indifferently, "It depends on their choice. Kuching, you have to understand one thing. There is no mercy between countries. Apart from interests, there is only blood and fire. This world is very cruel. The strong can do whatever they want, but for the weak, crying is a sin. Don't judge other countries by the morality of the market. That will only drive you crazy." Li Jin's tone suddenly became heavier when he spoke here, and he said without a trace of emotion, "Kuching, I can tell you the truth. Things like this will happen every day in the future. If you can't stand it, I can send you back. Why don't you just stay with my sister and never get involved in these things again? Just pretend that out of sight, out of mind." Li Jin could feel Lin Kuching's body tremble suddenly, and then she silently left Li Jin's office. Li Jin threw the book in his hand away and fell on the recliner with a complicated look in his eyes. He suddenly felt that he was very cold-blooded and could even make light of extremely cruel things. It was like stepping on a group of ants. But he had to do this. If the Ride Islands wanted to continue to develop, they had to keep struggling. Chapter 76 launched. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. Reopen the temple. Li Yi, wearing a pair of reading glasses, was sitting behind the Imperial desk, concentrating on reviewing official documents. However, Li Yi today seemed much older than before, and his originally black hair had turned white and mottled. Step, step, step. A steady and powerful sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the empty and quiet hall, and then Yun Xiao walked in quickly from outside the hall. He put his legs together, raised his hand, and saluted Li Yi, then said, "Your Majesty, our intelligence department has just intercepted a piece of information. Please take a look at it." After saying this, he respectfully placed the document in front of Li Yi. Li put down the pen in his hand, opened the document, and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. Then he regained his composure, looked up at Yun Xiao, and said, "Do you think this little guy dares?" Yun Xiao said without thinking, "Dare? Huh?" Li Yi burst into laughter, sweeping away the gloomy atmosphere just now, making the hall suddenly brighter. Finally, he stopped laughing and said with great regret, "I wish he was my son." Yun Xiao simply lowered his head and rolled his eyes. If Li Yi really had such a son, he would probably die somewhere before he was 10 years old. Li Yi then helplessly pointed at the table and said, "It doesn't matter if this little guy moves, but makes the whole world move. It will be difficult to live a peaceful life in the future." "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Yun Xiao asked. Li shook his head. "Let's wait and see. By the way, why did the Melika people detain Li Jin's people?" Yun Xiao hurriedly explained. "It seems that it's because Li Jin's company has developed an engine and wants to exhibit it in Hanover." Li's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Could there be something else that they didn't know? "Master Yun, send someone to investigate carefully." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yun Xiao agreed, paused for a moment, and then said, "Your Majesty, the second prince's wife has signed a letter of understanding, and the 14th prince will be able to come out tomorrow." Li Yi was startled, then fell silent. After a while, Li Yi's mixed voice was heard in the hall. "I've already lost one son, and I don't want to lose a second one. Yun Xiao, do you think I did something wrong?" Time just passed by minute. The Western world, which was originally bustling with activity, suddenly became quiet. In the past, the gods were just used as a comfort out of boredom, but today they have suddenly become very popular. I don't know how many people have mentioned them in their hearts countless times. But Although the West seems to be in a mess, in fact, it is only some people at the bottom who are confused. The people at the top all look indifferent. In their eyes, Li Jin, who possessed Big Ivan, was still just an ant. Even if it is a little more powerful, it is just a fire ant. At most, they will be stung once and feel pain for a day or two. Besides, the Manga Empire was not a fool. It had already laid a net across the Pacific Ocean. As long as Li Jin dared to launch the missile, it might be destroyed by the Manga Empire as soon as it flew out of the Rider Islands. Time slowly passed, approaching the launch point set by Li Jin. Rider Islands, Operation Center. Li Jin was lying on a makeshift sofa with his eyes closed. Song Hai came over quietly, but before he could speak, Li Jin, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "No news from the Prussians yet?" Song Hai nodded. Li Jin sneered. It seemed that these people had him in their grasp. They even hoped that he would launch missiles right now to teach them a lesson. Song Hai, why do some people always think highly of themselves and think they have everything under control? Song Hai was silent for a moment and then said, "Maybe they never thought highly of us from the beginning. I just think we're lucky." Li Jin nodded and smiled. It's not easy for these people who have been arrogant for thousands of years to change their minds. If we want these things with their heads held high to see us, we have to smash their necks with hammers. Let them never raise their heads. Li Jin's expression became extremely solemn at the end of his speech. He stood up and said, "Since they want to see how brave we are, let's show them how brave we are. I want to see their faces and see if they can still hold on after the missiles are launched. Pass the order down. Tell the broken army to launch a missile." Song Hai immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, General." Just as he turned around, he suddenly paused and turned back and said, "General, is the explosion site?" Li Jin shook his head. "No, just follow the original plan." Now it was no longer a matter of mercy or not. It was a life-and-death struggle between him and the Manga Empire. At this time, if he had any hesitation, this will give the Manga Empire an opportunity, and the Rider Islands will then suffer a devastating disaster. Maybe those damned Melagas were thinking about what to do with him. Don't think that the Melaga people are helpless because of the barriers. As long as they are willing, the Rider Islands are such a small place that they can directly provide positioning coverage. Can wipe Liderong Island off the face of the earth. Don't say Melaga doesn't have this ability. They didn't make any moves now, but Li Jin's madness made them afraid to act rashly. Li Jin now had only one thought in mind. He would never allow his relatives to be in danger. To put it bluntly, I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. Li Jin raised his hand to check the time and said in a serious tone, "The time is up. Let Huang Tai proceed according to the original plan." "Yes, General." At this time, in the deep Atlantic Ocean, two huge ships were parked in a trench, one in front of the other. On the strategic nuclear submarine Pajuan, Captain Huang Tai stood in the operations room, calmly looking at the time from time to time, obviously waiting for Li Jin's order. "Report. Headquarters is calling." At this moment, a voice broke the silence in the submarine. A staff officer quickly walked up to Huang Tai and said, "The General ordered us to act according to the original plan. This is the activation code for missile number 1. Huang Tai took the document from the staff officer and looked at the long list of numbers. He couldn't help but show excitement on his face. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "I order, prepare bomb number 1. As soon as Huang Tai's voice fell, the operations room immediately became busy, and then voices rang out one after another. "Good launch. Well calibrated." Huang Tai came to the control console and used the password to open a fuse box. Inside was a keyboard. Huang Tai then entered the startup password, and the light on the control console lit up immediately. At this time, Huang Tai took out a metal card from his pocket and swiped it on the controller. The display screen immediately lit up. At this time, the launch cover on the back of the submarine has been opened, revealing the missiles inside. Its fat body looks very cute. In the submarine, Huang Tai looked at the red button at hand, took a deep breath, opened the protective cover directly, and pressed the red button hard. The Trident missile in the launch silo on top of the submarine was immediately ejected and whistled toward the sea surface. In just a few seconds, the missile broke out of the water. The moment the missile broke through the water, the rocket booster at the bottom immediately emitted billowing flames, rapidly propelling the missile into the sky, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 77, The Mushroom Cloud Reappears. At the moment when the trident rose into the air, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the Western world. For a time, those Western high-ranking officials who were so relaxed and sneered at the situation no longer had the heart to watch the show. They all stared at the light spot that suddenly appeared in the Atlantic Ocean. Their heads were in a mess, with only one thought constantly irritating their nerves. This madman actually has a nuclear submarine. St. Bullen's City. Bilbo looked at the blip on the radar and felt his legs go weak and his face turn pale as a dead man. Real. He really regrets it now. Les, who was standing next to Bilbo, was stunned for a moment. Then he came to his senses and said loudly, "Activate the interception system immediately." Just as the people in the operations center were busy activating the interception system, the Trident has entered suborbital orbit. The first rocket booster has directly separated, and the second rocket booster has ignited instantly. The missile turned a corner in subspace and shot towards a mission target. There is no air resistance in suborbital space. The missile's speed easily reached over Mach 20. The Pajuan was less than 1,000 kilometers away from its target. At this distance, the missile only needs tens of seconds. So, just when Rice and his team finished their preparations and were about to attempt a mid-course interception, shocked to discover, the missile above their heads had already thrown the second stage of the rocket booster away. Then the bullet pointed downward and fell at a high speed. St. Bullen's City. Rice looked at the missile that had already broken through the atmosphere on the radar, and his hands and feet instantly turned cold. He knew what this meant. Although they boast every day that they can conduct terminal interception of ballistic missiles, it is not so easy to implement it. When an intercontinental missile enters the terminal stage, it can reach at least Mach 10. The stratosphere is only a few dozen kilometers from the ground. In other words, he only had a few seconds left, which might not even be enough to pray before death. The moment the missile left the atmosphere, the protective cover on the warhead detached directly, revealing the 3 nuclear warheads inside. Then 3 warheads fell off in a triangle and smashed down towards the vast sea below. When approaching the sea surface, the warhead exploded, and white mist mixed with billowing smoke instantly rose into the sky, forming a huge white pillar that was several kilometers wide. The water curtain column exploded again just as it rose to midair, and white water mist instantly swept across dozens of kilometers of airspace. Then the white smoke rose rapidly, forming a huge mushroom cloud. In just a few seconds, it rushed to a height of several thousand meters. At this time, a huge wave like a tidal wave also rose at the bottom of the mushroom cloud, spreading rapidly in all directions like a glutton, wanting to devour everything in all directions. The coast of the Pru Empire, which was only tens of kilometers away from the explosion, was shaking violently as if a major earthquake had occurred. The Prussians who had fled 100 kilometers away stared blankly at the huge mushroom cloud rising slowly in the southwest. It looked spectacular, very beautiful. Then these people came to their senses and thought about the dangers of Big Ivan, especially when they felt the tremors on the ground. Endless exclamations suddenly rang out, and everyone hurriedly ran to the east. St. Bullen's City. Although Bilbo and the others did not feel any obvious vibrations, the images transmitted from the satellite made them feel uneasy. Bilbo felt dizzy and wanted to lie down. Of course, he himself wished he could lie down immediately so that he wouldn't have to face this matter that was making him so anxious. Just as Bilbo was about to fall, a voice suddenly sounded from the operations center. "It's the Trident! It's the Trident!" Bilbo was startled, and then his face changed. "I'm sure everyone knows what these 3 words mean. Mr. Rice, what's going on? Do you deserve an explanation from me?" Rice was also stunned at this time, and quickly said, "How is this possible? Did you miscalculate?" Officer Manga, who had spoken earlier, said with certainty, "There's no mistake. The size and flight trajectory of the missile match those of our Trident." Rice looked at the officer's confident expression and wanted to slap him to death. How could he say such an important thing in front of others? Just tell him secretly no. Didn't you notice that the faces of the Puru people around you changed? When Bilbo heard the affirmative answer, his anger suddenly burst out. "Ugh, I'm working like a slave for you, but you guys are using Ivan the Great to bomb us. Do you really think our Prussian Empire is made of mud? General Rice, don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Les saw Bilbo's murderous look, and his scalp tingled for a moment. The Pru people around him also surrounded him and looked at him angrily. Rice was speechless for a while. Only their Manga Empire has this kind of missile. If you say it is not theirs, I am afraid no one will believe you." Seeing the eyes around him wanting to tear him apart, he quickly raised his hands and said, "Mr. Yuan, I need some time. I believe the matter will be investigated clearly soon." Bilbo didn't make it too hard for less. "General Rice, I hope your country can give us an explanation as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can't guarantee what the people who suffered losses will do. Please rest assured, Mr. Yuan, I will arrange for someone to investigate right away." Rice said this, then turned around and fled out of the combat center. Les is gone. Bilbo's expression suddenly became serious, and he gave the order. "General Monk, mobilize the biochemical troops to the radiation zone immediately. I want to know what the situation is there." Bilbo gave several more orders in succession, keeping the entire operations center busy, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, are you really a Melegation?" A government official who had been standing behind Bilbo and had been silent suddenly spoke up. Bilbo said without hesitation, "Of course not the Melaga people, unless they are crazy." The official couldn't help but feel puzzled when he heard this. Then what about just now? Bilbo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We have such a big problem now. People need a way to vent. Ride Islands is too far away. We can't do anything about it. If we want the people to vent their anger, we can only find the Melaga people. We can also take this opportunity to strengthen our army. The Melaga people have to eat this dumb loss, even if they don't want." The main reason was that this madman Li Jin was too scary. Bilbo didn't even have time to hide, so how could he possibly get close to him? As for the Melaga people, although they're also very domineering, they still abide by the rules on the surface. At least that's how it is for them. In this way, if not them, who else should we cheat? Bilbo suddenly remembered something and quickly told the official. "Minister Locke, please contact the Rider Islands immediately and tell them that this is all a misunderstanding. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk. Everything can be discussed." Chapter 78. Having ulterior motives. Manga Empire. Fuck. Damn bastard. Josel angrily cursed the classic Manga curse, with a hint of unconfidence and even a hint of fear in his voice. That's right, fear. A madman who dared to throw Big Ivan actually held the trinity of land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear strike forces. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even if the Big Ivan in Li Jin's hand is not enough to destroy the entire world, looking at his unscrupulous appearance, it would only take him a few minutes to flatten a country. There's a guy who keeps shouting that he wants to die together. Who can sleep soundly like this? This is actually the difference between being barefoot and wearing shoes. Although the man wearing shoes would threaten others with Big Ivan from time to time, no one dared to throw it unless they were in desperate need. But it's different for those who are barefoot. They have nothing to begin with, so what's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is that we both die. At least we won't suffer any loss. When Li Jin threw Big Ivan for the first time, all the countries were shocked and shouted that Li Jin was a madman. But many people think that Li Jin had to throw it away in order to survive. I absolutely dare not risk the world's disapproval. Throw it a second time. But what no one expected was that Li Jin still threw it away, and as casually as throwing firecrackers. Now everyone is sure of one thing. Li Jin is a madman. This time, no one will dare to take chances anymore. Mr. T. Willis strode in from the door and said something solemnly that made Joseph doubt his life. "It has been checked. It's an SCJ missile." Joseph couldn't help but scratch his ears. "What did you say?" "It's the SCJ, submarine-launched intercontinental missile." Willis repeated it again with a stronger tone. "Also, we have confirmed that the missile was launched by an EHE-class strategic nuclear submarine." Josel felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, and his vision went dark, and he was about to fall down. Seeing that his boss was in a shaky state, Willis quickly stepped forward to support Joseph. Ouch! Josel took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to vomit blood, stood up, and said, Check now. I grant you full authority. You must get to the bottom of this matter." Williston paused. "Mr. Yuan-Sien, the security department has already investigated the matter thoroughly." Josel was shocked and asked impatiently, "What is going on?" Willis said in a deep voice, "It's TY Power. Some of their top brass sold a large number of weapons without the government's permission. All I know is that there are Fuya-class and EHE-class submarines, as well as C-5, Apache, and other air combat weapons. even intercontinental missiles. There is no way to find the exact number of units sold or the detailed list of weapons. Willis's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Joseph's head in the cold winter, making him feel very cold. From beginning to end, they just play with themselves? Then, Bilbo felt a surge of anger. Whoever it is, I will send them all to the gallows. Mr. T, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. We found out that all the people involved are dead. Completely dead. We can't investigate any further. Joseph was furious. When he heard that Willis couldn't investigate further, he immediately asked, "Why don't you check further? Are you going to let these damn bastards go?" Willis did not answer Yosur's question, but said, "Mr. President T, Mr. Paul from the Megan family asked me to bring you a message. He wants to see you at his manor tonight." Yosel's expression froze for a moment, and then turned bitter. After a while, his complexion returned to normal, and he nodded. "I will call Mr. Paul personally." After saying this, he sighed, and although he was unwilling, he still spoke. "Let's end this matter here." Willis's originally stern expression suddenly eased. Not only was he afraid of Joseph, the imperial general, he was even more afraid of dying inexplicably. In the Melika Empire, although these people are high and mighty, they are actually just puppets. The rudder of Melika has never been in their hands. Willis saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull, so he quickly changed the subject. "Mr. T, over at the Rider Islands." As soon as Willis mentioned the Rider Islands, Yosel immediately perked up and thought for a moment. "The Rider Islands have a different meaning now. They are now qualified to talk to us. What we need to do is temporarily stop military operations and see if we can control or sanction this madman in other ways. In addition, we need to send someone to meet Li Jin. At the very least, we need to establish a complete communication mechanism. I believe no one wants to see this crazy guy throwing Big Ivan for such a trivial matter again. If there's anything, we can discuss it." Joseph was still frightened by Li Jin's habit of throwing Big Ivan around at every turn. "It's so annoying." Willis nodded in agreement, then said with some embarrassment, "Over at the Jojo Empire." Yosel waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry about them. When they sent the governor, we didn't take any action just to get the order for 620 passenger planes. I didn't expect the uncertainty factor of Li Jin to appear. Joseph is regretting his decision so much now. He tried to gain a small advantage, but ended up suffering a great loss." Then he adjusted his mood and said, "You don't have to worry about Kyushu. The Rider Islands are a vassal state. It's not a special territory, it's just a title. Everything in the Rider Islands is decided by Li Jin. Don't worry about irritating the Kyushu Empire." When Yosel said this, his expression suddenly became serious. "General Willis, Li Jin is just a minor problem. White Bear and Kyushu are our real concerns. Therefore, we must ensure that the weapons in Li Jin's hands cannot be leaked out. Do you understand?" Willis looked at Joseph, who had a serious face, and nodded quickly. Although Josel, the Chief T, is a weakling in Melika, he has extremely high autonomy in foreign affairs. Also, there are the White Bears. They are in a very desperate situation right now. We must not let them divert our attention. Like I said just now, the strength of the Rider Islands is enough to attract our attention. What if these two bastards join forces to cause trouble? All our previous efforts will go down the drain. So, we must never let this guy Li Jin get his ass into the hands of the White Bear man. Before we figure out a way to completely deal with him, we have to show enough goodwill. Understand?" Rider Islands, Naval Base Building. Li Jin had just come to the office from the lounge, and before he had time to sit down, Song Hai walked in quickly. "General, the White Bear Empire's leader's envoy has just arrived at our port, and he wants to see you." Li Jin was slightly stunned. A special envoy from the White Bear Empire? What is he here for? But thinking about what the White Bear Empire had been through during this period, Li Jin suddenly had a clue in his mind. "Bring him here." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Li Jin's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing mission number 9. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it as soon as possible." Chapter 79, Lots of Rewards. Li Jin couldn't help but pause. Was the task completed so quickly? He thought that he had to wait for the Prussian Empire and the Melika people to surrender. For a moment, he didn't bother to meet the special envoy of the White Bear Empire. He quickly said something in his mind, and a light curtain immediately appeared in front of Li Jin. The rewards for Mission 9 are as follows. 1. A complete set of Zero Global Positioning System. This is a satellite positioning system from the world of Valkyrie, made up of 3,600 football-sized nanosatellites that can provide global coverage and sub-millimeter positioning. Working life, 500 years. Note, the ground control center and all personnel are given as a gift. 2. The reward system has 66,666 gold bars. 3. Reward 666 elite intelligence personnel. 4. 66 sets of fully intelligent terminal high-altitude area automatic interception systems will be awarded. Attached control center and combat personnel. Looking at the dazzling array of prizes, Li Jin couldn't help laughing. The positioning system and air defense system here. It was a timely relief for him. With these things, even if the barrier given to him by the system disappears, he will have the most basic self-defense ability. Just as Li Jin was excitedly planning to meet the White Bear envoy, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the birth of the devil. The rewards have been distributed. Because the host has exceeded the task, the system reward has become positive. The current reward is as follows. The light screen in front of Li Jin changed immediately. Hidden mission rewards. Infernal World. Lan Bing, Deputy Guard Captain of the Governor General's Guard. Hua Xiangyu, Deputy Guard Captain of the Governor General's Guard. Love World. Liang Yuan, Secretary of the Chief Executive's Office. Luo Nian, Senior Nutritionist of the Chief Executive's Office. Liang Tao, Secretary of the Chief Executive's Office. World of Rush. Chun Shooting, Secretary of the Chief Executive's Office. Gao Chalan, Doctor of the Chief Executive's Office. Meng Yu, Spokesperson of the Chief Executive's Office. Li Jin opened his mouth wide when looking at the rewards given by the system. Did he get all the rewards? Throwing Big Ivan actually has such benefits? Just when Li Jin was having trouble reacting, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Host assistant recruitment completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing mission number 8. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it in time. The light screen in front of me changed again, and the reward for task number 8 appeared. 1. Integrated Nuclear Power Plant number 1, codenamed Jinwu. A controlled nuclear fusion device from the wandering Earth world, used to propel planetary engines, with an annual minimum power generation of 102 billion kilowatt-hours. 2. A large-scale seawater desalination plant, annual desalination capacity of 72 million tons of seawater. Remark: a sewage treatment plant is provided for free, which can treat 80 million tons of sewage annually. Both plants are equipped with management and technical personnel, and ordinary employees need to be recruited by the host itself. Li Jin looked at the system rewards and suddenly felt like a rock soaring up to 90,000 miles. Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. As long as Wu Zirin and his team complete the infrastructure, he can let go and get to work. General, the White Bear envoy has arrived. Song Hai's voice sounded from the door. Li Jin came back to his senses and immediately walked towards the door. Meeting room 1. As soon as Li Jin entered the meeting room, he saw a sturdy white man standing at the door of the meeting room. When he saw Li Jin, the leader, he immediately reached out his hand and greeted him. Hello, respected General Li. I am Willif, the special envoy of Pros, the leader of the White Bear Empire. Li Jin looked at Willif, who was enthusiastic yet respectful, and immediately smiled. He stretched out his hand and shook his hand vigorously. Mr. Willif, welcome to the Rider Islands. Then he raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation, and brought Willif to the sofa, and both the host and the guest sat down. Li Jin didn't say anything nonsense and asked directly, Mr. Willif, what's the important matter in coming to my Rider Islands? Willif looked at Li Jin, who was coming with great vigor. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel dazed, as if he saw their emperor. The same vigorous and resolute action, the same unyielding spirit. Mr. Will live. Seeing Willif sitting opposite him in a daze, and without saying a word, Li Jin called out in surprise. Willif came back to his senses and quickly laughed to cover up his mistake. Then he said solemnly, General Li, I was commissioned by the Emperor to establish an ambassador-level consulate in your territory. Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. The leader of the White Bear Empire really gave him a big gift, which was a disguised recognition of the status of the Rider Islands. Li Jin naturally had no intention of refusing and immediately agreed. No problem. However, our Rider Islands have just suffered a disaster, and the city is being rebuilt. If your country wants to establish a consulate, it will take at least a month. When Wilif heard, Li Jin agreed without hesitation. A smile immediately appeared on his face. As for Li Jin's next words, he quickly said, "Thank you, General Li. We also need to prepare. Postponing it for a month is the best option." Both the host and the guests were delighted for a moment. After chatting for more than half an hour, Wilif tactfully said goodbye. Although they didn't talk about anything serious, this meeting alone was actually more meaningful than talking about anything else. Wilif had just left. Before Li Jin could get up, a sweet-looking woman with delicate features walked in. Yes, this woman was Liang Yuan, one of the assistant secretaries that Li Jin had just summoned. "General, the Prussian Empire's Foreign Affairs Department has just sent a contact letter. Their head of state hopes to speak to you." Li Jin frowned when he heard this. "Tell them I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. If you are sincere, you should first compensate Vic and his men for their mental damages and lost wages, as well as the machines we sent to the exhibition from the Ride Islands. Also, I'm sending bombers to help them defend the skies and test their air defense systems. They have to pay for sending troops, ammunition, and fuel by launching big Ivan thousands of miles away to help them clean up their doorsteps, right? Tell them that if they don't show any sincerity, Li will start the second phase of the operation." Do you think this person is mentally ill? He refused to listen to any persuasion at first, and had to be forced to beat up the bastard before he came here happily. So fucking cheap. Liang Yuan quickly wrote down Li Jin's words in his minutes book and raised his hand and said, "General, I'll call you back right now." Li Jin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the neat and capable Liang Yuan. As expected of a secretary by profession, he did things decisively, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Unexpectedly, Liang Yuan just walked out of the conference room door and suddenly turned back. "General, I just found a negotiation document about the Feisong Kingdom. We asked them to give an explanation within 24 hours, but now it has been 7 days." Li Jin was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that there was a debt he had not yet paid. "Songhai, send someone to bring back the king of the Feisong Kingdom. I want to talk to him in person." Chapter 80, My City. Liang Yuan couldn't help but look up and looked at Li Jin in surprise. Was it true that his general had just said, "Please"? Songhai was not surprised at all. He just raised his hand and saluted. "Yes, General." Liang Yuan watched Li Jin stretch and prepare to leave, and quickly said, "General, the Manga Empire has also sent a negotiation. They want to send a special envoy to meet with you." "Ugh," Li Jin said as he walked. "As long as they dare to come." Li Jin walked out of the building, and immediately a military marauder drove over. He opened the door and said, "Go to the construction site." Half an hour later, the Predator stopped in front of a busy construction site. Li Jin got out of the car and looked up. I was immediately frozen in place. In front of him, a modern city has taken shape, with tall buildings and a TV tower that soars in the sky. There's also a Ferris wheel that looks huge, which is particularly conspicuous among the tall buildings. "General, the deep sea eye is a free gift from us to you. Its diameter is 88 meters wider than the Dubai eye. And you don't have to worry about its safety. Our Xinhua group built something. Unless you tear it down yourself, it will stand there forever. No matter how strong the storm is, it won't be able to harm it." Just when Li Jin was shocked, Wu Ziren's triumphant voice came from behind him. Li Jin naturally believed Wu Ziren's words. After all, aren't they human beings? "Boss Wu, don't just talk about the Ferris wheel. What about this city?" Li Jin turned around and said with a smile. Seeing that Li Jin didn't believe in their craftsmanship, Wu Ziren got a little angry and patted his chest to assure. "Please rest assured, General, we have already solidified the entire city. Even if a 50 million ton big Ivan explodes in this city, it will not harm the main body of the city at all. At most, it will only shatter some glass. As for the ocean storm, it's not worth mentioning." Li Jin was immediately amused when he saw Wu Ziren, whose self-confidence had swelled to the extreme. He just likes this kind of straightforwardness. Turning back toward the city, in front of him was a main road in the city, with 8 lanes in both directions. It looked very spacious, with a green belt more than 10 meters wide on both sides and a sidewalk on the inside. Further in, there are lush flowers, plants, and trees that stretch as far as the eye can see. Coupled with the blue sea and sky, the scenery is truly beautiful. "General, In order to ensure the safety of pedestrians, we have built overpasses at every street entrance and exit, and also built corridors underground. At the intersection, a two-way overpass and underground corridor will be built. Look ahead. Wu Ziren pointed to the intersection ahead. When Li Jin looked over, he saw two modern-style overpasses stretching across the street. On both sides of the two overpasses, there was another overpass spanning the horizontal street, forming a Chinese character mouth above the intersection. Although this design is complicated, it is convenient for pedestrians and very user-friendly, which makes Li Jin very satisfied. Wu Ziren pointed to the sewage wells on both sides of the street. General, the ocean climate is changeable with more rainy days. In order to prevent waterlogging in the city, we have specially widened the underground sewage pipe system. The entire pipe is 72 meters high and 36 meters wide. We can guarantee that no matter how heavy the rain is, there will be no water accumulation on the streets throughout the city. Li Jin nudda rapatadli. He was indeed a system builder with a far-sighted vision. His ideas were even more comprehensive than those of him, the Lord. General, please look. The subway station is right in front. Wu Ziren pointed to an exquisite building nearby and said, in order to ensure convenient travel for city residents, when we built the underground railway, we designed a subway station within a radius of every 500 meters. Also, here, we have reserved enough ground parking spaces when building large shopping malls, business centers, and entertainment venues. Wu Ziren introduced as he walked, and Li Jin nodded frequently, with the smile on his face growing wider and wider. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a residential area. Li Jin looked around and saw that the residential area was filled with buildings more than 10 stories high, which looked very exquisite and beautiful. General, we have already installed all the living pipes, wires, and network lines in the city's residential areas. As long as the power plant and sewage treatment plant are in place, it can be put into use directly. Wu Ziren paused for a moment and said, General, do you want us to renovate the building as well and provide some daily necessities, food, etc.? These are free. Li Jin shook his head. No need, this is good enough. If it were in the past, Li Jin would have agreed if he heard it was free. But now, he has understood a word, economic sustainability. If he arranges everything, how can the city develop? Where there is demand, there is supply. If everything is available, how can this hardware, building materials, and daily necessities supermarket be opened in a short time? There is only a lot of demand. Only then will merchants come from far away to bring goods in. Only then will the people spend the money they earn. And only then will the governor's office receive taxes and have money to maintain the operation of the city. This is the cycle. The two continued to wander around the community, looking at the parking spaces and lush flowers and trees everywhere, nodding repeatedly. In his previous life, he had suffered a lot from not having a parking space. Once he get off work, without thinking about anything else, I hurried back. In his heart, he prayed to Buddha and the Jade Emperor that there would be a parking space for him. Otherwise, he would have to go a long way, which would be very troublesome. The two of them unknowingly arrived at the community square, where they saw towering ancient trees and lush flowers and plants surrounding the square. The entire community, no, the entire city was dotted in green. If you didn't know, you would think you had entered a forest. The square is equipped with horizontal bars, parallel bars, waist twisting machines, walking machines, treadmills, upper limb traction devices, etc. Li Jin looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. If it weren't for the help of the system, he alone would not know when he would be able to build a city like this. The two walked out of the community and got on Li Jin's Predator. Under Wu Ziren's leadership, they went to the university town, Universal Studios, and the hospital. Then I boarded a small boat and sailed on the river that runs through the entire city. As for where the river water came from, of course, it was on the snowy mountain that Li Jin specially built. After touring the city, Li Jin returned to the base with satisfaction. Now everything is ready. However, if you want to relocate the population, hospitals and schools must be built first. What made Li Jin frown was that it was easy to recruit ordinary doctors, nurses, and teachers, as long as they were paid. However, it was not easy to recruit experts and professors, as they had both status and money. I may not come to this small place. Sudden, Li Jin's eyes lit up. He had forgotten what he did. Since they don't want to come, you can invite them. At the same time, the Scorpion Special Operations Squadron received the combat order. Two combat teams, led by Zemo, had already boarded a transport plane bound for the Faesong Kingdom. Chapter 81 Raid on the Palace. Late at night, 2 o'clock. Above the dark and foggy Pacific Ocean, a strategic transport plane is soaring between the sea and the sky. In the cabin, Zemo looked at the 16 Special Forces members sitting neatly on the canvas chairs opposite him and couldn't help but smile and said, "This mission has been sent to the combat system. You should have seen it. A very simple task. It's just catching someone. Don't be too nervous. Now let's talk about the battle plan." Zemo tapped on the wall of the transport plane, and a VR screen immediately appeared in the cabin. Then the picture zoomed in rapidly, and soon a large building complex appeared on the screen. This is the Palace of King Faesong, covering an area of 57 acres, with more than 300 guards, 12 AIFE infantry fighting vehicles manufactured by the Tulip Kingdom, and 23 M1117 armored vehicles manufactured by the Manga Empire. Zemo paused at the end to let his team members digest the information before continuing. According to the latest intelligence, King Hamidi of Faesong has just returned from vacation abroad and is living in a palace in the center of this palace, called Dabian Palace. The VR screen zoomed in again, directly showing the palace that Zemo mentioned. At this time, the power of the Zero Global Positioning System is reflected. Without any ground-based enhanced base stations, it can directly perform sub-millimeter level positioning. In other words, it can take a clear picture of an ant on the ground. Although it was late at night, but the Zero satellite is equipped with powerful infrared sensors and night imaging systems, and has all the functions of a reconnaissance satellite. Therefore, the satellite images showed how many guards were outside the palace, and even through the windows, the situation inside the palace could be seen clearly. Then Zemo continued. Assisting us in this battle is also a squadron of Ghostbird fighters and a Super Growler electronic warfare aircraft. While we're on the move, the Howlers will destroy all of the palace's communication systems and open up a safe passage for us. After completing the mission, we will return to the base by helicopter. The action is scheduled for 5 in the morning. Did you understand? Everything? Understood. Everyone answered in unison. 2 hours later, beep beep. Suddenly, a beeping alarm sounded in the transport plane. Zemo was instantly shocked and stood up to check his equipment. At this time, the rear hatch also slowly opened. The Special Forces members had already lined up consciously. Zemo walked to the front and patted the backpack of the leading Special Forces member heavily. The leading Special Forces member nodded, took a running start, and jumped down, followed by the second, third. After a while, Zemo was the only one left in the cabin. He patted the parachute behind him and jumped down. At this time in the Faesong Kingdom, only a little light appeared in the east, and the earth was still in twilight. In the sky, if someone looked up at this time, they would find faintly visible dark, umbrella-shaped flowers slowly falling. The moment Zemo landed on the ground, he rolled over and stood up from the ground. He raised his gun and looked around vigilantly, then ran towards the woods not far away. At this time, other Special Forces also gathered around. "Is everyone here?" Zemo asked. "Report to the commander. All 16 people have arrived, and no one is injured." Zemo immediately pointed forward. Action. 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky has begun to brighten, and this is also the time when people are most sleepy. The guards of the palace all had their heads drooped listlessly, nodding intermittently, and looked like they were about to fall asleep. Woo! Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from the sky. The exhausted guards immediately became alert and looked up at the sky. All they saw was a black shadow whizzing past their heads, and then several black dots fell from the sky. The guards' faces changed immediately, and they fell to the ground without thinking. Boom! The bomb exploded immediately, and a blue light scattered instantly. Electronic equipment within hundreds of meters around it instantly burst into sparks, and then wisps of white smoke were seen floating out. But after a long time, no explosion was heard. For a time, the guards who were so scared that they fell to the ground were extremely surprised. What was that thing that fell? Just as the guards were about to go take a look, bang bang, several gunshots suddenly rang out, and the guards who had just gotten up from the ground immediately fell to the ground. The guards hiding behind the high walls of the palace were not spared either. They were called out one by one and had their heads blown off. It was not until there was no more guards standing at the gate of the palace that Zemo and his party rushed out from their hiding place. For example, The Faesong Kingdom is a country that is a mess except for its large area. Zemo and the others were too lazy to even use special means. Follow the plan. Zemo spoke up. The Special Forces members following behind him immediately rushed in groups of 3. Zemo led a team of 3 and rushed straight to the center. The electromagnetic pulse bomb just destroyed all the electronic equipment and power equipment in the palace instantly. The entire palace has no connection between the upper part and the lower part. The palace was in chaos in an instant. Everyone was like a headless fly, which gave Zemo and his friends the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. Otherwise, it would take some effort to capture a heavily guarded palace. Zemo and 3 team members carefully avoided the surrounding guards and soon arrived in front of the central palace. But the unexpected situation in the palace had alerted the guards here. There were at least 100 guards standing around the hall with guns. Zemo's idea of sneaking in was aborted, but this didn't bother him. Zemo took out 2 light-looking can-shaped grenades from his body, turned on the safety, and threw them out. The grenade rolled directly to the feet of the guards, and before they could react, white smoke instantly spread in front of the palace, and soon covered most of the palace. The soldiers guarding the palace suddenly couldn't see anything and immediately became panicked. Some panicked soldiers even fired their guns. Taking this opportunity, Zemo rushed into the smoke with 3 Special Forces soldiers holding guns. Under the guidance of the combat system, he quickly reached the front door and killed several confused guards at the door with his pistol. Zemo rushed into the hall first. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he rushed into the hall, Zemo's rifle immediately fired a series of bullets, knocking the guards guarding the palace to the ground. Then he pointed the gun in his hand at the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall, several men in suits were surrounding a fat man, and they seemed to be planning to evacuate. Apparently, these men in suits didn't expect Zemo and his men to rush in so quickly. He quickly raised the gun in his hand, but Zemo and his men were faster. They took out their pistols and shot several bodyguards dead. Then they walked quickly to the bloated man. Bloated, that is, King Faesong was almost frightened at this time. He mumbled a lot, but unfortunately Zemo and the others couldn't understand him at all. Boom, boom. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside the hall. For a moment, the entire hall shook violently, and the sound of glass shattering was endless. Chapter 82, Generous System. Hamidi, who was already frightened by Zemo and the others, collapsed to the ground when he heard the huge explosion outside the hall. Seeing Hamidi in such a state, Zemo couldn't help but curl his lips. But because of the mission, he still reluctantly smiled. King Hamidi, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. Our general wants to invite you to be his guest, so he specially sent us to pick you up. There's just a welcoming ceremony outside. Zemo looked at his watch and said with a smile, Your Majesty, it's almost time. We should go. Please. As soon as Zemo finished his words of invitation, 2 Special Forces members stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, picked up Hamidi and dragged him out of the hall. At this time, the explosions outside the hall became more and more intense, and one could even hear the whistling of fighter planes cutting through the sky at high speed. When Zemo led Hamidi out of the hall, the outside world has become a purgatory. The bodies of guards and wrecked armored vehicles were scattered everywhere. Even many of the surrounding buildings were razed to the ground. Woo! There was another shrieking sound in the sky, and a ghost bird fighter plane came roaring in an instant, flying low over Zemo and his team's heads. The huge noise made Zemo and his group cover their ears. Just as the fighter plane whizzed past, a ground-to-ground missile fell straight down, streaking across the sky and hitting an armored force that was surrounding Zemo and his men 1,000 meters ahead. Boom! The armored troops assembled at the gate of the palace were blown to pieces in an instant, crying for their parents. This scene made Zemo feel a little amused and helpless. Didn't they say they were going to conduct special operations? Wasn't this blatant bombing a bit too high-profile? Just then, the Special Forces members who had been dispersed also ran over, but they all had a depressed look on their faces. They thought this trip would be very exciting. No one expected that their elite Special Forces would be suppressed, and all their work was taken away by the fighter jets in the sky. Let's go. Zemo waved his hand. At this time, this originally magnificent palace was bombed in turns by 3 ghost bird fighter jets. Not only was the entire palace in ruins, but most of the organized guards were also killed, allowing Zemo and his team to have an unimpeded journey. They soon arrived at the gate of the palace, where they saw a Super Stallion helicopter waiting for them. Once on the plane, the helicopter took off immediately and flew towards the northeast. Not long after Zemo and his team took off, two Apache helicopters roared in. Just happened to run into Zemo and the others. Hamidi, who was taken to the helicopter, became excited when he saw the armed helicopter of Godfather Manga. I wanted to struggle to get up. Upon seeing this, a Special Forces soldier smashed Hamidi with the butt of his rifle. While all the Special Forces members were tense and ready for battle, Zemo did not seem nervous at all. He even raised his hand enthusiastically to greet the Apache that was whizzing past. The helicopter gunship pilot actually nodded seriously. Although the helicopters of the Manga Empire are equipped with friend or foe identification systems, don't forget where Li Jin's weapons came from. What are absolutely confidential things to others are just ordinary things to Li Jin. The scene just now made Hamidi, who was slumped in front of the helicopter window, dumbfounded. Since Zemo dared to let the helicopter fly in the air, he must have made sufficient preparations. If you look from the outside, you'll find that the Super Stallion helicopter they are riding has the standard paint job of the Manga Empire, with a striking Manga logo on it. The armed helicopters whizzing past had no idea that someone would impersonate them, so they naturally did not suspect anything and just thought it was their own helicopter carrying out a mission. Zemo and his crew safely arrived at a remote island, where the Tamlang submarine was already waiting for them. At the same time, in front of the palace that was bombed into ruins, a large line of military off-road vehicles were parked in front of the palace gate. A Manga officer with the rank of Major jumped directly from the car and was stunned when he saw the palace in front of him that was almost razed to the ground. "Sir, the signal has been restored." At this time, a sergeant jumped down from the car and said, "Headquarters just sent the latest report that an electronic warfare aircraft suddenly attacked our communication system. It caused our air defense system to fail, and no alarm was sounded." "What about here? What's going on here?" asked the Major, pointing to the palace in front. "Can an aircraft designed specifically for electronic warfare cause so much damage?" The sergeant shook his head and said, "The headquarters only detected an unidentified fighter plane appearing in Non-Song Kingdom airspace, and no other fighter planes were detected. Due to the serious interference with the radar system, our Air Force failed to take off and intercept in time, and the electronic warfare aircraft has disappeared." "Fuck, are these damn guys all good for nothings? The enemy planes are flying over our heads, and they don't even know it." The Major was immediately furious when he heard this. The sergeant looked at the furious Major and said, "Sir, these are things the generals should worry about. Why should we care?" The Major was so choked that he was speechless. He could not help but glare at the sergeant fiercely, memorizing his appearance in his mind, thinking about how to make things difficult for him in the future. It's so fucking hurtful. Don't you know there's a famous saying, "A major who doesn't want to be a general is not a good major"? Sir, King Hamidi was kidnapped by a group of unknown armed forces. At this time, a soldier ran out hurriedly and said. The Major's expression suddenly changed. This was really a big deal. Ride Islands, Governor's Office. Li Jin stood in front of the gate of the governor's mansion that Wu Ziren had built for him. Looking around, this governor's palace was not built in the city, but next to the naval base, right between the assault brigade station and the naval base. The total area is 720 acres. In Li Jin's eyes, the entire governor's mansion was surrounded by lush greenery. The buildings are just embellishments. It is a combination of Chinese and Western styles, with both European-style villas and Chinese-style ancient buildings. The combination is very clever and very comfortable to look at. After passing through the gate, the first thing that comes into view is the governor's office building. Although it has only 9 floors, together with a 5-story annex building next to it, it looks majestic and full of oppression. I looked around. Li Jin nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Li Keqing behind him and said, "Keqing, take some people to clean up." Lin Keqing nodded enthusiastically, and then led a large group of female elites from the governor's office to the governor's mansion. Just when Li Jin was about to go and take a look, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system's hidden task, rebuilding the home. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it as soon as possible." Li Jin paused. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He just built a mansion for himself. There are rewards to be won. He quickly turned his gaze towards the light curtain in front of him. Hidden mission rewards. 1. Task Force 141. Note, this is a powerful force from an unknown world, with 85 main combat personnel and 1,457 auxiliary combat personnel. The system has given them a base and all weapons and equipment. 2. 2nd Commando Brigade. Same organization as 1st Commando Brigade. 3. Politician Protection Team. Note, the establishment is 122 people, with corresponding auxiliary personnel and equipment. 4. Air Force Headquarters. Remark, all personnel, equipment, and buildings attached. Also included, 1st Flight Regiment, 36 Sioux, 35 fighters. 2nd Flying Regiment, 24J, 25 fighters. AWACS Squadron, 2 Falcon AWACS aircraft. Tanker Squadron, 3 KC, 46 A tankers. Li Jin looked at the reward given by the system and was stunned. The reward for building a house was much more generous than the reward for completing the task. The next day, 6 in the morning. Chapter 83, is this called hiring someone? Li Jin finished washing up early in the morning and then brought Lin Kuching and other girls to the square in front of the office building. At this time, there was already a huge crowd of people standing in line in the square. Among them are black Africans, white Westerners, and yellow Orientals, covering almost all races in the world. These people are exactly the 666 elite intelligence personnel summoned by Li Jin. Cough. Li Jin looked at the intelligence officers who were looking at him respectfully and couldn't help but coughed lightly. I'll make it short here. You are going overseas this time for a very important mission. Just hire people for me. Hire a lot of people. When Li Jin mentioned inviting people, he emphasized his tone and continued. Our Han and Tang Islands are in ruins right now. Apart from a large number of buildings, we are short of people, especially famous professors, scholars, experts. As long as they are genuine, you should find a way to invite some of them to me. As for why Li Jin called the Rider Islands the Han and Tang Islands. Just yesterday, Li Jin convened a general meeting to discuss the name change, and then Qinquan made a dictatorial decision to name the Rider Islands the Han and Tang Islands. The Liderong Island was named Daqin Island, with an area of 3,680 square kilometers. There are 3 other islands in the Han and Tang archipelago, with an area of 810 square kilometers, including Simeon Island, for 180 square kilometers, Yining Island, 360 square kilometers, and some other small islands. The total area of the Han and Tang Islands reaches 5,695 square kilometers. This is a very large piece of land. It is even larger than some countries and would definitely be ranked within the top 200. Let's not talk too much. After explaining the mission this time, Li Jin continued. Of course, we are all civilized people, not robbers. Of course, I won't do anything overbearing. Since we've invited them, we must make sure they are willing to do so. If the people you invite are unwilling and would rather die than surrender, we can find another way. For example, his parents, wife, children, etc. We can think of a way to help them. As long as we invite all these people over, all of this will be solved. So, we must use our brains when doing things. Li Jin raised his finger and pointed at his head, and the elites standing in front of him showed admiration, which made Li Jin more excited. Of course, since we are inviting guests, we have to treat them with good food and drinks. For those who are disobedient, we can improve the service and give them private rooms. If that doesn't work, just give them some bracelets or bangles. They will definitely like these. In a word, we must make people feel at home. You must be polite when speaking and efficient when doing things. After all, we have the right to interpret this. Li Jin said a lot at once, and only stopped when his mouth became dry. Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you understand? Clear. Clear. A uniform voice immediately rang out in the square, causing Li Jin to nod with satisfaction. Okay, let's go. I'm waiting here for your good news. After sending everyone away, Li Jin called Lin Kuching, Qiu Luin, Liang Yuan, Chen Shooting, and other women over. I have to say that the system is very powerful, and the women summoned are more capable than each other. Papa. Li Jin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and then said seriously, Today, let's talk business. Our factory is about to start production, but there's still one problem that has not been solved, and that is the workers. A huge number of workers. Otherwise, our factory will be nothing but an empty shell. So, I decided to send you to the local area to recruit some workers. Don't worry, I will send troops to assist you. Li Jin paused here, letting Lin Kaching and others digest it, and then continued to instruct. Yuan, you and Liang Tao go to the northwest to recruit workers. Lan Bing, Xiang Yu, go to the imperial capital. Shu Ting, Qi Lan, you two are from the central plains. Meng Yu, you and Luo Ying go to the southwest. I'm taking Kaching to Shanghai, just in time to attend the International Industrial Expo held in Shanghai. As for while Yang Yuan and others were asked to recruit workers, there was nothing they could do about it, as the system only gave them women. General, if we are recruiting workers, what are the standards for salary? Liang Yuan asked at this time. Li Jin smiled and said, our treatment is very simple. As long as we are in the Han and Tang Islands, medical care and education are free. We in the Han and Tang Islands will strictly implement the 955 work system. Everyone must work no more than 7 hours a day, no more than 2 hours of overtime, and no more than 37 hours a week. As for salary, the minimum hourly wage starts at $30. Li Jin expressed his thoughts one by one. With extremely cheap system materials as his support, he was naturally confident in what he said. Not to mention, he also has some high-tech factories rewarded to him by the system, such as aircraft engines and photolithography machines. These things are enough to make him count money until his hands cramp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering System Mission Number 10. Just when Li Jin was talking happily, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. System Task Number 10. Detailed Explanation. As a superpower that is about to rise, the host doesn't even have 100,000 people under his command. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Please solve the problem of shortage of people as soon as possible. The system will reward you according to the degree of task completion. Basic rewards. 1. Super hybrid rice, Lanya rice. Note, Lanya rice is a super yield grain newly cultivated by a powerful country in a certain world. Each plant can produce more than 50 ears, and the yield per mu is more than 5,000 kilograms. 2. Material supply package. Remark, it includes a large-scale food processing base and an environmentally friendly and pollution-free steel plant. 5 million tons. Offshore oil and gas exploration and production base. Daily production of 6 million barrels of crude oil and 1 billion cubic meters of natural gas. Environmentally friendly and pollution-free petroleum and natural gas chemical base. Processing 6 million barrels of crude oil per day. 1 mechanical equipment manufacturing base. 1 automobile manufacturing plant. 1 pharmaceutical base. 1 chemical base. And 1 precision instrument manufacturing base. 3. 36 Quinjet transport aircraft, Marvel World. Li Jin looked at the reward given by the system and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Especially the first one. When he first transformed the island, he leveled out a small plane covering an area of 1,700 to 1,800 square kilometers on the main island of Daqin. The plan is to reclaim 1 million acres of farmland. Now that he has Lanya rice, if he grows all this rice, and because the climate is remote, he can harvest 3 crops a year. By this calculation, he can harvest 15 million tons of rice a year, which is enough to feed 1 million people for several years, and even have some left over. Li Jin couldn't help showing excitement when thinking about this. Then he suppressed his excitement. Continued. Of course, the treatment we can offer is more than just this, as long as they are willing to bring their families to our Han and Tang Islands. I can guarantee that every household will be given a new house. As long as they stay in my territory for 10 years, the house will be theirs. Li Jin's generosity left Lin Kaching and other girls dumbfounded. You know, the obsession of people in Kyushu for houses is deep-rooted. Just based on this point, I wonder how many people will be tempted. However, when he thought about the deserted city not far away, he immediately understood what Li Jin meant. What Li Jin lacks now is not a house, but popularity. After sending the girls away, Li Jin thought he could have good rest. Songhai walked over quickly and saluted Li Jin. General, Hamidi has been brought back. Li Jin immediately smiled. Quick, invite our rich man in. After a while, Hamidi was brought in by Zimo and his soldiers. Li Jin looked at Hamidi, who was being dragged over like a chicken, and his face immediately showed displeasure. What's wrong with you? Didn't I ask you to invite His Majesty Hamidi? Is this how you treat my guests? Hamidi, who was frightened and at a loss, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Jin was thinking about him. Just before he opened his mouth, Li Jin got straight to the point and said, "Your Majesty Hamidi, I know you are very busy and in a hurry to go back. Let's make it short. I just helped you test the performance of 2 warships a while ago. Do you think it's time to settle the bill?" Hamidi was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that the 2 frigates he had just bought were buried at the bottom of the sea by the man in front of him. That was the fortune he had saved for a long time to buy, but he didn't expect it to be lost on his first voyage. I didn't feel heartbroken at that time. This damn guy actually had the guts to come and ask him for money. And what about Li Jin? Seeing Hamidi's indifferent look, his face suddenly darkened, and he sat down on the sofa. "Your Majesty Hamidi, I don't like to talk with my head held high." Hamidi was stunned. Before he could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his knee and knelt down. Li Jin ignored Zimo's actions and looked at Hamidi with a smile. "Your Majesty Hamidi, please rest assured that I, Li, am not the kind of person who eats and takes more than I can chew. I don't want much. How about this? I want as much money as your kingdom's central bank has. What do you think?" Chapter 84, The Effect of Fists. Money from the kingdom's central bank? Hamidi was completely stupefied by Li Jin's proposal. Could it be that this damned guy was crazy about money? He actually wanted to touch the foundation of their face-own kingdom. Li Jin saw Hamidi's confused face and couldn't help but said with a smile, "Your Majesty Hamidi, please rest assured that I am not interested in your country's currency. I only want the gold reserves of this bank. How about it? Isn't it nice?" Hamidi's face suddenly changed, and he realized that Li Jin was planning to take away their country's gold reserves. "Impossible." Hamidi blurted out in anger. Li Jin's face suddenly darkened. "Why, His Majesty Hamidi? It seems like you don't want to." Hamidi was naturally unwilling, but he was now a fish on the chopping board and did not dare to challenge Li Jin openly. He was so frustrated that he could only lower his head and act like a turtle. Li Jin became unhappy when he saw Hamidi remain silent. "Zimo, take our Majesty Hamidi to stretch his muscles. Give me a good treat." Hamidi shuddered suddenly and couldn't help but glance at Zimo and the others. When he saw them rubbing their hands together, his body suddenly collapsed. He had experienced what kind of people were behind him more than a dozen times along the way. If he hadn't been useful, he would have turned into a pile of mud long ago. Now that Li Jin, the leader, has given the order, isn't he going to be killed? Just when Hamidi wanted to give in, Xiao Luoyin walked in quickly. "General, Mr. Sorens, the special envoy of the Manga Empire, wants to see you." Li Jin was slightly startled. This Manga guy came so quickly. Hamidi, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly had his eyes light up. His waist and legs no longer hurt, and he got up from the ground. Apparently this man thought it was his godfather Manga who sent someone to rescue him. Li Jin looked at Hamidi, who suddenly looked radiant and couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see if this guy could still stand for a while. "Let him in." Xiao Luoyin leaned forward slightly, turned around, and walked outside. A few minutes later, a white man in a suit and tie walked in. When I saw Li Jin sitting on the sofa, he hurried forward and stretched out his hand. But what made Sorens extremely embarrassed was that Li Jin had no intention of standing up, let alone shaking hands. Although Sorens was extremely angry, but the man in front of him has proved with his actions that he is qualified to sit there and that he is not arrogant. As Yozel's advisor, Sorens was no ordinary person. He immediately withdrew his hand calmly and introduced himself with a smile. "General Li, I am Sorens, President Yozel's senior advisor." This time, before Solens began to explain his purpose, Hamidi, who was standing next to him, became anxious. He walked over quickly, grabbed Solens' hand, and said anxiously, "Mr. Sorens, you are finally here. Take me away from this damn place." Sorens was suddenly grabbed by someone and was immediately frightened. He couldn't help but frowned and looked at the person who grabbed him. Then he was stunned for a moment and said with surprise, "Your Majesty Hamidi, why are you here?" Now it was Hamidi's turn to be stunned. Wasn't Sorens here to save him? Just when the two were confused, Li Jin spoke up. "I invited His Majesty Hamidi to discuss the issue of compensation." Sorens was stunned again, and then he realized that Li Jin wanted to settle the score. At this time, Li Jin said slowly, "His Majesty Hamidi and I have almost finished our discussion. His Majesty Hamidi intends to give us the 200 tons of gold in his kingdom's bank reserves as an apology. Is that so, Your Majesty Hamidi?" "Of course." Li Jin suddenly changed the subject, looked at Soren's with a half-smile, and said word by word, "If the Manga Empire is willing to compensate on our behalf, Li wouldn't mind." Soren's looked at the fearless Li Jin and suddenly felt a headache. If other countries dared to threaten the Manga Empire like this, missiles would have been launched at them long ago. But Li Jin, when Soren's thought about how many nuclear missiles would be launched at the Manga Empire if he went to war with Li Jin, he shuddered in his heart and said quickly, "General Li, our Manga Empire has always adhered to international practice and never interfered in the internal affairs of other countries. Please solve the problems of your two countries by yourselves. We Manga will never interfere." Soren's words stunned Hamidi. Was he just abandoned like that? In order to avoid talking about this topic, Soren's quickly explained the purpose of his visit. "General Li, I'm here this time on behalf of the Manga Empire, and I want to deepen our cooperation with you, General. As one of the most important forces in the world today, the Rider Islands should exert a greater influence." Li Jin looked at Soren's sincere feelings and couldn't help laughing. The impact created by punching is just different. "You want to build a consulate here?" Soren's nodded quickly and looked at Li Jin eagerly. This time he came. Joseph gave a strict order to establish an effective communication mechanism with Li Jin, but their relationship with Li Jin was too delicate. Although they were always the ones who suffered, they were the ones who started the trouble. He was really afraid that Li Jin would reject him, and then he would be in trouble. Li Jin didn't think so much about it. He didn't suffer any loss anyway. Moreover, after all these things, his influence increased greatly. He nodded immediately and said, "Of course." Soren was immediately overjoyed and quickly said, "General Li, apart from this matter, Seeing that Soren's affairs were endless, Li Jin could not help but frown and said, "Mr. Soren's, I have something else to discuss with His Majesty Hamidi. If you don't have anything too important to talk about, can we talk about it later?" Soren's also knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he said quickly, "General Li, let's talk about this later. I'll take my leave now." As soon as Soren's left, Li Jin turned his gaze directly to Hamidi. "Your Majesty Hamidi, I promise. I promise," Hamidi said without waiting for Li Jin to finish. He saw clearly Soren's attitude just now. His godfather had no hope, and Hamidi didn't want to die, so he naturally agreed. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately stood up, smiled, and took Hamidi's hand and said, "Your Majesty Hamidi, is this correct? From now on, we are brothers. Since we are brothers, why do we have to distinguish so clearly? What's yours is mine." Hamidi looked at Li Jin, who had suddenly changed, and felt relieved. As long as his life was safe, and he could go back, the money. Just when Hamidi was thinking about it, Li Jin's next words stunned him. "Songhai, go and communicate with the Melaga people right away. Tell them that I'm sending a transport plane to Faesong Kingdom to pick up some stuff. Ask them to lift the air control immediately to avoid any misunderstandings. By the way, tell our Air Force to bring nuclear bomb with them. If anyone dares to stop us from taking the gold, they should drop the bomb." Then he turned his head and looked at Hamidi, whose face had turned pale, and said, "Your Majesty Hamidi, please don't mind it. I, Li, have no other shortcomings except for one bad habit. If I can't get something, I like to destroy it." Chapter 85. Li Jin gets angry. Before I knew it, more than 10 days had passed. Shanghai Mansion, Capel International Manor Hotel. Li Jin stretched lazily and sat up from the bed, looking at the delicate snow-white body next to him, which was well-proportioned and extremely tempting. I couldn't help but reach out and pat it. Bang. Okay. A voice that made people think of something else suddenly sounded, and a raging fire suddenly rose in Li Jin's heart, and he rushed over directly. 3 hours later, Li Jin took Lin Keqing, whose walking posture was slightly strange, out of the hotel and headed towards the venue of the Industrial Expo. As one of the few international industrial fairs in the world, although less famous than the Hanover Fair, it is still crowded with merchants and very lively. Li Jin arrived at the gate of the expo. The surging crowds and noisy atmosphere made him feel dizzy. He wondered when he had ever been to such a lively place in his past or present life. In a daze, I followed Lin Keqing to the central location, which was also the place with the most people. Given Li Jin's current status, it would only take a word for him to get a position. After walking a few steps, the two came to a place surrounded by people. Above the sign was written the 4 big characters Juzhou Group. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. It seemed that Vic and the others did a good job. but then his brows furrowed. Because he heard a quarrel coming from inside, it was obvious that the people gathered here were not here to see things, but to watch the fun. Zemo, go, take a look. Li Jin ordered in a deep voice with a cold look on his face. Zemo, who was following behind Li Jin, nodded immediately and strode into the crowd. A few minutes later, Zemo squeezed out of the crowd and walked up to Li Jin and said, General, I've already found out that someone has taken a fancy to our booth and wants us to move out. Li Jin was stunned. How could this reckless guy dare to target him? Or is it that he is having trouble speaking now? Li Jin's eyes flashed coldly, and he walked straight forward. Seeing this, Zemo waved his hand forward, and dozens of guards scattered around rushed over immediately. He took the lead and walked towards the crowd, clearing a passage through it. The people who were watching the excitement were suddenly pushed aside and became unhappy. Some people wanted to curse at them, but when he saw the men in suits and ties with stern faces, he tactfully shut his mouth. Li Jin walked straight inside. As soon as he passed through the crowd, he heard a hoarse voice chattering. I wonder why you were so ignorant. Didn't I just tell you to move out? Why are you still here? Let me tell you, our Bavaria group is a large international group. If you make our boss unhappy, you'll be in big trouble. This is called, yes, a major diplomatic incident. None of you will be able to escape by then. Snort. Even if we don't say this, our boss has come all the way here to see you. As people from Kyushu, shouldn't you show some hospitality? I think your conscience has been eaten by dogs. You are bringing shame to your country. Do you know what etiquette and shame are? Isn't it just an exhibition hall? If your products are good, they will shine everywhere. Tell you guys, if you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. Li Jin stood at the back, watching a yellow-skinned man with a beer belly barking nonstop. Next to the man with the beer belly, there were 5 or 6 white men standing. Although they did not look arrogant, they were standing there as if they were watching a fun event. No, it should be said that they were watching monkeys fighting, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The next scene made Li Jin even more upset. I saw 7 or 8 women who looked like service staff brought in more than a dozen chairs, warmly invited the foreigners to sit down, and then diligently handed them a bottle of water and a dessert. This scene made the people of Kyushu who were surrounding them unable to bear it. Hey, I say, they all have water to drink and food to eat. What about us? Are you treating people differently? The beauties who were diligently serving the foreign masters were startled. One of the tall women who seemed to be the leader immediately showed a charming smile. Sir, I'm so sorry, but these are all we brought with us. We have no more. Can I have a bottle of water? A Westerner in the crowd suddenly asked. When the tall woman saw that it was a foreigner, she immediately became enthusiastic and quickly bowed and raised her hand to make a gesture of invitation, speaking fluent Western language. Distinguished guest, please come this way. Then he took the foreigner to the rest area, diligently brought a chair, and then handed a bottle of water and a dessert to the foreigner. The man with glasses who had just spoken was almost furious when he saw the foreigner sitting there with a smug look on his face. He asked angrily, What do you mean? Didn't you just say there was no more? The woman still had a smile on her face. I'm sorry, sir. There's really only one left. But the slap in the face came quickly. As soon as the woman finished speaking, I saw another waitress holding a few bottles of water and distributing them to the foreigners with great enthusiasm. No, the man was so angry that his chest almost exploded. He pointed at the waiter who was distributing water and asked, What is that? Shit. Seeing that the man was not giving in, the woman showed a hint of displeasure on her face and said stiffly, Excuse me, sir. We really have run out of water. If you are thirsty, there's a place to buy water not far ahead. The tall woman's obvious double standards immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone present. On Li Jin's side, the man with a beer belly was furious when he saw that he failed to rob, and shouted, Security! Security! Clear the place for me! Ouch! Before the man with the beer belly could finish his words, he felt a huge force coming from behind him. He was caught off guard and fell flat on his face, screaming in pain. The one who kicked him was naturally Li Jin. Li Jin looked at the man he kicked to the ground, still feeling unsatisfied, and stepped directly on the man's face, rubbing it hard and cursing. You bastard! You worship foreigners. Are these foreigners your fathers? You lick them so enthusiastically. The sudden scene made the exhibition hall silent for a moment, and everyone was stunned. At this moment, a large group of people in suits and leather shoes with dignified faces hurried over. Chapter 86 Treason? The foreigners were a little bit at a loss. When they saw a large group of people coming, a white middle-aged man in the lead hurriedly stepped forward and angrily said to the man in the middle, "Manager Ouyang, what's going on? Didn't you promise to give us this site? Also, why did you let a lunatic in here and beat up our employees? You must give us an explanation." What surprised the white man was that Manager Ouyang, who had greeted him with a smile, didn't even look at him and walked straight towards where Li Jin was. At this time, the entire exhibition hall fell silent, and many people even showed sympathy in their eyes. In their opinion, Li Jin was about to be in trouble. However, what surprised everyone was that as soon as Ouyang Tianhua came in front of Li Jin, he smiled and extended his hand attentively. "Commander, why didn't you tell me you were coming? We can also go to greet you." "Chief." Supervisor Ouyang's shout of "First Palm" made everyone present stare with wide eyes, and they couldn't help but look at Li Jin. A decent navy blue casual Buick, black casual pants, and a pair of big leather shoes. Although dressed very maturely, but you can still see a hint of youthfulness on her face. She looks no more than 20 years old. One can't help but secretly smack his lips in amazement. How can he become a leader at such a young age? Although he is young, Li Jin inexplicably exudes a sense of majesty, which makes people around him feel a little restrained when they meet Li Jin's gaze. Li Jin slowly turned his head to look at the person who came. Although it is said that one should not hit someone who smiles at him, he was feeling very angry and naturally did not have a good temper toward the person who came. Seeing that Li Jin had no intention of backing off, Ouyang Tianhua could not help but withdraw his hand awkwardly, with a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. However, because of Li Jin's status, he did not dare to say anything. Just as the atmosphere was unconsciously becoming awkward, Li Jin pointed his chin at the person he was stepping on and said, "What's going on?" Ouyang Tianhua felt his scalp tingle under Li Jin's gaze, and his legs went weak. He couldn't help but secretly groan in his heart. At the beginning, he had agreed to give his site to Li Jin, but the day before, someone from above told him to vacate the site. As the saying goes, a county magistrate is not as good as an incumbent manager, so Ouyang Tianhua naturally did not dare to neglect it. Not to mention, in his opinion, a big shot like Li Jin would never come to such a place in person. It's just an unknown company. How dare they report him to Li Jin? What he didn't expect was that Li Jin actually came over in person. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This, Ouyang Tianhua stammered, not knowing what to say. A middle-aged man following behind Ouyang Tianhua saw that his boss was embarrassed, so he quickly spoke up to help. "This chief, it's like this. There were so many participants in this exhibition that our management center outsourced it. It must be the outsourcing company that made a mistake." Yes. Ouyang Tianhua grabbed a life-saving straw and said quickly, "They must have made a mistake. What a bunch of bastards. Chief Wang, get rid of them immediately when you get back." Li Jin frowned, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. At this time, Ouyang Tianhua had calmed down. In his opinion, Li Jin had no control over him anyway, so as long as he could save face, it was enough. Although Ouyang Tianhua knew that Li Jin was of noble status, a lieutenant general in the empire, and a lord of a place, his status was too low level, and he had no idea what Li Jin had done. Otherwise, I would never dare to think so, let alone do so. Li Jin looked at Ouyang Tianhua, who looked respectful but blatantly disobeyed, and immediately laughed. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Beep. After a moment, the voice of Prime Minister Song Lian came from the other side. "General Li, how come you have time to call an old man like me?" Li Jin didn't waste any words and explained the matter simply and clearly, saying directly, "Prime Minister Song, I hope you can give me an explanation, otherwise I will solve it in my own way." After Li Jin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The imperial capital, the official residence of the Prime Minister. Song Lian heard the beeping sound coming from the phone and couldn't help but frowning. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Jin's temper was getting more and more angry. He looked up at a middle-aged man at the desk and said, "Go and inform the Shanghai mansion and have them find out the truth immediately and deal with it severely and strictly. Otherwise, Li Jin will make a big fuss." After Li Jin hung up the phone, he did not do anything. Instead, he raised his hand to look at the time. Ouyang Tianhua, who was standing opposite, felt a jolt in his heart when he heard Li Jin calling, but then he calmed down and even showed a mocking look in his eyes. In his opinion, even though Li Jin was a lieutenant general, he was just one of thousands. There was a huge difference between him and Li Jin. But Li Jin and the prime minister are completely different. How could they possibly get in touch with each other? Most likely, he was trying to help him. Just when Ouyang Tianhua was about to go to Fei Fei, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly rang out, followed by a large group of soldiers rushing over. The leader was a colonel. After seeing Ouyang Tianhua, he took out a piece of paper and said, "Ouyang Tianhua, you are under arrest for suspected treason." Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, twisted Ouyang Tianhua's arm backwards, and prepared to take him away. Ouyang Tianhua was stunned immediately, and only reacted when his hands were countered, and hurriedly said loudly, "What treason? Did you catch the wrong person? Let me go. I'm the supervisor here." Li Jin looked at the flustered Ouyang Tianhua. A sneer appeared on his face. He slowly walked over, stood in front of Ouyang Tianhua, and said, "Others say that I, Li Jin, am narrow-minded, but they are all wrong. I, Li Jin, will never let go of any grievances, and I never wait for revenge." Then he patted Ouyang Tianhua's face and said, "Actually, I just wanted to beat you up at first. But then I think it's too good of a bargain for you. Now is the perfect time. Since my whole family has been involved in this, I feel relieved. Take it away. Oh, right, there are those women over there. Since they like foreigners so much, send them abroad and never let them come back." Li Jin finally said. When he was teaching the beer-bellied man a lesson, he had seen all of these women's behavior, which was disgusting. Yes, the colonel saluted Li Jin and then turned and left with his men. The man with a beer belly who was stepped on by Li Jin was completely dumbfounded. Then there was a look of dejection on his face. However, Li Jin was too lazy to pay attention to him and went straight to the foreigners from the Bavaria group. Only, before Li Jin could say anything, several foreigners came hurriedly from not far away. Chapter 87 Han and Tang number 1. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. What happened? All these people went out today without checking the almanac? Are they all rushing here to die? However, what surprised Li Jin was that the visitor had no intention of paying attention to the Westerners. He also walked straight to Li Jin and extended his hand enthusiastically, saying, "Hi, General. I am the great S. Helens of the Pru Empire stationed in the Jiuzhou Empire." Li Jin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Before he had the chance to ask these people for compensation, these people actually jumped out on their own. Helen saw that Li Jin looked strange and quickly said, "General Li, we are here with sincerity this time. We heard that you are selling engines, and we are willing to order 100 of them. You can pay now." Li Jin looked at Helen's eager face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, let alone his own customers. He couldn't help but frowned and said, "I don't have that much right now." When Helens heard what Li Jin said, he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay. The general will give it to us whenever he has it. We are not in a hurry." Li Jin was stunned for a moment and instantly understood what the Prussian Empire meant. This is clearly the case of wanting to be a whore and also wanting to be a virtuous woman. These people were afraid that he would cause trouble and were also afraid of being embarrassed. So they secretly found an excuse to give him a large sum of money. Li Jin couldn't help but sneer. You want to get rid of him with just the money for 100 engines? How could it be so easy? Helens was also paying attention to Li Jin's expression. When he saw the sudden dissatisfaction on Li Jin's face, he quickly said, "General Li, we can order 200 units. But Li Jin stood there indifferently. Helens gritted his teeth and said, 350. When Li Jin heard that Helens had raised the price to 350 units, he immediately laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Helens and directly said the price. Minimum order quantity, 500 units. 15 million Meiyuan per machine, settled in gold. After saying this, he looked at Helens with sharp eyes, and Helens said without hesitation, "Good." Now it was Li Jin's turn to be stunned. Is he going to be less? However, since he had already said it, Li Jin had no intention of regretting it. The worst that could happen was that he could just get it back somewhere else. Li Jin couldn't help but look at the dumbfounded senior executives of the Bavaria group. "Mr. Helens, if you have nothing to do, please leave here first. I still have things to do here." Helens was stunned and looked at the place where Li Jin was walking. Aren't they the executives of a company in their country? Did something happen? Helen's heart shrank suddenly, and she hurried over. "General Li, what happened? These people are all businessmen from our country. If you have any questions, I can help you solve them." Li Jin looked at Helens, who was catching up with him, and said coldly, "Nothing. Just these blind people want to cause trouble for me, Li." Then he looked at Helens and said, "Why? Do you still want to stand up for them?" Helens' expression suddenly changed. Fearing that Li Jin might misunderstand her, he quickly leaned over and said sincerely, "General Li, can you allow me to go and ask about the situation? I will give you a satisfactory answer." Li Jin didn't care. Helens gave him such a large sum of money, so he had to give her face. He nodded and said, "Of course." Helen was overjoyed and walked towards the Westerners. Only, the development of the matter obviously exceeded Li Jin's expectations. The Westerners who were originally talking to Helens suddenly became excited. I don't know what he said to Helens, but he just turned around and left, and before leaving he didn't forget to glare at Li Jin fiercely. Li Jin was stunned for a moment, and then his face fell. At this time, Helens came over with a little anger on his face. When he saw Li Jin, he said helplessly, "General Li, we in the West are different from you in the East. There are some things I really can't do anything about." Li Jin immediately understood what Helens meant. In the Western world, capital is king, and money means everything. He smiled and said, "Mr. Helens, don't worry about this matter." "Zemo!" Li Jin suddenly shouted, and Zemo, who was following behind him, immediately came forward. "General!" Li Jin's expression turned stern, and he gave a cold order. "Notify the Air Force to raise this Bafa group to the ground. Don't they think they are superior to others? Let them go to hell." "Yes, General." Zemo raised his hand, saluted, and turned to leave. Helens was immediately dumbfounded by Li Jin's bold move. He had only heard about it before, but today he saw what it meant to be someone who would throw a bomb at someone at the first sight of someone not liking him. Just then, Vic hurried over, and when he saw Li Jin, he was overjoyed and quickly walked over and said, "General, you are here. I just went to the port to get the equipment for our exhibition. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Li Jin waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Okay, the problem has been solved. You can quickly go and set up the site. It's a good opportunity to launch our product while the heat is on." Vic didn't dare to neglect it and nodded quickly and went to make arrangements without saying anything. At this time, there were already many people gathered around the booth, no less than hundreds of people from Jiuzhou and abroad, all looking at Li Jin with curiosity. Who is this excessive young man? Even foreigners are so respectful to him. "I know, he is Li Jin. It's Li Jin." Just then a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. People looked towards the place where the voice came from. It was a fat man with glasses. He said excitedly, "I've seen him on foreign news. He's Lieutenant General of the Kyushu Imperial Army and Governor of the Rider Islands." He also said, "Tapu woo woo." But before he could finish, two people in the crowd suddenly covered the fat man's mouth and dragged him out. But at this time, everyone was stunned. Imperial Vice Admiral? Governor Reed? While everyone was in a daze, Vic had already arrived on the platform and said with a smile in fluent Kyushu dialect, "Dear guests, welcome to our Jiuzhou group booth. Now let me introduce to you the latest scientific research achievement of our Jiuzhou Empire, Hantang number 1 turbine aviation engine." As soon as Vic spoke, the center of the platform suddenly rose up and a 5 or 6 meter long aircraft engine appeared on the platform. The smooth appearance, exquisite shape, and the effect of lights make the entire engine sparkle with the unique brilliance of metal. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Vic took the opportunity to introduce. Our first stage turbine engine weighs 1.5 tons. The maximum thrust is 20.5 tons, and the thrust-to-weight ratio is 13.6. If the afterburner is turned on, the thrust-to-weight ratio can reach 14.47. It uses the latest metal material developed by our group, and its service life can reach 12,000 hours. Chapter 88, Flocking in. Boom. As soon as Vic told the engine data, it caused an uproar. You should know that the Shanghai Industrial Expo is an international expo with a military nature. It not only has civilian industrial facilities, but also military weapons and equipment, and aerospace is one of the major items. Of course, the people who come here are not only tourists, but also a large number of observers, experts, etc. from various countries. You can imagine the shock Vic caused when he told her about the engine's performance. "You know, this data is much better than the F-135 PW-100, which is known as the best aircraft engine in the world. How could an unknown company develop such a powerful engine?" No one present believed it. even sneer at it. It can also be said that deep down they don't believe that the people of Kyushu can build such a powerful engine. Vic, who was standing on the platform, naturally knew that no one would believe him if he just said it, so he smiled and took out an appraisal certificate. This was also the fuse between Li Jin and the Prussian Empire. If it weren't for this inspection report, the Manga people would not have detained both him and the machine. Then I heard Vic say slowly, I know that no one believes the performance parameters I just mentioned. This is a test report issued by TUV, one of the most authoritative testing centers in the world. I can tell you clearly that the Hantang No. 1 engine we produce is much more powerful than some so-called most powerful engines in service in the world. The large screen on the booth also played the appraisal certificate in Vic's hand at the right time. Wow. When they saw that the appraisal was the same as what Vic had just said, there were constant exclamations from the audience, especially many people from Kyushu who became excited. After all, engine technology has always been a concern for people in Kyushu. Now that a company in Kyushu has developed such a powerful engine, you can imagine how they feel. But it was soon questioned by the audience. A young white woman holding a camera in the crowd suddenly raised her hand and asked loudly, "Girl on the stage, I am a reporter from Taiwashi Daily. Can I ask you a question?" Vic was just complaining that the popularity was not high enough, and now someone was delivering it to his door, so he was naturally very happy. He raised his hand and said, "Of course. You can call me Vic, the current assistant to the chairman of Gyojo Group." The white woman asked directly, "Mr. Vic, you just said that the engine developed by your company is better than the most advanced engine currently in service. I don't know if your engine has already been put into service. If it has not been put into service and is only in the experimental stage, isn't it a bit far-fetched to compare it with the engines in service? Isn't that too unfair?" Vic on the stage was stunned. Why did this girl have such a strong smell of gunpowder in her mouth? I can answer that question for you. Just when Vic was about to speak, Li Jin, who was standing behind the scenes, suddenly came out and said, "Since it is compared with the ones currently in service, it is naturally because this engine has already entered service." When the white woman who asked the question saw that it was Li Jin who came out to answer the question, her eyes immediately lit up, and she looked at Li Jin as if he was looking at a huge diamond. After all, the idea of currying favor with the powerful is not only in Kyushu, but also in countless other countries. General Lee, have you sold the engines to the Kyushu Air Force? The tone of the white woman's voice at this time was completely different from the tone she had just used when she was confronting Vic. It was much gentler. Li Jin smiled slightly and shook his head. "No, we just installed it on a fighter jet developed by our Gyojo Group." Boom! Everyone present was shocked again. Who on earth is this Gyojo Group? How could it even manufacture fighter jets? Li Jin didn't say anything more, but said directly, "Everyone, if you're interested, you can go to the open-air exhibition area later. That's where all the aircraft manufactured by Gyojo Heavy Industries, a subsidiary of Gyojo Group, are." Just when Li Jin was about to talk about the second exhibit, a man in a white turban suddenly asked loudly, "How much are your aircraft engines?" At this time, more and more people gathered in front of the Gyojo Group booth. Ordinary tourists had long been squeezed out. Those gathered in the front were observers or experts from various countries. When they heard someone asking about the price, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. Li Jin smiled and said, "It's not expensive. The turbofan engines we produce have entered mass production. One only costs 10 million yuan. Wow. Everyone present was shocked again. You have to know that an engine of this level developed by Manga would cost at least 15 million yuan, and it might not be sold to you. Even if it is sold to you, there are many additional conditions." Just as everyone's eyes lit up, Li Jin suddenly said, "Let us now introduce our latest scientific research results. We have completed all experiments and entered the trial production stage. A new 3-duct adaptive cycle engine uses variable cycle technology. Its name is Dachin I Variable Cycle Engine. Compared to the Hantang No. 1 engine we developed, the maximum thrust is increased by 30%, fuel consumption is reduced by 75%, acceleration is increased by 120%, and our latest developed material is used, which doubles the lifespan." As Li Jin was speaking, the booth in the middle dropped down and then rose up again. An engine that looked similar to the Hantang No. 1 engine rose up. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the materials used in this engine are obviously different from the previous engine. But Li Jin didn't seem to want to explain. and after a while the platform lowered again, causing the observers who had stretched their necks to watch to immediately reveal expressions of disappointment. At this time, the platform rose again, but it was no longer the engine, but a set of equipment models. Someone who knows the business stared at the model in amazement and said, "Is this a photolithography machine?" Li Jin nodded with a smile and said, "This gentleman is right. This is the Jingwei series lithography machine produced by Jiuzhou Precision, a subsidiary of our Jiuzhou group. This is a high-end model of our Jingwei 23 series lithography machine, which is comparable to the world's most advanced EUV lithography machine. I can proudly say that our lithography equipment has reached the most advanced and even leading level in the world. And the price is only 2/3 of some brands." Then Li Jin repeated the parameters of the lithography machine, and there was another uproar from the audience. At this time, everyone's eyes had become strange. A group that can produce both advanced engines and lithography machines is no longer as simple as 1 + 1. Not to mention, according to Li Jin, Jiuzhou Group can also produce aircraft, which is even more amazing. And at this moment, a promotional video for the Han and Tang Islands suddenly played on the big screen. Looking at the beautiful images and the introductions, the people present were no longer dumbfounded, but completely stunned. In particular, some observers who knew about the situation in the Han and Tang Islands showed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 89, Ghost Bird Appears. The total area of the Han and Tang Islands is 5,695 square kilometers, consisting of the main island of Daqin. Some people opened their mouths in amazement. When did the Ride Islands become so big? Isn't it only over 1,000 square kilometers? This area also has its own growth, just when everyone was full of questions. Due to the severe crustal movement caused by the major undersea earthquake some time ago, the Han and Tang Islands suffered heavy losses. The area has increased fivefold. Following the detailed explanation in the promotional video, many people's eyes have become red, especially some shorty and some observers from countries with small land areas, who feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Even a certain country is regretting it. As for the question of whether to believe it or not, in fact, there's no need to discuss this. This world is not a magical world, nor is it a future science fiction world. No one would believe that someone would have such great ability, unless it is the power of nature. At this time, observers from various countries who had heard the news flocked to the scene. Most of them had never even seen an engine of this level, let alone buying one. Seeing that the people under the booth were so enthusiastic, Li Jin naturally would not do anything to cool down the crowd. He simply waved his hand and asked someone to raise the booth and sent someone to put the panoramic model of the lithography machine aside for people to visit. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace, Hongta Hall. Li was sitting with Song Lian discussing government affairs when suddenly a high-pitched voice rang out from outside. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Then Yin Xiao was seen striding in with Zhao Gang and another old man. When Li Yi saw the three military giants coming together, even though he had already mastered the skill of keeping calm in the face of emergencies, his face immediately became solemn. What happened? Yin Xiao felt that the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, and he quickly said, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, this is a good thing. Good news." Then he told what happened at the exhibition, and both Li Yi and Song Lian were surprised. After a while, Li Yizai said with great emotion, "We really underestimated him." Then he collected his mind and said seriously, "What do you want to do?" Yin Xiao also became serious at this time. "Your Majesty, the three of us have already discussed this. I will go to Shanghai City in person. If the performance is really as good as Li Jin said, it will be a great opportunity for us." Li did not immediately express his attitude upon hearing this, but instead turned his gaze towards Zhao Gang and the other man. The two looked at each other and nodded. Although they have different political views, they share the same goal of making the Kyushu Empire stronger. Li Yi turned his gaze to Song Lian again. "Prime Minister, what do you think?" Song Lian looked at Yin Zhao's eager eyes and laughed. Yin Xiao immediately became anxious when he saw this. "Prime Minister, please give me a definite answer." Seeing that Yin Xiao was getting angry, Song Lian stopped teasing him and said directly, "Sure, no matter how you blame us, the Han and Tang Islands are also vassal states of the Empire. We are all one of our own. If we use their things, we're using our own things. If the military needs it, the cabinet will allocate the funds. Song Lian's extremely happy attitude stunned the 4 people present. Yun Xiao and the other 2 even thought they had heard it wrong. It took them a long time to show excitement. Li Yi also smiled. Prime Minister, I think the matter of the Han and Tang Islands can be reported by the media. After all, this is also the glory of our empire. Song Lian nodded solemnly and said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will give the order later. Li Yi then turned his gaze to Yun Xiao. Marshal Yun, please go as soon as possible. Yun Xiao hurriedly said, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he raised his hand and saluted Li Yi and Song Lian, then turned around and left in a hurry. Li Jing. Li Jing looked at his watch and saw that the time was almost up, so he said, Everyone, if you're interested, you can go to our group's open-air exhibition hall to take a look. After Li Jing finished speaking, he walked toward the audience first. The onlookers made way for him and followed him, heading out of the venue in a mighty procession. This person has a herd mentality. Seeing so many people gathered together, many people joined in. When Li Jing arrived at the open-air venue, a large group of people had already followed him. The exhibition area of Juzhou Group is very large, with more than a dozen huge objects placed on it, but they're all covered with cloth, but you can vaguely see that they are airplanes. The onlookers who followed couldn't help but widen their eyes. The business of this Juzhou Group is too extensive. They have so many planes. Can they handle it all? Li Jing had already walked to the largest plane and signaled to the soldier standing next to him with his eyes. Someone immediately pulled Mambra down. The true appearance of an extremely large aircraft was revealed. White Swan. There were exclamations from the crowd, and Li Jing said with a smile, Everyone, its appearance does resemble a white swan, but after our upgrades and modifications, they are no longer the same fighter plane. You can rest assured that we have already obtained the production license for its prototype. Li Jing paused here deliberately, glanced at some people in the crowd who were already furious, and said slowly, As for the power of this strategic bomber, I don't need to say more. I believe many people have already experienced its power. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look. As soon as Li Jing said this, everyone present opened their mouths wide and stared at Li Jing, who looked calm. Li Jing was actually willing to let them watch such an important weapon. How confident must he be? While some people were in disbelief, some smart people were already walking quickly towards the bomber. Soon, the White Swan was surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. The observers, who were originally well-dressed, now looked like uncles and aunts scrambling for eggs in a supermarket, pushing and shoving each other, all wanting to be the first to get in and take a quick look. Li Jing looked at the extremely chaotic scene in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Although these weapons cannot be produced now, they're available in the system store. Because these weapons and equipment already exist in the real world, the prices are so low that you can't even imagine. If Li Jing wasn't so sure of pilots, buying a few hundred planes would be a piece of cake. At this time, Li Jing walked to a much smaller plane again, and, as the tarpaulin opened, a fighter plane was revealed. The style is similar to other 5th-generation aircraft, but the sky blue paint on the surface flashes a strange glow under the sunlight, which looks very sci-fi. For a time, attracting the attention of everyone present, Li Jing introduced with a smile. This is a new stealth fighter developed by our Juzhou Group, codenamed Ghost Bird. I won't go into detail about its parameters. I'll just mention a few important ones. Its maximum flight speed is Mach 3.08, and it can fly continuously for an hour and a half at a speed of Mach 2.25. Its maximum range is 7,200 kilometers. The data that popped out of Li Jing's mouth instantly made the entire exhibition area quiet. Everyone was really stunned. If this was true, wouldn't the fighter plane in front of them become the strongest fighter plane known? Many people showed expressions of disbelief. Building a stealth fighter requires more than just a good engine. Li Jingguang knew what these people were thinking just by looking at their expressions. Zimo, Li Jing suddenly said. Zimo, who was on guard at the side, immediately stood at attention, turned right, and saluted Li Jing. General, Li Jing pointed at the Ghostbird fighter jet parked on the lawn and said, You go. Chapter 90 what? Do you have any objections? Zimo saluted Li Jing again, walked towards the Ghostbird fighter, and climbed into the cabin neatly. This action stunned everyone present. Some of them didn't understand what Li Jing wanted to do. Did he want to give them a flying show? When everyone was puzzled, suddenly there was a roar of the Ghostbird's engine, and then a cover was seen lifted up on the back of the aircraft behind the cockpit. At this time, the roar of the engine became louder and louder. Suddenly, everyone present couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open, because the circular nozzle at the tail of the Ghost Bird fighter suddenly rotated downward and aimed at the ground. Fuck, is this a vertical takeoff and landing? At the same time, in the airspace hundreds of kilometers away from Shanghai, a giant Kuan transport plane was speeding towards Shanghai City. Inside the transport plane, Yun Xiao was concentrating in front of a computer. When he saw the Ghost Bird take off from the spot, he stood up suddenly and shouted, "My goodness, how many good things did this Bradley Jean hide that he managed to bring out this thing? Quick, notify the radar unit and keep an eye on him. I want to see how powerful this fighter is." After Yun Xiao calmed down, he quickly gave orders with a hint of excitement in his words. Sitting next to Yun Xiao was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s. His square face was full of resoluteness, and he had the temperament of a typical soldier. At this moment, he was staring at the screen intently. It was not until a long time had passed that he raised his head and looked at Yun Xiao and said, "Master Yun, I have to say this fighter called Ghost Bird is really good. Look." The middle-aged man pointed at the screen and said, "It took less than 10 seconds for this plane to take off and fly. Report, the radar information has been received." At this moment, an officer suddenly reported loudly. Yun Xiao and the middle-aged man didn't bother to talk for a moment and hurried over. The officer quickly pointed to a light spot on the radar and said, "Commander, this is the source of the reflected signal from the Ghost Bird fighter." Then he said in amazement, "Its signal reflection cross-section is only the size of a grain of rice. It's incredible. If we didn't know the location in advance, we wouldn't have found him at all." Yun Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this, and he suddenly said, "Can you lock it?" The officer was stunned, and the middle-aged man standing next to him also said in surprise, "General Yun, this is not good. Shining radar on the enemy is the same as declaring war." Yun Xiao didn't care and said, "How can it be so serious? Since it's a new fighter, what's wrong with having a duel? Have you all forgotten the truth that practice leads to true knowledge? Let's get started." Yun Xiao's tone left no room for doubt, so naturally no one spoke up to object. The officer immediately became busy, but then his brows furrowed. "Report to the commander. The fire control radar we deployed nearby cannot lock onto the target at all." At the moment the officer spoke, the light spot on the radar suddenly disappeared. The officer was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly operated it. But after a long time, he still didn't find any signal, and a frustrated look appeared on his face. "Commander, the Ghost Bird should be equipped with an advanced jamming system that can actually block radar signals." Seeing this, Yun Xiao was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seemed that we really came to the right place this time." At the exhibition, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Ghost Bird fighter jet that rushed straight into the sky from the grass. The moment the Ghost Bird fighter jet soared into the sky, it roared directly toward the northwest and turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye. But then the black spot quickly enlarged. The Ghost Bird fighter jet had actually turned and flew back in the air, whizzing past only a dozen meters above the ground. Just like a tornado passing through, with grass clippings flying and dust everywhere. "Huh." Li Jin spat out the dust that was splashed up and cursed Zemo in his heart for his show-off nature coming out again. He would definitely teach him a lesson when he got back. Just then, Zemo flew over in a Ghost Bird fighter jet, stopped in midair, and then descended very neatly and stopped again. The entire process from takeoff to landing took only a few minutes, but the audience was mesmerized. But some people's faces look very bad. Their faces are so gloomy that they can be used as the bottom of a pot. Li Jin looked at these people with vigilant expressions, and a hint of sneer flashed in his eyes. The reason why he made such a big fuss about this was to tell these people, whatever they have, Li Jin also has, so don't treat bean buns as dry food. Thinking of this, Li Jin felt that he should add fuel to the fire. He immediately walked to a nearby fighter plane covered with cloth and had it removed. There was actually an armed helicopter inside. But when the audience saw the appearance of this helicopter, they were stunned. "Isn't this Meijiang's AH-64 attack helicopter?" Li Jin looked at the people who gathered around him and said with a smile, "This is a new heavy-duty armed helicopter produced by Kyushu Heavy Industry. Bald Eagle E-type attack helicopter." As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, An extremely angry voice rang out. Li Jin, this seems to be our Manga Empire's helicopter, right? You are a blatant thief. Shameless. I'm going to sue you. Li Jin turned his head to look at the white man who was speaking, only to see that the man was looking at him angrily, with fire almost coming out of his eyes. It seemed that if there was no one blocking him, he would have wanted to come over and scratch Li Jin a few times. Li Jin didn't seem angry. Instead, he took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, "This gentleman is right. This is indeed from the Manga Empire, and it is the most advanced E-model. However, this gentleman accused me of stealing, and I don't agree with that. Look carefully, this is the authorization letter XS Company gave me. That is to say, I can produce as much as I want and sell to whomever I want." Li Jin's slightly arrogant tone almost choked the man who had just spoken. He looked at Li Jin with fiery eyes and wanted to speak again. Unexpectedly, Li Jin's face suddenly darkened and he pulled the man over. The man was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. Li Jin had no intention of showing sympathy and kicked him directly. The white man was kicked on the shoulder and screamed. Li Jin kicked the white man several times, causing him to shrink into a ball. He then stopped and said coldly, "I'm smiling at you, not to let you get ahead of me. How dare you question me? I think you're tired of living." At the end of his speech, Li Jin raised his leg and kicked the white man again, causing him to scream in pain. The gangster-like appearance made the people around him stunned. Just then, Li Jin raised his head and looked at the strange looks around him and couldn't help but sneer. "Why? Do you have any objections?" Chapter 91, the Manga people are going to cause trouble. Li Jin didn't have such a good temper towards these foreigners. You really think you are the boss? Many of the foreigners surrounding him had ulterior motives to begin with, and when they saw Li Jin's murderous eyes, they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. They knew very well who the person in front of them was. The Chinese people who were pushed to the back looked at the foreigners who were treated like grandsons by Li Jinshuan, and who were actually listening and bowing their heads one by one, with incredible expressions on their faces. Li Jin looked at the foreigners who were silent as a mouse, smiled, walked directly to a plane, lifted the tarpaulin. When they saw an armed helicopter inside, the people around them widened their eyes again, and then they heard Li Jin say with a smile, "This is the AH-1Z attack helicopter, also the latest version. We also call it the Viper." After saying that, he walked to a plane that was even bigger than the White Swan and lifted the tarpaulin, revealing a Galaxy strategic transport plane. Li Jin was enthusiastically explaining the parameters of the weapon and even invited the audience to visit. Little did they know, someone on the other side of the ocean is about to explode with rage. The Empire of Melica. In a meeting room in the president's palace, Joseph's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. Fuck. What on earth is going on? Who on earth did this? These damn guys should go to hell. Fuck. The dog hit. Joseph's roar echoed throughout the conference room until he could no longer breathe, and then he sat down on the sofa. After a while, seeing that Joseph was no longer angry, an official stepped forward and said, "Mr. T, we have already investigated thoroughly and found that all the companies involved have indeed sold the relevant technology patent licenses. But that was all decades ago." Decades ago? Joseph looked stunned, and then he heard the official continue. "Just like XS Company, the license they transferred includes all of their company's weapons and equipment. No matter at that time or in the future, whoever gets this license has the right to produce and sell them. It's pretty much the same at other companies." Joseph was a little confused at this time. Had these companies gone crazy? Especially for arms companies, isn't this kind of licensing putting themselves on the stove? The official then continued. Moreover, the government at the time also agreed to it. As for the specific reason, all the people who participated in it have died, so we have no way of knowing it now. If it weren't for Li Jin, these files might still be piled up in the corner of the warehouse. The official finally took out a large stack of yellow documents and placed them next to Joseph. Joseph frowned as he looked at the documents on the table. If it were someone else, he would not worry too much. By this time, I'm afraid his aircraft carrier strike group has already passed by. But this crazy guy Li Jin was a problem. He was not ready to exchange Big Ivan with this guy. Besides, even if he wants to throw it, the big guys behind the scenes will step forward to stop him. This situation, which was neither right nor left, immediately gave Joseph a headache. Sudden, Joseph's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about their ancestral specialty. "Mr. Bowles, Notify everyone immediately that no country is allowed to provide crude oil or refined oil to the Han and Tang Islands. The official who spoke earlier, Bors, was stunned, and then said with some embarrassment, "Mr. T, this may be difficult. Some evil countries may not listen to us." Joseph knew what Bors wanted to say, and said confidently, "Just pass on this message. I'll take care of the rest." After saying that, he turned to look at Willis beside him and said, "Chief of Staff Willis, send out all our aircraft carrier battle groups and tell the outside world that it's a military exercise. Their mission is to not allow even a drop of oil to land on the Han and Tang Islands." Willis quickly stood up and said, "Yes, Mr. T." Joseph continued seriously, "Tell the Navy to forbid them from approaching the Han and Tang Islands. They must keep at least 1,000 nautical miles away." Willis nodded. "What if their fleet comes out?" Yozel said calmly, "Then destroy him." Now, it was Willis's turn to be a little worried. Will this cause a crazy backlash from Li Jin? Joseph said with an unchanged expression, "All struggles are mad attempts on the brink of war. No one knows when the war will break out. It all depends on who can afford to play." At this moment, Joseph was extremely calm, completely different from the furious man just now. What Li Jin did has touched the bottom line of the Manga Empire. As the overlord of the world, the Manga Empire will never allow any signs of surpassing them to appear. Not at all. Even if it means starting a war, we will do it. He was just trying to see, what on earth will this crazy guy Li Jin do? As for whether a nuclear bomb will really be dropped on the Manga Empire, Joseph no longer cared. After all, he was not the first to start the fight, and he could explain it to the country. As for casualties and losses, in his opinion, all necessary losses are within an acceptable range, as long as the goal is achieved. After all, if he doesn't take immediate action, he will lose his position. Joseph's eyes gradually became deeper. "Bors, I think you should make contact with the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun. You can tell them that as long as they can eliminate Li Jin, all the shackles on them will be gone." Joseph's words caused a sudden silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at Joseph in astonishment. Did their boss's brain get struck by lightning? The Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is a brutal wolf, but this is a well-known fact. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to myself to open the shackles of this evil wolf at this time? Joseph looked at Willis and the others who looked puzzled, picked up a glass of red wine with a smile, took a sip, and said, "Gentlemen, this is not something we should worry about. We are only responsible for loosening the chain. As for other things, I believe there are many people who are more anxious than us. The East is too quiet. It's time to add fuel to the fire." Mr. T, what if the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun pretends to obey, but actually disobeys? Willis suddenly asked. The Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is a cunning wolf, and may not be willing to serve as their pawn. Upon hearing this, Yozel sneered. Do they have the right to refuse? They're just a pug now, not a wolf yet. If he doesn't listen, he will be obedient after a beating. Just when the Manga Empire was planning to cause trouble, Li Jin had already met Yin Xiao. In the lounge of the exhibition hall, Li Jin looked at the smiling old man in front of him and was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at his epaulets. The 4 bright gold stars made Li Jin's eyes narrow immediately. The two just stared at each other. An invisible pressure made the others in the lounge suddenly feel a little difficult to breathe, and their expressions became cautious. Chapter 92, Assassination. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly weird, Yin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, strode directly to Li Jin, extended his hand enthusiastically, and said, "General Li, I have heard your name so well, and now it seems that your reputation is well-deserved." Li Jin also reacted at this time, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yin Xiao. As for the etiquette between soldiers, both of them seemed to have forgotten it. After all, as a general of the empire, it was somewhat inappropriate for Yin Xiao to salute Li Jin, the lord of a vassal. As for Li Jin, he hadn't figured out Yin Xiao's purpose yet, and had no intention of getting close to him, so he simply shook hands, thus avoiding embarrassment on both sides. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. After taking a seat, without waiting for Li Jin to ask, Yin Xiao couldn't wait to say, "Generally, we are all family, so I won't say anything empty. I came here for only one goal, and that is the engines you produced." And those planes. Yin Xiao's expression became extremely serious when he said this. "You also know our shortcomings. It can be said that what you have developed is a shot in the arm for us. I am here to thank you on behalf of the entire empire. Yin Zhao's series of compliments made Li Jin feel a little embarrassed for a moment. Fortunately, during this period of time, he has practiced and is no longer like a newbie who reveals all his emotions. A smile appeared on Li Jin's face. Master Yin, you were joking. I had no choice but to do this. My territory is far away overseas, and I don't have anything to sell. I can only make things myself and sell them for money. Otherwise, I will have no food to eat, not to mention supporting others. Well, I'm planning to ask Prime Minister Song for some relief money. Yin Xiao looked at Li Jin, who was crying poor in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He is not a robber, so how could he take Li Jin's things for free? He just wanted Li Jin to give him a bigger discount. Generally, could you please give us an engine to test first? Li Jin said without any hesitation. Of course, I can give you samples of whatever you want. As for other questions, how about we discuss them after you have finished testing? The smile on Yin Zhao's face became deeper and deeper, and he slapped the table and said, Okay, that's refreshing. Then I won't be polite. I want one of everything you exhibit today. Li Jin smiled and said, Of course you can. It just so happens that I'm too lazy to transport these things back, so I'll just give them all to you. For a moment, everyone was happy. Just then, Lin Keqing walked in. General, a member of the royal family of the Allah Empire wants to see you. Li Jin was stunned. What did this group of rich people want to do? Just when Li Jin wanted to let them in, the middle-aged man who had been sitting next to Yin Xiao and had been silent all of a sudden spoke up. General Li, some things are very sensitive. I advise you to think it over before selling them. Li Jin was about to speak when he was startled. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man, but his expression was a little cold. The man in front of him was not unfamiliar to Li Jin, who had learned basic common sense about various countries. However, Li Jin had no intention of giving him face and said coldly, Commander Yin, what a coincidence. I hate it most when someone tells me what to do. The more some people don't want me to do something, the more I like to do it. Yin Xiao, who was sitting in the middle, saw that things were going to get worse, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Yin, this is General Li's own business. Have you forgotten our consistent position? The Han and Tang Islands were vassal states with a high degree of autonomy. Even Yin Xiao, the great general of the empire, could only explain his feelings to Li Jin and could not give orders to him, let alone Yin Tianqian. Yin Tianqian wanted to get angry, but seeing his boss's serious look, he could only hold his breath and sit down, no longer paying attention to Li Jin. Yin Xiao then looked at Li Jin and said with a smile, General Li, General Yin is a pure soldier. He knows nothing about politics and does not understand the rules here. Please do not be surprised. Since Yin Xiao had said so, Li Jin naturally would not hold on to her and said with a smile, No problem. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately eased. Yin Xiao saw that things were almost done and stood up and said, Generally, you go ahead and do your work. We'll take our leave now. Yin Xiao took Yin Tianqian out of the meeting room. Yin Tianqian said with some dissatisfaction, General Yin, this Li Jin is too unruly. After all, we are his superiors, but he has this attitude. Yin Xiao turned his head and looked at Yin Xiao. Shangwan, why do you think you can be someone's superior? What do we give Li Jin when he was in the most difficult time? What do we help him with? People's hearts are mutual. Do you understand? Besides, Li Jin is not a fool. He knows what he is doing. Remember, he is from Kyushu. After Yin Xiao finished speaking, he left first, leaving Yin Tianqian alone to savor the food. At the same time, in the exhibition hall meeting room, Li Jin was meeting with a bearded man wearing a white turban. As soon as the bearded man came in, he shook Li Jin's hand enthusiastically and said impatiently, General, we hope to purchase your weapons and equipment. Are you interested in engaging in foreign trade? Li Jin looked at the extremely generous bearded man in front of him and thought that if he didn't make money, he would be a bastard. He naturally had no intention of pushing the money away and immediately said with a smile, Of course there is no problem in selling it, but the price is... Before Li Jin finished speaking, the bearded man interrupted him and said, General Li, money is not a problem. The two hit it off immediately, and Li Jin immediately walked out of the lounge with his big beard, intending to go to the venue to see the finished product. Be careful. Just as the two of them walked out of the lounge, Zemo suddenly flew over and stood in front of Li Jin. Bang! Chapter 93, Looking for Trouble? Bang! While Li Jin was stunned, Zemo flashed in front of him. At that moment, Zemo had already pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 gunshots were heard. Li Jin was instantly awakened and looked forward. About 20 meters away from him, a man was lying in a pool of blood. In the man's hand, a black thing was particularly conspicuous. Li Jin's eyes immediately turned cold. At this time, dozens of guards surrounding him rushed over and protected Li Jin. Li Jin took a deep breath. His complexion quickly returned to normal, and he turned to the pale, bearded man and said, "Your Highness Abu Babi, I still have things to deal with here. I think you should send someone to my territory to discuss the matter we just discussed." The bearded man was already frightened at this point and was no longer in the mood to talk business. He nodded quickly and left in a hurry under the protection of a large number of guards. "Seal off the entire exhibition," Li Jin ordered coldly. Zemo turned around and left immediately after hearing this. Li Jin then walked towards a man lying on the ground. Lying in the pool of blood was a yellow-skinned young man in his early 20s, who was shot right in the center of the forehead by Zemo. "Can you tell who it is?" As soon as Li Jin opened his mouth, a guard immediately followed and began to check carefully. "General, this man must have received strict military training. There is no other suspicious items on him, so his specific identity cannot be determined." Li Jin frowned. There were many yellow-skinned people in the world, but few of them wanted to cause trouble for him, and few of them had the ability to do so. He now thought of 2 forces. One is from the Zhao family. One is the Lion people. The other small fry either have no grudges against them or simply don't have the ability. Just as Li Jin was guessing in his heart, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Li Jin couldn't help but turn his head to look. It was Yun Xiao who hurried over. When Yun Xiao saw that Li Jin was safe and sound, his originally solemn expression suddenly relaxed. "It's all right. It's all right." Li Jin found Yun Xiao extremely nervous and found a little funny, but also a little touched. Yun Xiao didn't bother to greet Li Jin at this time and directly said to Yin Tianchen behind him, "Xiao Yin, you have to go there in person and find out who did it. How dare you do these things in our Kyushu Empire?" Yin Xiao said angrily that what happened today was simply a slap in his face. While the two were talking, people from the Shanghai Public Security Bureau arrived, led by a middle-aged man in his 30s. But the middle-aged man did not look at the murderer on the ground, but walked straight towards Li Jin, staring at Zemo behind Li Jin with a cold face, and said, "You are suspected of illegal possession of a gun. Come with us." The middle-aged man's arrogant look made Li Jin stunned for a moment, and then his eyes narrowed. Yun Xiao, who was standing next to him, obviously hadn't expected such a situation to happen, and his face immediately darkened. "Why don't you, the people from the Public Security Bureau, arrest General Li's guards instead of the criminals? What on earth do you want to do? Want to rebel?" What surprised Yun Xiao was that the middle-aged man in front of him did not show any sign of fear. Instead, he looked at Yun Xiao calmly and said, "General Yun, I know you are in a high position and have great power, but please do not forget the iron laws of the Empire." Yun Xiao frowned immediately and looked the middle-aged man up and down. "Do you know me?" The middle-aged man said calmly, "Of course I know you. You are the pillar of the Empire. My uncle often mentions you in front of us young people." Yun Xiao suddenly realized something. "No wonder you look familiar. You are from the Zhao family." When Li Jin heard Yun Xiao talking about the Zhao family, he immediately understood that it was Zhao Yue's family who came to call him to account. "Since you know who I am, don't you know General Li's identity?" Yun Xiao said with a gloomy face. He had also heard about Li Jin and the Zhao family. In his opinion, a woman like Zhao Yue could be beaten at will. If such a vicious woman was his daughter, he would have strangled her to death long ago. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Jin and said calmly, "General Li is in a high position of power, so he naturally dare not. But this person fired a gun at the exhibition without permission, endangering the safety of the public. Our Public Security Bureau has the right to take him back for investigation." Li Jin looked at the aggressive middle-aged man and immediately smiled. He stretched out his hand to stop Yun Xiao, who was about to speak, and slowly walked up to the middle-aged man. "Are you looking for trouble with me?" The middle-aged man said with a cold face, "I am performing official duties." "Yeah." Li Jin sneered and said nothing, and asked Zemo, who followed closely. "Zemo, what crime would it be if someone pointed a gun at this general?" Zemo stared at the middle-aged man and said slowly, "Anyone who threatens the general's safety will be executed on the spot. Bang! Upon hearing this, Li Jin raised his hand and slapped the middle-aged man in the face. The middle-aged man never expected Li Jin to suddenly take action. He was slapped in the face and fell in a circle. He staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. The middle-aged man touched his swollen face with a confused look on his face. His eyes immediately became sinister. Without thinking, he reached for the pistol at his waist. Just as he drew out his gun and pointed it at Li Jin, bang! A gunshot rang out immediately, and a bloody hole immediately appeared between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, and it went straight down. At this time, Li Jin did not look happy, but said angrily, "Yin Shuai, you saw it too. A mere sheriff actually dared to attack me with a gun. I hope you can give me an explanation, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he turned around and left angrily. Yin Xiao looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with his eyes open and couldn't help shaking his head. This is probably what they mean by stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Master Yin, this Li Jin is a smart man. He turned the passive situation into active one without realizing it. You don't look like a young boy at all. Yin Tianchen couldn't help but sigh. In fact, the middle-aged man did nothing wrong in sitting there. It was also understandable that he fired a gun in a public place and took Zimo away for investigation, but he overlooked one thing. In this world, it is not the rules that determine, but strength. He thought no one dared to kill him, but he didn't expect that in the eyes of others, he was just a small ant. This is not. Even if someone steps on you to death, you still want to blame them, saying that you stepped on their foot. Although Yin Tianchen was indignant at Li Jin's arrogance, he had to admit that Li Jin had the power to overturn the table. This time, the Zhao family was in trouble. He looked at Yin Xiao again, who had a gloomy face. I'm afraid that this time, not only Li Jin, but even the big boss Yin Xiao has been offended by them. Xiaoyan, how is your investigation going? Chapter 94 Counterattack. Yin Tianchen's expression suddenly became serious, and he shook his head and said, "No clues were found. In the entire industrial expo, this person was only spotted in front of the surveillance camera of Jojo Group. It is obvious that this person knows everything about the exhibition hall and planned it long ago. It didn't come in through formal channels. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to have this personal information." So, Yin Tianchen did not continue. Yun Zhao's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's leave this matter to the local public security office. We'd be breaking the rules if we investigate further. By the way, keep a close watch on the nearby garrisons. We must not allow such incidents as the Jinghai Marquis Mansion to happen again." At the same time, Li Jin had already returned to the lounge with a group of guards. Zimo stepped forward and said, "General, we should leave here immediately." Li Jin nodded and said, "Notify the airport to get ready. We will leave here immediately." He is not a fool. He knows the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Knowing that there is danger, he still stays here like a fool to seek revenge himself. Isn't this obviously delivering food to others? Even if he claims to be the protagonist and can turn anything into a blessing, what if he isn't? What does it mean to show off one's strength? Only when you return to your home ground and can control everything. That's it. Otherwise, it will just become a tragedy in the eyes of others. Shanghai Airport. Yin Xiao watched Li Jin's private plane take off under the escort of 5 Ghostbird fighter jets, and he heaved a sigh of relief. This troublemaker is finally gone. After all, Li Jin's madness is obvious to all. Who wouldn't be afraid after seeing it? If something unexpected happens again, it will be strange if there is no big chaos. Master Yin. At this time, Yin Tianchen hurried over and whispered in Yin Zhao's ear. There are unusual movements of the garrison near Jiangzhou. Yin Zhao's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, "The Zhao family is playing with fire." Mr. Dongshan is so wise, yet he gave birth to such a fool. Yin Tianchen showed a strange look in his eyes and said meaningfully, "Yin Shuai, do you think this is a good opportunity?" Yin Zhao's body paused, his eyes suddenly became profound, and after a long while he uttered, "Everything depends on your majesty." But Yin Xiao suddenly changed the subject and looked at Yin Tianchen deeply. "Xiao Yin, you must remember one thing. A big tree attracts the wind, and a single tree cannot support itself." Yin Tianchen was stunned. As the son of an ordinary farmer, he could become the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Navy. In addition to outstanding abilities, there is also Yun Zhao's appreciation. He can be said to be a pure soldier. But because of this, I'm like a novice when it comes to certain things. Everything is foggy, and I have no idea what it makes sense. Yin Shui, what on earth do you mean? Tell me. In the special plane conference room, Li Jin sat on the sofa, holding a cup of Jianlibo in his hand, lost in thought. General, Zima walked quickly to Li Jin. Hearing the noise, Li Jin couldn't help but look up and asked, "Did you find any clues?" Zima replied in a serious tone. "The Imperial Intelligence Department just sent us a report that the man shot dead by Captain Lin was a Meliga of the Fiery Sun descent. Everything else is pretty much the same." Li Jin paused while holding the cup and said to himself, "Really?" Then he looked at Zimo. "Zimo, what do you think?" Zimo said seriously, "General, maybe this person's identity is real, but there must be an insider in the venue. Otherwise, how could he sneak into the heavily guarded venue?" When Li Jin heard Zimo's analysis, a smile appeared on his face, but it was a little cold, so cold that it made people shiver. "Zimo, please send an official letter to Prime Minister Song for me. Tell him directly that we have already found out that it was the Zhao family who colluded with the Liang people to assassinate me, Li Jin. The Zhao family must give me an explanation." Snort. A member of the Zhao family who didn't know what he was doing dared to show off in front of him. They even dared to ignore Yin Xiao. One can imagine how arrogant this Zhao family is. The more Li Jin thought about it, the angrier he became. It felt like there was a huge rock blocking his chest, and he couldn't feel better until he spoke it out. "Oh shit, you dare to cause trouble for me. How can I let you live in peace?" He really wanted to see whether Li Yi and the others thought he was more important, or the Zhao family was more important. Of course. How could such a small action calm Li Jin down? Then he gave the order. "Zimo, go and pass on my order immediately. Order Price to lead the task force to the Zhao family immediately. Kill anyone you see." "Yes, General. Also, send more people to protect Keqing." Li Jin warned with some concern. In his opinion, these shameless guys could do anything. In the northwest of the empire, at the gate of a certain university, Liang Yuan was directing several plainclothes soldiers to set up the recruitment booth. Liang Tao suddenly ran to Liang Yuan excitedly, handed the tablet in her hand to her, and said, "Sister, look." Liang Yuan took it and took a look with a puzzled look on his face. He was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be a news report about the Han and Tang Islands. She quickly scrolled down and found that all the posts were news about the Han and Tang Islands. She opened one of the most popular posts, which was a video account called Empire Observation. I heard the host inside introducing it vividly. The Han and Tang Islands, formerly known as the Ryder Islands, are located in the western Pacific Ocean. The area of the islands is the only overseas vassal of the empire, the current governor, Li Jin. The video introduces a lot of things, and then broadcasts the Shanghai Industrial Expo. Not only did he play the promotional video played by Li Jin, but he also gave a detailed explanation of what Jiuzhou Group was displaying. Liang Yuan took a look and saw that the number of viewers reached tens of millions, with millions of comments alone, all of which were filled with amazement. "Wow, there's such a beautiful place in the empire. I must go and see it someday. Hantang Islands. What is this place? Why haven't I heard of it before? Holy shit, this place is so small. It's not even as big as our city." Liang Yuan couldn't help but smile. She was just worried that the Han and Tang Islands were not famous enough, and she might not be able to recruit any people. It's okay now. It became a big hit right away. I'm afraid they don't have to do anything and lots of people will come. Really? Just as Liang Yuan thought. As soon as they put up the sign of Han and Tang Islands, students gathered around them. A pretty girl who looked very lively pointed at the sign of Han and Tang Islands with a surprised look on her face and said, "Beauty, let me ask you, is the Han and Tang Islands you wrote about here the same as the one on TV?" Liang Yuan quickly stood up with a smile on his face and said, "Classmate, we are from the Han and Tang Islands." The pretty girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't wait to ask, "Is Jiuzhou Group recruiting?" Liang Yuan nodded and said, "It's Jiuzhou Group, but Jiuzhou Group has more than a dozen subgroups. Today, Jiuzhou Power, Jiuzhou Precision, and the Han and Tang Governor's Office's City Affairs Department and Water Affairs Department are recruiting staff." When Liang Yin mentioned the positions he was recruiting, especially the last two positions, the eyes of the young men and women who had gathered around him lit up, and someone immediately asked eagerly, "You're still hiring public servants?" Chapter 95, Temptation. Liang Yuan looked at the eagerly waiting college students and raised his voice. "Students, the Han and Tang Islands are newly built and have a lot of work to do. We tell you clearly that more than half of the dozens of departments under the Han and Tang Islands Governor's Office are vacant. You should have heard about it in the news. The Han and Tang Governor's Office is on the same level as the states of the empire. I don't need to say much about the value of these positions. Maybe tomorrow you will rise to great heights and bring honor to your family." Liang Yuan guided patiently. To be honest, what Liang Yuan said was a bit conservative. Except for the chief officer's office, the entire Han and Tang Governor's Office was actually just an empty shell, without even a single person to be seen. However, these young college students did not know this. When they heard that they could work in the governor's office, they immediately became excited. The first girl who spoke quickly asked, "Beautiful sister, can I sign up?" Liang Yuan nodded immediately and said, "Of course, this is a rare opportunity. Maybe you can enter the governor's mansion without an interview. If you miss this opportunity, you may not be able to do so in the future." Everyone present was already a college student, so they naturally knew what Liang Yuan meant. It was just that the early bird catches the worm. "I'll sign up. I'll sign up." For a moment, the college students surrounding the recruitment point didn't even bother to ask about the salary. They raised their hands and shouted, fearing that they would miss this opportunity. Seeing such an enthusiastic response, Liang Yuan smiled so hard that his eyes almost narrowed, and he quickly raised his hand and said, "Students, be quiet. Be quiet." After saying it several times, the noisy voices around him gradually calmed down. At this time, the news that the Han and Tang Islands came to the school to recruit people had spread throughout the university. Especially after hearing that the recruits were all civil servants from the governor's office, countless people flocked to the school. The entire recruitment area was packed with people, at least 1,000 of them, and the number was still increasing. Even the school leaders were alarmed, and when they came out, they were overwhelmed by the flow of people at the school gate. Not to mention being squeezed, they couldn't even move. Liang Yuan naturally didn't know this, but he held a delicate pink trumpet and shouted, "Students, don't worry. Our governor's office is eager to recruit talents. You all have a chance. Now let me tell you about the welfare benefits of the Han and Tang Islands. First, if any student can convince his or her family or 3 or more families to settle in the Han and Tang Islands, they will have the opportunity to work in the governor's office without taking an exam. If you can persuade more than 10 families to settle in the Han and Tang Islands, you will be given the opportunity to train as deputy department heads or above. The probation period is 3 months. If you are competent for the job, you will be officially appointed. Even if you don't pass the assessment, you can still work in the governor's office, but you can only start as an ordinary employee." As Liang Yuan gave his in-depth and easy-to-understand explanation, the college students surrounding him quieted down unconsciously and listened carefully with their ears stretched out, as if they were afraid of missing a word. "Assistant Liang, can I ask you a question?" Just when Liang Yuan was speaking excitedly, a handsome man wearing glasses in the front circle raised his hand high and said. Liang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course." The man with glasses quickly asked, "What I want to ask is, what do you mean by this room level?" Liang Yuan said, "I am here to explain to you the system of the Han and Tang Governor's Office. The highest place in the Han and Tang Islands is the Governor's Office, and below that are the offices, like the Chief's office where I work. Below that is the room or bureau. So the office level is almost equivalent to a county in the empire." Wow. The people in the audience were suddenly in an uproar, and then their eyes lit up. Liang Yuan quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Classmates, you can't help but worry that I won't have a place to live when I go there. General Li Jin, the governor of the Han and Tang Islands, has issued an order that as long as anyone is willing to move their family to the Han and Tang Islands, each household will be given a house of more than 100 square meters. After living there for 10 years, the resident will get the permanent ownership of the house. In addition, the governor's office will provide at least 2 jobs for each household, with a monthly salary of more than 8,000 yuan. Also, according to the latest decree signed by the governor of the Han and Tang Islands, all residents of the Han and Tang Islands who pay for medical and social security will enjoy the right to free universal medical care and free 12 years of education for all children on the island." Liang Yuan paused for a moment, took a breath, looked at the students whose expressions were already somewhat dull, and continued. Of course, you don't have to worry about people who don't pay Social Security not being able to enjoy these conveniences. The Han and Tang Islands will provide free medical care to all people under 18 and over 45. Liang Yuan finished the rest of his words in one breath, and the entire school entrance was silent. Free house, free medical care, free education. Everyone present was stunned, as if they were dreaming. After a long time, an unbelievable voice came from the crowd. Is this all true? Liang Yuan pointed to the large screen behind him and said, Students, today I will introduce you to a brand new international metropolis, Han Tang City. As soon as Liang Yuan finished speaking, a modern metropolis with tall buildings appeared on the screen. As the picture kept flashing, residential areas, business districts, large entertainment venues, hospitals, schools, etc. appeared one by one. There are also beaches that are more beautiful than those in a certain place, endless forests, and snow-capped mountains and rivers. It is so fascinating that no one would have thought that such a small island could have so many amazing sights. Everyone, what you see on the screen is Han Tang City, the capital of the Han Tang Islands. Liang Yuan introduced it with some pride, a pearl standing tall in the Pacific Ocean. This is a rare opportunity. You might as well go back and discuss it. Maybe you are the one standing on the cusp of the wind and soaring to the sky. Our contact information is on the screen. If you are willing, you can email us directly. We will reply to you within 24 hours. We will have a special plane to pick you up at the designated location at that time. A dozen days later, Han and Tang Islands, governor's office. Li Jin was sitting in his office dealing with, playing games. No way. There are only 18,000 people in the entire Han and Tang Islands, and there are simply not that many things for him to deal with. Out of boredom, he can only find some entertainment for himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. The reward has been transferred to the system space. Please check it. Chapter 96, The Murderous Intention suddenly arises. Li Jin's body suddenly paused, his face full of astonishment. Are Liang Yuan and the others so powerful? Have you recruited enough people so quickly? For the moment, he didn't care about what game to play and quickly opened the system screen. Ding! Please be informed, host, because of exceeding the task target, the system reward will be doubled. System mission number 10 rewards. 1. 20,000 tons of super hybrid rice, Lanya rice seeds. Note, the yield per mu is at least 5,000 gene. 2. Material supply package. Large-scale food processing base, environmentally friendly and pollution-free offshore steel plant. Annual output of 10 million tons of steel. An undersea iron mine with exploitable reserves of 24 billion tons, an offshore mining platform, and an annual mining output of 100 million tons. Offshore oil and gas exploration and production base. Daily production of 12 million barrels of crude oil and 2 billion cubic meters of natural gas. Environmentally friendly and pollution-free petroleum and natural gas chemical base. 12 million barrels of crude oil processed daily. In addition, there are mechanical equipment manufacturing bases, pharmaceutical bases, chemical bases, and precision instrument manufacturing bases. Remark: please be informed that, except for the pharmaceutical base, other factories are only staffed with technicians, senior management, and teaching staff. Ordinary employees and middle and low-level managers need to be recruited by the host itself. 3. 72 Quinjet transport aircraft, Marvel World. Sent. This time it really worked. Although this time the system was only for his factory and he still needed to recruit most of the staff, it improved the industrial chain of the Han and Tang Islands. What made him regretful was that the system did not give him a shipyard. Ding, please be informed, host, the 11th system task has been released. Mission 11, The Mastermind. Please find out the murderers who assassinated you and give them the punishment they deserve. You will be rewarded with 1. The area of any island under the host will increase by 5416 square kilometers. Note, the gift of land is random and cannot be changed. 2. A shipbuilding base. Note, the system gives it away randomly. Li Jin laughed immediately. This system is really considerate. Whatever you think comes true. Then his brows began to frown, whether it was the Liang kingdom or the Zhao family. This was a bit tricky for Li Jin, so he wanted to throw a few Big Ivans to put into it. But Big Ivan, you don't need it to be a deterrent. If you throw this thing away all the time, it will become a common sight. By then, no matter how cautious others are, they will not just watch you throw things, for fear that they will follow your example, and one day the world might cease to exist. Li Jin is now considered a vested interest, so naturally he has to maintain world peace. To put simply, I can throw it, but you can't. Dare to throw? Beat you to death. Li Jin took a deep breath and suppressed the hormones brought by the reward. Then he stood up and walked out. He has no plans to open up the factory now. The Han and Tang Islands are too small to accommodate so many industrial facilities. Zimo, who was standing outside the office, walked in immediately. General, what do you want? Go and urge the Imperial Cabinet to give me a reply as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will take measures myself. Li Jin can't care about so many things now. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, he doesn't mind clearing out these two hostile forces together. Yes, General. Zimo agreed, but before he could turn around, Songhai hurried over. General, an official letter just arrived from the territory office. They have already found out that the attack was entirely caused by the Liang people. Now, they have arrested all the Liang people involved and will hand them over to us soon. Li Jin frowned. What else? Seeing that Li Jin was a little unhappy, Songhai quickly said, also, there are indeed loopholes in the Industrial Expo, which gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Shanghai has already dealt with all the relevant personnel in accordance with regulations. Boom! Li Jin suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. We're the Zhao family. He just didn't believe that the Zhao family was not implicated. Not knowing what was going on, Li Jin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and even a little embarrassed. It turns out that he really overestimated himself, maybe in the eyes of others. Actually, Li Jin is just an overseas native who is not worthy of being on the stage. If others don't want to play with him anymore, Li Jin suddenly finds that he has no way out. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Li Jin's eyes. With Price and the others around, it would be impossible for the Zhao family to escape unscathed. He wanted to see who would have the last laugh. General, just when Li Jin was getting angry, Liu came over quickly. Assistant Xiao just called, and someone in the southwest is recruiting workers by pretending to be from the Han and Tang Islands. Li Jin was stunned for a moment, and then the anger in his heart suddenly burst out, and he said angrily, Who is it? Li was also taken aback by Li Jin's anger and quickly said, General, they are from the kingdom of Putian. The one with kidney? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, and then his eyes narrowed, like a tiger about to hunt, exuding a dangerous aura. Has anyone been deceived? Liu quickly said, Yes, the local public security department has arrested all those guys who used our name. According to their account, 500 to 600 people have been deceived. Snort. Court death. Liu, go find Zhang Geng and ask him to send intelligence personnel to the Putian kingdom to find out the situation. Look who is so bold. Songhai, get the special forces ready. Move out as soon as we get the news. Rescue the people for me. By the way, let the Air Force practice that something, right? Carpet bombing. Don't be so fucking stupid. Tell the Air Force, tell them what I said. There's plenty of ammunition except for Big Ivan. They can throw whatever they want, as much as they want. I, Li, am not short of money. It must be said that Li Jin's promise was so powerful that Songhai's blood boiled after hearing it. He quickly raised his hand and saluted. Yes, General. At the same time, Manga Empire, Hutton City. In a building in the most central area of Houston, two white men are looking at a building opposite, which is the best place in the world for cancer treatment, Andrew Hospital. Team leader, I have already found out that there are more than 500 top experts in the entire Andrew Hospital, and as many as 40 to 50 of them are world-renowned. The leader, a plain middle-aged white man, heard this and pondered for a moment before saying, Since the general attaches so much importance to this mission, we must do it beautifully. The more people we invite, the better. Give the order immediately, and we will act at night to avoid any more trouble. Someone will pick us up when the time comes. Before I knew it, it was already night. A van slowly drove in front of the gate of a villa in the wealthy area of Houston. Chapter 97. Hiring is in progress. Squeak. As the sound of brakes was sounded, the van stopped on a corner street, not far from the villa, just avoiding a number of cameras on the street. The middle-aged white man who was stalking the building during the day jumped out of the car with a young white man. The middle-aged white man is Bolt, one of the elite intelligence personnel selected by Li Jin. He is currently the head of the 24th Action Team of the Intelligence Department of the Governor's Office. The young man behind him is one of the members of Bolt's action team. Bert, have Will and the others arrived? Bolt asked the young man as soon as he jumped out of the car. Bert said quickly, Will and the others are already on their way. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Hearing this, Bolt looked at his watch, then immediately took out a submachine gun from the car, put on his back, pressed the microphone in his ear, and said, Action. Then he took a running start, pressed his hands on the wall, and jumped over the low wall. After jumping into the small garden of the villa, Bolt rushed to the gate of the villa and pressed a piece of plasticine-like object on the door. Boom! An explosion as light as footsteps was heard, and the entire door of the villa was instantly blown to pieces. But, although people outside couldn't hear it, people in the quiet villa could hear it clearly. So, as soon as Bolt rushed in, he saw an old white man holding a shotgun walking out of the inner room. When the white old man saw Bolt, he immediately became nervous and wanted to raise his gun. I didn't want to be a step slower. Just as he raised his gun, Bolt rushed over. Bang! Bolt lifted the gun barrel directly and opened a big hole in the ceiling. Bolt then chopped the white old man with his hand. The old white man felt a black screen before his eyes and fainted. Bolt quickly supported the white man and said in the headset, Target number 17 has arrived. Then he and Bolt helped the old man walk out of the villa, and Bolt said as they walked, Bert, contact Will immediately and ask him to bring number 17's family members to meet us immediately. Yes, team leader. At the same time, in a villa not far from Bolt and his friends. Bang bang. Continuous gunshots rang out. A young white man hid at the door of the villa. He looked at the bullets flying out of the villa from time to time and couldn't help but frowned and said, Fuck, what's going on? Isn't this guy a doctor? Why is he so alert? A white man following behind the white man quickly said, This guy is one of the former Marines. Because of his superb medical skills, he was hired by Andrew Hospital with a large salary. The young white man couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. The Marine Corps? Snort. If you want to go against us, it will be useless even if General Maliga comes. Bobby, go and bring his wife and daughter here. I want to see if he is still so powerful. The young white man understood very well the arrogance of these Westerners. Even if Li Jin came to invite them in person, they might not look up to Li Jin. No, it should be that they look down on Orientals. They always think they are superior to others. If you ask them to work for Li Jin, I'm afraid these guys who have already made a lot of money may not be willing. This is also the reason why Li Jin resorted to such means, because these people really think they are so awesome. Always a high and mighty look. As for whether they will still cause trouble when they arrive at the Han and Tang Islands, Li Jin does not have a system that indulges people, but he has plenty of ways to keep them obedient. The white man nodded and immediately turned and left. Soon a group of white mothers and daughters were brought over. Although Westerners are extremely selfish, some of them are very caring towards their children. After a very sincere exchange, a burly Melika man walked out of the house with an unwilling look on his face. Just as he was leaving the house, he had no time to say a few words of unwillingness when he was hit to the ground by the butt of a gun by a young white man. Take away. Such things kept happening quietly all over the city of Hutton. Bolt and his team had already made a contingency plan. In fact, this kind of thing was not just happening in Hudon, but throughout the entire Meliga Empire. Han and Tang Islands. Song Hai came to Li Jin's office and put a document in front of Li Jin. General, Assistant Liang and his team have sent back the news. A total of 329,700 people have been recruited. Li Jin was stunned and said in disbelief, How much did you say? Song Hai quickly repeated again. General, a total of 329,700 people. Li Jin was immediately shocked. There were so many people. This was not a small number. Fortunately, he had already communicated with Song Lian, otherwise it would have been a real hassle. As for transportation, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Using a plane would definitely not work. Using a boat. Sudden, his eyes lit up. It was not easy to transport people. Not only passenger ships, but also transport ships and roll-on/roll-off ships could be used. Just talking about mixed cargo ships, any one of them can carry thousands of cars, and carrying tens of thousands of people is no problem at all. The only problem is accommodation. But Li Jin immediately put this thought aside. Although it is said that inner beauty is beauty, but how many people nowadays look at the inner qualities? Don't they all just look at the appearance? If he used a few transport ships to transport people, it would be like transporting piglets. I'm afraid that once we get to Hong Kong, there will be so many people who will back out. The situation overseas is very chaotic right now, with incidents like kidney failure happening all the time. So, a bright and beautiful appearance can actually stabilize people's hearts. Unfortunately, he is now in a state of disrepair. There are no crew members available at all. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake to buy a few cruise ships. Li Jin couldn't help but sigh, thought for a moment, and said, "Tell Yang Yuan to find a way to contact the shipping company and rent more cruise ships to help us transport the people back. The price and everything else can be negotiated." He is now anxious to use these people to enrich the Han and Tang Islands. As for money, it has no meaning to him anymore. At this time, Song Hai continued, "General, we have received a reply from the Liang Kingdom to the official letter we sent to them. They said we were slandering them, and they did not admit to any assassination at all. They also said that our actions have violated their reputation. Let the Imperial Cabinet give them an explanation." Li Jin immediately sneered. "Who dares to shit on his head now? General, our intelligence department has found some clues. These things are indeed related to the Zhao family, but they did not actually participate in it. They just opened the door for convenience. The main action is still carried out by the Liang people. However, there is the shadow of the Melaga people behind this, and the one responsible for the planning is Yuliana, Yozul's security assistant. The person in charge of this matter in the Kingdom of Liang is a senior officer of the Liang military, named Sato Kenji." Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold, and he uttered a word. Kill. Chapter 98, Tooth for Tooth. 10 days later, in a mysterious club in the Empire. At this time, on a high mountain opposite the club, two ghost-like figures were lying in a very secluded place on the top of the mountain. The burly man lying on the right looked at the Kyushu-style buildings stacked up on the mountain below and said with a sigh, "Lieutenant Riley, they chose a very hidden place. There is no place to snipe from. If the general hadn't equipped us with new weapons, unless we take the risk and get close to the club, we won't be able to complete the mission." Riley shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. Even if we use electromagnetic pulses to disrupt their electronic communications, let's throw the people down there into chaos. This place isn't that easy to get into. Use the life wave imaging device to see how many people are hiding in the dark. If you kill one person, the people nearby will know immediately. It's really hard for just the two of us to play." While the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from Riley's headset, making his face immediately become serious. He took out a super cool sniper rifle and aimed it at the villa below. Immediately afterwards, a light curtain appeared above the sniper rifle scope, allowing one to see the gate of the villa clearly. This thing is a good thing Li Jin got from Starship Troopers. Invasion, specially used to equip the snipers in his army. At the same time, just inside the gate of the villa, Zhao Jinwan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, was walking out of the building, talking and laughing with a very handsome man. If Li Jin were here, he would definitely recognize who this person is. If it isn't Li Yi's 14th son, Li Ti, then who else could it be? Your Highness the 14th, you don't have to worry too much. Since His Majesty didn't say anything, he definitely doesn't want to pursue the matter any further. It would have been fine if Zhao Jinwan hadn't said anything. But when he said that, Li Ti couldn't help but scratch her hair in annoyance. Damn it. What the hell was wrong with me at the time that I stabbed my second brother so many times? Li Ti was so frightened that he couldn't remember what happened at that time. He could only remember that his mind was full of anger, and he wanted to vent it hard. Then the scene in the hall happened. Li Ti was full of regret at this time. It seemed that she wanted to slap herself a few times, but she gestured with her hands a few times and finally did not do it. Why? Which great god did I offend to deserve this? Boom! The two walked down the stairs while talking. At this time, a luxury car was waiting for them. Just as Zhao Jinwan was about to say goodbye, a bullet whizzed in and hit Zhao Jinwan directly in the head. In an instant, just like a watermelon being hit, the entire head exploded and the flying blood splattered all over Li Ti. Li Ti was stunned for a moment. Looking at the blood and broken bones all over her body, she couldn't help but scream in shock. At the same time, there were countless gunshots across the empire, and at least many people in the Zhao family were affected. The kingdom of the fiery sun, the capital. At this time, the night was just receding and the sky was just beginning to brighten. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above a luxurious mansion in the center of the capital. Then several black dots fell down. At the same time, the air defense sirens in Liang capital blew loudly, but the black shadow whizzed away in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Boom! As a violent explosion sounded, the entire mansion was instantly blown to pieces amidst the billowing flames. Manga Empire, Nook City. Juliana, who was in her 40s, walked out of her villa in a cool outfit, with a blush on her face and eyes full of satisfaction. Right behind her was a white man in his 20s. As soon as Juliana walked out of the yard, she was stunned because there were already 3 men in black waiting for her. Juliana was shocked when she reacted, but she immediately relaxed her guard when she saw the skin colors of the 3 people. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Juliana with a cold expression, raised his hand and waved forward, and the 2 men, standing on both sides, immediately stepped forward to carry Juliana and walked forward. "What are you doing, The young white man spoke quickly when he saw Juliana being caught. The middle-aged man took out a pistol and hit the young white man's neck with the butt of the gun in front of his horrified eyes. The young white man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. "What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go now. Who are you anyway? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. Anything is fine." Juliana was already frightened and spoke without thinking. But the 3 men had no intention of paying any attention to her. They simply pulled Juliana's penis from her body, rolled it up with their hands, and stuffed it into her mouth. Woo-woo. Then he took out a black vest made of block-like objects and put on Juliana. Then they tied her up with ropes. In the face of Juliana's horrified expression, a man used a crossbow to shoot a rope over a tall street lamp nearby, and the 3 of them worked together to hang Juliana on it. Finally, he tied the rope tightly, turned around, and left. It was already late at night. The rich villa area is sparsely populated, and even if someone passes by, it is impossible for them to observe a broken street lamp, so naturally no one will notice Juliana hanging in the air. Before I knew it, it was already dawn the next day. With so many people around, someone would naturally notice a person hanging from a street lamp. After a while, a large number of police and rescue vehicles arrived, especially when they knew that the person hanging there was the Chief T's security assistant. Many media outlets even took action upon hearing the news. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, Juliana exploded with a loud bang, turning into a bloody rain. Han and Tang Islands, capital. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing mission number 11. The assessment level is ordinary, and the reward has been issued. Li Jin, who was resting in the massage chair, couldn't help but smile. No matter whether they were special forces soldiers or intelligence personnel, each of them had outstanding abilities, and no matter which one he picked out, he would not be disappointed. Really, the job was done so beautifully that he couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. But Li Jin's eyes immediately showed a trace of astonishment. The system seems unhappy today. Is he busy attending some activities? It's just such a small reward, while in the past, it was always doubled. Then he figured out the reason. Chapter 99 Raid. Why did the system suddenly give him an ordinary grade? Maybe it's because he was too conservative this time. It can only be regarded as clipping the Zhao family's wings, or stripping them of all their hair, but their fat bodies are still standing there conspicuously. But he shouldn't do anything too outrageous now, as there are so many things involved. The 300,000 immigrants alone prevented him from being too tough. He had to get his Han and Tang City up and running first. As for why he didn't find someone from abroad, Li Jin didn't want to find some foreigners, let alone some banana people to cause trouble for himself. Li Jin's main theme is kindness. So, he also carefully selected the destinations for selecting people in order to find more down-to-earth and hardworking people. As for those who want to climb up by flattering others, Li Jin just wants to say one thing: the Han and Tang Islands are their hell. Sigh softly. Li Jin immediately cheered up. At least he had caught all the bastards who tried to assassinate him, and the Zhao family had also been wiped out by him. As long as he can build Daqin Island, Li Jin's eyes slowly narrowed. Imperial capital, Zhao family residence. What did you say? The old man of the Zhao family, Zhao Gang, suddenly sat up from the sofa, his eyes wide open, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief. The middle-aged man was frightened and trembled, but he didn't dare not reply, so he could only stammer. Reply to the old man's words. The second young master was shot in Jiangzhou and died of serious injuries. Zhao Gang couldn't help shaking. Before he could say anything, an old man rushed in and said with a sad face, "Grandpa, it's bad. Our eldest grandson has been killed." Zhao Gang's head suddenly exploded, buzzing. At this moment, several more people rushed in and dealt Zhao Gang a fatal blow. "Old master, fourth master. Grandpa, my fourth grandson. Have to." Just with these few words, Zhao Gang's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body swayed again, and then he fell straight back. "Old master." There was an immediate panic cry in the living room. Time flies. 2 days later, Li Jin came to the beautiful new land that had been built by Wu Ziren and his team, standing on a specially designed cliff, looking at the surging sea thousands of feet below. "Boss Wu, where do you think I should put the island that the system gave me?" Wu Ziren, who was standing behind Li Jin, heard this and said, "General, we don't understand the truth. I only know that a 10,000-ton ship is much more stable than a small fishing boat in the sea. At least we won't be knocked over by the waves." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully, and then said this in his mind. The system's voice immediately sounded. "Ding, please inform the host that the island has been randomly selected. The reward is 8 outlying islands, excluding humans and buildings on the island, and the empty areas are randomly filled with forests or lakes." Ding! The system has completed the fusion with Daqin Island from the northwest according to the host's request. The area of Daqin Island has been changed to 9,300 square kilometers. Ding! Please be informed, after comprehensive evaluation by the system, the host has left the novice zone. The electronic barrier will disappear in 30 days. Please take appropriate measures in time. Is the system barrier going to disappear? Li Jin was immediately shocked, and a sense of urgency rose in his heart. Why does Li Jin dare to do so many things? The system's protective barrier is one of his reliances. Regardless of its effect, at least it made Li Jin braver and helped him get through the most difficult times. Li Jin took a deep breath. It seems like it's time to prepare for the next challenge. After sending Wu Ziren away, he took out all the factories rewarded to him by the system and started production as soon as the population arrived. At the same time, in a valley at the northernmost part of the Putian Kingdom, there is a small town. Although it is very small, it is full of tall buildings and neon lights, and it looks very prosperous. This is the headquarters of Hungli Group, the largest force in Pubei. Although it is called a group, it is actually an armed force, and its equipment is better than that of the kingdom's army. At this time, in the tallest building in Hungli City, a yellow-skinned young man wearing glasses was standing in front of the window. He touched the frame of his glasses. Although the appearance did not change, the side of the glasses facing the eyes turned green. Immediately, more than a dozen orange-red spots of light appeared in the entire room. Good job. There are more than a dozen cameras installed in a small hotel room. However, the young man seemed to have noticed nothing. He looked around the room as usual, then leaned against the window to look at the scenery. While the man was leaning on the window, he quickly used his right hand to stick something like a button on the eaves outside the window. Then he walked to the corner of the bar as if nothing had happened. This was the only place in the entire room that was not visible to the camera. Buzz. At this time, a phone vibrated from his pocket. The man quickly took out a very small mobile phone from his pocket and said softly, "Hello. Yes, I have found it. Understood. I have arrived at the mission location and a laser designator has been set up." Yes. Before we knew it, it was already noon. Under the scorching sun, the streets of Hungli City were quiet, with almost no people in sight. Woo! At this moment, a shrill sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a ghost bird fighter suddenly appeared in the sky above Hungli City. The hatch under the belly of the aircraft was opened, and 4 large laser bombs fell down. As for why not use missiles? They don't deserve it. At this moment, the button that the young man had attached to the eaves immediately shot out a laser, aiming at an oval building 1 kilometer away, which was the headquarters of Hungli City. With laser-assisted guidance, the bomb seemed to have opened its eyes, glided through the air for dozens of kilometers, and hit the building accurately. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly rose into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. Boom tilde, boom tilde. At this moment, the other 3 bombs also hit the building. Dust flew everywhere. Countless pieces of rubble were thrown into the sky, and thick smoke covered the sky. More than half of the building collapsed in an instant, and the remaining part was also crumbling. Just then, another bomb whizzed in and hit the crumbling remains directly. With a violent explosion, the entire building was razed to the ground in an instant. Seeing that it had completed its mission, the ghost bird fighter in the sky turned around and flew away. These things seem to take a long time, but in fact they only take a dozen seconds. The people of Hungly Group didn't even react. The young man standing in front of the window looked at the dusty place ahead and immediately picked up the phone and said, "Mission accomplished." At this time, explosions were heard in other places in Hungly City, and then the central air conditioner in the room that was humming nonstop suddenly stopped working. Obviously, the power system of Hungly City was also destroyed. Chapter 100 Thunderstrike. Just as Hungly City was shrouded in billowing smoke, two Quinjet transport planes suddenly dropped from the sky and landed on a square in the center of Hungly City. Zemo, who was sitting in the cabin, looked at the rear cabin slowly opening, stood up immediately, and lowered the 4-eye, full-color night vision goggles above his head. Zemo didn't wear this thing to show off, of course, but it was a 4-eye night vision device equipped by the Scorpion Special Forces. It was not just a night vision device. Instead, it is an integration of multiple combat systems such as thermal imagers, which can also be used in daytime combat. Action. Zemo waved his right hand forward, and more than 20 Special Forces members who had already formed a team rushed out of the cabin immediately. The target was very clear, and it was heading toward the small community on the right. A few minutes later, Zemo, who was walking in the front, suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped and heard Zemo say in a deep voice, 1 o'clock. Immediately, a soldier carrying a single-person missile rushed forward and half-crouched on the ground. Through the thermal imaging camera, they saw in the building 400 meters ahead of them, there were 5 orange figures hiding under a window, obviously a secret sentry. The soldier immediately aimed the missile on his shoulder at the place where there were human figures and pulled the trigger. Boom! As the flames exploded, the Tibetan area was blown to pieces in an instant. Keep going. At Zemo's command, the soldiers quickly threw away the launchers in their hands and quickly followed. With the thermal imaging combat device that can penetrate walls, Zemo and his companions were like entering an empty land. All the enemies hiding in the dark were killed on the spot without exception, without even knowing what was happening. It took only a few minutes. They had already reached the innermost part of the city, near a building under the cliff. The entire building is nearly a kilometer long and more than a dozen stories high. The exterior walls are mottled and old, and it looks like it has been there for quite a while. In sharp contrast to the brand new buildings around it, this is where the smuggled people are detained. Zemo stood under the building, listening to the voices coming from the headset. Point 1 control. Point 3 control. Point 7 control. Zemo's expression became serious, and he waved his hand. Action. Then he rushed toward a locked gate in front of him and put a bomb on the big iron gate. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the door was immediately blown away. Zemo put away the 4-eye night vision goggles. Now the whole building was filled with surging orange-red figures, and the 4-eye goggles were completely useless. Apparently, the explosion just now had alarmed the people in the building. As soon as Zemo entered the building, he saw several young men looking at him in horror in the stairwell. He immediately asked in Kyushu dialect, "Where are you from?" The young people who were huddled together and shivering suddenly heard a fluent Kyushu dialect. They were stunned for a moment, but after seeing the fully armed Zemo and others, their faces immediately became excited. One of the men said with joy, "Are you here to rescue us?" Zemo nodded and said seriously, "Go and inform the people in the building immediately. Tell them that the enemies outside have been eliminated by us. Ask them to go downstairs and gather in the square immediately. There will be a plane coming to take you back home soon." Zemo and his team had already received detailed intelligence before they arrived. There were no Hungly security personnel in the dilapidated building. When they were on break, they would simply lock the entire building. This building will immediately become a big prison. Even if one wants to commit suicide by jumping off the building, it is a luxury here because all the windows are welded tightly with barbed wire. Even if they escape from the building, there's a cliff hundreds of meters high behind them and a tightly guarded dangerous place in front of them. What awaits them is still despair. Several young men were stunned. Their brains were a little confused for a while. A long time, a few people came to their senses, nodded in surprise, and ran upstairs. Soon there were shouts from upstairs, followed by more frequent footsteps. Zemo quickly said into the headset. Attention, all teams. Maintain order at the scene and avoid trampling. Also, be careful and keep yourself safe. Don't blame Zemo for being too cautious, because some of his own people are worse than the enemies lying outside. Especially at this time, you never know what unexpected things someone might do. As expected, just as Zemo finished giving his instructions, a voice came from the headset. Captain, East 8th Staircase. Someone is preventing personnel from evacuating. Zemo said directly, kill him. At the same time, a steady stream of people poured out of the building and ran towards the square in front. But in a short while, there was a huge crowd of people standing in the square. Zemo looked at the group of thousands of people in front of him and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The damn guy actually abducted so many people. At this time, a pretty girl looked at Zemo timidly and said, Brother soldier, can you take me home? Zemo said very seriously, Of course, I will send you back to our country. When the men and women crowded in the front heard that they would be sent home, they became excited and did not notice that Zemo was talking about the country. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sun seemed to be blocked by something. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and then they were stunned to see dozens of Quinjet transport planes floating in the sky. The extremely spectacular scene made everyone in the square look shocked. At this time, a Quinjet transport plane fell vertically from the sky and stopped steadily on the ground. The rear door opened quickly, revealing the wide space inside. Zemo immediately said something in the headset, and a Special Forces member immediately led a group of people to run into the cabin. After it was full of people, it took off immediately. Then another one landed, and as this went on, the number of people in the square became fewer and fewer, and the number of Quinjet transport planes landing increased. Soon, all the people in the square were rescued. Zemo raised his hand to check the time, and immediately walked towards the only transport plane parked in the square. The transport plane immediately took off and disappeared into the sky. And not long after the Quinjet transport fleet disappeared, 3 white swans came roaring in. Instantly, countless black spots fell from the sky, and the entire Hungly city was immediately enveloped by balls of fire. Chapter 101, Li Jin's Confidence. Han and Tang Islands, Daqin Island. At this time, just above the glacier of the Daqin Mountains, Li Jin stood at the highest point wearing a down jacket, with a panoramic view of the entire Daqin Island. That endless land, Li Jin couldn't help but feel extremely proud, as these tens of thousands of square kilometers of land all belonged to him. After admiring it with great pleasure, Li Jin finally remembered what he came here for. He quickly opened the treasure shop and started a dazzling series of operations. I saw a flash of light. 3 triangular-shaped, over 30-meter-high steel buildings resembling sails appeared before Li Jin's eyes. This is the air defense early warning system that Li Jin bought at a high price. The clairvoyant interception system, which combines the distance advantage of skywave radar and the precision advantage of active phased array radar. It can detect stealth fighters, hypersonic missiles, or ordinary targets within a range of 1,200 kilometers, intelligently and automatically lock on, and guide missiles to attack the 72 most threatening targets. This system cost him 12,000 gold bars. Things that were not developed in the real world were indeed ridiculously expensive. It took Li Jin a whole day to dig it out. The others were too expensive, and he couldn't afford them at all. But the system barrier was about to disappear, and the security of the territory became the top priority. Naturally, he had to find ways to rebuild a guarantee for himself. No matter how expensive it is, he has to grit his teeth and buy it. Zhang Gong. Arrive. A sonorous voice sounded from behind Li Jin. Li Jin turned around and looked at Zhang Gong, who was tall and strong and had a cold face. He said, From now on, you will be in charge of the archipelago's air defense, early warning system, and radar stations. After saying this, he looked at the others and said, We have so many people here today, it's a good time to hold a regular meeting. You must all be aware of the current situation of our Han and Tang governor's office. To say that everything is in ruins is a compliment. But things are different now. My assistants have just recruited hundreds of thousands of people. We have to perfect the framework now. This is my plan. The governor's office is composed of the chief executive's office, the general affairs office, the defense office, the public affairs office, the supervision office, and the territory court. They are responsible for internal affairs, finance, military affairs, administration, civil service, and justice respectively. I will personally serve as the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Command Headquarters. Song Hai is appointed Chief of Staff of the Army Department and awarded the title of Major General of the Empire. Liu is appointed Chief of Staff of the Navy Department and awarded the title of Imperial Major General. Zhang Kai is appointed Chief of Staff of the Air Force Department and awarded the title of Imperial Colonel. Zhang Geng is appointed Chief of Staff of the Defense Department. Lin Yin is appointed Chief of Staff of the Global Strike Force. Li Jin appointed all the positions in the Defense Command in one go. This is also the department with the most people under his command. As for the others, Li Jin looked at the remaining 3 melons and 2 dates. He couldn't help but frown, with an expression similar to that of Emperor Liu Bei, who looked at great generals like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, etc., but had no top strategist. Ouyang Chung, you could be the director of the Public Affairs Office. What? You are the director of the Supervision Department. Zhang Tong, you're the director of the General Affairs Office. Liang Yuan is appointed as the Deputy Director of the Chief's Office and the Director of the Attendant's Office. ZMO is appointed as the Deputy Director of the Chief's Office and the Director of the Security Office. Li Jin appointed the remaining 6 or 7 people one by one, took a breath, and continued. As for the remaining positions, you all should think of ways to find someone to fill them. I only have one request. That is that important positions must be filled by our people. All the main positions must also be filled by our people, and at least one of the deputy positions must be filled by our people. Li Jin looked at the people who looked embarrassed after hearing his request. He knew that his request was a bit too embarrassing. He immediately laughed and said, "The 1st and 2nd Assault Brigades are full of talented people. You can definitely select from them. Let's talk behind closed doors. We are all ordinary people. Without a powerful father or family, there is no place to learn management or administration. You can only work hard on your own and figure it out. So, don't be afraid of mistakes. As long as we find them in time, we can correct them immediately. Just remember one thing. Everything is centered on the interests of the governor's office. Nothing else matters, understand?" The reason why Li Jin dared to say this was because the people in front of him were truly his own people. If it were a local, he wouldn't dare to do that. I'm afraid that some people with quick minds will draw inferences from this instance, and then use it as a basis for harming the people. Right now, the most important interest of our governor's office is to increase the population. If you want to increase the population, you have to improve the security system and welfare benefits. Li Jin paused for a moment to let Ouyang Chung and the others digest the information before continuing. Your main task now is to establish a complete living system based on the systems of various countries. In this regard, I have only one request, that my people, Li, have the same salary and benefits as Westerners, and that prices are more affordable than theirs. Only in this way can we have the capital to attract people. I don't know what's wrong with Li Jin today. He was particularly passionate about talking about sex. He said a lot of things and showed no intention of stopping. He stopped only when his mouth became dry. Song Hai immediately interrupted and reported, "General, Zimo and the others have brought everyone back." When Li Jin heard someone was coming, his eyes lit up immediately and he waved his hand and said, "Walk, Han and Tang Freshwater Factory." Li Jin stood on the rooftop balcony of the Danshui factory headquarters building, looking at the huge pipes with a diameter of more than 10 meters extending dozens of kilometers into the sea. There are also huge tanks exposed above the sea, as well as endless buildings, which are quite shocking. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the square downstairs. Ouyang Chung walked up to Li Jin and said, "General, are you still going down?" Li Jin shook his head and said, "Tell the director of the Tamsui factory that there's no need to say any nonsense. Our ancestors said it very well. Beating is love, scolding is care. The nicer you treat them, the happier they will be. Only by being tough can you make them behave themselves. Tell them to find a way to get these people to work here honestly for a month. After they get paid, if they're still willing to leave, let them go." Li Jin just didn't believe it. With a 955 work system, a monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, and super low prices, these people would be willing to leave. "General, this is the water produced by our desalination plant." Ouyang Chung handed a glass of water to Li Jin. Li Jin took it and held it up to the sun. It was crystal clear without any impurities. General, we have tested the water quality, and it is super premium natural drinking water. Upon hearing this, Li Jin drank it all in one gulp. The cold liquid passed through his throat, and it was sweet and refreshing, leaving a long aftertaste. Just one word. Awesome. Let's go and take a look at the city. Chapter 102, The Fuse. Li Jin and his group then drove to Hantang City. Walking on the empty streets, I saw that the whole city was quiet and deserted. Only the occasional chirping of birds brings a hint of life to the gloomy city. Although the city looks very clean, it is a city without popularity. Just watch. I'm afraid it will fall into ruin in less than a month. This is one of the reasons why Li Jin is so persistent about immigration. He waited. The city can't wait. The more Li Jin looked, the more serious his expression became. How many families are there among the 300,000 people who came this time? Ouyang Chung, who was following behind Li Jin, said quickly, a total of 97,321 households. Li Jin suddenly paused and looked at Ouyang Qingdao in astonishment. How can there be so many? Ouyang Chung explained, the main reason is that there are many single-child families now, with only 3 people in a family, and very few of them live with their parents-in-law. Also, many people saw a loophole and directly separated from their parents. Li Jin was stunned for a moment and couldn't help frowning and said, what loophole? Ouyang Chung quickly said, it is the decree issued by you, General, that each household can get a house. Li Jin suddenly understood. General, do we need to change the law and take the house back? Ouyang Chung asked. Li Jin shook his head upon hearing this and said with a smile, they earned their house with their own ability. Why should we ask for it back? It's human nature to be greedy for small gains. Since they are willing to come, why not give them to them? I, Li, have plenty of houses, so I don't need this little bit. I want people, Li Jin said with a domineering look on his face. There are a total of 108 residential communities and 360,000 residential houses in the entire Hantang City, and the smallest one is over 100 square meters. This does not include the housing and buildings in business districts, hospitals, public institutions, etc. In Li Jin's opinion, let alone 1 million people, even 3 or 4 million people would be more than enough. As they walked, they suddenly saw a large shopping mall, Jiuzhou Plaza. Ouyang Chung quickly explained, General, in order to solve the upcoming livelihood problems of the people, we have urgently opened 4 large shopping malls nearby, all of which are managed by the Jiuzhou Department Store Group under the Jiuzhou Group. Li Jin immediately became interested after hearing this. Ouyang Chung gave him the same shopping list as Xiaoshan, saying he wanted to open a supermarket. Li Jin spent more than half an hour ordering things in the treasure house store, and that was with the help of the shopping elf. Although shopping is very enjoyable, it is really tiring. Let's go in and take a look. After that, he walked towards the square. As soon as he reached the door, he saw 2 cute dog-shaped robots lying on both sides of the door. After seeing Li Jin and his group, he immediately stood up and said in a mechanical voice, welcome, gentlemen. Is there anything that Xiao Hei can help you with? Li Jin smiled slightly. These robot dogs were also bought by Li Jin from the treasure house store. They're the upgraded versions of the mechanical dogs in the Netherworld movie world, true combat robots. Now Li Jin is using them as welcoming dogs, which is really a waste of their talents. But who can blame them for being cheap? And their intelligence level can reach that of a 14 or 15-year-old human. Only 10 gold bars were needed to buy one. So Li Jin waved his hand and directly bought 1,000 of them, which was just enough to maintain order in the city. Li Jin and his group walked into the mall. Opposite is the supermarket. Some humanoid robots were standing there. These robots were more expensive than the dog-like robots and had the intelligence of a 17 or 18-year-old. At first, Li Jin was a little worried, fearing that these robots would become a big trouble. But the system told him that as long as he was the intelligent group, any life, whether ordinary life or mechanical life, will always be loyal to him. They will never disobey his orders. Even if others change the robot's program, they cannot change this iron rule. Li Jin walked to the entrance, and a robot with a silvery white sheen came over quickly, pulling a shopping cart. He handed it to Li Jin, bowed slightly, and said, welcome, sir, to Jiuzhou Supermarket. Thank you, Li Jin said casually and walked into the supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Li Jin looked around. It was no different from the large supermarkets he had visited before. The The same dazzling array. It was just deserted. Apart from Li Jin and his friends, there were only robots wandering around in the supermarket. Li Jinlai's purpose was very clear. I went straight to the meat section and picked up a box of packaged pork tenderloin, which cost $2.50 per pound. Then he picked up the premium pork belly and saw that it was 4 yuan per pound. Spare ribs are 2.7 yuan per pound. Pure lean meat is 1.99 yuan per pound. Fresh beef is 7.9 yuan per pound. And steak is 10 yuan per pound. Li Jin kept looking at the prices with a bigger smile on his face and then turned around and said, "Don't lower the price, just to please me." Ouyang Chung quickly explained, "Please rest assured, General, this is the result of our careful adjustments. In fact, these things themselves are not expensive. What is expensive is actually the shipping cost and tax. Even if we import from overseas in the future, as official imported materials, we have our own transport fleet, so the price won't be much higher." Li Jin Nudda. In fact, as long as the treasure shop is there, these things can be even cheaper. But as a leader, you have to plan ahead for everything you do and consider everything comprehensively. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens or the whole thing collapses, it will be terrible. Li Jin then ran to the vegetable section, where all kinds of seasonal vegetables were available. The most expensive vegetables, such as premium-grade small tomatoes, cost no more than 4 yuan per pound. The items in the fruit section are not much different either. Expensive fruits like durian only cost a dozen yuan. Ordinary oranges and apples only cost 1 or 2 yuan. Li Jin couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Even though everything in the supermarket was bought from the treasure house store, in fact, I didn't even spend 100 gold bars. He has confirmed that only 20 grams of 100% pure gold is needed to exchange for a system gold bar. 1 gold bar can buy 40 tons of wheat or 10 tons of pork, which is a huge profit. So, Li Jin's plan is to use the things in the treasure shop as the core of the Han and Tang Islands. All we need to do is to establish a complete transportation and planting system in the real world to prevent any unexpected events. He has come to terms with it now. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a bastard. If he didn't make good use of this opportunity to eat and take more, he would be a fool. As for where the gold bars come from, in Li Jin's opinion, gold is the source of evil. It would be better for him to collect it and exchange it for other things to benefit the people. Just when Li Jin was thinking about where to get the money, Zemo came over in a hurry. "General, I just received news that the Manga Empire has intercepted our fleet carrying immigrants. They said we had entered their designated performance area and would not allow our fleet to pass." Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold. Chapter 103 Bullets Rain Across the Sky. The Manga Empire. Li Jin chewed these 5 words in his mouth, and his eyes became colder. Oh shit, it's only been quiet for a few days. Do you really think that Li Jin is a vegetarian? Ding, the system's 12th mission has been released. Please check it out. Li Jin couldn't help but look at the sudden light curtain in front of him. Mission number 12, The Devil Rises. Detailed explanation. The host is the one favored by fate, the carrier of luck, and the companion of fortune. How can we be subdued by an evil country? Please take decisive measures to confront the evil country. The system will increase or decrease the reward based on the host's actions. Basic mission rewards. 6 Ford-class aircraft carrier battle groups, with all personnel and bases. Advanced Reward 1. Marvel World Gift Pack. 2 stealth aircraft carriers, 72 Quinjet stealth fighters, and 144 Quinjet stealth transport planes. Note: assigned to all combat personnel and bases. Advanced Reward 2. A Hunter Star Destroyer, Star Wars World. Star Destroyer? Li Jin looked at the last advanced reward and was instantly shocked. He couldn't take his eyes off it for a while. He has watched the Star Wars series countless times. He can't say that he is familiar with all the starships in it, but he knows them pretty well. What he didn't expect was that he could actually see this legendary battleship in the system rewards. But then, Li Jin frowned because there were 4 words in front of the reward: advancement. That is to say, this thing is not a sure thing. Maybe it's just for show, just like the previous mission reward of the TIE Fighter, but in the end, he didn't get it. Thinking of this, the enthusiasm that Li Jin had just felt dissipated a lot immediately, but then a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. What if he completed the advancement? Let's go to the war room. Li Jin didn't waste any more time and turned around and walked out of the supermarket. Governor's Palace, Operations Building. In a conference room in the building, Li Jin sat in the main seat with a serious face. Zhang Gungjing, The new director of the Military Intelligence and Defense Department reported with a document in hand. General, our intelligence department has already investigated clearly that the Melika people secretly mobilized all 5 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Pacific in order to weaken our strength. A 1,000-kilometer radius encirclement has been formed around our Han and Tang Islands. The purpose is to intercept the passing cargo ships and trap us to death. Li Jin listened to Zhang Geng's story with a calm expression, showing no emotion. Nor did they blame Zhang Geng and his team for failing to gather intelligence. He also knew very well that the intelligence personnel sent out were all helping him to hire people, so they had no time to do their real work. What's more, such top-secret information was not something that his intelligence officers, who had just arrived, could find out. Li Jin saw that Zhang Geng had finished speaking and did not immediately comment, but asked, "What do you want to say?" Song Hai immediately stood up and said, "General, I think these Meliga people may not only want to punish us, but also want to test us. Look at how strong our foundation is." Speaking of which, Song Hai couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Meliga people are really rich and powerful. They actually used 5 strike groups as a bet." Li Jin couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. He really wanted to see if the Melika people would be happy without these 5 strike groups. If the bastard dares to do it on the first day, why can't Li Jin do it on the 15th? "Shanghai, you must convey my order immediately. Order all missile forces to assemble and be on level 1 combat readiness. I want to fry fish." Song Hai saluted quickly and said, "Yes, General." Li Jin didn't say anything, but stood up and walked towards the combat center. As for ultimatums and warnings, since the decision has been made to start the fight, who has time to care about these things? Li Jin always goes straight to the point. "If you dare to hit me, I will kill you." "General, do we need to send the old man and the others away?" Zemo, who was following behind Li Jin, suddenly asked. Li Jin paused for a moment, then continued walking towards the war room, saying as he walked, "No need. Since we are a family, we should be together." Li Jin knew very well that he had offended too many people. If he let his relatives leave here, it would be fine if he was still alive, but if something really happened, I'm afraid there would be no good result. It's better to be with him. Soon, the group arrived at the combat center. Li Jin stood in front of the command desk, looking at the satellite images in front of him. Song Hai, immediately notify Liang Yuan and the others to temporarily retreat 100 nautical miles. Tell them not to worry. It will be over in half an hour at most. "Yes, General." Combat Command Center, Control Hall. "General, the Ross strike group of the Meliga Empire is heading northwest. In addition to an aircraft carrier, there are 2 Roga-class cruisers, 3 Bok-class destroyers, and a Paris-class frigate. There's at least 1 nuclear submarine underwater." Li Yu reported with a serious face. "You have to know that this is just an aircraft carrier strike group, and there are as many as 5 of them around the Han and Tang Islands. It can be said that the Meliga Empire has laid an impenetrable net around the Han and Tang Islands. If it were someone else, they would be scared to death just by the scene." Although Li Jin looked solemn, he was not upset. The Meliga Empire was powerful, but Li Jin was no weakling either. It really depends on family background. Even 10 Meliga empires cannot catch up with him because he has the system, a large warehouse with high-quality and low-price goods. A few hours later, Song Hai walked over quickly and said, "General, the fleet has retreated 100 miles away." Li Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was obvious that the Melika people had no intention of making things difficult for others. They just wanted to seal him off. "Song Hai, fire a few missiles to test the waters first." Li Jin ordered. Song Hai raised his hand and saluted, then quickly walked to the command desk, picked up the communicator, and ordered loudly, "Dongdongjiao, 5 missiles, target the Ross." At the same time, at a base near the naval base in the Han and Tang Islands, 5 Zircon missile launchers ejected the covers of their missile launch tubes at the same time. The launch tube quickly erected. Then the missile in the launch tube took off into the air amid billowing smoke. Driven by the orange-red flames, it rushed up into the sky at a high speed, turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye, and then disappeared. Just as the 5 missiles flew out of the system's shielding area, they were immediately discovered by a satellite in the sky that was staring at the Han and Tang Islands. Han and Tang Islands, northwest direction. On the flagship of the Ross Carrier Strike Group, the cruiser USS Bigaro. The strike group commander, Ross, was staring at the radar screen intently. When he saw 5 spots of light appear on the radar, a smile immediately appeared on his face. General Ross, the target missile is undergoing a large maneuver and changing its trajectory. Our fire control radar cannot lock onto the target. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded from the bridge operations room. Ross narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "No need to lock onto them. Their target must be the Ross. By calculating their attack trajectory, we can wait for them at the end point. Chapitre 104 Destruction. Rest easy and wait for the opportunity to come." Although what Ross said sounded good, if it is really to be implemented in order to be foolproof, it would require several times, or even dozens of times the number of missiles to intercept. 10 seconds later. Report, the trajectory of the incoming missile has been calculated. 45 missiles are needed to intercept it. The voice of reporting was heard again in the bridge operations room. Ross's expression suddenly froze, and he immediately walked to the ballistic computer and said angrily, "Why use so many missiles?" The soldier, sitting in front of the computer, quickly explained. "Report to the commander. The enemy's missile flight trajectory is erratic, and coupled with the speed advantage, if we want to shoot down 5 missiles at the same time, we can only use these missiles. Otherwise, there is no way to guarantee a 100% success rate." Beep beep. At this moment, a beeping sound was heard in the operations room, indicating that the missile had entered the strike group's warning area. Ross's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately gave orders. Intercept immediately. At Ross's command, the warships guarding the Ross launched missiles one after another. I saw more than 40 missiles rising into the sky, trailing long white smoke trails. It looked spectacular. At the same time, 5 Zircons had already broken through the sky and arrived in an instant. In front of them, dozens of missiles had already changed their trajectory and were aimed at the direction of the Zircon's attack. All of Zircon's variable trajectory to attack the Ross was sealed tightly. Boom tilde boom tilde. In an instant, huge balls of flames exploded in the air. In the bridge operations room, Ross stared at the radar closely until all 5 light spots on the radar disappeared. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, we hit them. The danger is over." An extremely excited voice rang out in the war room. Yeah, for a time, the entire operations room was in an uproar. You know, what they intercepted was a hypersonic missile, which was of great significance. Ross said excitedly, "Call headquarters immediately. The missile has been successfully intercepted by our unit." Hamtang Islands. Li Jin watched his own missile disappear from the radar, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. "How many missiles did they use?" Report, a total of 45 anti-aircraft missiles were used. Li Jin smiled and looked at Songhai and the others and said, "See, this is what it means to be rich and powerful. Throwing missiles is like throwing cannonballs. He is a role model for our generation. What do you think we should do now? Should we still deal with them?" Songhai and his companions immediately shouted in unison. "Dry. Then let's fuck him," Li Jin said with great enthusiasm. "Today he will let the damn Manga people see what a rich landlord is. After all, wars are fought with money and logistics. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the Manga people, Li Jin is a man with a weak foundation and he might not be able to survive a big battle. But what these bastards don't know is, Li Jin has a treasure shop. As long as it is ammunition available in reality, Li Jin can buy it by spending a few or even dozens of gold bars. Take the Zircon missile, for example. In the real world, the cost of one missile is 5 or 6 million yuan, but Li Jin only needs 10 gold bars to buy one in the system store. Trying to play a game of winning by quantity with him is simply a foolish dream. Li Jin couldn't help but sneer. "Songhai, fire 10, no. 30 Zircons for me. Target Ross strike group. Aren't the Melika people rich and powerful? I want to see if they can still be so generous this time." Han and Tang Islands, Western Base. As soon as Li Jin's order was issued, the missile troops, who had been on standby for a long time, quickly erected 20 missile launchers. Then the missiles in the launch tube were fired. As soon as the 20 missiles left the system barrier area, they immediately attracted countless pairs of eyes in the sky. For a time, all eyes were focused on the sky above the Ross carrier strike group. These are 20 hypersonic missiles. It's not an ordinary cruise missile. They really want to see whether the Melaga people's shield is more powerful or Li Jin's spear is more powerful. Ross Carrier Strike Group, on the flagship. Everyone in the operations room was stunned as they watched the 20 spots of light on the radar constantly changing their trajectories. The enemy missile is expected to reach our airspace in 6 minutes, and the trajectory is being calculated. Report to the commander, we need 280 missiles to intercept at the same time with a 90% interception success rate. The soldier's words made Ross's face turn pale. A 90% success rate meant that at least 3 more missiles would fall on their heads. Looking at the light spot on the radar, getting closer and closer, Ross shouted at the top of his voice. Fire, fire. Fire all the missiles. Intercept in echelons. After saying that, he sat down on the chair. Although the missiles equipped by the strike group are sufficient, it is not enough to just launch the missiles. It also needs to be controlled and guided to hit the target. But the fire control radar of the strike group is not enough to guide the missiles to attack 280 targets at the same time. The only thing he could do was to calculate the trajectory of the enemy's missile, launch the missile first, and wait for the enemy halfway. After a while, the missiles of the Ross strike group were launched again, but everyone in the bridge operations room no longer had the confidence they had before. They all looked at the radar with trepidation. Some people even began to pray involuntarily. In the sky, when the 20 Zircon missiles were about 100 kilometers away from the Ross strike group, they suddenly accelerated again, and in an instant their speed reached over Mach 10. At the same time, nearly 100 anti-aircraft missiles were also coming towards us. Boom! In an instant, countless flames exploded in the sky. Then he saw 21 or 2 Zircon missiles break out, which made Ross, who had relaxed a little, tense again. At this time, the second wave of interceptor missiles had also been launched. At this time, the Zircon missile was less than 40 kilometers away from the Ross strike group, and it would hit the top of the strike group in just a dozen seconds. The second wave of hundreds of missiles exploded as the Zircon missile group roared in, immediately detonating dozens of Zircon missiles. More than half of the light spots on the radar disappeared in an instant, leaving only 7 spots flashing. Ross was not happy at all, but looked desperate. Because he no longer had the strength to fight back, he saw a Zircon missile breaking through the sky and falling straight down from the sky, instantly piercing the deck of the USS Ross. Boom! Then a loud noise came from the Ross. In an instant, flames rose from the Ross, and a huge explosion tore a large hole in the middle of the aircraft carrier. At the moment when the aircraft carrier was torn apart by the missiles, 2 Zircons fell from the sky again, hitting the decks on both sides of the aircraft carrier, one on the left and one on the right. Boom! As the flames shot up into the sky, the holes on both sides of the aircraft carrier were instantly blown into pieces. The Bigaro cruiser where Ross was not spared either. A Zircon fell vertically and hit the middle of the cruiser. In the huge flames, the cruiser was torn in half. Chapter 1, 5,000s of bullets fired at once. As for the remaining 3 missiles, they also missed their targets and directly hit the other 3 warships. And at this time, several more Zircon missiles whizzed in and directly destroyed all the remaining warships. You must know, the Zircon missile used by Li Jin is not the original version, but an upgraded version of modern warships. Except for the similar appearance, other parts are completely different. The new Zircon missile uses the most advanced scramjet engine, with a penetration speed of more than Mach 10 and a range of more than 2,500 kilometers. The amount of explosives reached an unprecedented 950 kilograms. You can imagine how powerful it is. Moreover, when a missile hits a warship, it not only relies on the explosion of the missile itself, but also on kinetic energy. The missiles fell from the sky at supersonic speeds, and their unparalleled potential energy could easily tear apart any ship. Add to that nearly a ton of explosives, and no warship could withstand it. In less than a minute, a huge aircraft carrier strike group became a pile of scrap metal floating on the sea. For a time, all the countries watching via satellite were silent. Li Jin used 43 hypersonic missiles to destroy all the surface ships of an aircraft carrier battle group. Even if each missile cost 5 million Mei yuan, it would only be over 200 million. An aircraft carrier battle group requires at least $20 to $30 billion, which is the real way to win big with a small investment. The Manga Empire suffered heavy losses this time. White Bear Empire. The emperor looked solemnly at the aircraft carrier battle group that had been turned into scrap metal on the sea and heard a burly white bear general standing next to him say, Leader, we have calculated that the penetration speed of a Zircon missile launched by Li Jin has almost reached Mach 11. Before General White Bear finished speaking, another fat General White Bear immediately objected. That's impossible. If his missiles can reach Mach 11, there's no way the Melagas will be able to intercept them. The burly general looked at the bloated general with contempt, and then explained to the emperor. Leader, under normal circumstances, the Melaga people would not be able to intercept a supersonic missile. But it's different now. The Melaga people have at least 10 satellites staring at the Han and Tang Islands. I'm afraid the missiles launched by the Han and Tang Islands were targeted by the Melaga people as soon as they left the island. And Li Jin's target is the Ra strike group. This is a dead target. Those are the only places that can be attacked. The fire control computer can easily calculate the trajectories of these missiles. All the Melaga people have to do is launch these missiles onto the predicted trajectory at the right time. Although it requires consuming dozens of times more missiles and the gains are not proportional, it is definitely possible to intercept hypersonic targets. The burly general's explanation made the confused officials present suddenly understand. Leader, the Melaga Empire has suffered such a huge loss. Will it stop fighting? The emperor shook his head and said, the Melaga people are not as weak as you think, and Li Jin is not as strong as you think. If the Melaga people really want to destroy the Han and Tang Islands at all costs, I'm afraid Li Jin won't be able to hold out for even a day. The emperor was not praising the Melaga Empire, but he knew their strength too well. The world's strongest country is not called the world's strongest country for nothing. Although the Han and Tang Islands can shield radar satellite signals. But the place is so small. Nowadays, there are not only laser and satellite guidance, but also inertial guidance, positioning, bombing, and many other attack methods. As long as the Melaga people are willing to spend a lot of money, everything will be fine. It is natural for the emperor to think this way. After all, no one knows Li Jin's strength except himself. At this time, the emperor smiled and said, our little brother has already started to move, so it's time for us to move as well. This is a good opportunity to cut the Gordian knot. Melaga Empire, 5-star headquarters. Willis was dumbfounded at this point. The battle had just begun, and they had already lost an aircraft carrier battle group. Willis felt his face was swollen from the slap he had received. General Willis, our next plan. Li Jin's sudden thunder attack directly disrupted Willis's deployment, leaving everyone in the combat center a loss for a moment. Willis also reacted at this time. His face darkened, and he ordered in a cold voice. Order the bombers at the Tanshan base to take off immediately and bomb the Han and Tang Islands as planned. Order the other 4 strike groups to immediately send out fighter jets to cooperate with the combat mission. Order the strike group to launch missiles immediately. I will turn the Han and Tang Islands into a scorched earth. Willis gambles again. I bet Li Jin doesn't have such a deep family background. Missiles are not cabbages that you can't throw as many as you want. Not to mention hypersonic missiles. They could afford to lose 1 or 2 strike groups. Willis kept encouraging himself in his heart. Although my heart is bleeding all the time. Other countries also remain suspicious of Li Jin. After all, even if the Kyushu Empire directly took part in the battle, both sides would suffer losses. What's more, Han Tang is just a small island. In the eyes of Western countries, they are amazed that Li Jin has been able to hold on until now. Its strength is among the best in the whole world. But obviously everyone guessed wrong, and they were extremely wrong. Just as the other 4 strike groups deployed around the Han and Tang Islands were about to launch missiles. Suddenly, the alarms on all the warships started to sound frantically. Then, densely packed light spots appeared on the radar, so many that they almost covered the entire radar. 5-star headquarters. Report, Han Tang launches hypersonic missile. The number is at least 500. The target trajectory is being calculated. Report, they are targeting our 4 strike groups. Willis was completely stunned at this time. He felt his head buzzing, and all the sounds disappeared in an instant. It's like being locked in a dark cage, with no answer from heaven or earth. Sir, what's wrong with you? Hurry, doctor. Other countries looked at the images transmitted from the satellite, and their heads were buzzing. They all understood that the Melaga people were really finished this time. At this time, an aircraft carrier strike group in the Pacific Ocean, Commander Harris looked at the light spot on the radar with a pale face. He opened his mouth and found that his throat seemed to be hoarse, and he couldn't make any sound. The others in the operations room were not much better, looking at the radar with despair on their faces. At this moment, Harris suddenly rushed to the console, picked up the communicator, and said loudly, "All carrier-based aircraft, take off. Right away, right now." Then he stood up and said loudly to the people in the war room, "Quick, quick, launch all our missiles, target the Han and Tang Islands." Harris was worthy of being the commander, and he quickly understood what he should do. The people in the war room who were stunned came back to their senses at this time. In an instant, cruise missiles continued to take off and soar into the sky. Harris saw this scene and picked up the communicator and said loudly, "Everyone listen up, abandon ship. Alt, abandon ship. You only have 3 minutes. Let God bless us." Chapter 106 We Lost. Harris threw the communicator and said loudly, "Let's retreat." Then he was the first to run out of the bridge. At this time, the entire cruiser was in chaos because of Harris's words. When he reached a lifeboat, a large group of soldiers had gathered around the lifeboat, scrambling to get in. Seeing this, Harris rushed over and pushed the other soldiers aside. When the other soldiers saw that it was Harris, they dared not say anything, allowing Harris to squeeze in easily. Harris raised his hand to check the time. His face changed immediately, and he actually reached out and pulled down a soldier who was climbing into the lifeboat, and then he got in himself. Then, under the angry gazes of the people outside the boat, he slammed the hatch shut and pulled the switch inside the cabin. The crane hanging the life capsule immediately roared. For a time, there were endless curses on the deck. How could a man who started out as a robber and criminal be a good person for the country? Most of them are egoists. Don't be fooled by the heroism in the movies. When things really get tough, they will only run faster. At the moment the lifeboat hit the water, densely packed missiles were whizzing in from the sky, at speeds exceeding Mach 10. By the time human eyes could see them, the missiles had already dived down. The moment the missile touched the warship, the huge impact force easily tore the seemingly extremely sturdy warship apart in an instant. Boom! Then there was a loud bang. The torn warship suddenly stopped, and then countless pieces of the hull were blown into the sky. At this moment, as luck would have it, a piece of warship wreckage was blown away and hit the lifeboat where Harris was. The sharp surface instantly tore the bulkhead of the lifeboat. As the sea water rushed in madly, it sank into the sea in a short while. At this time, hypersonic missiles are pouring down from the sky like sharp arrows. The aircraft carrier at the center was instantly hit by 20 or 30 Zircon missiles and was blown into pieces in the flames. The other warships were not much better. At least one warship has 5 or 6 missiles. Zircon, a heavy missile specially designed to deal with aircraft carriers, is simply the natural enemy of warships. One missile can destroy a warship, and 5 or 6 missiles can directly break the warship into pieces. When the missiles attack the surface ships, dozens of Zircon missiles dived straight down toward the water surface and then dived into the sea. 20 seconds later, the sea level suddenly rose, forming an inverted bowl with a diameter of several kilometers. The waves rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, they formed huge waves hundreds of meters high. Then it smashed down heavily, and the nearby warships that had been blown into scrap metal were blown away one after another in the surging waves. It turns out that the missile that just hit the sea was not a mistake. Instead, it is specifically designed to target submarines under the water. It is a variant of Zircon, the Zircon anti-submarine missile. Under the dual detection of skywave radar and reconnaissance satellite, a submarine only tens of meters below the sea surface is no different from a big light bulb. From missile launch to hitting the target, in just a few minutes, all 4 aircraft carrier strike groups were destroyed. For a time, those countries that used to enjoy watching the fun and not minding the big things can no longer gloat over other people's misfortunes. They are now thinking about one question in their minds. If they faced Li Jin, would they have died even more miserably? Especially the Pru Empire, which had already started hiding in the corner and trembling at this time. Han and Tang Islands. General, the Melaga people have launched 423 cruise missiles at us, and they are expected to arrive over the islands in 57 minutes. Li reported while standing beside Li Jin. Li Jin, who was originally a little interested, lost interest when he heard that it would take another hour. He just waved his hand and said, "Take them all down." Boring. Songhai heard this and said quickly, "General, Do we need to wait a little longer and then use ordinary missiles to shoot them down? Li Jin couldn't help but glance at Song Hai and said in surprise, "Do we have normal missiles?" Song Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered. In order to strengthen the defense of the archipelago, Li Jin has replaced all missiles with hypersonic missiles, and ordinary missiles have long been sealed up. Understand, General. Li Jin watched Song Hai turn away, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He used diamonds to smash stones, not just because diamonds were all he had. To let everyone know, he, Li Jin, is a rich landlord with plenty of treasures. If you want to compete with him in logistics, you'd better wait until next life. General. At this moment, Zhang Kai chased out and saluted. Satellite shows that the Melaga people's 16 stratospheric bombers and 42 Raptor fighters have entered our alert airspace. The Air Force requests to go into battle. Li Jin shook his head and said, "No, just leave it to the missile troops." I just checked the almanac. Today is a bad day for everything except launching missiles. Let's just watch the fireworks quietly today. We'll have plenty of opportunities to beat it up later. After Li Jin finished speaking, he walked out of the combat center and came to the top floor balcony. Just in time, I saw missiles rising into the air driven by orange-red flames, leaving long white trails in the air. It was as if sharp arrows were lined up in neat squares and piercing the sky, which looked spectacular. After completing their orbital maneuvers, these missiles immediately appeared on satellites of various countries. At the same time, southeast of the Han and Tang Islands, a formation of 16 stratospheric bombers was swaggering over the sea. He had no idea that he was being seen clearly by dozens of nano-satellites in the sky. On one of the Ghost bombers, the formation commander bands was flying the bomber seriously, while the others were smoking something and were very high. "Walter, have you heard? The place we are attacking this time is a very mysterious place. All electronic signals are ineffective. This time we are like dropping bombs blindfolded. We might not be able to go back. Sergeant Ovi, do you have a bottle stuck in your crotch? You are so scared. It's just a small island. We can flatten it with just one bomber." I can already imagine a group of yellow monkeys kneeling down and begging for mercy. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the cabin. Beep beep. Just as Bayners and the others were laughing, the alarm suddenly sounded. Before they could react, a missile came whizzing in, instantly tearing the bomber bands was on into pieces. Melika Empire, the headquarters. Josel looked at the light spot that once again occupied the entire radar with a dazed look on his face and was stunned. Then his expression became extremely gloomy. Provocative. This is a naked provocation. Just as Yozel's eyes were red and he was about to use the ultimate weapon, a man walked in quickly. "Mr. T. Mr. Paul, please go to Megan Manor." Chapter 107 Deputy Commander of the Empire. Megan family. Josel's expression suddenly changed. His body shuddered involuntarily, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. I wanted to refuse, but seeing the man's unquestionable look, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Please tell Mr. Paul that I'll be there in a moment." The man looked at Josel indifferently, then turned and left without saying a word. Joseph watched the man disappear until he disappeared, then heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He was not a fool, so he knew why Paul called him over. Such a big mistake was made in dealing with Li Jin this time, which brought extremely heavy losses to the Melaga Empire. Someone has to take the blame, right? Joseph is the best choice. By then, not only will he lose his position as head of state, he might even end up in jail. When I think of this, Joseph couldn't help but reveal a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He was the head of state, but he was treated like a puppet by these damn guys. If he didn't do what they wanted, they would call him over and scold him like a grandson. He had long had enough of that humiliating feeling. Didn't these bastards prevent him from going to extremes? The coldness in Yozel's eyes became stronger and stronger. He suddenly stood up and walked to the phone. "Take over my power." But before Joseph could finish his words, the phone in his hand was violently snatched away. Joseph was stunned. It turned out to be his most trusted administrative advisor, Femsen. "Femsen, you." Joseph's face was filled with astonishment, and then a look of horror, because Femsen actually pulled out a pistol and pointed it at him. Bang! A dull voice suddenly sounded, and Joseph's eyes suddenly went dark. Femsen, who was standing aside, saw that Joseph, who was shot in the head by him, was about to fall down and immediately stepped forward to support Joseph. He made him lie on the desk, then put on gloves and wiped the fingerprints off the pistol and roughly stuffed it into Joseph's hand to make it look like a suicide. Squeak. At this moment, Yozel's security consultant Lena suddenly walked in. Femzen, who was tidying up Yozel's clothes, just glanced at Lena, lowered his head, and continued to tidy up. Lena looked at Joseph, who died with his eyes wide open, and said with regret, "He was very kind to us. It's a pity that he died." Femzen spread his hands helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do. If he does what Mr. Paul wants, at most he'll just go to jail to calm the people down, and he'll be released soon. It's a pity that he is so bold that he dares to contact Willis and want to do something horrible. This is absolutely not allowed by the American Brotherhood. What we need is an obedient teddy dog, not a mad dog that wants to bite people. And if he dies, all the conflicts will go with him, and at least the situation in the country won't be too bad. Okay, we should go. Mr. Paul wants us to come over and discuss the new candidate. Hantang Islands." Li Jin, who was staying in the combat center, naturally didn't know about this. He was now paying full attention to the possible counterattack. Just one whole day passed. The Melika people seemed to be dead. There was not even the slightest movement, which made Li Jin, who had been confident, a little nervous. Just when Li Jin was daydreaming, Zhang Gung hurried in. "General, I just received news that Yozel committed suicide. Joseph is dead." Li Jin was stunned for a moment. This was the head of a country, and he committed suicide just like that. His mental endurance was too poor. Anyway, Li Jin didn't believe it at all. There must be some hidden secret that he didn't know. What was the reaction from Meliga? Zhang Gung said quickly, "General, the defeat of the Meliga people has been reported by the media, and the entire Meliga Empire is in turmoil. If Yozel hadn't died suddenly, the angry Meliga people might have razed the president's palace to the ground. Now that Yozel is dead, the whole of Melika has calmed down. Now they're busy electing a new head of state. I'm afraid they won't be able to take care of us for a while." Li Jin couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. He is not afraid that the Meliga Empire will continue to fight him. As long as they don't use nuclear weapons, Li, is not afraid. Oh shit, we can't just let this go. Although he destroyed 5 Melika aircraft carrier battle groups, Li Jin was still furious and naturally couldn't give up. Songhai sent an ultimatum to the Meliga Empire immediately and tell these bastards. Let's say they blocked the waters of our Han and Tang Islands without reason, which seriously damaged the interests of the Han and Tang Islands. We must make them compensate us for our losses and publicly apologize to us, and then hand the mastermind over to the Alliance Court to be brought to justice. Otherwise, I will never be done with them." Li Jin didn't care about anything and just wanted to discuss them to death. "By the way, notify Liang Yuan and the others immediately and have them leave immediately. Take this opportunity to return to the island. It saves unnecessary trouble. Time flies, and 2 days have passed without me noticing. These 2 days, the whole world was in an uproar because of Joseph's death. Ordinary people naturally didn't understand why, but those at the top knew it clearly. Even full of fear of some people, the newly appointed head of the Melika Empire, Tobias, was busy putting out fires at home and had no time to care about Li Jin for a while, which calmed the entire Pacific Ocean. Imperial Palace, Hongta Hall. Li Yi put a thick stack of information aside, looked at Song Lian sitting on the sofa opposite, and said with emotion, "When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. The ancients were right. We really underestimated this little guy. Prime Minister, what do you think we should do now? This little guy has a very bad temper. We didn't do what he wanted at the beginning. I'm afraid he won't be as close to us as before." Song Lian said seriously, "No matter if he is close to me or not, as long as he is a native of Kyushu and a vassal of the Empire, he must abide by the rules of the Empire. No shame and justice, stick to his duties, and not act recklessly." All right. Li laughed when he saw Song Lian's stern face. "Prime Minister, how old is this kid? What can he understand? Doesn't it take time to do anything? Besides, who doesn't make mistakes? We must give young people a chance." "Okay, Prime Minister, what we're talking about now is closeness, not letting people drift apart." Song Lian's expression finally improved after being persuaded by Li Yi, but he still said coldly, "What does your majesty want to do?" Li Yi's expression became solemn. Appoint Li Jin as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Military Command and accord him the title of Imperial General, and ask the Council of State to appoint him as a lifelong member. Song Lian was startled. Looking at the extremely serious emperor, his expression finally became serious. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Can. However, there are only 3 deputy commanders in the headquarters, and now there is a sudden increase. Li Yi said calmly. General Zhao is old and has long been unable to handle military affairs. Didn't he always say that he wanted to go home and enjoy his grandchildren? I think we should just follow his wish. Song Lian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he echoed. Your Majesty, you respect the wise and the elderly. I think General Zhao will be grateful to you. Li similit slightly. Since the Prime Minister agrees, let the Cabinet issue the document, and I will use the seal. Han and Tang Islands, the port of Daqin Island. A luxury cruise ship was docked at the port, and the deck of the cruise ship was already crowded with curious people. Mom, look! Chapter 108, The New Look of Han and Tang Dynasties. On the top deck of the cruise ship, a very pretty girl was excitedly pointing at a city with tall buildings not far away, and said with a look of surprise, I didn't lie to you, there really is a city here. Unfortunately, the girl's voice was in vain, because the beautiful lady behind her, who still had the charm of a lady, had been attracted by the beautiful scenery around her. The crystal-clear sea, the azure-blue sky, the endless white sandy beach, and the tropical plants everywhere. It is colorful and beautiful, and looks several times better than a certain husband's. The most important thing is the pleasant climate here. Even though the temperature is around 30 or 40 degrees, it makes people feel cool and comfortable without a trace of heat. Such a beautiful view, such a climate. I'm sure no one would dislike this place. Dear passengers, please take your luggage and documents and disembark in an orderly manner. The staff of the Han and Tang Governor's office are already waiting for you at the port. Han Tang Islands welcome you. Here, you're about to start a different life. The girl who was looking around excitedly heard the broadcast and hurriedly pulled the already fascinated, beautiful woman towards the cabin. Mom, we should go. When the girl hurriedly pulled her mother off the cruise ship, the dock was already crowded with people with their families. Maybe I just arrived in a strange place. The uncles and aunts roaming around the city were all very well behaved. They all stood there in line honestly, and no one made any noise. Looking around, there are long queues on the docks. It looked spectacular. After more than an hour of waiting, it was finally the turn of the girl and her daughter. The girl quickly handed over 2 silver white cards. This was done by Liang Yuan and his team before they came. It is an integrated card. All personal information such as identity, social security, driving license, etc. are on this platinum card issued by Hantang Bank. It is a real one-card existence. The person sitting in the seat took the platinum card and looked up, which made Lu Linlin and her daughter stunned, because they saw a face full of metallic texture. The person who greeted them turned out to be a robot. The robot looked at the two with its extremely smart eyes and said with a smile, "You must be Miss Lu Linlin and Ms. Zhang Ping." Lu Linlin and her daughter came back to their senses and nodded quickly. The robot smiled and said, "I am Li Jixin, an employee of the Civil Affairs Office of the Han and Tang Governor's Office. I am very happy to serve you two ladies." After that, he swiped their platinum cards on the machine, and a piece of paper was printed out. Then the robot came down from the table and took out a red book, pasted the paper on it, and then stamped it with a steel stamp and handed it to Zhang Ping, saying, "Ms. Zhang, this is your property certificate. Garden number 1, Building 26, Unit 4, Room 702, Area 120 square meters. We don't have public areas in the Han and Tang Islands. This house is more than enough for you to use." Zhang Ping took the red book from the robot blankly, looked at her and her daughter's names on it, and couldn't help but twist Lu Linlin's arm hard. "Ouch, that hurts. Mom, why are you pinching me?" The daughter's coquettish voice made Zhang Ping smile immediately. "It's okay. Mom just wants to see if I'm dreaming." At this time, the robot took out another stack of Jojo coins and handed it to Zhang Ping. "This is your living allowance. The Hantang Governor's Office stipulates that after Hantang citizens arrive in the country, before they find a job, the Governor's Office will provide a subsidy of 10,000 yuan per month to each household for 3 months. Please keep the money." Then he handed a letter to Lu Linlin and said, "Here, is your letter of introduction. Please report to the Civil Affairs Office before 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll be colleagues from now on. Zhang Ping took the thick stack of money like a puppet, felt the heaviness in her hands, and was shocked. When she first came, she sneered at what her daughter said, always thinking it was a lie. If it wasn't for her daughter's future, she would never come to such a desolate place. What she didn't expect was that the Han and Tang Islands were exactly as advertised, or even better. As for the welfare benefits, there was no falsehood at all. As soon as they arrived on the island, they were given a house and an additional subsidy of 10,000 yuan. If word gets out about such good treatment, it will probably make those who come here very upset. Zhang Ping was dizzy and walked toward the bus not far away with her things in her hand. She was in a trance all the way and always felt like she was dreaming. It's not just them, others are the same. At the same time, on a certain street in Hantang City, a luxury bus slowly stopped at the gate of a certain community. The soldier sitting in the driver's seat immediately spoke. We've arrived at Shengshi Garden. Passengers who want to get off may do so now. A woman in her early 30s, sitting at the back, quickly pulled the man who was looking around beside her and said, "Honey, we're here. Go." After saying that, she picked up her small bag and dragged the man to the car. At this time, there was already a shuttle bus parked below the bus, and another shuttle bus in front of them had already left with its work done. The woman quickly pulled the man up and got on the car. The driver was also a robot. Soon the car was full. However, the people in the car didn't seem to want to talk. They all had the same idea as the woman, which was to go to the house represented by the red book to see if it was real. A few minutes later, the woman arrived at building number 4, where he was, and quickly jumped out of the car. What appeared in front of them was a modern building with more than 10 floors. Looks very beautiful. The two of them went straight to a unit. As soon as they entered the building, there was a lobby-like area of about 20 square meters. Opposite them were 3 parallel elevators. Seeing this, the woman quickly pulled the man towards one of the elevators and pressed the button for the 7th floor. When the elevator closed, another large group of people came in from outside, and they all obviously lived in this unit. Ding! The crisp elevator bell rang. The two of them walked out of the elevator and into the corridor. They took a few quick steps and came to a smart lock door. The woman quickly entered the initial password for the robot. Squeak! The door of the room opened immediately. As soon as the two entered the room, a ray of sunlight shone over, causing the woman to close her eyes involuntarily. Then she turned around and hugged the man in surprise, saying, "Honey, this is all true. We really have our own house now." The man was also very excited at this time, looking around the room. Although there was no furniture or electrical appliances, the room had been simply decorated and water and electricity had been installed. "Hubby, come and see." Just as the man was looking around excitedly, a woman's exclamation was heard. The man rushed to the bathroom and was stunned. The bathroom had been renovated. It has everything you need, including a toilet, bathtub, and shower, and is also separated into dry and wet areas. "Honey, this is actually a smart toilet." "Oh my God, we also use the smart toilet for a day. Get out, I need to go to the bathroom." The woman said this and pushed the man out. Similar scenes are constantly being played out in Hantang City. The surprise that Li Jin gave them was really too big. But Li Jin doesn't have time to take care of these things now, because there is another small problem. Chapter 109. Someone is tired of living. Governor's Palace, office building. Li Jin sat behind his desk, looking at Liang Yuan with a gloomy face, and said, "You mean to say that my money has been frozen by the bank in the Kingdom of Red?" Liang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, General. The Red Kingdom Bank said that there is something fishy about the source of the money, and they need to investigate." Li Jin suddenly laughed out of anger. It was really a happy thing that there were still people in this world who were not afraid of death and dared to provoke him. "They must know that this money belongs to me, Li Jin, right?" Li Jin suddenly asked. Liang Yuan couldn't help but smile. "General, they used the name of the hotel group, not the name of the Han and Tang Islands." Li Jin suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the damn bank dared to embezzle his money. He thought his reputation was useless. "General, do we need to send an official letter in the name of Han Tang?" Liang Yuan asked. "No need." Li Jin waved his hand and said, "This is so boring. I'll go and ask for it myself now." He was currently planning to establish the Han Tang Bank and was still thinking about where to make some extra money. Unexpectedly, someone came to his doorstep so soon, and he is a wealthy man. It would be a pity if he didn't seize the opportunity. "Zimo!" Li Jin shouted. Zemo, who was standing outside the door, walked in immediately. "General, go," informed Zhang Kai to send a team of fighter jets to set up a base in the Kingdom of Red. All air forces prepare to ensure that there is always a fighter squadron and a bomber squadron on standby. Overread. Also, order Songhai to assemble 2 assault battalions immediately. I'm going to do something big this time. Let's go to the airport. Li Jin is a man of swift and decisive character. He never considers the consequences when doing something. Anyway, it is always others who suffer the loss, so he doesn't care. Hantang Air Force Airport. At this time, there are already more than 30 Quinjet transport planes parked quietly at the airport. Although the Quinjets looks small and exquisite, it actually has a lot of space inside and can easily accommodate a full infantry platoon. Li Jin walked towards a Quinjet transport plane first. Woo! At this moment, 6 Ghostbird fighter jets flew over their heads and headed southwest. Next came 2 White Swan bombers. Seeing this, Li Jin couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards the Quinjet transport. Once in the cabin, he saw Zemo and the elite special forces of the Scorpion Special Operations Squadron standing in the cabin waiting for him. When the Special Forces members saw Li Jin walk in, expressions of great respect immediately appeared on their faces, and they raised their hands to salute in unison. Li Jin immediately stopped and raised his hand to return the greetings solemnly. "Everyone, take your seats." As soon as Li Jin gave the order, the Special Forces members acted immediately. The Quinjet transport is worthy of imagination technology. The seats are all high-grade leather massage seats. People will feel drowsy when sitting on them. It is very comfortable. A few hours later, Li Jin, who was sleeping soundly, was gently woken up by Zemo and looked at Zemo with sleepy eyes. Zemo said quickly, "General, we have arrived above the Kingdom of Red." Li Jin's dizzy head suddenly cleared up. He stood up and said, "So soon." Then he walked quickly to the center console. As the big brother of stealth aircraft, the stealth capability of the Quinjet transport aircraft is far from comparable to the current ones. They were suspended in the sky above the capital of the Kingdom of Red, Bel-Air City. Not only could they not be detected by radar, but even the naked eye could see them. This was the power of Marvel technology. "Let's go down." Li Jin looked at the huge airport below and suddenly spoke. The driver rushed down without any hesitation. "Tell Zhang Kai to destroy all of Reed Kingdom's air forces." "Yes, General." Reed Kingdom, McLennan Air Force Base. As the largest Air Force base in the kingdom, it is home to not only the main Air Force of the Kingdom of Red, but also several Air Force squadrons of the Manga Empire. Today, it was a rest day, and the officers and soldiers in the base were either out having fun or wandering around the base. No one was doing any real work. Just when a male and a female soldier were about to enter the woods to become a wild couple, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded above the base. Then all the anti-aircraft missiles deployed in the base were erected and rotated along with the fire control radar. Just when everyone's head was buzzing, a white swan came roaring in, and the moment it flew over the base, countless bombs fell like dumplings. And at the moment the anti-aircraft missile was fired, the bomber disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The entire base was instantly engulfed in flames, and countless buildings were blown to pieces. Carpet bombing was not exclusive to the Melagas. The White Swans could do it as well. Not only here, the other military bases of the Kingdom of Red also suffered devastating blows. However, the air defense system of the Kingdom of Red remained indifferent like a deaf person. Bel-Air City, the Royal Palace. King Metz of the Kingdom of Red sat up from his comfortable position as usual, took one look at the snow-white powder pile on the bed, and couldn't help but smile to himself. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard outside the palace, and then the whole palace began to shake violently. The luxurious chandelier on the ceiling swayed from side to side as if it had a seizure. Snap crash! It immediately fell to the ground and shattered. The flying glass fragments scared Metz so much that he quickly protected his head and ran away. As soon as he ran out of the palace, he was stunned by the scene outside. The barracks where the royal guards were stationed was filled with thick smoke and a huge fire. And huge columns of smoke rose into the sky from the direction of Bel-Air City. Oh my God! What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Metz was completely frightened and screamed wildly outside the palace. At this time, a man who looked like an officer ran up to Metz in a panic. "Your Majesty, we are under air attack." Metz's face changed immediately. Who was so bold as to launch an air raid on their kingdom of red? You don't want the money, right? Where are the Melegas? Why didn't they warn us? Where are their troops? Metz couldn't help but say angrily that the Melega people had forced him to do a lot of immoral things during this period and even ruined the reputation of their kingdom. Thinking of this, Metz couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that the White Bear Man couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to beat him up? Your Majesty, all the bases of the Melega Empire stationed in our country have suffered devastating blows and have been completely wiped out. Chapter 110, What I Have Saved is Gold. Also, our military camps and bases have suffered devastating blows, the officer said with a sad face. When Metz heard this, his face immediately turned green, and he almost cried out loud, but then another officer ran over. His words made Metz have only one thought. He wanted to die. Then the officer said, Your Majesty, the Armed Forces headquarters, the Parliament building, the communications building, and the power plant were attacked by air and razed to the ground. The water, electricity, and communications in the entire city of Belair have been cut off. It's a complete mess. Metz felt his head buzzing and wanted to faint, but as the ruler of the kingdom, he couldn't do that. Just when Metz wanted to say a few words to cheer himself up. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp engine roar was heard above their heads. The three of them looked up and saw a sci-fi Quinjet transport plane hovering above their heads. Then it fell rapidly. Before the three men could react, a team of soldiers rushed out of the transport plane and surrounded them. As for the other guards in the palace, they knew what would happen to them just by hearing the sound of machine guns in the sky. Cough! Li Jin finally walked out of the cabin, coughed lightly to moisten his throat, then clapped the whip in his hand, walked step by step to Metz, looked at Metz, and said slowly, Do you know who I am? Metz's brain had already turned into a paste, and he was in a daze. He had no idea who Li Jin was. He couldn't help but frown and said, Who are you anyway? Li Jin looked at Metz, who was still showing off his royal genealogy, and suddenly became furious. He swung the whip in his hand and hit him. Bang! The clear sound of a whip suddenly rang out, followed by Metz's shrill howl. Oh! Bang! Li Jin whipped Metz again, directly tearing his skin and flesh apart. Who the hell are you? It's not easy for others to make a little money. You freeze it just like that. Do you think you're the world's JC? Bah. Li Jin, must teach you a lesson today. Is it so easy to get money from ordinary people like us? If you scold God so much that he gets angry, he will fly down and strangle you to death. Li Jin whipped Metz several times, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. However, when he heard that the person in front of him was Li Jin, I shuddered suddenly. Everyone in the world knew about the heroic deeds of the man in front of them. He was definitely a villain, but what made Metz extremely aggrieved was that he knew nothing at all. Just then, Li Jin suddenly stopped and looked at Metz on the ground with cold eyes. Now you know who I am. Metz, who was about to faint from the pain, nodded quickly and said, I know him. Zimo, who was standing behind Li Jin, quickly leaned over to Li Jin's ear and said, General, he said he knew him. Bang! Li Jin frowned, looked at Metz with cold eyes, and whipped him again, cursing. Damn it! Since you know me, Li, you dare to freeze my money. Bang! Tell me, are you tired of living? Who the hell do you think you are? How do you take my money? You don't deserve it. Pa scared. He whipped him 7 or 8 times in a row until his hands felt sore, and then Li Jin stopped. As for Metz on the ground, he was about to cry at this time. He felt the burning pain on his body and couldn't contain his grievance in his heart. It was too bullying. Great! Li Jin shouted, refreshing, with a look of relief. He felt refreshed, and all his meridians were unblocked. Tell me, where's my money? Metz was feeling wronged, and upon hearing Li Jin's question, he couldn't help but say with a sad face, Generally, please tell me who froze your money. I don't know anything. Li Jin was stunned. Did he hit the wrong person? Then he suppressed the thought. How could he, Li Jin, make a mistake? There is absolutely no way to make a mistake. He snorted coldly. Humph, you are the leader of a country. If something happened under your command, don't you have any responsibility? Do you know what it means to be birds of a feather? Do you know what it means to have a crooked head and crooked tail? It's because you, the manager, are not a good person that your subordinates are not good people. They all learn from you. Metz was stunned by what Li Jin said. Although he was full of dissatisfaction, he didn't dare to express it. If Li Jin gave him a few more whippings, he would die here. He couldn't help but say, General, you are right. Li Jin smiled. That's right. I don't have any big demands this time. I just want my money back. I can promise your God that I will never take a penny more from you. By the way, Zemo, how much money have we deposited here? Zemo said, in surprise. General, you must have remembered it wrongly. We never saved money. We saved gold. Li Jin looked at Zemo, who suddenly became dramatic, and couldn't help but pat his head seriously. Look at my brain. Yes, it's gold. It's several thousand tons. Zemo quickly stepped forward and said, General, it's more than 10,000 tons. When we first came to store it, we used a large ship and it took us a whole night to transport it. Li Jin and Zemo's singing in unison stunned Metz, who was lying on the ground. 10,000 tons of gold. This damn Li Jin actually said that if he had so much gold, why would he open a bank? He could just become the world overlord. General Li, you are... Metz wanted to speak, but Li Jin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Okay, Your Majesty Metz, I know that we need to recuperate now, so you don't need to take us to get the money. We can go by ourselves. Li Jin suddenly changed the subject when he said this. Of course, I, Li Jin, am not a bloodthirsty devil. In order not to cause too many casualties to your country, I ask Your Majesty Metz to issue an order to allow them to freely enter and exit all banks in your country. Your Majesty Metz, you will not refuse this small request of mine, will you? Metz looked at Li Jin with a smile on his face and shuddered. He nodded without thinking. Can. That's right, Li Jin said happily. It also saves me from having to chop off your hand and press your fingerprint again. Zemo, hurry up and help our king up. Oh, that's right. Zemo, can you help our king clean up the palace? What if there is an assassin? Make sure to search it thoroughly and take out all the dangerous items. Do you understand? Chapter 1:11 Devil. General Li, oh. Metz's face suddenly changed. He was about to speak, but Zemo covered his mouth and dragged him into the hall. Woo. Li Jin looked at Metz's struggle and shook his head. This Zemo, can't you be a little more gentleman? It's so rude. If King Metz wants to say something, just let him say it. Li, we'll just treat it as his fart anyway. Now it's all right. It makes me look like I'm going to rob it. Li Jin complained a few words and turned to look at Zhang Gong and asked with great interest, which is the largest bank in the Kingdom of Red? Zhang Gong hurriedly said, General, the largest bank is the Kingdom Bank of Redmond. They're the largest private asset management bank in the world. I heard that the gold reserve alone are 400 to 500 tons. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately gave an order. Okay, let's go to this one. Soon, several infantry fighting vehicles drove over. As soon as Li Jin got into one of them, Zemo followed closely. General, King Metz has ordered the remaining troops to give up resistance and issue an order through the radio that all residents in the city of Belair stay at home and are not allowed to go out. Otherwise, they will be killed as rebels. He also specifically pointed out that we were hired by him to deal with the rebels, and we are not enemies of the Kingdom of Red. Li Jin nodded in satisfaction, but still reminded, even if they surrender, we can't let our guard down. We have to be on guard against those hot-blooded guys who might come looking for trouble with missiles. Zemo immediately said, Please rest assured, General, the Air Force has destroyed all of the Red Kingdom's arsenals and main forces. As for the remaining remnants, even if they have weapons, they don't have much. Li Jin naturally had confidence in Zemo and the others, but he still said cautiously, It's always better to be careful. As the two were talking, Li Jin looked out of the firing hole at the outside of the armored vehicle. The street was indeed empty and looked very tense. Li Jin was very satisfied. This kind of scene was suitable for moving things home. 10 minutes later, the armored convoy stopped in front of a tall Western-style building. It was the headquarters of the Kingdom of Red Bank, but at this time, the bank's door was closed. The steel door looked very safe, and the windows of the building were sealed tightly with thick iron bars. But this is not a problem for Li Jin. He glanced at Zemo directly, and Zemo immediately understood what he meant and said into the headset, Thunder Eagle 3, open up a safe passage. As soon as Zemo's voice fell, a Hapake attack helicopter roared over, and then a missile shot out from the launch pad and hit the bank's door in the blink of an eye. A loud boom sound. It directly made a big hole on it, but did not blow open the entire gate. These Westerners are so cowardly. Why do they install a big iron gate on a bank? Are they afraid of being robbed? What a hassle, Li Jin said with some dissatisfaction. Zemo, go back and tell Metz that if any bank in their country dares to install this thing again, I will kill him. While Li Jin was talking, the helicopter fired another missile. Only this time, not one, but 5 missiles were fired, hitting the iron gate at the same time in a burst of fire. The iron gate was blown into countless pieces. Let's go in. Li Jin immediately gave the order. Zemo quickly jumped out of the car and then rushed in first with dozens of soldiers. When Li Jin entered, Zemo had already walked over with a middle-aged foreigner. General, he's the one in charge here. We know where the vault is. Li Jin immediately said, take him over. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged foreigner started to struggle violently. Damn yellow monkey, let me go quickly. This is the West, not a place for you to run wild. Li Jin's face suddenly darkened. Zemo, send someone to capture all his relatives. If he doesn't come, I'll kill them all in front of him. Why don't you go and ask, was I, Li Jin, brought up by fear? The damn Manga people are humiliated in front of me. What do you think you are? Li Jin. The middle-aged foreigner's face suddenly changed. Li Jin's notoriety was known to everyone in the entire Western world, and he had the blood of countless people on his hands. I'll take you there right now. I'll take you there right now. The middle-aged foreigner went limp in his standing position and quickly spoke. But Li Jin was unwilling to do so and said coldly, go, give him a good rest so he can learn his lesson. Zemo immediately stepped forward, raised the butt of his gun, and smashed it over. For a while, screams of pain could be heard everywhere. The trembling bank employees around were frightened into silence. After a dozen hits, Zemo finally returned to Li Jin. Li Jin looked at the middle-aged foreigner with a bloody head and snorted coldly. Are you dead? If not, continue to lead the way. If he dies, give him another ride. The foreigner who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead stood up immediately when he heard Li Jin's sinister voice and ran in front with his bloody head covered, leading the way. Li Jin did not follow immediately, but looked at the employees crowded together and said indifferently, take these people over to transport the goods later. If you don't put in any effort, you'll be killed. Let them reincarnate as soon as possible. In Li Jin's eyes, most foreigners are not good people. They used to bully them, and they still want to shit on their heads now. Now Li Jin will let them know what it means that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Led by the middle-aged foreigner, Li Jin and his party came directly to a huge vault made entirely of metal deep underground. This vault is fully intelligent, and the password automatically changes every 30 seconds. I only have the key to open it, and the password card is in the hands of one of my colleagues. But he has been beaten to death by you guys, and I don't know where he put the password card. Li Jin was not angry at all when he heard this, nor did he intend to look for the key. Zemo, it's up to you. Zemo nodded and gestured to the back. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward and pointed a sci-fi-looking gun in his hand at the vault door. Phew! A large pool of silvery white metallic liquid was sprayed onto the gate. The gate, which was originally shining with metallic luster, instantly became dull, and then the surface became bumpy as if corroded by sulfuric acid. At this time, Zemo walked straight forward and kicked the door, and the entire door immediately shattered into pieces like dust. Li Jin had a smile on his face. He had accidentally seen this future weapon at a relatively low price while browsing the treasure shop. He didn't know the specific structure. He only knew that it could emit metal liquids similar to wheat, which could corrode metal in a tofu dregs. General, safe. Zemo walked up to Li Jin and said. Li Jin nodded and walked towards the vault. Chapter 112 Conspiracy? Golden. Yellow. This was Li Jin's first impression when he entered the vault. It took him a while to come back to his senses. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he saw so much gold from so many people. Resisting the urge to pick up a piece and take a bite, he ordered, all of you get out. Upon hearing this, Zemo and the others immediately took the middle-aged foreigner out. System. How many system gold bars can the gold here be exchanged for? Ding. Please be informed. Host. After refining 100% pure gold, every 20 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 system gold bar. There are a total of 302 tons of gold in this vault. 276 tons of pure gold can be refined. The system will charge 50% of the refining fee, and the host will get 138 tons of gold. 6,900,000 gold bars that can be exchanged. System. Wait, system. What refining fee do you want? Even if you want it, isn't 50% too much? Li Jin finally reacted at this time and quickly interrupted the system. I might as well refine it myself. Ding, please be informed. Host. This system is a licensed and formal system in the system world and cannot accept materials of unknown origin. We will not charge the host any extra fees at will. Everything is well documented and in accordance with the law. We will never harm the interests of the host. Oh shit, this system is fucking crazy, isn't it? If a regular system is like this, he might as well get a 3-no system. Li Jin thought angrily. But on second thought, although this formal system charges a high fee, at least it will not target him. Apart from being greedy for money, it has no other bad behavior. All right, that's it. Li Jin waved his hand helplessly and said, this money is free anyway. Even if he only gets half of it, it is still a profit. At worst, he could just take more. Anyway, he has stored 10,000 tons of gold in the Kingdom of Red. But how can we get back 10,000 tons of gold? We should be able to get it by searching the entire Kingdom of Red. Li Jin couldn't help but touch his chin and thought. Since everyone regards him as a devil, he will let the Westerners see what a real devil is. Li Jin turned around and left the vault. Let's go somewhere else. Halfway through the walk, Li Jin suddenly saw a large metal door in the corridor. What's in here? The middle-aged foreigner said quickly. General, these are all collections left here by some wealthy people. Li Jin immediately became interested after hearing this. Open it for me. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward and destroyed the safety door in the same way. Li Jin walked in immediately and was stunned for a moment after seeing the situation inside. Because there is no safe inside, but it is like a museum, everything is covered with transparent glass. They are all valuable calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and some jewelry. Li Jin even saw a lot of things from Kyushu. As he walked along, each piece of cultural relic was so exquisite that one could not help but linger. In particular, there is a huge Buddha head that is half a person's height. It is crystal clear and seems to be carved from a whole piece of mutton fat jade. Li Jin was so excited that he ordered directly. We have these things stored here, so take them back. Yes, General. The middle-aged foreigner who followed Li Jin in fear said quickly after hearing this. General, these things all belong to someone. Li Jin glanced at the anxious middle-aged foreigner and said, I know. I'm here to get it, right? General, look, the owner's name is here. The middle-aged foreigner quickly pointed to a piece of paper under a piece of exquisite porcelain and said. Li Jin frowned immediately. Why are you writing someone else's name on my things? I think you are tired of living. The middle-aged foreigner looked at Li Jin's confident words and was completely dumbfounded. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Stealing other people's things and feeling justified in doing so. Move them all away. Damn it. You secretly put my stuff here without telling me. You still have to make me guess like I'm opening a blind box. What a piece of shit. Li Jin was admiring the scene in the warehouse with great interest, cursing all the time. Only after all the good things were moved out did he walk towards the ground with satisfaction. Then on to the next bank. In more than 3 hours, Li Jin visited all the banks in Bel Air City and collected more than 3,200 tons of gold. A total of 69 million gold bars were harvested. Actually, it seems like a lot, but you have to think about how expensive future weapons will be. With this little money, you can only buy 78 aerospace Zhuan fighter jets. For a super weapon like the Hunter Star Destroyer, this amount of money is only a fraction of the cost. But he knew that the world's official gold reserves were over 100,000 tons, which was enough for him to buy 10 of the smallest Star Destroyers. He still has a long way to go in the future. Without further ado, Li Jin's sudden attack on the Kingdom of Red shocked the entire Western world. Then there was a panic, and the shrill sound of air defense sirens continued to sound over the Western continent. The seemingly peaceful atmosphere was immediately broken. Pity. No country was willing to stand up for the Kingdom of Red. They took such drastic actions only because they were afraid that Li Jin would be implicated. As for those wealthy people who have things in the Kingdom of Red, besides being anxious, they can only pray to God that their things are still there. Western continent, Kingdom of Isa. In a manner that looks very old at the foot of the British Columbia Mountains. A dignified old white man stood in the living room with a gloomy face. This Li Jin is so domineering. He always does things unexpectedly, catching us off guard. Standing opposite the white old man was a white woman who looked even older than the white old man, with a hunched body, but a calm face. She said in a sinister tone, We advocated freezing their assets in order to help the Melika people block their access to oil. But no one could have imagined that the Melika people would be so weak. They lost 5 aircraft carrier battle groups in one battle. It's really shameful. That's not necessarily true. The white old man seemed to have a different opinion. Perhaps the Melika people did it on purpose. As the world's most powerful country, they have already reached the top. Their system has long been rigid and corrupt. Think about it. How long has it been since their weapons and equipment were updated? Aren't they similar? Based on their strength, I don't believe they haven't developed new weapons. It's just that the weapons they have in service are enough to deal with it. Now that they finally have a chance to upgrade, what do you think they will do? The white old woman was shocked by the old man's different idea for a moment. She looked at him in surprise and said, "No matter what, the appearance of Li Jin has disrupted the order of the world. He must die. I think we can send out the Black Panther." Chapter 113, Playing Unconventionally. The next day, around 10 in the morning, in a certain district of Bel Air City, a group of tall men fully armed and wearing black hoods walked out of an abandoned old building. The hooded man in the lead looked around and then clapped his hands. The sound traveled far and wide in the extremely silent street. "Step on." Then the sound of leather boots was heard, and a man wearing a hood walked over. "Leopard King, I have already found out that the troops of the Han and Tang Islands have all withdrawn to the Bel Air airport. It seems that they are planning to leave." The black-hooded man in the lead had a look in his eyes. "Let's go." 20 minutes later, at the edge of a forest 1,000 meters away from the Bel Air airport, the dead leaves on the ground suddenly shook and then were blown away. The black-hooded leader popped his head out and looked towards the airport not far away with a telescope. Unfortunately, the place where he was flat, and he could only vaguely see some huge strategic transport aircraft, but nothing else. Then he went back into the tunnel and said to a man with a black hood next to him, "Are all the bombs installed?" The man in the black hood said hurriedly, "They're installed on the roads to and from the airport. We are taking a tunnel, so no one will notice us." The black-hooded leader immediately showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Send some people to the city right now to blow up a few buildings for me, and say it was Li Jin's men who did it. The louder the noise, the better. With such a big commotion, Li Jin will definitely send someone out to check it out. As soon as his troops leave the airport, I will immediately blow up a section of the road for them. They will definitely suffer heavy losses." Snort. The hooded leader suddenly snorted coldly. "This Li Jin is a self-righteous guy. As long as we kill his people, he will definitely not give up. As long as he doesn't leave, we will have a chance to kill him." The man in the black hood immediately showed a look of admiration, nodded, and turned to leave. Bel Air Airport. Li Jin naturally had no idea that someone was plotting against him and was enthusiastically counting the spoils, the things in his own home. "This thing is really big." Li Jin looked at the rose-colored diamond the size of an egg in his hand and weighed it. It was at least 700 or 800 carats. It was obviously a rare treasure and worth a lot of money. Then he walked to a huge stone carving, which seemed to be some ancient Egyptian writing, which was of great research value and also very valuable. Then he picked up another painting, which was also priceless. Li Jin played around with the treasures piled up like a mountain for a while before asking Zemo to send someone to load them onto the plane. Watching the boxes of things being carried into the Quinjet, Li Jin couldn't help but cast his gaze towards a country further away in the west, where the Real treasure house was. I believe that it won't be long before he can go for a stroll and bring all the good things back to the Han and Tang Islands. By then, he must build the largest museum in the world, specifically for people to visit. Boom! Just when Li Jin was about to go home contentedly, a loud noise suddenly came from a city not far away. The violent explosion made Li Jin feel the ground shaking. At this time, Zemo walked over quickly, and Li Jin couldn't help but frown and said, "What's going on?" Zemo said seriously, "General, they are not our people. Someone pretended to be us and blew up a residential building in the city." Impersonate them? Li Jin was stunned for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Someone was pretending to be them and causing trouble. Could it be that they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to make a profit? Boom! At this moment, another loud noise sounded from the city. Li Jin couldn't help but look towards the place where the explosion occurred and saw a building slowly collapsing in the billowing smoke and dust. Li Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and finally understood what some people wanted to do. This means someone wants him to take action or show up. After all, if someone is doing evil in the city in your name, my first thought would probably be to catch these people. And this is exactly what some people want to see. Unfortunately, the person they met today was Li Jin. General, should we send someone to catch these guys? Zemo said angrily. Anyone would be unhappy if someone used their names to do evil things in the city. Li Jin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Does it matter to us whether they live or die? Even if they all die, what does it matter? As for reputation, we are demons. What fame do demons need? Pass the order down. After we are ready, we will go home. Li Jin had just taken a few steps when he suddenly paused and turned his head and said, "Oh, by the way, have someone check and find out who dares to take advantage of me, Li. I will definitely give him a big gift." "Yes, General. And where is the black-hooded leader?" Several buildings had been bombed in succession, but there was no movement at the airport, which made him scratch his head. Is the noise still too small? Leopard King. At this moment, a man in a black hood ran over in a hurry and said something that stunned him. "All the planes at the airport have left. Time flies, and half a month has passed without me noticing." Li Jin's sudden bombing of the Kingdom of Red naturally caused a sensation and attracted criticism from various countries. Of course, for Li Jin, this incident not only made his name as a devil more deeply rooted in people's minds. It seems like nothing is lost. His cruel methods have scared everyone. Even those who cursed Li Jin were very subtle in their words. "I don't know. I thought you were praising him." Hantang City, urban area. With the influx of 300,000 immigrants, the city that was once like a ghost town finally had a hint of life. Li Jin took Ouyang Chung walking on the street. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening, just the time to get off work. From time to time, a bus could be seen passing by on the street. But the streets still seem a little empty. There is nothing we can do about it. Hantang City had just been established, and there was no place to sell cars in the city. Even if someone wanted to buy a car, they couldn't find a place. Just then, Li Jin and his group just happened to walk to the entrance of a subway station. At the beginning, Wu Ziren helped Li Jin create a travel circle with a radius of 500 meters. If they really built subway stations, I don't know how many they would have to build. So, when Wu Ziren and his team were constructing the station, they didn't build any subway stations at all. They just built elevators for entry and exit. Each subway station consists of 10 elevators that go directly to the underground platform. Then a pavilion-like building was built to protect the elevator. Anyway, Li Jin had no intention of charging any fees. There were no inspections or card swipe machines. As for how to ensure safety, the armed mechanical dogs and humanoid robots under Li Jin's command are not just for show. Every subway station is equipped with them. There's no way you could hide a weapon or something like that right under their noses. The entire subway system of Hantang City consists of 10 lines. After all, there are so many subway stations. If there's only one line and it stopped every 1 kilometer, it would be very frustrating. Chapter 114, They're Always Smart People. Li Jin and his companions walked and looked around, and soon turned from the main street to a side road. As soon as I stepped into the street, a sudden noise came towards him, making Li Jin's head buzz and feel dizzy. Bustling and bustling. This was Li Jin's first impression. He didn't expect that in just 20 days, such a lively place would appear in Hantang City. Human creativity is indeed endless. General, the people of Kyushu are indeed the most hard-working and intelligent in the world. This street connects the back entrances of 3 residential areas, and a shopping mall is in the front. Many people spotted the business opportunities here at first sight, then find the governor's mansion to rent a house. In just a few days, more than 70% of the houses on this street were rented out, and now they are all rented out. Li Jin Nudda. In order to develop the economy of Hantang City as quickly as possible, he promised that all shops in Hantang City would be free for 3 years. Looking around, I found that most of the shops on the street were snack bars. "Boss, how much do you sell these skewers for?" Li Jin stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant and asked the middle-aged man who was flipping the skewers skillfully. Although this is a secondary road, it is also a two-lane road. There are also sidewalks and an open space with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in front of shops. Very spacious. This is what Li Jin specially reserved for the store. In Li Jin's eyes, street stall economy represents the true flavor of the market. At this time, the open space was already filled with tables, and almost half of them were occupied by people eating skewers. There were laughter and joy everywhere, and the atmosphere was full of fireworks. A bunch of lamb skewers for $5. 20 skewers in total. There's a menu over there. You could take a look. The boss smiled naively, picked up a handful of grilled mutton skewers, and shook them. Li Jin was stunned. So cheap? But when I thought about where these things came from, it suddenly became clear. As the supplier of daily necessities for the entire archipelago, the food Li Jin bought from the system was naturally of the highest quality and, more importantly, cheap. The raw materials are cheap, so the price is naturally low. This pound of mutton costs only about $5 in the supermarket. The mutton skewered by this barbecue boss is in large pieces, and he can skewer at least 30 or 40 of them. Guaranteed profit. After all, the prices are there, and people are not stupid. If you buy it too expensive, no one will eat it. Give us 80 skewers first, then 40 skewers of grilled kidneys, 20 skewers of grilled fish and tofu, and 20 skewers of pig intestines. Li Jin's appetite was immediately aroused, and he ordered a lot of things. When the barbecue owner saw the important customer coming, he immediately smiled widely and said, "Please find a place to sit inside. Zhuanzi, there are guests coming. Why don't you come out and greet them?" Li Jin, along with Ouyang Chung and 4 other big men, found a small table and sat down. As soon as I sat down, I was attracted by the conversation at the table behind me. There were 2 men in their 30s. One of them, a round-faced man, whispered, "Brother, I found a great business opportunity today. If we can do it well, we will definitely make a fortune." What business opportunity? The round-faced man's words obviously touched the thin man opposite him, and he couldn't wait to ask. The round-faced man said mysteriously, "After you moved in, did you feel like something was missing?" "What's missing?" The thin man touched his head with a puzzled look. "Hardware. Think about it. Is the house you live in undecorated?" I've looked around. Not only in our community, but also in other communities, the houses are simply decorated and similar, just livable. If we set up a home improvement hardware company, can we make a lot of money with our renovation skills? Would you like to join me? I will make you rich. The thin man hesitated for a long time before he stuttered. "Gang, brother gang, I'd better work in the Tamsui factory. I can make 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, which is pretty good." The round-faced man obviously didn't expect the thin man to reject him. He was stunned for a moment before sighing. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, drink." Although the 2 of them were toasting each other, Li Jin, who was sitting behind them, could clearly feel the awkward atmosphere. It was clear that the 2 of them were about to reach the end of their relationship. Li Jin suddenly understood a truth. It is not easy to be the pig in the wind. Home decoration. Why did Li Jin insist on staying? Wasn't it because he wanted to use this as an opportunity to get people moving? Obviously, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. The round-faced man might be able to take advantage of this momentum and take off. But the thin man's choice was not wrong. The freshwater factory at least allowed him to retire without any problems. He wouldn't have to worry about big ups and downs, and his life would be acceptable. Let's not talk too much. Anyway, Li Jin was very satisfied. At least Hantang City was moving in the direction he expected. "Boss, these are the skewers you ordered." At this time, the barbecue owner brought a large plate full of skewers over. Li Jin picked up a kebab, and I took a bite, and it was crispy, tender, fresh, and fragrant, with oil flowing in my mouth. There is not even a hint of fishy smell, and you can tell it's premium mutton as soon as you taste it. It made people's appetite grow. After eating more than 20 skewers in a row, Li Jin stopped contentedly, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said, "Ouyang, do you have any difficulties over there?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chung quickly swallowed the kidney in his mouth and said, "General, now, hiccup, the biggest problem now is that we don't have enough teacher education." Li Jin couldn't help but frown. "Didn't I ask Zhang Geng and the others to invite people over? Are there not enough people?" Ouyang Chung explained, "General, Director Zhang and his team have hired high-level talents, at least at the professor level, who are responsible for higher education. What we lack now is teachers for secondary and primary education. If we calculate based on the population of Hantang City, which is 1.5 million, there are at least 260,000 children under the age of 14. And now there are 36,000 children registered for school, so we need to open 10 elementary and middle schools. We are now trying our best to recruit teachers. but the gap is still over 30%. Li Jin nodded and said, "Don't worry about this matter. I'll do it. If they want to fill such a large number of vacancies in a short period of time, unless the government intervenes, if they recruit on their own, I'm afraid I can only go to some normal colleges, and they may not be able to recruit. Although the Han and Tang Islands are already very famous, they're still too far away from the mainland. If I want to introduce some excellent resources, I still have to work hard. If there is no other option, I can only ask for help. What about the others? Are there any other difficulties, such as hospitals, lack of doctors, nurses, etc.?" Ouyang Chung said quickly, "General, there are a total of 32 hospitals in Hantang City. Now 4 hospitals are fully staffed and put into use. The temperature in our Han and Tang Islands is just right, staying around 30 degrees Celsius almost all year round. So few people get sick. There are almost no vehicles on the streets now, and there are almost no accidents. For hospitals are basically enough." Li Jin shook his head upon hearing this. "Your calculation is wrong. There are very few people going to the hospital now, because most of them are young people. There are not even many children. But after these 300,000 people settle down, I believe it won't be long before a large number of elderly people and children will follow. Will the 4 hospitals be able to handle it by then? We should take this opportunity to improve the 2 most basic guarantees of education and medical care. Since there are 32 hospitals, then staff all of them with medical staff. And school. We would rather let schools and hospitals wait for people who need them than let people who need them wait for them. Do you understand? Also, you better keep an eye on it. Since we've agreed that it's free for everyone, we can't give some people the opportunity to take advantage of it. If anyone dares to do it." Li Jin uttered a word coldly. "Kill." Just when the atmosphere was a little dull, Liang Yuan suddenly ran over in a hurry. "General, the Kyushu Empire and the White Bear Empire's envoys have arrived at the governor's mansion and want to see you." Chapter 115, The Ancestor of Bombs. Li Jin was stunned. It was understandable that the White Bear came, but what were the locals doing here? Let's go back. Governor's Palace, office building. As soon as Li Jin walked into the hall, he saw 3 people waiting for him. One of them was White, probably the White Bear Empire's envoy. As for the other 2, Li Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. It was an acquaintance he had seen before. It turned out to be Yin Tianchen. The person following behind him was also an acquaintance, Yin Ruoi, who had come during the disaster relief. What are they 2 doing here? Are you planning to teach him again? Just as Li Jin was guessing Yin Tianchen's intention, Yin Tianchen's next action caught him off guard. Yin Tianchen raised his hand solemnly and saluted Li Jin. "Hello, Chief." Li Jin looked at Yin Tianchen in astonishment. In fact, it was not just him. Yin Ruoi, who was standing beside him, also looked stunned. It seemed that he didn't understand why his father, a dignified imperial admiral, would salute a lieutenant general and call him chief all the time. Just at this moment, Yin Tianchen suddenly took out a golden certificate-like object and handed it to Li Jin, saying, "Commander, His Majesty asked me to give this to you." Li Jin glanced at the respectful Yin Tianchen with suspicion. This was completely different from the Yin Tianchen he had met in Shanghai. Reaching out to take it and opening it, Li Jin was stunned. Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Military Command. Imperial General. The Emperor has ordered a loyal and devoted military official to follow the will of heaven, a member of the Senate, and Marquis of Jinghai. Li Jin's head was buzzing for a moment. Does Li not want to live anymore? He actually got such a big benefit. You know, any one of these would cause people to fight over it, let alone the fact that he was given 4 at once. I won't talk about the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief. He is far away overseas, so it is impossible for him to really take the title. It is just an honorary title. This senator is really something. The Legislative Council is divided into the upper house and the lower house. Although they seem to have the same rights, there are great differences between them. Members of the upper house are equivalent to life members, and there is no limit on the number of members. In other words, as long as you're not dead, you will always be a member of Parliament. But it is different from members of the House of Commons. They are only official members. There are a total of 23 core positions. If you're not in one of these positions, you are immediately no longer a member of Parliament. As far as he knew, only the Emperor, the Prime Ministers, and the Grand Speakers were qualified to become members of the Senate for life. These people were the real big guys, and their influence was naturally incomparable. As for the following titles, they're even more rare. He has several privileges, such as judicial immunity, the ability to form a guard, and be equipped with weapons. He is definitely a winner in life. But only during the reign of the founding Emperor Taizu, 24 titles were conferred. From then on, successive emperors never conferred titles again, and even encouraged meritorious officials to give up such feudal dregs as titles. By the presently Yi dynasty, only a handful of titles have been passed down. But when I think about my adopted father, it seems that I deserve this title. Unfortunately, it was of no use to him. Chief, His Majesty and the Prime Minister will hold a title-conferring ceremony in the imperial capital on June 4th. If you're free, you can go and participate. Li Yi and the others knew Li Jin's temper, so they naturally wouldn't use a commanding tone, but rather a negotiating tone. Li Jin paused for a moment and nodded. Good. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Li Yi and the others have done so much, so he naturally won't give them face. Seeing that Li Jin agreed so readily, Yin Tianqian couldn't help but smile and raise his hand to salute. Commander, if you don't have anything else, I'll take my leave now. Li Jin was still a little dizzy, and he couldn't help but return the greeting. Good. Yin Tianqian raised his hand and saluted again, then walked out the door with Yin Ruoyi. Only when the two of them walked out of the building did Yin Ruoyi come back to her senses and said in disbelief, Dad, how old is Li Jin? Aren't His Majesty afraid of forcing him to grow too fast? Yin Tianqian suddenly paused and turned to look at his precious daughter. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be worthy of it, but he is Li Jin, so he deserves it. Even if you give him the title of Imperial Marshal, I, your father, will have nothing to say. Yin Tianqian couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes when he said this. Although Li Jin is only in his early 20s and has only been in the army for a few months, look at his record. Who in the world can compare to him? He is the contemporary champion marquis. Yin Ruoyi was obviously not an ordinary woman. She did not believe a word of Yin Tianqian's words and could not help but said, Dad, you are afraid that the cooked duck will fly away. Yin Tianqian's expression froze for a moment, but Yin Ruoyi was his daughter, so he shook his head helplessly. Let's just talk about this between us. Then his expression became serious, and he said solemnly, Your Majesty and the Prime Minister have decided to set up a liaison office in the Han and Tang Islands. Zheng Hui will be the director, and you will be the deputy director. Zheng Hui is mature despite his young age. I'm not worried about him, but you, remember, don't act like a big shot here. Li Jin is not your father. If you piss him off, not only me, but even His Majesty can't save you. Your only job here is to pass the message and maintain contact between the court and Li Jin. Don't worry about anything else. Yin Tianqian became more and more serious as he spoke. From now on, you are mute. You only have a pair of ears and a pair of eyes. Listen more and watch more, and don't talk too much. Seeing Yin Tianqian's serious tone, Yin Ruoyi immediately became serious and raised her hand to salute Yin Tianqian. Yes, Chief. Li Jin in the hall naturally didn't know that Yin Tianqian and his daughter had such a conversation, but instead turned his gaze to the white man who had been silent. The white man hurried forward and leaned forward slightly. Dear General, I am Bo Zisifu, the special envoy of the White Bear Empire. I will be responsible for establishing our country's consulate in Han and Tang in the future. Then, without waiting for Li Jin to speak, he stated his intention directly. General, I came to the beautiful Han and Tang Islands this time for one more thing. Our emperor sincerely hopes that you will visit White Bear when you are free. Li Jin smiled immediately. He had known the emperor for a long time, so he said, Of course. As for the time, I'll think about it. You can see that the Han and Tang Islands are in ruins. I can't leave for a while. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Bazisev's face. He didn't expect that Li Jin would agree so readily. He quickly said, General, our country welcomes your visit at any time. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Bazisov left happily. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Just when Li Jin was considering where to sleep, Qiu Luoyin hurried in. General, Director Zhang just sent a message that they have discovered the people behind the scenes of the Reed Kingdom. They are. Okay. Li Jin waved his hand to stop Qiu Luoyin from saying anything else and said indifferently, I don't need to know who they are. Zimo, who was guarding outside the door, came in immediately, and Li Jin calmly ordered, Go, tell Zhang Kai to send fighter planes over there and send them straight to hell. Yes, General. As soon as Zimo left, Li Jin couldn't help but look at Xiao Luoyin. Luoyin, don't leave tonight. I'll show you something good. Chapter 116 Uproot. Hantang Islands, Air Force Headquarters. As soon as Li Jin's order reached the Air Force Headquarters, Zhang Kai ran to the operations center. Order the first bomber formation to refuel immediately. The ammunition depot can dispatch 2 father of bombs and 1 grandfather of bombs and deliver them to the first formation. Hurry up. 10 minutes later, a soldier at the operations center stood up and reported. Report to the commander. The first formation is ready, requesting takeoff. Zhang Kai immediately said, "We can take off." At the same time, in the Bis Manor near the border of the kingdom of Isa, the white old man and the old woman who planned to assassinate Li Jin gathered together again. But the white old man no longer had the confidence he had the day before, and said with a gloomy face, "This damn guy is so cunning that he doesn't even care about the lives of civilians for his own safety. That is, I think calling him a devil is a bit too mild. He is simply a devil." The white old woman nodded in agreement and said with an unpleasant expression, "The clan leader just called and expressed deep disappointment with our actions. You also know how much the clan leader values this matter. The things developed by Jojo Group have already posed a fatal threat to our high-end industries. If we really allow them to mass-produce them, we will lose our voice in the West, and we will no longer be able to use these things as conditions to get what we want in the future. This is such a huge blow to our Ross family and fraternity." The white old woman's words immediately silenced the white old man. Space engines, photolithography machines, both of which are the world's most advanced technologies. As long as they have these cutting-edge things in their hands, they will be invincible. Now, this monopoly has been broken. If it were just production, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what Li Jin sells is actually cheaper than their production cost. This not only caused them to lose a large number of customers, but also made some powerful countries dissatisfied. If they were forced to lower their prices, wouldn't they suffer huge losses then? So, Li Jin must die, and Jojo Group must disappear. At this time, the white old woman continued, "Patriarch, let me warn you that this place may have been exposed. Let's move immediately. Transfer." The white old man was stunned. This was the largest military training base of their Ross family. More than half of the family's military forces were hidden here. If everyone evacuates, what if the officials of the Kingdom of Isa find out about such a big commotion? By then, the entire West will inevitably be wary of the Ross family. Thinking about the harm done to them by a certain demon, the old white man couldn't help but shudder. They had finally managed to hide behind the scenes, and they didn't want to step into the spotlight again and be targeted. Besides, he did not deny that Li Jin was very powerful. But in terms of intelligence, what kind of intelligence capabilities could a tiny country have? Seeing that the old man was a little disapproving, the white old woman couldn't help but emphasize her tone. "You know the tribe leader's temper. If you don't follow his orders, he'll get angry." The old woman didn't say anything more, but the white old man's face changed, and he stood up and said, "I will ask the main personnel to evacuate temporarily." After saying that, he walked out of the house. I never thought. As soon as the old man stepped out of the door, a huge black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and smashed him into a pulp in an instant. Boom! The black shadow suddenly exploded, and countless white substances were immediately scattered into the sky and quickly spread around. Boom! Then a violent explosion sounded again, and the white substance in the sky instantly turned into a blazing flame. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the surrounding area of several hundred meters, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept across the entire manor in billowing smoke and dust, and everything standing was instantly shattered. Just then, another father of bombs whizzed down, and the manor, which had already been devastated by the bombing, was swept through again. It completely turned into a white area. But this is not the end. When the smoke gradually receded, a larger bomb fell from the sky again. However, this bomb did not explode on the ground, but went directly into the ground. Then a dull explosion sounded from underground. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake violently. The soil waves rolled, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and then it collapsed. It didn't take long. The manor turned into a series of gullies. Han and Tang Islands, governor's office. Ouch! Li Jin, who had just finished an intense exercise, lay on the bed and took a breath. When he was about to turn over and fight again, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the 12th mission. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it carefully. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Rewards for mission number 12. 6 Ford-class aircraft carrier strike groups, with all personnel and bases, selectable skin color, and ethnicity. Advanced rewards. Marvel World gift pack. 2 stealth aircraft carriers, 72 Quinjet stealth fighters, and 144 Quinjet stealth transport planes. Note: assigned to all combat personnel and bases. Li Jin looked at the series of rewards and couldn't help showing disappointment in his eyes. Just as he guessed, the system would not easily give him a powerful weapon like the Star Destroyer. Isn't it enough to destroy 5 strike groups? Maybe in the future, he should be more ruthless. A cold light suddenly flashed in Li Jin's eyes, and then he threw the matter of the reward aside. He now really wanted to know why the mission was suddenly completed today. Was it because of something that happened today? Yes. Li Jin narrowed his eyes and looked down. Luin, you just said that the person who assassinated me has been found. Who is it? Xiao Luin, who was busy, paused for a moment, then raised her pretty face and said, "It's the Ross family. Our intelligence officers tracked the assassins to the border of the Kingdom of Issa, to a manor near the Bice Mountains. After our secret investigation, we found that it is the Ross family's property." Ross family? Li Jin's eyes suddenly turned cold. They were really a group of lingering guys. They wanted to control him at first, and now they wanted to assassinate him. Tell Zhang Geng to investigate this family thoroughly. Dig up their roots and send them to hell. General, I'll go right away. It's no need. Let's continue. The next morning, Li Jin dressed up with Xiao Luoyin's help. Luoyin, notify Yuan and ask him to tell the White Bear people that I plan to visit the White Bear Empire the day after tomorrow. Everyone in the commander's office, get ready. I'm going to take you with me this time. Chapter 117, White Bear Empire. May 17th, 4:30 in the morning. White Bear Empire, capital. It was already bright outside, but the temperature was only about 10 degrees, which still made people feel a little cold. There were hardly any cars on the streets of the White Bear capital. But, however, the scene at the capital airport was quite different. The White Bear Empire's 3 service guard of honor had already been in place early, along with many White Bear Empire officials and generals. Even the White Bear Emperor has arrived. Today's guest is very special. Whether in terms of influence or strength, he is worthy of his trip by the White Bear Emperor. Leader, General Li's plane will arrive in 3 minutes. At this time, an officer walked quickly to the Emperor and said. The Emperor nodded and instructed again. Have someone check it again. There must not be any unstable factors. The officer quickly raised his hand to salute, then turned and left. 3 minutes passed in a flash. A huge white plane appeared above the airport and then roared down towards the runway. After a while, it stopped steadily on the runway. Upon seeing this, the Emperor quickly walked to the front of the plane, apparently intending to greet them in person. Such an extraordinary scene stunned the reporters on the scene. You know, according to past international practice, it is rare for the head of state of the host country to go to the airport to pick up the plane. Unless the head of state of a major country visits a small country, the head of state will personally pick up the plane. Generally speaking, the reception is conducted at the ministerial level, and there are almost no cases where the reception exceeds the standard. Even when the Imperial Emperor Li Yi came to visit, he followed the usual practice. When Li Jin visited this time, the Emperor actually ran to the airport to pick him up in person for the first time, which naturally shocked everyone. There were even reporters broadcasting the event live, speaking to the camera in an incredulous tone. Dear audience members, this is incredible. The head of the White Bear Empire actually came to pick us up at the airport in person. This is definitely a historic moment. On the special plane, when Li Jin heard that the Emperor was waiting for him outside the plane, he was stunned. Having just brushed up on his etiquette knowledge, he naturally knew what this meant. For a time, Li Jin's heart was also beating fast, although he knew that the Emperor came to pick him up purely for profit. But as the head of one of the 3 major powers in the world, to be able to do this requires a magnanimous and broad-minded attitude that is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Let's go. Li Jin took a deep breath and walked out of the cabin. As soon as Li Jin stepped out of the cabin, a passionate and beautiful melody sounded. He couldn't help but look down the escalator. The exquisite red carpet stretched out very far, and on the right was the military honor guard. Stand at attention. Step on. As soon as Li Jin walked down the first step, a loud voice rang out, followed by the sound of uniformed footsteps. In other words, Li Jin has now mastered it. Otherwise, this formation alone would be enough to scare ordinary people out of their wits. Slowly walk down the escalator. The emperor had already come over and directly extended his hand to welcome him. General Bokuma. The character of the emperor can be seen here. He is straightforward, resolute, and never drags his feet in doing anything. Li Jin immediately stretched out his hand and shook hands with the emperor. Feeling the strength in Li Jin's hand, the emperor's smile grew wider. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation and walked towards the military guard of honor with Li Jin. The beautiful melody sounded again, and the officer of the honor guard drew out his sword neatly and shouted, "Look to the right. Salute." The soldiers of the honor guard all raised their guns, looked up high, and looked at Li Jin. Li Jin, who was enjoying this kind of treatment for the first time, couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Soon, the review ceremony was completed, and the two came to a temporary concierge desk at the end of the red carpet. Here, the two of them published a series of cookie-cutter official articles to the media. Then Li Jin got in the car and headed for the hotel where he was staying. A visit of this magnitude is very grand. What to do and when to do it are all agreed upon, and it is impossible to do it at will. Half an hour later, in a villa at the White Bear Hotel, Li Jin stretched out his body. The Han and Tang Islands are more than 9,000 kilometers away from the White Bear Empire. After more than 10 hours, even though Li Jin is a young man, he still feels a little tired. "Yuan, what's the schedule for today?" "General, you'll have lunch with the White Bear leader at 12 noon. The first meeting will begin at 2 p.m. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you will go to the White Bear Empire University accompanied by the White Bear leader. We'll be heading to the White Bear Opera House at 6 p.m. Li Jin couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard this. Hey, you see, being high and mighty is not a good thing. These rules and regulations are really annoying. Now that I think about it, I really want to be an ordinary person. Go to work every day, eat, sleep, and don't worry about anything else. Phew. Before Li Jin finished his sigh, Lin Kuching, who was standing beside him, laughed out loud. Li Jin was stunned for a moment and couldn't continue speaking. He could not help but glare at Lin Kuching fiercely. He. Unexpectedly, Lin Kuching laughed even more happily, without any sign of fear, and even the other women in the room smiled. Li Jin shook his head helplessly. Everyone in this room was his own family. He didn't even have time to show his love for them, so how could he bear to blame them? He immediately changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's talk about business. Don't be idle these 2 days. Go out and look around. What teachers, doctors, etc. Just use the right tactics. By the way, have all the promotional videos for the Han and Tang Islands been aired?" Li Jin turned his gaze to Meng Yu and Liang Tao. Meng Yu immediately said, "Our press office has already contacted major media outlets around the world. They can promote our Han and Tang Islands, but the price is not a problem. What we need is exposure and popularity. We must let everyone know about our Han and Tang Islands." When Li Jin said this, his eyes suddenly moved, and he asked, "Has any media said anything bad about us during this period?" "Yes, but they're all from small countries. No reports have been made from any larger countries." Li Jin couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and a dangerous look flashed across them. A country like the Manga Empire would naturally not report on the events of the Han and Tang Islands. This would be a slap in its own face. The rest of the Western countries are all fence-sitters. If Big Brother doesn't give a word, they naturally won't take any action. Besides, Li Jin's sudden attack on Reed must have scared a lot of people. Tell Zhang Geng to pick a few typical ones and bring their boss back to me. They must face justice. I want everyone to know that as long as you have a big fist, you can do whatever you want. If you don't have guts, just hide in bed and stop making noises. Chapter 118, Lu Mei Alliance. Li Jin asked Meng Yu to come, and then turned his gaze to Liang Tao. How are your video accounts, public accounts, etc. going? Nowadays, we live in an internet society. Platforms and other things are closer to the public than the media. They can let more people know about our Han and Tang Islands. Liang Tao said quickly, "I have registered on major platforms around the world, but there are too few viewers and the exposure is not enough. I am now inviting internet celebrities with high traffic from various countries to come to our Han and Tang Islands. As long as they post their videos, the beautiful scenery of our Han and Tang Islands will definitely become a hit. By then, our name will have been spread out. Li Jin agreed with Liang Tao's suggestion. Letting internet celebrities promote, it could indeed increase the exposure of the Han and Tang Islands in a short period of time. However, this was not enough. In fact, there was a faster way. Liang Tao, contact all the major platforms immediately and tell them that it was me who said it. Any news related to the Han and Tang Islands must be pushed to the top of the trending list. Ali am not greedy. It's enough if there is one hot topic about us every day. If you don't agree, although Li Jin looked enthusiastic, his words gave people a chill. I don't mind. Please invite them over to be our guests. Liang Tao was stunned. She didn't expect that things could be done this way. This was completely a case of the guest taking the initiative. What if they pushed the malicious rumors to the hot search? Liang Yuan suddenly asked. Li Jin said with a smile. As long as they dare. Li Jin likes one of his own strengths very much. That is, he will never forget his revenge. If someone doesn't believe it, Li Jin doesn't mind letting them experience what it means to have no way to heaven and no door to earth. Even if the gods really bless him, Li Jin has 10,000 ways to kill him. That's right, Yuan. We need to establish consulates or offices in major countries as soon as possible. I believe no country will refuse. If you issue another notice, the Han and Tang Islands will exempt visas for countries that establish consulates or offices. Time passed by minute, and by the time Li Jin and the others finished their discussion, it was almost 12 o'clock. After enjoying a great white bear meal, we finally entered the most important part. In a luxurious conference room in the Calm Palace, Li Jin and the Emperor sat opposite each other. This kind of scene, to be honest, Li Jin felt a little awkward, but fortunately the Emperor was already used to this kind of situation and did not give Li Jin any chance to feel embarrassed. He said sincerely, "General Li, I invited you to be my guest this time because I have something to ask of you." The Emperor's straightforward conversation might be a bit unexpected for some people, but Li Jin just liked this kind of conversation. I couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Leader, although we have never met, we have been friends for a long time. We have a lot in common." Although what Li Jin said seemed to be nonsense, the Emperor had a smile on his face. "We have known each other for a long time. Common ground. Aren't we just like-minded?" The Emperor immediately got straight to the point and said, "General, our country hopes to purchase a batch of Zircon missiles from your country." "No problem. Can we buy the latest aircraft engine produced by your company?" "Can." Li Jin's straightforward answer made the Emperor look surprised. Li Jin acted as if he hadn't seen it and continued, "Mr. Leader, I wonder how many you need?" The Emperor's expression had calmed down by then. He couldn't help but smile when he heard Li Jin's question. "General Li, I think we should leave these small matters to our subordinates." Li Jin suddenly realized that his previous words were a bit abrupt. Such a large military purchase could not be finalized with just one sentence. Both parties must send personnel to discuss in detail. As the highest authorities, they only need to grasp the general direction. "I have one more thing here." Then the Emperor continued, "I hope to achieve all-weather strategic cooperation or alliance with the Han and Tang Islands." Li Jin's expression also became serious when he heard this. Forming an alliance with the White Bear Empire was a big deal, so he had to consider the interests involved. But then he couldn't help laughing. What interests were he talking about now? He was afraid that everywhere he looked would be enemies. Especially the big guy, like Manga Empire. Find trouble for him every day. If he can make things a little more difficult for them, why not do it? Alliance is possible, but I also have a few conditions. The Emperor was generous, so Li Jin was naturally not as generous. He opened his mouth and asked for conditions directly, regardless of whether the Emperor agreed or not, and said directly, "First, I hope that when my people are recruiting personnel in your country will not block them, but open the door to convenience. Second, our alliance is only aimed at the Western world. Third, the goods from the Han and Tang Islands must enter your country with 0 tariffs, and the 2 places must be visa-free. Fourth," Li Jin said a lot of things, which made the Emperor's face turn green, but in the end he nodded and agreed with difficulty. "Can." Li Jin laughed immediately. If the Emperor refused, then the alliance would not be formed. The interests are mutual. I can't help you without hesitation when you need me. Good. The leader is so straightforward. and I, Li Jin, am not a stingy person. I will personally present 6,666 hypersonic missiles of various types to your country. Don't worry, your launchers are fully operational for these missiles. I will give you another 200 of the latest aircraft engines. In addition, we, the Han and Tang Islands, can provide your country with a variety of industrial equipment and precision parts at a price 10% lower than the market price. The Emperor couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect Li Jin to be so generous and give him so many things directly. In addition to excitement, he was a little bit unconvinced about Li Jin's last sentence. He knew exactly what the Han and Tang Islands looked like. But how many factories can there be in such a small place? Li Jin didn't care whether the Emperor believed it or not. He drew so many industrial bases last time, it would be a waste to just throw them away, so he could use them. Not only could he support White Bear, but he could also provide jobs for Han and Tang. As for the question of profit, it is nothing more than the loss of raw materials and transportation. The Han and Tang Islands have plenty of major resources, such as steel and oil. By using local materials, the cost is compressed to the extreme. Even if it was sold at 90% of the price, Li Jin would still make a huge profit. As for transportation, you have to know that Li Jin is a man with a system and is worth tens of millions of gold bars. Let alone buying dozens of ships. Even buying hundreds of ships is just a drizzle. It's just a matter of recruiting seafarers. Moreover, these ships can transport raw materials from the White Bear to Han and Tang, and then make finished products and sell them to the White Bear people. It's a win-win situation, no matter how you think about it. Li Jin stretched out his hand at this time, and Liang Yuan immediately put a thick stack of product lists into Li Jin's hand. Mr. Leader, this is a list of all the equipment that can be produced in our Han and Tang Islands. You can take a look at it when you have time. The Emperor looked at the list on the table, which was as thick as a book, and couldn't help but become curious. He picked it up directly. This is incredible to see. The list includes everything from 9-axis CNC machine tools and large-scale mechanical manufacturing equipment to chips, precision components. This is absolutely something that a superpower must have, and a small archipelago can actually produce it. However, seeing Li Jin's extremely serious expression, the Emperor was immediately tempted. If he didn't want something of good quality and low price, he would be a fool. He immediately stood up and stretched out his hand and said, "Thank you for your generosity, General. I will let the companies in need contact you. I believe that as long as we work together sincerely, the dark clouds in the sky will dissipate one day." Li Jin smiled slightly. Why should it dissipate? Why not just disperse it directly? Chapter 119 Li Jin is going to cause trouble. Just a day after Li Jin visited the White Bear Empire, a piece of news instantly caught the attention of people all over the world. The White Bear Empire actually formed a military alliance with the Han and Tang Islands. Such explosive news immediately topped the global hot search list. The Han and Tang Islands have also become a topic of conversation among people. People don't understand why the White Bear Empire would form an alliance with a little-known corner that many people don't even know about. But when people searched online, they were stunned. See what's on the internet? The blatant launch of a nuclear bomb almost scared the Flame Kingdom to death. Openly confronting the Manga Empire, it even destroyed 5 aircraft carrier battle groups of the Manga Empire, bombed the capital of the Prussian Empire, and used the Prussian Empire's territorial waters as a nuclear weapons testing site. Just because the money of one of his companies was frozen, he destroyed all the military forces of the Kingdom of Red within a few hours and looted the entire city of Bel Air. Each and every one of these incidents is eye-popping. But even so, the Han and Tang Islands are still alive and well. The strength is self-evident. However, in the eyes of many people, the Han and Tang Islands are just a tiny place. What potential can it have? But he was soon slapped in the face. The world's most advanced strategic bomber, so fast that even the Raptor fighter can't catch up, and it has single-handedly shot down an M-35 fighter. There's so many videos online that it's hard not to believe them. That's not all. This little-known archipelago can actually produce the world's most advanced aircraft engines and lithography machines, and can even produce 5th-generation aircraft on its own, as if it were a cheat. People then realized that it was no wonder that the White Bear Empire would form an alliance with the Han and Tang Islands. Isn't this definitely short and sharp? Li Jin naturally didn't know this. He just wanted to discuss the alliance of Western countries, but he actually promoted himself. At this time, Li Jin was sitting in the White Bear Central Opera House, accompanied by the emperor, watching. The stage was performing one of the most classic operas, War and Peace. Li Jin had a smile on his face. Performing such an opera at this sensitive time must have a deeper meaning. I don't know whether the emperor on his left, who was already listening attentively, wanted war or peace. Have to say, the actors on the stage were indeed talented, and their performances were vivid. Although Li Jin did not understand what they were singing, he was also infected by the atmosphere. Just as the opera on the stage reached its climax, an official suddenly walked up to the emperor and said something. The emperor couldn't help but glance at Li Jin and said with a smile, "General, we have specially prepared a gift for you. I hope you will like it." Just when Li Jin was confused, the opera on the stage had already ended amid applause. A few minutes later, the curtain on the stage opened again. When I saw the scene on the stage, I couldn't help but be stunned because there were rows of young students standing on the stage, and the most important thing was that they were all from Kyushu. Suddenly, the grand piano sounded, and the passionate melody quickly aroused people's emotions, making people feel like they had to express themselves. The wind is howling, the horses are whinnying. At this moment, the roar of the students on the stage suddenly sounded. The extremely familiar melody made Li Jin stunned, as if he had returned to a certain era. Passionate, passionate. For this, you could devote everything you have. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly there was warm applause from the audience, and Li Jin came back to his senses. "Generally, these are your country's students studying in our country. They heard that you were coming to see the performance, so they specially rehearsed this program." Li Jin nodded and actually stood up and walked straight to the stage. Although he knew that there would be a photo session later and he would meet these students. But he is Li Jin. He is unique. Li Jin suddenly walked onto the stage, startling everyone present. However, the students from Jeojo on the stage were extremely excited. The man in front of them, who was about their age, but he is a godly man, their idol. "General," a chubby boy with a round face stammered something. Li Jin smiled warmly, raised his hand and patted the boy on the shoulder, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with him vigorously. Then he reached out to shake the hands of other students and encouraged them with a smile on his face. "You performed very well. I hope you can continue to carry forward the culture of our Kyushu. I also hope that you can visit the Han and Tang Islands when you have time. I will personally take you around then." Li Jin chatted with the students for a few minutes and then took a group photo. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed, and Li Jin's journey with the two white bears had come to an end. 1 day later, Han and Tang Islands, Governor's Office. "General, a total of 47 countries including the Melika Empire, the Kingdom of John, and the Peru Empire have sent us requests to establish a consulate." Liang Yuan stood in front of Li Jin's desk and reported one by one. "Promise them." Li Jin said casually, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the endless sea outside the window, and fell in a deep thought. There are still a dozen days left before the electronic barrier given to him by the system disappears. Although he has made sufficient preparations, he still feels a little uneasy. It seems like it's time to find some brothers to share the pressure with me. I can't let those bastards like Meliga stare at me all day long. "Chilan, go call Zhang Gung over." Li Jin looked up and gave instructions to Gao Chilan, who was busy in the office. After a while, Gao Chilan hurried in with Zhang Gung. "General, you are looking for me?" Li Jin asked. "How is your intelligence network going?" Zhang Gung said quickly. "General, with the help of the mini-controller, our intelligence personnel have successfully penetrated into various countries and can provide us with intelligence continuously." Li Jin nodded. The mini-controller was only effective for about 2 months, so it was not realistic to control people for a long time. However, if he used it to do something, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Anyway, he is a rich man now and can't afford anything else, but he can still buy a large batch of this thing and give it to Zhang Gung. "You're doing very well, but don't put too much energy into politics. We should also have people in the military, especially those with nuclear weapons. It would be great if we could control all of these. Of course, there's no need to rush these things. We have plenty of time. Just let them do what they want. I believe that every one of our intelligence officers can lead the way." Zhang Gung's expression changed, and he immediately understood what Li Jin meant. Their intelligence personnel are of all skin colors. As long as the identity issue is resolved, and with a variety of magical weapons, it is easy for them to become the head of country. "General, I know what to do." "I know, then do it. By the way, send someone to contact them." I want to send some weapons to the kingdoms of Persia and Baal. I have only one condition. They must take action. I will provide them with more weapons later. General, what weapons should we provide them with? Chapter 120 Catch him. Li Jin touched his chin and thought for a while before saying, just a full set of Manga equipment. Prepare some for them, such as Harpachi, Himas, iCountry, and Biaojuan. Who still uses rockets these days? Missiles are so much more fun. Tell them to just use up all my supporting weapons. The second aid will be doubled. If it is used up the second time, the third aid will be doubled as well, and so on. The more you use, the more you get. As for how to transport the weapons, they don't need to worry about it. I will help them deliver them directly to their doorsteps. Li Jin can choose the delivery location for the items purchased from the treasure house store, which is very convenient. Anyway, the real weapons in the treasury are worthless. If these little brothers are obedient, Li Jin doesn't mind using them to smash the Manga people to death. Even with these, Li Jin still felt unsafe and said, by the way, if they are willing, we can also provide them with positioning services. Certainly, if they like hard stuff, we still have Raptors, Spectres, thermobaric bombs, radiation missiles, and so on. We can give them all, but it costs money. Do you understand? Don't underestimate these little brothers. They're actually very rich. Li Jin would feel guilty if he didn't squeeze them. Zhang Geng had already fully understood Li Jin's intention at this time, and raised his hand to salute. General, I understand. At the same time that Li Jin and Zhang Geng were talking, the kingdom of Bolin, Huasha City, Fuku's television center building. As the most prosperous center of the capital of Bolin, it is naturally bustling with traffic. At this moment, a Paramount marauder suddenly stopped at the entrance of the central building, and 4 men in suits and sunglasses got out of the car. The 4 men looked around and walked straight into the building. The guard standing at the door became alert when he saw the 4 people, and pointed the electric baton in his hand at them, and said, "Who are you?" The man in a suit at the head took out a red book from his pocket. "We are from the Han and Tang Investigation Bureau." Han and Tang Investigation Bureau? The guard was stunned and couldn't help but look at the 4 people. After seeing that they all had oriental faces, an angry expression immediately appeared on his face, waving the stick in his hand, and said, "Damn you, yellow monkey, this is not a place for you to run wild. Leave here immediately." Otherwise, the leading black-clad man's expression suddenly turned cold, and he kicked the guard. Oh, there seemed to be a sound of some testicles breaking. The guard opened his mouth and howled, then fell down with his hands covering his lower body. "Let's go." The man in black, Wang Xiang, the captain of the 5th Action Team of the Overseas Investigation Bureau of the Han and Tang Islands Intelligence Department, looked coldly at the guard who was rolling on the ground in pain, and spoke. Many people in the building saw what happened just now. Soon, 7 or 8 guards rushed out of the building, some of them even holding shotguns. Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Resisting law enforcement, kill." After saying that, he took out a submachine gun from his arms and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. 4 fire snakes shot out instantly, knocking the guards in front to the ground. As soon as you enter the building, Wang Xiang took 1 person to an independent elevator, while the other 2 went in the opposite direction. Before they came, they had conducted detailed investigations and thorough deployments. Otherwise, how would they dare to come to other countries to arrest people so brazenly? Ding! Suddenly, the sound of the elevator door opening was heard. Wang Xiang immediately took out a grenade from his pocket, pressed the safety button, and threw it out the moment the elevator door opened. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, followed by a series of exclamations in the corridor. Wang Xiang stepped out of the elevator. I saw 4 or 5 guards running around with their eyes covered. I ignored them and walked straight through the corridor to the door of an office. Looking at the silent office, Wang Xiang took out another grenade and threw it over. Then he hid in a corner. Boom! The door of the office was shattered by the bomb. At the same time, Wang Xiang rushed in. I saw a fat white old man, who was so scared that he was crawling under the table. Wang Xiang stepped forward and hit the white old man on the back of his head with the butt of his gun. The man in black who was following closely behind hurried forward, and together with Wang Xiang, he carried the old man and walked towards the elevator. I got out of the elevator on the 1st floor. Then they saw 2 other men in black holding a woman and waiting for them. Woo-hum! Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded outside the building. A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xiang's face. The JC from the Boran Kingdom had finally arrived. Come on, let's get out. At this time, just outside the building, there were already more than a dozen J vehicles surrounding the main entrance, and there were even dozens of fully armed special forces holding shields on standby. Just when the leading official was about to make a speech, Wang Xiang and his 4 companions actually walked out directly. Their expressions were as if they were strolling in their own yard, which surprised the officials of the Bolin Kingdom. The J officers below looked at each other, not knowing what this group of robbers wanted to do. Release the personnel immediately, put down your weapons, and put your hands on your heads. We will keep you safe. Facing hundreds of guns, Wang Xiang showed no sign of panic and said calmly, "We are from the Han and Tang Investigation Bureau. We are here in the name of General Li Jin to arrest those who are destroying world stability. Get out of the way immediately and take responsibility for the consequences." Official Bolin was so angry that he laughed. Could it be that these damn yellow monkeys had lost their heads? They really thought they were from the Manga Investigation Bureau. They even came to their country to arrest people. Buzz. Just as the official looked at him as if he were a fool, the sound of a propeller suddenly came from the sky, and everyone couldn't help but look up. 8 black-painted longbow harpack attack helicopters roared in from the north. Before everyone could react, 3 extremely huge black shadows flashed past their heads. At this time, a group of armed helicopters were roaring in. When the official of the Kingdom of Bolin saw the white tiger emblem on the fuselage, his face turned pale. The white tiger was notorious throughout the West as an existence that could stop children from crying at night. How could he not know this? At this time, Wang Xiang suddenly walked up to the official of the Bolin Kingdom, scaring the official. Just when the official was at a loss, Wang Xiang patted the official on the shoulder with a smile and said in the Baran language, "I think our ancestors said something very good. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Think about your wife and children at home. I'm going to die here, being a good police officer who does his job faithfully. Just roll aside and you'll still be able to go home alive later." Wang Xiang spoke very loudly, so that everyone present could hear it clearly. Many people immediately showed angry expressions, and they could see machine guns pointing at them in the sky. They all lowered their heads immediately. "Let's go." Wang Xiang was too lazy to pay attention to them, and spoke directly to the 3 people behind him. That's all. The 4 men carried the 2 men and swaggered through the ranks of Bolin's people, while the Bolin people could only watch and did not dare to move. Buzz. A super stallion helicopter landed, and after carrying 6 people, it quickly rushed into the sky. The armed helicopters also flew high into the sky. It disappeared in a short while. Woo-woo. It was not until this time that the piercing air raid sirens began to sound from all over the city. Bang! The Bolin official, who was trembling like a chicken, suddenly fired a shot into the sky and roared, "Damn you yellow monkeys, I'm not done with you." Boom! As soon as the Bolin official's words came out, a missile suddenly fell from the sky and razed the place where the official was to the ground. They naturally don't know. Right above their heads, a huge aerospace carrier was floating in the sky, and it could see everything they did clearly. Chapter 121. Being an accomplice to a tiger. Li Jin suddenly sent people to the Kingdom of Bolin to capture people and destroy the air defense system of the Bolin capital. Once the news came out, it caused an uproar or even panic at the first moment. It even caused people to flee from famine in the capitals of various countries. Just when the shock of the onlookers had not yet dissipated, people from the Han and Tang Investigation Bureau once again airdropped into the Maple Leaf Federation, and this time the scene was even bigger. The Maple Leaf Federation opened fire directly, relying on the support of the Melika Empire. Unfortunately, the Maple Leaf people took themselves too seriously. It took the Han and Tang Islands only 1 hour to defeat the Maple Leaf Federation's air force, pinning it to the ground and rubbing it hard. In the end, he had to compromise and handed the person over to the Han and Tang Investigation Bureau. The most surprising thing is that the Melika Empire, which is so close, did not make any move at all, as if it was blind and deaf. Otherwise, the Maple Leaf Federation would not have surrendered so quickly. However, this has only made the turbulent public opinion even louder. Many people even flocked to the official channel of the Han and Tang Islands to speak out. Perhaps for these Westerners, it was unbearable for an Oriental to suddenly come and shit on their heads. But they only got one official reply. To slander Han and Tang is to destroy world peace. The Han and Tang Investigation Bureau will arrest all saboteurs. Just this one sentence made everyone silent instantly. What just happened was clear to everyone, and no one wanted to be the third one. For a time, the originally restless world calmed down in an instant, and people also understood a truth. Those who talk are always afraid of those who take action. Time flies, and before we knew it, it is already the end of May. Manga Empire. 5-star building. As usual, Kviz, the director of the Satellite Reconnaissance Department, walked toward his office with a hamburger and a cup of coffee, yawning. Sudden, a figure rushed out from inside and collided head-on with Kevy's. For a time, the coffee and the hamburger flew together, directly soaking Kviz. However, the figure seemed to be in a hurry and didn't even have time to apologize. He directly pulled Kevy's into the house. Mr. Kviz, there's something unusual in the Han and Tang Islands. Kviz, who was originally planning to get angry, immediately became nervous when he heard that something happened in the Han and Tang Islands. He didn't care about the mess on his body and hurriedly followed him into the house. As soon as the young man entered the room, he pointed at the large screen in front of him and said, "Sir, we seem to be able to observe the Han and Tang Islands. But it's not like the Han and Tang Islands. It's more than 20 times larger." Upon hearing this, Kevy's quickly moved to the satellite cloud map. Really, a piece of land suddenly appeared where there was originally a blank space. Kviz frowned immediately. Just as the young man said, the area that was originally the size of a grain of rice has now become the size of a red date. Is the location accurate? We have located it. This is the original Liderong Islands. How much bigger? The original area of Liderong Island was 5 square kilometers, but now it is at least 10,000 square kilometers. The entire archipelago covers an area of at least 12,000 square kilometers. Chris's face was solemn at this moment, his mind full of question marks. Could it be that this island could not grow on its own? Or is it land reclamation and island building? Mr. Chris, I have found out. Just when Chris was puzzled, a beautiful woman hurried in from outside. I just consulted the Geological Research Center. The sudden expansion of the Han and Tang Islands may have been caused by an undersea earthquake some time ago. To verify this guess, we just need to send someone to the island to take some soil samples. Chris suddenly realized, and then immediately said, "Report the news to General Willis immediately." The official residence of the head of state. The new head of the Manga Empire, Tobias, listened to Willis's report and was stunned for a long time. After a long while, he said in disbelief, "God really loves them." Then he said excitedly, "General Willis, can we take action now to get rid of this damn trouble?" Willis looked at the overly excited Tobias and couldn't help but feel a headache. Why do these people in power he served always shout for war and killing? No brains at all. Don't you ever read the battle reports? In all their previous battles with the Han and Tang Islands, has it ever been related to this electromagnetic interference? Weren't they all defeated head-on by the devilly gene? Although he was dissatisfied with Tobias' stupidity, as a subordinate he did not dare to object openly, so he could only emphasize his tone and say, "Mr. Yuan, the Han and Tang Islands are nuclear." Tobias was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became serious. He forgot that there was a crazy guy in the Han and Tang Islands. This guy really dares to throw it. No one can guarantee that something like Big Ivan can be intercepted. Based on the amount of missiles lead gene through these times, any one of them could destroy one of their cities. The more Tobias thought about it, the more fearful he became. "General Willis, what should we do now?" Willis breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his boss had finally figured it out. He quickly said, "Mr. Yuan-Xian, Han Tang is now a tiger without fur. Everything they do is under our surveillance. It's much easier to deal with them than before. But before that, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of Han and Tang. Before that, I do not recommend military action." Tobias nodded thoughtfully, wandered around the office, and suddenly looked up at Willis and said, "General Willis, if we don't take action, can we encourage other countries to take action? Evaluation is necessary. But the dead are dead after all. If we can make this Li Jin move, can we observe him more carefully?" When Tobias said this, his expression suddenly became serious. "General Willis, Mr. Paul, and the others are already dissatisfied with what we are doing now. Han Tang's cheap, high-quality engines have made many countries eager to buy them. If we don't take measures, some big shots will suffer heavy losses. I don't need to mention the lesson of Joseph, right? Willis was immediately frightened by Tabai's words. Although he was a well-known figure in the military, he couldn't help but feel scared when facing those high-ranking figures. In the money-oriented country of the Manga Empire, money is the measure of everything, and having money really allows you to do whatever you want. The bigwigs who control most of the wealth can even do whatever they want. For money, starting wars has become commonplace. So Willis said without hesitation, "Master Yuan, I think the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is pretty good. We have raised this dog for so many years. It's time for it to do something for us." Chapter 122 Naval Parade. "This is your business, General Willis. I just need to know the result." Tobias didn't care who was the first to take action. He just wanted to see the results as soon as possible and then take credit for it to his masters. Top, top, top. Just as Willis was about to leave, security consultant Lena hurried in. He picked up the remote control from Tobias's desk and pressed it, and the screen opposite the desk immediately lit up. "Master Yuan, you should see this." Tobias and Willis couldn't help but look at the screen curiously, and their eyes widened when they saw the picture on the screen. On the screen, aircraft carriers were docked in a port. Looking more closely, isn't this their Fute-class aircraft carrier? Willis's face changed immediately. Their Manga Empire had only built 4 ships in total, but 6 ships appeared in the picture. What was going on? Lena then explained. "Mr. Yuan, General Willis, this is what our satellite captured in the Han and Tang Islands." Oh shit. Tobias felt as if a group of alpacas were galloping through his mind. How could their aircraft carrier end up in the Han and Tang Islands? Actually, we don't need satellites. Lena continued to click with the remote control and switched to a TV channel of the Manga Empire. The picture showed the scene they had just seen. Damn, Li Jin is actually broadcasting live to the world. A few days ago, the Han Tang Islands announced a press conference, and almost all the major media in the world went there. I didn't expect Li Jin to do this. The treasure of the Manga Empire suddenly appeared in the port of the Han and Tang Islands. The most important thing is that there are more of them than the ones currently in service in their own country. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was like grabbing their throats and lifting them up. Lena didn't seem to notice the constipated expressions of Tobias and the others, and continued. "However, their escort warships did not use our warships, but the leader-class destroyers developed by the Han and Tang Islands themselves. The satellite shows that there are 20 ships in total. However, we only know that it is called the leader class, has a displacement of about 18,000 tons, is equipped with advanced radar systems, and should also be equipped with hypersonic missiles. We know nothing else. In addition, our satellites have discovered 18 Renkai-class destroyers. There are also 7 Fuya-class attack submarines and 1 Ohio-class strategic submarine. This is the Han Tang Islands exposed to the satellite. Whether there are more, our intelligence department has no way of knowing for the time being. But what is certain is that there are at least 6 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Han and Tang Islands. What does it mean to have something stuck in the throat? What does it mean to have trouble sleeping and eating? Tobias felt it, and now he had the urge to turn around and go home and quit. It's so damn difficult. Ms. Lena, please notify everyone immediately. I need to call a full staff meeting. Hurry. At the same time, Han and Tang Islands, Naval Headquarters Base. Li Jin was standing on a military off-road vehicle, reviewing the naval forces that he had just pulled out of the system. Protect our Han and Tang dynasties, and defend our sovereignty. When the off-road vehicle drove under an aircraft carrier, the naval officers and soldiers who were lined up on the carrier for inspection immediately shouted in unison. The passionate voice suddenly soared into the sky, even dispersing the white clouds. Use me in the first battle, and I will win. At this time, the off-road vehicle came under a leader-class destroyer, and the voices of officers and soldiers sounded again. Li Jin stood on the off-road vehicle, raising and lowering his hands again and again, but he did not feel tired at all. Instead, he was extremely excited and felt that he enjoyed it very much. After all, anyone who had such a powerful navy that stretched as far as the eye could see would probably be so excited that he would be unable to sleep. It took Li Jin more than 20 minutes to walk from beginning to end, and then he returned to the podium. Cough. Li Jin coughed lightly, looked at Li Yu and other naval officers lined up neatly below the stage, and said solemnly, I now declare that the Han Tang Navy is officially established from today. Liang. Li Jin suddenly raised his voice, and Li Yu immediately stepped out, raised his head and chest, and said loudly, "Leave. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the Han and Tang Navy. Huang Rong. Leave. I appoint you chief of the Navy staff and commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet. Chun Sheng. Leave. I appoint you as commander-in-chief of the Atlantic Fleet. Zhang Yun. Leave. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the Induyang Fleet. Ming They. Leave. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the Arctic Fleet." Wow. Li Jin's sudden appointment immediately caused an uproar at the press booth. 4 ocean fleets? Could it be that the person in front of me wants to follow the example of the Melika people and expand global presence? But looking at the warships that almost fill the entire harbor, perhaps this is really possible. But more people sneered and looked on in a state of mind. Because in their view, Li Jin is playing with fire. The Melika people dare to do this because they have bases all over the world, which are enough to ensure the supply of fuel and materials. But what about Li Jin? Does he have a base? Is he planning to transport supplies from a long distance? If so, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to collapse. When everyone had different thoughts, Li Jin said loudly, "Commanders, let's not talk nonsense. Why should I establish the 4 ocean fleets? It's because some bastards always think that God is the boss and he is the second, and they always cause trouble for us. Of course, we beat them to a pulp. It's just that I don't want to listen to their nonsense. Otherwise, they would have knelt on the ground and called me daddy. But what about now? Some people may think that the geomagnetic effect of the Han and Tang Islands has disappeared, and we have become lambs to be slaughtered. They can eat us whenever they want. I just want to say something here. Go ahead and dream your fucking dreams. What we need to do now is to maintain world peace. How to maintain world peace is to protect our people from being bullied. This is peace. So, I ask you if you know that there are people or countries that dare to bully us, Han, Tang, and Jojo. Don't be polite, just beat them up." Li Jin put one hand on his waist and waved his fist vigorously. "We're going to use this pair of iron fists to let those bastards know that Han, Tang, and Jojo cannot be insulted. Whoever offends the Han, Tang, and Kyushu states will be punished no matter how far away they are." Li Jin's sonorous and powerful voice instantly spread throughout the venue through the microphone. All the soldiers immediately shouted in unison, "Even if they are far away, they will be punished. Even if they are far away, they will be punished." Chapter 123, Rise Up. The soldiers' angry voices seemed to transform into a tangible, murderous aura that instantly spread around. The foreign reporters on the press stand were so frightened that they were almost peeing their pants. The reporters from Kyushu were extremely excited. As for the audience watching the live broadcast, their attitudes were different. The people of Kyushu were naturally excited, but the people of other countries had mixed feelings. But they all understood one thing. An extremely powerful force was about to appear on the stage of history. Really, less than half a day after Li Jin's naval parade ended, overwhelming news swept every corner of the world. The world's second navy was born. What? The status of the Melika Empire is no longer secure. What are the sour remarks like, "Donkey Dung is shiny on the surface. Blind military expansion will only lead to destruction"? Anyway, there are all kinds of opinions. The Han and Tang Islands were a complete success. Just when the Han and Tang Islands were becoming more and more popular, another piece of heavy news broke out from the Han and Tang Islands. A super-large oil field has just been discovered in the territorial waters of the Han and Tang Islands, with reserves reaching 12.6 billion tons and recoverable reserves reaching more than 9.8 billion tons, and it is of the best happy crude oil quality. What does 9.8 billion tons of crude oil mean? You can say that. It is enough for the entire Kyushu Empire to use it smoothly for 14 years. You can imagine how huge its value is. For a time, I don't know how many giants are jealous of this. This is a truly astronomical amount of wealth. Money can move people's hearts, and it's no joke. Even though Han and Tang showed their strong military strength, there were still many people ready to take action. After all, in the face of the huge temptation of money, even if you put a knife to their necks, they may not be able to stop it. Han and Tang Governor's Office. Liang Yuan held a document and said to Li Jin, who was learning how to make tea, in a serious manner, "General, 8 oil companies have submitted letters of intent to us, saying they are willing to provide us with smelting equipment free of charge." Li Jin immediately sneered. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. It has no good intentions. Don't bother with them. What are the Melaga people doing? Liang Yuan said seriously. No action for now. But our intelligence personnel discovered that Tobias has held 3 consecutive secret meetings. We have not received any information about what they discussed. Li Jin took a sip of tea and said, what can we discuss? The Melika people are not fools. They won't be the first to take action. Most likely they just want to watch the fire from the other side of the river. Tell Zhang Geng to keep an eye on the Liang kingdom. In the Far East, the Melaga people only have this dog that they can use. Li Jin's expression suddenly became grim when he said this. If they dare to move, I will let them see what it means to die without a complete body. Also, let Zhang Geng and the others urge them. It's been so long. Why haven't those Persian guys taken action yet? Damn it. Is it so easy to get my things? My patience is limited. Liang Yuan quickly wrote it down in his notebook and then continued. Captain Zimo and his team have arrived in the imperial capital, and your accommodation has been arranged. When are we going to the imperial capital? The award ceremony will be the day after tomorrow. Li Jin was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this. However, he also understood that the awarding of honor was secondary, and the main purpose was for the 3 of them to meet. Then let's go tonight. Let's go for a walk and visit the old Zhao family. I heard that most of the Zhao family's descendants were killed by a certain hero. We have to go and pay our respects, right? Liang Yuan looked at the serious Li Jin and almost laughed out loud. She knew that her boss and the Zhao family were sworn enemies. Now Li Jin is at the peak of his career. His brilliance is 10 times brighter than the sun. And the Zhao family is like the grasshopper in autumn. I can't jump around for a few more days. General, I'll change the itinerary right now. Just when Li Jin was thinking about how to step on the Zhao family again. Midwinter area. In the area controlled by the Guava Kingdom, in front of a building that was bombed into ruins, a middle-aged man with a bandaged head was circling around a HIMARS rocket launcher with an excited look on his face. It's so beautiful, a Baotou man standing nearby hurriedly said. Chief, the nobles have provided us with a total of 200 of these treasures. The nobles said that they admire our tenacious spirit of restoration and cannot bear to see us suffer. We don't need to worry about ammunition or anything like that. As long as we do what they ask, they will give us more assistance later. The middle-aged man from Baotou became excited when he heard this. What a nice guy. Then he frowned and said, it's such a waste to use up such a good thing. Why don't we fire a few first to test the effect? When the Baotou man saw that his leader actually wanted to hide these weapons, he quickly said, Leader, the nobles said that these must be used together. Otherwise you will never support us again. Without ammunition, these things will be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal to us. The leader of Baotou was stunned for a moment. Although he was reluctant, he could still distinguish between a full meal and a full day. Passed the order to disperse all the rocket launchers. These rocket launchers were transported directly to our base. Those damn Abraham people don't even know about it. Tonight is a perfect night to give them a full bloom. 1,200 heavy rockets. I want to see what they can use to stop us, said the Baotou leader bitterly. He had long been fed up with hiding like a mole, and today was a good opportunity to vent his anger. Oh, by the way, let's first clear out those inferior missiles in our inventory. Before we knew it, it was night. In an extremely prosperous city in the Kingdom of Abraham, people who had just got off work were walking along the riverside street, talking and laughing to their heart's content. It seemed very lively. On the other side of the river is also an urban area, but it is a ruin full of holes. Why did the Abrahams dare to hang around along the river? Of course, it was because there was no threat from the other side. In order to ensure their own safety, the Abrahams turned the opposite side into a no-man's land. I don't know how many people in the Guava Kingdom lost their homes and became displaced because of this. Buzz. Just as the lights were coming on, a piercing air raid sirens suddenly sounded over the city. But the people on the street didn't seem to panic at all, as if they had gotten used to it. People looked up at the sky and saw a meteor appear in the eastern sky. Then a flame rose up from the city and collided with the meteor in the blink of an eye, turning into a gorgeous firework. Cheers immediately rang out in the city. It's just that they seemed to be happy too early. Before the cheers died down, meteors appeared again in the east, 1, 2, until there were countless of them. For a time, stars fall like rain. Chapter 124, Imperial Capital Storm. The dense meteor shower instantly filled the entire eastern sky. The Abraham people who were standing there watching the excitement were no longer calm. For a time, screams of surprise rang out in the streets, and the entire city was in chaos. As a nation that is on the brink of war every day, they still have some basic military knowledge. It is simply a fantasy for them to shoot down all these rockets with their air defense system. And at this time, something even more terrifying happened. When the anti-aircraft missile they launched was about to approach the rocket, it suddenly turned and flew to another place and exploded. The dramatic scene not only stunned ordinary Abrahamic people, but also the Abrahamic military and the Guava resistance forces. The Bauto leader exclaimed in disbelief. What is going on? Why are the Abrahamic weapons ineffective? Is it broken? The man with a cap on his head, who looked like a dog-headed military advisor, said quickly. Chief, the noble said that these weapons were all produced by the Manga Empire, and they all have IFF codes to prevent accidental bombings. The Bauto leader's eyes lit up. So, now we can attack them, but they can't attack us? The Bauto man nodded, and then said with some regret. The Abrahams should find out the problem soon. I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. When the Bauto leader heard that there would be no such opportunity in the future, he said impatiently, Why don't we take this opportunity to fire all our ammunition? Pass the order down. After changing position, immediately load the explosives and fire all the rockets. While the two were talking, thousands of heavy rockets have landed in the city of Abraham. Suddenly, the sky is thundering and the earth is on fire. The entire city area instantly turned into a sea of fire, with wailing and screaming sounds heard everywhere. If you don't know, you would think you have arrived in hell. Such a horrific scene occurred on the Abrahamic territory, which not only stunned the Abrahamic people, but also stunned other countries who received the news first. When did the Guava kingdom become so awesome? Capital of the Abrahamic kingdom, the city of Abraham. Abraham leader Boravis received the news first. His territory was carpet cleaned by the Guava people, and his anger can be imagined. General Karami, can you tell me why your air defense system has a 0 interception rate? Did our air defense system drink alcohol, too? Or is your brain broken? Karami, the chief of staff of the Abraham troops, who was standing opposite Boravis, was spitted all over his face by Boravis, but he dared not move at all. He said helplessly, Mr. Yuan, we have sent people to check the wreckage of the rocket. These rockets were fired from the HIMARS rocket launchers manufactured by the Manga Empire. Our two countries have long shared identification codes for coordinated operations, and these rockets are equipped with friend or foe identification systems, so our missiles are completely powerless against them. Of course, Karami hadn't said anything else. With such a dense rain of rockets, even without an enemy identification system, their air defense system wouldn't be able to stop much. When Boravis heard that there was a shadow of the Manga Empire in this, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his face turned angry. Needless to say, Melagotti's influence was great, but Boravis was not afraid at all. He turned around and walked towards the desk without saying a word, picked up the phone and dialed a few numbers. Then he said a lot of things on the phone, and finally said, Mr. Ford, I hope the Melica government can give us a reasonable explanation. Abraham is the place where we were born. I believe you don't want it to be destroyed in the flames of war. Okay, I'm waiting for good news from Mr. Ford. Boravis hung up the phone and immediately turned around and said, Go immediately and temporarily shut down the IFF system. What happened today must not happen again. Yes. At the same time, on the special plane to the imperial capital, Li Jin was watching the news reports on TV with great interest. According to the latest news from Kyushu News Agency, the rebels of the Guava Kingdom have once again launched a large-scale rocket attack on the Abraham Kingdom, causing the Abraham air defense system to be fully loaded. Large tracts of houses in the eastern city were destroyed, and nearly 10,000 people were killed or injured. This is also the first time that the Guava resistance forces have caused Abraham to suffer a large scale. Li Jin couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid the Manga Empire is in chaos by now. Even if the Manga people themselves don't care, what about the Abraham people behind them? When Li Jin thought about how Tobias would be in a mess because of him, his mood suddenly became surprisingly good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the awakening of the Superior. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it as soon as possible. The sudden system voice in his mind made Li Jin stunned for a moment, but then he became happy. He didn't expect that there would be a reward for such a thing. He quickly turned his gaze towards the light screen in front of him. Award: 3 giant Jingwei land reclamation ships from the abandoned garbage dump of the Great Zhou Empire, the Cosmic Overlord. Function: it can automatically extract soil from the seabed and reclaim land, with a maximum operating depth of 12,000 meters. Utility: 1 square kilometer / 24 hours. Li Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. It can create 1 square kilometer of land in a day, which means more than 30 to 60 square kilometers in a year. It is simply a magical tool. General, we have arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport. General Yun Xiao is outside. Li Jin stood up immediately. Although he had the same position as this old fox, he couldn't just put on a sour face when the other party was so enthusiastic. However, Li Jin went to Lao Zhao's house immediately and just chatted with Yun Xiao for a few words before saying goodbye and leaving. He was not a foreign guest, so Yun Xiao naturally couldn't say anything. Diwang Mountain. As the only big mountain in the center of the imperial capital, it is right next to the imperial palace. It is surrounded by mountains and has beautiful scenery. It is also where the high-ranking officials of the empire live. At this time, near a manor on the top of a mountain, a convoy was slowly approaching. Chapter 125, Using Doors Instead of Cannons. General, this is Lao Zhao's house. In a black car in the middle of the convoy, Liang Yuan pointed at the bright red door inlaid with copper in front of him. I saw the red walls, green tiles, flying eaves and walls, and the dripping green water all look antique and have an official atmosphere. But the door is closed at this time. It looks very desolate. Just when Li Jin was somewhat confused, Liang Yuan leaned close to Li Jin's ear and whispered, General, I just received news that Li Gang's second son was hanged in the Prussian Empire. Li Jin was stunned. Then his brows furrowed. It seemed that he didn't send Price and others to the West. But I didn't care. In his opinion, it doesn't matter who is killed, as long as someone from the Zhao family dies, he will be happy. Even though he knew someone had framed him, he was happy to take the blame. Walk. Li Jin opened the car door and was about to get out. Seeing this, Zimo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly opened the car door and walked down. He quickly walked to the door where Li Jin was, looking around with a vigilant look on his face. More than 30 security guards in black suits in other cars also got off early and quickly walked to the places around that might pose a threat to Li Jin. Zimo, blow up the door for me. At this moment, Li Jin suddenly uttered something that no one expected. Zimo was stunned for a moment. Liang Yuan was even more stunned. Didn't Li Jin say he was coming to offer condolences? Even if he wanted to see a joke, he wouldn't blow up the door, right? General, this. Liang Yuan couldn't help but want to persuade. You don't have to persuade me. Li Jin suddenly waved his hand and said, then sighed. Why? The Zhao family is also my cheap father's relative. I should give more consideration to the Buddha than to the monk. So many people in their family died at once. I should at least fire a few cannons to express my condolences. But we came in a hurry and didn't bring anything with us. We can only use the door instead of the cannon. Go Zimo. Zimo would naturally not disobey Li Jin's order. He nodded immediately, turned around, took out a disc-like object from the car, and walked towards the gate. Squeak. But before he could reach the big red door, it slowly opened, and a young man in a black suit came out, looking at Zimo and the others with a puzzled look on his face, and said, Who are you looking for? It's not that the young man was not alert, but because the Diwang Mountain was heavily guarded, and there was no telling how many checkpoints he had to pass to get here. Li Jin and his convoy were able to drive in with such fanfare that it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Zimo did not agree to the young man, but turned his gaze to Li Jin. Li Jin said calmly, You continue. After saying that, he walked towards the big red gate first. Just as the young man was about to block Li Jin's way, he heard Liang Yuan say, Go and inform them that General Li Jin, the deputy commander of the imperial headquarters, is here to visit. The young man's face suddenly showed a look of horror. Although he was just a small guard, he was in the center of the government, and Li Jin's name was well known. But what worried him was that wasn't Li Jin and the old Zhao family in a hostile relationship. Why did you suddenly come to visit? The young man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly raised his hand to salute Li Jin and hurried towards the yard. Li Jin didn't have the habit of waiting for people. After the young man went in, he just followed him in. The Zhao family is worthy of being the founding nobles. As soon as you enter the manor, you will see a huge garden with Chinese-style buildings dotted in the green, which is very artistic. Li Jin, what are you doing here? Just as Li Jin was looking at the scenery on both sides with interest, an angry voice suddenly came from the front. Li Jin couldn't help but look up. It was Zhao Gang's eldest son, Zhao Lei, the only remaining pillar of the Zhao family. Li Jin seemed not to notice Zhao Lei's angry look and said slowly, "It's nothing serious. I just came to see if your father is dead or not." Boom! Just at this moment, there was a loud noise suddenly coming from the door, which scared Zhao Lei and others. Li Jin said with a smile, "I heard that your Zhao family has been in bad luck for 8 generations and is about to be extinct. As a high-ranking official in the empire, I, Li, must come to express my condolences, right? I came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything with me. I can only place some bombs at the gate of your Zhao family and listen to the explosions. This is also a token of my gratitude." You? Zhao Lei was immediately furious. The reason why their Zhao family was in this situation was all because of Li Jin. Now he was showing false sympathy to their family. You know, his father had willingly given up the title of Duke of Jinghua in order to become the deputy commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, and the Empire had given him a seat as a member of the Imperial Senate to compensate their family. Otherwise, the Emperor and the Prime Minister are not fools. How could they let the Zhao family span both the military and political circles? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? After all, according to the tacit rules of the Empire, nobles are not allowed to engage in politics, and they cannot even serve as the 3 major giants in the military, so as to avoid becoming too powerful to be controlled. But Zhao Gang was a rare talent. He knew how to make choices. It goes without saying that he got rewards. As the sun rises, it can be said to be the best family in the world. Even the Emperor and the Prime Minister have to give it some respect. Who would have thought that the good days would only last a few days before they ran into Li Jin, a scumbag, who dragged the Zhao family from the clouds directly into the mud. Originally, the Zhao family had half a company of guards, but Zhao Gang had retired from his position and lost his title, so it was naturally impossible to retain these guards. Only a dozen security personnel were left. For a time, one can imagine how miserable the Zhao family is, and they feel like they have lost both the wife and the army. Zhao Lei looked at the 20 or so sturdy men behind Li Jin. Although he was shaking with anger, he did not dare to move. He just gritted his teeth and said, "You are not welcome in my home. Leave immediately." But Li Jin remained unmoved and walked straight into the lobby in front. He vaguely saw a figure in a wheelchair appear in the lobby. Zhao Lei was so angry that his fingers started shaking when he saw that Li Jin had actually treated him as heir. But Li Jin is now at the peak of his career, and he could do nothing if he is ignored. After all, Li Jin never asked him for help. He was self-reliant. Not long after, Li Jin came to the lobby and saw Zhao Gang. Obviously, the misfortunes during this period have dealt him a heavy blow. Not only has he been confined to a wheelchair, but his hair has turned white and his complexion has aged visibly. What surprised Li Jin was that when Zhao Gang saw his mortal enemy, he didn't show any sign of anger at all. Instead, he was so calm that it was a little scary. Zhao Gang looked at Li Jin calmly and said, "Li Jin, what can you do to let our Zhao family go?" Li Jin frowned slightly. He felt very disgusted with Zhao Gang like this. He didn't even feel any pleasure of revenge. The two people's eyes met in the air, and neither of them showed any intention of looking away. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole hall became solemn, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Even Zhao Lei, a high-ranking official of the Empire, felt his throat was dry, and he dared not even breathe. "If you were dead, I might consider it," Li Jin suddenly said. Zhao Lei, who was standing beside him, became furious and wanted to speak. Zhao Gang raised his hand to stop Zhao Lei from speaking and said sternly, As long as you don't cause trouble for my Zhao family, I can agree to anything you ask for. I'm old now, and I don't want to fight anymore. I just want the descendants of my Zhao family to live in peace. I also hope that General Li can satisfy this only request of a dying man like me." Chapter 126, This is Too Much. Li Jin seemed to be really moved by Zhao Gang's sincerity. He stroked his chin and nodded seriously. "It's okay if you die." Then he changed the subject and said teasingly, "But what if your son wants to avenge you?" He glanced at Zhao Lei, whose eyes were already red. You saw it too. Your son's wolf-like eyes frighten me a little. You can tell at a glance that he is unwilling to give up. If he gets upset and wants to cause trouble for me, I will kill him and your whole family at the same time. Don't jump out of your coffin in anger. Li Jin's extremely harsh tone made Zhao Gang's face change. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Lei behind him. He saw that Zhao Lei's eyes were red and he was staring at Li Jin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Zhao Gang shook his head helplessly. The one who climbed to a high position by flying could never compare to the one who walked up step by step. Just in terms of character, they were far inferior. If he died, given Zhao Lei's temper, the Zhao family would be in disaster sooner or later. Zhao Gang made a decision in his mind instantly, and suddenly looked up at Li Jin. General Li, if your wish is fulfilled, will you really stop pursuing our Zhao family? Li Jin was a little confused about what Zhao Gang meant for a moment, and said as a matter of course, "It's natural. I, Li Jin, am a high-ranking official in the Empire. How could I possibly go looking for trouble with a few kids for no reason? I don't have the time." Zhao Gang suddenly smiled when he heard this. "In that case, I feel relieved." Then he pulled out a pistol from his sleeve and pointed it at Zhao Lei behind him. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly rang out in the lobby, and a bloody hole instantly appeared on Zhao Lei's brow. Then Zhao Gang suddenly pointed the gun at his head, looked at Li Jin calmly, and said, "General Li, I hope you can abide by the agreement between us." After saying that, he pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire rang out again. Li Jin was stunned as he looked at Zhao Gang, whose brains and blood were flying everywhere. Oh shit, are people so cruel nowadays? Li Jin was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dilemma. Zimo, who was standing behind Li Jin, pointed the gun at Zhao Gang the moment he took out the pistol, but did not shoot when he saw that Zhao Gang was not targeting Li Jin. At this time, he was also stunned by Zhao Gang's resolute attitude. Zhao Shuai! Zhao Shuai! It was not until this time that the surrounding staff reacted and rushed over. However, Zhao Gang was also a ruthless man and did not give them any chance to rescue him. Li Jin had come back to his senses by now. Looking at the sad and angry looks from all around him, he was speechless for a moment. Damn it, he is the victim, okay? He is completely led by the nose by that old man Zhao Gang. He finally understood that Zhao Gang knew he was no match for him. So he took an unconventional approach. This way, if Li Jin made any move against the Zhao family again, I'm afraid my reputation will be ruined. In the eyes of others, Li Jin had forced the two pillars of the Zhao family to death and was bullying the orphans and widows of the Zhao family. How evil must this man be? But Li Jin sneered immediately. It seemed that Zhao Gang never understood one thing until his death. What kind of reputation did he want for a man who was called a devil by the whole world? Then he turned and walked out of the house. When they were about to get in the car after leaving the gate, Li Jin suddenly paused and instructed Zimo, who was following closely behind. Tell Price that since that old man Zhao Gang is gone, we should be good people and let their family be reunited. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Li Jin understood very well. An hour later, in a courtyard near the moat of the imperial city, this was originally the residence of a prince of the previous dynasty, and now it has become Li Jin's official residence in the imperial capital. Since it is a royal palace, its scale is naturally not small. After modern decoration, it has become even more beautiful, making people feel extremely comfortable as soon as they move in. As for safety, Zimo and his team have conducted a comprehensive investigation, and Li Jin has also specially dispatched a guard company to garrison here. There is also a dedicated helipad behind the courtyard. The security work has been done to the extreme. Of course, Li Jin was not on guard against Li Yi and the others. They knew the importance of the matter. He was guarding against those self-righteous second and third generations. If there was any conflict, these troops could easily kill them. This is a necessary means to show off. With a wave of his hand, thousands of troops come to help. How cool. I don't know either. Li Jin's brain is a crow brain. Just when he was thinking about what some people who think they are awesome will do, Liang Yuan suddenly walked in. General, a man named Zheng Tianfang sent an invitation to invite you to the Imperial City Hall for a while. Li Jin frowned immediately. Who is this Zheng Tianfang? Liang Yuan hurriedly said, General, this Zheng Tianfang is a member of the Imperial Council and the son of Zheng Rong, the cabinet assistant. A cold light suddenly flashed in Li Jin's eyes. I think it's just thinking, but when this situation really happened, he was a little unhappy. No matter what, he is also an imperial general and deputy military commander, at the same level as Zheng Tianfang's father. In terms of status, Li Jin is much higher. Even Li Yi and Song Lian can only treat him as an equal. How crazy is Zheng Tianfang to dare to say such words? Certainly, Li Jin also knew the reason. It was because he was too young. Although some people knew that he was very powerful, they did not take him seriously. They always felt that they were more experienced and looked down on others. Zheng Tianfang obviously thought that Li Jin was young and did not take him seriously at all. When Li Jin thought of this, he immediately became angry. Snored. Damn it. She actually dared to put on airs in front of him, Li Jin. Zimo, take your men to this imperial city and bring these people back. Chapter 127 Panlong Club. On a street between Diwang Mountain and the Imperial Palace, there is a 9-story main building and a 5-story building complex. The appearance looks square and a bit cliché. It is the kind of building that is lost in the crowd and whose existence is forgotten after just one look. But such an ordinary place is well known throughout the capital. This is the Panlong Club. The capital is full of nobles and their children, a place at the top of the plant chain. Those who can come here are all from powerful families. If you only have a few bucks, you can't even step through the door. At this time, in a private room on the 8th floor of the main building, a fat man with big ears and who looked to be in his early 30s was lying on his back on the sofa. There were 5 or 6 men sitting on both sides of him, all in their 20s or 30s, and there were also a dozen pretty girls sitting very obediently among the men. As for the men, they seemed to have no interest in the women in front of them. They all stared at the fat and big-eared man in the middle. One of the young men in a casual suit said gossipingly, "Brother Zheng, do you think Li Jin will come? After all, he is a high-ranking official. I'm afraid he won't give us this face, right? If we can't save our face at that time, we will be in big trouble." Cut. At this moment, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the side. It was a slightly thin man with a rebellious face. "Brother Zheng, you are just trying to show off. You are just a young boy. What do you have to worry about? If the Han and Tang Islands were not important, who would care about him? He doesn't really think that being a member of the Imperial Parliament will put him on an equal footing with our fathers." The man gestured with his hands. "It's just such a tiny area. It would only take a few minutes for the Empire to destroy it. If you really think you are an important person, you will be slapped in the face. Chenwei, what you said is too much. Han Tang has a navy that is said to be the second best in the world, and they beat the Malaysia Empire to a pulp." At this time, another voice sounded. Although it seemed to be speaking for Li Jin, everyone could hear the sarcasm between the words. "TSK, what's second navy? You believe that? Look at what they say on TV about aircraft carriers and warships. The Manga people are stupid. If Li Jin really beat the Manga people so badly, how could they possibly buy his aircraft carrier? Didn't the internet say that there are only 4 of these ships in the entire Manga? Where did Li Jin's navy get so many warships from? Isn't this a contradiction? I think it's all hype. In today's world, can you believe what you see on TV? It's all a fucking lie." The rebellious man said a lot of things, which made everyone agree with him. At this time, someone asked in surprise, "Brother Zheng, why didn't Brother Chen come?" When Zheng Tianfang was asked this question, his face immediately darkened. He said with a serious face, "They looked down on us and went to attend the Yin family's banquet." Yin family? The Navy's Yin family? Zheng Tianfang nodded with a gloomy face and said, "I specially invited him here today because we are brothers. I want to take over Han Tang's oil fields and give him some benefits later. I didn't expect that Chan would ask us to stop, and even said that Li Jin is not someone to be trifled with. The most fucking thing is he didn't say anything. She keeps her mouth shut like a virgin." Zheng Tianfang's words caused everyone present to fall silent. The brother Chen they're talking about is the one with the highest status in their group. His father is also a cabinet counselor, but he is the second in command of the cabinet, a real big boss. Although Zheng Tianfang's father also participated in politics, he was only at the bottom of the 9 members of the cabinet and could not even be ranked. And what about the Yin family? Although there is only one naval commander, don't forget one thing. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This alone cannot be compared to any other status or position. The silence of the crowd made Zheng Tianfang angry. He stood up immediately, but before he could speak, bang! The door of the room was kicked open, and then Zimo walked in with a dozen Special Forces members. Zheng Tianfang was stunned when he saw the person who suddenly broke in. Then his face changed, and he said gloomily, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" "Huh." Zimo had no intention of talking to them at all, and slapped Zheng Tianfang in the face. Zheng Tianfang never expected Zimo to do that. He just felt pain in his face and flew out and fell to the ground. Ouch! I couldn't help but groan in pain. But before he could react, he felt his collar tightened and his whole body was lifted up. Zheng Tianfang was frightened for a moment. When did such a group of ruthless people appear in the capital? Just when Zheng Tianfang and his gang were captured and Zimo and the others were about to leave, the abnormality in the private room also attracted the attention of the club. So, when Zimo and his friends were about to leave, a round-faced man in a suit and leather shoes came over with a large group of security guards. When he saw Zheng Tianfang and others being carried by Zimo and his friends, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Put him down now. Who are you to dare to come to our club and make trouble?" Zimo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He took out his gun and pointed it at the round-faced man, saying coldly, "Get lost." The round-faced man was stunned when he saw Zimo even showed his gun, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Zimo with a sneer on his face and said, "Brother, what era is it now? Are you still using guns? Do you know who you have in your hands? I can tell you clearly that if he loses even a single hair, you and your family will be finished. There is no place for you in the entire empire." Zimo looked at the fearless round-faced man and smiled. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Zheng Tianfang's hair and pulled it hard. Immediately, a handful of hair was pulled out by Zimo. Suddenly, an extremely miserable voice rang out from the corridor. "Oh, it hurts so much. Zhang Tong, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." Zheng Tianfang couldn't help cursing in severe pain. If the round-faced man hadn't been spewing feces from his mouth, would he have to suffer like this? The round-faced man was also frightened at this time, with a look of astonishment on his face, especially Zheng Tianfang's vicious look, which made him even more frightened. But he didn't dare to move aside. If Zheng Tianfang was captured from him, the old man of the Zheng family would chop them to pieces alive. Zimo frowned and pointed his gun at the round-faced man. Bang! As the round-faced man looked at him in disbelief, he pulled the trigger. The round-faced man felt a pain in his brow. And then, well, that was it. Step on. At this time, the sound of footsteps rang out again in the corridor. Chapter 128, Don't Overestimate Your Own Abilities. Zimo couldn't help but frown, and then he saw a team of fully armed JCs rushing over. Just as a leader who was hiding behind a shield was about to speak, Zimo took out a certificate. The Imperial Security Bureau is hunting down traitors. Anyone who has no connection with the traitors must leave immediately, or they will bear the consequences. The team leader who was about to speak suddenly shuddered, then walked to the sides with his men in dejected manner. Zheng Tianfang and others who were being held in the hands also changed their expressions. They knew how terrifying the Imperial Security Bureau was. They took orders directly from the Emperor and the Prime Minister, except for protecting Imperial senators like his father. It will also be responsible for some special cases, and its power overrides that of other departments. Could it be that he discovered that he had robbed a woman yesterday? No way. He has done it countless times, and nothing happened, right? Besides, when did the Labor and Security Bureau get involved in such a small matter? Just when Zheng Tianfang was in a state of panic, Zimo had already led people out of the club and threw Zheng Tianfang and others into the car like throwing things. He also threw a mobile phone very considerately and said, "Call your elders and tell them that you are suspected of plotting to harm the Imperial officials and have been arrested by General Li Jin. If you want to survive, ask them to rescue you. Otherwise," Zimo smiled coldly, raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at the pale-faced Zheng Tianfang and others, and made a shooting gesture. Zheng Tianfang and the others were immediately frightened and paralyzed, and they crawled to pick up the phone on the ground. At the same time, on a beautiful street 7 or 8 kilometers away from the imperial capital. But the entire street was empty except for 1 or 2 cars passing by occasionally. There was almost no one in sight. Only the checkpoints silently told of the unusualness of this place. This is where the senior officials of the Imperial Military Command live, Xuanwu Street. In the parking lot of a garden villa located in the north of the street, there are nearly 100 luxury cars of various types parked densely. Today is the birthday party of Yin Tianxin's beloved daughter, Yin Ruai. Those who are familiar with her and want to curry favor with her naturally rushed over. In the garden, Yin Tianxin, smiling, took Yin Ruai among the guests, raising the wine in his hand to signal them from time to time. "Commander Yin." Just then, a hearty voice sounded behind Yin Tianxin. Yin Tianxin turned around, and after seeing the person coming, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. He handed the wine glass in his hand to Yin Ruai and hurriedly walked forward and stretched out his hands and said, "Siaifu, why are you here?" Opposite Yin Tianxin was an old man in his 60s or 70s who was vigorous and dignified. He was none other than Chen Yukuan, the second assistant of the cabinet, one of the most important figures in the empire. Even Yin Xiao was inferior to him. To be honest, Yin Tianxin was flattered by his arrival. Chen Yukuan shook hands with Yin Tianxin, then turned his gaze to Yin Ruoi behind Yin Tianxin. His eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "This is Ruoi, right? I didn't expect she's grown up so much. When you brought her and Yin Shui to my house, she was still a tiny little girl. It's only been a few years, and she's grown into such a pretty young lady." Then he turned his head and said to a handsome man in his 20s or 30s who was following behind him, "Mingyu, you should be about the same age as Ruai. Go out more often in the future." Chen Yukuan's extremely kind attitude immediately brought the two families closer together. Just when Yin Ruai wanted to say a few humble words, an old man suddenly rushed over, walked directly to Chen Yukuan, and said, "Siaifu, please save my son Tian Fang's life." Seeing that it was Zheng Rong who came, Chen Yukuan asked in confusion, "Brother Zheng, what are you doing? What happened to Tian Fang?" Zheng Rong said quickly, "Siaifu, it's that damn Li Jin. He actually arrested Tian Fang and asked me to take you away. If you don't go, I will kill Tian Fang." Zheng Rong became more and more angry as he spoke. If Tian Fang has committed any crime, the laws of the empire will naturally govern him. How can Li Jin be considered a bodhisattva? Siaifu, you have to make the decision for me. As a high-ranking official in the empire, Zheng Rong naturally knew who Li Jin was. Although he looked down on Li Jin and even spoke ill of him at home all day long, when the critical moment came and he was asked to go find Li Jin, he was really scared. For a time, Zheng Rong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he hadn't been so self-righteous, his son wouldn't have really thought he was so awesome and actually went looking for trouble with Li Jin. "What's going on?" Chen Yukuan did not immediately agree to Zheng Rong's request, but asked with a frown. Zheng Rong couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Didn't the Han and Tang Islands just discover an oil field? Tian Fang and the others just want to see if there's a chance to cooperate with Li Jin." But who knew that Li Jin was so moody that Tian Fang was arrested without doing anything? Then he looked at Chen Yukuan sincerely and said, "Siaifu, my son is really wronged." Chen Yukuan's face immediately turned ugly when he heard what Zheng Rong said. "I know Tian Fang. Although he makes small mistakes occasionally, it's not a big deal." Li Jin really went too far. However, Chen Yukuan suddenly changed the subject and said, "He is a vassal, after all. Even your majesty should give him some leeway. I can take you to see him. Just bring Tian Fang back and don't cause any more trouble." Zheng Rong was immediately overjoyed and said quickly, "Please rest assured, I understand the major issues of right and wrong." Chen Yukuan finally felt relieved and turned to look at Yin Tianxin and said, "Tianxin, I heard that you are very familiar with this Li Jin. Why don't you come with me and be a peacemaker?" Upon hearing this, Yin Tianxin immediately shook his head and said, "Siaifu, you are joking. Li Jin and I have only met a few times. How can we have any friendship? Besides, I have something else to do here, so I won't go with you." Chen Yukuan's expression froze for a moment, as if he had not expected Yin Tianxin to reject him. After a while, he came back to his senses, looked at Yin Tianxin deeply, and said, "In that case, Commander Yin, just go about your business. Let's go." Knowing that Chen Yukuan and his group had gone far away, Yin Ruoi, who was standing behind Yin Tianxin, suddenly said with a worried look on her face, "Dad, aren't you afraid of offending him? He's the assistant." Upon hearing this, Yin Tianxin's gaze suddenly became profound, and he said slowly, "What's wrong with Siaifu? I'm more afraid of offending Li Jin than offending him. Who is the real boss? At this point, Yin Tianshan sighed and said, Hey, why don't these people understand one thing? If you have a big fist, you can really do whatever you want. Chapter 129I, Li Jin, am not picky about food. Li Jin's official residence. Central Hall. Li Jin was sitting on a main seat in the middle hall, looking at Zheng Tianfang and others who were escorted back by Zimo. At this moment, Zheng Tianfang and the others no longer had the arrogance they had just now, and they collapsed limply on the ground. As for what's clamoring or something, Zheng Tianfang and his people are a little bit stupid, but they are not foolish. I know very well in my heart. Since Li Jin dared to capture them, he was naturally not afraid of the forces behind them. Why do they foolishly jump out and make a fuss at this time? Didn't he think he was not dying fast enough? They are now praying that their elders can come quickly and rescue them. Just when Zheng Tianfang and others were feeling uneasy, Li Jin, who had been sitting in the main seat in silence, suddenly spoke. Hang them all up on the parade grounds. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, kill them immediately. Li Jin's calm tone was as calm as if he was stepping on an ant to death, and the murderous intent suddenly revealed in Zimo's eyes. Zheng Tianfang and the others were so scared that they quickly closed their mouths tightly, fearing that the slightest sound would cost them their lives. General, Chun Yukuan, Zheng Rong, and others have arrived. Just then Liang Yuan walked in quickly and reported. Zheng Tianfang and the others who were trembling with fear on the ground were overjoyed, but Li Jin's subsequent words sent them straight into hell. Tell them to wait, and tell them that I am educating the children. Go, hang them up, outside the official residence. Chen Yukuan looked at the soldier who was blocking him outside the door, and his face suddenly turned pale. He had never felt this feeling of being rejected since he became the second assistant. Even the current emperor, he could see him whenever he wanted. The anger in my heart suddenly rose up. However, although Chen Yukuan was furious, his mind was very calm. He now regretted coming forward to take the lead, which put him in a dilemma. There was a gleam in Chen Yukuan's eyes. The most important thing for an official was to fight for his reputation. If he retired today, he would become the laughingstock of the whole world tomorrow, and even the prestige he had worked so hard to build up over the years would be lost in one day. Who would be willing to follow a boss who can't protect his subordinates? This is definitely not what he wants to see. Chen Yukuan took a deep breath. His face suddenly became solemn, staring at the soldier blocking him, and said coldly, Go and inform Li Jin right now, and ask him to release Zheng Tianfang and the others immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me, Chen Yukuan, for bullying the weak. What almost made Chen Yukuan explode with anger was that the soldier opposite him was like a deaf person and had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. Good, very good. Zheng Rong, go and tell them that I said so. Transfer the troops from the capital garrison to me. Zheng Rong, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately showed joy on his face when he heard the words. He nodded quickly and wanted to walk to the back. A few minutes later, Zheng Rong hurried back, but he didn't look happy at all. Instead, he looked aggrieved. He walked up to Chen Yukuan and whispered, Second Minister, the people in the garrison area won't accept orders at all. They said that unless it's an order from His Majesty, the Prime Minister, or the command, not a single soldier can move. Chen Yukuan's face suddenly darkened. A small garrison commander actually dared not to give him face. He immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. He had more important things to do now, so he secretly kept this matter in mind. Said coldly, Go mobilize the special forces from the Public Security Bureau. Zheng Rong was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. He forgot about this and left in a hurry again. A few minutes later, Zheng Rong came back with a gloomy face. Chen Yukuan naturally saw it, and his face turned green for a moment. Could something have happened in the Public Security Bureau? Really? Then Zheng Rong said with a gloomy face, Second Assistant, Lu Ji is not in the office. He said he had hemorrhoids and went to the hospital. I can't get through to him here. It's the team led by Deputy Commander Su Peng. Zheng Rong said angrily. Who would have thought that Su Peng and his team would be stopped by patrol troops as soon as they reached Shenwu Street? The patrol said that unless there is an order from the Emperor or the Prime Minister, one cannot approach the Imperial City. Otherwise, it would be treason. So Su Peng was scared and went back. Chen Yukuan's face suddenly turned pale. He had made a big fool of himself today. At this time, even if he was stupid, He understood that someone did not want to conflict with Li Jin, and it was self-evident who was able to do this. Chen Yuquan was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He now understood the seriousness of the matter. Just when Chen Yuquan was about to back down, Zimo appeared at the right time and said with a cold face, "Come with me." Chen Yuquan followed after a slight hesitation. When he entered the yard, he was stunned to see several people hanging on the poles in the yard. When he looked closely, he found that one of them was Zheng Tianfang. Zheng Rong naturally saw his beloved son. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Anyone who takes a step forward will be killed." The extremely cold voice made Zheng Rong unable to move forward. If it were someone else, they would naturally not care, but facing Li Jin, who was known as a madman, they dared not disobey. Zheng Rong had no choice but to turn his head away. He had several sons, but he only had one life. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuquan and his group of more than a dozen people finally followed Zimo to a lobby where Li Jin was sitting on the sofa waiting for them. Finally seeing Li Jin, Chen Yuquan wanted to put on a smile, but when he thought about the dozen or so subordinates behind him and what Li Jin had just done, his face immediately fell. "Li Jin, you are so big." Unexpectedly, just as he opened his mouth, Li Jin's impatient voice came over. "Throw this noise away." Chen Yuquan was stunned. When he came to his senses, Zimo had already picked him up and was walking out. "What are you doing? Let my grandfather go, humph." Chun Mingyu, who was standing behind Chen Yuquan, was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and shouted loudly. Just as he said a word, a gun but hit him. Chun Mingyu felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his eyes went dark, and he knew nothing. After asking Chen Yuquan and the other two to leave, Li Jin turned his gaze to Zheng Rong and the others, whose faces had already changed. "Let's talk about the animals you raised right now. Let's not talk about what they did in the past for now. Let's just talk about today. Who gave them the courage to order me around? Zheng, you tell me first. After all, your son is the culprit. He has done so many evil things that even the words it's hard to list seem a bit insulting to him. What do you think we should do? Should he kill me or hand me over to the authorities? I think with my reputation as Li Jin, no one would dare to break the law unknowingly. When this matter is exposed, what will be the consequences? I think you know better than me." Li Jin paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Otherwise, I'll give you a pistol and you can just kill him. Then you can blame his death on me. I'm not picky about food." Chapter 1, 30 Strike, a heavy blow. After hearing what Li Jin said, Zheng Rong was stunned on the spot, his face turning red and green, and it was obvious that his heart was also in turmoil. How could he not know what his son was? But who can blame him for being a high-ranking boss? Before he could do anything about what his son had done, someone else came forward to take care of the matter. He felt it was inappropriate at first, but as time went on it became natural, and he even began to enjoy this privilege. But who could have thought that he would meet such an unscrupulous guy like Li Jin, who disdains all the rules and talks to you directly with his fists? When you meet such a person, you say something, but he won't listen. Fight, but can't win. There seems to be nothing that can be done except to regard oneself as unlucky. As for what Li Jin said just now, it made him even more nervous. If Li Jin really kept staring at him, then by then, not to mention that someone would speak well of him, there would probably be even more people who would take advantage of his misfortune. After all, each person has his own place. If he were to finish his job, a lot of people would be very happy. For a time, Zheng Rong couldn't help but think of what Li Jin had just said, and his heart suddenly became boiling. I don't know how much time has passed. Zheng Rong's face suddenly became calm. He looked up at Li Jin and said, "Give me a gun." Li Jin smiled immediately and clapped his hands. "Okay, that's great. I, Li, admire your spirit of not recognizing your relatives. Someone give Zheng Kanjing a gun, no, a submachine gun. Forget it, let the guard company bring a heavy machine gun over. Leave it to Zheng Kanjing." Zheng Rong's face turned green when he heard this. This damn Li Jin didn't even want to leave him a complete corpse. But, now that he had made up his mind, Zheng Rong didn't want to go back on his word and simply turned around and left without saying a word. Li Jin looked at Zheng Rong's staggering figure without any sympathy. Such a person deserves no death. Isn't there a saying? The greatest evil of human nature is to make things as difficult for others as possible within the scope of one's power. Since you don't take others seriously, Li Jin can naturally use the power in his hands to ignore you. At the same time, just outside the official residence, Chen Yuquan, who was driven out by Zimo, originally had an angry look on his face, but he immediately calmed down after he went out. Mingyu, let's go. Chun Mingyu, who was already so angry that his lungs were about to explode, was stunned. After a while, he reacted and looked at Chun Yukuin in confusion and said, Grandpa, are we just going to let this go? Chun Yukuin glanced at Chun Mingyu and said slowly, Why? Do you still want to fight him? People don't even take me. Your grandfather? Seriously. So who do you think you are? Otherwise, go in and beat him up right now. I won't stop you. Chun Mingyu was scolded by Chun Yukuin and immediately lowered his head. He was not stupid. Without his grandfather's support, he might not even be able to get in the door. He was more likely to be shot to death by the soldiers at the door. He still remembered clearly the look in their eyes that showed indifference to all life. Chun Yukuin couldn't help but sigh. Hey, didn't you see? Li Jin has already saved face for our Chun family. If a conflict really arises, do you think Li Jin will care about us? What do you think would happen to him if he really killed us? Chun Yukuin didn't wait for Chun Mingyu to answer and said, I can tell you with absolute certainty that he will be fine. What about us? You might be killed by some fabricated story, like choking on water, drowning in a lake. There are many ways to die. It's your grandpa who's bewitched. You know that Li Jin is difficult to deal with, but you still rush over to cause trouble for yourself. To be honest, your grandfather regretted it when he arrived at this gate, but it was too late to get off the tiger's back. Li Jin kicked us out, which helped me, your grandfather, out of this siege. I'll remember this favor. Chun Mingyu was already confused. The two of them were kicked out by Li Jin. Wasn't it embarrassing? How did it become owing someone a favor? What the hell is going on? Chun Yukuin didn't seem to care whether Chun Mingyu understood or not, and walked away leisurely with his hands behind his back. Bang bang. Just when Chun Mingyu was stunned, a dull sound of machine gun suddenly came from the official residence, which scared Chun Mingyu so much that he dared not stay and trotted towards Chun Yukuin. Not long after, Zheng Rong, looking distraught, stumbled out of the official residence. On the school grounds, Li Jin looked at the blood and minced meat on the ground and couldn't help but cover his nose and said, This Zheng Rong is really a ruthless person. By the way, did you take pictures of everything? Zemo said quickly. General, I've captured everything. All angles are covered. Li Jin nodded and instructed. Submit the video to the General Supervision Office. Oh, by the way, give a copy to Zheng Rong as a souvenir. Li Jin hated corrupt officials deeply. Such people would be a disaster if they were kept alive, so they must be beaten to death with one blow. Otherwise, I wonder how many ordinary people in the Empire will suffer. The next day, a piece of gossip instantly shocked the entire upper-class society of the capital city. Imperial Senator Zheng Rong suddenly committed suicide by swallowing a bullet at home. Li Jin's official residence. General, we have checked. Zheng Rong committed suicide not long after receiving the video. Li Jin couldn't help but frown when he heard this and said, What is the purpose of this Beijing Public Security Bureau? Is management so lax? It's outrageous that anyone can own a gun. Yuan, call the Prime Minister's attendant room right now and tell them that it was me who said it. Tell them to severely punish these guys who are just sitting there doing nothing. Otherwise, Li won't even dare to leave the house. Good. Li Jin was blatantly taking the opportunity to take revenge. Someone had already reported the actions of the Beijing Public Security Bureau to him. Who is he, Li Jin? If you want to climb up by stepping on his head, you must be prepared to be killed. Liang Yuan lowered his head and wrote down Li Jin's request, then raised his head and said, General, I'll do it right away. Liang Yuan had just turned around when Xiao Luoyin hurried in. General, news just came from the intelligence department. The new Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Liang, Zhuisi Dai, will go to the Kingdom of Silla today to discuss the issue of the Han and Tang Islands with the head of Silla, Park de Yue. Li Jin narrowed his eyes. What do they want to discuss? Sanction me? Or is it that I, Li Jin, am too soft and they think I'm easy to bully? Pass on my orders. Li Jin suddenly stood up and said loudly, Tell Meng Yu to send an official letter to these two bastards immediately and ask them to give an explanation immediately. Notify Zhang Kai. Get the Air Force ready. If some people dare to turn a deaf ear to my words, Li Jin, I will send them to hell. Chapter 131 Hegemony Li Jin. Li Jin thought about it and still felt unsatisfied, so he said again, Didn't people from the Liuxiu Islands send us a petition a few days ago, asking us to build a military base there? Immediately order the Pacific Fleet to send an aircraft carrier strike group north. Establish a military base in Liuxiu Islands. Liang Yuan and Xiu Luoyin were both stunned. Lu Xiren's request? How come the people in their superior's office didn't know about it? Besides, wasn't Liuxiu already occupied by the Liang Kingdom? At this time, Li Jin continued, hasn't the Arctic Ocean Fleet set out yet? Contact the Imperial Military and the White Bears and tell them that our Arctic Fleet will conduct a 3-month live-fire training in the Fiery Sun Sea. Except for the White Bear Empire and Xianluo Kingdom, all other areas of the Fiery Sun Sea, 1 nautical mile from the coastline, will be our exercise areas. No ship is allowed to approach, otherwise it will be at its own risk. Just do as I say and issue the announcement immediately. Liang Yuan did not dare to neglect it and immediately turned around to handle it. He was suddenly disgusted. Although Li Jin responded, he still felt angry. Seeing Xiu Luoyin about to leave, he dragged her to the back without saying anything. An hour later, Li Jin walked out from the back, looking refreshed, followed by Xiu Luoyin, whose face was flushed. General, I'm leaving first. Li Jin looked at the charming face in front of him that made him want to take a bite, and couldn't help but reach out and pat Xiu Luoyin on the back. Go ahead. Looking at Xiu Luoyin, who was fleeing in panic, and thinking about the smoothness and softness just now, there were only 2 words in Li Jin's mind. So cool. After giving all the instructions, Li Jin felt like he had nothing to do for a while. He simply sat on the sofa and watched short videos, but after just a while his face turned extremely ugly. I saw a news report playing on my phone, which was about a shipping company called Guahai Cruise Group. The gist of it is that someone revealed on one of their cruise ships that one must speak Melica to tour the decks, and even to eat the free 3 meals one must speak Melica, otherwise one will have to pay for out of their own pockets. It was posted online and immediately aroused public anger. But the Guahai company just issued a perfunctory apology statement, and that was it. An attitude of what can you do to me? So cool. Do you think Li Jin can spoil them? Li Jin stood up and walked to the desk, picked up the microphone, and said, Give me Lin Zhengsheng from the Kowloon governor's office. Then a clear voice came from the microphone. Generally, what can I do for you? We can. Li Jin's face immediately darkened. Why, I can't talk to him. The person on the microphone heard Li Jin's anger and quickly said, Please wait a moment, Generally. I'll be connected right away. After a while, there was a beep on the phone, followed by a very charming male voice. Hello, Lin Zhengsheng. Li Jin said directly. I am Li Jin. The person on the other end of the microphone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then Lin Zhengsheng's voice came over. Generally, what can I do for you? Obviously, Lin Zhengsheng on the opposite side knew Li Jin's name, but think about it. As one of the 4 major international metropolises, the Kowloon governor's office must be well informed. Li Jin's evil, reputation is absolutely well known. Li Jin was too lazy to talk nonsense and said bluntly, I just want to ask you, is this Jiulong governor's mansion still the territory of the empire? As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, he heard the chair opposite the microphone bang. It was obvious that Li Jin's words were very lethal. Then Lin Zhengsheng's extremely serious voice came over. Generally, what are you talking about? Jiulong governor's office has been the inherent territory of the empire since ancient times. It is now and will always be in the future. Li Jin snorted coldly when he heard this. Umph. In that case, what's going on with the Haiyu cruise group? Why are you still keeping these black sheep? I think you can just arrest them all for espionage. Of course. If you don't know how to do it, I'm a very loyal person. Do you think I can send someone to help you? Li Jin's sarcastic attitude made Lin Zhengsheng on the other side laugh and cry, but he dared not offend Li Jin no matter what. The more he knew, the more he realized how terrifying the person on the other side of the microphone was. However, the situation in Jiulong governor's office is different after all, so Lin Zhengsheng still said, General, the cruise group is owned by the Melica people. Li Jin was immediately displeased when he heard this. What's wrong with the Melica people? Are they made of iron or bronze? Tell you, I killed the Melica people on my first day in office, and I'm still alive and well, right? Okay, I have something else to say, so I won't say any more. I only have one request, and that is that I will not allow anyone to worship foreigners on the land of the empire. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Do I need to tell you what to do? After saying that, Li Jin hung up the phone and sat back on the sofa. He was not worried at all whether the other party would do as he asked. Li Jin is not bragging. Sometimes even he himself thinks he is so awesome. Really? Only an hour had passed before the news was all over the place. The Kowloon governor's office took drastic measures to directly ban the cruise group and arrested all the group's senior executives on charges of espionage. All the people involved in the case were also expelled from the country. Such a swift and decisive approach stunned the gossiping netizens. Immediately, there was a burst of cheers. Li Jin laughed as soon as he saw the result. To be honest, this feeling of holding the world in one's hands was really exhilarating. Just as Li Jin was browsing the video with great interest and was about to use the hand of God. Silla Kingdom. Capital. The official residence of the head of state. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Liang, Joji Daichi, had a very pleasant conversation with the head of Silla, Park Dae-yue. Although he was pelted with rotten eggs by the Silla people along the way on his way here, the head of Silla was extremely enthusiastic and even respectful, which greatly benefited him. Just when the two were chatting happily, a short staff member hurried in. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, Li Jin has just sent us an official letter asking us to immediately explain this meeting. The originally cheerful Satoru Daichi's body suddenly froze. Park Dae-yue next to him was naturally not in a much better condition, and his face immediately changed. I think it is a consensus among everyone in the world that this guy is not easy to mess with. The strongest man in Zwasi calmed down and said with a dissatisfied look, Isn't he stretching his hand too far? Does the meeting between our two heads of state still require his consent? Chapter 132, Lightning Action. Seeing that their boss was dissatisfied, the staff hurriedly said, Mr. Prime Minister, isn't this meeting between our two countries to discuss the Han and Tang Islands? The media has already sent it out. Oh shit. Zwasi Daichi felt that his vision suddenly went dark, and he almost fainted. That's right. He did come to Silla to discuss how to deal with Li Jin, but all this was done in secret, and he never thought of doing it openly. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Damn the bad media. They're trying to kill him. Maybe Han Tang's bombers or snipers are waiting for him outside. Thinking of this, Zwasi Daichi could no longer sit still, and stood up and said, Master Yuan, I think we should change places. Park Dae was also a little uneasy, feeling that a bomb would drop from the sky soon, and nodded repeatedly. Well, let's go to the basement now. Zwasi Daichi quickly shook his head and said, No, Li Jin's favorite thing to use is the earth-penetrating bomb. He still remembers this clearly. Many people in the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun died in this way. The reason why his predecessor quit was because he was scared. Let's find a place where there are people from Kyushu. It's safer this way. Let's get out of here first. For some reason, Zwasi Daichi always felt frightened, as if something bad was going to happen, and he didn't want to stay here for even a second. Just as the two hurriedly left the official residence and got into the car, a guard sitting in the passenger seat said, Head of State, the military has just sent a message that several strategic bombers from the Han and Tang Islands have appeared in our airspace. It's just that they're too fast, and our existing fire control radar can't lock onto them at all. The military requests further instructions. Park Dae-yue suddenly felt relieved, and even felt like he had survived a disaster. He glanced at Zwasi Daichi next to him. At this time, Satoru Daichi also looked over with a relieved expression. Then his face became serious. The Han and Tang Air Force came to their Silla to cause trouble. If he didn't take countermeasures, the people would spray him to death. Of course, the people of Silla now hate him to death. However, Park Dae-yue's main point is to cover up the truth while trying to steal the bell. As long as he himself can't hear it, the country will always be peaceful and the people will be safe. Just when Park Dae-yue was hesitating whether to protest or intercept. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion behind the car, followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. The huge shockwave lifted up the back half of the car. Then it fell heavily to the ground, shaking Satoru Daichi and the other two people in the car dizzy. In other words, Park Dae-yue's private car was a heavy, bulletproof sedan, otherwise it would have been blown away by now. In the car, Park Dae-yue, who was still in shock, quickly turned around and looked behind the car and saw thick smoke rising above the official residence, and the entire residence was shrouded in thick black smoke. Park Dae-yue's face immediately turned green. The damn Li Jin actually blew up his official residence. This was pushing him to death. Woo! At this moment, a huge whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and a huge figure flew over the official residence in the blink of an eye, and then a ball of fire exploded from the official residence. The shock wave swept in with billowing smoke and dust in an instant, directly blowing the car that Satoru Daichi was in a way and turning it upside down on the ground. 10 minutes. Zuesi Daichi climbed out of the broken car window with blood all over his face, and then Park Daiyue also climbed out. Park Daiyue was lucky. When the car overturned, it happened to fall on Satoru Daichi. Apart from the pain in his bones, he did not suffer any external injuries. But Park Daiyue did not feel the slightest bit of joy after surviving the disaster. Instead, he was almost furious. When the guards came over, he immediately roared, "Call the military and have them immediately bring that damn thing in the sky back to me and shoot it down." At the same time, just above Park Daiyue and the others, a huge invisible nuclear-powered aerospace carrier was floating steadily in the air. It was the flagship of the Han and Tang Air Force, the Juping. In the past 2 days, Air Force Commander-in-Chief Zhang Kai has been leading the Juping and Jukuan air carriers on routine combat readiness patrols near the Liang Kingdom. After receiving Li Jin's order, he rushed over immediately. The bridge operations center of the Juping. Zhang Kai put his hands on his hips and looked at the big screen in the middle. After seeing the Silla Head's residence being bombed into ruins, a smile appeared on his face. "Sir, it's not even 24 hours yet, and we're attacking. Will the general blame us?" At this time, an anxious voice sounded from behind Zhang Kai. It was the captain of the Juping, Wang Su. Zhang Kai couldn't help but asked in surprise, 24 hours? What 24 hours? Don't you know that our generals always count by the minute? Look. Zhang Kai turned over his watch and pointed at the time, saying, "It has been exactly 26 minutes since the announcement was made. All in all, I gave these bastards 2 minutes for nothing." Report. A senior officer at the command station suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Sir, the electronics department just intercepted a signal. It's a combat order issued by Park Daiyue to the military." Zhang Kai couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Are you in a hurry?" Then his expression became serious. "I order everyone to attack. Destroy all their counterattack capabilities within 30 minutes. The atmosphere in the operations room immediately became tense, and orders were immediately issued. On the deck of the aerospace carrier, after the deck crew untied the fixed ropes, a Ghost Bird fighter immediately took off from the spot and left the mother ship. It dived directly into the ground, and when it was several dozen meters above the ground, it quickly rose up and flew out. Scylla was too small, but in just a dozen seconds, a wide open space appeared in front of the fighter plane. It's an airport. It was not until this time that the airport's air raid alarm rang out shrilly. The ground crew who were busy at the airport got up instantly, and at this moment, the Ghost Bird fighter plane had already roared past. As the plane flew over the airport, 2 bombs were dropped. At the same time, the automatic air defense system at the airport also began to show its power, with orange-red ammunition chains crisscrossing the air, but the fire control radar they were equipped was too weak and could not lock onto the Ghost Bird at all, so it was purely in vain. Boom! The bomb exploded the moment it hit the ground. There was no flame or smoke as expected, but a flash of blue light. An invisible electromagnetic wave instantly swept across the entire airport. Immediately afterwards, all the electronic equipment in the entire airport began to emit sparks and even exploded. Even the electronic equipment on the plane was burned out the moment the electromagnetic waves passed through. In just a dozen seconds, the entire airport was paralyzed. Chapter 133, Electromagnetic Rage. A long time has passed. It was not until there were no more explosions that the ground crew members lying on the runway quickly got up. Looking at the M-35 fighter jets with a series of sparks flashing from time to time, and then looking at the runway lights on both sides of the runway suddenly exploding and shattering to the ground, I was dumbfounded for a moment. I have no idea what is going on. At this moment, a pilot with a black body and smoke coming out of his mouth climbed out of the cabin and fell heavily to the ground. Only then did the stupid ground crew come to their senses, and they quickly dragged out the pilots from the other planes. The situation in the airport's central building was even worse. Some of the commanders who were sitting in front of their computers had their heads broken and bleeding from the exploding computers, while others had foaming at the mouth from the electric shock caused by the switch. There were sounds of wailing and screaming everywhere. In fact, what the ghost bird dropped was nothing new. It is just an ordinary electromagnetic pulse bomb. At most, it is a little more powerful and has a larger impact range. The price is naturally not cheap. 1 gold bar is needed for 10 pulse bombs. That means Li Jin is now worth tens of millions. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be willing to buy it. At the same time, the other ghost bird fighters also arrived at the designated target and dropped the electromagnetic pulse bombs in the cabin. It only took a dozen minutes. The entire Silla Kingdom's military bases, communication centers, power plants, water plants, transportation, and other important facilities were hit by electromagnetic pulses. No way. Since Silla is such a small place, it wouldn't take much time to blow it up completely. Although there were no explosions or thick smoke, electricity, water, and communications in all cities were cut off, and these most basic necessities were gone. The resulting chaos can be imagined. It can be said that the entire Silla has been completely paralyzed, let alone organizing a counterattack. I'm afraid even sending a message would require someone to run. In a manner several kilometers away from the president's residence, Park Dae-yue picked up the phone and kept calling, but there was only a harsh, busy tone on the phone. Bang! Park Dae-yue was so angry that he threw the phone to the ground, waving his hands and shouting, "Damn it! What the hell is going on? Who can tell me?" The people in the room lowered their heads for fear of offending Park Dae-yue. Seeing this, Pu Dae-yue's anger grew even more intense. Step. At this time, an officer stumbled in, saluted awkwardly to Pu Dae-yue, and then said breathlessly, Report to the Führer, our communication center, and some important base stations, as well as power facilities, have been attacked by pulse bombs and graphite bombs. All the components of all equipment and the power network have been destroyed. Now the entire country's communications and electricity have been completely cut off. Park Dae-yue was stunned. Electromagnetic pulse bomb? Is this thing so powerful? At this moment, another officer came in hurriedly. Master Yuan, the people I sent out have returned, and the bases near the capital have all been hit. All weapons with electronic equipment have been burned. If you want to use them, you must replace all the components. Also, the doors to our armory are all automatic, and the opening equipment has been burned. We can't even open the doors now. Park Dae-yue was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Just then, the officer added, Not only near the capital, I just received a satellite call. Our bases deployed across the country have also been hit. All planes, missiles, and tanks are unusable. Fortunately, our casualties were not too great. Upon hearing this, Park Dae-yue glared at the officer fiercely. He didn't care whether people died or not. What he cared about was the weapons. Without weapons and equipment, how could he fight against Li Jin? Of course, he is not stupid. It is impossible for him to say such words. When will the communication facilities be repaired? The officer immediately showed an embarrassment on his face. Headmaster, we don't know how many base stations have been destroyed. Even if we only repair the lines near the capital, it will take at least a day. As for electricity, our power grid has been completely paralyzed. It will take at least a week to fully restore the power. No, Park Dae-yue said without thinking. A day is too long. As for the week the officer mentioned later, he simply threw it out of his mind and said directly, You only have 1 hour. Communications across the country must be restored. This, the officer was a little hesitant to agree for a moment. Although Silla was only a tiny place, it was not easy to restore national communications. The Führer. Just when the officer didn't know how to answer, another officer ran in a panic, holding a satellite phone in his hand. This is a satellite phone dropped by the Han and Tang people. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire room suddenly froze. No one dared to even breathe, and all their eyes were fixed on the satellite phone in the officer's hand. The officer said breathlessly, Führer, we've checked. It's not a bomb. Dingling. As soon as the officer finished speaking, the phone rang at the right time. Park Dae-yue hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the officer to answer the call. Then a deep voice came from the phone. I am Zhang Kai, Commander-in-Chief of the Han and Tang Air Force. Tell Park Dae-yue for me. Tell him to expel Sadora Daiichi immediately. And publicly apologize to me, Han Tang. You only have 24 minutes to think about it. If you haven't given a response by the time comes, what will be dropped won't be a pulse bomb. I think you should know very well what kind of temper our general has. Well, you don't have much time. Then the phone was hung up with a beep. Although Zhang Kai spoke in Kyushu dialect, Park Dae-yue heard it clearly. Although he could not speak Kyushu dialect, he could understand it. Because he understood, Park Dae-yue's heart was lifted up. The Han and Tang Air Force paralyzed them with one attack. If this really happened, they would be dead. Thinking of this, Park Dae-yue immediately had an idea and ordered, "Expel Satoru Daichi from the country immediately. We must expel them with great fanfare." Also, reply to this Chief Zhang using the satellite phone immediately and tell him that we still fully accept his request. After communication is restored, issue a statement immediately. People like Park Dae-yue are actually fence-sitters. They will lean towards whoever is stronger. As soon as he finished giving the order, he quickly added, "Oh, remember this for me. After this matter is over, I will visit the Kyushu Empire." At the same time, in a room not far from Park Dae-yue, Zwasi Daichi was sitting on the sofa with an unpleasant look on his face. "Haven't you contacted the country yet?" A short man next to him bowed quickly and said, "Sir, we have already contacted the country via satellite phone." Zwasi Daichi's expression improved a little, and he said quickly, "Notify the base camp immediately and ask them to prepare for the electromagnetic bomb. Since this madman dares to attack Scylla, he will definitely not let us go." Aye. Click, click, click. Sudden, there were footsteps outside the door, and then an officer rushed in with a group of soldiers. Chapter 134, Unexpected Accident. "Zaji Daichi, leave our country immediately. You are not welcome here." As soon as the officer entered the room, he looked at Satoru Daichi with a cold face and a hint of hatred in his eyes. They remembered clearly the heinous crimes that the Fiery Sun Kingdom had committed against them. If it weren't for Park Dae-yue's insistence, Zwasi Daichi would have been buried by rotten eggs as soon as he entered Scylla. Satoru Daichi was stunned by the officer's scolding, and his face turned serious. "I want to see your leader." Sniff. The Scylla officer sneered and said sarcastically, "It's only a few steps from here to there. Who do you think gave this order? What a naive fellow." Zwasi Daichi was provoked again and again, and he was immediately furious. He wanted to lose his temper on the spot, but when he thought about the fact that this was not his territory, I could only suppress my anger and say, "Let's go." I secretly made up my mind that I would teach these damn guys a lesson after returning. He didn't want to be dumbfounded by the words of the entourage behind him, and heard the entourage say with embarrassment, "Sir, our plane was damaged at the airport. All the equipment on board was burned. We can no longer take off." Zwasi Daichi's expression suddenly changed, but the Scylla officer's eyes showed a gloating expression, and he kept urging, "You only have 24 minutes. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking coercive measures." Zwadidayi's face turned green immediately. These damn guys, if it weren't for their invitation, why would he come to this shabby place? Now you actually want to cross the river and destroy the bridge. "I want to see your leader," the officer said expressionlessly. "I'm sorry, our leader has other important things to do and doesn't have time to see you." Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, an officer hurriedly came in and whispered in the officer's ear. The officer's face immediately turned gloomy, and he said sternly, "We have prepared a boat for you. Leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The murderous look in the officer's eyes made Zwasi shudder with fear at first sight, and naturally he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly walked out of the house with his followers. What Zwasi Daichi could never have imagined was that as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a soldier rushing out with a submachine gun, shouting in Scylla, "Go to hell." Da-da-da. A series of bullets poured out in an instant, directly turning Satoru Daichi into a sieve, and he fell in a pool of blood. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Until a long time passed. Finally, someone reacted and rushed over to check, but by then, Satoru Daichi was breathing out more than he was breathing in and was about to die. The officer just now also looked panicked. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. The Liang people will definitely not let this go, and he will definitely be one of the scapegoats. Thinking of this, the officer suddenly showed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes and decided to just go all the way. Beijing, Li Jin's official residence. Morning. Li Jin, who had just done aerobic exercise for half an hour, walked out of the house refreshed. Today was the awarding ceremony, so he had to dress well. At this time, Zemo had already prepared breakfast for him early, including egg-filled pancakes, rujiamo, fried dough sticks, tofu, pudding, and soy milk, as well as some exquisite pickles. The sight of them made Li Jin hungry, and he sat down to eat immediately. At this time, Liang Yuan walked in quickly. General, the intelligence department just sent an urgent telegram that a rebellion broke out in Silla, and Satoru Daichi was beaten to a pulp by the rebels. Park Daiyue was also shot in the back. Now the whole of Silla is in chaos. Phew! Li Jin, who was drinking soy milk, sprayed it out and looked at Liang Yuan in amazement. The first thought that popped in my mind was, could it be Zhang Geng and the others who did it? What did Zhang Geng and the others say? Liang Yuan said, the intelligence department said they do have plans in this regard, but they haven't implemented them yet. Li Jin nodded. It seemed that this Zwisi Dai had a bad fate, as could be seen from his name. He immediately said, as a member of the Far East, we, the Han and Tang Islands, cannot stand idly by when such a situation occurs. We must show our support. How about this? Issue a notice immediately, saying that in the spirit of world peace, no country should interfere in Silla's internal affairs. Otherwise you will be my enemy, Li Jin. If I, Li Jin, am unhappy, I will make them unhappy too. Also, send another official letter to Silla, saying that they are all Silla people and brothers. So how can they kill each other? So, the use of weapons of mass destruction is absolutely not allowed. I think a rifle or something is fine. Fewer people died, it's still fair. If you don't obey, don't blame me for being merciless and blowing all their scrap metal into ashes. Understand, General. Liang Yuan nodded and turned to leave. At this time, Lin Keqing came out of the house with a military uniform, helped Li Jin put it on, and then carefully buttoned every button. Li Jin was good-looking to begin with, and once he put on his military uniform, he immediately became more heroic, with a resolute face and a hint of majesty in his domineering manner. Especially the 4 shining golden stars on the brief, which made Li Jin look even more radiant and handsome. Lin Keqing's heart started beating wildly, and her face turned red as if on fire. She couldn't help but say, "This is my General Li." Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing's rosy and delicate face, couldn't help but scratch her nose, and said with a smile, "Isn't it usually the case?" Lin Keqing shook his head innocently. "It's different." "You." Li Jin patted Lin Keqing's head without saying anything, and said lovingly, "Be good and wait for me at home." Lin Keqing nodded obediently, and Li Jin then picked up his hat and walked outside. At this time, there was already a long line of black bulletproof cars made in the Kyushu Empire waiting for him at the door. Zemo, who was waiting at the door, saw Li Jin come out, walked to the car and opened the door. Li Jin got in directly, and the motorcade immediately drove out of the official residence. Chapter 135, Untitled. Imperial Congress Center Building. As the tallest building in Beijing, it has been a landmark building in Beijing since its completion. Every day, there are endless tourists coming here to check in and take photos. It is bustling and lively, and is considered one of the most prosperous places in the capital. But today, it is deserted. Not a single tourist in sight. There were only soldiers standing upright in their brightly colored uniforms, standing like javelins on both sides of the central avenue. This immediately added a bit of solemnity to the already extremely majestic central building. On one side of the avenue, it was a deliberately opened-up platform, which was now filled with cameras, and behind it were densely packed reporters from various countries. "Sister Ling, I heard that General Li Jin from Han and Tang is coming too?" A young reporter squeezed in a crowd of reporters asked a female reporter next to him with a curious look on his face. The female reporter immediately showed a smile. General Li rarely attends such events. As far as I know, General Li has only appeared in front of the media twice, both times when he was not yet wealthy. Since the rise of the Han and Tang Islands, it has never shown up. This is the first time. We are grabbing the headlines. The young reporter couldn't help but become excited when he heard this. With Li Jin's influence, this would be a real front-page headline. At the intersection of the Central Avenue, Yun Xiao and an old man who was also wearing the uniform of an imperial general stood together. Behind them was a group of imperial admirals, and Yin Tianshan was among them. "Yun Shui, Mai Shui. Why don't you go in first?" "We can just wait here," said an imperial general standing behind Yun Xiaoshan. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "No, my old bones are not so weak that I can't walk. This is the first time that General Li is attending a meeting with us. It is of great significance. As the host, we must be fully polite. Don't you see His Majesty and the Prime Minister are waiting on the steps? Seeing Yun Shao attach so much importance to Li Jin, the general couldn't help but say, Marshal Yun, although His Majesty promoted him to the rank of Imperial General, hasn't even officially awarded the title yet? Such a grand ceremony, isn't it? Don't be unconvinced. The old man in military uniform, surnamed Mei, suddenly said. The current Han Tang is not the original Lai Durong. Li Jin represents a powerful force that can influence the world. You all know what happened yesterday, right? I don't need to say much about Scylla's strength. You should know it clearly. But so what? Half an hour. It only took the Han and Tang Air Force half an hour to destroy the entire military force of the Scylla Kingdom, paralyze their electricity and communications. Even the garrison troops of the Manga Empire have become skinned lambs, ready to be slaughtered. They didn't even have a chance to resist. If you ask us to do it, do you think we can do it? In my opinion, this is a completely new mode of warfare. As long as we have a good relationship with Li Jin, we can stand at the starting line. Besides, it was only yesterday. Can you please count how many wars generally has fought since he took office as the Governor-General of Han and Tang? Who is his opponent? Isn't such a person worthy of our admiration? Don't use your little thoughts on jealousy. Use them on how to fight and win the war. The earnest instructions of Mr. Mei made the generals behind him bow their heads one after another, with an attitude of being willing to learn. Obviously, he took it to heart. Old Mei couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Those who could come here today were the elites among the elites, the core figures of the Imperial Army. If they could get their work done, it would be equivalent to getting the work of the entire Imperial Army done. At this time, a convoy drove over slowly, and with a slight brake sound, a car stopped not far from Yun Shao and others. Li Jin opened the car door and walked down. He happened to see Yun Shao and others and was stunned for a moment. Then he walked forward quickly. Without waiting for Li Jin to raise his hand to salute, Yun Shao and Mei Lao raised their hands to salute Li Jin first, and the Imperial generals behind them also raised their hands to salute. Such a grand ceremony made Li Jin feel flattered for a moment. He quickly raised his hand and returned the greeting. Then he walked forward, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Yin Shuai. Master Yin, you are my seniors after all, but you are embarrassing me. Then he reached out and shook hands with Mei Sheng, another deputy commander of the Imperial military, and said, Mr. Mei, you are my idol. Li Jin's extremely enthusiastic attitude made Mei Sheng feel flattered for a moment. At this time, Yin Shao said, General Li, let's go in. His Majesty and the others are still waiting for us. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the building. Li Jin raised his hand to let Mei Sheng pass, and he lagged behind Mei Sheng by half a body length. Following behind were Yin Tianxin and other Imperial generals. Li Jin is such a person. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 1 yard. Yin Shao and Mei Sheng were very enthusiastic, so Li Jin naturally reciprocated the favor and just said a few polite words. As soon as Li Jin and his 2 companions walked onto the avenue, they immediately attracted the attention of reporters, and they all pointed their cameras at the 3 of them. These 3 are the new 3 giants of the Empire's military and are of great significance. Soon, the 3 of them walked up the steps and came to the gate. Li Yi and Song Lian were already waiting for them with smiles on their faces. Li Jin quickly raised his hand and saluted. Your Majesty, Prime Minister. Li Yi smiled and stretched out his hand. General Li, we finally meet. The Prime Minister and I have been in a spiritual relationship with you for a long time. Li Jin stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Yi vigorously and said modestly, Your Majesty, you are so kind. At this time, Song Lian also smiled and stretched out his hand. General Li, your coming here makes His Majesty so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Li Jin smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and shook hands lightly with Song Lian, without any intention of getting close to him. He now remembers everything that happened in the past clearly. He ran to the Han and Tang Islands alone, and the person in front of him was one of the people who pushed him there. Although it was all for the benefit of the Empire, Li Jin felt uncomfortable. If he hadn't had the system to rely on him, he would probably have been eaten to the bone by now. Song Lian obviously knew why Li Jin was like this, and he didn't care at all. He just raised his hand and said, Your Majesty, we should go in. General Li, please. At this time, the Great Hall of the Central Building was already full of soldiers. When Li Jin and others walked into the Great Hall, A loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire conference hall. Stand up. Salute. Chapter 136, Submarine Missing. Li Jin stood on the rostrum, looking at the officers sitting upright below, and his mind became a little vague for a moment. Doesn't this bring honor to the family and honor to the ancestors? Then Li Jin grabbed this thought and crushed it hard. He had no ancestors in this world. They are all soldiers. There was naturally nothing fancy at the conference. After a brief speech, there was the awarding ceremony. Just as Li Jin was flying into the sky, a serious voice sounded in his ears. Now, please welcome General Li Jin, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Military Command, to Dongqi, Manhwa. Li Jin was stunned. He didn't expect that he had something to do with this. He immediately stood up and walked to the center of the stage. He was no longer a child. He didn't know how many times to salute during the war. Such a scene naturally couldn't scare him. At this time, there were already 6 major generals standing upright on the stage. When they heard that it was Li Jin who awarded them the title, a trace of emotion appeared on their faces. Li Jin's name is probably the most popular name in the world. His record is unparalleled, and he can be described as a godlike existence. Their status was far different from Li Jin's, so naturally they had no ulterior motives, only admiration. So, when Li Jin came over, he felt Lu Dao's extremely fiery gazes. At this time, someone had brought the promotion order over, and Li Jin immediately picked one up and walked in front of the first general. It turned out to be an acquaintance. This was the first time he came to the mainland to receive his people, and Dongqi, who was opposite Li Jin, was also very excited. He quickly raised his hand and saluted in a standard military salute and said, Li Shuai. Li Jin smiled slightly, raised his hand to return the greeting, handed the certificate to Dongqi, and then patted Dongqi on the shoulder. Then he walked to the second general. Of course, other people did not receive the same treatment as Dongqi. They just went through the routine of returning gifts and awarding certificates, which made the other generals feel disappointed. Li Jin is now in the limelight. Don't underestimate the pat that Li Jin gave Dongqi on the shoulder. I'm sure everyone present has seen it. People with good intentions will naturally think of Dongqi when good things happen. Even if someone dislikes Li Jin, they will not cause trouble for Dongqi in order to avoid conflict with Li Jin. Dongqi can be said to have obtained a pass to rise to the top. This is where it's nice to take shelter under a big tree. More than an hour. The title conferring ceremony finally came to an end, and Yun Xiao, who was sitting next to Li Jin, suddenly spoke. Would you like to say a few words? Teach these young people a lesson? Li Jin said with a smile. How can this be so embarrassing? If we talk about age, everyone present here is my senior. Mei Sheng, who was sitting on the other side of Li Jin, said, If we count by battle record, you are the senior of all of us. I think there are many people here who want to listen to your lecture. Li Jin didn't refuse and nodded directly. Okay, forget about the lecture. I'll share my own experience. Yun Xiao immediately spoke to the back, and after all the inauguration ceremonies were over, the protocol officer suddenly said, Now, please welcome General Li Jin to give the closing speech. Papa! Thunderous applause immediately broke out from the audience. It was only after Li Jin walked onto the stage that the applause quieted down. For a moment, the entire auditorium was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Today, I will neither sing praises nor brag about my achievements. Let's just chat about family matters. You should know a little about what the Han and Tang Islands were like in the past. Prostitution, gambling, drugs, etc. are all child's play in the Han and Tang Islands. What shall we do? I'll send troops to comb the entire archipelago. Li Jin said it lightly, but everyone at the venue knew what a bloody storm it was. But there are unexpected events in this day and age. I just cleaned up the cancer here, and the Manga people came to my door. What to do? Fight! Li Jin continued with a smile. At that time, I had only one thought in my mind. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. At worst, I can give up my life. Who would have thought that the Manga people were just a paper tiger that would burst with just one poke? To be honest, when I heard the results of the battle, I was stunned. I thought I was daydreaming. Not long after, the Manga people continued to cause trouble, trying to trap me, Li Jin, to death. What shall we do? Then keep fighting. Just like that, I wiped out another 5 of their battle groups. At this moment, I understood that this Manga man is really a paper tiger. So, What's the point of being the world's most powerful country? What's the point of fighting against the whole world? It's all a lie. Didn't the great men say that practice makes perfect? If you want to know whether you are strong or not, and whether the enemy is a paper tiger, it is useless to rely on guesswork. You have to fight with real swords and guns. What the hell is world number one? I'm fighting against the world number one. Li Jin's foul language echoed throughout the venue, but did not cause dissatisfaction in anyone. Instead, it aroused everyone's fighting spirit. Soldiers are passionate by nature. They are never afraid of the battlefield, but rather eager for it. Li Jin spoke eloquently for more than half an hour and stopped only when he felt his mouth was dry. Wow! Thunderous applause broke out again in the meeting hall, and everyone stood up spontaneously. Li Jin's official residence. Li Jin casually hung his hat on the rack and instructed Zimo, who was following behind him. Zimo, tell Yin Shui that I won't be attending the dinner. Then he said to Lin Keqing, who was walking over. Keqing, call Yuan and Mengyu, and let's go out to eat by ourselves. Lin Keqing immediately smiled and nodded. I'm going to go find Sister Yuan and the others. At the same time, Han and Tang Islands, Joint Operations Command Center. Liu, the rotating commander, was standing in front of the Tianbua over the horizon radar. He looked at the two spots on the radar and said, Have you found out? Immediately, a combatant stood up and said, Sir, these should be two conventional-powered submarines. Based on the specifications and size, it should be the whale-class attack submarine of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. What the hell do those damn Liang people want to do? Attack them? Just two conventional-powered submarines? Isn't this funny? Target direction. Report. According to the trajectory, they are heading towards our archipelago. Liu couldn't help but frown. At this time, a staff officer spoke up. Sir, the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is about 1,300 nautical miles away from us. The Whale class is a conventional-powered submarine with a displacement of only 3,000 to 4,000 tons. Its range will not exceed 2,000 nautical miles. And we didn't find any supply ships nearby. Do these two ships have any special missions? Liu had a thoughtful expression on his face when he heard this, and then he said, Are there any of our warships nearby? Report the Pacific Fleet's Run-High-class destroyer cruiser Jinyuan is in the nearby waters. Liu immediately ordered. These submarines actually dared to come into our territorial waters. Order the Jinyuan to kill them. The operations staff was stunned and couldn't help but remind him. Sir, they're still nearly 800 nautical miles away from us. Liu glanced at the staff officer and said with full energy, So what? Wherever I say it is the territorial waters of the Han and Tang dynasties, it belongs to us. Chapter 137 Missile Anti-Submarine. May 27th, 8 p.m. It was a dark and windy night. In the vast Pacific Ocean, a graceful destroyer is rising and falling with the waves. This warship is the Jinyuan missile destroyer belonging to the 2nd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the Han and Tang Islands Pacific Fleet. The captain stood solemnly in the bridge, listening to the fierce sound of waves coming from outside the bridge from time to time, picked up the communicator and said loudly, Sonar, how's it going? Did you catch it? A voice came from the communicator immediately. Captain, we have captured the target. Southeast direction, 110 nautical miles away. Zheng Zhong immediately showed a hint of excitement on his face and said loudly, Turn right and head southeast. Full speed ahead. 100 nautical miles away from the Jinyuan. 300 meters below the sea. Two slender submarines were moving slowly towards the Han and Tang Islands, one after the other. At this time, in a submarine, the dispatch team leader Junichi Yamada walked through the narrow corridor to the command module. An officer who was only 1.56 meters tall walked quickly to Yamada and bowed. Captain, we are still 680 nautical miles away from the Han and Tang Islands. It is estimated to take another 68 hours. Yamada nodded and patted the officer's shoulder and said, Haruta-kun, thank you for your hard work. After saying this, he glanced around at everyone in the command cabin and said loudly, Gentlemen, we are about to approach the Han and Tang Islands. Before you came, someone should have told you that this mission is a top secret one. No code name, no plan, and no information at all. That is to say, we are actually dead now. Do you know what this mission is? Yamamoto's words suddenly made the silent crew members a little lively, and they all cast curious glances at him. A smile suddenly appeared on Yamamoto's face. Although he was leading this group of people to die, there is a difference between being forced and voluntary. Although all preparations have been made, Li Jin is too powerful. He has 6 aircraft carrier battle groups alone, not to mention anything else. I wonder how many submarines are hidden under this sea area. If he took a group of people who were forced to die to carry out the mission, he would probably be torn to pieces before he even got close to Han and Tang. In his opinion, if they want to complete the task, they can only have a little hope if they arouse everyone's fighting spirit and unite as one. Then he said with a serious look, "You only know that our target this time is the Han and Tang Islands. But do you know what we are carrying? It's a nuclear bomb." Yamamoto's words caused an uproar among the crew members present, and their faces were filled with disbelief. You know what? The Manga people have promised us that as long as we complete this mission, they will lift all restrictions on us. Even withdraw all the garrisons, return the entire Lianger defense to us, and support us in building a real army. By then, we will have aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, and we won't have to squeeze into this cramped, suffocating hell thing anymore. Yamamoto's impassioned speech completely shocked everyone in the command module. Even the hatch of the command module was crowded with people who were obviously attracted by Yamamoto's words just now. Now do you think our mission this time is worth it? Is it worth sacrificing our lives to help Liang rise? The command cabin suddenly became silent, but the heavy breathing continued to echo in the cabin. Soon, frantic shouts rang out in the cabin. Half a year. But before Yamamoto could be happy, a soldier suddenly came out of the sonar room. "Captain, a destroyer is heading towards us at high speed." Yamamoto's face suddenly changed, and there was no trace of happiness in his expression anymore. He quickly asked, "Can you confirm which force this is from?" The soldier bowed quickly and said, "Captain, according to the sonar data, it should be a destroyer of more than 10,000 tons. I'm afraid that warships of this size are only found in the Han and Tang Islands." Damn it! Yamamoto's face suddenly turned ugly. The Han and Tang warships were rushing towards them at this time. They must have discovered them. But what puzzled him was how the Han and Tang people discovered them. They had not surfaced since they set out from the Liang Kingdom. Its satellites, skywave radars. Yamamoto didn't have time to think about it for a moment, and quickly said loudly, "Order the Chunshin to surface immediately and lure the enemy away." The soldier bowed quickly. As for the safety of the Chunchuan, Yamamoto didn't care at all. He brought an extra submarine for this purpose, so that he would have enough time to escape. After giving the order, he immediately ordered, "Keep going down 100 meters, and we're out of here." On the destroyer Jinyuan, "Captain, a submarine from the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is heading straight towards us." Zheng Zhong frowned. What on earth does this Liang man want to do? To seek death? Sudden, Zheng Zhong frowned and asked quickly, "Where's the other submarine?" Report, according to the sonar, it is diving rapidly, and it seems that it is trying to escape. Zheng Zhong couldn't help but sneer. These damn Liang people actually learned to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Report, the enemy submarine has surfaced to 50 meters, 96 nautical miles away. Zheng Zhong said directly, "Kill it for me." The Cambridge operations room immediately became busy. 10 seconds later, the 2 hatches of the vertical launch unit at the bow of the ship popped up, and then a missile soared into the sky in flames, followed by the second missile. The moment the 2 missiles soared into the sky, they drew an arc and whizzed towards the direction of the submarine. Within a few tens of seconds, the missiles were close to the submarine. At this time, 2 missiles dived down from the sky. When they were about to approach the sea surface, they directly skimmed over the sea surface and quickly approached the submarine. When they reached the submarine, they plunged directly into the sea surface. At this time, the Liang people's submarine was slowly rising, and they had no idea that danger was approaching. Just when their sonar detected the missiles, it was too late. The 2 missiles hit the submarine directly, and huge explosions and flames immediately broke out in the sea. The entire submarine was blown to pieces in an instant. Deep under the sea, Yamamoto stood in the sonar room with a nervous look on his face. Sonar Yuan said solemnly, "Captain, there was a violent explosion in the area where the Chunshin is located." Yamamoto's face changed. The Han and Tang destroyers were still 80 or 90 nautical miles away from them. It was impossible for them to launch torpedoes. It should be anti-submarine missiles. If that's the case, the Chunshin is probably in great danger. But what made Yamamoto breathe a sigh of relief was that at least they escaped. Pass the order. Silence on all boats. Chapter 138. Whose territory is this? Cruiser Jinyuan. Bridge. An officer walked up to Zheng Zhong and said, Captain, the remaining Liang submarine has entered silent mode. Our sonar cannot determine their location for the time being. He solemnly asked, What about the headquarters? Our skywave radar can't detect a stationary submarine, but we can calculate its approximate location. It's good to know the approximate location. I really can't believe they're still sitting there without moving. Pass the order. Slow down. We have plenty of time. We just need to slowly waste time with them. At the same time, near the Liuxiu Islands, a large aircraft carrier formation is rapidly approaching the main island of the Liuxiu Islands, Liuxiu Island. The defenders on the islands were not blind. Naturally, they noticed the aggressive battle formation at the first time. However, they initially thought it was a routine cruise of the Han and Tang Navy. But who would have thought that this time it would drive directly to their doorstep? At this time, just 20 or 30 nautical miles outside the aircraft carrier battle formation, a destroyer of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun was following closely behind it. On the bridge, the warship commander, Shiro Osaka, was leaning over a high-powered telescope, observing the battle formation in the sea ahead. An officer came up to him hurriedly and said, Commander, the Han and Tang Navy's fleet has entered the exclusive waters of the Liuxiu Islands. Should we warn them? Osaka, Shiro stood up straight. These damn guys, do they really think of us as decorations? Shout immediately, and tell them to leave our waters immediately. The officer bowed quickly and said, Hey. Then he turned to the bridge control console, picked up the communicator, and said loudly, Attention, warships ahead. Attention, warships ahead. This is Liang's territorial waters. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Just as the officer was about to repeat it a second time in Kyushu language, an impatient voice suddenly came from the communicator. Shut up, damn it. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. The Liang officers were stunned for a moment. Who else could speak to them through the public channel at this time? Were the people of Han and Tang so violent? The officers were at a loss for a moment. He turned around and looked at Dabin, who naturally heard the voice in the communicator and couldn't help but frown and said, What did they say? The officer hurriedly repeated what he said, and Dabin's face trembled. Looking at the officer's inquiring eyes, Dabin suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. If it was someone else who was talking, Dabin would have simply turned a deaf ear to it, but these crazy people in the Han and Tang Islands, there was no telling what they might do. Report to the base immediately. In the end, Osaka did not answer the officer's question, but changed the subject. The officer suddenly felt relieved, bowed quickly, and left. Liang Kingdom, Liuxiu Naval Base. At this time, the entire base was in a mess, with the shrill sound of air raid sirens and the noise of people running and calling out, echoing throughout the base. In the command building, the base commander, Kawamoto Kamechi, was furious. He had thought that the Han and Tang fleet was just strolling around as usual, but they didn't expect that this time they would directly enter their territorial waters. Kawamoto looked at the officers surrounding him, waiting for his decision, and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Even the Melika people were defeated when they fought against Li Jin. Now that they have to go up, one can imagine how nervous Kawamoto is. But Kawamoto also seemed to be a very decisive person. He suppressed his worries about the future and said in a deep voice, Warning again, if they don't leave, sink them. In Kawamoto's opinion, this is their base camp. He really couldn't believe that they couldn't defeat an aircraft carrier battle formation. At this moment, an officer came over hurriedly and bowed. Commander, the Han and Tang people are calling out to us. Kawamoto looked stunned. Are the people from Han and Tang trying to steal the show? They haven't said anything yet. Take it. The officer immediately pressed a button on the console, and a powerful voice came from the loudspeaker. You damned little Liang bastards. Listen to me carefully. The place you are staying in now is the military protection zone of our Han and Tang governor's office. You have 24 hours to go. No, leave within 1 hour. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Also, you shameless people dared to station troops here without the consent of our Han Tang governor's office. You have seriously hurt the feelings of our Hantang and insulted our reputation. You must make reparations. As for what the compensation will be, my general hasn't figured it out yet. So, before that, you can't touch anything on Liuxiu Islands, because it may all belong to us. Ban Wus? Before the voice in the communicator could finish speaking, a dark shadow came over and smashed the speaker to pieces. Kawamoto was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He kept breathing heavily, and then he gritted his teeth and cursed. Baka, shameless. Fight back now. I'm going to keep them here. The Liang officers standing around Kawamoto immediately became excited. They did not have the same plans as Kawamoto, but only had a desire for war. Some officers even had red eyes and looked bloodthirsty, as if they wanted to eat someone. A few minutes later, at the base's military port dock, more than a dozen missile launchers drove over quickly, and then the launch tubes were erected very quickly. It took less than a minute from parking to erecting. It can be seen here that Leon's army is also very well trained. Bang! Then there was a slight explosion, and then anti-ship missiles rushed out from the launch tubes, like the setting sun in the afterglow of doomsday. Driven by the flames, it roared directly towards the fleet. At the same time, land-based missiles deployed in other places were also launched one after another. Hundreds of missiles were like raindrops, which really had a sense of thunder and lightning. Han Tang's second aircraft carrier strike formation, inside the bridge of the Tianshu missile destroyer. The combat commanders were doing their jobs in an orderly manner. Missile incoming track detected, direction 220, quantity 124. Fire control calculation has been started. Request to fire. You can fire. As the weapons controller pressed the missile launch button, the air defense missiles on each missile destroyer immediately took off from the vertical launch unit. It drew long white smoke in beautiful arcs in the air and whizzed towards the incoming Liang missiles. Chapter 139C in Land Showdown. The combat commanders on the Tianshu were not panicked at all in the face of the overwhelming attack of missiles, because they were confident. The Prometheus air defense system equipped on a leader-class destroyer is an evolution of the modern world of warships. It is equipped with 162 medium and long-range air defense missiles, can automatically intercept 81 of the most threatening targets at the same time, and has a powerful close-in defense system. The second squadron has 3 leader-class destroyers, and although one is on a mission elsewhere, 2 are still there. What's more, there are 3 Renhai-class destroyers guarding on the left and right, with multiple levels of air defense configuration. At this time, as soon as the Prometheus air defense missile was launched into the air, it rushed towards the whistling Type 12 anti-ship missile. But in the blink of an eye, the anti-aircraft missile at the front collided with the anti-ship missile of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun, and countless flames suddenly broke out in the sky. Thick black smoke instantly covered half of the sky, making the sky suddenly dark. Certainly, there is no air defense system in the world that can intercept 100% of the missiles. Several missiles still shot out from the thick black smoke and headed straight for the aircraft carrier in the center of the fleet. At this time, the close defense system of the Tianshu destroyer opened fire, and countless bullet shells were thrown out. Chains of orange-red bullets intertwined in the air, instantly shattering the passing anti-ship missiles into pieces. It is impolite not to reciprocate. After the Tianshu destroyed all the incoming missiles, the covers of the vertical launch units on the bow of the ship opened one after another. Then balls of flames burst out from the launch tube, followed by Zircon missiles one after another being ejected from the launch tube. It ignited in mid-air, then accelerated into the sky and whizzed towards the place where the missile was launched just now. Other missile destroyers also launched missiles at this time. I saw missiles rising straight into the sky, leaving long white trails like arrows. It was an extremely spectacular sight that shocked me beyond words. At the same time as the missile was launched, one after another, White Swan strategic bombers appeared out of nowhere in the sky and roared towards the various military outposts in the Liuxiu Islands. At this time, the missile has already reached the sky above Liuxiu military base. With the flying speed of a hypersonic missile, it can reach such a short distance. Even if the Liang people had discovered the incoming missiles, they had no time to react and could only watch the missiles whizzing down from the sky. Boom tilde. Amid a series of explosions, the entire base was instantly engulfed in flames. One of the missiles whizzed straight towards the command building where Kawamoto was. The missile turned in the sky and dived straight down, directly plunged into the building from the roof. As the violent explosion sounded, the entire building shook violently, and countless flames instantly broke through the glass of the building and rushed out. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, enveloping the entire command building. Cough, cough, hiss. In the command center of the building, Kawamoto stood up from the fallen ceiling, touched his face, and groaned in pain. He took a look at the blood on his hands and looked around. At this time, the entire combat center has turned into a garbage dump with corpses everywhere. Even a big hole collapsed on the roof, and the dazzling sunlight made Kawamoto cover his eyes. "Commander, are you okay?" An officer covered in blood stumbled over. Kawamoto shook his head and leaned on the table beside him and said, "Let's get out of here first." At this time, some surviving officers and soldiers gathered around, supported Kawamoto, and wanted to leave. Woo! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air came from the sky. Kawamoto couldn't help but look up, just in time to see a huge black shadow whizzing past the hole. Then he saw a bomb being dropped. Kawamoto's face changed instantly, and he exclaimed, "There's a bomb." After saying that, he was about to run towards the stairs, but the bomb in the sky had already fallen, smashing through the roof and passing right in front of Kawamoto. Kawamoto looked at the huge bomb that passed through the building like a piece of paper, and he was suddenly in despair. It turned out to be a bunker buster bomb. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded again, and the command building collapsed directly in the violent shaking, turning into a pile of ruins. At this time, the entire Ryosho Islands were filled with explosions and flames rising into the sky. This scene frightened the civilians on the island. They all ran back to their homes and closed their doors. Fortunately, the bases of the Fiery Sun people were all outside the gathering area, and the Second Fleet had no intention of launching a saturation attack, so there were no civilian casualties. In the sky, bombers flew over the island one after another, plowing the Fiery Sun people's base over and over again. It didn't until all the places were turned into craters that it whistled away with a lingering feeling. The Jukuin Aerospace Mothership. The ground crew were busy replacing ammunition for the returning White Swan bombers, and the deck was full of busy figures. On the bridge, Captain Sher Kong of the Jukuin was leaning on the deck railing with a comfortable look on his face, enjoying the afternoon. "Captain, from the Liang mainland, 2 M-35 squadrons with 48 fighter planes are rushing towards us. An aircraft carrier battle group stationed in Liang by the Manga Empire has also left the port and is heading towards us quickly." Sher Kong immediately smiled and said excitedly, "It's so exciting. This is what it looks like. Inform the 2nd Squadron of the intelligence immediately and have them prepare. They're the hosts. Our Air Force is just a foil this time." "Yes, sir." Han Tang Navy, 2nd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. On the flagship Tianshu, Battle Group Commander Chun, you stood in the operations room, looking at the radar data from headquarters on the screen, and asked the radar soldier beside him, "Can the radars in our formation detect these aircraft?" "Report to the commander. Our shipborne radar is too small to detect long-distance invisible targets. We can only detect them within 100 kilometers." Shinyu nodded, then turned to an officer next to him and ordered, "Order all carrier-based brigades to take off. If they dare to come, send them all to hell." The officer raised his hand, saluted, and turned away. "Commander, do we need to send the Marines to the island?" asked Wu Di, the chief of staff of the formation who was following behind Shinyu. Shinyu shook his head and said, "No need. We are here to uphold justice, not to help others conquer the world. Besides, this place is still under the influence of the Liang people. If the Liang people are really determined to launch a missile attack here, the people we send to the island will be in danger. People from Liang are born by their fathers, but not raised by them. There is nothing they can't do. Let the Ryosho people handle their own affairs. Our consistent principle is never to interfere in other countries' internal affairs." Woody nodded doubtfully. He had not thought of this, although they came here under the banner of making Ryosho people independent. But there's one thing they're very clear about. The real Ryosho people have been almost wiped out by the Liang people. Now, there are only a few 100,000 people at most. After so many years, they have been completely assimilated by the Liang people. Those who have hatred towards the Liang people are probably rare. If they were to land on the island at this time, I'm afraid no one would welcome them, only hatred. So, some things really don't take them too seriously. Chapter 140, Fighting Eagles. Chun Yu's order reached the aircraft carrier immediately, and the Ghost Bird fighters, who had been waiting impatiently. It immediately glided onto the aircraft carrier. One after another, the planes were launched into the air and roared towards the direction of the M-35 fleet. Although the Ghost Bird fighter is not a big deal in the treasure shop, it is definitely the best in the world. Just being able to fly at a speed of more than Mach 3 and at supersonic speed all the way could defeat all fighter planes. What about the M-35 fighter? It can only cruise at Mach 1.6 supersonic speed, which can only last for half an hour. Without further ado, at a speed of several hundred kilometers, 10 minutes of time, the M-35 group appeared on the radar of the Ghost Bird fighter. The radar equipped on the Ghost Bird is only slightly better than that of the M-35 fighter, and its ability to detect stealth aircraft can reach about 50 nautical miles. The detection range of the M-35 fighter for stealth flight is only more than 30 nautical miles. A gap of 20 nautical miles could actually determine life or death. At this time, sitting in the Ghost Bird fighter, flying in the front, was the captain of the carrier base brigade, Chao Jinyan. Drop, drop, drop. The signal of M-35 suddenly appeared on Chao Jinyan's radar, but he did not turn on the fire control system. At this time, the two aircraft are still 50 nautical miles apart. If the radar is turned on to lock the target, the other party will notice it immediately. The distance of 50 kilometers is enough for the enemy to maneuver and evade. Chao Jinyan looked calm as he stared at the light spot on his helmet display. When he was almost 30 nautical miles away, he quickly turned on the fire control system. In the helmet display, a red frame immediately locked onto the light spot, which meant the fire control system had locked onto the target for the first time. Chao Jinyan did not hesitate at all and pressed the launch button fiercely. The magazine under the belly of the aircraft opened instantly, and two air-to-air missiles were ejected immediately. Then it ignited in midair and roared forward. At this time, the fighter planes next to it also opened fire. Missiles streaked across the sky, leaving behind white tracks. Less than 30 nautical miles away from Chao Yunjin and his men, when the missile launched by the Ghost Bird fighter ignited, it was captured by the radar of the M-35 fighter. But at this time, the missile had been launched for several seconds. A distance of 30 nautical miles only required a dozen seconds for the R-37 air-to-air missile. So, when the M-35 fighter found itself locked, it had no time to maneuver and evade because the missile had already whizzed in and hit the fighter directly. Boom! An M-35 fighter jet was instantly blown into pieces. The fighter plane turned into a ball of fire, as if it had caused a chain reaction. Other missiles also whizzed in at the same time. In a flash, they took down 7 or 8 M-35s. The surrounding M-35 fighters were immediately frightened and hid far away. Then he quickly looked around. What surprised the M-35 fighters was that the signal they had originally detected had disappeared. It turned out that after launching the missiles, the Ghost Bird fighter immediately distanced itself from these M-35 fighters. They were not given time to lock in. Just when the Liang people were a little panicked, the Ghost Bird fighters approached again. Beyond the detection limit of the M-35 fighter, missiles were fired continuously and several fighters were shot down immediately. At this time, the Liang people also learned their lesson, and the fleet dispersed in units of one plane at a time. One of the M-35 fighter jets roared out toward the northwest. At this moment, a light spot suddenly appeared on the radar of the M-35 fighter, and then a dark shadow was seen whizzing in front of it. It's a fighter plane painted dark blue. Just as Sato, an M-35 fighter, was about to lock onto him, he saw the blue fighter suddenly accelerate and disappear from his sight in the blink of an eye. Sato's face suddenly darkened. The unknown plane was so fast that even the fire control system on the fighter plane couldn't lock onto it. Just when Sato was feeling extremely anxious, Didi, the alarm system suddenly sounded frantically. Sato pressed a button without thinking, and then a large amount of chaff and jamming bombs were scattered. Then he manipulated the plane to spin around and made a big turn in the air, trying to get rid of the opponent's lock. But what made Sato extremely terrified was that no matter whether he flew up and down, or did S maneuvers or ultra-low altitude maneuvers, none of them worked at all. The piercing warning sound still continued to torture his ears. Sato knew The blue fighter plane was right behind him, playing cat and mouse with him, but he had no way to stop it and could only keep running away. But Sato was also unwilling to let the other party play with him like a monkey. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Just pull the joystick, the nose of the plane will instantly rise, and the plane will rush straight into the sky. At this time, Sato pulled the joystick hard again, and the fighter plane rushed straight towards a high altitude, turned upside down, drew an arc in the air, and then dived towards the ground with its nose down. Just in time for Sato to see the blue figure below. Sato was overjoyed, just when he wanted to lock onto the target. The blue figure suddenly accelerated and flew diagonally into the sky, avoiding Sato's frontal lock. Then it turned a circle in the air, aimed its nose at the Sato's body, which was diving down a high speed, and then launched a missile. Sato, who was rushing down a high speed, had no time to move before a missile flew over and directly smashed him into pieces. Although the M-35 fighter is an advanced fifth-generation aircraft, the Ghost Bird fighter is equally good. Whether it is speed, maneuverability, payload, or radar, it is one level higher than the M-35 fighter. With excellent pilots, the M-35 fighters of the Liang people were no different from chickens in their nests. They were directly killed one by the eagles soaring in the sky. Chapter 141, The Manga People's Evil Plot. While Chao Jinyun and the Liang people were fighting fiercely in the sea more than 800 kilometers away from the main island of Liuxiu, an aircraft carrier battle group is moving rapidly towards the Liuxiu Islands. On the aircraft carrier USS Mies, Battle Group Commander Smith walked in the corridor of the bridge, his expression extremely gloomy. He was not afraid of the Han and Tang Navy. He was worried about the state of the entire battle group. All the officers and soldiers looked listless along the way. Although he couldn't see anything on their faces, the fear and panic in the eyes of these soldiers made him think that the end of the world was coming. Are the Han and Tang navies really that scary? Isn't it just destroying their 6 aircraft carrier battle groups? Isn't it just launching a few nuclear bombs? What is there to be afraid of? Smith became more and more angry as he thought about it. He came to the bridge with a depressed look on his face and happened to meet Captain Harvey's of the Meath, who was in a hurry. I had a passionate collision with him directly. Smith was caught off guard and fell to the ground, and Harvey's took several steps back before stopping. Just stopped. He quickly walked up to Smith and pulled him up, saying apologetically, "General Smith, I didn't know you were coming." "Okay." Smith interrupted Harvey's impatiently and said with dissatisfaction, "Captain Harvest, you should be on the bridge instead of wandering around here." Harvest said quickly, "General Smith, more than a dozen soldiers stole a lifeboat and ran away." "Run away?" Smith's eyes widened instantly, but Harvey's next words made him completely dumbfounded. He heard Harvey say helplessly, "General Smith, this is the 5th wave of people stealing the rescue boats in the 4 hours since we set sail. There were even 3 soldiers who couldn't bear the pressure and shot themselves. Not only on the Miss, but many other escort warships have also seen similar situations." After a while, Smith came back to his senses, feeling mixed emotions for a moment, no longer as high-spirited as before. But he calmed down after a while, his expression became serious, and he said in a cold tone, "Pass the order down, order all the military police in the battle group to assemble immediately and use live ammunition. Patrol the warships 24 hours a day. Once a deserter is found, he will be shot on the spot according to battlefield regulations without detention. Use severe punishments in troubled times. It is the only option for almost all countries when they have no other choice. Smith is no exception." Smith's cold tone seemed to be ready to kill at any time, so Harvest didn't dare to object at all. He immediately straightened his chest and saluted. "General Smith, I'll do it right away." Smith looked at Harvey's, who left in a hurry, and his face became more serious. He also saw Harvest's expression just now. He had no intention of fighting at all. They even let the officers and soldiers on the warships go their own way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of desertion. But think about it. The Manga Empire has not gained any advantage since its confrontation with Li Jin. Even every time, there was a heavy loss. Countless soldiers were killed or wounded, so it is understandable that these naval soldiers and officers had such a mentality. In Smith's view, as long as there is a victory over Han and Tang, all these instabilities will be resolved. Thinking of this, Smith couldn't help but think of the top-secret plan formulated by the country and the Fiery Sun people. If it could really be completed, perhaps the world would return to order. But Smith is not someone who relies on others. He wants to control everything in his own hands. General Smith. At this time, a female officer in a short skirt and high heels came over with small steps and handed a document to Smith. This is the document that the Liang Military Department just forwarded. The 2M-35 squadrons of the Liang Air Force have been completely wiped out. Smith's body suddenly froze. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He quickly opened the file, and when he saw the message on it, he was stunned on the spot. A total of 48 M-35 stealth fighters. In less than an hour, the whole army was wiped out. Smith felt like he was dreaming, but then he felt a chill rushing down his spine into his brain, making him shiver. If only this were true. With the more than 30 M-35 fighter jets on his aircraft carrier, they are probably going to die. What should he do? Just run back in shame? He had made a promise to the country at the beginning. If he really ran back in disgrace, he would have no chance of continuing to be a commander. His dream of becoming an admiral may have come to an end. When Smith thought of this, a look of unwillingness suddenly appeared in his eyes. What should he do? Suddenly, Smith's eyes lit up, and he came up with a brilliant idea. He remembered that the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun had recently commissioned a new batch of anti-ship missiles, totaling nearly 1,000 missiles with a range of up to 1,000 kilometers. If the Kingdom of Liang aimed all these missiles at Han Tang's aircraft carrier battle group, he really didn't believe that Han Tang's aircraft carrier battle group had the ability to intercept all these missiles. Even if half of them could be intercepted, the remaining half would be able to completely destroy Han and Tang's aircraft carrier. In this way, their Manga empire doesn't have to spend any money and can also teach Li Jin a lesson. Why not do it? As for whether the Kingdom of the Blazing Sun would agree, don't forget, the command of the army of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun is in their hands during wartime, and now is the time when the war is about to break out. Of course they have this right. Thinking of the rich rewards this plan would bring, Smith could no longer sit still. He hurried directly to the bridge. He wanted to discuss this idea with the commander of the Far East Garrison headquarters. At the same time, far away in the eastern Pacific Ocean on the guided missile destroyer Jinyuan, Zheng Zhong looked up at the time in surprise. It had been 10 hours, and there had been no movement from the Liang submarine. It was really patient. An officer sitting next to Zheng Zhong spoke up. "Captain, what do we do now? Should we drop a few depth charges to find out what's going on? Or send 2 unmanned submarines to look for it?" Zheng Zhong thought for a moment and said, "Forget about the depth charges. Let's send 2 submersibles down to find out where they are hiding." Upon hearing this, the officer immediately picked up the communicator and passed on the solemn order. 2 minutes later, the screen in the center of the operations room immediately changed to the submarine reconnaissance screen. The officer stood up and pointed at the electronic map on the table and said, "Captain, according to the latest information source detected by headquarters, the submarine of the Liang people should be in this area. With the speed of the submersible, the results will be available in an hour at most." Zheng Zhong smiled and said, "Then let's wait and see." Chapter 142, The Final Madness. At this time, on the rear side of the Jinyuan destroyer, a deck suddenly split apart, and then a twin-barrel launcher rose from the deck. Bang! Then the protective cover of the launcher was popped open, and 2 unmanned submarines that looked like cutlass fish were thrown into the water one after another. As soon as the submersible fell into the sea, it swam away quickly like a cutlass fish. At this time, 400 meters underwater, more than 20 miles away from the Jinyuan, a submarine was quietly suspended in a reef. This sea area is an extension of the continental shelf of an archipelago, covered with reefs and with a water depth of only 400 to 500 meters. Otherwise, the Liang people's submarine had long been discovered by the sonar on the Jinyuan. On the submarine, Yamamoto stood in front of the periscope with sweat all over his forehead. The sweat kept dripping on his clothes, but he didn't even dare to wipe it off. His heart had been in his throat ever since he fell silent. 10 hours in total. He felt that his feet were no longer his own, but the more he felt this way, the more he dared not move. The submarine war. Isn't it just a competition of who can keep calm the most? He is now in this natural hiding place, and he really doesn't believe that the destroyer above can find him. Only, Yamamoto obviously overestimated himself. Just as Yamamoto was cheering himself up, the sonar soldier's voice suddenly came over. "Sir Captain, sonar fluctuations detected." just a few miles away. Yamamoto's head suddenly exploded. Although the entire boat was silent, the submarine had only turned off the active sonar. The passive sonar was still receiving signals, otherwise it would have been blind. Take a deep breath. He now faces two choices. One is to remain silent, the other is to take the initiative. After just a few seconds, Yamamoto had made a decision and ordered sternly, "Turn on the sonar. Prepare to engage the enemy." He had thought it through. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well give it a try. The subsequent plans were no longer viable. In this case, Yamamoto's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said loudly, "Up to 100 meters. Turn the sonar to maximum power. I want to know where the Sun People's destroyer is." Then the sonar operator's voice came over. "Report, the enemy destroyer is 18 nautical miles away, heading due south." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto immediately ordered, "Target the enemy ship. Advance at full speed. Harpoon missiles ready. Emission." Yamamoto passed down a series of orders, and the entire submarine immediately became busy. On the Jinyuan, "Captain, enemy submarine spotted, 17 nautical miles away, heading due north. They're coming up." Zheng was stunned when he heard the report from the sonar room. How could this Liang person appear on his own? Aren't you going to play hide-and-seek with him? "Captain, the Sun People's leader is approaching us. They fired 2 missiles." Zheng quickly leaned forward with a high-power telescope and saw 2 missiles rushing up from the sea one after the other. Just as it turned the corner in midair, the Jinyuan launched 2 anti-aircraft missiles, which collided with each other, and 2 huge balls of fire exploded in the air. 3 mines found, direction 133. The fire control system has completed the calculation, and the missile has been launched. Zheng raised his head and saw that the 3 missiles on the bow of the ship had already soared into the sky, drew an arc in the air, and fell straight into the sea. Immediately afterwards, 3 white water columns shot up into the sky. Just then, another missile took off from the warship, then dived down from the sky and into the water. At this time, in the submarine under the sea, the panicked voice of the sonar operator sounded from the submarine. "Sir Captain, the Han and Tang people fire torpedoes at us. Distance 120 chains, direction due south." Yamamoto said calmly, "Speed up, turn right, and avoid the main boat. Prepare for collision." It wasn't long after Yamamoto's voice fell. The submarine jolted. What followed was a violent vibration, which directly shocked Yamamoto and others in the command cabin and made them fall to the ground. For a time, the alarms in the command cabin kept sounding and the lights kept flashing. Yamamoto got up from the ground and said loudly, "Damage control report." Immediately, a voice sounded. "Report to the captain. The middle triple-sealed cabin is flooded. The hole is too big, and the damage control cannot be repaired." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto grabbed the collar of the soldier who had just spoken and said loudly, "Where's the engine?" Report to the captain. The engine is intact." Then tell the engine room to ignore the damage control and speed up. Target enemy ship on board the Jinyuan. "Captain, the enemy submarine was hit in the middle." Zheng frowned and asked, "Are they still approaching us?" "Yes, Captain." Zheng frowned, feeling uneasy. There was something strange about this submarine of the Fiery Sun people. It didn't run away when attacked, but instead tried its best to get closer to them. Do you really want to die together? Hit them with a submarine? Or was there something powerful on the submarine? Thinking of this, Zheng's expression changed involuntarily, and he ordered loudly, "Turn right, head southeast, keep some distance between me and them." After a solemn order, the destroyer immediately turned southeast, drawing a white arc of waves on the sea. "Captain, do we need to sink it?" an officer suddenly asked. Zheng was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "They are finished. There is no need to waste ammunition." In fact, Zheng originally wanted to agree to the visitor's request, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he felt a palpitation in his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although the sixth sense could not prove anything, in the vast ocean with no one to turn to for help, Zheng thought it was never too cautious. On the Liang submarine, Yamamoto stood in front of the communicator, constantly urging the power cabin to speed up. As for leaks and tilts, Yamamoto no longer cared. It was all death anyway. "Sir Captain, the sonar shows that the enemy warships have suddenly turned and are moving away from us." "What? The Han and Tang people ran away? Yamamoto was stunned for a moment, looking at the water that was slowly rising under his feet. His eyes instantly turned blood red. He pushed the sonar soldier aside, walked to the submarine control console, opened the cover, and pressed the red button hard. Boom! The entire submarine was instantly enveloped by a ball of fire, like a small sun appearing on the bottom of the sea. A blazing white light instantly swept across the seabed, and all tangible objects around it were directly shattered. Then a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface, and huge waves rushed up into the sky. Chapter 143. Clear stew or braised? On the destroyer Jinyuan. Holding the railing tightly, Zhang Zhong looked at the suddenly rough sea. His face suddenly turned grim. At this moment, a huge wave hit, lifted the entire warship up, and then smashed it into the water. The splashing water soaked Zhang Zhong, who was standing on the deck from head to toe. Zhang Zhong doesn't care about these. Instead, he looked behind him with a serious expression. He saw a vast white wall of water rising slowly from the sea 11 or 12 miles away, and huge waves were sweeping in all directions one after another. In just a few minutes, a huge mushroom cloud formed in the sky. Nuclear bomb. Zhang Zhong uttered 2 words with a livid face. Then I felt a wave of fear in my heart. If they hadn't installed the most advanced skywave over the horizon radar, they might not have been able to detect the 2 submarines of the Liang people. If this submarine appeared near the Han and Tang Islands, Zhang Zhong couldn't imagine what kind of disaster it would be. Wow! As the mushroom cloud rose, the huge waves swept in again, and the Jinyuan was tossed around by the waves like a small wooden boat in a storm. Zhang Zhong hurried to the bridge wheel room. He stared at the helmsman's operation and dared not to leave his sight. If the helmsman made a slight mistake at this time, the ship would be destroyed and everyone would die. Fortunately, every one of the Navy officers under Li Jin is an elite among elites and will never make any mistakes. Half an hour later, the sea finally calmed down, which made Zhang Zhong feel relieved. He was secretly lucky. If he had not reacted quickly, he would probably have died in the sea. Han Tang Islands, governor's residence. Li Jin had just gotten off the plane and was about to take Liang Yuan and Luo Nian to rest when Li Yu suddenly ran into Li Jin's office. General, this is a battle report just sent by the Jinyuan destroyer. Please take a look. Li Jin saw Li Yu's serious face, and his original dissatisfaction was immediately swept away. He took the document from Li Yu with a serious look, took a look at it, and frowned tightly. These damn days. He actually wanted to drop a nuclear bomb on his house. This is an attempt to rebel against heaven. These damn guys actually dared to use nuclear bombs in blatant violation of international conventions. Shameless. Too shameless. Yuan, tell Mengyu later that he must strongly condemn them. Let them explain. Otherwise, I will never be done with them. As for his own reckless throwing of nuclear bombs, Li Jin simply put it out of his mind. Is there anyone who says that he is not a good person these days? It's someone else's fault if it's wrong. In Li Jin's opinion, he dropped the nuclear bomb purely for justice and self-protection. These bastards threw nuclear bombs just to stir up disputes. Their intentions are sinister. Snap, snap. At this moment, Zhang Gung walked in quickly, saluted Li Jin, and said, General, the Liang intelligence station just received news that Paul, the commander of the Far East Command of the Manga Empire, has just run to the residence of the new Prime Minister of Liang, intending to use Liang's new 987 new missiles to attack our fleet deployed in the Liuxiu Sea. Li Jin's expression suddenly changed. A good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. If the Liang people really launch a saturation attack, it will be impossible to intercept them with the air defense capabilities of the aircraft carrier battle group. Then a surge of anger rose in my heart. Oh shit. If it weren't for these bastards who are constantly doing small things all day long, he wouldn't have to get on with them. Li Yu, where's our nearest fleet? Li Yu quickly walked to the map and pointed to a sea area near the Liang Kingdom and said, General, the closest to the second battle group is our Arctic Ocean fleet. The 2 battle groups directly under my command are not far from Liang. Li Jin's nervous heart immediately calmed down after hearing this. With 3 aircraft carrier battle groups nearby, he was not too worried. General, Zhang Gung handed a document to Li Jin and said, This is a plan that the Liang intelligence station just reported to us, codenamed Do Zhuan Xing. Li Jin immediately became interested after hearing this, took it, opened it, and read it carefully. The plan is actually very simple. They will use this opportunity to drop all the missiles they're going to launch on the Melika people, making them suffer the consequences of their own actions and at the same time stir up conflicts between the two countries. While Li Jin was reading the document, Zhang Geng continued. General, the Liang Intelligence Station plans to use the intelligence personnel deployed in the Liang military to control the person in charge of this matter in the Liang military. Also, we have people in the Liang Kingdom's shore-based anti-ship forces. If they work together, we might be able to complete this plan. Li Jin had no objection and said directly, we can approve their plan. If they need anything, headquarters will fully support them. But Li Jin immediately changed the subject and said, to prevent any accidents, Li Yu, notify our fleet near Liang immediately and have them prepare. I grant them full authority to use all necessary means when necessary. Yes, General. Li Jin gave a few more instructions before sending Li Yu and the other two away. Then he sat down on the sofa. He rubbed his head with a headache, feeling a little lucky. Fortunately, he usually attaches great importance to intelligence work. Otherwise, this time, it is possible that I might be caught by a little sparrow. How should I respond to them properly? Li Jin touched his chin and thought. At this moment, a pair of soft hands suddenly pressed on his shoulders, kneading them slowly. Li Jin couldn't help but look up. An extremely delicate face was reflected in his face. It's Luo Nian. Li Jin couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pull Luo Nian over. Luo Nian was caught off guard and screamed, and fell directly into Li Jin's arms. For a time, the soft jade and warm fragrance are full of my arms. Li Jin felt a sudden surge of heat in his heart, and he lowered his head towards the lovely girl in his arms. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Li Jin raise his head and let go of Luo Nian, who was blushing and panting. But Li Jin did not let go of Luo Nian, but held her in his arms and sat on the sofa, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him at the vaguely visible waves on the sea outside the window in the night. Suddenly he asked, Nian Nian, do you think braised food is better or boiled food? Luo Nian was stunned and couldn't help but asked in confusion. What? Li Jin smiled slightly. I'm talking about Liang. The confusion on Luo Nian's face intensified for a moment. What does this have to do with braised or stewed? Li Jin said calmly, if you want to braise him, I'll send bombers to blow him into a blank space. If you want a clear stew, I'll use a nuclear bomb and send them directly to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 144 Plan A, The Passage of Time. Luo Nian was stunned for a moment, then hugged Li Jin's neck and said, we are a world-class citizen. How can we use nuclear bombs? I think it's better to braise it. Such a large area could be turned into a garbage dump in the future. Where will all the garbage in the world be sent to? It will not only beautify the environment, but also solve problems. This is a great merit. Huh? Li Jin couldn't help but laugh. Luo Nian's straightforward character was what he liked the most. Okay, we'll turn it into a garbage dump from now on. But forget about those Western gadgets. We don't even have enough for ourselves. So how can we afford to give them away for free? Just when Li Jin and the other were being affectionate. The capital of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun. On a street near the Liang Palace, there is a small European-style building with a red exterior wall. Of course, this is no different. There are a lot of buildings like this around. What is surprising is that the Kyushu national flag and the Han and Tang territory flag are fluttering in the wind on the flagpole in the yard. This is the Han and Tang Islands office in the Liang Kingdom. Although Li Jin had beaten the people of Liang so badly that even their own mothers didn't recognize them. But it was as if nothing had happened here, and people continued to work as usual. No one came to drive them away, and no one came to protest. In this regard, the people of Liang did a good job, demonstrating their ability to bully the weak and fear the strong to the fullest. Li Jin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At this time, in a conference room in a small Western-style building, the station chief Saburo Sakata and 3 intelligence officers who looked like Liang people were sitting at the conference table. Sakata read all the documents in his hand, raised his head, and said with a smile, very good, you did a great job. As long as we control the heads of these 3 departments, our plan will be 70% successful. One of the men then spoke up. Headquarters just sent us a box of new nanoworms, 6 in total. This thing is much better than the nano-controller we used before. We don't need to get close to them anymore. We can just control them from a distance, thus avoiding the risk of being exposed. It's just that this thing is too expensive, so we have never been equipped with it. This time, for the Dojhuan Shingi project, the headquarters has specially approved 6 for us. Sakata suddenly showed a happy look on his face. This stuff is great. We were able to gain a foothold in Liang so quickly thanks to these nano-weapons. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The Han and Tang Intelligence Agency was able to grow and develop in a short period of time and could compete with the intelligence agencies of other countries. He even surpassed them slightly because of this mind controller-like thing. Station Master, I think it's not safe to just control a few key personnel. If the Liang people want to implement such a large plan, they will definitely mobilize a huge amount of manpower, and even the Manga people may participate in person. My suggestion is to expand the scope of control and catch them all in one fell swoop. And we don't have to get involved. We can just use the people under our control to do this. Sakata nodded and said, for such a large-scale coordinated operation, they will definitely hold a meeting to discuss it. This is a rare opportunity. Don't hesitate, Zhang Kun. I'll leave this matter to you. Do it immediately. Yes, Station Master. Liang Kingdom, military. In an office in the military building, a major general was leaning over the table writing something. Ringing. A shrill telephone ring suddenly sounded. Hello. The major general picked up the phone and said hello, and then a smile appeared on his face. It's Director Sato. Okay. You want all of them? Okay, I understand. I'll tell Junko when I get home tonight. Okay, bring it over. Ha ha ha. It's not about money. It's just a hobby. If you like it, Junko will be very happy. Well, I'm in the office. Please have someone bring it over. Not long after the Major General hung up the phone, the door of the office rang. After getting the Major General's consent, an officer walked in. General Hata, Director Sato, asked me to bring this to you. Hata pointed to his desk and said, put it here. The officer quickly put the things down, raised his hand, and saluted again, then turned and left. After making sure that the officer had left, Hatsuda quickly took the box over and opened it. Inside was a transparent glass tube that kept flashing a light blue light. Hatsuda couldn't help but rubbed his brows as he looked at the things in the box. Until a long time passed, Hatsuda's eyes suddenly fell on a bottle of red wine on the wine cabinet in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang! Bang! At this time, the door of the office rang again, and then a female officer in a slim military uniform walked in. Your Excellency General Hatsuda, the commander asked you to go to the conference room to discuss an important meeting. Hata immediately stood up, put the hat on the table on his head, and walked out of the office. 10 minutes later, Hata came to a conference room on the first floor. At that time, there were already more than a dozen generals sitting in the conference room. Hata greeted several familiar generals with a smile on his face, and then sat in his seat. After a while, the commander of the Ground Defense Force, Shinichi Takashita, walked in with a Manga general. Hatsuda narrowed his eyes because it was Paul, the commander of the Manga Empire's Far East Command. Brush. As soon as Ingxia entered the room, all the generals of Liang in the conference room stood up immediately and bowed to Ingxia. The eagle walked behind Paul. After Paul walked to the main seat, Eagle walked to the first seat on the left and said, everyone sit down. After everyone sat down, Ingxia said seriously, Commander Paul, I don't need to introduce you any further, right? Your Majesty has just issued an imperial order. The ground defense forces of the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun will obey the orders of Commander Paul. No one may disobey your Majesty's orders in secret. Otherwise, it will be a blasphemy against your Majesty's authority and will be severely punished. The generals present immediately stood up and bowed together. Hey, Paul naturally had no intention of being modest and went straight to the point about the attack on the Han-Tang aircraft carrier. However, when it came to the idea of using all of Liang's land-based anti-ship missiles, the generals present were suddenly in an uproar. This was their entire fortune. Wouldn't it be a huge loss for them to use missiles worth 800 to 900 billion US dollars to attack an aircraft carrier battle group worth 300 to 400 billion US dollars? Takashita ignored the exclamations from the audience and turned his gaze to Hatsuda. Hatsuda, you are the chief of staff? What do you have to say? Hata quickly stood up and bowed. Commander, I have no objection. As long as it can strike a blow against the damned Han and Tang people, I will be the first to support it. Yoshi, Ingxia's face immediately showed a satisfied look. When the others saw that Chief of Staff Hada had no objection, they immediately became obedient. Ingxia immediately stood up and said, "Gentlemen, don't worry about your little belongings. As long as we can severely injure Li Jin, it will be a great victory for us." Hatsuda stood up at the right moment and echoed, "Commander Ingxia, you are absolutely right. I have a bottle of good wine, so I'll share with you all. Wish us a great victory." Chapter 145, The Manga People Are Completely Finished. Ingxia's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, "Hatsuda-kun, you're a famous red wine collector in Liang. We are in for a treat today." Hada said modestly, "Commander, thank you for the compliment." Then he turned around and shouted at the door, "Ingzi, go get me my bottle of limited edition Romani Conti." Then he looked at Ingxia and Paul and said with a smile, "This bottle of red wine was passed down from my grandfather. It should be the only bottle left in the world." The eyes of everyone present lit up, especially Paul, the Melika. To them, red wine was like the drunkards in Kyushu seeing the best white wine. He immediately stood up and said, "General Hada, you are so generous." Hatada quickly responded with a smile, "General Paul, General Ingxia, I will go there in person." Paul couldn't help but say, "Good, good." Hatsuda nodded and walked out. After he went out, he ran into the female officer who had called him earlier. The female officer bowed apologetically and said, "General." Chu Tian simply waved his hand and said, "I'll go get it myself." A few minutes later, Hada came over with an exquisite wine box and then walked into the meeting room. 10 minutes. Hatsuda came out smiling. At the same time, Smith Battle Group, on the aircraft carrier. General Smith, the Far East Command has reached an agreement with the Liang military. The time of action is set at 12 o'clock today. Smith, who was standing in the war room, raised his hand and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and a smile appeared on his face. "General Paul, you are still as vigorous and resolute as before. Notify them immediately and get ready. After the Liang people's missiles attacked the Han and Tang people's fleet, we must rush there as soon as possible. This first achievement of annihilation belongs to us." Smith raised his voice and shouted in the war room, "By then, every one of us here will become a hero of the Manga Empire." Superhero. Otherwise, why do people say that the Manga people have a heroic complex? As soon as Smith finished speaking, the eyes of the Manga people present lit up, and many of them showed eager expressions on their faces. Smith couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and ordered loudly, "Fleet, full speed ahead." At the same time, a ground defense base located near the capital of Liang. At this time, the base's 30-odd missile launchers have already erected their launch tubes high up, in a command building not far from the launch base. The base commander, Major General Hatton Muchi, stood in the command room with a serious face, looking up at the time from time to time. When it was almost 12 o'clock, he gave the order in a deep voice. "Set target, Smith Carrier Battle Group." The Liang officers who were about to execute the order at the console suddenly froze in their hands, raised their heads, and looked at Baton Muchi in disbelief. Baton Mui's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, "Follow the order." The cold tone made everyone in the command room shudder immediately, but they couldn't put down their hands, and they couldn't help but look at an officer behind Yaten Muchi. The deputy commander of the base, standing behind Yaten Muchi, also said impatiently, "Are you all deaf? Execute the order immediately." The two chief officers gave the same order, so the people in the command room naturally did not dare to neglect it and quickly input the instructions into the computer. At this time, Yaten Mui raised his hand again, and when the pointer pointed to 12 o'clock, he immediately ordered, "Emission." Then he turned around and looked outside the French window of the building, and saw missiles rising rapidly into the air under the impetus of flames. When they reached mid-air, they immediately turned around and whizzed towards the south. Baton Mui couldn't help but look up into the distance, and saw dozens of black shadows rising into the sky in the far southeast direction. Not only here, if you look from high in the sky, you can see missiles shooting into the sky from all over Liang. Such a spectacular sight naturally attracted the attention of the local people of Liang. Some of them were confused and looked puzzled. At the same time, on board Smith's carrier battle group, for a full hour and a half, Smith stood in front of the radar display without moving and occasionally looked at his watch. Suddenly, Dense dots of light appeared on the radar display, which shocked Smith. He showed excitement in his eyes. It had finally begun. General Smith. Just as Smith was rubbing his hands excitedly, an officer sitting in front of the radar said with some doubt, "These missiles seem to be heading towards our location." Smith was completely blinded by power at this time. He just glanced at the trajectory of the light spots on the radar and said, "Our target is the Han and Tang people. Their target is also Han and Tang people. It's not normal for their paths to be the same." The officer looked at Smith's indifferent expression and couldn't help but said, "General Smith, if the missile's target was the Han and Tang fleet, it should have been traveling in a straight line. Even if it changed its trajectory, it would not have landed on our route." Unfortunately, the officer's words were like talking to a cow. Smith couldn't listen to them at all and replied directly, "Could it be possible that the Fiery Sun people could still attack us?" The officer was stunned, and after thinking about it, a look of approval appeared on his face, but he didn't know why. He always felt like he had lost something. While the two were talking, the missiles came whizzing in. Then, as the two were stunned, hundreds of missiles came straight down, and the Smith battle group, which was caught off guard, was immediately engulfed in flames. The USS Smith was the first to be hit. In an instant, 30 or 40 missiles hit it. In an instant, the deck of the entire aircraft carrier was blown into pieces. Then a huge explosion sounded from the aircraft carrier. Balls of fire shot up into the sky from the aircraft carrier, and the aircraft carrier was blown into 4 or 5 pieces in the explosion. It was obvious that the missiles just now directly detonated the ammunition depot of the aircraft carrier. The Smith aircraft carrier did not escape the disaster. Not to mention the escort warships, each of which was besieged by more than a dozen anti-ship missiles and was directly blown into pieces in the explosion. In just a few minutes, the originally aggressive battle group turned into piles of scrap metal on the sea. This is not the end. All the bases of the Manga people in Liang were also attacked at the same time. You can imagine the scene, hundreds of missiles whizzing down from the sky. Even if the Manga base had time to launch a counterattack, how many missiles could they intercept in such a hurry? Chapter 146, Burning of Liang Island. More than 10 minutes have passed since the missile was launched. In just these 10 minutes, all the military forces deployed by the Manga people in the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun were completely destroyed. The sudden and outrageous actions of the Fiery Sun people directly shocked all the forces that were paying close attention to the battlefield situation. The capital of the Empire of Melika, Dotan City. The new head of state, Tobias, rubbed his eyes again and again, not daring to believe that what was shown on the satellite images was real. He couldn't understand why the Fiery Sun people would attack them. They too are allies, okay? I couldn't help but yell in the conference room. "Can anyone tell me what is going on? Why is this happening?" The other people sitting in the conference room had the same look of shock on their faces as Tobias. What was happening now was completely beyond all their expectations. "Master Yuan, what should we do now?" In the end, it was the military chief Willis who reacted quickly and stood up and asked. Tobias scratched his head in annoyance, waved his hands, and said, "Damn it, my God, don't ask me what to do again. Fight back immediately. I want to make those damned Liang people disappear from this world. Disappear completely." Tobias's madness made his security advisor Lena's face change immediately. She quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Yuan, maybe there is some misunderstanding. I think with the courage of the Liang people, they would never dare to do such a thing. We should find out the reason first, and then think about what to do next." The mad Tobias looked at Lena's extremely serious eyes, and his heart trembled. His head, which had been occupied by madness, immediately sobered up and thought for a while. But, Miss Lena, you only have one day. If there are no results, I will take action." Although Tobias promised Lena, but an ultimatum was also issued. The entire Liang military force was destroyed. The domestic reaction can be imagined. If there is no response, angry people might tear them apart. It was like an earthquake in the Manga Empire, and it was like a super tsunami in the Liang Kingdom. Liang Palace. At this time, the entire palace was in chaos, with exclamations and screams ringing out. "Quick, go get a doctor. His Majesty has fainted. Your Majesty is having a seizure. Why hasn't the doctor come yet? Go and get him." After a while, the new Prime Minister of Liang, Tian Xinjiling, walked out of the palace with a gloomy face. As soon as he left the palace gate, He was surrounded by a large group of officials. Prime Minister, how is His Majesty? Yes, Prime Minister, Tian Xinjiang said with a sad face. His Majesty has passed away. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue, which stunned all the officials present. His Majesty is dead. He's actually dead. What a timely death. But it doesn't matter if he dies. What if the sky falls? Who is responsible? For a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Tian Shinichiro, making the listless Tian Shinichiro feel cold all over in an instant. I suddenly shuddered. When he looked up, he saw all the officials staring at him, and his scalp suddenly felt tingling. Before he could speak, an official couldn't wait to speak. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, those damn army idiots blew up the Melaga base and aircraft carrier. The Melaga people will definitely not give up. What should we do now? Shouldn't you come up with an idea? Tian Xinjiang's face suddenly turned dark, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck this idea. What ideas could he have now? Tens of thousands of Melika soldiers were killed or injured. I'm afraid the Melika side was so angry that they wanted to kill them. Just as Tian Xinjiang was trying to find a rope to hang himself up, an official came running over. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, the Melika people sent a note asking us to give an immediate explanation for this time. Tian Xinjiang's face suddenly showed joy when he heard this. It seemed that the Melaga Empire did not believe that they would do such a thing. For many years, they have been working diligently at the feet of the Melaga people. Bite whoever you are told to bite. General Qiangshan. Tian Xinjiang immediately turned his gaze to a general in the official team. Issue an arrest warrant immediately and arrest everyone involved in this incident. Qiangshan bowed quickly. Bang. Just when Qiangshan was about to turn around, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and then a bullet instantly pierced Qiangshan's chest. Tian Xinjiang looked at Qiangshan, who fell to the ground with a string of blood spurting out of the back of his head. I felt my knees go weak, and I almost collapsed to the ground. Step, step, boom. Just then, the sound of orderly footsteps accompanied by the roar of engines came from the street not far away. After a while, then they saw a large group of soldiers rushing over behind the infantry fighting vehicle, surrounding Tian Sheng and others. Squeak. Then an off-road vehicle rushed over, and two figures got out from it. It must be Ying Xia and Hatsuda. The eagle got off the car. Without giving Xing Tian a chance to speak, he directly pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger at Xing Tian. Bang, bang. Several shots hit Xing Tian's chest. Until his death, Ichiro Shoda would not believe that Ying Xia dared to kill him. He lowered his head to look at his chest that was soaked in blood, opened his mouth, and suddenly his eyes went dark before he fell into a pool of blood. The eagle raised the sword in his hand high and shouted, "For Liang, kill them all." In an instant, there was a burst of gunfire in front of the palace gate, and a bloody battle broke out between the soldiers of the ground defense force and the palace guards. Not only here, the army under Ying Xia's command attacked all the government offices in the capital like crazy, and the entire capital fell into chaos in an instant. Just when the Liang people were fighting fiercely. Hantang Islands, Air Force One Airport. Li Jin stood on the airport runway in military uniform. In front of him were hundreds of pilots lined up in neat squares. Behind the pilot were a row of huge white swan bombers, with no end in sight. In order to give the people of Liang a barbecue feast, Li Jin did not hesitate to spend gold bars and got dozens of brand new white swan bombers from the treasury. Let's not say anything empty today. I, Li Jin, have only one request. Just throw all the bombs I gave you onto the heads of the fiery sun people. Blast them into ashes and turn the blazing sun into white. I want everyone to understand one thing. If anyone dares to provoke me, Li Jin, I will kill him. Let their country sink into hell. I've given this play today a nice name, Burning the Sun Island. All right, let's get started. Chapter 147, Thunder and Fire from the Sky. Terminal Building. Li Jin stood in the Combat Command Center on the top floor of the building, looking at the strategic bombers rising into the sky on the runway, and turned to Li Yu and Song Hai, who were following behind him, and said, "The fiery Sun Islands have an area of at least 300,000 or 400,000 square kilometers. If we rely on only 80 bombers to deal with it, who knows how long it will take? How about this?" Zhang Geng, who was following behind Li Yu and the others, stepped forward quickly. "General," Li Jin said in a serious tone, I will allocate another 2,000 missile launchers to you, and another 8,000 missiles with fuel-air explosive warheads. You have to beat them all up within one day. I want to wipe out all of the industry and infrastructure of the kingdom of the fiery sun. Can you do it? Zhang Geng's expression immediately became excited. He thought he would get nothing this time. I didn't expect that I would become the main force directly. I immediately patted my chest and promised. Please rest assured, General. I promise not to waste any missiles. I will pierce the assholes of the Liang people with every missile. Cough. Li Jin couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough lightly. How could Zhang Geng tell the truth? Then he turned his gaze to Song Hai Dao, who seemed a little lost. Song Hai, you army soldiers should not sit idle either. Withdraw all the special forces. Don't these damn Liang people claim that their industries are spread all over the world? Pick up any big ones and blow them all up for me. When Song Hai heard that Li Jin had assigned him a task, he immediately became energetic and stood at attention with his chest straightened. General, just wait and see. I will lead the team myself this time. We must turn the Liang people upside down. Li Jin nodded with satisfaction, looked around at the generals present, and said loudly, Good. Hurry up and strangle this little loach Liang to death. There's a big fish waiting for us behind. There's a good saying from the ancients. You should always pick the softest persimmons first. If you want to blame someone, blame Liang himself. Knowing that he is just a small loach, he still insists on swimming into the school of big fish. This fish pond is really too small. It's a bit crowded, even with 3 fish in it. Now that the big fish Li Jin has been squeezed in, it's a bit hard to move. There's no other way but to kill some of the small loaches that take up space. Li Jin had just given instructions for all the tasks when he heard the system's unique mechanical voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully starting the 14th mission. Dawn of the Empire. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Mission 14, Dawn of the Empire. As someone who aspires to become the most powerful force in the universe, how can you tolerate letting little punks climb up to your head and shit on you? Host, please carry forward our fine traditions and let those little punks know what the iron fist of revenge is. The system will give rewards based on the host's revenge strength. The reward for this time is unknown. Please keep up the good work and keep surpassing yourself. Only by means as powerful as thunder can you obtain rich rewards. Li Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. This time the system didn't put the reward in plain sight. Could it be some earth-shattering grand prize? Li Jin suddenly became restless. I don't know why, but he now likes challenging things more and more. At the same time, Liang Kingdom, capital. After a day of fierce fighting, this international metropolis finally quieted down. The people of Liang who had been hiding in their houses for a day walked out of their houses and onto the streets. They were immediately shocked by the tragic scene on the street. Armored vehicles torn into pieces, soldiers lying in pools of blood. There were also listless, dirty soldiers cleaning the battlefield, carrying corpses like robots. After all, these soldiers lying on the ground were originally their colleagues, but now they don't even know why. They met each other in battle and fought to the death. You can imagine how I feel. Woo buzz. Just when all the Liang people were confused, a huge roar suddenly came from the sky, so piercing that people couldn't help but cover their ears. Boom! The people on the street had just covered their ears and didn't know what was happening when a huge explosion sounded. Then some people felt a heat wave, and then they knew nothing. Then a series of screams were heard. It turned out that when the bomber flew over, several large bombs were dropped. These bombs exploded automatically when they were about to hit the ground, and countless white dust instantly filled the entire street. There was a loud bang, and the white smoke instantly turned into a raging fire. The Liang people enveloped in it were burned into ashes by the high temperature in an instant. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept across every corner of the street. For something like a thermobaric bomb, the smaller the space, the greater the power. The tall buildings in the city provide space for thermobaric bombs to be used. At the moment of the explosion, all the glass on the street was shattered, and the people hiding in the buildings were burned by the pervasive heat wave and wailed. In just a few minutes, the originally bright and beautiful city was transformed into a purgatory, with broken buildings, corpses everywhere, and wailing everywhere. Just then, a swarm of meteors flew from the sky again. They were missiles. These missiles fell down in an instant, and the whole city was engulfed in flames again. When the explosion stopped, the entire city had become a ruin. At the same time, all other important cities in Lyon were also hit by saturation attacks. Although Li Jin did not use nuclear bombs, but the power generated by dropping hundreds of tons of fuel-air bombs at the same time is not much less than that of ordinary nuclear bombs. For a time, the entire Liang Islands were filled with thunder and smoke. But the missiles that soared into the sky not only made the kingdom of the fiery sun cry out in pain. Other countries that were paying attention were also frightened and silent. It seemed that those missiles were not hitting the Liang people, but hitting their heads. Manga Empire, Dotan City. Bigwigs like Tobias and Willis gathered together again. But this time, they didn't have the arrogance of before to call for an accusation. Instead, they looked frightened and confused. An officer said solemnly, "Mr. Yuan, up to now, the Han and Tang Islands have launched 8,000 medium-range ballistic missiles." 8,000 missiles. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. What did this mean? In just a short period of time, at least hundreds of billions of dollars were lost. Even a powerful nation like the Manga Empire cannot use missiles as artillery shells. How can this be called rich? It's a gold mine. Chapter 148. The Manga people's dirty tricks. Of course, what Tobias and others feared even more was the potential of the Han and Tang Islands. 8,000 missiles could be launched at any time. What does this mean? This means that there are even more reserves in the Han and Tang Islands. And this is the most frightening thing. Tobias looked solemn. After the battle with Han and Tang, the Manga Empire had only 6 aircraft carrier battle groups left, and now one of them was killed by the damned Liang people. They only have 5 battle groups left in service, but what about the ones in the Han and Tang Islands? But with 6 aircraft carrier battle groups, plus that of the Kyushu Empire, that makes 9 aircraft carrier battle groups. It has surpassed them and become the world's #1. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. This world can only belong to them, the Manga people, and it must be so. General Willis, Tobias suddenly said, immediately pass the order to unseal all our sealed warships and fighter planes and put them into active service. Enter the national mobilization. All security forces are transferred to active service on the spot. At this point, Tobias's expression became more serious. Everyone, the Manga Empire has reached the most critical moment. We have no choice now. If the Manga Empire wants to continue to dominate the world, it has to defeat Li Jin. Tobias' words made everyone present become serious. They naturally knew what Li Jin's rise meant to the Manga Empire. This has touched the bottom line of all forces in the Manga Empire. Willis immediately stood up and saluted. "Master, please rest assured, I will pass on your order right away." After Willis left, Tobias said seriously, "Based on the current extremely serious situation, I declare that the Manga Empire has entered a state of war. Do you have any objections?" Many people present changed their expressions immediately when they heard that Tobias had declared a state of war, because this would increase Tobias' power infinitely, become the true head of the Manga Empire. This is something many people do not want to see. In their view, this will give rise to dictators and affect the interests of their masters. As for the impact on the people, they don't care. As long as there is enough benefit, they will do it without hesitation, even if it means exterminating the entire world and the entire planet. The reason why Li Jin's world is fine is not because these damn things don't dare, but because there is not enough benefit for them to do it. Although some people were dissatisfied, no one stood up. Everyone present was not a fool. They naturally understood that the Manga Empire really needed to start preparing. Given the way that madman Li Jin acts, there is no way he would let them go. Tobias looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but smile. Only today did he feel that he had a little more motivation to be the head of state. "Ms. Lena, has the intelligence department investigated clearly? It's too much of a myth that Li Jin has become as powerful as us in just a few months." Lena quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Yuan, everything we found points to us, as if we were the one who gave all this to Li Jin." Lena showed a trace of helplessness on her face. No one in this world is a fool. It seems that the origins of everything in Li Jin's hands can be traced back, but the more so, the more abnormal it is. Tobias showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. "Apart from these, didn't you find anything useful?" Lena shook her head. "In the end, the intelligence department found some clues, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are all fake." Although it looks watertight on the surface, once checked, you will find that it is full of loopholes and cannot withstand scrutiny. After all, the system is not a human being, so it is impossible to do everything well. For example, an aircraft carrier must have a flow of funds or some kind of transaction. It is impossible for someone to give you so many things for no reason, but where is the money and where are the things? The system is so stingy, chasing Li Jin for money every day. How could it really give him anything? At the beginning, because there were few things, I naturally didn't think there was anything wrong, but now 6 aircraft carrier battle groups were forcibly created by the system. If they were to provide so many things, the money and materials would be an astronomical amount. How to fill the huge deficit of hundreds of billions? So, there's only one explanation. These things are just a piece of paper. In fact, these things do not exist at all. So a new question arises. Where did Li Jin get so many Mei-style weapons? Unfortunately, nothing has been found so far. Can the people we sent to Han and Tang find any useful information? Tobias continued to ask unwillingly. Lena also shook her head and said, Mr. Yuan, although Han and Tang do not prohibit people from entering and leaving, some important places are very tightly guarded, and our people have no way to get close. The intelligence department plans to use 5 to 10 years to gradually infiltrate and establish a complete intelligence network. 5 to 10 years? A surge of anger suddenly rose in Tobias' heart. It was obvious that this person did not take him, the head of state, seriously. If he really had to wait for 10 or 8 years, this position would no longer be his. Damn it, he really thinks he is a changing leader and is fooling him here. Tobias' expression suddenly darkened, and he said in a cold voice, Ms. Lena, please tell Director Danji that I will only give him 1 month. If there's no progress, I can only ask him to go home and eat himself. Lena shuddered as she looked at Tobias' icy target, which was cold enough to freeze someone to death. She nodded obediently and said, Mr. Yuan, I will convey your message immediately. Lena's extremely respectful look immediately made Tobias look satisfied, and he dismissed the meeting with his big hand. Everyone present immediately stood up and left. Only Willis did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked up to Tobias and said, Mr. Prime Minister, can I take up a moment of your time? I have some ideas I want to report to you. Tobias narrowed his eyes and looked around silently. He took 2 steps forward and came to a hidden corner. Then he looked at Willis, who followed him, and said, General Willis, you can speak now. Willis said seriously, Master Yuan, let's not worry about where Li Jin got all these equipment and combat personnel from, but his powerful strength does pose a huge threat to us. I can now tell you for sure, Master Yuan, if Li Jin really declares war on us, the current strength of our Manga Empire may not be his match at all. Tobias frowned and said, General Willis, this is really incredible. Willis understood that this was Tobias saying that he was exaggerating, but he was not angry. Instead, he patiently explained, Mr. Yuan, let's not talk about other things for now. If Li Jin launches 8,000 missiles at us, do you think we can intercept them? Tobias' body stiffened. After a while, he looked at Willis with sharp eyes and said, General Willis, what do you want to do? Willis said solemnly, word by word, Mr. Yuan, if you want to defeat Li Jin, the best way is to strike first. I have a good idea. Chapter 149 Interests. People's Hearts. Tobias looked at Willis with a gleam in his eyes, and his heart began to beat fast. Just by looking at Willis's expression, he knew that this must be a shocking idea. General Willis, go ahead. Willis said quickly, Mr. Yuan, my suggestion is very simple. That is, to use nuclear bombs directly. Use nuclear bombs. Tobias' eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Willis in disbelief and said, General Willis, do you know what this means? Willis said with an extremely serious expression, Mr. Yuan, of course I know what this means. But we weren't the ones who opened Pandora's box, were we? Have you ever thought about why we are here today? Isn't it because you are worried about the nuclear stick in Li Jin's hand? Otherwise, he won't have any chance to develop and will be eliminated by us. Every word of Willis was like a thorn piercing Tobias' heart, making Tobias suddenly feel a little short of breathing, but his mind was unusually clear at this time. Think about it. It seemed like what Willis said was true. They were intimidated by Li Jin's desperate momentum from the very beginning. Otherwise, with the huge military force of the Manga Empire, Li Jin would not have any chance to turn the tables. Willis saw that Tobias had taken his words to heart, So he took the opportunity to say, Mr. Yuan, it's actually very simple to eliminate Li Jin. We only need a dozen nuclear bombs to restore world order to our own hands. By then, our Manga Empire will still be the most powerful country in the entire world. Willis's seductive voice made Tebas instantly show an excited expression. Just when Willis thought that things were going to be done, Tobias's expression suddenly calmed down, and he shook his head and refused. General Willis, your idea is too bold and full of uncertainty. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the plan failed? Will Li Jin start a nuclear war with us? The entire Manga Empire will be destroyed by then. I don't think you want to see this, do you? Willis didn't expect that Tobias would reject his proposal, and couldn't help but said loudly, the first one to be born is Yuan, and his. Okay, General Willis. Tobias interrupted Willis directly and said impatiently, some things are not as simple as you think. We can't just think about how to defeat our opponents, but we have to see if it's worth it. The cost of using nuclear bombs is not something we can afford. Do you understand? That Li Jin is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. If we compete with a madman to see who can destroy the other first, there's only one result, and that is complete defeat. Like you, General Willis, would you fight a beggar? Tobias's impassioned speech suddenly made Willis feel a little deaf. He felt that he was just a frog in a well and could not think as far as Tobias did. Then there was a burst of admiration. He was worthy of being the head of state. His awareness was different. He saluted immediately and said, Master Yuan, I know what to do. Tobias waved his hand with a smile, indicating that Willis could leave. Willis raised his hand again, saluted, and turned away. I saw nothing. After he turned around, Tobias's face suddenly turned gloomy. Damn it, he actually wanted to ruin my good thing. Tobias looked gloomily at Willis, who was about to leave the meeting room, and muttered with an unpleasant expression. Although the suggestion put forward by Willis was very feasible, it was not in his interest to eliminate Li Jin so quickly. By then, how can he, as the head of state, control this country? How can he get rid of the constraints of certain forces? What a guy who takes things for granted. Hantang Islands, 8 p.m. At this time, almost a day had passed since the fire on Liang Island, and Li Jin stayed in the Air Force headquarters building and did not leave. Building Operations Center, Li Jin was eating at a desk with 7 or 8 plates of exquisite dishes on it. Things like Beijing-style shredded pork with soybean sauce, braised carp, stir-fried pork intestines, fried Li curls, kung pao chicken, small meat patties, etc. Although they are not delicacies from land or sea, they're all Li Jin's favorites. As for the reputation, since everyone present was his real friend, he naturally didn't bother to pretend. While Li Jin was feasting, Zhang Geng walked over quickly. Li Jin chewed a few times and swallowed the intestines in his mouth, then asked, What's wrong? Zhang Geng hurriedly said, General, all 8,000 missiles have been launched. Li Jin nodded and said, Well done, I'll give you another 8,000 coins, and we'll continue the fight tomorrow. Zhang Geng's face immediately showed joy, and he quickly raised his hand to salute. General, just wait and see. I will beat those bastards of Liang so badly that they won't even recognize their mothers. Bang! Li Jin suddenly put down his chopsticks, looked at Zhang Geng seriously, and said, Zhang Yibi is like a bandit, cursing his mother and father. We are civilized people. Understand? Also, how could you beat someone so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him? It's so sad for the old to send off the young. Can't you send them down together? When it comes to doing things, we must always put people first. It would be better to kill them all. Zhang Geng immediately showed an expression of being taught. General, I understand. At this moment, Luo Yin also came over. General, this is a document that just came from the Manga intelligence station. Li Jin took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. Luo Yin said, The Manga intelligence station just installed a monitoring system in the conference room of the Manga presidential palace these 2 days and accidentally obtained this intelligence. Li Jin nudda. A trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect that there was someone as crazy as him in the Manga Empire, and most importantly, he also held military power. Such people should not exist. He looked up at Luo Yin and said, I remember Song Hai was on a mission in Manga, wasn't he? Tell him to kill this Willis for me. Luo Yin nodded and turned to leave. Li Jin picked up the document again. He was somewhat curious about Tobias's choice. Why would this guy refuse? Is it really because of him? Zhang, check carefully what this Tobias is doing. Kingdom of the Blazing Sun, east of the city. At this time in Dongjing City, the sun was about to set, but the entire city was bombed by thousands of fuel-air bombs and dozens of strategic bombers. It has long been turned into a ruin. Looking around, there is no intact building in the core area of the city. There are only ruins of buildings that have been blown down, and occasionally one or two broken walls can be seen standing there. On the streets, cars burned to frames and mangled bodies were everywhere. But I couldn't hear any sound, and I couldn't see any living people. It was as if I was in hell. Chapter 150 Rooting Out Operation. The outskirts of Dongjing City were not an important place, so naturally they could not enjoy the treatment of missiles, but it was not much better either, because the places were already packed with the fleeing Liang people. All I saw were the dirty and disheveled Liang people huddled on the street like beggars, with lifeless eyes, staring straight at the sky, as if only their shells were left. Mom, I want Mom. My child, my child, my child. Mom, what's wrong with you? Speak quickly, Mom. I don't want you to die. There was a little girl in tattered clothes and covered in blood standing on the street, crying and shouting for her mother. There was also a crazy woman running around the street like a madman, and there was a man kneeling on the ground and calling for his mother. Of course, this is just a tiny microcosm. Misery is everywhere, making the entire shantytown shrouded in a layer of desolation. Otherwise, how can it be said to be retribution in this life? How you treated others in the past is how they may treat you one day. When will the cycle of revenge end? It's just bullshit. If someone kills your whole family, can you really just laugh it off and forget the grudge? Woo. At this moment, a White Swan strategic bomber roared over the heads of these refugees. It's just that these refugees have become numb and are too lazy to even dodge. In heaven, Chung Kong, the commander of the bombing formation, was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, flipping through the flight records in his hand. Another staff officer behind him reported, "Sir, today we dispatched a total of 928 sorties and dropped 27,873 tons of ammunition. Destroy 72 of the designated targets. Commander, the brothers have been fighting continuously and are very tired. Should we take a break?" Chung Kong shook his head. "No, our bombing mission is so tight. How can we rest? How about this? Report to the headquarters and ask them to transfer some more pilots here. We can rest our people, but not our aircraft. This is a special period. We must maintain a high-pressure stance against the Liang people 24 hours a day. Let them take care of the beginning, but not the end. Only in this way can we achieve the greatest results." Just as the two were talking, dozens of spots of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then they saw missiles with orange-red tails passing by them. Did you see that? Their missile troops are working overtime to carry out their missions. Can we be worse than them? Let's go to the next mission point. At the same time, Manga Empire, New Moon City. 3 black helicopters with the insignia of the Malaysia military roared over New Moon City. In a helicopter, Zhang Kai was sitting in the cabin wearing a full set of Melica uniforms, and sitting opposite him was a white man in a suit. Then the white man spoke in fluent Kyushu dialect. "Sir, the commander of the New Moon City base is our man, and he has prepared a vehicle for you." Zhang Kai nodded, and couldn't help but reveal a look of shock in his eyes. Before he came to Melica, he thought it would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect it to be like his own home. They weren't even questioned along the way, let alone interrogated, because they were riding in a military vehicle. What made him even more astonished was that the intelligence officers on the other side told him that they were now the regular army of the Manga Empire with numbers and organizations, and they could also be found on the internet. This kind of outrageous operation completely confused Zhang Kai. "Sir, we're here." Just when Zhang Kai was in a daze, the intelligence officer sitting opposite him suddenly spoke. Zhang Kai finally reacted and immediately got off the plane. The place where they're now seems to be a helicopter base, with helicopters parked all around. Not far from them was a long line of Hummers, equipped with heavy machine guns, anti-tank missiles, and other equipment, looking very powerful. "Sir, here are your IDs." The intelligence officer came over at this time and handed a bag of documents to Zhang Kai. "These documents will allow you to travel freely throughout the Manga Empire. Also, if you need air support, you can call this number." Zhang Kai was already somewhat numb at this time. He took the bag and said, "Forget about the air support. so as not to cause you any trouble. The intelligence officer smiled and put the note into Zhang Kai's hand. What kind of trouble can it be? At worst, we can just say it was an accidental bombing. Melaga's laws are very sound. Without evidence, no one can do anything to us. Zhang Kai didn't hesitate to pat the intelligence officer on the shoulder. Brother, we'll see you later. After saying that, he led more than 30 Special Forces members towards the Hummer. Once in the car, Zhang Kai turned on the individual equipment on his arm and entered the address on it. The onboard equipment in the car immediately displayed the navigation map. Set off. Zhang Kai and his entourage drove a military vehicle recklessly through New Moon City without attracting the attention of the city's residents at all. After all, this is a place where people use guns to enforce justice. All government employees would not dare to go out unless they are fully armed. So, the grand and ostentatious behavior of Zhang Kai and his team is the norm in Melika. Squeak. With the piercing sound of brakes, the military vehicle stopped at the foot of a tall building in New Moon City. Top, top, top. Several soldiers immediately rushed down from the military vehicle and blocked the main gate tightly. The short security guards standing at the door of the building naturally saw the soldiers rushing over and immediately showed uneasy expressions on their faces. However, when they saw that these soldiers all had Oriental faces, their original uneasiness immediately disappeared. They raised their sticks and pointed at the soldiers rushing over and said, "Who are you? This is Yamamoto Company. This is not a place for you to come." Just when the two sides were confronting each other, a short man who looked like a manager walked out quickly from the building. When he saw the skin color of the soldiers, the tension in his eyes was exactly the same as that of the security guards just now, and he disappeared immediately. It seems that this group of Liang people in the Melaga Empire also treat people differently based on their appearance. But before the manager could say anything, Zhang Kai walked over, swung the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle in his hand without saying a word, and smashed the shorty manager on the head with the butt of the rifle, causing the shorty to faint on the ground with a bloody head. Don't waste time. We still have a lot of tasks to complete. The soldiers around had received Zhang Kai's order, so they naturally didn't hesitate and smashed at him with their rifle butts. Zhang Kai looked at the surrounding environment, turned his head, and waved to the soldiers behind him. The dozen soldiers behind him immediately dispersed to the four sides of the building. These soldiers took out a disc-like object from their backpacks and pressed it directly on the wall of the building. It only took a short while. The soldiers who had dispersed returned, and Zhang Kai did not linger, but turned and walked directly towards the military vehicle. After Zhang Kai and his team drove several kilometers away, there was a sudden loud explosion in the building, and the whole building collapsed in flames. Chapter 151, The Megan Family is Visiting. Boom! A loud noise was heard again in New York City. Then a building collapsed in the billowing smoke, and the overwhelming smoke and dust instantly swept in all directions. The people downstairs and nearby immediately let out screams of terror and ran outside desperately. But many people were still swallowed up by the billowing smoke and dust. In just 2 hours, this was the 7th building to collapse. Such a horrific incident immediately caused riots throughout New Moon City. All the people fled out of the city. The streets are packed with cars, and the shrill sound of car horns keeps echoing over the city, making people want to bang their heads against the wall. And more people are panicking and at a loss. What car? I just regret that my parents didn't give me a few more legs. I ran out of the city. The extremely chaotic situation made the garrison troops in the city miserable because their vehicles could not leave the camp at all, let alone any heavy equipment. Of course, this also caused a lot of trouble for Zhang Kai and his team because their car could not leave the city. They were directly blocked on a certain street. Fortunately, the Melaga intelligence station was very powerful and directly dispatched 3 Black Shadow helicopters to them, which helped them evacuate from New Moon City. In the helicopter, it was still the same intelligence officer named Jack. He said with a serious face, "Sir, we have found out where Willis is. It's just that this guy seems to know that someone wants to harm him, so he has become alert and has been hiding in the military camp. Our people over there haven't infiltrated yet. If you want to get in, it will probably be difficult." Zhang Kai's expression immediately became serious when he heard this. Li Jin had given them a death order that they must get rid of this guy Willis. But what bothered him was that he only had about 30 people, so it was unrealistic to attack a base. Just when Zhang Kai was in a dilemma, Jack suddenly said. Captain Zhang, I think we should leave this matter to our intelligence station. We have plenty of ways to kill him. Please rest assured, sir. Our station chief has already reported this matter to the higher-ups. As long as the superiors don't mind us taking the credit for your work, that's all. Zhang didn't care about these. He had already reached the top and didn't need them at all. He nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you brothers. Han and Tang Islands, Governor's Office. 8 o'clock in the evening. After Li Jin finished his work in his office, he planned to go back to the backyard to have some fun. Before he could even get up, Liang Yuan walked in. General Paul, the patriarch of the Megan family, has arrived outside the governor's mansion, and he wants to see you. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Isn't the Megan family the boss behind the Malaysia Empire? Why did they come to him? After thinking for a while, he said, Let him in. 10 minutes later, Liang Yuan came in with a white old man. As soon as the white old man came in, he bowed slightly and saluted to Li Jin. Megan family, Paul, met General Li. Paul came up with an extremely respectful look, so Li Jin naturally didn't say anything bad to him. He just sat down on the sofa, looked at Paul in surprise, and said, Mr. Paul, how come you have time to come to our Hantang? Did you eat too much? Paul didn't seem to hear the hostility in Li Jin's words. No way. This world has always been ruled by the strong. Now that Li Jin is so powerful, Paul has to listen to him whether he is willing or not. But Paul was obviously not a pushover, or rather, he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he got straight to the point and said, General Li, I came here for only one thing this time, which is to hope that the Manga Empire can reconcile with your leader. Our Manga Empire has always been committed to maintaining world peace and would never start a war without reason. And your territory has made great contributions to world peace since its establishment. This is something that everyone can see. Li Jin couldn't help but look at Paul. This guy was really good at telling lies with his eyes open. All right, Mr. Paul, if you came here to flatter me, I think you have achieved your goal. But if you want to reconcile, where is your sincerity? Li Jin's calm voice sounded, without a trace of emotional fluctuation, which made Paul, who was speaking passionately, unable to understand Li Jin's thoughts for a moment. He paused for a moment and said slowly, General, tomorrow's news will report that the head of the Manga Empire had an accident and drowned in his bathtub. Also, the military chief of staff Willis was on his way to an inspection when he was involved in a car accident and died on the spot. And the Hantang Islands will join the alliance at the next alliance meeting and replace the Kingdom of John. Paul slowly stated his conditions, but Li Jin shook his head and said, This is not enough. Paul was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed. General Li, I came here with great sincerity this time. I have no intention of fooling you. But please understand one thing, General. The Manga Empire is not afraid of the Han and Tang dynasties. It just doesn't want both sides to suffer losses. Han and Tang are powerful, but we in Manga are not pushovers. There's a saying in Kyushu that I think is very true. Even a rabbit bites when it's angry. So, please, General Li, don't push our rabbit into a corner. Li Jin was speechless for a moment as he watched Paul constantly comparing himself to a rabbit, but Paul's words did attract his attention. Paul is right. Although he was confident that he could defeat the Manga Empire, he could not underestimate Melaga's counterattack. If he pushed it too far, it would throw all its nuclear bombs at him. Li Jin really didn't have the confidence that he could catch them all, and then both sides would suffer. Perhaps the Manga Empire could still survive for a while, but he himself had no idea whether the Han and Tang Islands actually existed. After all, no matter how strong his city was, it could not withstand the continuous attacks, not to mention the terrible thing like radiation. And Li Jin also discovered that he seemed to be a little cautious and not as open as before. At this time, Li Jin suddenly realized that he was no longer the barefoot man, but a vested interest. Once a person becomes rich, he will be afraid of death and want to keep everything he has. Otherwise, why would so many wealthy people go to such lengths to do things like replace their hearts or develop longevity drugs? Li Jin sighed in his heart. In fact, he understood that the Manga Empire was trying to buy time and did not really want him to reconcile. It could only be said that the war was postponed. But Li Jin also needs time and preparation. A country like Manga must be beaten to death with one blow. Otherwise, if it fights back desperately, Li Jin will be in big trouble. After all, with his current strength, it is really not enough to crush the Manga Empire. Chapter 152, money bombing. Li Jin immediately had an idea in his mind. He could agree to it, but the initiative must be in his hands. Otherwise, he doesn't mind fighting to the death. At worst, he can start over again. If he didn't have this momentum, Li Jin, wouldn't have come this far. Mr. Paul, peace is possible, but I have the following requests. After saying this, without waiting for Paul's response, he continued. First, the Manga Empire must publicly apologize to the Han and Tang archipelago. Second, our Han and Tang army will carry out special military operations in Melika, and the Melika government must not stop us. Of course, I won't make it difficult for Mr. Paul. We can agree on a time. How about 7 days? Third, the Manga Empire must compensate the Han and Tang Islands with 2,000 tons of gold. Fourth, based on the principle of voluntariness, the Manga Empire must not prevent Han Tang from recruiting talents in other countries or in Melika itself. There is no room for negotiation on these 4 points. If Mr. Paul can agree to them, the whole world will cheer tomorrow. Otherwise, we will all go to hell together. Anyway, I, Li Jin, am not like Mr. Paul. He has lived a good life for hundreds of years. My good life didn't last long. I can still give it up. Paul looked at Li Jin, who was unquestionable, and frowned. This damn Li Jin, every request trampled on his bottom line. As an old family and one of the rulers of the Western Brotherhood, they naturally do not want war to happen in the world. Minor conflicts are not a big deal, but if a world-destroying war really is triggered, they will be unable to sit still. After all, they don't want to die yet, nor do they want to leave this colorful world behind unless they find a place to replace it. After a while, Paul nodded and said, Generally, I can agree to your request, but any actions you take in the Manga Empire must not use the name of Han Tang. Otherwise, our agreement will be void. Li Jin said indifferently. As long as the goal can be achieved, Li Jin doesn't care about other things. Besides, the argument that we cannot use the names of the Han and Tang dynasties is nothing but an attempt to cover up the truth. Other countries are well aware of this and are just trying to fool the general public. A smile immediately appeared on Paul's face. After saying a few words to Li Jin, he said goodbye and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 14th task. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it. Li Jin was stunned for a moment. Then he sat up. The task was completed so quickly. Is the integrity of the Manga Empire so good? However, thinking about the situation the Manga Empire is facing now, Li Jin was immediately relieved. He quickly turned his gaze to the system screen. Rewards for Mission 14. 1. 100 sets of Thor's Hammer Assault Power Armor, a system-improved model of the Mark IV from the Halo world. With the same power, it can be worn by Special Forces soldiers. 2. 12 TIE fighters, interstellar fighters from the Star Wars world, system-corrected versions, available to ordinary people. Tongue. Li Jin stood up in surprise. Is the system going to let him enter the universe? Such awesome stuff is now being given to him. In fact, these things are available in the treasure shop, but they are all original versions, and ordinary people cannot control them at all. Don't think that ordinary people in these worlds are the same as us. This is simply impossible. Every leap in technology is a transformation of human physical fitness. What about the second one? It's just a matter of price. The ordinary version of Mark Power Armor is worth millions of gold bars, and the Sergeant Power Armor that Li Jin drew today is worth tens of millions. I can't afford it. I simply can't afford it. He now realized that this treasure house system was designed to tempt him or to give him motivation. As long as he develops a groundbreaking product, the same type of products in the treasure house will immediately become very cheap. This is why Li Jin started looking for talents from the beginning. With these things, Li Jin immediately felt more confident. Of course, he still had no intention of falling out with Manga. These things were not enough for him to crush the Manga Empire without getting hurt. Or rather, it would cause harm to the planet. He was not ready to live underground for the rest of his life. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Jin had just turned on his computer when he was shocked by the news reported. According to our news, the head of the Manga Empire accidentally dropped his head into the toilet when he got up at night and suffocated to death. Chief of Staff Willis was on inspection and was run over by a series of trucks and has died. Oh shit, how anxious is this Paul? He is so efficient. Then a trace of fear arose in my heart. These damn families really dare to do anything. It seems that we should be more careful with the natives of this world in the future, otherwise it would be a waste of time and effort if we get ourselves involved. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly changed to show the situation in Liang. There were ruins and corpses everywhere, followed by refugees in tattered clothes and children crying heartbreakingly. It was really a doomsday scene. Li Jin took a sip of soy milk, smacked his lips, and sighed. How miserable! When prosperity comes, the people suffer. When destruction comes, the people suffer. An idea suddenly came to Li Jin's mind. With the continuous influx of foreign population, the population of Han and Tang has been rising in a straight line. Now the population is almost 800,000, 50% of whom are young men. If you exclude children and the elderly, there are naturally more wolves than meat. This is something that can be done. Even if they don't get married, they can build some red light districts to relieve the pressure. Anyway, he firmly disagrees with people from Kyushu engaging in these businesses. There will be no problem for people from Liang. Zimo, please inform Songhai and the others to send people to Liang to find more young and beautiful girls. Look how miserable they are. We must help them anyway. Oh, my heart. Li Jin stood up and walked out the door with his hands behind his back, chanting as he walked. Before you worry about the world, be happy after the world is happy. Our hearts are almost as strong as God's. Not cruel enough. Before I knew it, a month had passed and the whole world was calm. Except for the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun, where one can watch fireworks 24 hours a day, other places are really very harmonious, even a little too quiet. After all, anyone who saw Li Jin bombing nonstop for 24 hours a day and for 30 days at a time would probably be terrified. You know, this is carpet bombing, with thousands of sorties launched every day. And that's not all. Hundreds or even thousands of missiles fly over from time to time. Even spending money might not be enough. Even the Manga Empire, which claims to be the world's most powerful country, won't be able to hold out for a few days. If it continues like this, it will probably go bankrupt. Dongjing City, refugee area. At this time, in front of a small stall, there were many young and beautiful girls from Liang. Chapter 153, they asked me to take off my clothes. Just as the girls were scrambling to get to the door of the tent, a very beautiful girl walked out of the tent. Sister, have you chosen? As soon as she saw the girl coming out, a petite and cute girl in the crowd quickly squeezed to the front and asked with hope on her face. The pretty girl came over quickly when she saw the petite girl, nodded happily, and said, "They've accepted me." Very good. The petite girl jumped up excitedly, and the other girls around her also showed envious looks. The current Liang is no longer the original Liang kingdom. With Li Jin's unremitting efforts, this place finally became a hell on earth. Not only the whole city turned into ruins, the infrastructure of the entire kingdom was almost completely destroyed, and countless farmlands were also burned down by the fuel air bombs. But even the ships in the harbor were not spared, and the bomber pilots, who had run out of bombs to bomb, they simply blew up all of Liang's ships one by one, and the bombing was indiscriminate. Such a crazy move. This directly frightened all the countries, and no ship dared to approach the Fiery Sun Sea. In this case, how can there be enough food for tens of millions of people in Liang? In the past month, countless people from Liang died of hunger. This is why so many girls come here. No matter what they are hired to do, at least they won't starve to death. Sister, were they investigating? At this time, a girl with a decent appearance asked curiously, and the girls around her also looked over with anticipation. It would be better if you didn't ask. But this question, the girl's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head and said shyly, "Did they mate me? I took off all my clothes." At the end of the speech, the girl seemed too shy and couldn't continue. Wow. The girls present were suddenly in an uproar, and even completed the following scene in their minds. But what is unexpected is that these Liang girls are not afraid at all. Instead, they are very excited and their eyes are full of eagerness to try. But if you think about the huge industry of the Liang people, you will understand why these girls are like this. And at this moment, in the tent, several officers from the Liang intelligence station who were in charge of recruitment were sitting at the table. One of the men put the thick stack of photos aside and said, "These Liang girls will do anything to get a bite to eat. Not even a single one of them will hesitate. Hey, what's wrong with this world? I think these women are only fit to go to the red light district." The man who was in charge couldn't help but give the man a blank look. "What are you saying here? If I starve you for a month, I don't think you'll be much better than them. Besides, Have you forgotten what the general said? In the face of war, beauties are innocent. There are at least 20 to 30 million people left in the entire Liang. Our mission is to sift through the sand and take away all the most beautiful women here. Okay, let's get on with it. There are thousands of women out there waiting for us to examine them. The man in charge clapped his hands after he finished speaking, and immediately someone brought in a very beautiful girl. Go, take off all your clothes. The man pointed directly to a small, enclosed compartment in the corner of the tent. The girl was stunned, looking at the 4 or 5 grown men with sharp eyes, but there was no shyness on her face. She directly reached out to her clothes, intending to undress. Seeing this, the man in charge pointed at the compartment helplessly and said, "Go inside and take it off." The girl looked at the man in charge innocently. "Isn't it possible here? I'm fine. That's what I do." The man in charge frowned. "Go in." The girl was immediately frightened by the man's stern tone and walked in obediently. A man sitting in front of the computer said, "Appearance 90, mentality 99, experience 4086. The computer in front of the man is no ordinary thing. It is an appearance and emotion tester that Li Jin bought from the treasure house store. Specialists use it to distinguish whether it is plastic surgery, implants, and how many partners a person has had. The most important thing is to be able to discern people's inner world and whether they have hatred towards the Han and Tang dynasties. Li Jin didn't want to bring a group of women with ulterior motives to stir up trouble in Han and Tang. The man in charge couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face. "Fuck, is this the Sea Emperor? You've been through so much." The man next to him couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Maybe he could kill 100 or 1,000 people? Team leader, don't forget where this is. Do we want this girl?" The manager thought about it and said, "This girl doesn't have any hostility towards us. She is so open. Let's assign her to the Red Lantern area. I think she'd love it." Then he continued, "We are really too slow to do this. Didn't the headquarters transfer all the 5,000 machines that were planned to be deployed at the border ports? I think we should build a simple corridor at each refugee camp and let all the young women from Liang walk through it. We could take away all the good ones. How about it? This is a good idea." A staff member's eyes suddenly lit up. They had been looking at so many beautiful women these days that their eyes were almost dazzled. Especially these girls who tried everything to escape from the scorching sun hell. Thinking of this, the staff member couldn't help but hit his waist hard. Melika Empire. In the high mountains outside the city of Dotan, a huge old castle that has seen the vicissitudes of time is located halfway up the mountain. It looks a bit creepy in the quiet and deserted forest, but when you walk in, you will find that it is heavily guarded. Electric fences, cameras, and guards every 10 steps. Obviously, this is not a deserted place, but the habitat of a certain big boss. At this time, in a banquet hall in the castle. I don't know what special hobby this person has for gold. The decorations, walls, and all the furnishings are golden, and even the lights are golden. This bright yellow color makes it almost impossible to open your eyes. At the dining table in the center, an old man in a golden robe sat at the head of the table. On both sides of him were 7 or 8 old men and women who were at least 50 years old. The old man, Jean Pao, picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip and said, "Brothers, today is the 247th gathering of our fraternity. This time there is only one topic, the Han and Tang Islands and Li Jin." As soon as the golden-robed old man finished speaking, the entire banquet hall fell silent. After a while, an old man, sitting in the middle on the right side, said slowly, "Dear President Abraham, hasn't Vice President Paul reached a consensus with Li Jin? For this purpose, we even broke the rules and carried out a special operation." Abraham, the old man in the golden robe, shook his head and said, "Mr. Damala, consensus is only a temporary solution. Don't forget that Li Jin's appearance has completely destroyed the order we established. This is absolutely not allowed. This world can only belong to us, the Geojiasu people." Chapter 154, Technical Barriers. Abraham's cries silenced everyone present again. President Abraham is right. At this time, Paul, who was sitting in the first seat on the right, spoke. "I was commissioned by my brothers to go to the Han and Tang Islands. Do you know what my biggest feeling is? It's shocking," Paul said with a heavy expression. "It has only been a short time, and Li Jin has already built a huge modern city on the island. a city with a population of millions. Can you imagine building such a huge city on an island in the middle of the ocean? How do you maintain it? Water and electricity alone are enough to make people collapse. And Li Jin did it. I sent someone to take a closer look. The entire Han Tang service industry has almost been replaced by robots. The level of these robots is far beyond the AI technology we have now. Most importantly, they're water processing plants and nuclear power plants. Mr. Paul. At this moment, the old man sitting opposite him suddenly interrupted Paul and raised his voice. If you say that their AI technology is advanced, that's understandable, but aren't desalination and nuclear power commonplace? Maybe it was provided to them by the Kyushu Empire. Paul was interrupted when he was talking happily. His face darkened immediately. He looked at the old man opposite with dissatisfaction and said, Mr. Thord, can't you just listen to what I have to say? The nuclear power and fresh water technologies of the Kyushu Empire are indeed good, but don't forget it. This is a city of more than 1 million people. How many nuclear power plants and desalination plants do you think they need to build? I only saw a nuclear power plant and a freshwater plant in Han and Tang. Don't forget that Han and Tang don't just use electricity in the city. They also have huge industries, which are also big users of electricity. What does this mean? This shows that Han and Tang have made a leap forward in nuclear technology and may even have mastered controllable technology. So, don't always look down on the Han and Tang dynasties with the old perspective. Think about the thousands of years of civilization in Jiuzhou. They have been standing at the top of the world for thousands of years. We have only surpassed them by 100 or 200 years. And now, they've surpassed us again. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Yellow Peril comes again. If we don't take measures to curb this Li Jin, our descendants, no, even our generation, will soon be crawling at his feet. When the time comes, we will be like the Liang people are doing to us now, kneeling on the ground and licking our feet. Paul spoke a lot of truths, successfully arousing the fear of Li Jin in everyone present. Seeing that the people present were no longer as calm as before, Paul couldn't help but smile. It was these damned people who forced him to go to Han and Tang. You know, Li Jin, that madman, is a person who can give people nightmares at night. Anyone who is willing to meet such a guy may not be able to come back. But these old guys saw that he was the youngest and unanimously agreed to let him go. What a piece of shit. Cough. Just when everyone was speechless, Abraham, who was sitting at the top, suddenly coughed. After everyone's eyes were focused on him, he looked at Paul and said, Paul, what do you want to say? Paul straightened up quickly. The person sitting at the top was not only his uncle, but also the real boss of the Ross family, the world's first family. He could not afford to disrespect him. President Abraham, my suggestion is very simple, which is to relax technological restrictions and allow the companies in the Manga Empire to accelerate innovation. I believe it won't be long before we have the strength to destroy Li Jin. Buzz. Paul's words caused a commotion among the people present. Abraham frowned and said, Paul, untie the restrictions. Do you know what this means? Paul's expression immediately became serious. Uncle Abraham, isn't it just making a little less money? Abraham's originally stern expression softened when Paul called him uncle, but he still couldn't help but frowned and said, Paul, don't you understand that money is more important than life to some people? Why do we block technological innovation in the first place? Besides the fact that existing technology is sufficient, the biggest reason is that we can get the most benefit with the least amount of money. Don't forget the core principles of our brotherhood. Everything is for profit. Seeing that Abraham was talking endlessly, Paul could not help but raise his voice and said, But now it's not enough. President Abraham, don't forget that the current Manga Empire has surrendered to a little guy. If this continues, you'll see. In a few years, the technology we have accumulated will probably become a pile of waste paper. Why has the Manga Empire seemed to be living off its past achievements in traditional fields, even in the military field, for so many years? Is it really because there was a break in the Manga Empire? No, all of this is just an illusion. As the world's #1 superpower, resources and people from all over the world are continuously flowing in. How could there be a gap? All this is just because of interests. Who wouldn't want to have a steady stream of wealth without adding equipment or developing new technologies? Paul looked at the people sitting there with frowns on their faces. These people are the biggest beneficiaries. The reason why the industrial technology of the Manga Empire stagnated was because these people were short-sighted and, in order to gain the greatest benefits, they wantonly suppressed industrial innovation. No new technology or equipment is allowed to appear. In these people's minds, I always feel that the Manga Empire is the most powerful country in the world. No country can compare to it, and it doesn't need to work so hard to improve its strength like other countries. There was nothing wrong with this idea before, but now with the damn variable Li Jin, this restriction has become a death warrant. Although everyone present understood what Paul said, it was not so easy to implement it. Industrial upgrading costs money, and it's a lot of money. It was a little hard for the big guys who only took money but did not spend it to accept this for a while. Until a long time passed. Abraham suddenly said, "Brothers, I think what Paul said is right. It's time to make some changes. Don't forget, our future is tied to the Manga Empire. Without Manga, we would not be as glorious as we are now. So, I agree to remove the technical restrictions." The others looked at each other in bewilderment, and then someone raised his hand. I agree. Chapter 155, District 5? Paul looked at the big guys present who were obviously in great pain, but still pretended to be righteous, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. In fact, he knew from the beginning that these guys would not refuse, even though, except for the Ross family, the other families were rising stars in the past 200 years. But if they have been able to stand for 200 years, they must be quite capable, and they know what is more important than what is less important. After all, for a family, wealth in this life and wealth for generations, the latter is obviously more important. Abraham, sitting in the first seat, looked at everyone present and agreed, and a smile appeared on his face. Since everyone agrees, from now on, we should work together to make the Manga Empire stronger again. Back then, we were able to rise from obscurity to become a world power. And now, we can also stand on top of the world forever. Abraham said a few words of encouragement. The meeting was adjourned. Soon, Abraham and Paul were the only ones left in the meeting place. Abraham suddenly looked at Paul, who was sitting upright, and said with approval, "Paul, you did a great job today." Paul quickly stood up, bowed his body, and said humbly, "Uncle Abraham, this is what I should do." Abraham nodded with a smile. "If we don't perform this play today, these stubborn guys may not give in easily. Go to District 5 right now and tell them that the Brotherhood has agreed to use the contents. All countries in the Western Alliance can use the technology inside. I believe that with the help of District 5, it won't be long before the entire Western world will take off rapidly." Paul was a little excited at first, but when he heard that Abraham was going to share technology with the entire Western Alliance, he immediately became reluctant. "Uncle Abraham, will this cause other people to misunderstand?" Abraham's expression suddenly straightened. "Paul, you have to understand one thing. The Manga Empire belongs to the West, and the West belongs to the Ross family. We are one. Only when the entire West becomes stronger can we become stronger." Abraham's eyes sparkled when he finished speaking, but Paul, who was standing beside him, sneered in his heart. Although their Megan family was far inferior to the Ross family, they were not a subsidiary of the Ross family. He respected Abraham only because he was the elder and the president. You don't necessarily have to be on the same front with the Ross family, especially when it hurts your own family's interests. Abel rarely saw Paul with a blank expression on his face, looking indifferent, obviously not impressed by his proposal. His expression was tense. Although the Ross family was powerful, they still needed the help of Megan and other families in the Manga Empire. If they united, no matter how powerful the Ross family is, they will still be defeated in the Manga Empire. Abraham then changed the subject and said, "Of course, this is all for the future. Our current goal is to make the Manga Empire stronger first." Abraham's submissive tone made Paul's expression suddenly relax, and he echoed, "Uncle Abraham, you are right. Only when the Manga Empire becomes stronger will the Western world become stronger." Abraham was choked up. Paul was obviously responding to what he had just said. For a time, the two parted unhappily. Spring goes and autumn comes. The stars move. 2 years have passed unknowingly. During these 2 years, Li Jin seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, hiding in the Han and Tang Islands, and no one knew what he was doing. Without Li Jin, the troublemaker, people in all countries suddenly discovered that the sky was exceptionally blue and even the air had turned sweet. Otherwise, Why do people say that humans are forgetful animals? It's only been 2 years. I completely forgot about Li Jin, and the world seemed to have returned to the way it was before. Except the scorching sun. It took Li Jin 3 months to turn the Liang kingdom into a wasteland. All industries and modern facilities were destroyed by Li Jin. There is no electricity, no internet, and even ground communication base stations have been cleared one by one. Even the people of Liang have to grind flour by hand. Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not far off the mark. After all, without electricity, all equipment is just a pile of scrap metal. Even if you have a generator, where can you buy fuel? So, it only took 2 years. The people of Liang returned to the era of slash-and-burn agriculture. Han and Tang Islands, Han and Tang City. 2 years have passed, and Han Tang City is still the same, with no changes except that it has a more lively feel. It looks like a city. At this time, on a street in the city, Li Jin, Ouyang Chung, Mi Xian, and other officials were walking on the sidewalk, watching the hustle and bustle of the street. He turned to Ouyang Chung and asked, "How many people are there in Han Tang now?" Ouyang Chung hurriedly stepped forward and said, "General, the governor's official car just completed the population census the day before yesterday. The total population of the entire Han and Tang Islands is 3,275,414. Among them, 1,927,000 live in the Han and Tang cities. 523,600 people live in 54 satellite towns on the main island of Han and Tang. The other 600,000 people are distributed on other islands, including 510,000 on Seaman Island." Li Jin Nudda. After continuous reclamation and island building and some rewards, the total area of the entire Han Tang Island has reached 18,600 square kilometers, of which the Han Tang Island is 13,000 square kilometers, and the second largest island, Seaman Island, is 2,300 square kilometers. However, with a population of more than 3 million, each person has 8 acres of land, which is completely affordable. I couldn't help but praise with a smile. "You did a great job." Ouyang Chung was a little embarrassed by Li Jin's praise for a moment, and quickly said humbly, "General, thank you for the compliment. If it weren't for your reputation, there wouldn't be so many people pouring into our Han Tang." Li Jin smiled and said nothing, then changed the subject. "In Han and Tang, besides the people of Jiuzhou, how many other foreigners are there?" Ouyang Chung said, "General, the statistics from the Public Affairs Department Statistics Bureau show that there are about 2.29 million people of Kyushu descent, about 360,000 girls of Liang descent, and about 620,000 immigrants from other Western and Eastern countries. Our Han Tang welfare is world famous. I don't know how many people are trying their best to sneak in. Our current immigration policy has gradually begun to adjust. We no longer accept ordinary immigrants, but only technological immigrants." Li Jin couldn't help but reveal an expression of emotion on his face. He didn't expect that in just 2 years, so many people would come to Han Tang. "By the way, how are the people we invited before?" "General, don't worry. These people won't leave even if you chase them away now. We at Han Tang have the most advanced instruments and equipment in the world, as well as unparalleled welfare. They are not fools, so they won't run away." Li Jin immediately smiled. "Let's go to Kyushu University and take a look." Subtesin 56, Li Jin's Utopia. "General, I'll prepare the car right away," Zemo said hurriedly. Li Jin shook his head and smiled. "No, let's take a walk. We haven't taken a walk for a long time." After saying that, he walked towards the street ahead, and Ouyang Chung and others quickly followed. Just as Li Jin was about to reach the intersection, a group of 7 or 8-year-old elementary school students came out a big gate with laughter, greeting each other and walking around. It turned out that we had arrived at the gate of a primary school. Li Jin looked at the groups of lively children, chattering and walking past him, and couldn't help but smile. When these students walked to the intersection, the cars that were moving suddenly stopped. In the Han and Tang Islands, traffic rules are very strict. Failure to give way to pedestrians is a serious crime, which can result in 3 months of detention and a fine of 5,000 yuan. If the offender refuses to repent and commits the same offense a second time, not only will his driver's license be revoked, he will also face 3 years in prison and a fine of 50,000 yuan. Of course, if you think you are awesome, going to jail can't stop your wild heart and you want to play triple-double. You're really finished. Not only will all your welfare benefits be canceled, but you will also face more than 30 years in prison. Rest assured, this time, the Han and Tang governments will not fine you, but will directly give you a labor reform, such as unclogging sewers, cleaning septic tanks, etc., all specially designed for you. As for you thinking you have money and can do whatever you want, I'm sorry, in the entire Han and Tang Islands, only Li Jin can be above the world. Everyone else, even if you're the son of President Melika, will also be punished. Things like this. It's not like this hasn't happened before. More than a year ago, there was a little kid named Karami who didn't know who he was. He actually ran a red light in Hantang and was caught by a security robot on duty on the street. Not long after, the Hantang Public Affairs Office received a call. It turned out that this little Karami was the son of a super drug lord in Moj country. This drug lord had obviously taken too much drugs and had the audacity to threaten Hantang. Will Li Jin spoil him? With a wave of his hand, the Air Force was immediately dispatched, and in just a few hours, this powerful drug lord was captured. As for the territory of his subordinates, it was directly blown to ashes. Then, in a public live broadcast, this drug lord was hanged on the execution ground, on the charge of the father is to blame for his son's failure to educate him. I don't know how many people were scared. Of course, only people like this who are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth dare to do this. Other countries do not have such courage. After all, Li Jin is known as the head of state harvester. As for these children going home alone, what if they encounter human traffickers? You can imagine that in Hantang, there are such severe penalties for not giving way to pedestrians. You will know how miserable the human traffickers will be. In order to deal with these unscrupulous people, Li Jin specially restored some criminal laws, such as lingqi and skinning. Anyway, Li Jin has plenty of robot executioners under his command, and they will definitely make you happy. Pity. It has never been used since the establishment of the Han and Tang Islands. It is obvious that these human traffickers are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Just when Li Jin was thinking about things, a traffic policeman appeared at the intersection on a motorcycle and stopped immediately when he saw a child crossing the road. In addition to the numerous mechanical JCs in the Han and Tang Islands, Li Jin also recruited many ordinary JCs. Although mechanical law enforcers are easy to use, their brains are not flexible. Sometimes they not only have to consider the law, but also legal principles, human feelings, and human ethics. In this case, ordinary law enforcers are naturally indispensable. In order to prevent these law enforcers from doing anything illegal, not only were all management positions filled with Li Jin's people, but extremely harsh laws were also specified. As long as they dare to commit favoritism, corruption, and neglect their duties. No comment. Shoot him directly. If you just want to earn $1, you're dead. Of course, Li Jin is not a devil. Under high pressure, he naturally has a coveted super high salary, free food, clothing, housing, transportation, water and electricity, 1 month of paid vacation every year, and so on. Coupled with the welfare benefits provided by the Han and Tang Islands, if you are still not satisfied, it only means that your death is not worth a pity. Hello, uncle. Goodbye, uncle. The children who were crossing the road greeted JC happily when they saw him. JC also smiled and waved back, looking very happy. At this time, Li Jin and his party came to the service hall of the governor's mansion. Once you enter the hall, suddenly, a cool breeze blew towards him, which made Li Jin shudder, and his spirits immediately became refreshed. A quick glance at the hall showed that the rest area was already full of people, but it seemed that the processing was very quick. When Li Jin was about to walk to the window, 3 or 4 people had already left. When he reached the window, an old lady with a staggering gait stood up and walked towards the window. The security personnel who were maintaining order in the hall hurried forward and helped the old lady to sit down in the seat in front of the window. There was a young woman in her 20s in the window who asked enthusiastically, "Grandma, do you have anything to do?" The young woman's enthusiastic attitude obviously made the old lady a little uncomfortable, and she quickly said, "Comrade, I just came from Jojo and want to apply for a, Han and Tang card." "Grandma, what's your name?" "My name is Zhang Sui." The young woman tapped a few times on the keyboard very neatly, then raised her head and smiled. "Grandma, your son's name is Lin Jianying, right?" The old lady was stunned and looked at the woman in surprise and said, "Comrade, you know my son?" The woman shook her head and said, "Grandma, it's your son. He has already applied for you in advance. I'll do it for you right away." "Comrade, Do you need any proof? I have brought all the documents. Grandma, we don't need any proof here. You are so old. You can call us, and we will come to your house to handle it. It takes a while to process the card. If you are thirsty, there is a water dispenser on the left, and there are cups underneath. The old lady was flattered by the young woman's enthusiasm. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly and kept muttering something like she had met a good person. Li Jin couldn't help but smile, and then he went to several other windows, all of which were equally enthusiastic and efficient. Along the way, he had seen too many scenes like this. The city managers chatting with the vendors, the warm-hearted JCs helping push the carts, and the staff of the governor's office with enthusiasm on their faces, all of whom were extremely efficient in doing everything. This may be what is called a stable government and harmonious society. Even though he created it with harsh laws and punishments, the people support it and the staff are happy with it. So it can be considered a success, isn't it? General, Kyushu University is just ahead. As soon as Li Jin and his party left the hall, Ouyang Chung pointed to a group of ancient buildings hidden in the green not far away. Let's go. Chapter 157 Untitled. Li Jin and the others had just walked halfway when they suddenly heard a fierce quarrel nearby. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am your generals. Woo-woo-hoo. Let me go. I'm here to see your general. My daughter is your general's woman. She's your general's father-in-law. Let me go now. Then a harsh female voice came over. Boss, are you okay? I'm telling you, you're done. You're all done. I'm going to tell my son-in-law to kill you. Li Jin, come and see. Your father and your mother were bullied by your sons and daughters. My daughter gave birth to a big fat boy for you. Not only did they not give us a betrothal gift, but they also treated us like this. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Li Jin, who was about to go over to see what was going on, suddenly stopped when he heard the chaotic crying and his face darkened for a moment. Zimo, go over and take a look at what's going on. Zimo immediately walked quickly towards the place where the sound came from. 10 minutes later, Zimo came back. General, they are indeed Assistant Chio's parents. Luoyin's parents? Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Chio Luoyin did have parents, but when he had planned to ask her to bring her parents over some time ago, he was rejected by Chio Luoyin, who suddenly became excited. I didn't pay much attention to it, but I didn't expect him to come to my door today and look so terrible. What happened? Why were they arrested? Zimo's expression suddenly froze. General, Assistant Chio's parents came to the island and told everyone they were your parents. Someone thought they were liars, so they said a few words to them, and then a fight started. That's why the restaurant owner reported it. Li Jin frowned immediately. At this time, Zhang Geng, who was following behind, hurriedly walked up to Li Jin and said, General, our intelligence department has already investigated Assistant Chio's parents. These two people have always had a serious tendency to favor boys over girls, and they are very unfilial. Their reputations in the local area are ruined. They left Assistant Chio in the countryside and left him alone since he was young, and brought their son to live in the city. The money for Assistant Chio's schooling was collected by his grandparents who farmed in the countryside. If Assistant Chio's grandparents hadn't strongly opposed it, they would have wanted to marry Assistant Chio off just after she finished high school for money. It was Assistant Chio's grandparents who agreed to give them all the money they earned in the countryside, so Assistant Chio's parents gave up. These two people never go back to the countryside except when there's a good harvest, and they go back to ask for money. They came here suddenly. Assistant Chio should be attending some international events frequently. These two people came here after seeing the news. Li Jin was silent for a moment after hearing what Zhang Geng said, and then asked, I heard from Luo Yin that his grandparents have passed away. Zhang Geng said quickly, Yes, General. Not long after Assistant Chio went to college, her grandparents passed away due to overwork. She has been living alone ever since. We also found out that when Assistant Chio was in school, her parents often went to the school to make trouble and asked Assistant Chio to give them money. For this reason, Assistant Chio had to work several jobs every day. Li Jin nudda. He could already imagine how helpless Luo Yin was at that time. No wonder she ran over here dressed like that. She must have had a hard life. But this also shows Chio Luo Yin's integrity. No matter how difficult it was, she did not go down the path of no return. Zhang Geng, send someone to deal with them all. I don't want anyone to disturb Luo Yin again. Do you understand? Li Jin ordered indifferently. that keeping such a person would be troublesome in the future, so it is better to go all out. As for Chiu Luoyin, just pretend that nothing happened. It is enough for Luoyin to have him as a relative. Zhang Geng, who was following behind Li Jin, nodded quickly to show that he understood, then turned around and left to get back to business. Li Jin regained his composure, waved his hand forward, and said, "Come on, let's continue walking around." 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the gate of Kyushu University. It was a gate that looked like a city tower, and the surrounding walls were also built to look like ancient city walls. It looks majestic and magnificent, and very impressive. Directly opposite the school gate is a white sand beach that is as soft as silk and as smooth as skin. Through the palm trees, there is the magnificent sea ahead. This stretch of beach, which is more than 10 kilometers long, is one of the most beautiful beaches in the Han and Tang Islands, and is several times more beautiful than the one in Mofu. General, Kyushu University now has 10 colleges and 27,000 students. There are 8,200 teachers, including 923 members of the 3 academies of the Malaysia Empire Academy of Sciences, Engineering Academy, and Medical Academy. There are 423 members of the Royal Society and the Academy of Sciences of the Kingdom of John. In addition, there are 5,957 elite academicians from other countries. These elites were invited by Director Zhang Geng and his team at great pains. Without their efforts, there would be no Kyushu University today. Ouyang Qing couldn't help but sigh at the end of his introduction. Li Jin looked back with a smile at Zhang Geng, who had already rushed back. After seeing Zhang Geng nod, the smile on his face became even more intense. At this time, Ouyang Qing continued to introduce. General, 9 of Kyushu University's laboratories are now ranked among the top 15 laboratories in the world, and the remaining laboratories are also among the best. Like the first laboratory, which has the world's best R&D capabilities in the fields of nuclear fusion, nanotechnology, and supercomputers. The third laboratory is unique in the fields of life sciences and chemistry. The 10th laboratory is researching aircraft. Ouyang Qing said excitedly, "General, we not only have the best research instruments and experimental equipment in the world, but also world-class laboratories. It can be said that our Han and Tang technology has completely surpassed others." Li Jin just smiled, but he wasn't very excited. The Han and Tang Islands are what they are today. It's not because of how hard they worked, but because Li Jin was ruthless enough to poach at least a quarter of the world's talent. It is obvious that they could achieve their current success with such a huge base. Then, accompanied by Ouyang Qing, Li Jin took another walk around Kyushu University. Han Tang is now in a state of accepting all talents. As long as there are talented people, they will be accepted. Chapter 158. A grand display of Han and Tang strength. The reason why these people traveled thousands of miles to Kyushu University is naturally because of the reputation that Kyushu University has made in the world in the past 2 years. To this end, Li Jin even sent troops to win the Bay Award and the Fei Award. They were invited to Han Tang to present the awards, and the professors and scholars at Kyushu University were overwhelmed with awards. Fortunately, these people are all well known, otherwise these awards would have been ruined by Li Jin. But this also made the Han and Tang Islands truly famous. After all, these awards cannot say that they were coerced, and they can only speak well of Han and Tang while being angry, saying how good they are and what great contributions they have made. The award ceremony was specially held in the Han and Tang Islands. What's funny is that last year, the winner of the Peace Prize was actually Li Jin. Li Jin took a group of senior officials for a stroll around Kyushu University and then set off to return to the governor's mansion. I had a quick lunch. We arrived at the conference room, which was already full of people. Today was Han Tang's annual summary meeting, and all the senior officials of the Han Tang governor's office gathered together. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Li Jin sat in the first seat, looking at the 40 or so people sitting neatly on his left and right and believing. Songhai, let's start with you. Songhai, commander of the Han and Tang army, stood up quickly and said, "General, our army has formed 5 brigade-level rapid reaction forces. With the cooperation of the Air Force Transport Forces, we could deploy combat troops to any place in the world within 12 hours. In addition, our Mecha Assault Squadron has also been formed and has completed all adaptive training. It can be put into combat at any time. Also, 3 local mechanized assault brigades are being formed one after another. Except for the officers, All the personnel will be recruited from the local community. Li Jin nodded. Song Hai raised his hand and saluted before sitting down. Then Li Yueding, who was sitting behind Song Hai, stood up immediately. Report to the general. Our Navy has completed the full deployment of the 4 major fleets, and all overseas military bases have also been completed. Except for the Pacific Fleet, which has 3 aircraft carrier battle groups and an independent combat formation, the other 3 fleets each have 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. Li Jin couldn't help but reveal an expression of deep emotion. It's not easy. In order to find a suitable port for his battle group, he spent a whole week selecting a location. Even so, the Melika people still supported 5 overseas bases. This made other countries willingly give up several of their own bases. Not only that, these countries also provided considerable support for construction costs, saving Li Jin a lot of expenses. Next time I beat them, I will hit them harder so that they will die faster, which will be considered as my way of repaying them. Li Yu finished his report. Air Force Commander Zhang Kai immediately stood up and reported. General, our Air Force has established 3 aerospace fleets and independent transport units based on 3 aerospace carriers. Each fleet is composed of 1 aerospace carrier, 36 White Swan strategic bombers, 160 Ghost Bird fighters, and 132 other auxiliary aircraft. In addition, our Air Force has formed an interstellar fighter squadron in accordance with your orders, with 12 TIE fighters under its command. Li Jin nodded with a smile. Although 2 years had passed, in these 2 years, it was unknown what drug had happened to those troublesome countries like Melika, and they had become too obedient. Li Jin didn't even get the chance to beat them up, so naturally the system didn't give him any tasks, and he lived a peaceful life for 2 years in vain. Except for the fact that Lin Kaching, Luo Nian, and their friends gave birth to 3 big fat boys, there were almost no other changes. Very good, you all did a great job. I'm very satisfied. As soon as the 3 armies finished their reports, Li Jin immediately smiled and began to praise. Song Hai and the other 2 were so happy that they straightened their bodies immediately. Then came the topic of government affairs. Ouyang Chung recounted the events of the Han and Tang dynasties, focusing on agriculture. Li Jin heard that the Han and Tang dynasties now had more than enough grain to use, and most of it was stored for emergencies. Although he had the help of the system, Li Jin no longer cared about it, but he was still very happy that Han Tang could be self-sufficient, which he had never expected. Immediately decided, okay, since your public affairs office is so confident from now on, my supply here will be temporarily stopped, and everything will be handed over to you. Li Jin wanted to see whether Ouyang Chung and his team could shoulder the current burden without the supply from the treasure house store. If they could really be completely self-sufficient, the entire Han and Tang dynasties would definitely usher in a qualitative development. Li Jin then turned his gaze to Zhang Gang. Tell us all what news you have. Zhang Gang quickly stood up and said, General, there's nothing unusual in the East. The Malaysia Empire has been very active in the past 2 years and has successfully developed a new generation of fighter jets, according to the detailed information we have. The codename of this fighter jet of the Malaysia Empire is M/AXX. The project was launched more than 10 years ago, but there has been no progress. It was only 2 years ago that the research process was suddenly accelerated, and it took less than a year to successfully develop it. We have obtained detailed information and design drawings on the specific performance. This fighter jet of theirs can perform short hypersonic flights, reaching a speed of Mach 5.1. Its supersonic cruise speed has also reached over Mach 2.6. It can also cooperate with drones in combat. A few months ago, we specially got an XX fighter from the Malaysia Empire to test our air defense system. We found that our Skywave anti-stealth radar can only lock onto them within 100 kilometers. Zhang Gang just said this. Professor Qian Shun, who is in charge of Han and Tang Science and Technology and the president of Han and Tang Academy of Sciences and Kyushu University, suddenly stood up and said, General, Director Zhang is right. Our previous radars are indeed weak against the new fighter jets of the Malaysia people. However, our Academy of Sciences has already solved this problem. Our current air defense early warning system uses a brand new AI quantum early warning radar that can detect stealth fighters 1,000 kilometers away. Unless the Malaysia people make a qualitative breakthrough in optical stealth with the current stealth technology, they will be invisible to our radar. Li Jin Nudda. Today's stealth aircraft are not actually truly invisible. They're just invisible to radar because they do not reflect electromagnetic waves. You can still see it with the naked eye. Real stealth is actually like the 3 aerospace aircraft carriers in Li Jin's hands. They use advanced optical stealth technology to truly achieve stealth, which is not only invisible to radar, but even to people. Professor Qian Shun continued. Not only in terms of radar, we have also upgraded the Ghost Bird fighter. Our Academy of Sciences has developed the latest generation of ion rocket engines based on the twin ion engines of the TIE Fighter X-1. This engine can allow our fighter jets to fly at hypersonic speeds, with a maximum speed of over Mach 6. We also upgrade the cockpits of fighter jets. It allows our pilots to perform low-altitude, supersonic flight at speeds of over Mach 2.7. Li Jin's eyes lit up. He was no longer a rookie. Naturally, we understand the significance of low-altitude, supersonic flight. Although modern fighter jets can easily reach speeds of Mach 2 or 3, and even the XX fighter jets of the Malaysia Empire can reach speeds of Mach 5. If you pay attention, you will find that these extreme speeds are all achieved at altitudes above 10,000 meters. You know, the closer the atmosphere is to the ground, the denser it is. This resistance will naturally increase accordingly. With the current material technology, the speed of an aircraft manufactured by humans at low-altitude supersonic flight is only a little over Mach 1 at most. If it went any faster, the whole plane would disintegrate in midair. This is just a plane. It is also a torture for people. When flying at low altitude, the violent vibration can make a person's intestines come out. However, the Ghost Bird can fly at an ultra-low altitude of Mach 2.7, and this alone allows it to completely defeat other fighter jets. You did a great job. Li Jin praised Qian Shun. Then his face turned serious, and he said, "It seems that the Manga Empire is very restless. It has done so many things behind our backs. What do you think? Should we find something for them to do?" Chapter 159 Song Hai is going to cause trouble. Boom! As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, the generals present suddenly became excited and looked at Li Jin with eager eyes. They had been staying in the Han and Tang Islands every day for the past 2 years and felt that they were getting rusty. Of course, Li Jin suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, "Our Han and Tang dynasties are places of civilization praised by the whole world. Otherwise, our general would not have won that damn peace prize. So, how can we use guns and artillery for no reason? You have to find a reason anyway. As for how to find this reason, it's up to you." Li Jin suddenly stood up when he said this. "My pot is only this big. If anyone wants to have a full meal, it depends on who is quicker." After saying that, he walked out of the meeting room. The generals present looked at each other, and for a moment the entire conference room seemed to be filled with the flash of swords. What were the soldiers fighting for? Just the first place. If they couldn't even muster this much energy, they might as well go home and hug their children. Night. In a building not far from the governor's mansion, Army Commander Song Hai was lying on a map, writing and drawing something, studying something. At this time, a military officer in his 30s came over with a lunch tray. "Commander, let's eat first." Song Hai looked up and saw that it was his chief of staff, Wang Sheng. He immediately shook his head and said, "Hey, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Compared to the Navy and Air Force, our Army is already somewhat passive. If we don't work harder, we won't even get to drink soup and can only wait and watch the fun." Wang Sheng put the lunch tray on the desk next to him, and looking at the sad-looking Song Hai, he couldn't help but comfort him. "Commander, we are the Army. Our job is to protect Han and Tang. Everything else will take care of itself." Song Hai, who was already a little irritated, suddenly felt angry when he heard Wang Sheng's words, and said angrily, "What does it mean to let nature take its course? What are we? We are soldiers, ironclad men. Even the Buddha in the West knows how to fight for a breath of incense. How can our famous army elder brother not even fight for his breath? What's the point of being a soldier then? I think we should just go home and hug the baby." Wang Sheng looked at Song Hai, who was angrily scolding him, and couldn't help laughing. "How's it going? Has the fire in your heart come out?" Song Hai was stunned for a moment, and then he felt better. He pointed at the chief of staff and said, "I don't know whether to laugh or cry." "Chief of staff, hey you," Wang Sheng said with a smile. "I agree with what you said just now. People fight for a breath, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. We soldiers should be competitive. Otherwise, how can we train elite soldiers for the future? Wang Sheng walked to the map. Commander, our army doesn't have its own overseas bases like the Navy. If we want to find something to do, we have to find another way. Find a different approach? Song Hai's eyes lit up. Chief of Staff, please tell me, how can we find another way? Wang Sheng did not keep the secret and pointed directly at the Manga Empire on the map and said, Bone, we'll naturally pick the hard ones to chew. Commander, look here. Wang Sheng pointed his finger at the Moj Kingdom next to the Manga Empire and said, This is where the big drug lords gather. Didn't our general just hang one of the big bosses some time ago? I think we can send a troop here in the name of clearing out drug lords. Then use the excuse that for the sake of long-term peace and stability in the area, we will deploy missile systems in Moj. How do you think the Melaga people will react? Will the desperate dog jump over the wall? Song Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he suddenly praised the table. Okay, let's do this. Damn it, those bastards have been causing trouble for us all the time. Now it's time for us to teach them a lesson. Chief of Staff, you are really good. You are indeed a scholar. You are so sinister. Ha ha. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter in unison. Like the coach, like the subordinates. Li Jin is vigorous and decisive in everything he does, and his subordinates, like Song Hai, are no exception. Now that I have made up my mind, Song Hai and Wang Sheng arrived at the 101st Commando Brigade's base as soon as possible. After a while, a shrill alarm sounded above the base, and the originally quiet base suddenly began to boil like boiling water. Then teams of fully armed soldiers rushed out of the barracks, and soon neat square formations appeared on the parade ground. Report to the commander. The 101st Assault Brigade of the Han and Tang Garrison Army has assembled, requesting instructions. Brigade Commander Zhang Jinsong. At this time, a burly officer strode up to Song Hai and the other man and spoke loudly. Song Hai raised his hand to return the salute, then slowly glanced around at the officers and soldiers present. There were mighty and unyielding young faces, firm looks flashing in their eyes, and their tall bodies standing proudly like thousand-year-old pines. Soldiers. Song Hai took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Tonight, we have a top-secret mission to carry out. We have to conduct an ultra-long-distance maneuver. Do you have the confidence to complete the mission? Immediately, an overwhelming voice rang out on the training ground. Use me in the first battle, and I will win. Use me in the first battle, and I will win. The passionate and rhythmic voice, with endless confidence, directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, revealing a bright, full moon. Song Hai's eyes were full of smiles and pride, and then his expression became serious, and he said loudly, Zhang Jinsong, Arrive. You lead the 1st Assault Battalion as the advanced detachment. The mission has been sent to the combat system. Execute the order according to the combat plan. Zhang Jinsong puffed out his chest and said loudly, Yes, sir. Then he raised his hand to salute Song Hai, turned around and shouted, 1st Battalion, everyone. Destination airport. Let's go. Tap, tap. Then the sound of combat boots tapping the ground could be heard from the training ground. Song Hai then turned around and looked at Wang Sheng behind him and said, Chief of Staff, I will lead the team myself this time. After occupying the target, immediately transfer all members of the 101st Assault Brigade there. Wang Sheng heard this and showed a worried look in his eyes. Commander, if we airlift an entire assault brigade, won't that make the target too big? Song Hai smiled slightly. It's better to be big. Otherwise, why would the Melaga people do it? If we want to achieve great results, we have to spend a lot of money. Don't worry. I've already dispatched an anti-aircraft missile battalion from the missile force to go with us. The Mech Special Operations Squadron will also select a team to follow us. The Melaga people are not fools. Even if they want to attack us, they won't dare to do it in a big way. They will only send troops secretly. By then, it's still unclear who will eat whom. Chapter 160 Intercontinental Delivery. The 1st Air Force Airport on Hantang Island. At this time, at the airport, 72 Quinjet transport planes were parked neatly on the runway. Tracked and wheeled armored vehicles from the assault battalion were slowly driving into the cabins of the transport planes under the command of the ground crew. Although the carrying capacity of the Quinjet is far inferior to that of the C-5 bank transport aircraft, it can even only accommodate one infantry fighting vehicle, Its powerful vertical takeoff and landing capability directly strangles this small flaw in the cradle. Commander, all equipment has been loaded. At this time, Songhai was standing in front of a Quinjet transport plane. Zhang Jinsong walked over quickly and said. Songhai raised his hand and looked at the time. Set off. Then he walked towards the cabin of the Quinjet transport. After a few dozen seconds, then one Quinjet after another took off vertically from the runway, accelerated toward the southeast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 10 hours later, Tina City, a large city located on the western coastline of the Moj Kingdom, only separated by a wall from the border of the Manga Empire, is quite famous. It is well known not only in the Kingdom of Moj, but also in the whole world, because it is a paradise for drug dealers. There are many famous drug lords in the world here. At this time, just above the city, 72 Quinjet transport planes had arrived, so densely packed that they almost covered half the sky. It's just that the Quinjet has activated optical stealth, so people in the city can't see it. At this time, a Quinjet transport suddenly began to descend at a very high speed. Below is a wide-open space. Buzz. After the Quinjet transport plane came to a steady stop on the wasteland, the rear hatch immediately opened, and then a Han and Tang improved Puma II infantry fighting vehicle rushed out of the cabin. The Cougar was originally very powerful. After being improved by the Han and Tang Academy of Sciences, not only its mobility and protection performance have been greatly improved, thermal imaging reconnaissance systems and weapons have also been qualitatively improved. Certainly, what Li Jin appreciates most is the comfort of the Puma. Not only does it have a spacious interior space, but it also has a powerful constant temperature system, so he doesn't have to endure the crowded and stuffy environment in the car. The Cougar did not stop after getting off the transport plane, but immediately rushed towards the direction of Tina City. The potholes on the ground did not affect its speed at all. After a while, they rushed to a sparse woods, where they saw 3 wooden houses standing. The fast-moving Cougar did not stop, but the turret quickly turned and aimed the muzzle at the wooden hut. Bang! Boom! Several shells were fired at once and instantly hit the cabin in front. Suddenly, balls of fire burst out, and 3 wooden houses crowded together were blown into the sky in an instant. The mountain lion had already rushed over. It turned out that there was a bigger wooden house behind the wooden house. The explosion just now has aroused the vigilance of the people inside. Then I saw 7 or 8 burly men rushing out of the house. When they saw the oncoming Puma infantry fighting vehicle, they were obviously stunned for a moment, with fear in their eyes. Bang, bang. But before they could turn around and run away, the machine guns on the armored vehicles opened fire, and bullets poured out like a rainstorm. In an instant, the big men at the door were beaten to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. At this time, the sound of machine guns rang out again, and a series of shells flew towards the wooden house. Amid the explosion, the entire wooden house collapsed under the weight, raising a cloud of dust. Report. Number 1 has completed the cleanup mission. Repeat. Number 1 has completed the cleanup mission. Then, a number of Quinjet transport planes suddenly appeared and landed. Infantry fighting vehicles and tanks then rumbled out of the cabin. Songhai also walked out of the cabin at this time, and the commander of the 1st Battalion followed behind him and said, Commander, the Tijuana area is a no-man's land because of the concentration of drug lords. Some families of the Manga Empire are also involved here. So, the Manga people have never paid attention to this area. There's not even basic satellite reconnaissance. It is usually handled by the State Guard. Songhai couldn't help but sneer. The Manga people are very arrogant. How could they take the Moj people seriously? But this is just the right time for us to deploy. Although Songhai felt that the Manga people would not dare to attack him, he had to be prepared for the worst. Otherwise, if the Manga people fired missiles at them, they would be in trouble. Pass the order down, have the rocket launcher unit fire around immediately and destroy all the power and communication facilities in Tijuana. Yes, Commander. In an open space several hundred meters away from Songhai, 8 rocket launchers immediately erected their 8-pack rocket launchers. Songhai came well prepared this time. The rocket launchers were filled with the latest electromagnetic graphite rockets developed by the Han and Tang Academy of Sciences. Only a few dozen missiles are needed to paralyze a city's electricity and communications. Whoosh! As the protective cover flew away, a silver-white rocket was instantly fired and whizzed directly towards Tijuana City. Then the second one, the third one. In an instant, the entire launch site was shrouded in thick smoke, and streaks of orange-red flames were seen constantly shooting through the smoke. At this time, dozens of electromagnetic pulse rockets had already flown over Tijuana. Unfortunately, the whole of Tina is the emperor of chaos. Gunfights and riots are commonplace, and no one pays attention to these things. Even if someone looked up and saw the dark shadow in the sky at this time, they would not think it was a missile or a rocket. You know, this place is very close to the border of the Manga Empire. There is still a large number of Manga people in the city, and no one dares to make a big noise here. Not even the army of the Moj kingdom itself dares not do so. At this time, the rocket launchers had already found their respective targets. One of the graphite rockets drew an arc in the air and fell straight to the ground. And below is the only thermal power plant in Tina City. Boom! As a ball of fire shot up into the sky, countless graphite fibers instantly spread across the power plant like clouds. Zz hiss, zz boom. Soon after, sparks flew all over the power plant. Electric arcs flashed, and explosions were heard. The originally noisy city suddenly became quiet, and then a series of explosions sounded from the city. People on the street suddenly became panicked. When someone took out his cell phone, sparks flashed, and a wisp of green smoke came out of the phone. Chapter 161. Manga People's Protest. The woman threw her phone away in panic. Then she came to her senses, holding her head with both hands, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, my phone." There are countless such things happening on the street, not only with mobile phones, but also with billboards and small colored lights on both sides of the street. There were also sparks from the cash register and all the electronic products in the store, and then they stopped working with wisps of smoke. Boom! Just when the citizens were a loss, the roar of a diesel engine suddenly sounded from the street, followed by the squeaking sound of tracks. The confused citizens turned their heads to look towards the place where the sound came from. Day 3, Han and Tang Governor's office. Li Jin had just walked out of the bedroom when Liang Yuan, wearing a sexy nightgown, came over and said, "General, you should go watch TV." Li Jin was stunned for a moment, then walked towards the living room. He also pulled Liang Yuan along and came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Liang Yuan was caught off guard and fell directly into Li Jin's arms. Soft jade, warm fragrance. Li Jin instantly became excited, but now was not the time to do serious work. Li Jin did not go any further, but his hand was a little dishonest and reached in through the gap in her pajamas. His eyes were on the TV, but when he heard the words on TV, he was stunned for a moment. "Okay, General, you hurt me." Liang Yuan's cry brought Li Jin back to his senses, and he quickly let go of her hand. His eyes stayed on the TV, which was broadcasting a news story about the Kyushu Empire. Dear viewers, according to the news we just received, the Han and Tang Governor's Office Garrison Command suddenly dispatched troops to attack the drug dealers entrenched near Tina City in the Moj Kingdom. It only took one day to destroy the world's largest drug dealer gathering place. We destroyed a large amount of drugs and blew up all the drug factories, which won wide praise from people around the world. For this reason, our reporter stationed in the Kingdom of Moj specially interviewed the commander of the 101st Assault Brigade of the Han and Tang Garrison Army, Zhang Jinsong. Brigade Commander Zhang said that this is for the long-term stability of Tina City and to completely eradicate the harm of drug dealers. The Han Tang Governor's Office will also deploy the Dianmu I medium-range ballistic missile system near Tina City, and the number is expected to reach 250. It is reported that the Dianmu I missile is a medium-range ballistic missile independently developed by the Han Tang Governor's Office. It has a range of about 5,000 kilometers and can cover the entire territory of the Manga Empire. The Manga Empire expresses serious concern and strongly protests. We will have a serious negotiation with the Han Tang Governor's Office. The Manga Kingdom has not yet made a clear statement on this incident. Li Jin couldn't help but smile. Song Hai was a cunning guy. He did such a big thing without making any noise. At first he thought that Li Yu or Zhang Kai would be the first to take action, but he didn't expect that Song Hai would get there first. For such an encouraging event, Li Jin would naturally give generous rewards. "Yuan, go and pass on my order to promote you to the rank of Lieutenant General of the Songhai Empire. At the same time, order the Air Force and Navy to fully support their actions. Tell Songhai to do it freely. If he wants soldiers, Li will give them to him. If he wants nuclear bombs, Li will give them to him as well. In short, whatever you want, Li will give it to you. If they do a good job this time, I'll give them a 3-day trip to the red light district. Liang Yuan, who was curled up in Li Jin's arms with red ears, heard Li Jin's order and quickly stood up and said, I will pass on your order right away. Unexpectedly, Li Jin stretched out his hand and pulled Liang Yuan back, then pressed on him. No hurry, let's do business first. Manga Empire, the official residence of the head of state. The newly appointed third head of state, Bach, was sitting in his office with a gloomy face. Standing in front of the desk were the new chief of staff Stanley, the Führer's security advisor Lena, and the head of intelligence Boris. No one spoke, and the whole office was filled with a sense of depression. Poker looked at the 3 silent people. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was unwilling to be the head of state at all costs. Not just him. Ever since the deaths of the previous 2 heads of state were unclear, this once popular position has become a hot potato. In the end, Poke was pushed up by Abraham and his group of bigwigs behind the scenes as the tallest one among the short ones. I was a little scared at first. Unexpectedly, it happened at a good time. Li Jin didn't make any trouble for 2 whole years. But no one expected that after only 2 years of peace, this damn crazy Li would jump out again. Can it be delayed for 2 years? Wouldn't it be better to wait until he steps down before doing anything about it? Poker kept complaining in his heart. There was no expression on his face except for a gloomy look. Until half an hour had passed. Seeing that no one spoke, Poker reluctantly said, Ms. Lena, does Mr. Paul have any instructions? Lena looked at Poker, who looked like he had nothing to do with the matter. Her face looked a little ugly, and she said in a stiff tone, Dear Mr. President, Mr. Paul has not made any explanation. He has repeatedly stated that he is just a businessman. This is all government business and has nothing to do with him. Poke immediately sneered. It had nothing to do with him? How did his 2 predecessors die? One committed suicide in his office, and the other hanged himself in the toilet. Thinking of this, Poker felt a chill on his back and couldn't help but look around. His 2 predecessors both died in this office. If it weren't for maintaining the dignity of the head of the empire, he would never stay here, even if he was beaten to death. All right. Poker suddenly stood up and said in a hurried tone, Since Mr. Paul and the others have no objections, let's follow the normal process. Ms. Lena, notify the Foreign Affairs Department immediately and ask them to follow the normal procedures and send a letter of protest first. Letter of protest? Lena was immediately shocked by Poker's decision. Their Manga Empire is the world's most powerful country. When they are bullied, they just send a letter of protest. What's the difference between this and a turtle hiding its head? Poke Führer. Lena looked at Poker, who was about to leave, and said in a serious tone, The deployment of medium-range ballistic missiles by the Han and Tang Islands on our border has become a hot topic. I'm afraid the entire Manga Empire knows about it. If they knew that our government was just making a mild protest, I'm afraid there would be riots. Poke, who had already left his desk, paused and his face suddenly became serious. He was so focused on leaving this damn place that he forgot about this matter. You must know, the Manga Empire is not Kyushu, where everyone holds an equal weapon. Chapter 162, The System is Back. Seeing that Poke was finally serious, Lena felt relieved. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Poke's next words made her expression freeze instantly. Ms. Lena, let me tell you this. You can go to the Han and Tang Islands on my behalf. I believe in Ms. Elena's ability and will definitely achieve our goal. Let her go to see Li Jin. Lena just felt her head was dizzy and looked at Poke in surprise. Although the big devil Li Jin has not made any trouble for 2 years, as an Ivy Leaguer in the political circle of Melica, he knows the temper of this big boss Li very well. Moody and bloodthirsty. Even if Li Jin would not do anything to her, just hearing that she was going to meet Li Jin, Lena felt her legs starting to tremble. How could this happen? What's more, Lena knew very well that even if they met, it would most likely be humiliation and a laughingstock. Lena couldn't help but frown, but looking at Poke's calm eyes, she couldn't say no. In the final analysis, she is just a subordinate of Poker now. The big guys behind her would never offend Poke just for her to pass the message. What to do? Lena's mind raced, and then her eyes lit up. Master Yuan, the World Alliance Conference will be held in 1 week. I think we can invite Li Jin to participate. Poker's eyes flickered, then he calmed down and frowned. Li Jin will come. Lena smiled. Master Yuan, we can make a big noise and force Li Jin to come. As one of the most important forces in the world, is not a member of the alliance. Isn't this a huge joke? Poker had a thoughtful look on his face. Ms. Lena, since you were so confident, I'll leave this matter to you. After saying that, he ignored Lena, who looked stunned, and hurried out of the office. This damn place. He doesn't want to stay even for a minute. Han and Tang Dynasty's governor's office. Oh, the Melaga people invited me to attend the alliance meeting. These bastards are really good at making excuses. When did they become the host? Li Jin looked at the alliance invitation in his hand and said sarcastically, just flick it. The invitation letter immediately flew away to who knows where. Meng Yu, who was standing in front of Li Jin, said with a worried look on his face, General, I think we don't need to pay attention to them. I think this is just a Hongmin banquet. Liang Yuan and Luo Nian beside him also hurriedly dissuaded him. Yes, General, we don't have to pay any attention to them. Hongmin banquet. Li Jin did not speak, but chewed the 3 words in his mouth, then stood up and said with a smile, Do you think they dare? They are just a bunch of petty thieves. Their ancestors were just like that, and they're still like that now. They have never changed their bad habits. What can you do to me? I, Li, will make the decision for this alliance meeting. Li Jin looked full of confidence at this moment, brave and courageous, a leader among the group. The 3 women were stunned. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 16th mission. Who is the hero? Then a light screen appeared in front of Li Jin. Mission number 16. Who is the hero? Detailed explanation. I laugh at the sky with my sword in hand, and my loyalty will remain in the 2 Kunlun Mountains whether I stay or go. As one of the world's top heroes, how could I be frightened by the enemy? Please ask the host to go to the Melaga Empire to attend the Alliance Conference. The system will give rewards based on the host's performance. Please keep up the good work. Note, please feel free to go there. The system will ensure the host's life safety. Li Jin smiled immediately. This damn system finally showed up. For almost 2 years, the system had not given him a single task. Let him think the system is down. Now that he finally showed up, Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked in his mind, System, what have you been doing? The system's voice immediately sounded in my mind. Ding, please be informed that the system community is carrying out a civilized system evaluation and improvement activity. In order to welcome the inspection with the best attitude, the system service will be suspended for 18 months. Please forgive me, host. I fuck you. Li Jin was so stunned that he almost cursed out loud a classic Chinese quintessence. What on earth is this system world? Is his system brain going crazy? In order to prepare for some bullshit inspection, they actually threw his expulsion aside. What kind of trick is this? It's okay if he's from an ordinary world, but if he's from a martial arts or mythology world, isn't he afraid that the host will be hacked to death when he comes back? Perhaps the system also knew that what it said was too shocking and vulgar, so it added, Please be advised, host, that as a formal system registered in the system world, everything the system does is to better serve the host. When in hibernation or during system updates, the system will activate an automatic protection mechanism for the host. Once the host encounters danger, the system will appear immediately. Host, please do not worry about your own safety. Li Jin was speechless at this time. Of course, maybe his system was too low level. If it were another system, it might be able to directly reverse time and make the host not realize that his system had actually left. But Li Jin immediately put the matter aside. After all, his system is still very honest, although sometimes he may be greedy for money and slack off on work. But it is a regular system anyway, and it will not harm the host. It is actually quite good to have such a guarantee. At least you don't have to worry about dying at the hands of the system one day. With the system's guarantee, Li Jin felt more confident and gave the order directly. Yuer, how many days are left? Meng Yu quickly said, 5 more days. Li Jin lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, Yuan, pass on my order immediately. Order all submarines of the Pacific Fleet and the Atlantic Fleet to approach the coast of the Melaga Empire immediately. Notify the Aerospace Fleet and have them park above New Moon City. Tell them I only have one request. Within an hour, their missiles will bomb the Melaga people back to the Stone Age. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration. After all, Melaga has a vast territory. Even Big Ivan would need hundreds of bombs to bomb it into the ground, not to mention the million-ton bombs. After all, it would take more than 20 bombs to flatten an island of 378,000 square kilometers. You can imagine the area of millions of square kilometers. Liang Yuan's expression immediately became serious, and he nodded and said, "I'll go pass the message right away." After Liang Yuan left, Li Jin turned to look at Luo Nian and said, "Let Li Yu prepare for the turnaround. Let's set off today." Chapter 163 Cake? Crazy Abraham. Melika Empire. The official residence of the head of state. Poker returned to his office with a constipated look on his face. He looked at Lena with a dissatisfied look on his face and said, "Ms. Lena, don't you know that it is very rude to disturb someone who is on vacation?" "Mr. Yuan," Li Jin agrees. At this time, Lena didn't care whether Poke was satisfied or not, so she spoke directly. Poker, who was expressing his dissatisfaction, suddenly seemed to have something blocking his throat and spoke in a huff. It was not until a long time had passed that Poker said in disbelief, "You said he agreed?" Lena nodded vigorously. Poker stared at Lena to confirm again and again that what he heard was true. He couldn't help but stand up and waved his hands and exclaimed, "My God, how is this possible? Isn't he afraid that we will detain him? Is his brain broken?" Lena looked at Poke, who was dancing there speechlessly. She didn't know whether Li Jin's brain was broken or not, but the brain of the man in front of her must be broken. I couldn't help but say in a more serious tone, "Mr. Yuan Xian, what should we do now? Li Jin's plane should have taken off." Poker was stunned. "So fast?" Lena said helplessly. "Mr. Yuan Xian, you may not know much about Li Jin. He always does things in a swift and decisive manner and never gives people a chance to speak." To be honest, when he heard that he was about to meet Li Jin, Poke's adrenaline suddenly surged. This was a well-known legendary figure, and even though he was now the head of the Manga Empire, he still felt a little nervous. Fortunately, Poker was not stupid, otherwise he would not have reached this position. After calming down, he immediately ordered, "Ms. Lena, please make arrangements immediately. I want to rush to New Moon City right away. Also, notify the garrison near New Moon City in JC and have them prepare immediately." As soon as Poker finished giving the order, he suddenly thought of something and said, "No, put New Moon City under martial law immediately. All the people from the JC department should be mobilized, and sufficient police force should be deployed at all intersections. Yes, we also need to deploy all the commanding heights and dangerous points." Poker was still a little worried when he said this, and after thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? Let the JC, the military, and the intelligence agencies jointly take charge of the security work. At every duty point, people from all three parties must be present." Because Poke thought that Li Jin had once slaughtered the Melika Navy, and if someone in the army was unhappy, he might cause trouble again. As for why we don't just use JC and intelligence personnel, we have the same considerations. After all, too many Melika people died at the hands of Li Jin. Who knows whose relatives are among them? He doesn't want to take the risk. As for what Poke just said about detention, it's just some bullshit. If you detain someone, will the power under his command disappear? Li Jin is not the ruler of a small force or a small country who can hold his hands and do whatever they want with him. What do Westerners say? Although they are all raw meat eaters, they have one thing in common. They respect the strong and even rush to kowtow to them. For Westerners, the strong are justice, the strong are truth. And Li Jin is the strongest one. Even their Manga Empire was suppressed and couldn't raise its head. Now, Li Jin suddenly came to their territory. How could the treatment be low? After giving all the possible instructions at once, Poke then breathed a sigh of relief. Lena, who was standing next to him, surprisingly didn't say anything. It was obvious that she also thought that Poke's action was necessary. If anything happened to Li Jin and the Manga Empire, they would be in big trouble. At this time, Lena suddenly regretted her idea because there were too many variables and they could not predict what would happen tomorrow. But there is one thing in common. Li Jin must not get into trouble in their country. Of course, they also understood that since Li Jin dared to come, he had already made all the preparations, and this was exactly what they were worried about. Since the continuous wars with Han and Tang, although the Manga Empire still regards itself as the world's most powerful country, some countries have clearly become disobedient. What if some countries have ulterior motives and want to take advantage of others? Wouldn't they be unlucky for the rest of their lives? Ringing. Just then, the bell on the desk suddenly rang. Poke was stunned. Who would call it this time? Then his face darkened. He had already figured out who it was. Although he was extremely uncomfortable, he did not hesitate. He walked quickly to the desk and picked up the phone. Paul's voice came from inside immediately. I heard Li Jin is coming. Poker said hurriedly, Yes, Mr. Paul. I have given the order now. Please ensure the safety of Han Tang and his group. Very good. Paul was obviously very satisfied with Poke's handling of the situation. Captain Poke, I'm here to convey the Brotherhood's opinions to you. Poke's expression immediately became serious. He knew exactly what the Brotherhood stood for. It could be said that the Brotherhood is the god of the Manga Empire. What they say is final, and what they say is law. Even the head of state is a consumable in their eyes. Mr. Paul, please speak. Captain Poker, our Brotherhood has only one request. We must ensure Li Jin's safety and not let anyone take advantage of it. You should know how crazy Li Jin is. Don't put your hope in the kindness of a madman. I don't think you want to be Melaga's sinner. Poker nodded quickly and said, Mr. Paul, please rest assured, I know what to do. We have the same idea on this point. Poker hung up the phone, then looked at Lena, who was following closely beside him, and said, Did you hear that? Mr. Paul takes Li Jin very seriously. Lena nodded and couldn't help but feel relieved. With the big brothers of the fraternity backing them up, it would be much easier for them to take any action they wanted. Ms. Lena, go prepare for your transfer immediately. We have to rush to New Moon City immediately. Just when Poke and others were busy, in a luxurious manner outside New Moon City, Abraham was sitting with a few hook-nosed men when he heard one of the men with a beer belly say in dissatisfaction, Mr. Abraham, the Melika government is urging us to update our machines and develop new products every day. This money is like throwing it into a bottomless pit. There's no bottom in sight. Although there is military procurement, the money won't be as fast as starting a war. Think about 2 years ago, we bought so many weapons that we couldn't even hold our breath. But now, in order to guard against that damn Li Jin, the Meliga people have put away their claws. If they don't make trouble everywhere, how can we make money? That's right. If this world is not in chaos, how can we Abrahams make money? Abraham, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned. What on earth do you want to do? Chapter 164, Plan 001. The beer-bellied man immediately showed a look of joy on his face because he could hear the dissatisfaction with the Meliga Empire from Abraham's tone, and he quickly took the opportunity to say, Mr. Bohan, our meaning is actually very simple. Only by keeping Li Jin and the Meliga Empire can we maximize our interests. Abraham's originally gloomy face immediately showed a look of astonishment, and he looked at the man with a beer belly in disbelief. Sherlock, you're crazy. If Li Jin died in Melika, the whole world would be in chaos. It may even lead to a nuclear war. Do you want to destroy our home? The man with a beer belly, Sherlock, looked nonchalant and spread his hands. Mr. Bonham, don't you think the world has been silent for too long? Only by causing chaos in the whole world can we obtain huge wealth. As for whether this world will be destroyed, does it have anything to do with us? I just know that we won't die. Shylock's crazy words made Abraham feel a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that his fellow Abrahams would be so crazy for wealth. Then a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth, because he suddenly remembered that he seemed to be one of them. When I was young, I was even crazier than these people. His presence was present in every foreign war waged by the Meliga Empire. But he is old now, over 110 years old, and doesn't want to go through so much trouble anymore. I just want to enjoy the remaining 20 or 30 years. But when they thought about the fact that Paul and other local factions had begun to become alienated from them, without the support of these local forces, the Brotherhood of Abraham would probably fall apart in an instant. This was definitely not what he wanted to see, and he immediately made up his mind. Sherlock is right. Only when the world is in chaos can everyone be tied to the chariot of their Ross family. Mr. Bram, people from the Kingdom of Abraham have just come here. The Kingdom of Guava has obtained a large number of advanced weapons from somewhere, and the Kingdom's army is now losing ground. They want Meliga to send troops to help them. Upon hearing this, Bohan shook his head and said, It's out of the question. Our people have already found out that all this is Li Jin's fault. I don't need to say more about Li Jin's strength. The Meliga military will never offend a powerful enemy for the sake of the Abrahamic kingdom. If we want to solve this problem, We must first solve Li Jin. As long as we get rid of him, everything will be solved. Sherlock and the several bigwigs present looked at each other and said word by word. Then kill him. Abraham's expression also became serious at this time. Sherlock, this matter is left to you. The code name is 001. As he said this, Abraham's expression became even colder. Since Li Jin dares to come, let's keep him here forever. Sherlock quickly stood up and said, Mr. Bonham, I will give the order immediately. Since the decision had been made, there was no point in discussing other matters. After Abraham and his companions said a few words, they immediately dispersed. After everyone left, Abraham sat in his seat, his face somewhat gloomy and uncertain. Suddenly he stood up and said to the old servant who was standing by the table with his head bowed, Prepare the special plane. Tonight we fly to the Gallic Empire. Li Jin's reputation was too great, no matter whether Sherlock and the others could kill him or not. Melika will become a place of trouble. It would be wise to leave now. The most important thing is that you can clear yourself of suspicion. What Abraham could never have imagined was that his most trusted servant did not immediately prepare a special plane for him, but walked out of the meeting room quickly and came to a corridor in the manor. At this time, a white man dressed in the same way was walking slowly down the corridor, dragging a large box. At the moment when the two passed each other, the servant calmly threw a small black ball into the groove of the big box. There were a dozen small balls of the same color inlaid in the groove. The two men passed each other, and the white man calmly patted the big box, as if he was brushing off the dust. The beads thrown by the servant were just embedded into the groove. As usual, the white man dragged the big box through layers of security checks and came to the outside of the manor. He loaded the big box onto a pickup truck and then drove away. Over the Pacific Ocean, the Jukuan aerospace mothership. Li Jin was very interested in visiting the deck of the aerospace carrier under the guidance of Sher Kong. Standing on the edge of the deck, looking at the magnificent sea below, then I reached out and pressed forward as if I were pressing on rubber. Soft and elastic. But no matter how Li Jin looked, there was nothing in front of him, but his hand could clearly feel the presence of a barrier. Seeing Li Jin's curious expression, Sher Kong hurriedly explained, General, our previous aerospace carriers were open air. If you want to work on the deck, you need to wear a special constant pressure suit and carry oxygen. Some time ago, the Academy of Sciences successfully developed an aerospace support system that can convert quantum into energy shields. Our 4 aerospace carriers have all been equipped with this shield. It's like a constant pressure chamber, allowing our staff to work in the open air. Li Jin asked, What about the planes? How do they fly out? Zhang Kai hurriedly said, General, this shield is intelligently controlled. It will automatically open a hole when the plane is about to take off and will not cause any damage to the plane. Li Jin's face was full of smiles. It seemed that he was right to invite these experts back. General, just when Li Jin was about to continue turning, Liang Yuan hurried over and said, The Intelligence Department just sent a message that the descendants of Abraham in the Manga Empire Brotherhood are plotting to assassinate you, General. Director Zhang asked if we should send someone to arrest them. Li Jin shook his head and said, No, it would be too boring to do it at this time. Let them be happy for a while. When we get there, they will start crying. Just notify Zhang Geng and the others to keep a close watch. Don't do anything else. I want to see who dares to jump out this time. The pot I prepared this time is a bit big. I'm afraid there won't be enough rice. 2 years. I haven't moved my muscles for 2 years. If I don't move, I'm afraid they will rust. This time he wanted to let everyone in the world know that his reputation as the living king of hell would not be useless after 2 years. Oh, by the way, tell Zhang Geng to keep a close eye on them. It's best to follow the clues and dig out as many people as possible. Yes, General. At this time, Sher Kong came over and said, General, we are approaching the Melagus Sea. Li Jin nodded. Is the plane ready? Sher Kong hurriedly said, General, we are ready. Then let's go. After saying that, he turned around and led everyone towards a Quinjet transport that was already on standby on the deck. A few minutes later, a Quinjet transport suddenly appeared not far from the waters of the Melaga Empire and was immediately captured by the Melaga Empire's radar. In an instant, the top leaders of the entire Melaga Empire became nervous and turned their attention to the images sent by the satellite. But when everyone saw what was on the satellite image, their eyes widened instantly. Oh my God, Chapter 165, Mysterious Discovery. What the hell is that? In the five-star building of the Manga Empire, the new Chief of Staff Stanley said with a look of horror. When the three Quinjets appeared on the satellite screen, there was a wave into space, and a huge monster flashed across the screen, but the time was too short. It only took a split second. It happened to be seen by the sharp-eyed Stanley, which led to the exclamation, "just now." But his voice did not attract attention in the war room, because everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't see what Stanley saw, but were shocked by the three big guys who suddenly appeared on the screen. This is Quinn style. People from Kyushu have copied it. A combat staff officer at the console looked at the familiar, yet strange things on the screen and stammered. The famous Marvel world is well known in the Manga Empire, or even in the whole world. As long as there is an internet connection, everyone knows it. It was so shocking and incredible that the things inside suddenly appeared in the real world. Brooke, replay the 033 satellite footage for me. Just when everyone was dumbfounded, the operations officer in charge of satellite communication was kicked in the butt. Turning my head. Then he saw Stanley standing behind him with a stern face. He quickly stood at attention. "Yes, General Stanley." Then he sat down on the chair and started operating the machine, and the satellite image immediately began to move backwards. Slow down, slow down, slow down a bit." Stanley stared at the screen intently and kept giving orders. Just as the screen was about to rewind to the scene he saw, there was a crackling sound and a series of sparks suddenly shot out from the host, and then the operations room went dark. "Fuck, damn it, what happened?" Stanley's angry voice immediately rang out in the operations room, echoing in the dark operations room. The sudden power outage did not cause any commotion in the war room. In the view of the combat staff, this is the base camp of the Manga Empire, and it is impossible for the enemy to come here to cause damage. Really? In just 20 seconds, the lights in the operations center came on again. Stanley suppressed the urge to kill someone, turned to Brooke, who was sitting in front of the computer, and said, "Continue." Brooke quickly turned on the computer again. But what made Stanley crazy was that the computer responsible for satellite transmission crashed and could not be opened at all. "Fuck, damn you son of a bitch. Use the backup computer." Stanley, who was furious, couldn't help but curse a few times, and then roared at Brooke. Brooke was shocked by Stanley's anger. He quickly got up and walked to a nearby computer, opened it, and his face immediately turned pale because the satellite image was blank. There was nothing. Bang, bang. The sound of banging tables was heard immediately in the operations center. "Damn it, Nick, what the hell is going on? Why is there a power outage? Where's our backup power supply?" A colonel who had just walked into the operations room was startled by Stanley's roar. Standing upright, reporting to General Stanley, "There is a minor malfunction in the wiring of the headquarters building. The repairs have been completed." Bang! The sound of slapping the table sounded again. "Where's the backup power supply? Why didn't it start immediately? Even if the first backup power source fails, what about the second and third ones?" The officer said, "General Stanley, our backup power supply has reached the end of its service life and cannot be used anymore." "Fuck, why not change it?" The officer spread his hands helplessly. "General, we have submitted the replacement budget to Congress many times, but they were all rejected. Without money, those damn Abraham people won't give us batteries." Stanley was speechless. What kind of place is the five-star building? Such a stupid thing could happen in such an important place. Has the Manga Empire fallen to this point? Fuck, these damn bastards should all be court-martialed. Unfortunately, Stanley could only curse a few words to vent his anger. He couldn't afford to offend any of these noble congressmen. Then, Stanley suddenly felt something stuck in his throat, as if something had just happened to him. Stanley's eyes suddenly lit up because he thought of the satellite in the sky, but it didn't wait for him to speak. An officer hurried in and reported, "General Stanley, the Satellite Control Administration has just sent a message that the 033 satellite over the Pacific Ocean has suddenly malfunctioned and is temporarily unavailable. Let's change the channel." Stanley was stunned. Isn't the 033 satellite the one they used to observe Li Jin's satellite? It's suddenly broken now? And coincidentally, their computer also broke down. Was it because of what he had just discovered? But how did Li Jin know that? Could it be that? Stanley showed a look of shock in his eyes, and the eyes of the people around him were suddenly full of suspicion. New Moon City International Airport. President Pak of Melika, along with a group of senior officials from the president's palace, arrived early in a conference room in the airport's central control building. Chief Security Advisor Lena whispered in Poker's ear, "President, I think letting Vice President Bear go to greet Li Jin is a sign of sincerity. You don't have to go there in person." Poke didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lena. His extremely deep gaze made Lena feel her whole body tighten, and a chill rose from her spine. After a shiver, Lena's mouth immediately closed tightly, not daring to say another word. "Mr. Yuan, Li Jin is here." Chapter 166, The Leader in Urgent Need of Peeing. When Poke heard that Li Jin was coming, he immediately turned around and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and saw 3 sci-fi-looking planes roaring in from the northwest. Hovering directly above the airport, with an extremely flexible posture, they looked like 3 eagles soaring in the sky. Poke couldn't help rubbing his eyes, looking carefully, and after observing again and again, he immediately opened his mouth wide. I saw that the 3 aircraft did not glide and land on the runway. It fell vertically. While Poker was in a daze, he landed steadily at the airport. "Führer, it's time for us to go over there," Lena reminded quietly from the side. Poker came back to his senses and said in disbelief, "Ms. Lena, am I seeing things? Is that a quinch?" Lena said solemnly, "Mr. Yuan, the intelligence department discovered this type of aircraft flying around the world 2 years ago, but they never took any photos and could not prove their existence, so they did not report it to you. I didn't expect that Li Jin would not hide this time and fly directly over here. Maybe they have already achieved mass production of this type of aircraft." Poker frowned slightly. Has the technology of the Han and Tang Islands already developed to this level? You can even make things for movies? Lena's expression was a little ugly for a moment. "Mr. President, you may not know that when President Tobias was in power, Li Jin sent people to rob scientific research talent from all over the world. He has kidnapped at least a quarter of our elite personnel in the Manga Empire. In order to avoid causing unrest, Mr. Tobias directly blocked the news, and the matter was left unresolved. In terms of real scientific researchers, the current Han and Tang dynasties are no worse than us, and may even have more." Poker's face suddenly turned dark. Damn it, how many things is this country hiding from him? While the two were talking, a group of people had already arrived at the concierge area set up on the runway. What surprised Poker was that Li Jin's car was not parked at the concierge area they had set up, but on another runway thousands of meters away. This is actually a trick played by the Manga Empire. Because this concierge area is right under the terminal, Poker and his team are right there as soon as they go out, and after Li Jin stops on the runway, I still have to walk 500 to 600 meters to get here. In this way, the greatness of the Manga Empire was immediately highlighted. But no one expected that Li Jin would not play by the rules. What to do? Should they let Li Jin's plane glide over? Or should they go over? Poker was so confused that he almost cursed out loud. This damn guy Li Jin caused trouble for him as soon as he arrived. After a while, Poker said seriously, "Lena, go and pass the order immediately. The honor guard should move forward immediately. I think General Li and his men are not familiar with the road and have gone astray. As the host, we naturally have to go and greet them." Poker spoke in a high-sounding manner, but his face did not show any happiness at all. Lena also knew what Poke was thinking, so she quickly nodded and agreed, then turned and left. 10 minutes later, Poker and his team finally arrived in front of Li Jin's private plane. A distance of more than 1,000 meters, or more than 2 miles, is not a short distance for an old man like Poke. His feet were almost numb from walking, and his face naturally didn't look very good. Just then, the door of the Quinjet opened, and Poke immediately rubbed his face and smiled. Then I saw a figure striding out of the cabin door, walking like a dragon or a tiger, with an imposing manner. Li Jin is a well-known overlord anyway. He has appeared in public quite a lot. Although Poker has never met Li Jin, he has seen his photos. So, I knew who the person was at first sight. I lifted my legs and walked forward involuntarily, and the passionate music started playing. "General Li, welcome to the Manga Empire." Poker was the first to extend his hand. Li Jin walked over with his head held high, also smiling, stretched out his hand, and shook Poker's hand vigorously, then patted Poker's shoulder and said, "I was so happy to receive the invitation from President Poker that I didn't sleep all night. I flew here directly." Poke's expression became strange when he shook hands with Li Jin. His face seemed to move on its own, and his lips kept trembling. His face also turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Generally, we should go. Li Jin then let go of Poker's hand, clapped his hands, and said, Captain Poker, please. Poke looked at his 5 fingers tightly pressed together and the severe pain that came from time to time, and he couldn't help but want to howl. Just looking at the officials and honor guard around him, Poke forced himself to endure it. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this time, the others had already focused all their attention on Li Jin and didn't pay any attention to Poke's expression. Even the security staff couldn't help but glance in the direction of Li Jin. This person is a legendary figure, very famous. No one is not curious. Otherwise, why is it said that Melika is a country full of heroic sentiments? Li Jin obviously killed so many of them. Many officials present had stars in their eyes, and even the soldiers in the honor guard were not surprised. If they were in Kyushu, they would have been scolded to death long ago. Of course, these are nothing. After reviewing the guard of honor accompanied by Poke, Li Jin walked towards the protocol desk facing the media. Li Jin, I love you so much. I am dying. The crazy shouting made Li Jin stunned. Only then did he realize that the Melaga people on both sides of the carpet were looking at him fanatically. Their fiery gazes made Li Jin want to tighten his clothes. Although he didn't understand these messy bird languages, the Melaga Empire had only a history of 200 or 300 years, and the language was not as profound as that of Kyushu, so he could only repeat a few sentences over and over again. Li Jin is very familiar with them. Besides, you can tell from the expressions of these people that it feels like they are welcoming a superstar. Li Jin was stunned for a moment and ignored him, feeling a little awkward with Poke and others nearby. Were these idiots sent by God to make people laugh? Liking your enemy is not only unreasonable, it is also extremely stupid. I didn't see there were so many reporters. How embarrassing. Poker tried hard to resist the urge to send his soldiers to smash them to death, but he couldn't hold back the anger on his face. He had to force a smile. For a time, the pain in his body and the anger in his heart were intertwined on Poke's face, making people feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at it. At this time, Li Jin, who was walking in front, glanced at Poke inadvertently. Seeing Poke's extremely uncomfortable look, he said kindly, Captain Poker, if you need to pee urgently, go now. You're already this old. Don't hold it in and do something bad. Chapter 167. See, I like to choose my own. Poke couldn't help but pause for a moment. Seeing Li Jin's strange look, his face immediately turned green, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Damn it, how come a thief is so good at crying thief? But when I thought about the fact that I was the host and couldn't lose my composure, I could only cheer myself up in my heart. He was a civilized person, and I couldn't be angry. I absolutely couldn't be angry. Poker finally realized that this damn guy was just looking for trouble. But the more this happened, the more Poke dared not to offend Li Jin. This is what is called the must-have-a-conspiracy theory. Now he just wants to get rid of this evil star as soon as possible. Poker slowed down his pace, falling a few steps behind Li Jin, and whispered to Lena, who was following closely. Notify them immediately and tell them that the Alliance Conference will be held at 12 o'clock today. Lena nodded. As an Ivy League figure in Melika's political circles, she immediately understood Poke's intention. General Li. Poker quickened his pace and came to Li Jin, smiling and saying, The Alliance Conference is scheduled to be held at 12 o'clock today. It's almost 11 o'clock now. Should we rush over immediately? Li Jin, who was carrying an automatic translator, naturally had no objection and nodded indifferently. Ugh. Poker's anxiety immediately subsided, and he couldn't help but smile. For a moment, I didn't care about the principle of equality. He leaned forward slightly and raised his hand like a waiter, making a please gesture. Generally, this way, please. Then he took Li Jin to the convoy not far away. Li Jin is a person of status, after all. Naturally, it was impossible to use the vehicles provided by the Melaga people. The other 2 Quinjet transport planes he brought were for transporting these vehicles. All of them are military off-road vehicles produced in Han and Tang dynasties. In fact, they are the Han and Tang versions of the Predator, Li Jin's favorite. Half an hour later, Alliance Headquarters building. Li Jin got off the train and stood on the wide Union Square. In the middle was the towering Union Headquarters building. At this time, the entire Union Square has been put under martial law, and heavily armed police officers are everywhere. Li Jin adjusted his jacket and walked directly towards the headquarters building without waiting for Poke, who was walking quickly behind him. Damn it! Poker, who had been catching up with Li Jin, looked at him walking away on his own. I felt my fingers again, and they were still in unbearable pain. I couldn't help but feel so angry that I even wanted to just wave goodbye and leave, but when I thought of the troublemakers in this building, if he wasn't here, and he and Li Jin did something earth-shattering again, it would be too late to regret it. Poker turned his head and glared at the culprit. Only then did he quicken his pace and catch up. Li Jin has already reached the main entrance of the headquarters building. When several security guards standing at the door saw Li Jin coming, they hurried to the door and opened the glass door. Then hold your head high, stand at attention, and salute. His eyes were full of reverence. For countries like Manga that have been taught a lesson by Li Jin is a living devil. But for those countries in dire straits, Li Jin is a banner of resistance to imperial hegemony. The soldiers standing guard in front of the headquarters building today were recruited from a small country ravaged by war. Needless to say, their attitude is well worth the effort. Li Jin nodded to the soldiers on both sides with a smile. As soon as I walked through the gate, I saw a skinny old man walking over with a group of people. He just happened to bump into Li Jin. The old man in the lead was stunned when he saw Li Jin. A Jojo man walking behind the old man hurried forward and stretched out his hands to Li Jin. Oh, General Li. I am Zhang Kun, the Kyushu Empire's commissioner at the Alliance headquarters. When Li Jin saw that it was one of his own, he couldn't help but smile and reached out to shake hands with Zhang Kun. The foreign old man who was in the lead also reacted at this time and quickly stretched out his hands and said, General Li Jin, welcome to the Alliance headquarters. See it. This is the privilege of the strong. As long as you are strong, you'll be treated like God no matter where you are. At this time, Li Jin also changed his previous tough style and suddenly became polite. He nodded to the skinny old man, then stretched out his hand and touched the old man. Mr. August, I have seen your name countless times in certain places. Oga was originally very happy that Li Jin knew his name, but Li Jin's indifferent attitude made him feel uneasy. Some of them are not clear. Why does this great devil Li seem to be indifferent to him? For a time, this made him a little uneasy. He was so enthusiastic in entertaining Li Jin. In fact, I have my own little thoughts. The purpose is to let Li Jin and the Melika people play against each other, so that the Alliance can benefit from it, or the other Western countries behind him. Didn't they say there was going to be a meeting? Should we go in? Agu finally came to his senses and enthusiastically led the way. This person also looked away. No matter why Li Jin disliked him, as long as Li Jin and the Melika people didn't get along, it was the best news for him. At this time, Poke also walked in from outside the door, and just in time saw Li Jin surrounded by people, and he was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Fuck! This was originally his treatment, but after Li Jin came, he became someone raised by his stepmother. Li Jin and his group had already arrived at the conference hall of the Alliance headquarters. As soon as you step into the hall, suddenly, there was a burst of warm applause. Li Jin looked around calmly. They were all envoys from small countries, looking at him enthusiastically. It was this one glance that frightened the Western envoys who did not stand up immediately. They all stood up and applauded, seemingly more vigorously than those who had started clapping earlier, and they looked like they would not stop until their hand were broken. But Li Jin was in no mood to pay attention to them, and instead cast his gaze towards the 5 seats in the center of the circular hall. There was a person sitting there at this time. Li Jin turned his head and asked Zhang Kun, who was following behind him. Which guy is that? Zhang Kun quickly explained. General Li, he is John Kingdom's special envoy Williams. Li Jin nodded, and August, who was standing on the right side of Li Jin, said quickly, General Li, let me take you to your position. Li Jin glanced at Agu. He said calmly, No, I like to find my own seat. Chapter 168, one word. Find your own seat? Agu, who was standing behind Li Jin, was stunned at first, and then his face changed. Li Jin is going to cause trouble. Agu was about to speak in a hurry, but Li Jin had already strode towards Williams Fornack, the special envoy of the Kingdom of John. Fornack, who had just sat down, looked at Li Jin walking towards him, and his body suddenly tensed up. What does it mean to be intimidating without being angry? This is what I'm talking about, Li Jin now. Just thinking about what Li Jin did in the past is enough to scare people to death. Obviously, this Fornack knew how powerful Li Jin was. When Li Jin was about to reach his seat, he couldn't help but stand up. General Fernac was about to speak. Li Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Phonic's collar, and immediately lifted him up. With a little effort, Fernac was immediately thrown out and fell flat on his face in the middle of the hall. I fainted from the pain. Li Jin sat down in the seat where Fernac had just sat. For a time, the entire conference room was in complete silence, and everyone stared at Li Jin in amazement. The alliance has been established for hundreds of years, and countless big names have come here. Only Li Jin is so tough that he is the only one in the world. Cough. At this moment, a light cough suddenly exploded in the silent hall, bringing the stunned crowd back to their senses. Cough. Li Jin coughed again. Didn't you say we were going to have a meeting? Isn't it time to start? Everyone just woke up from their dream and sat down in their seats. At this time, Fernac, who was thrown down by Li Jin, also stumbled to his feet. Pity. The show that some people like to watch did not happen. Forget about doing anything to Li Jin. He didn't even dare to look at Li Jin and just staggered away. In no mood, Fernac had just taken a few steps when Li Jin's voice rang out from behind him. Hey, I'm talking to you. What do you think the League Conference is? A toilet? Come when you want. Leave when you want. Just find a place to squat down. Although Li Jin did not seem unhappy, his face was calm. But the indifference in his words made Fernac shudder. He instantly remembered the miserable appearance of Prue Empire, who was beaten by Li Jin and cried for his parents. How could he dare to lose his temper? He could only find a place to sit down obediently. Only then did Li Jin realize that the hall was somewhat quiet. The way people looked at him was the same way he looked at his teacher when he was a child, reserved and at a loss. Li Jin smiled and said, Dear delegates, I just came here. I'm only here to listen in at the invitation of Mr. Poker, the head of the Melican state. You can just say what you want. I'm just here to take a look. Don't worry about me. After Li Jin finished speaking, he leaned back and stopped talking. At this time, Poke also walked over quietly and sat directly in his seat. I know it's been a long time. When everyone saw that Li Jin really had no intention of participating, the atmosphere gradually eased. Agu, chairman of the Alliance Conference, hurriedly walked up to the podium in the center, said a few opening words, and started the annual Alliance Grievance Conference. Not long after Agu went on, a representative from an African country walked up to him and started talking a lot. Through the translator, Li Jin realized that the country was suffering from an unprecedented drought, which had killed hundreds of thousands of people. He hoped that the Alliance could provide some material support to their country. Unfortunately, everyone present had a blank expression on their faces. Some lowered their heads, while others had dull eyes, looking dazed. Except for Zhang Kuan and a few countries that clearly expressed their support, no one was interested at all, which made the people on the stage feel embarrassed, and they could only walk away in shame. Then a few Africans came up. Most of them were crying poor and pitiful, but unfortunately the Western countries below were all cannibals and wanted to take food from them. You have to ask yourself first, do you have oil? Do you have minerals? No? Just go away. Fortunately, some countries such as Kyushu responded positively, so these countries did not return disappointed, otherwise the alliance would have fallen apart long ago. Li Jin was almost drowsy while sitting in the chair. He had no feelings about these countries at all. He is not a saint. He just wants to manage his own piece of land well. Time passed by minute. Just when Li Jin was about to take out his phone out of boredom, a white-haired midwinter man suddenly walked onto the stage. After standing in front of the podium, he suddenly took out a document and began to speak. It turned out that this man was a special envoy of the Kingdom of Damasico. What he was accusing today was that Western countries had imposed sea, land and air embargoes and economic sanctions on the Kingdom of Damasico on the grounds of rampant terrorism. What is unexpected is that the white-haired old man had just spoken a few words when several envoys sitting next to Li Jin stood up impatiently, looking like they were about to leave. Li Jin fronat suddenly. Bang! Then there was a sound of slapping the table, which scared everyone in the hall. The Western people who were originally planning to leave also stopped to look. It's Li Jin. Li Jin stood up and looked at the envoys who were about to leave and said coldly, I say, is your father dead? Or is your mother dead? You're in such a hurry to leave. Or is it that your brains are crazy and not working properly? They have completely forgotten the most basic principles of morality and honor. How about this? Li Jin suddenly raised his voice. As long as you admit that you are not human, but beast, you can crawl out of here. I, Li Jin, will never stop you. Li's rough tone made several Western envoys who were planning to leave blush. General Li Jin, it's our freedom to leave or not. I don't think we need your consent. Fernak, who was knocked unconscious by Li Jin just now, finally couldn't help it and said with a gloomy face. Li Jin smiled slightly and looked Fernak up and down several times. Just when Fernak was feeling uncomfortable being stared at, Li Jin's expression suddenly darkened, staring at Fernak, and said, I now suspect that you are a member of a terrorist organization. Guard, Li Jin shouted loudly. Catch him for me. Fernak's face suddenly changed. Li Jin, what do you want to do? I am from the Kingdom of John. You have no right to arrest me. Li Jin smiled coldly. You can all use trumped-up charges to sanction other countries. So why can't I arrest you? Fernak was immediately furious. His head was buzzing, and he almost fainted. Chapter 169, The Troublemaker, is here. At this moment, several guards walked in from outside. Catch him for me. Li Jin repeated what he had just said. The guards who came in were stunned. Of course they knew Fernak, the envoy of one of the big bosses of the Alliance. Not to mention the super boss Li Jin. You can know about his great achievements by just surfing the internet. Several people were at a loss for a moment, and quickly looked at August. But August had already lowered his head, as if to say, there's something wrong with my ears. He didn't dare to offend either of these two big guys. Fernak couldn't help but smile when he saw this, but Li Jin's next words made his body stiffen. Then Li Jin said slowly, Why? My words don't work in the Alliance. This simple sentence made the air in the entire hall stagnate instantly, and people dared not even breathe. Aga was even more nervous. Why was this big guy so awesome? He dared to do anything. Several guards panicked at this time, and suddenly remembered what was said on the internet about taking all the big and small ones and killing them all. Thinking of this, the guards dared not delay and walked towards Fernak obediently. In fact, even Fernak, the instigator, was panicking at this time, so when the guards caught him, he followed them very cooperatively without any hesitation. Those small steps even carried a hint of joy. Keep going, Li Jin said as he looked at the white-haired old man on the stage. As for the other representatives who had just stood up to leave, they had already returned to their seats in dejection. The white-haired old man looked at the smiling Li Jin, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. A weak country has no diplomacy, and this is vividly demonstrated on the world stage. Being ignored, rudely interrupted, or kicked off the stage is commonplace. The reason why the old man can hold on until now is that he hopes the truth will emerge. After so many years, someone finally speaks for them. For a time, a myriad of emotions surged into the old man's heart, leaving him speechless for a moment. Li Jin was very sympathetic to the old man's mentality. He had seen too many such things in his previous life. Poke Fuhrer. Li Jin suddenly turned his head to look at Poker and said slowly, Some people in your country say they are terrorists. Do you have any evidence? As a powerful nation, even if Melica doesn't uphold the chivalry of your ancestors, it won't degenerate into banditry, right? I believe you Melica people would not be like those beasts who talk about humanitarianism and peace in public, but steal and rob in secret. Poke, who was sitting next to Li Jin, was barraged with sarcasm and ridicule from Li Jin. His face flushed red, and he wanted to retort, but seeing Li Jin's half-smile, I'm afraid it's a trap. In desperation, he could only say, General Li, I will send someone to find out. Learn, Li Jin asked back. That means your accusation is not sufficient. In that case, lift your blockade immediately. And what about that bullshit embargo? As a pioneer in the civilized world, how can we go backwards? Li Jin paused for a moment and said, I've made the decision for you. Do you have any objections? Poker nodded quickly and said, General Li Jin is right. We didn't think it through. We will lift the blockade right now. Li Jin then showed a satisfied smile on his face, and with this smile, the originally depressing atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively. Poker and others who were sitting near Li Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Poke realized that his back was soaked. It was not until this time that Poker noticed a problem. From the moment Li Jin landed in the Melica Empire, he had lost his voice, and everything was controlled by Li Jin. This is the influence of power. Because 2 years ago, the world's largest force has shifted from Melica to the Han and Tang Islands. Whether you're willing to admit it or not, this influence has unknowingly affected the entire world. Why are they so nervous about Li Jin's arrival? At first, Poke just thought he was being troublesome, but at this moment he understood that it was fear. What trouble? It is only a problem when others are stronger than you. Otherwise, is it still a problem? Since Poke has surrendered, let alone other countries, they all nodded more decisively than the other. This scene. The white-haired old man on the stage was so excited that he never thought that with just a few simple words, Li Jin could easily give them what their country had been working hard for decades but had not obtained. But Li Jin's next words made the old man extremely happy. Then Li Jin said, "Captain Poker, you have banned him for so many years for no reason, and you don't have any response? How about this? Each of you take out 3 billion Meiyuan and give it to the central bank of the Han and Tang Islands as the reconstruction fee for the Great Mashigo Kingdom. What do you think?" The old man on the stage was already very happy. As for why Li Jin didn't give them the money directly, but insisted on traveling around Han and Tang, everyone present was a smart person and naturally understood Li Jin's intention, which was to let the old man use the money in Han and Tang. The old man was very happy about it. He still had some self-knowledge. This huge sum of tens of billions was not real rescue relief money, but Li Jin's words were worth the money. Another thing, didn't he know what countries like Melika were? They would be killed if they were dragged out. But Li Jin is different. Based on the power that Li Jin just displayed, do these people dare to delay? Really? As soon as Li Jin said this, Poker looked like he had constipation. His face turned red and white, but he finally agreed with difficulty. Okay. The other brothers of Meliga saw that their boss had agreed, and Li Jin was sitting next to them, so they had to bite the bullet and agree even though they were reluctant. They couldn't help but curse the Meliga Empire in their hearts. This time they lost both their wife and their army. Who dares not to give Li Jin the money he wants? Li Jin looked at Poke and the others with a reluctant look. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the Meliga Empire still had no confidence to confront him head-on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious. After the old man, Zhongdong, walked away happily, a yellow-skinned man sitting opposite Li Jin suddenly stood up, walked around the table, and came to the podium in the center, staring straight at Li Jin. "I am Maple Leaf Kingdom's special envoy to the Alliance, Saburo Kimoto. What I want to talk about today is the Han and Tang dynasties' disregard for international law and their attack on Liang. Chip des Stotinu Sidam Blazing Sun." The atmosphere in the hall, which had just become lively, suddenly cooled down and became quiet again. Everyone in the hall looked at Li Jin, and they were all very curious about what Li Jin would do. What disappointed some people who just wanted to watch the fun was that Li Jin just sat there calmly and had no intention of losing his temper at all. Li Jin was not in a hurry, but Poke, who was sitting on the left side of Li Jin, was like an ant on hot pan, looking angrily at Kimoto Saburo on the stage. Damn Maple Leaf Kingdom. Why did he send a descendant of the fiery sun to cause trouble? Did he think he had too much free time? Want to get beaten up? What Poke didn't know was that the head of the Maple Leaf Kingdom was also terrified. Seeing that the hall suddenly became quiet and everyone's eyes were on him, Kimoto Saburo immediately became excited and his voice became even louder. "Dear delegates, although I am a Maple Leaf citizen, I feel obligated to stand up and let all countries know his ugly face when Li Jin blatantly violated international conventions and wantonly slaughtered Liang citizens. As a peace-loving country, Liang has never harmed any country or damaged anyone's interests. Even when they release some water into the sea, they will inform other countries again and again. They have never done anything against their conscience. But such a respectable country was bombed into a wasteland by Li Jin. Tens of millions of Liang people died. What kind of demon is this? Why is he sitting here so pretentiously? We should unite and destroy him." Kimoto Saburo became more and more excited as he spoke. When he thought of his parents who died in the fire, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he looked at Li Jin with resentment. He didn't notice at all that everyone present had lowered their heads, almost covering their ears, as if the person standing on the stage was not a person but a ball of air. I don't know how much time has passed. Kimoto Saburo's voice became hoarse, so he stopped talking. "That's all." Li Jin looked at Kimoto Saburo calmly and said calmly. Kimoto Saburo was stunned. Li Jin is not angry. At this moment, Li Jin's voice sounded again. "Next." Mu Bin was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The Alliance's chairman Agu walked directly to the podium with two people, apparently wanting to pull Mu Bin down. Kimoto Saburo looked at the envoys who were minding their own business below the stage, and no one looked at him straight in the eye. Even their biological father, Poke, the head of the Manga Empire, was lying on his seat with his back turned, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Kimoto was completely dumbfounded. He had already pulled out the fuse, only to find that these bastards all had diarrhea. Talp, talp, talp. Just when Mu Ben was at a loss, a large group of people rushed in from outside the hall, threw Mu Ben to the ground, and arrested him. Baga, what do you want to do? I'm a special envoy of the Maple Leaf Kingdom. You have no right to arrest me. Let me go quickly. Woo-woo. Mu Ben struggled frantically, but his hands were locked tightly by two burly men behind him. A big man next to him saw Mu Ben shouting, looked around, took off his shoes, pulled off a sock, and stuffed it into Mu Ben's mouth. At this time, a middle-aged white man hurried over, bowed, and saluted Li Jin, saying, Generally, we just found out that this Kimoto Saburo is suffering from schizophrenia. He's talking nonsense. Please don't mind. Li Jin took a deep look at the white man and said calmly, Since he is a lunatic, let him go where he should go. Also, since the descendants of Liang in your country love Liang so much, I think we should let them all return to Liang, where they needed. Yes, yes. Please rest assured, General. We at Maple Leaf have no good feelings towards these Sunborn. They're a bunch of filthy fellows. When we return, we will immediately expel all these guys from the country. When the white man saw that Li Jin did not lose his temper, his heart finally calmed down a little, and he spoke quickly. And Kimoto Saburo naturally heard the conversation between the two. All the energy and spirit was gone in an instant. The kingdom of the fiery sun was now a desolate and barren land where people couldn't even get enough food. If they go back, they will starve to death, and they don't know what to do with those people who were implicated by him. Mu Ben couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If there hadn't been someone supporting him, he would have collapsed. Saburo Kimoto still doesn't understand how others can value someone who doesn't even have a country. The farce came to an abrupt end. Li Jin didn't feel anything, but it made many people feel a little sad. Although the kingdom of the fiery sun was not a good thing, it was blasted back to the primitive age by Li Jin, but no one cared, as if this matter did not exist. How different from many of their countries. Then several representatives came to the stage. Perhaps it was because of what happened just now that these people were still in their trance. Everyone spoke with a hollow look on their faces, which made people feel drowsy. At last, after all the representatives had expressed their opinions, August returned to the podium and said something nonsense. Then, he straightened his face and said, Dear representatives, the workload of the Alliance's security forces has increased this year, and the Alliance's budget is no longer sufficient. I wonder if the representatives can make up for the cost of this year's operations. As soon as August's voice fell, while the others were still confused, Poker couldn't wait to say, Okay, after the meeting, I will have the finance department transfer the operation funds to the Alliance's account immediately. Poke is so active because he is afraid that Li Jin will intervene again. If so, he will not only be embarrassed, but will also suffer greater losses. It is better for him to take the initiative and gain a good reputation. Seeing this, other Western countries, even if they were unwilling, could only express their willingness to provide the funds for the operation immediately since their boss had already agreed and Li Jin was watching covetously. All of this opened the eyes of the small countries present and gave them a comprehensive understanding of Li Jin's power. For a time, I don't know how many representatives started to think actively. If they could get close to Li Jin, wouldn't they be rich? 2 hours later, the Alliance conference finally came to an end, and Poker, who had been restless, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The few hours he spent with Li Jin made him feel more tired than being the head of state for 2 years, and he was consuming his brain cells all the time. Chapter 171 Crisis. At the same time, on the top floor of a building 1,500 meters away from the Alliance headquarters, a middle-aged white man in black casual clothes was pointing a ballet-heavy sniper rifle in his hand towards the Alliance headquarters building. This sniper rifle has obviously been modified, or rather the latest model. The scope of a sniper rifle is no longer a traditional scope, but a small LCD screen. On the LCD screen, one can clearly see the entrance of the Alliance headquarters and even the flowers and plants under the steps. Vic, they're already out. At this time, a white man walked in quickly from outside the house. Upon hearing this, the white man who was lying on the ground immediately aimed the light of the LCD sight at the gate of the Alliance headquarters. What the two white men didn't know was that, in a building just opposite him, there were also two white men, but they were not staring at the Alliance headquarters, but in the direction of the two snipers. Captain, it has been confirmed that the Brotherhood has set up 5 sniper points in total, and we have taken control of them all. In addition, these damn white pigs have deployed some troops near the Alliance headquarters, intending to launch a strong attack if the sniping fails. Upon hearing this, the leading white man said, "Notify everyone to keep only this sniper point and clear all other sniper points. General, he still has some use for us." At the gate of the Alliance headquarters, Li Jin enthusiastically pulled Poke out of the door, talking and laughing. If it weren't for the obvious forced smile on Poke's face, others might have thought that the two were brothers in arms. Just as Li Jin and the other man walked out of the door, a bullet shot out from a balcony 1,000 meters away, spinning at high speed and whistling towards where Li Jin was. At the same time as the sniper fired, Li Jin took a step back calmly, falling behind Poke by 1 position, allowing Poke to block him. Li Jin had just stood still when the bullet arrived in an instant and hit Poke's arm directly. The huge impact force instantly broke Poke's arm into several pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It wasn't until his face was covered in blood that Poke reacted. The intense pain made him open his mouth and howl. Others were also startled by the sudden scene, and many of them were stunned on the spot. Li Jin didn't have time to take care of them, so he just found a pillar and hid behind it. Looking at Poker rolling on the ground, he sneered, pressed the earphone in his ear, and whispered, "Kill him." Intelligence personnel like Zhang Geng are naturally no pushovers, and they have already thoroughly investigated Abraham and his team's arrangements. Since these people are so eager to stir up trouble, Li Jin will certainly not give them a chance. Let Poker feel it too. What is excitement? He really wanted to see what Bach, who had witnessed the deaths of 2 heads of state, would do if he encountered the same thing. Buzz buzz. Just as Li Jin was about to stand up, a huge roar suddenly sounded from the sky. Then an aerial gunboat made by the Manga Empire roared over. The people in the Alliance headquarters square still didn't understand what was going on. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets swept down in an instant, and wisps of smoke and dust immediately splashed up on the ground. The frightened representatives had no time to react to what was happening before they were shot into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Li Jin was also confused when he saw the gunboat suddenly appear in the air. Where did this thing come from? Why didn't Zhang Geng and others report it? Fortunately, there was a thick concrete wall where he was, and the bullets from the Vulcan cannon could not reach him at all. Boom! At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly burst out from the square, and flying rocks shot everywhere like bullets, passing over Li Jin's head. The aerial gunboat's howitzer opened fire. "General," Zemo bent over and ran to Li Jin and said, "The intelligence department received incorrect information. The Brotherhood not only deployed snipers and ground troops, but also bought an aerial gunboat. In addition, an unknown number of fighter planes are approaching the Alliance headquarters." Li Jin's face darkened instantly when he heard this. These damn old guys are indeed cunning and treacherous. There's actually a condom inside the trap. It catches people off guard. Damn it. If he hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, he would have been shot into a sieve by the gunboat in the sky. While the two of them were talking, a Ghost Bird fighter plane was already roaring in, and its extremely fast speed did not give the gunboat any chance to resist. 2 missiles were fired directly, and the gunboat in the air was blown into pieces. The fierce gunfire stopped abruptly. Li Jin stood up after seeing this. It was not until this time that the surrounding Myligia JCs reacted and rushed over to protect the representatives of various countries. More than a dozen JCs wanted to come over to Li Jin, but were stopped by Zemo and the guards. Who knows if there are any people with ulterior motives among these people? Li Jin doesn't want to take any risks. The dozen or so Melika JCs who were suddenly stopped in their tracks looked unhappy, just when these people wanted to provoke a few words. The roar of planes was heard again in the sky, and dozens of Quinjet fighter/transport planes roared in. The 2 intimidating Vulcan revolver cannons under the nose of the aircraft completely made these little Karamis lose their temper. Li Jin saw that his men had taken control of the scene. Then he strode towards the direction where Poke was. I don't know if this poker was really lucky, or if some bastards did it on purpose, but all the other people standing in the square were turned into minced meat. Only Poke, who was lying on the ground, was safe and sound. But Poke, who lost an arm, was not in much better condition. He was lying on a stretcher with a pale face and letting medical staff bandage his wound. Li Jin walked over with a gloomy face and stood directly in front of the stretcher, which frightened the depressed Poker. "Captain Poker, I hope you can give me an explanation within 1 day. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, he didn't even give Poke a chance to speak. He just waved his hand and left. Poke's face, which was already extremely pale, lost all its color after being threatened by Li Jin. Just when Poker was distracted, Lena came running over in a hurry. "Prime Minister, the Intelligence Department has just received news that an unidentified ground force is rapidly approaching the Alliance headquarters. 2 fighter squadrons of the Air Force are also approaching us quickly without any orders." Poke's face suddenly turned gloomy when he heard that. Did these damn guys want to kill him too? But when he saw the Quinjet transport hovering in the sky, his expression suddenly became calm. "Carry me to see General Li Jin." Chapter 172, The Special Forces Team's First Battle. When Lena heard that Poker wanted to meet Li Jin, her face immediately fell. As the top person in the president's residence, her only task is to monitor the Führer and not make decisions that would harm the interests of the Brotherhood. Now that Poker is going to see Li Jin, this is clearly against the interests of the brothers. Poker saw that Lena's face suddenly turned cold and naturally understood what she was thinking. He could not help but endure the pain in his arm and raised it in front of Lena's eyes. "See, Paul and the others have already attacked me. As for you, do you think you could get away this time? So many envoys from other countries have been killed. There must be a scapegoat. And me, the great president of Manga, was assassinated in my own country. Do you think you could get away with it?" Lena's face suddenly changed. As a security consultant, she was naturally responsible for something like this. The 2 former heads of state who died committed suicide, so it can be said that they had nothing to do with her. This time is different. It was a premeditated riot, and that alone was a dereliction of duty on her part. While Lena was hesitating, Poker had already urged the soldiers beside him to carry him to find Li Jin. Lena was in a daze for a long time until Poke walked away. Then she came to her senses and hurriedly chased after him. Same as Pokemon. She doesn't want to die either. Li Jin also received the news. His face suddenly darkened. He could have left calmly at this time. But is Li Jin a person who would suffer in silence? Anyone who dares to challenge Tai's sway will go to hell. Just when Li Jin was thinking about how to deal with these guys, Poke came over. "General Li Jin, I hope you can help our Manga Empire get through this difficult time." Li Jin was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on his face. This Poker could climb up the pole. But this is exactly what Li Jin wanted, and he immediately said righteously, "No problem. These damn terrorist organizations are so disregarding of human life. If we don't get rid of them, who knows how many more lives will be slaughtered. Li Jin can't stand this. President Poker, don't worry. As long as I, Li Jin, am here, you will never be in danger." Poker didn't expect Li Jin to agree so readily, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He knew that this was like inviting a wolf into the house, but when he thought about the fact that his life was about to be lost, he couldn't care less. "General Li Jin, I leave everything to you. I will issue an order immediately. The Han and Tang air forces can freely enter and exit the airspace of our Manga Empire." Li Jin smiled, but didn't say anything, but Poker's face turned red as soon as he finished speaking. Because he suddenly remembered, to Han and Tang, the airspace of the Manga Empire was no different from their own backyard. At this time, Zimmo walked over quickly. "General, just got the news that 48M-22 fighter jets of the Manga military are rapidly approaching the New Moon City airspace." Poker's face turned pale, and he looked up at the Quinjet in the sky, a trace of despair in his eyes. More than 40 fighter planes. How can we resist with just a dozen transport planes in the sky? Li Jin glanced at the hopeless Poker, then turned to Zimmo and said, "Let Sher Kong and the others go." "Yes, General." Poker saw that Li Jin was calm. "I can't help but feel a little curious. Even though Li Jin's fighter planes are very powerful, the M-22 fighter planes of the Manga Empire are not to be trifled with. It has completed a new generation of upgrades, and in his opinion, its combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the Ghost Bird fighter jets of the Han and Tang Islands. Besides, there are only 3 Ghost Bird fighters hovering in the sky. The rest are transport planes. Does Li Jin want to use these transport planes to fight against the most advanced fighter jets of the Manga Empire? Just when Poker was confused, the planes that were hovering in the sky suddenly disappeared one by one. He happened to see it clearly, and Poke was so shocked that he sat up and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Jin glanced at the noisy Poke and was too lazy to pay attention to him for a moment because the rioting ground troops had arrived. Looking around, there were dozens of tanks surrounding them from all directions, and behind the tanks there were countless soldiers rushing towards them in off-road vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles. Fuck damn it. Poke naturally also saw the main station tanks outside the square. These were not rioting armed forces at all, but the regular army of the Manga Empire. Are the members of the Brotherhood going to completely fall out? Poker's heart couldn't help but twitch. If Li Jin really died in the Manga Empire, I'm afraid a nuclear war is inevitable. He is not as rich as the big families who can plan ahead and build a doomsday base tailor-made for himself. Just like what they say on TV. The top group of people in the world, no matter how the world perishes or ends, they will still be at the top. Because of the resources in their hands, they can quickly establish a huge force in a short period of time, or directly build a spaceship and go outside the Earth. Don't think they can't do it. The world of truly rich people is not something ordinary people can imagine. Let's not talk too much. The more Poke thought about it, the more frightened he became. He even wondered if these damn Abrahamic people wanted this result. So crazy. While Poke was daydreaming, the rebel ground forces had begun to slowly approach the Alliance headquarters. At the critical moment, bang bang, a series of black shadows suddenly fell from the sky and hit the floor of the square. The huge impact force directly created countless cracks on the floor of the square. The smoke and dust filled the air so much that Poke almost coughed out his heart. He didn't care about that. Instead, he stared in amazement at the dozen or so figures that appeared before him. All of these figures were wearing cool armor. Their entire bodies are wrapped in metal, and their specific appearance cannot be seen, but it is obvious that these are not robots, but power armor. Poke was immediately shocked beyond words. Is the Han and Tang Islands so powerful? Even the power armor used in science fiction has been designed? But soon he showed a bitter smile. Even if it is really a power armor, what's the use? There are dozens of main battle tanks on the opposite side. He didn't think that such a compact power armor could withstand the attack of tank guns. When the slowly approaching rebels saw the power armor falling from the sky, I was also stunned for a moment. Soon, these tanks moved their main guns and aimed their muzzles at these power armors. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly came out of the muzzle of a tank, and the shell was instantly fired out, shooting towards the location of the power armor. Chapter 173, Is This a Transport Plane? You know, the initial velocity of the M1A1 tank's shells reached 1679 meters per second, and Li Jin's Mecha Special Operations team was only 1,500 meters away from these tanks. That is to say, the power mecha only has 1 second to react, and it probably doesn't even have the chance to think before the shell hits it. But these Special Forces soldiers wearing power armor did it. The moment fire came out of the muzzle, a Special Forces soldier who was locked by the artillery jumped up high. The moment he jumped up, the shell flew past his feet and hit a stone pillar in the square, instantly leaving a deep hole in the stone pillar. At this time, the Special Forces wearing power armor have rushed towards the rebels. With his extremely flexible body, he reached the rebels in just a few leaps. The rebels didn't react until this time. He quickly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bullets hit the Special Forces soldier's power armor like a rainstorm, and then he was bounced away. The Special Forces members all raised their MA-5B assault rifles at this time. Bullets poured out, instantly knocking down a large number of infantrymen who were fighting following the tanks. Bang, 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 bang. Just then, a dull machine gun sound was heard. It was the M2 heavy machine gun on the rebel off-road vehicle that opened fire. A Special Forces soldier was hit directly. The powerful recoil made him take several steps back, and then he rolled to the side. The rebel soldiers were stunned at this time. The 12.7mm bullets fired by the M2 heavy machine gun could not penetrate these humanoid power armors. Judging from the flexibility of those power armors, it could be said that no damage was caused. Then a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of these soldiers. The shock of this invulnerability is too great. It makes people lose their fighting spirit. But this group of rebels were obviously not incompetent. Even if they were afraid, they had no intention of running away. Instead, they relied on the favorable terrain and powerful firepower to fight with the Special Forces. For a time, there were loud gunshots and artillery fire in the square of the Alliance headquarters. The extremely dense firepower made the Special Forces members a little exhausted, although powerful weapons like tanks cannot harm them. But the shock wave generated by the explosion can easily blow them away. Fortunately, the lining of the Thor's hammer power armor is made of an unknown liquid metal with strong neutralizing ability. It can dissipate the external impact force. Otherwise, the shockwave alone would be enough to kill the soldiers in the mecha. Certainly, the shells fired by the tanks are indeed less powerful than Thor's hammer. If it were a real heavy artillery, Thor's hammer, a light assault armor that focuses on mobility, may not be able to withstand. Boom! Just as a Special Forces soldier jumped onto the turret of a tank, a shell fell down. When the explosion sounded, the Special Forces were blown away. In order to destroy the power armor, these rebels even disregarded the lives of their own soldiers. It was a direct bombardment. What stunned the rebels was that they saw the Special Forces soldiers being hit by artillery shells and blown away. But after a while, he rushed over again with full energy. I have to say, these light mechas are good enough to deal with infantry, but they're still a little bit short of being able to deal with organized armies and heavily armored tanks. When the battle was at a stalemate, 3 Ghostbird fighters suddenly came roaring in, and missiles instantly fell from the sky. In a series of explosions, the rebels were blown to the ground and cried for their parents. As for the Special Forces soldiers who were moving around in the area, they were like fish in water. They flexibly avoided the missile attacks and cleared out the rebel infantry in the process. With the support of heavy firepower, the advantages of the power armor are fully highlighted. With flexible and swift movements, strong defense, and the power of the MA-5B assault rifle, the rebels were defeated in an instant, just as the Special Operations team was dealing with the rebels on the ground. More than 40 minutes and minus 22 seconds have also approached the new Moon City airspace. Northwest direction. When 3M-22 fighters locked onto the Alliance headquarters building and prepared to attack, a Quinjet transport suddenly appeared behind them. Dee. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the cockpit instantly, and the pilot was stunned. He twisted his head stiffly and saw an eagle-like fighter plane pointing the Vulcan cannon on its nose at him. Before he could speed up, buzz! The Vulcan cannon emitted a series of flames, and the 3M-22 fighters were instantly shot into pieces. The Melaga fighters in other directions were no exception. The Quinjet appeared silently behind them, and the Vulcan cannon on its nose caused them heavy losses. By the time they reacted, Quincy had disappeared. The fighter jet that had just locked onto the target and was about to launch a missile was stunned. Fuck! On an M-22 fighter, pilot Vogues watched the invisible target suddenly disappear on the monitor. He couldn't help but curse, and a nervous look appeared on his face. He saw clearly. Those strangely shaped planes suddenly appear behind them. Dee. Just when Vogues' nerves were stretched to the limit. Suddenly, a blip appeared on the radar. The beeping alarm made Vogues fly forward without a second thought. Just as Vogues flew out, the Quinjet behind him opened fire. A series of bullets just grazed the tail of the M-22 fighter and flew out. After Vogues rushed out, the plane lifted its nose up to the sky, then turned its nose and dived down again at high altitude. The airborne radar instantly locked onto the Quinjet transport below. Without thinking, Vogues pressed the launch button, and 2 missiles shot out from the cabin immediately. What shocked him was that, the moment he launched the missile, the Quinjet below suddenly disappeared, and the missile, without a target, flew away in all directions. Just as Vogues was terrified, the Quinjet appeared behind him again. This time, Vogues was not so lucky. The moment the Quinjet appeared, the machine gun on the nose roared. The fighter jet was directly shot into a sieve. 7 or 8 minutes had passed. Only a few fighter jets were left from the aggressive M-22 battle group, which fled in panic. Actually, due to its size and design, the Quinjet is much less maneuverable than the upgraded M-22 fighter. But I can't stop people from cheating. In the face of optical full stealth, these ordinary fighter jets have no other choice but to fail. Under the Alliance headquarters building, Li Jin didn't feel any joy at all because of his victory. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. Chapter 174, Aerospace Mothership. Are you saying that old bastard Abraham ran away? Li Jin said with a grim look on his face, waving the intelligence in his hand. Seeing his boss' unhappy face, Zimmo was startled and said quickly, "General, this Abraham Ross ran away before the Brotherhood took any action. Although the Ross family is known as the world's #1 family, their strength is mainly concentrated in the Western continent. If the many old Manga families in the Brotherhood unite, they can still compete with the Ross family. So, the Ross family, the Manga Empire, and local families like Megan have always been in a cooperative relationship. It's just that in recent years, the Manga Empire has become increasingly powerful, causing the strength of local families like Megan to expand rapidly, to the point where they can compete with the Ross family. The Brotherhood is already showing signs of disintegration. Also, in the past 2 years, the Manga Empire's industrial innovation has been too fast, which has consumed a lot of money and caused dissatisfaction among many capitalists in the Manga Empire, most of whom are Abrahams. Most of these people are Western military industry giants, and they all want to create chaos in the world. This assassination was planned by these people. There are also some extremists in the Manga military who have deep hatred for our Han and Tang Empire. They hit it off, and that led to this large-scale riot. Zemo said this, and quickly took out another document and said, "The Manga intelligence station also discovered that these Brotherhood members came up with the idea of a nuclear missile, but they failed to succeed because the code control box was in Poke's hands." Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold. "Pass the order down, arrest all of these people one by one. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, people will think I'm a sick cat. Notify the Atlantic Fleet and have them send someone to capture this damn Abraham for me immediately. I want to see which bastard dares to stand up for them. Don't think Li Jin is arrogant. Who gives him a capital? What he despises the most are those people who have the ability to crush others, but still act like sissies. What is the doctrine of the mean, the outward sage, and the inner king? None of them are suitable for him. Li Jin always has only one principle of action. If I don't like you, I'll just beat you up, who's talking nonsense to you. Nowadays, the only way to make others fear and respect you is to be more ruthless than others. The strong prey on the weak, the law of the jungle, that's all." When Zemo heard Li Jin's order, he immediately raised his hand and saluted. "Yes, General. The capital of the Manga Empire, Doton. 5-star building." Stanley stood in the combat command room and looked at a white-haired general with an angry face. "Swick, you still have time to stop now. Han Tang is much more powerful than you think. What you're doing will only push the Manga Empire into the abyss." The white-haired old man looked at Stanley and remained unmoved. Stanley suddenly became anxious. Ever since he saw the huge monster in the sky that day, he had been unable to eat or sleep well, and he racked his brains to find out the truth. Just when he finally got a clue, this old guy Swick suddenly led his troops to take over the 5-star building and even wanted to launch an attack on New Moon City. He is simply crazy. Report. Target revision completed. At this moment, an officer in front of the console suddenly stood up and reported loudly, then looked at Stanley and continued. "But in order to obtain the launch authority, you need the secret key of the Supreme Commander." Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man immediately turned his gaze to Stanley and said, "Hand over the secret key." Stanley looked at Swick with a sarcastic expression. "Didn't you hear that? If you need the secret key of the Supreme Commander, I think you could go to President Poke." The white-haired old man suddenly laughed, then stopped smiling and looked at Stanley sharply. "General Stanley, who said I was going to use a nuclear strike. After these things, can't other things be used?" Stanley immediately changed his mind. "What do you want to do?" The white-haired old man said gloomily, "Hand over the missile authority, key to me." Stanley then realized that the old guy wanted to use ground-to-ground missiles. Although these things are far less powerful than Big Ivan, they are huge in number. As long as there are enough of them, they can also destroy a city or even a country. Just like when Li Jin launched medium-range ballistic missiles at the Liang Kingdom regardless of the cost. He only used fuel-air bombs, but he also blew the Liang Kingdom into a wasteland. Seeing that Stanley refused to cooperate, the white-haired old man immediately became impatient and waved his hand behind him. Immediately, an officer came over with a tablet. The scene inside made Stanley suddenly change color, because all the people in the picture were his family. "General Stanley, I don't have time to waste here with you. You only have 10 minutes to think about it. Otherwise, your family will go to see God because of your mistake." Stanley looked at the white-haired old man angrily. The fire in his eyes was about to overflow, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'll give it to you. Westerners have no awareness of sacrificing their own families for the sake of the public, and sometimes they're willing to sacrifice even their own lives and their loved ones. Not to mention the self-sacrifice. A smile suddenly broke out on the white-haired old man's face, but he didn't feel happy for long as the door of the operations center was kicked open. Immediately, a team of soldiers rushed in, pointing their guns at everyone in the operations center. Swick and the others were stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned extremely ugly because the troops rushing in were not from the Malaysia Empire. Instead, it was the fully armed Han and Tang army, with the conspicuous white tiger armband, the only one of its kind in the world. Could it be that Dotan City has been occupied by Li Jin? Stanley's face was even uglier than Swick's at this time. The Han and Tang armies appeared openly in the highest command body of the Manga Empire. This was more painful than killing him. Just then, a major officer from Han Tang strode in, looked around the combat hall, and then set his sights on Swick. "You're under arrest." Swick was stunned for a moment. While he was dumbfounded, two soldiers walked up to him and pressed him to the ground. The others naturally couldn't escape either, and soldiers immediately rushed forward to control all of Swick's men. As for those who resist, it's even simpler. The problem was solved with just one bullet. It turned out that the brutal method was the most effective, and everyone immediately became extremely obedient. The major had no intention of paying any attention to Stanley, seeing that everyone was under control. "Just raise your hand and wave." The Han and Tang armies retreated, taking Swick and others with them. Stanley looked at the Han and Tang armies that retreated directly. Instead of feeling happy, he looked dissatisfied. These people did not take him seriously enough. "I don't know what I remembered." Stanley ran out immediately after him and was shocked when he stepped out of the door of the 5-star building. Chapter 175. Melee becomes Li Jin's backyard. Just in front of Stanley, high in the sky, an extremely large aerospace mothership was approaching slowly, its huge figure completely covering the sun. In the hot afternoon, it immediately turned into a cool morning. But Stanley felt a chill rising from his feet and rushing straight to the top of his head, and he couldn't help but shiver. Really, it's actually true. The people of Han and Tang dynasties really developed the aerospace mothership. The huge feeling of oppression made Stanley feel his legs a little weak. Woo! A Mariga M-22 fighter jet appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight towards the aerospace carrier. Stanley could see with his naked eyes that the belly bomb bay of the M-22 was opened and 4 air-to-air missiles were ejected and rushed towards the aerospace carrier. Stanley couldn't help but narrow his eyes, even with a hint of expectation. But he was soon disappointed. For missiles directly hit something that looked like an energy shield, but the explosion was so powerful that it didn't even cause a ripple. In fact, the original aerospace mothership in the Marvel world does not have a shield, but this is a systematic modified and upgraded version. Not only is its size nearly twice as large, it is also equipped with a deflector shield similar to those in the Star Wars world. Unfortunately, this thing is only an intra-atmospheric aircraft and does not have the ability to travel between stars. At this time, the aerospace carrier suddenly shot out orange-yellow light spots, directly covering the fighter jets. The bullets shining with orange-red light instantly blocked all the retreat routes of the M-22 fighter. The fighter instantly turned into a ball of fire and exploded in the air. At this time, missiles with long trails of white smoke whizzed in and hit the energy shield of the aerospace mothership one after another. The power of these surface-to-air missiles was obviously not comparable to that of air-to-air missiles. They directly created circles of ripples on the shield. To Stanley's great disappointment, they also had no effect. He quickly said to an officer who was following closely behind him, "Order the defense forces of Dotan City to stop firing." The officer was stunned. "General Stanley," Stanley said seriously, "they just captured Swick and didn't do anything to us. Maybe they have reached some agreement with the Führer. You can see that our weapons can't do anything to them for now. You've all heard about Li Jin's temper. If we really provoke him, our Dotan City might become a purgatory. Just tell them to get ready and wait for orders." As soon as Stanley finished speaking, a combat staff officer hurried over and handed him a document, saying, "General, this is the order just sent from the Führer's residence." Stanley took a quick look at it, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Damn poker. Is he trying to buy the country? He actually allowed the Han and Tang armies to enter and leave the territory of the Manga Empire at will. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by angry people in the street? General Stanley, what should we do now? The operations staff said with an extremely ugly expression. No matter which country it is, patriotic education is of paramount importance. As the saying goes, no matter how bad your own country is, if you say it is okay, others just can't. The same is true for the Manga Empire. It can be said that Polk's order offended everyone. Stanley hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Follow the order." The operations staff was stunned and looked at Stanley in confusion. Stanley pointed at the aerospace carrier in the sky helplessly and said, "We need time." The operations staff officer suddenly realized what was happening and quickly saluted, "Yes, General." Stanley looked at the combat staff, who left excitedly, and shook his head. His words just now were just perfunctory. After this sudden rebellion, no one knew how many people were involved. It was simply a foolish dream to want to go to war with Han and Tang. Meanwhile, Manga Empire, Los Angeles City. As the industrial and trade center of the West and the largest seaport city, it is naturally prosperous. But today the city of Los Angeles is in a panic. Everyone looked up at the sky with horror and saw an aerospace mothership floating in the air. They thought it was an alien invasion. "Dad, it's the aerospace carrier. Is the captain here? Oh my God, my Iron Man. Have we traveled through time? I want to be a mutant." The older ones were worried, while the younger ones were overly excited. In their eyes, the thing in the sky was obviously the aerospace carrier that they were very familiar with. In a huge manor outside Los Angeles, Paul, the patriarch of the Megan family who had just escaped here from Doton City, stood at the top of the castle and looked at the huge warships above the city. There was no trace of blood on his face. There was only one thought in his mind. Could it be that the Han and Tang people were here to arrest him? At this moment, a number of Quinjet transport planes took off vertically from the aerospace mothership and roared in all directions. One of the ships rushed straight towards Paul, causing him to be filled with fear. He quickly came to his senses and yelled to a servant behind him, "Where's the army? Where's the army in Los Angeles? Why don't they fight back?" The servant said quickly, "Mr. Paul, the president's residence and the five-star building have just received an order not to clash with the people of the Han and Tang Islands. They are here to help us quell the rebellion." Paul's hands and feet instantly turned cold. This was not a way to quell a rebellion. This was simply a way to kill them. Just when Paul was terrified to the extreme, the Quinjet transport whizzed past the manor, leaving Paul stunned for a moment. He quickly trotted into the castle and soon arrived at the balcony behind the castle. Paul just happened to see Quincy landing in a manor in the distance, and his expression suddenly froze. If he remembered correctly, the person living there seemed to be a member of the Brotherhood. Bang, boom, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire and explosions came faintly from the manor in the distance, which made Paul's heart sink again. But what made him breathe a sigh of relief was that after the gunfire stopped abruptly, the Quinjet simply flew away, with no intention of paying any attention to him. It was not until several hours later that the aerospace mothership in the sky suddenly disappeared. Paul finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The Han and Tang Air Force flew freely over the skies of the Manga Empire as if they were in an empty land. It's like pouring a basin of water into a frying pan. The entire Manga Empire was in an uproar. Countless Manga people were so angry that their eyes turned red. A war began to brew. At the same time, Western continent, in a sea area near the Kingdom of John, an aircraft carrier fleet is riding the wind and waves, heading straight for the capital of the Kingdom of John Bull. Chapter 176, John is Awesome. John's Kingdom, Shield City. Defense Operations Command Center. At this time, alarms rang throughout the operations center, and Prime Minister Winnick of the Kingdom of John, Defense Minister Suits, and a large group of military officials from the Kingdom of John all rushed into the command center. Snook, the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff in charge of national defense, saw Winnick coming and hurried over to him and said, "Mr. Prime Minister, an aircraft carrier strike group of the Han and Tang Atlantic Fleet is rapidly approaching our territorial waters, and the Royal Air Force has sent reconnaissance aircraft to drive them away." Drive away? Winnick couldn't help but look at Snook. No wonder he was still a Deputy Chief of Staff after serving in the Army all his life. Winnick shook his head and said nothing. Instead, he went straight to the control console in the command center. The large screen directly in front is displaying images from a satellite. Snoke quickly walked up to Winnick and said, Mr. Prime Minister, the picture shows the Tianquan aircraft carrier strike group in the Han and Tang Islands. It is composed of a Tianquan aircraft carrier, 2 Leader-class missile protection cruisers, and 3 Renhai-class missile destroyers. According to our latest information, the Tianquan strike group is also equipped with 2 Fuya-class attack nuclear submarines and 1 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. Snoke's introduction made Winnick's face darken immediately, and he felt very disappointed. Although John Kingdom has 3 aircraft carriers, but they are all light aircraft carriers with limited carrier-based capabilities, not to mention their combat effectiveness. At this moment, an officer suddenly stood up and reported. Report to the commander. The reconnaissance plane reported that the Han and Tang Navy ignored us. They have intruded into our exclusive economic zone. The Dauntless is following surveillance. Winnick's face turned grim as he asked, What on earth do they want to do? Do they really think our kingdom is their backyard? Although the military strength of the Han and Tang Islands is indeed terrifying, the Johns, who have been the leaders for hundreds of years, but deep down, they were unwilling to accept the fact that Han and Tang were stronger than them. The eastern country that had been ravaged by them for hundreds of years, it actually climbed above their heads. Although Winnick wanted to immediately order the missiles to hit the top of the Tianquan, the little bit of rationality left in his mind told him that. Now John Kingdom is no longer the big brother it was before World War II. Their current military strength is not even a fraction of that of the Han and Tang dynasties. Using force is the most unwise choice. But, as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of John, he naturally could not say such words that would undermine morale. Therefore, he's looking for a scapegoat. General Sudes, you're the Minister of Defense. What do you think we should do now? Winnick looked at the gray-haired Su Deshi, and although he felt a little reluctant, he knew that there was no one more influential than Su Deshi in the entire Kingdom of John. Su Deshi was stunned by Winnick's question, but soon came to his senses and his expression became serious. He certainly understood Winnick's intention. In fact, it's not just him. Everyone present understood that no matter how loudly they shouted, it was just a way of venting their anger. If we really want to fight with Li Jin, I'm afraid no one present would be willing to do so. Modern society is no longer like the time of World War II. You can use the sea as a barrier. Live your own little life. The one fighting against them now is not some bearded guy. His strength is at most slightly stronger than theirs, giving them a chance to turn the tables. What they're facing now is a powerful force with 8 aircraft carrier strike groups, 14700 strategic bombers, 748 stealth fighters. This is just what the Han and Tang governor's office reported themselves. Who knows how much more there is in secret? Most importantly, this guy won't argue with you at all, but will beat you up directly. Su Deshi looked at Winnick's piercing eyes and couldn't help cursing him in his heart, but he still said honestly, Mr. Prime Minister, Han and Tang are powerful. I suggest that you try not to use force. It would be best if it can be resolved peacefully. As soon as Su Deshi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the combat command center suddenly became strange. The military officials surrounding Winnick did not react, but the staff officers and soldiers around him looked at Su Deshi in astonishment, and many of them were almost furious. They couldn't figure it out. The enemy has already reached their doorstep, and not only do they not fight back, they are also negotiating with them. Su Deshi naturally felt the change in the atmosphere around him, and even began to feel like a thorn in his side. But he didn't show any sign of panic. They were just some small fry and posed no threat to him. As long as the big guys around him had no objections, it would be fine. Then Su Deshi continued, Mr. Prime Minister, I think we should send a special commissioner to talk to the Han and Tang people immediately to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Winnick nodded in agreement and then ordered, General Su Deshi, I'll leave this matter to you. Go and contact the Han Tang people immediately and find out what's going on. Su Deshi paused and looked at Winnick in astonishment. This bastard wanted to use him to death. If he agreed, he would not be able to leave the door, let alone become the Minister of Defense. Mr. Prime Minister, Winnick turned around and didn't even give Su Deshi a chance to speak. Okay, it's settled. Half an hour later. What did you say? They want us to hand over the Ross family. In the small conference room, Winnick's surprised voice suddenly rang out. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Winnick looked at Su Deshi angrily. Tell them that this is absolutely impossible. What is the core of the Western world? It is these ancient families. These politicians actually serve these families or the rich people. Let them make way to catch their master. How is this possible? If he really did this, not only would his position as prime minister be over, but he would also be likely to be shot at any time. Even for the sake of his own life, he would not do this. He immediately gave the order with a gloomy face. General Su Deshi, you must immediately pass the order and order the strategic forces to prepare. If Li Jin's army dares to enter our territorial waters, they must be dealt with immediately. Winnick's sudden toughness puzzled the senior officials present for a moment, but he unexpectedly gained the admiration of the little Karamis around him. In an area of the Atlantic Ocean close to the territorial waters of the Kingdom of John, on the flagship of the Tianquan Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, Guan Hu, the commander of the strike group, stood on the deck of the bridge, looking at the faintly visible black line in front of him, and turned to Chief of Staff Zhang Cheng, who was walking over, and said, "What's the reaction from John Bull?" Zhang Cheng's expression was slightly solemn. The Prime Minister who just came to John Kingdom has ordered that if we dare to enter their territorial waters, they will use strategic weapons. Guan Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Do they really think they are heifers?" Chapter 177 Night of Horror. Guan Yu made a decision after a brief pause, with a hint of coldness on his face. "Chief of Staff, pass the order down and have all ships prepare for battle. Damn it, he really thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is Big Ivan. I'm not afraid of him." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the operations room on the bridge. As soon as he arrived at the operations room, he shouted, "How far is it from John's territorial waters?" "Report, 10 nautical miles away." Guan Yu's expression suddenly became serious. "Pass my order. The fleet advances at full speed. Level 1 combat readiness. John Kingdom Operations Center." Winnick looked at the satellite image and saw that instead of slowing down, the Tianquan strike group began to accelerate. His palms were full of sweat, and he suddenly regretted the order he had just given. But it was too late to say anything now. His lips twitched, and he closed his eyes and said, "Let's do it." On the aircraft carrier Tianquan, Guan Yu stared at the middle screen intently. At this moment, an officer suddenly stood up and said, "Reporting to the commander, John, northeast, direction 223, a submarine-launched missile is taking off quickly." Guan Yu's expression suddenly became serious. "Intercept." Although the Kingdom of John claims to be a nuclear power, it has not actually established any Trinity nuclear strike force. It only has 4 successor strategic nuclear submarines, equipped with SCJ, submarine-launched intercontinental missiles. The source of the large amount of heat just now was the nuclear submarine launching missiles. I have to say that Winnick is cruel enough to do this on his own territory and does not take civilians seriously at all. Target location, 223, 113. Orbit calculation completed. 3 missiles, fire. The excited voices of the combat personnel continued to ring out in the operations room, and then the vertical launch unit on the bow of the Renhai-class ship was seen to be ejected. One missile after another soared into the sky, leaving a white trajectory curve in the sky and heading towards the direction of the intercontinental missile launch. At this time, the SCJ missile had already burst out of the sea, and the rocket engine immediately ignited with the raging flames boiling the sea. The missile rose into the sky faster and faster in the rising white mist. At this moment, 3 missiles came whistling from the southwest and collided with the SCJ missile that was rising into the sky. Boom! Amid the explosion, a huge fireball appeared in the air, and the missile launched by the submarine was instantly blown into pieces and fell into the sea. As for nuclear explosions, don't even think about it. Nuclear warheads have special protection mechanisms. To detonate a nuclear warhead, a miniaturized hydrogen bomb would need to be at least 100 million degrees Celsius in temperature. This is why nuclear warheads need to use atomic bombs as detonators. It is naturally impossible for ordinary interceptor missiles to detonate nuclear warheads. Just when the submarine-launched intercontinental missile was intercepted, before John Kingdom could react, several missiles fell from the sky again and quickly penetrated into the water. Then a dull sound came from under the sea, and the originally relatively calm sea surface immediately became turbulent. It was a missile launched by a Leader-class protected cruiser that hit the submarine several dozen meters below the sea surface. John Kingdom. At the National Defense Operations Command Center, Winnick looked palely at the fireball that suddenly appeared on the satellite interface. This. Sudeshi's eyes widened, his face full of shock. No one could have imagined that the attack of the Han and Tang Navy would be so sharp that it actually intercepted the intercontinental missile in the early stages, leaving them no chance at all. Report to the commander. The Guardian has suddenly lost contact. A panicked report suddenly sounded in the hall, and everyone immediately came back to their senses. Then their faces changed. The Guardian is missing? Sudeshi quickly said. What's going on? The officer quickly reported. Report to the general. Just now, a warship of Han Tang launched 2 anti-ship missiles, which went directly under the sea. Although the officer behind him did not continue speaking, Winnick and others understood what it meant. Winnick's pupils shrank involuntarily. He was not worried about the safety of the submarine, but about what would happen if the submarine was destroyed. This was the most frightening thing. Not good. The Han and Tang people launched missiles at us. Just when Winnick was panicking, a terrified voice suddenly sounded, causing Winnick's face to turn pale again. Sudeshi, who was standing aside, could no longer care about Winnick at this time, and hurriedly shouted, Quick, defend! An officer sitting in the command position said with a bitter face, Report, the enemy missile is too fast, at least Mach 9 or above. Our radar cannot lock the target, and the fire control system has no way to calculate the flight trajectory, so we can't intercept it. What? Winnick was completely stunned, and his face was completely pale. Atlantic Ocean. From the Leader-class protected cruisers and the Blade C-class destroyers, hypersonic cruise missiles continued to soar into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Several of the missiles were seen shooting straight towards the capital of the Kingdom of John. As the latest hypersonic cruise missile developed by the Han and Tang Academy of Sciences, codenamed Zircon 4, its maximum flight speed exceeds Mach 16, and its cruising speed is also above Mach 10. The Tianquan Aircraft Carrier Strike Group is only 420 kilometers away from the capital of the Kingdom of John, which means that it will only take a few tens of seconds for these missiles to hit Winnick's head. The air defense system of John's kingdom takes more than a minute or two from early warning, startup, tracking, locking, to launching interceptor missiles, not to mention that you can't track them. So, Winnick and his men could only watch on the early warning radar in the operations room as the missiles streaked across the sky over the main island of the Kingdom of John and then fell straight down from the sky. At this time, it was already night in the west, and the entire capital of John's kingdom was ablaze with lights. This is also the busiest time of the city, with dense crowds of people walking on the streets, making it look very lively. On a very busy street. Look, a shooting star. A hotly dressed girl pointed to the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. I saw 3 orange-red spots of light quickly crossing the sky and falling from the north of the city. Then I saw a flash of blue light in the northern sky. Then, the bright lights of the entire city suddenly went out from the north, and soon the entire city was engulfed in darkness. The street where the girl was also plunged into darkness in an instant. Then a piercing scream sounded from a street. Chapter 178 Blood Debt must be paid with blood. Just when London City fell into darkness due to the destruction of the power grid. Melika Empire. Just after noon, a big riot broke out in Los Angeles after the helicarrier left. Some Melika people who could not accept the current situation could not help but vent their anger on the Kyushu people. For a time, the whole city of Los Angeles was filled with screams, wailing, and sounds of smashing and destroying things. I don't know how many yellow-skinned people have suffered. Los Angeles, the Imperial Consulate. Consul Zhang Rin kept pacing around the room, pounding his hands from time to time with an anxious look on his face. At this time, a major walked in quickly. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? There are more and more people outside. If we don't take any measures, they will rush in. Also, there are many Kyushu civilians being bullied and beaten outside. Shouldn't we take action? If this continues, it won't be a riot. The Major's eyes turned red when he said this. He had just seen purgatory with his own eyes when he was outside. Zhang Ren saw that the Major looked furious and said quickly, Xiao Chun, don't do anything stupid. I have already contacted the Consulate General, and they have lodged a solemn protest with the Melika Empire. I believe there will be results soon. The Major's expression suddenly darkened when he heard this, and he clenched his hands into fists. Boom tilde boosh tilde boosh tilde boosh tilde. At this moment, there was a sudden loud explosion outside the house, and a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then their hearts were lifted. The major said solemnly, "Consul Zhang, please stay in the room and don't move. I'll go out and take a look." As he said this, he hurried out, and as soon as he left the small building, he stood still. Outside the consulate, a Quinjet transport was spitting bullets continuously. The Melika people who had surrounded the consulate were falling to the ground one after another like wheat in a field. The splattering blood dyed even the consulate's walls red. The horrifying scene stunned the major and a dozen fully armed soldiers in the yard. "How dare they? How dare they?" Zhang Ren's exclamation of disbelief suddenly sounded behind the major. However, at this time, everyone's minds were attracted by the previous scene, and they didn't notice Zhang Ren behind them at all. "Xiao Chun, contact the commander of Han Tang immediately and ask them to stop this brutal behavior immediately. This is simply nonsense. Quick, save people immediately." While Zhang Ren was speaking, the Quinjet transport plane that was originally shooting back and forth in the air suddenly dropped in altitude, and then one soldier after another jumped off from the transport plane. Following these soldiers were two Thor's hammer power mechas. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again, and a series of bullets shot out from the guns of the Han and Tang soldiers, wiping out the remaining thugs one by one. "What are you doing? Stop it. What's the difference between what you do and these thugs? It will only lead to greater riots." Just as the soldiers were clearing out the rioters, Zhang Ren and the consulate could no longer sit still and shouted to stop them. The soldiers paused for a moment. One of the leading officers looked at Zhang Ren with a grim expression and said slowly, "There is no difference. We are just repaying blood for blood, tooth for tooth." After saying that, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at a Melika man who was trying to escape. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced through the man's head, and a stream of blood flew out from his forehead, and he fell heavily to the ground. Next to the man was a disheveled Oriental woman who was huddled in a corner with lifeless eyes, hugging her body and shaking constantly. The officer sighed, a trace of guilt in his eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment, then turned around and looked at the major behind Zhang Ren and said solemnly, "In the name of the colonel of the 1st Special Operations Squadron of the Han and Tang Governor's Office, I now order you to immediately take in the nearby victims and protect them from further harm. I authorize you to open fire at any time. Do you understand?" The major looked at the officer's extremely serious expression, stood at attention, and saluted reflexively. "Yes, Chief." Zhang Ren's expression changed immediately. "Sir." "Mr. Zhang." The colonel suddenly interrupted Zhang Ren and said seriously, "I am now conveying the order of the Imperial Counselor, Deputy Commander General Li Jin. Execute it." When Zhang Ren heard the name Li Jin, his originally dissatisfied expression immediately disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he nodded quickly. "Please rest assured, Colonel. I will ask Chun Ling to do it right away." At the same time, on a street in Los Angeles, groups of Melika people were smashing and looting. Looking around, the bloody man who was beaten, the naked woman, and the child whose body was twisted beyond recognition. They were lying in all directions, almost filling up the entire street. When a team of Han and Tang commandos arrived, this was the hell they saw. Let their eyes turn red instantly. Just as Li Jin said, although these people are no longer from Jiuzhou, they even speak ill of their own country every day. However, no matter what these people are like, I can do whatever I want to them, but I can't do anything to others. What's more, most people have no subjectivity at all. They just migrate like migratory birds, just to make a little more money. Just then, a large group of Melika people armed with sticks and clubs rushed out from a street and ran into the commandos face to face. When these people saw that it was the army, their faces immediately turned terrified. However, when they saw the faces of the commandos, they were stunned for a moment, and then the fear on their faces disappeared. "It's a yellow monkey. They don't dare to shoot." When these people were about to make any move, the commandos had already raised their guns and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs never thought that the commandos would open fire, and they all fell in a pool of blood in an instant. After all, in the eyes of these Melika people, Oriental people cannot be compared with them, not even soldiers. In the Melika Empire, Orientals are the lowest class of people, and no one will care about you. Report to the commander. All the descendants of Kyushu on the street have been picked up. Upon hearing this, the leading officer immediately said in the headset, "The Earth Tiger calls the Eagle's Nest. The Earth Tiger calls the Eagle's Nest, requesting carpet bombing of Area 502. Not long after the officer finished his call, 2 Ghostbird fighter jets roared over. Then a series of small black dots fell from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, dense explosions sounded. Chapter 179, Too Much Trouble. I saw these falling black dots suddenly break up when they fell into the air and turned into dozens of small black dots. For a time, most of the sky was covered by the black mass of bombs. Then flames shot up into the sky, and the entire city area instantly turned into a sea of fire. At this time, more fighter planes and bombers roared in. The sound of explosions rang out in the city like raindrops, and the billowing smoke rising into the sky covered the sky and made the entire city of Los Angeles seem like it was the end of the world. The Manga people, who had been so reckless, finally began to get scared. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Without that last bit of involvement, the Han and Tang Air Force would naturally not be polite. A shrill whistling sound continued to be heard from the sky, and every time the sound was heard, a series of bombs would fall. These bombs are not ordinary bombs, but a type of highly concentrated incendiary bomb newly developed by the Han and Tang Academy of Sciences. Not only do ordinary incendiary bombs burn longer, but the temperature can reach over 5,000 degrees at the moment of explosion. With such a high temperature, not to mention humans, even steel would turn into molten iron in an instant. And this type of high-energy incendiary bomb has a wider coverage area when it explodes. Right in front of the commandos, 1,000 meters away. Just then, a shape-charged incendiary bomb fell down, and the moment it hit the roof, it exploded instantly. The whole house was immediately engulfed in flames, and the splashing flames directly covered an area of 400 to 500 meters in radius. Everything was burning. The commandos saw with their own eyes a ball of fire falling on a G-Class. A big hole instantly melted on the roof of the car, and the entire car was burning. Boom! In a short while, it turned into pieces in the explosion. Although the commandos were thousands of meters away from the bombing area, the heat waves brought by the wind were still so intense that it felt like they had their entire bodies pressed against the stove. It hurt so much. Let's retreat. The commander of the commando team felt so uncomfortable that he immediately waved his hand back. Manga Empire, the official residence of the head of state. Poker had just finished surgery and returned to the medical lounge of the official residence. He was planning to take a good rest, but Lena hurried in. Mr. Yuan, a report just came from Los Angeles that a major riot has occurred there. After saying that, he handed a document to Poker. At this time, Poker didn't care about his hands at all. He quickly took it and took a look. Stay on the spot for a moment. His face turned paler, and he suddenly raised his head and said, "What's going on? What's going on with the garrison in Los Angeles? Why aren't they dispatched to quell the riots? Are they just going to watch? Do you know what the consequences will be? This is pushing the Manga Empire into the fire pit." Poke's angry voice kept echoing in the lounge, and he didn't stop until his mouth was dry. Lena then cut in line and said, Li Jin's Air Force arrived after the unrest had lasted a long time. When Lena said this, her expression immediately turned grim. She handed a tablet to Poker and said, "Mr. Yuan, these Han and Tang people are so abominable. They actually launched an aerial attack on Los Angeles and almost destroyed half of Los Angeles. The West Coast legislators are now in an uproar. They unanimously demand that the Han and Tang people give an explanation. Otherwise, we will go to war with Han and Tang." Poker looked at Lena in disbelief. "You said these congressmen want to go to war with Li Jin?" Lena nodded affirmatively. Poke was immediately amused by these bastards. Why are there such idiots everywhere? Don't they see that Li Jin's aerospace mothership is right above their heads? What do they have to go to war with? Don't you know what it means to take a step back and see a broader world? Even if you want to fight with Li Jin, you have to be prepared. Poke naturally understood that Li Jin's actions had seriously damaged the interests of these wealthy people, but that was only their interests. For Poke, or all the rulers of the Manga Empire, this was a rare opportunity to truly control power in their own hands, rather than being a puppet of some family. He could be pushed into the toilet and drowned at any time. So, Poke now understands one thing very well. Whoever is causing trouble for Li Jin is his enemy. Ms. Lena, give this message to General Li Jin. Lena was stunned for a moment. Looking at the expressionless Poke, she suddenly shuddered. She used to think that Paul and his family were insidious and cruel, but now it seems that the Prime Minister in front of her is no less evil. But, since she had already decided to follow Poke all the way to the end, she naturally wouldn't say anything. She nodded immediately, then turned and walked out of the lounge. At the same time, after being plunged into darkness all night, John's kingdom finally welcomed the next morning. As the day dawned, the whole picture of London City came into people's sight again, with messy streets, densely packed cars on the streets, shops with broken windows all over the floor, and bodies lying in pools of blood. So many things happened that night. Although darkness brings fear to people, it can sometimes become a curtain that allows the evil hidden deep in people's hearts to be completely released. National Defense Operations Command Center. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Winnick, had been sitting here all night. As soon as the power went out, the Operations Center immediately switched to the backup power supply. But how long can such a large defense network last relying solely on backup power supply? Mr. Prime Minister, the Power Department has already assessed that the Han and Tang people used graphite missiles, causing serious damage to our power grid lines. According to statistics, 60% of the power lines in the kingdom have been damaged. It will take the Power Department at least 3 months to complete the repairs. What? 3 months? Winnick was completely dumbfounded. It was unclear whether John's kingdom would still exist at that time. The official who was reporting helplessly spread his hands and said, "Mr. Prime Minister, you also know that this is an outdoor operation. Our workers can only work 3 hours a day. If it exceeds 3 hours, it may cause unpredictable harm to the employees' bodies. We could be taken to court." When Winnick heard this, his anger suddenly disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to get into any trouble because of this matter. If there was a parade, he would be even more dumbfounded. He could only helplessly say to the changed Su Deshi, "General Su Deshi, your military must think of a way to overcome this." Just then, an officer rushed in. "Mr. Prime Minister, the Han and Tang people have entered our territorial waters. They asked to speak to you." Chapter 180 Operation Storm. Han Tang Islands want to talk to him? Winnick's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart immediately tensed up because he was afraid of becoming the Second Prussian Empire. At first, he had mocked the Prussians for being too bloodless and unworthy of being Westerners. But when it really happened to him, Winnick suddenly realized that this bloodiness had to be paid for. Winnick, who had to pay a heavy price, didn't even have the courage to say no. After taking a deep breath, Winnick finally regained his composure. "Please answer the phone." Winnick looked at the phone on the table, as if he had seen something horrible and couldn't put his hand down. He is really scared. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If the Han and Tang Islands put forward some unacceptable conditions to him, would he accept them or not? By then, but there is no way out at all. Ringing. The piercing ringing sounded suddenly, which made Winnick shudder. In the end, Winnick reached for the microphone. He has no choice. "Hello, I'm Vinuk." "Hello, Prime Minister Winnick. I am Li Zhe, the translator of the Han and Tang Atlantic Fleet." "Li Zhe?" Winnick's face turned ugly in an instant. He had been nervous for so long before picking up the phone, but Han Tang only sent an interpreter to talk to him. This seemed to be too much of a disdain for him. But what made Winnick extremely frustrated was that he really didn't dare to say anything. Li Zhe on the other side did not seem to want to get close to Winnick, and said directly, "I am now entrusted by General Chun Sheng, commander of the Atlantic Fleet, to make the following request to your country. First, arrest all members of the Ross family immediately and hand them over to us. Second, freeze all the Ross family's assets immediately and wait for our investigation. Third, immediately close all ports of entry and exit to prevent members of the Ross family from escaping. Fourth, immediately stop all hostile actions. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by your country. Fifth, we will send a specialist to follow your country in the operation. Sixth, if your country does not take any action before 12 o'clock today, we will take special actions on our own, and all consequences will be borne by your country." The conditions proposed by Li Zhe were like huge hammers, hitting Winnick's head. Winnick felt his head buzzing and almost fainted on the spot. Let him send troops to arrest the Ross family. This is simply impossible. The influence of the Ross family in John's kingdom is far greater than that of the royal family, let alone him as the prime minister. I'm afraid he'll give the order. Not only would the order not be passed on, someone present might just pull out a gun and shoot him. This is not impossible. Don't underestimate these ancient families. The power they possess is unimaginable to ordinary people. It's just that no one has ever challenged them, which makes them look so harmless. As far as Winnick knows, the only person in the whole world who had ever rebelled against the Ross family was Brother Beard, but unfortunately, he was still suppressed. He has become a demon that everyone wants to kill. There are many people in the Western world who are worse than this bearded guy, but he has become the typical example. We have to say that capital is terrible. Winnick naturally didn't want such a thing to happen to him. So, Winnick said righteously, "This is impossible." Just when he was about to say something else, the other end heard the call being hung up, which immediately made Winnick's heart rise. Really? There was a cry of surprise in the war hall. The Han and Tang people have launched missiles again. Winnick quickly stood up and looked at the radar, only to see dense spots of light moving rapidly towards the direction of John's kingdom. Counterattack! Counterattack on all fronts. Since there was no possibility, Winnick, full of desire to survive, screamed loudly in the combat hall. Destroy the Han and Tang people's aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier Tianquan. Combat Command Center. Guan, who stood in front of the radar with his hands folded, and the combat staff officer next to him kept shouting. Northwest direction, 2 or 3 demons, 23 incoming missiles detected. Towards due north, at position 2, 18 incoming missiles detected. Fire control system correction completed. Target locked. Interceptor missile launched. Guan, who could not help but turn around and walk towards the observation window of the bridge, just in time to see a number of interceptor missiles trailing long white smoke, rising straight into the sky, and then drawing arcs in the sky towards the north. Immediately, then you can see balls of fire appearing in the distant sky. Report. All incoming missiles have been intercepted. Guan, who nodded and ordered. Order the carrier-based aircraft brigade to take off. Yes. On the deck of the aircraft carrier USS Tianquan, Chun Hao, captain of the carrier-based aircraft brigade, came to a Ghostbird 2 fighter holding a helmet, climbed directly onto the fighter, and sat in the cockpit. After putting on the flight helmet, all the barriers around him disappeared instantly, as if he was standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier. Fighting God Number 1 is ready, requesting takeoff. Request approval. Chun Hao turned on all the switches smoothly, and under the guidance of the deck crew, he slowly drove the plane onto the steam bomb line. When the deck signalman made the move to take off, Chun Hao immediately turned on all the switches. The plane then trembled, and the strong push on his back made Chun Hao lean tightly against the flight seat. You should know that a steam catapult can accelerate an aircraft from 0 to 250 kilometers in 3 seconds. You can imagine how terrifying this speed is. But in the blink of an eye, Chun Hao's car was catapulted into the sky. After flying into the sky, Chun Hao did not stop and immediately rushed towards the target according to the plan. 10 minutes. 3 red flashing spots suddenly appeared on the helmet display. They were 3M-35 2 Lightning fighters heading towards him. Chun Hao naturally didn't believe that John's Air Force could find him. These 3 fighter planes should have other missions, and he just happened to catch up with them. At this time, the fighter's combat system sounded. Tracking the target. Calculating the flight trajectory. Target locked. Chun Hao pressed the launch button without hesitation, and 3 air-to-air missiles immediately popped out from the magazine. After the missile was far away from the fighter, it ignited immediately and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3M-35 fighters in front captured the missile's trajectory the moment the missile ignited and released heat. But the distance between the 2 sides was too close. In the no-escape zone, they had no chance of resistance at all and directly turned into 3 huge fireballs. Chun Hao watched the 3 spots disappear on the radar and drove the fighter plane to turn and accelerate towards the northwest. Chapter 181 Surgical Strike. 27 or 28 minutes later, Chun Hao piloted a Ghostbird fighter jet and came to the sky above a huge factory. This is the largest ammunition storage factory in John's kingdom. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are factories one after another. The real ammunition depot is actually 30 or 40 meters underground in these factories. After seeing the target, Chun Hao immediately opened the ammunition compartment and then pressed a yellow button hard. A huge missile mounted in the center of the magazine immediately fell out of the magazine. The bullet fell straight down. The huge size meant a greater force, and the downward gravity was naturally greater. The speed is extremely fast. It took only a few seconds from the time the missile fell to the ground. The missile penetrated a factory building and disappeared. Looking from the sky, you can see that the entire factory building has been pierced and a large hole has appeared on the ground. 10 seconds later, the factory building suddenly began to tremble, and the ground began to heave violently like waves. Suddenly, the earth began to break into pieces like glass falling to the ground, and all the factory buildings collapsed in an instant. Boom tilde boom tilde. Dull explosions began to sound underground, like thunder, creating a doomsday scene. After all the tremors and sounds died away, looking at the place where the factory was located, it has turned into a pothole-filled area with hills and gullies. When Chunhao saw the effect of the attack, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Report to the Eagle's Nest. Report to the Eagle's Nest. Mission 001 has been completed, requesting to return. A voice immediately came from Chunhao's headset. Military Intelligence Report. Military Intelligence Report. Dosha number 1, please go to airspace number 17 immediately. Execute Mission 113. The mission has been issued to the combat system. A smile immediately appeared on Chunhao's face. He is a soldier after all. My favorite thing is fighting. Fighting God number 1 understands. As soon as Chunhao pulled the joystick, the nose of the fighter plane immediately lifted up into the sky, turned around, and flew towards the northwest. The other pilots of the carrier-based aircraft brigade also attacked the ammunition depot like Chunhao, and it can be said that they were overwhelming. The former giant of John's kingdom has long been outdated due to the passage of time and has no chance to fight back at all. This is like completely removing the fig leaf from John's kingdom, completely disgracing it. Prime Minister's official residence. When Winnick read the report given to him by Sudeshi, his face turned green. Defeated. Destroyed. Destroyed. Defeated. Destroyed. These words are at the end of each message, as if reminding Winnick all the time, you are trash. Wrong. It's the worst of the worst. It's called garbage machine. Winnick shook his dizzy head, looked at Sudeshi with a gloomy face, and said, General Sudeshi, is there no good news? Sudeshi said seriously, yes. So far, the Han and Tang people have no intention of sending out ground troops. Is this good news? Winnick looked at Sudeshi in amazement, but then he thought again and realized that it was really good news. Otherwise, their faces that have already fallen into the mud will be further bruised, and by then, they will no longer be faces. Mr. Prime Minister, our homeland defense system has been almost destroyed by the Han and Tang people. If this continues, we will no longer have the ability to fight back. Counterattack? Sudeshi's words made Winnick roll his eyes and couldn't help but mock him. General Sudeshi, when did we have the ability to counterattack? How come I, as the Prime Minister, don't know? Sudeshi's face suddenly turned red. He knew that Li Jin's army had beaten him to a pulp, but who doesn't care about face these days? Winnick ignored Sudeshi. He really needed to think carefully about what to do now. If we continue to fight like this, the John Kingdom might really be bombed to ashes like the Liang Kingdom. In fact, Winnick knew very well that in terms of power, except for the nuclear stick, the Liang Kingdom could easily defeat the John Kingdom. Even such a powerful country was bombed into pieces by Li Jin. John's kingdom will have a good ending in the future. Forget it, forget it. The worst that can happen is that you will sacrifice your life. General Sudeshi, go and communicate with the Han Tang people and tell them that I agree to their conditions. After that, Winnick looked as if he had aged 10 years, and even his body had become hunched. He slowly stood up and walked away without saying a word. Sudeshi looked at Winnick's receding figure with only admiration in his eyes. He was very clear about what Winnick's order would bring to him. The power of these ancient families was beyond their imagination. Bang! Just when Sudeshi was feeling uneasy, a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside the door. Just as Sudeshi was stunned, Winnick was helped back. Sudeshi's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly came over. What's going on? But then his expression changed because a gun was pointed at his head. Sudeshi felt confused and just wanted to speak. Bang! Gunshots suddenly rang out, and a bullet instantly hit Sudeshi in the middle of his eyebrows. Sudeshi's eyes suddenly went dark, and he knew nothing. Why did you kill General Sudeshi as well? Without him, who will lead the army to fight against Li Jin? It was the decision of the Elders' Council that I killed him. He was already on the kill list when he dared to advocate for peace talks. Snort. These two guys deserve to die. They actually wanted to use our Ross family to exchange for their own safety. Okay, Mr. William, leave here immediately and don't reveal your identity. If the next leader knows that we have placed people around him, they will be uneasy. What should we do here? Don't worry about it. The clan leader has already thought of a solution. An extreme guard soldier was dissatisfied with Winnick's compromising policy, so he rushed into the Prime Minister's office and beat them both to death. Will anyone believe this? There was a hint of surprise in the inquiring voice. Humph, as long as our Ross family believes it. Okay, leave now. Tianquan aircraft carrier. On the bridge. Guan Hu looked at the chief of staff Zhang Cheng in astonishment and confirmed again and again. What did you say? Winnick is dead. Zhang Cheng said helplessly. Old Guan, how many times have you told me to say this? Winnick is really dead. Guan Hu was filled with emotion when he heard this. It's not that I don't believe it, but I didn't expect that the prime minister of a country would be so fragile and die just like that. Zhang Cheng said nonchalantly. What's so surprising about this? The West is a country where capital is king. Winnick wants to hand over the big guys behind these capitals to us. Do you think they won't do anything desperate? Don't underestimate these families. Wolves are wolves. It's just that no one dared to provoke them before, and no one dared to touch their bottom line. So people think they are harmless. Commander, since they think they can fight us, I think we should just go all out. Chapter 182, Li Jin's Big Move. Good. Guan Hu is a very decisive person since he can become the commander of the strike group. Thump thump. An officer rushed to Guan Hu and said, Report, John Bull's submarine has launched an intercontinental missile again. We are the target. Guan Hu's expression instantly became serious. Big Ivan was not an ordinary missile. If they failed to intercept one, they would suffer heavy losses. He quickly turned around and walked towards a war room. As he turned around, from the surrounding escort warships, interceptor missiles were launched into the air one after another. This is a war. A delay of even a second could result in the entire army being wiped out. It is naturally impossible to wait for the commander to give orders for everything. As soon as Guan Hu and the others returned to the operations room, Lin Xiong, the deputy chief of staff in charge of operations, came over and pointed at Lei and said, John's people launched a total of 6 intercontinental missiles at us. Fortunately, we know the location of their submarines. Otherwise, this time we will be in trouble. 6 intercontinental missiles carry at least a dozen nuclear warheads. If they really succeed, the entire Tianquan strike group will not be enough to bomb them. Guan Hu couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although they knew the approximate location of these submarines from the beginning, these submarines were all in the deep ocean. The missiles can't hit them at all. Furthermore, even if we know their approximate location, sending submarines or destroyers is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why do countries vigorously develop submarines? Isn't it because submarines can go deep under the ocean and make it impossible to find any trace? Although Li Jin is very capable, some of the advanced things in the system are too expensive, and he can't afford to buy them even if he wants to. So, unless these submarines appear by themselves, it is not easy to accurately calculate their positions. Guan Hu said solemnly, Now that we found them, kill them. Don't raise a tiger to cause trouble. Li Xiong smiled and said, Commander, don't worry. If they want to launch missiles, they must get close to the sea surface. As long as they are within 100 meters in depth, they will not be able to escape. Guan Hu couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Xiong's confident look. On this point, he and Li Xiong thought the same thing. At the same time, just 100 nautical miles away in the Atlantic Ocean, a strategic nuclear submarine was floating 10 meters below the sea surface. The missile silo above the submarine was opened again. Inside the submarine, Captain Hallop stood in the command room with a gloomy face. He had no choice but to risk floating the submarine to the surface of the sea because there were no Han and Tang warships nearby. All threats came from the air, especially after one of their submarines was sunk. Unfortunately, the submarine's radar had limited air search capabilities and found nothing. Sir, the operations center reports that our missile has been intercepted. Hallop's expression remained unchanged. He had obviously anticipated this result. He immediately said, Keep firing. Fire all the missiles. Hallop's words startled the entire submarine command cabin. Everyone looked at Hallop in astonishment. You know, The target marked by Harap is in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of John. It doesn't matter if they launch the missile, but they are the ones who will suffer. For a time, the soldiers controlling the missile launch hesitated for a moment. Harap naturally noticed something unusual, and his expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "Remember, you are soldiers. Other things are not for you to consider. Follow orders." The obedience ingrained in the soldiers made the people in the command cabin dare not say anything, and they immediately lowered their heads and got busy. Didi, just as the silo cover was opened and the missile was about to be launched, 2 spots of light suddenly appeared on the radar, followed by a piercing alarm. Halep stared at the rapidly approaching light on the radar with a dull look in his eyes. Are they done like this? Outside the submarine, just above the submarine, 2 missiles were flying towards it at high speed. It took only 3 seconds from the time they appeared in the sky to the time they reached the water surface. The submarine under the water had no chance to escape, let alone even to poop before dying. The missiles sank into the sea in an instant, and then a white wave rose from the sea. Tianquan. While Guan Hu and the other 2 were talking, an officer came over quickly and reported, "Commander, Chief of Staff, the remaining 3 strategic nuclear submarines of John's kingdom have all been destroyed by us." The smile on Guan Hu's face became even happier. This time he no longer had any worries. But Guan Hu seemed to be happy too early. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, an officer ran over and said, "Commander, the Blast Furnace Empire fired 36 anti-ship missiles at us." Guan Hu's smile suddenly froze. Only then did I remember saying, "The West belongs to the Ross family. Their power is not limited to the Kingdom of John." Guan Hu's expression suddenly became solemn. He did not think that he could fight against the entire West with only an aircraft carrier battle group. "Kill them." Then he ordered, "After the attack, the entire fleet will retreat to safe waters." Guan Hu had no psychological burden. Since he felt there was danger, he would naturally ensure his own safety first. As for face and the like, it is just something dispensable. Practicality is the most important thing. Besides, his strike group was just an aircraft carrier formation, and it was impossible for it to compete with a world power in terms of the number of missiles. The reason why he dared to appear in such a swagger was that he had almost destroyed the counterattack capability of John's kingdom in advance. As for whether it was a dereliction of duty for a fleet commander to not take these disturbing factors into consideration, Guan Hu had naturally considered it. It is only because of the assurances from the intelligence agencies that these factors are put aside. "Chief of Staff, contact the Blast Furnace Intelligence Station to see if there is a problem there." Just as Guan Hu finished speaking, a staff officer in charge of intelligence suddenly came over and said, "Commander, the Blast Furnace Intelligence Station just sent a message that someone from the Ross family has taken control of shore-based defense base of the Blast Furnace. They have already solved it." Guan Hu nodded. He did not take back his previous order. After a series of attacks, his battle group was running low on ammunition. "We must return to safe waters to replenish ammunition." Guan Hu was well aware of the principle that caution is the key to success. Certainly, he also has another purpose. If he wants to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. As long as this. Only in this way can we expose all the secrets of the Ross family, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Retreating 100 or so nautical miles can bring so many benefits. How could Guan Hu be unwilling? Hamtang Islands. Governor's office. Li Jin looked at the report handed over by Song Hai with a cold expression. Chapter 183 Corruption. Hamtang Islands. Governor's office. Song Hai, Chief of Staff of the Han and Tang Garrison Army, stood beside Li Jin and reported, "General, the Air Force has completed the task of clearing the Manga Empire, and all riots have been suppressed." Li Jin had a stern expression. He did not expect these Manga people to be so bold as to launch such a riot. Could it be that his reputation as a devil was made up of paper and had no effect? Or is he easier to talk to now? "Shanghai, arrive. Convey my order and dispatch the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Assault Brigades to the Manga Empire. I only have 3 requests. 1. Take over their nuclear arsenal. 2nd, take control of all their ammunition depots. If we can't control them, destroy them all. 3. Severely punish these rioters. Kill them all one by one. Remember, I'm talking about all the rioters. I want to let these bastards know that God is watching what you do. Tell Poke that if they don't cooperate, I don't mind wiping him out." If they have the ability, they can give it a try. Li Jin is now furious. Most of the descendants of Kyushu living in Melika are actually there to make money and support their families. Li Jin does not dislike them. Only a few of them have yellow skin but are white inside, which is disgusting. It's not that Li Jin is exaggerating. With Li Jin's current strength, defeating the Meliga Empire is just a matter of minutes. Just relying on the optical stealth capability of the Quinjet transport, Meliga is badly beaten. Report. Just then a loud voice suddenly came from outside the office. It's Li Yu. Come in. Li Jin said casually. Li Yu strode in, raised his hand to salute Li Jin, and reported, Report to the General. This is the battle report just sent by the Tianquan strike group. Li Jin took it and took a look at it, then frowned and ordered in a cold voice. Order the entire Atlantic fleet to move out. Defeat John's kingdom completely. Also, inform all Western countries that anyone who dares to support the Ross family will be Li Jin's, enemy. There's usually only one outcome. That means death. Li Jin is now a little impatient. If he wants to completely eliminate the Ross family, there's only one way, which is to isolate them and completely cut off their ties with other countries. And there's only one way to make these countries listen to him. Iron and fire. After Song Hai and Li Yu left, Li Jin suddenly felt a little annoyed. After thinking for a while, he said to Luo Nian, who was standing next to him, Come on, let's go out for a walk. Then he walked towards the bedroom, and Luo Nian hurriedly followed. 2 hours later, Li Jin, dressed in casual clothes, and Luo Nian, whose face was flushed, appeared on the streets of Hantang City. At this time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and night began to slowly fall. With the gentle sea breeze blowing, there was a slight chill in the air. Li Jin couldn't help but tighten his collar, looking at the bustling flow of people on the street and the small vendors who were working hard at their jobs. A smile appeared on my face involuntarily. This is what I like about this peaceful urban atmosphere. What are you doing? Let me go. Help. The sudden noise immediately destroyed the peace on the street. Li Jin frowned and walked over. Just in front of Li Jin, there was a group of people surrounding him in 3 circles inside and outside. Li Jin took a few quick steps and looked inside. He saw 3 burly white men surrounding a girl who looked very pretty and kept saying something. Although Li Jin didn't know what these 3 people were talking about, he knew they were not good people just by looking at their extremely wretched looks. From the whispers around them, Li Jin also understood what was going on. These 3 foreign guys flirted with the pretty girl. After being scolded by the girl, the 3 foreigners immediately quit, and the current situation occurred. Li Jin's eyes immediately turned cold. But he did not get angry immediately, but watched everything coldly. He wanted to see how the matter would be resolved without his intervention. However, what disappointed Li Jin was that although most of the people around him looked indignant, no one was willing to stand up. Get your paws off me, you bastards. Just when Li Jin was feeling a little disappointed, a loud shout came from the side, and then a middle-aged man came out, wearing a camouflage uniform covered with putty and lime. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 young men came up from behind the middle-aged man. They were all dressed the same and were obviously from a decoration team. The foreign guy, who was originally very arrogant, immediately became timid when he saw 5 or 6 strong guys surrounding him. Make way! Make way! Get out of my way! What are you all doing here? Are you gathering to cause trouble? Disperse. At this time, a scolding sounded from the opposite side of Li Jin, and then 2 sheriffs in uniform came over. When one of the leading men saw the 3 foreigners, he was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Yes, who reported the case. At this time, the girl who was surrounded in the middle quickly broke free and ran to the 2 sheriffs. She told them what had happened with a horrified look on her face. Unexpectedly, the leading sheriff frowned even deeper. So, those 3 international friends didn't do anything to you. Isn't it just a few words? As for reporting it to the police, apparently the 3 white people understood Jiuzhou language. Their panicked faces immediately showed smiles. One of them quickly said, Mr. Sheriff, we just saw this beautiful lady and had a few words with her. We didn't mean to violate her. Can we go now? The leading sheriff smiled and said, It's nothing. You can go now. The 3 white-skinned people immediately showed surprised smiles. They are happy. However, this caused dissatisfaction among the people around. The middle-aged man who had just stood up said with a dissatisfied look on his face, What do you mean, just let it go like that? That's right. Why let them go? They should be arrested. Yes, catch him. When the sheriff saw someone making a fuss, his face immediately turned grim. What? What? What do you guys have to do here? He just said a few drunken words. He didn't do anything to her. I'm just afraid to leave. Is it really necessary to report a crime for such a small matter? Do you know what it means to abuse Jingli? The leading sheriff was about to leave when a voice suddenly rang out, causing the sheriff to freeze in place. Stop. Chapter 184, I hate him for not fighting. The sheriff turned around tremblingly, and when he saw the figure slowly walking towards him, his face suddenly turned extremely pale. Although they were only at the lowest level, Li Jin was present at the graduation ceremony of the training class and even gave them a special speech. Until now, he still clearly remembered the iron rule that Li Ji had repeatedly reiterated. Everything should be centered on the interests of the people. Be patient, be warm, and focus on speed. Violators. Li Jin did not say what would happen at the meeting, but the extremely cold eyes told them that if they really violated this rule, they would be dead. At the beginning, naturally, they dare not slack off. But after a long time, some people can no longer suppress their restless hearts and begin to become arrogant and domineering, deceiving their superiors and subordinates, and even blatantly making up excuses to collect money. Who makes the people of Jiuzhou the best in the world? They are used to being submissive and will never cause trouble for Li Jin unless they are really forced into a desperate situation. But the more this happens, the rage in Li Ji's heart grew stronger, and all the good things he had seen some time ago collapsed at this moment. That's how human hearts are. If something is good, it must always be good. If there is even one bad apple, the whole pot of soup will immediately become stinky. Will? The sheriff stuttered and tried to speak. Then he opened his eyes wide and saw Li Jin on the opposite side, directly pulled out a pistol. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots were immediately heard on the street. Ah, my legs, my legs. Of course, Li Jin would not take his life for this matter. That would be too easy for him. Just look at the attitude of these 2 people just now. That domineering look is not cultivated in a day or two. Zimo, Li Jin shouted. Send them to the labor camp. Li Jin is not only good at killing people now. What's the point of killing people? Killing them can only scare them temporarily. If you want them to remember it thoroughly, you have to make them live a life worse than death. The sheriff, who was lying on the ground wailing, was immediately frightened by Li Jin's order. Doesn't he know what a labor camp is? To him, it was like hell, worse than death. Labor camps. But Li Jin set up this place specifically for those corrupt and tyrannical people. In fact, the job is very simple. Just cleaning manure and cleaning sewers. It's very simple. The labor was not very hard, and they only spent 12 hours a day in the manure pits and sewers. The working hours in a year will never exceed 365 days. Moreover, Li Jin was very generous in paying them a salary of 800 yuan a day, which is more than 20,000 yuan a month, which is definitely a high salary. However, in order to give these criminals an incentive to work, Li Jin collected a small amount of money for food and accommodation. The accommodation fee is not much, only 400 yuan a day. The large room can accommodate 120 people. It is spacious and bright. The room temperature is kept at 39 degrees all year round. As for whether it is accurate or not, the temperature on the thermometer inside has never changed. Li Jin also solemnly promised these prisoners that he would install air conditioners for them as long as the temperature exceeded 40 degrees, and would also pay them high-temperature pay. As for food and drinks, they don't cost much. A steamed bun is only 100 yuan, and a stick of pickled mustard tuber is only 100 yuan. The most important thing is enough water pipes. If anyone does a good job, they can get the opportunity to work overtime, and the quality of the food will immediately be heavenly. In order to make these people work hard and not think about going downstairs early, I specially bought a simple consciousness control device from the treasure house store. If you have suicidal thoughts, it will call the police and then take you to a small dark room of 1 square meter for 48 hours, where you can scream to the sky and the earth. It can be said that Li Jin put a lot of thought into the safety of these people's lives. This is enough to show how much importance they have. After all, in order to give these things work to do, he reluctantly gave up the intelligent robots. Let's stop talking nonsense. Li Jin looked at the sheriff lying on the ground with disgust, and then cast his gaze on the other sheriff. And him, send him in as well. Also, kick out all their relatives and friends. I, Li Jin, will not implicate your 9 clans because of the mercy of God. Just drive out their 3 clans. Li Jin's cold voice was like throwing a group of people in shorts and t-shirts into Antarctica. They were instantly frozen and showed fear in their eyes because they had recognized who was in front of them. He is the owner of this land, Li Jin. Li Jin suddenly raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at the 3 white-skinned people who were also stunned. A bloody hole instantly appeared between their eyebrows, and they fell straight down. Looking at the 3 lifeless bodies lying on the ground, he snorted coldly. Until now, you bastards still haven't understood one thing. The Han and Tang dynasties cannot be insulted, and the people of the Han and Tang dynasties cannot be insulted even more. Li Jin actually knew very well in his heart that these people dare to show off their power in the Han and Tang dynasties just because some of them were too soft and could be bullied at will. So, Li Jin's eyes suddenly became deep. Looking at the residents of the Han and Tang islands around him, he slowly said, "Did you see everything? They're just a few bastards. If any of you stand up for justice and beat them to death, it would be justice. Not only will I not punish you, I will also reward you. But look at you all, standing there like turtles. What if this girl is your wife or daughter? Are you also indifferent? To be honest, I really look down on you with your stupid looks. You don't even have the courage of a Han and Tang person. How can you be worthy of being a resident of my Han and Tang islands?" After Li Jin finished speaking, he stopped looking at the people who were blushing and lowering their heads because of what he said, and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and others who had just stood up, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "You are good. You are worthy of being my Han and Tang people. It's just that you're being too gentle. You should just use the weapons in your hands to deal with them directly. But it could be considered as regaining some face for me. Li Jin, let's put it this way. From now on, your construction team will have priority in the projects of the Han and Tang governor's office. As long as you are capable of doing it, you will be allowed to do it." The middle-aged man was extremely excited at this point. He didn't expect that just because he did what he should do, Li Jin would give him such a big reward. But this is not over yet. Then Li Jin continued, "Also, if your children want to go into politics in the future, they can directly join the government. And if they want to join the army, they can also directly join the army without going through the selection process. I can assure you that your sons and daughters will all become officials." Li Jin's last sentence caused a huge uproar. I don't know how many people were furious. Chapter 185, Die Togeter. Be an official. Whether it is the governor's office or the garrison, they are all the superior ones. I wonder how many people dream of such a good thing. For a time, the people present became excited instantly, wondering if they would receive the same treatment if they did the same thing in the future. As for whether it is a lie, the person in front of him is Li Jin, the supreme ruler of the Han and Tang Islands. Who would not believe his words? Li Jin looked around calmly and continued loudly. "Not only them. As long as we're the people of the Han and Tang Islands, as long as we can show the power of our Jiuzhou and our Han and Tang, we will have a chance." Do they have a chance to? The people present were suddenly in an uproar, and then became excited and almost cheered. Seeing the people suddenly excited, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. He certainly wasn't saying this perfunctorily, but he really intended to do it. Certainly, if he really recruited all these people, there would definitely be a mix of good and bad people. However, since he dared to do so, he must have already thought of how to arrange them. As an extremely responsible major power, how could the Han and Tang Islands not have offices in various countries? Those who came in through the back door were all arranged to work there. As for their wages, of course, they were paid by the host country. In Li Jin's opinion, by establishing offices in your countries, I am protecting these countries and providing them with a quick channel to voice their grievances. Otherwise, Li Jin's bombs were thrown right over their heads, and they didn't even have a chance to complain. Isn't that too miserable? He believed that all countries would be very happy about this good thing. Isn't this a win-win situation? After dealing with this matter, Li Jin left, otherwise the enthusiastic people would have stripped him of his clothes. After walking to another street, Li Jin's smiling face immediately turned cold, and he said to Zimo with a gloomy face, "Call the sheriff's department contact desk right now, and tell them you lost your wallet." Zimo nodded, then took out his cell phone and dialed the security contact number. Immediately, a sweet voice sounded from the communication desk. Zimo repeated what Li Jin said, and then hung up the phone. "General, they said the police will be here soon." Li Jin said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's wait here. I want to see when they arrive." Half an hour later, Li Jin's face was almost as black as a pot lid. Half an hour had passed, and he hadn't even seen the shadow of a person. Who was in charge of the Public Security Department? Zemo quickly said, General, the Public Security Bureau is under the charge of Zhang Ping. However, Director Zhang has been busy setting up the International Security Bureau recently. The Han and Tang Security Bureau may have neglected its work. While the two were talking, a fat man in uniform came running over, panting, and saluted Li Jin. General, Deputy Director of Operations of the Public Security Bureau, Chun Feng, reports to you. Chun Feng. Li Jin frowned immediately when he looked at the chubby man in front of him. He naturally knew Chun Feng. He was the first batch of civil servants he personally recruited in Shanghai. But in his impression, Chun Feng was majestic, smart, and capable. How could he become like this in just a few days? If he hadn't said it himself, Li Jin wouldn't have recognized it at all. Then Li Jin's heart sank. A feeling of inexplicable melancholy or disappointment arises in my heart. Human nature is changeable and has been like this since ancient times. Some people just can't stand the temptation of the world and indulge in depravity. But Li Jin still has a little hope. What if this guy has a kind heart and a fat body? Zemo, tell him. Li Jin ignored Chun Feng and spoke to Zemo in a bad mood. Zemo immediately told the whole story. Chun Feng was horrified when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained. General, the main reason is that there are too many people pouring in during this period. Our Public Security Bureau has limited personnel, and the pressure is too great. We usually dispatch people according to the urgency of the matter. Generally, Li Jin was so angry that he laughed. This was the word he hated the most. What is general? Isn't it what you say? He looked at Chun Feng coldly. Why? Do you mean to say that my place has become a place of sin? Tens of thousands of sheriffs and tens of thousands of security robots can't handle it. At this time, Chun Feng also realized how stupid the excuse he made was. He was simply rubbing his brain on the ground. Li Jin's extremely cold eyes made Chun Feng so frightened that he could not bear it anymore. He opened his mouth to explain again, but his head was a mess at this time, and he had no idea what to say. Hit again. Li Jin spat out 2 words coldly. Zemo quickly took out his phone and called again. This time a man answered the phone. He asked about the incident and left a message. Already noted it down. And then nothing happened. He just hung up the phone. Li Jin was immediately furious. He was so disappointed. The reason why he recruited local sheriffs instead of using all security robots was to make Han Tang City look more popular. But now it seems that he was wrong. There is no popularity at all now. It's just full of chaos. Zemo, pass on my order. From now on, all human law enforcers will be banned. From now on, all city patrols and handling of ordinary cases will be carried out by law enforcement robots. If it weren't for the limited intelligence of these law enforcement robots, Li Jin wouldn't want to use any of them now. And you, look at what you have become. A deadbeat. What goes around comes around. What good do you think you have under your control? Someone come, catch him, and send him to a labor camp. Just as several guards were about to take Chun Feng away, Li Jin suddenly said, Wait, lock him up first, and have the Investigation Bureau investigate all the law enforcers in Han Tang City. Arrest all those who are corrupt and committing crimes. I will hold a public trial to restore the peace and order to the Han and Tang Islands. Yes, sir. Just when Li Jin was making a big fuss about the corruption of the Han and Tang Islands. Melika Empire, Dotan City, the official residence of the head of state. Bang! Poker slapped the table and stood up, with his hands on the desk and an angry look on his face. What on earth does Li Jin want to do? Annex our Meliga Empire? Tell them that this is impossible. Meliga's nuclear arsenal can only be controlled by Meliga people. After that, perhaps Poker felt that what he said was too strong, so he continued. Of course, apart from this one, we can discuss everything else. Lena shook her head solemnly. Mr. Yuan, there is no room for negotiation. This is Li Jin's ultimatum. We only have 2 choices now. Fight or agree. Poker was stunned, and his expression began to change drastically. Chapter 186 Meliga also has a trump card. Polka hesitated. Resist. When I thought of Li Jin's cruelty, I shuddered in my heart. Don't resist. He was unwilling to accept the result, and he had no way to explain it. As a country that was either at war or on the way to war, there were many tough people. Ask these people to surrender, but they may not listen. After all, Eastern and Western cultures are different, and there is no concept that if the king orders his subjects to die, the subjects must die. The more Poke thought about it, the more headache he felt. He felt like his head was about to split open. So he said, Ms. Lena, please ask Vice President Howell, Chairman-elect, and Chief of Staff Stanley to come over. I have something to discuss with them. Also, notify Han Tang and tell them that I am only the head of the Melika Empire, not God. These conditions must be approved by the Parliament before they can be implemented. Now that it has come to this, he's going to die anyway. So, Poke might as well just give up. Poke has thought it through. He is already disabled, so how much worse can he get? If one day he no longer serves as head of state, he might not even be able to find a job. Lena looked at Poker, who seemed like a different person, and was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Mr. Yuan, I'll do it right away. In a large conference room of the president's residence, Poke looked at the Melika officials who had almost filled the square conference table on both sides. With an extremely solemn expression, he said, You already know everything. Tell me, what should we do now? For a time, everyone's eyes were cast on Chief of Staff Stanley. Stanley, who was already a little dignified, suddenly felt more pressure. He naturally knew how important what he was about to say was. It's fighting, it's peace. It all depends on his mouth. Stanley was also an experienced person. He quickly calmed down and said, My lord, gentlemen, and ladies, the reason why the Han and Tang Islands look so powerful is not because their weapons are infinitely more advanced than ours. The reason they're able to win every battle is actually due to a certain technology, which is optical stealth capability. This capability is not like the radar-absorbing coating we install on our aircraft. It can only fool radars, but can still be seen by the naked eye. But optical stealth is not only invisible to radar, but also to humans. This is Li Jin's trump card. Except for one thing, of course, there's also a huge amount of ammunition. Have you noticed that every victory of Li Jin consumes a huge amount of ammunition? Although we don't know where Li Jin's ammunition comes from, where the raw materials come from. But they never ran out of ammunition, which was one of the main reasons for our defeat. Poker and the others present all frowned when they heard Stanley say this. Poker couldn't help but emphasize his tone. Mr. Poker, I don't care about these. I only care about whether our army can win the battle and whether we can get through this difficult time. Stanley was suddenly interrupted by Poker and then criticized by Poker. He was stunned. It took me a while to come back to my senses. There was a helpless look in his eyes. Talking to these people was like talking to a cow, so he quickly changed the subject. Master Yuan, although we have just gone through a turmoil, our strength has not been greatly damaged. If we can crack Han Tang's optical stealth capability and replace it with the latest radar model, I'm 50% sure. None of the things Stanley mentioned were free and required a vote by Parliament. Besides, can they really develop it? Also, will Li Jin given time? Stanley saw that Poker was hesitant and quickly encouraged him. District 5 has developed a method to break optical invisibility. What? Poker was startled and couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. Real. We have developed equipment to break optical cloaking. Stanley nodded vigorously. Poker stood up involuntarily in excitement and tried to rub his hands but failed. Then he remembered that one of his arms was missing. However, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had the same idea as Stanley, and they both believed that the Han and Tang Islands defeated them entirely because of their invisibility. If we really compare the amount of ammunition, can Han and Tang have more than Melika? Good. General Stanley, this matter is fully under your control. I will ask the Parliament to allocate funds to you. Stanley was immediately overjoyed. He had been arguing for a long time, but he did not expect that Poker would be more active than him. He quickly stood up and said, Yes, Mr. Yuan. Han and Tang Intelligence Station in Melika. It is located in a small Western-style building less than 100 meters diagonally opposite the official residence of the head of the Melika Empire. You read that right. It's so close. Moreover, the national flags of the Kyushu Empire and the Han and Tang Governor General's office were flying on the roof of the small Western-style building. As for the sign hanging there, it can also attract people's attention, because the sign says that it is the intelligence gathering station of the Han and Tang Governor's office in the Melika Empire. There is no intention of covering up at all. At this time, in a meeting room in a small Western-style building, Station Master Zheng Yao sat in front of a projector, and the picture on the screen showed the meeting of Poke and his colleagues. Zheng Yao and the others were actually watching the live broadcast. A man sitting next to Zheng Yao saw that Poker and the others were still trying to resist and couldn't help but complain. Station Master, these Melaga people are too bold. We should let the Air Force send them all to hell. Zheng Yao smiled and shook his head. Why are you in such a hurry? When a cat is eating the mouse, why not tease it for a while? Station Master, have the Melaga people really developed a radar that can break optical stealth? The man suddenly asked with a worried look on his face. Zheng Yao nodded and said, It has been developed, but its performance is very poor. It can only be used as a gimmick. Our intelligence station just received news that District 5 has dismantled the wreckage of an alien spaceship. Got 2 light energy particle bombs. Alien spaceship? The man couldn't help but exclaimed. Zheng Yao glared at him. What's the big deal? The universe is so huge. Everyone knows it's impossible that our planet is the only one with life. There's no news about aliens in the world. We are just afraid of causing panic. All right, let's talk business. The Melaga people dismantled these 2 light energy particle bombs and obtained a technology to manufacture light energy particles. They can use these particles to form a particle defense net, making it impossible for any approaching optical stealth aircraft to escape. Zheng Yao suddenly sneered when he said this. But these people were only happy that they had obtained epic-making technology, but they made a basic mistake. These idiots have forgotten that we have entered the beyond visual range era. Who would be so stupid as to challenge you in close combat? This is actually why the Han and Tang Air Force liked to fly ghost birds and white swans to carry out strikes within their defense zones in order to mislead these Westerners. Send a message to headquarters. The rats are about to come out. We have to get the pot ready. Time flies, and 7 or 8 days have passed without me noticing. Han and Tang Islands, the first Air Force airport. Li Jin walked on the runway with Zhang Kai and other Air Force generals, looking at the white swan bombers that were like hills with no end in sight in the distance. Has the Melaga intelligence station figured out the matter? Are there really aliens? As soon as Li Jing asked the question, the system's voice suddenly came into his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the 16th mission. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, The System Understands. Li Jin paused for a moment, waved his hand to stop Zhang Geng, who was about to speak, and looked at the light curtain in front of him. Mission number 16. Who is the hero? Reward 1. 3 Imperial I-Class Star Destroyers from the Star Wars universe. Note, assigned to all personnel. Basic performance. 1,600 meters long, equipped with ion engines and hyperspace jump systems, using solar ionization reactors. It is also equipped with heavy turbolasers, heavy ion cannons, and tractor beams. Each Star Destroyer is equipped with 72 TIE fighters, 8 Lambda-class shuttles, and 15 Delta-class stormtrooper transports, with 37,085 crew members. Reward 2. Yorktown Space Station Upgrade from Space Trek World. Basic performance. With a maximum diameter of 48 kilometers, it is equipped with a natural ecological cabin that can accommodate 1 million people. It is equipped with super strong planetary energy shields and kinetic weapon defense screens from the Star Wars world, which can withstand 2 attacks from the Death Star. It can accommodate up to 9 Imperial-class starships. Li Jin looked at the reward given by the system, and finally a smile appeared on his face. The system is indeed a system. You think it through much more carefully than him. With 3 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, the worries about unknown events in his heart disappeared without a trace. He turned to Zhang Kai and said, "Keep talking." Zhang Kai looked at Li Jin, who was originally a little depressed, and suddenly became happy. He scratched his head in confusion, but did not dare to neglect it, and said quickly, "General, the 5th district base of the Melaga Empire is very mysterious. The people in the base never go out. Even if there are supply trucks entering, they can only come to the supply station outside the base at most. The inspection is very strict. Even if the high-ranking officials of the Melaga Empire go there, they can only stay on the periphery at best and cannot enter the core area at all. Even the head of the Melaga Empire cannot enter the core area without authorization." Li Jin raised his brows. "The head of state also needs authorization?" Zhang Geng hurriedly explained. "Yes, General. The 5th District Base is nominally under the direct leadership of the Malaysia Imperial Council, but in reality, it is controlled by the Brotherhood. However, after our attack, the Brotherhood is now in name only. The Manga Empire now has a chance to take control of the 5th District. We also took the opportunity to place a lot of our people in there. According to reliable information we have received, there are indeed alien spaceships and corpses in the 5th District. There are still quite a few. Some were found in the Amazon, some were found on the moon, and some were looted from the Prussian Empire after the end of World War II. But most of the spacecraft are already damaged and have no research value at all. The only thing that has some value is the relatively intact wreckage of a spaceship they stole from the Pru Empire. This is also the reason why the Manga Empire has so many epic-making technologies. Li Jin suddenly understood, and then heard Zhang Geng continue. The news sent by Zheng Yao and his team also said that the Manga people did get something from the aliens, which can detect our invisible fighter planes. We are told to be careful. It is best to conduct a strike outside the defense zone. Li Jin shook his head and snorted coldly. Humph! I also read Zheng Yao's report. It's just a piece of shit that looks good, but is useless. Besides, when did we ever use stealth to defeat an enemy? Our main focus is speed and mobility. Do you really think you can arm wrestle with us just because you have something? How about this? Li Jin thought for a moment and said, since the Manga people are so concerned, let's give him a chance. Tell Zhang Kai and Li Yu to suspend their actions. I believe it's pointless for them to do that now. So let Manga grow some more. Let them reveal all their hidden cards, and we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Li Jin finally made a move to close the net. Night, Li Jin did not sleep, but stood in a training ground behind the governor's mansion with Liang Yuan, Qiu Luoyin, and other girls. General, what are we going to do? Luo Nian asked curiously while standing behind Li Jin. There are too many people in Li Jin Yuan, and they all have work. The only time they get together like this is during holidays. It is rare to see such a scene in normal times. It's because Li Jin has so many ambitious women under him, managing a huge amount of things for him. Li Jin smiled slightly. Today I will show you something good. The ladies present were stunned for a moment, and a blush immediately appeared on their beautiful faces. Could it be that their general had thought of some fun new ideas? Li Jin naturally didn't know what Luo Nian and the others were thinking. He raised his hand to check the time, then looked up at the sky and saw 4 blue spots of light suddenly appear in the air. After a while, a sci-fi spaceship appeared in Li Jin's sight. It was a VT-49 landing craft equipped with an Imperial I-class Star Destroyer. Soon, the landing craft stopped steadily, not far away. Li Jin was the first to walk towards the landing craft. Only when he got up to it could he feel how huge the landing craft was. Just like a hill. Bang! With a slight sonic boom caused by the air pressure difference, the hatch slowly opened. Tap, tap, tap. Then the sound of uniformed footsteps came from the cabin, and a team of stormtroopers in white armor walked out of the cabin in a line. Then stand tall on both sides of the hatch. General, the commander of the 1st Squadron, Li Yu, reports to you. Li Jin raised his hand to return the salute, then walked towards the landing craft under the guidance of Li Yu. After a while, the landing craft took off into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, they had landed at a huge space station made up of long steel corridors. On the outside of the space station is a spherical protective shield that wraps the entire space station tightly. From a distance, it looks like a transparent ping-pong ball. As the spacecraft slowly moved forward, the space station became larger and larger. When it was almost in front of it, it looked like a planet. The spacecraft Li Jin was on was as small as an ant. Passing through the transparent barrier, the spacecraft roared straight towards the corridor-like space station structure. It was called a long corridor, but in fact it was a giant fortress made entirely of steel. The side facing them was densely packed with rows of black dots. Only when they got closer did they realize that they were spaceship ports. The spaceship Li Jin was on flew directly towards a port and passed through a window that was dozens of times larger than the spaceship. The moment the spaceship passed through the window energy shield, Li Jin suddenly felt enlightened. The space in this corridor was so large. But, considering that this space station can accommodate 1 or 2 million people, Li Jin finds it nothing surprising. When Li Jin got off the spaceship, there was already a large group of people waiting for him on the port deck. There were people of all skin colors, and the leader was a middle-aged man with yellow skin. General, when a middle-aged man saw Li Jin coming down, he quickly stepped forward stood at attention, raised his hand, and saluted. Yorktown Space Station Commander Zhou Ping, reporting to the general. Li Jin raised his hand to return the greeting and said casually, "Why call it York City? From now on, we will call it Jingwei City." "Yes, General." Zhou Ping quickly agreed and led Li Jin to an elevator. "Enter the elevator," Zhou Ping explained. "General, we are going to the natural living area of the space station now." Natural living area? Li Jin immediately showed an interested look. Could this space station be built like the Earth? Ding dong. Following a ring, the elevator door slowly opened, and the scene outside the door immediately made Li Jin's eyes widen. There actually is a city in this space station, a city hidden in the forest. At the same time, in a forest near the Beast Mountains in the Pru Empire. Chapter 188 Sun Cannon. In front of the ruins of a manor near the kingdom of Isa, on the edge of the Beast Mountains, Abraham, the patriarch of the Ross family, stood expressionlessly in front of a stone tablet that had been blown into rubble, and no one knew what he was thinking. Tap, tap, tap. A middle-aged white man in a black leather windbreaker walked up to Abraham, looked around with a puzzled look on his face, and said, "Chief, what are we doing here?" Abraham's expression, which had been calm at first, suddenly began to change, and finally turned into a sigh. "What? Ads, do you know where this place used to be?" The middle-aged man in the windbreaker, Aids, was a little confused. "Isn't this where we trained our guards?" Abraham shook his head slowly. "No, this used to be a laboratory of the Pru Empire. A laboratory dedicated to the research of epic-making technology." Ades was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed. The laboratory of the Pru Empire. That must not be the current Pru Empire, but the era of Brother Huzi. What kind of laboratory is this that is worthy of the patriarch of the Ross family to make a personal trip here? As the patriarch, Abraham naturally couldn't look at other people's expressions, so he just listened to him talking to himself. Although what the Prussians are researching here is somewhat horrifying, it's hard to even believe. But they did it. They brought the myth into reality. Abraham sighed suddenly when he said this, with a trace of melancholy on his face. What a pity that such a talented person cannot be used by us. Otherwise, the whole world will be unified. Even we humans have left this planet. Adams couldn't help but say angrily when he heard that Abraham actually valued Brother Beard so much. This damned demon is actually against us just for a bunch of lowly pigs. He doesn't even understand what it means to be a superior. Okay, Ades, it's over now. But in terms of ability, he is indeed a respectable leader. Abraham obviously didn't want to continue this topic and interrupted Ades's indignation, but in the end he couldn't help but give him a compliment. "Chief, what kind of weapons are being developed here?" asked Ades curiously. Abraham smiled and said slowly, "Sun cannon." Ades's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Abraham in disbelief. Sun cannon. Of course he knew about this thing. It was known as one of the top 10 black technologies of Pru, but he thought it was just a joke. "I didn't expect that the Prussians actually made it." Abraham still spoke to himself. Although the Prussians developed the solar cannon, they were about to be defeated at that time. How could they not have the ability to send it into the sky again? It just so happens that one of our informants knows this news. Our Ross family has occupied this place and set up a secret laboratory underground to study the solar cannon we got. After all these years of unremitting efforts, the solar cannon is no longer the same as it was before. We in the Ross family don't have any use for this. We just use it as a trump card. I never thought I'd need him one day. Yads couldn't help but ask, "Chief, is it really that powerful?" "Have no idea. All I know is that if it is dropped into the sky, it will only take 1 second to raise the temperature of an area within a radius of 30 or 40 kilometers to 10,000 degrees. 10,000 degrees. Ads couldn't help but shudder. Will humans still exist at that time? I'm afraid they will turn into gas in an instant. Abraham then slowly walked to the broken stone tablet, squatted down, and threw all the small broken stones on the base aside. He tapped lightly on the edge of the base. The base responded immediately, and a square suddenly rose up in the middle of the base. The top of the square then opened to reveal the password keypad inside. Abraham tremblingly took out a small notebook from his arms, flipped through a few pages, and then began to type on the keyboard, slowly, taking a long time to type on one letter. Aides looked at Abraham's slow pace and felt like he was scratched by a cat. He wanted to kick Abraham aside. Unfortunately, he doesn't dare. 10 minutes later, Abraham finally finished losing, stood up, and looked at Ads, who was getting a little impatient. Do you know why I'm so slow? I'm telling you, if you input one wrong letter, this area of dozens of kilometers will turn into a huge pit, and we'll all go to meet Satan. It suddenly dawned on Adelaide. He said that although Abraham was over 100 years old, he had just received a young heart and a replacement of all the blood in his body, and within 2 years at least he would be as strong as a middle-aged man. How could it have dragged on like this just now? As the two were talking, the rubble around the stone tablet suddenly began to jump. Abraham looked over and saw cracks beginning to appear on the ground, getting bigger and bigger. In a short while, a stone staircase leading underground appeared in front of the two people, giving off an ancient and mysterious feeling. Ads couldn't help but complain in his heart that old guys like Abraham only knew how to show off. They obviously had an elevator, but they had to install this deceptive thing. Abraham led everyone through a long stone staircase, corridor, and soon arrived at an ancient tomb. Chapter 189. You are the ghost. Yes, it's an ancient tomb. Ads was stunned. The place where he was full of antiquity and decay. This is also to protect the laboratory. Abraham explained lightly, which answered the questions of aides and others. Soon, Abraham and his group turned left and right in a corridor, just like walking in a maze, until aides and others became dizzy and came to a silver-white gate full of science fiction. Looking at Abraham, who was full of energy and not tired at all, aides couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the patriarch of the Ross family, it's a pity to see this willpower die. At this time, Abraham had already placed his palm on the scanner next to the gate. Click! The silver-white metal door immediately moved to both sides, revealing the extremely wide underground space inside. There were rows of experimental instruments as far as the eye could see, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Abraham staggered toward the hall, and aide stepped forward with foresight to support Abraham. Chief, if you have anything to say, just tell us. Why bother coming here yourself? Your health is important. Abraham looked at the attentive aides with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he said solemnly, there are some things you don't know. I suspect that Han and Tang have already infiltrated the entire West. Abraham's words were earth-shattering. Adez looked at Abraham in amazement and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Abraham naturally understood how shocking what he said might be. His expression suddenly became more serious. Ads, have you ever thought about this question? Why is Han Tang's bombing so accurate every time? I bomb wherever I say, and I never miss a target. Do you think reconnaissance planes or satellites are that powerful? You really think other countries are fools? The fact that they can do this can only mean one thing. That is, they have already mastered the deployment of all countries, and even every move is under Li Jin's control. Otherwise, how do you think Li Jin knew about John Kingdom's secret ammunition storage depot? These are top secrets. Not only ordinary people, but even the head of state doesn't know about them. They were able to find it, even if it was just one accident. What about 7 or 8? The reason why John's kingdom couldn't withstand the pressure is because all its capital was destroyed. Things like this keep happening. I'm afraid we're not the only ones who have these concerns. It's a pity that these people are hiding too secretly. I sent people to investigate for such a long time, but there is nothing to show for it. Yad seemed to be shocked, and his mouth was unable to close for a moment. Patriarch, are you saying that there is also a traitor in our family? Abraham shook his head. I have no idea. Abraham showed uncertainty in his eyes. If there really was a traitor with Li Jin's strength, he would have died long ago, right? After all, considering Li Jin's ruthlessness, we shouldn't keep him around no matter how you think about it. Abraham felt relieved when he thought of this. It seemed that Li Jin did not plant any spies around him, or in other words, he did not infiltrate the core of their Ross family. Come to think of it, their Ross family has been passed down for thousands of years. How can they be compared with a force that has only risen for a few years? When Abraham thought of the glory of the Ross family, a smug look appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and was about to speak, but his expression changed instantly, and he looked at Adez in disbelief. At this time, Ads was pointing a pistol at Abraham's forehead with a playful smile on his face. Patriarch, you didn't think about it. Abraham couldn't believe that what he saw was real. He had watched Ads grow up, Otherwise, he would not have brought him here. Abraham was immediately furious. Others could betray him, but not Adas. He was a little scared at first, but when he saw the dozens of people behind aides, he immediately calmed down. When Aduz saw Abraham suddenly calm down, he immediately understood, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Go, get that damn solar cannon out of here. Dozens of people standing behind him immediately took action, which made Abraham horrified. How is this possible? But Adams didn't give him a chance to think and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Abraham's head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Chapter 190 Big Move. Jingwei Space Station. Zhou Ping took Li Jin to walk on the street of the natural ecological cabin. Li Jin looked at the high-rise buildings on both sides of the street, as well as the villas and entertainment venues hidden in the green. When you look up, you will see a transparent barrier, and outside is the starry sky, which is extremely spectacular. General, over there is the largest forest park in Area 001 of Jingwei City. The entire District Number 1 can accommodate a maximum population of 1 million. If we measure the population based on a happiness index, it can only accommodate 100,000 people at the maximum happiness index. The entire Jingwei City can accommodate 1.5 million people, at most 15 million people. If we don't consider the happiness index, it can even accommodate tens of millions of people. Zhou Ping, who was sitting behind Li Jin, kept introducing him to Li Jin. Li Jin nodded. They had been sitting in the hovercraft for so long and had only seen a very small part of the living area. This was just a circular living area, and there were nearly 100 such circular areas in the entire Jingwei City. Obviously, Zhou Ping was not exaggerating. In Li Jin's opinion, what he said was actually conservative. What do you think about us living here? Li Jin suddenly turned around and asked Liang Yuan and the other girls. The girls were stunned, not understanding why Li Jin came here. Li Jin looked at the puzzled looks of Liang Yuan and other girls and smiled. He was just saying it casually. But it has to be said that this space station is indeed safer than Earth. It can withstand 2 full-force attacks from a Death Star. You can imagine how safe it is. But the Earth Star couldn't stop it even once. But a space station is a space station. Although it looks like a planet, it is not a planet after all. A cold steel castle always lacks a sense of solidity. General, at this time, Zimmo walked up quickly and said, General, Abraham is dead. Our people also discovered a weapon developed by the Ross family. Li Jin immediately became interested when he heard this. What weapon? Sun cannon. Solar cannon? Li Jin muttered it to himself and felt familiar with it, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. Li Jin didn't think much about it and asked directly, What kind of weapon is this? Zimmo said, It's actually the same principle as a magnifying glass focusing light. Place a huge focusing mirror in space, and then focus the concentrated heat on one point. It can reach temperatures over 10,000. In order to send this mirror into space, the Ross family even built a small rocket launch base in their laboratory. Li Jin's face immediately turned cold. These damn guys will do anything to destroy world peace. Damn it, tell me, are personal interests so important? For the sake of world peace, why don't they stop resisting? As long as they're willing to kneel down, why should we waste ammunition to fight them? Why are these Westerners so stubborn? It's so annoying. Liang Yuan and others almost couldn't help laughing when they saw Li Jin seriously complaining about Abraham and others. After Li Jin finished complaining, his expression suddenly became serious, and he said, Zimmo, go tell the Alliance that they will move to the Han and Tang Islands starting today. Zimmo was stunned for a moment. General, will they agree? Li Jin glanced at Zimmo and said slowly, Do I need their consent? Melika Empire, New Moon City, Alliance Headquarters Building. In the chairman's office, August looked at the young man in front of him with an incredible look on his face. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, could you please say it again? The man smiled faintly. My general hopes that the Alliance Headquarters will be moved to the Han and Tang Islands. August's face suddenly changed as he looked at the smiling young man in front of him. If it were someone else, Aga would have kicked her out long ago, but the young man in front of him represented Li Jin, and he really didn't dare to offend him. I could only force a smile and say, Mr. Chun, this matter is too serious. We need to discuss it before we can give you an answer. The man immediately laughed. Mr. Agu, I'm afraid you haven't figured out one thing yet. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. After saying that, he looked up at the time. Mr. August, you only have 2 hours to prepare. The plane is waiting for you at Union Square. At this point, the man paused for a moment, looked at Agu seriously, and said, Mr. Agu, our Han and Tang dynasties are recognized as the most civilized places in the world. I believe you would not want me to do anything uncivilized, right? Agu's expression suddenly changed, and the young man's words made him feel nervous. Li Jin's reputation was not earned through words, but through killing. Agu was naturally afraid. His self-esteem and interests were all thrown aside, and he nodded repeatedly. Mr. Chun, let's move now. Dotan City, the official residence of the head of the Manga Empire. Poke sat listlessly in front of his desk. There were piles of documents waiting for him to process on the table, but Poke was too lazy to even take a look at them. The current Manga Empire is like a chicken standing on the crater of a volcano. The magma below is about to erupt, but its wings have been chopped off and used as food, so it cannot fly even if it wants to. At this time, he had no mood to care about other things. He just wanted to save his life first, and then he would think about the Manga Empire. The sound of high heels came from the office. Poker looked up and saw Lena walking in with her hips swaying. Mr. Yuan Xian, Li Jin wants to move the Alliance headquarters to Han and Tang. Poker was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand indifferently. Let them be. The current Manga Empire is no longer the former Manga Empire. It no longer needs the outer code of alliance, and it would be useless to keep it. Whoever wants it can have it. He doesn't feel bad anyway. As for whether Li Jin would use the name of the alliance to suppress him, Poke immediately sneered. Even without the name of the alliance, he would not dare to resist. In that case, who cares about this? Lena naturally understood what Poker meant, but it was useless for her to understand. We need to make those brainless MPs think clearly. Mr. Yuan, this matter has caused a strong reaction in Congress, and many members of Congress have called for tough measures to be taken against Han Tang. There are even quite a few radical members of Parliament who want to remove you from office. Poker lay back on his office chair and said weakly, Let them be. I will thank them later. Looking at Poke, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, Lena couldn't help but recall how passionate Poke was when he was not injured. Now he didn't even have the interest to look at her. Bang! At this moment, a man in black pushed open the door of the office, walked in quickly, and said in a panic, Master Yuan, please go out and take a look. Chapter 191, Heading into Space. Poke looked at the extremely panicked guard, and his face changed immediately. Could it be that Li Jin has already started to act? Thinking of this, Poker also began to panic. Fortunately, Poker knew that he was the head of the Manga Empire. He took a deep breath and stood up and said, Walk. He walked out the door first, and Lena hesitated for a moment and then quickly followed him. It was safest to follow the leader at this time. The three of them quickly left the official residence. Poke looked around. The sky was very calm. What was going on? I couldn't help but look at the man in black with doubt. The man in black quickly pointed to the northeast sky, and Poke looked up. I was stunned for a moment. I saw a transparent moon, several times larger than the sun, hanging high in the sky. Looking closely, it was not a moon at all, but a ball made up of dozens of wheel-shaped objects, wrapped in a layer of white transparent thing, looking like a big snowball. Poker couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Spaceship? Aliens? Destroy the planet? Countless possibilities popped up in Poke's mind at once. Just then, 3 black dots suddenly flew out of the big snowball and flew toward them. As the distance got closer, the black dots became bigger and bigger. The length of the Imperial I-class Star Destroyer reaches 1,600 meters, which is equivalent to 5 aircraft carriers lined up in a row, which can be said to cover the sky and the sun. The sunny city of Dotan suddenly fell into a gloomy gloom, causing the citizens who were confused to look up. In an instant, screams, brake sounds, and sirens filled the air, and the entire city was thrown into chaos. Lena, the security consultant, couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, with an incredible look on her face. As a high-ranking official in the Manga Empire, he naturally knew about the existence of aliens, but this was the first time that they appeared so blatantly in front of the world. And he's still alive, driving a starship. Lena notified General Stanley immediately and mobilized the troops immediately. Just as Poke opened his mouth, the huge interstellar battleship was already hovering in the air. Master Yuan, where are you looking? Lena suddenly pointed at the top of their heads with a look of surprise on her face. Poke couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction Lena pointed. His eyes instantly widened. He actually saw the white tiger military emblem of the Han and Tang Islands right on the belly of the starship. Could this starship belong to Li Jin? How is this possible? Poke threw this conjecture aside. Poke knew very well what an interstellar battleship meant. It was impossible for a country or a certain force to build it alone. This is the crystallization of a planet. Buzz. Attention, residents of Doton City. We're the first fleet of the Han and Tang Governor's Office's Galaxy Fleet. On a special mission. As long as you don't show hostility or other extreme means, my formation will not launch any attacks. The sound from the starship was played 3 times in a row, but unexpectedly, it caused a bigger commotion. Poke could hardly believe his ears. The starship in the sky actually belonged to Li Jin. This is incredible. Just because a place as small as Han and Tang could build such a huge interstellar battleship, no one would believe it. But even if he didn't believe it, he understood one thing. From today on, the world has completely entered the Han and Tang era. Kyushu Empire, the Royal Palace. Li Yi stood in a small conference room, watching the images transmitted by satellite. His face, which had long been trained to remain calm, could not help but reveal a moved expression. Song Lian, who was standing behind Li Yi, was even more amazed and said incredulously, "How did Li Jin do it? Could it be that, just like what is said in the novel, this Li Jin has obtained some kind of system? Or is he an alien himself? Or are his ancestors aliens?" Li Yi looked at Song Lian speechlessly. What a mess. Even the Prime Minister of the Empire believed this? But, to be honest, he also likes to read novels like this, which don't require any brain power. "Prime Minister, I think we need to take a trip to Han and Tang," Li Yi suddenly said. Song Lian was stunned for a moment. His expression changed, and finally he sighed. "It's time to make a run. Your Majesty, I will arrange a special plane right away." Li looked at the impetuous Song Lian without saying anything. At this moment, time is opportunity, and it is not too much to be nervous. In fact, it's not just Li Yi and his group. The Emperor of the White Bear Empire, the head of the Prussian Empire, and so on, anyone with a little bit of vision knows what to do now. After all, they're no longer in the same circle. If they want to keep up, the fastest and most effective way is naturally to cling to others. Han Tang Islands. Governor's Office. After driving the Jingwei space station to the vicinity of Earth, Li Jin returned to the Han and Tang Islands. He knew that this place would be very busy for some time to come. "General," Liang Yuan walked up to Li Jin and said, "All the people at the Alliance headquarters have moved to the Han and Tang Islands." Li Jin was stunned. "So fast," Liang Yuan said with a smile. "Since our Jingwei city was suspended in space, no one in the Alliance was unwilling, and some were even very enthusiastic." Then he placed a document in front of Li Jin and said, "Here is the call that President Melika just made. He hopes to form a new alliance with you as the core, a real alliance." He expressed his willingness to give up all the armed forces of the Manga Empire and hand them all over to the alliance for management. After Poker's speech, many countries expressed their agreement. Li Jin couldn't help but smile. This Poker was much more interesting than others. "Yuan, do you think these Western countries are mean? They know I hate them, but they still try to get close to me like lapdogs." Liang Yuan said with a smile, "General, the tradition in the West is that the strong are kings. You are much stronger than them. You know you will die, but you still hold on. The West does not have such a tradition." Li Jin nodded. Looking at the history of the Western world, it seems that those who know the times are always the heroes. Those who fight to the death also feel that they have some chance of winning. Otherwise, they would have surrendered long ago. After all, heroes are always very rare. Otherwise, they wouldn't be widely praised. But these guys have surrendered. We're going to go to complete tasks and get rewards. Think about it. Since his strength has greatly increased, the tasks given to him by the system have become fewer and fewer. Li Jin suddenly understood. Why did the system give him a Star Destroyer? Isn't it to remind him that the world outside the Earth is more exciting? Only by leaving the Earth can he have more tasks and get more rewards to increase his strength. Li Jin was also a man of swift action. Now that he had found the key point, he immediately gave the order. "Yuan, go and convey my order. Have Zhou Ping send out all the Star Destroyers. I want the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties to shine across the entire galaxy."